The boy has the ability to regenerate muscles, but has been bizarrely treated as a meat pig and eaten for 3 years. After a long period of torment, Yi Dao's body has reached its limit. In order not to die so suffocatingly, Yi Dao decides to make the bizarre feel pain as well. Tick-tock, blood drips into the broken water tank. This is the 644th drop of blood today, and there are 756 drops left for this day to pass. 400 drops of blood make a day, and until today, he has been awake and restless for 3 years. He stared numbly at the water tank below that was about to be filled. He could never understand how there could be so much blood in his body. Too cold. Fierce iron hooks hung his withered body in mid-air, and blood spread and dripped down. 3 years ago, Yi Dao crossed over and opened his eyes to experience the scene before him. Helpless and desperate, he still remembers the feelings at that time, but all of this was not the true fear in the room. Yi Dao struggled to turn his eyes and look to the other side of the room, where there was a coffin of a ghost in the center of decaying yellow paper. The heavy coffin faintly revealed its once bright lacquer surface, but what was more apparent was the chilling cold that sent shivers down one's spine. Yi Dao's gaze remained motionless. Tick-tock, another drop of blood fell, and with 55 drops left, the water tank would be completely filled. The time was almost up, and suddenly, a piercing sound of nails scraping against the wooden floor echoed in the room, accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound. The heavy coffin lid, nailed shut, began to slowly move. The temperature in the decaying room suddenly dropped. However, when the coffin lid was completely pushed open, the dark interior of the coffin was empty except for the traces of struggles dug out with fingernails. Hee. Just then, a strange laughter echoed beneath Yi Dao. Lowering his gaze, "Are you looking for me?" A face covered in scars, twisted in crimson, no longer resembling a human, was staring at him with bulging eyes, pressed closely in front of him. There are still 20 drops left. Yi Dao's expressionless face stared numbly at this terrifying visage that could send chills down anyone's spine, yet his gaze seemed to penetrate through it. Boring, no reaction at all. Seeing this, the owner of the face shook his head in disinterest. After all, these are still delicious. He stood up with a skinless body, extended his long nails, and directly tore a piece from Yi Dao's body, tossing it into his mouth. Creaking, listening to the chewing sounds coming from ahead, Yi Dao finally raised his gaze and looked at the entranced figure. The wound torn open beneath him slowly began to heal. The taste is really good. Noticing Yi Dao's gaze, the figure swallowed the flesh and grinned. But I prefer the look in your eyes right now. It's a pity you won't last much longer. But soon, he looked regretfully at Yi Dao's healing wound. Given your current condition, how many more days can I eat? 1 week or 2 weeks? Although Yi Dao's wound is healing visibly now, it is still more than 100 times slower compared to 3 years ago. It's been so long, and I really have developed feelings for you. The strange voice was filled with regret. If it weren't for meeting you, I might still be unaware that there are actually people in this world with the ability to regenerate. Yi Dao's eyes were numb. He didn't care what regeneration ability was, he only knew that for the past 3 years. The only meaning of his existence was to become the food for this unknown creature in front of him. The strange entity, in order to conveniently collect his blood, used some unknown method to completely separate his blood from his flesh. Tick-tock. At that moment, the last drop of fresh blood filled the last remaining gap in the water tank. Yi Dao's eyes turned slightly, and the strange entity standing in front of him instantly disappeared, reappearing next to the water tank filled with blood. He pulled the tank open and, with great desire, buried his head directly into it. The sound of gulping and swallowing echoing continuously in the room, sending chills down one's spine. Yi Dao quietly watched the strange sight of someone gulping down fresh blood, and in just a short moment, the entire jar of blood was already empty. Fearing that they might not be able to drink, they eagerly crawled into the water tank, carefully licking clean the residue stuck to the bottom. Tick-tock, blood is still dripping. The strange creature raised its head, and its eyes reflected the blood drops filled with an immense desire. However, it merely licked its exposed gums and silently placed the water tank back under Yi Dao. It's really hard to endure, the strange creature murmured softly, turning around and dragging its twisted body towards the coffin. The guy who was skinned and buried alive. At that moment, Yi Dao's hoarse and weak voice slowly sounded from behind the strange figure. The strange figure suddenly turned around, its crimson eyes fixed on Yi Dao. It's definitely you. Yi Dao's emaciated body hung in mid-air, resembling a desiccated corpse. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly surged from the strange figure, and the decayed yellow paper began to swirl violently in the room. Upon closer inspection, those were not just yellow papers, they were clearly spells covered in curses, used for suppression, but this pile of spells had never had any effect. In the next moment, the strange figure appeared before Yi Dao. You've been looking half-dead for so long. What stimulated you today? Before the words fell, he suddenly reached out and yanked, tearing the flesh off the entire left side of Yi Dao's body. I'm a guy without skin. So what are you? The strange figure stared at Yi Dao's exposed bones with a chilling gaze. I've been gentle with you lately just to let you live a few more days. But that doesn't give you the reason to provoke me. His voice was incredibly cold. Yi Dao did not say a word, just numbly stared at the strange sight. Seeing Yi Dao's silence, the strange figure let out a cold snort, glancing at the still slightly warm flesh in his hand, reluctant to throw it on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the corner of Yi Dao's mouth, which had only half of its flesh left, gently curled up. A guy without skin. He said word by word again. You this head. The strange figure suddenly widened his eyes, raising his slender nails and fiercely sliding them down Yi Dao's exposed left arm bone. Creak! The unbearable pain of the periosteum being cut open was excruciating. Do you know who I am? As the strange force continued to intensify, a scarlet aura gradually spread over Yi Dao's bones. There are not many who dare to speak to me like this. The anomaly level reached 7, recorded by the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau, with the ghost named the Unofficial Protector. This anomaly, upon its first appearance, controlled the villagers to dig up coffins and made all the villagers skin themselves alive, hanging from the locust tree at the village entrance. At that time, the hundreds of bloody, skinless corpses drifting in the wind under the locust tree were enough to send chills down one's spine. 6 years ago, the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau exerted half of its strength but was unable to eliminate the Unofficial Protector. Even now, despite being severely injured and not yet healed, he is not someone like Yi Dao, a meat pig, who could dare to provoke. The intense pain from the bones suddenly surged, and Yi Dao's body trembled violently. I thought you, this guy who was hung up for use at any time, would have no reaction. Seeing this, a strange expression revealed a hint of mockery. Isn't it better to be obedient and let me eat you like before? Why do you have to get yourself into trouble? Before he finished speaking, the strange figure suddenly froze, because he suddenly realized that Yi Dao's current behavior did not seem to be one of pain. He is laughing. A strange pause, and just at that moment, with a crack, due to the reduction of support from the flesh, the shoulder hook passing through the left scapula of Yi Dao suddenly fell down. Taking advantage of the slight downward gravity, Yi Dao exerted all his strength and fiercely pressed towards the left side of his body, and the chain connected to the shoulder hook instantly tightened. Creak! The scapula on Yi Dao's right side suddenly made a crisp sound, and the muscle fibers along with the skin were brutally torn apart. He looked expressionlessly at his exposed left arm, having endured pain unimaginable to ordinary people. The bone in Yi Dao's left arm had only shifted down slightly, but that was enough. The battered bones collided with the strangely sharp nails, already broken, revealing uneven sharp cross-sections. One side of the bone was adhered to the weakly hanging fibers, while the other side just happened to pierce into the bizarre, unprotected scarlet flesh. In the blink of an eye, there was no chance for the strange reaction. 2 years, 6 months, and 8 days ago, you drank 15 drops of blood and stood still for half a moment. 2 years, 3 months, and 3 days ago, you indulged and ate more of the meat on the left side, remaining motionless for a full 2 grams. 1 year, 10 months, and 7 days ago, you couldn't control your appetite after eating and consumed an additional 5 grams. Such things have happened a total of 320 times in these 3 years. Although you are eating more and more, by the 163rd time, I finally confirmed that the amount of blood and flesh you can consume each day is still limited. The most important thing is that whenever you're in a bad mood or angry, you like to vent your feelings on me. A hoarse voice slowly echoed in the room. Yi Dao raised his gaze and looked at the strange figure that stood frozen in place, forcing a smile. Every time after you finish eating, no matter how terrifying you are, your reactions always slow down, and if you eat too much, you will lose control over your body. The blood spreading over the bones of the left arm flowed continuously into the strange body along the bones of Yi Dao, which had long lost its marrow. For this moment, Yi Dao had been preparing for 2 years, and with every drop of blood that fell, he silently calculated in his heart, even, to make it easier for your program to succeed. 6 months ago, Yi Kuei then ignored the sharp pain caused by the sharp hooks that went through his shoulder blades, and did his best to struggle and sidestep to one side, though only offset by a fraction of a millimeter. But keeping it up for a full 6 months was enough to increase the intensity of the descent by a few points even the moment you lost your balance. 2 years of preparation, 6 months of patience, just for this moment. You, creepy froze in place, a flash of panic in his bulging eyes. With its strength, it could crush Yi Kuei with a single finger. Even unleashing his strength at full strength, the might was enough to envelop the entire sky. However, as Yi Kuei said, now that it was still healing, if it ingested an excessive amount of blood and flesh, it would lose control of its body. Creepy had been careful enough about his brokenness. However, it did not even think that the one staring at it would be the meat pig in front of it that had been hung up by itself and eaten for 3 whole years. Skinless bastard. Surprise? Yikue's hoarse voice with a smile resounded once again. You son of a. The bizarre eyes bulged out more and more, and scarlet aura poured out majestically from its body. Wow. Moment. The hurricane rose. The entire house began to vibrate, and the chains that hooked onto Yikue's shoulder blades, even more so, carried Yikue drastically and continuously shaking. However, and yet, that's about it. After the sudden rise and disappearance of the aura, all is calm. Creepy is still standing in place, unable to move half a step. The situation just now was the last thing it could do. Creepy stared at Yikue dead on, and deep in his eyes, a flash of panic finally appeared. Ha! 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 Looking at the weird eyes, Yikue's laughter grew louder and louder. Suddenly, bang! The chains hanging Yikue's tattered and torn chains couldn't withstand the series of impacts just now and snapped violently. Yikue was like a dry corpse that had long lost its vitality, falling heavily to the ground, his body shattered and in an incomparably miserable condition. Even so, he was laughing uncontrollably. But, as Yikue fell, the bone that had pierced into Creepy's body also fell off. Although I don't know what the hell you're trying to do. Seeing this, Creepy Flesh breathed a sigh of relief as it looked at Yikue with gloomy eyes. But I advise you, it's best to be honest. I admit that I've underestimated you these past 3 years, to the point of letting you figure out my situation. But so what? The blood that flowed into me just now couldn't stop me for long at all. The eerie voice was morose and cold. Let the eerie, icy voice ring out. Yikue, however, didn't even look at Creepy as his tattered body shifted a bit, as if he was trying to do something. However, the extremely miserable physical condition, the broken left arm, and the right side of his body that had long been ripped apart made it impossible for Yikue to exert any force at all. And so, he struggled to lift his head. Next moment, Yikue opened his mouth, and while deadening the ground in front of him with his upper teeth, he fiercely exerted his force. With that, his withered body unexpectedly moved a fraction of an inch towards the location where the weirdness was located in front of him. What are you going to do? At the sight, Creepy's bulging eyes quivered violently. Yikue's face was expressionless, and after feeling that the method was feasible, he never looked at Creepy again, but began to firmly move towards Creepy's position, bit by bit with his teeth, though the distance traveled with each move was minuscule, even though every move was incredibly painful. However, Yikue's movements did not pause in the slightest. As he distanced himself from Creepy, he drew closer. The bizarre expression, too, gradually changed from the gloomy coldness at the beginning to panic and horror. You tell me what the hell you're doing. We can discuss anything. So stop. 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 Quickly stop. Your body is in a terrible condition. You really can't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. If you don't stop, there's a good chance you won't live through today. Its voice, the more it trembled. Fear for Yikue's move completely enveloped this big bizarre heart, but all Yikue had as a response was the numb and silent repetitive movements. In a frightened, trembling voice, he finally moved a little bit in front of Creepy. Please stop. And Creepy's mental defenses have been completely shattered. It trembled humbly and begged for mercy. Its bulging, hideous eyes filled with fear. However, Yikue didn't pay any attention to it, as he struggled to tilt his head, and after a pause, he fiercely bit down. Chapter 3, Swallowing. The bizarrely unmistakable sound of horror came to an abrupt end. That's it? It stared at Yikue, incredulity written all over its increasingly bulging eyes. Yikue brought himself endless fear. A little bit of moving his body with his teeth and approaching himself with the purpose of just biting himself? For the average person, tearing at the body may hurt and may be painful. But for it, not to mention being bitten, even if they were split up and cut into pieces, it wouldn't have the slightest effect. You bastard. Meat pig. Next moment, boundless anger surged through Creepy's heart. I can't believe I was scared that way by such a meat pig that I hoisted up to eat myself. You wait. It stared deathly at Yikue, its voice eerie to the extreme. After I recover, I will definitely give you a big surprise. You ate the old man for 3 whole years. Yikue didn't raise his head, chewing while faintly saying, of course I want to taste you as well. 2 years of preparation, daily shrouded in despairing agony, countless hours of effort, calculated down to every drop of blood. In the end, what Yikue had to do was actually this. Or rather, that's all he can do. Yikue was clearly aware of the insurmountable gap between himself and Guile. Even if he put his best foot forward, there was no way he could actually do any damage to Creepy at all. But Yikue would ruthlessly tear off a piece of Creepy's flesh even if he died. And you're a meat pig worthy? Hearing Yikue's words, the Creepy became more and more furious. Its scarlet face surged continuously and its exposed teeth were sharp and fine, looking particularly hideous. The cold room grew more and more morose. The oppressive atmosphere is straight up suffocating. But it was at this time. Creepy suddenly stiffened, a flash of shock in his eyes. Yikuei also furrowed his brows violently. I wonder if it's an illusion. He only felt an incomparably sweet-smelling, pure and delicious energy that overflowed from it and lingered in his body. This was an extremely trance-like experience for Yikuei, who hadn't eaten in a long time. He slowly raised his head to look at Creepy. What's going on? A look of bewilderment came over Creepy's hideous face. Unlike Yikuei, it clearly detected the difference. In that instant just now, a part of his own body had disappeared, though just a tiny sliver. But that's simply not going to happen for the unembodied Creepy. Even 6 years ago, when it had engaged in a great battle with the administration of anomalous affairs and was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it had never been in such a state. Creepy's eyes twitched as if he wanted to say something else. However, Yikuei lowered his head once again, like a cold and ferocious wolf, and ferociously tore down towards the bazaar. Creepy was once again ripped a gulp, and this time, Yikuei was finally able to determine that the mesmerizing energy was not an illusion. Only, boom, the energy erupted violently. It was like a monstrous torrent of energy that destroyed the world. Yikuei's body shook violently, his two bloodshot eyeballs bulged violently, and his body was like a balloon, suddenly expanding. The bizarre existence was far beyond Yikuei's imagination. Even if it was just a bizarre hint of energy within his skin, it was simply not something he could afford. When Creepy saw Yikuei's state, his nervousness dissipated and he revealed a smile full of sarcasm. Even a lowly meat pig like you is worthy of staining me? But you seem to have some secrets I don't know about in this meat pig of yours. Its exposed tooth beds kept rubbing. I'll have to extract you a little bit and study you in detail. Creepy has gradually regained control of his body. However, the Yikuei at the moment had no time to pay attention to the weirdness. Avalanche. Flesh and skin were constantly being propped open and chipped off. The raging energy was still surging out. Yikuei numbly glanced at his body that was about to be burst, and expressionlessly struggled with all his might to turn around, making a little effort to open his mouth, and once again bit down hard towards the bazaar. No matter how things changed, what he was going to do never changed. Swallowing it, the energy erupted again. Boom! Yikuei's body grew a few points larger once again, but just as his body was about to explode, Zira! A buzzing sound resounded violently in the depths of Yikuei's mind. His body shook. Shasta! The majestic energy seemed to suddenly have a place to go, surging towards the depths of his mind. A bright and flickering, badly damaged, light curtain that grew brighter with the inflow of energy slowly appeared in front of Yikuei's eyes. Yikuei gave a beat, but there was no time to focus on the shattered and blurred curtain of light, as the raging energy within him had already swept away. Even under the impact of the energy just now, Yikuei had recovered some meager strength enough to stand up. Time is of the essence. He took a deep breath and braced himself slowly with his arm, which was only half skeletal. Wait a minute. Seeing Yikuei struggling and wobbling to get up, Creepy's face changed abruptly. It wasn't sure what exactly had happened to Yikuei, but an ominous feeling of foreboding enveloped the bizarre heart. Just wait. The creepy voice trembled more and more. 1 minute. It only needed to stall for another minute to regain control of its body. When that time comes, whatever the hell is going on with this meat pig, it can just crush it with one finger. But it was also at this time. Rip dash. Creepy snapped at the sound of something being ripped apart. With that, its mouth was hardened with the food it once craved beyond measure. I know what you're thinking, but not yet. Yikuei stretched out his right hand, which had just lost its flesh and blood, and pinched Creepy's slimy chin, slowly and earnestly helping Creepy chew. So commiserate. You can't move for the time being. Yikuei's voice grew gentler, but the terror in the creepy eyes grew stronger. Coot dash. With Yikuei's help, Creepy swallowed the contents of his mouth, losing control of his body once again. With that, Yikuei opened his mouth, and tore down viciously in Erie's trembling eyes. Ah! A miserable, hoarse shriek rang out mournfully. Please, let go of me. Spare me. As long as you are willing to spare me, anything can be promised to you. I can become your slave and do everything at your command. Stop. Stop it. It was snotty and bitter. Little by little, his own body disappeared. As Yikuei ate like this, it might actually perish. However, what responded to it, was only the sound of Yikuei's large mouthful of swallowing. Right. That's right. You've got to stop. I remember. I can tell you that it wasn't a coincidence that I caught you then. Someone sent you to me specifically. All of a sudden, Creepy seemed to think of something, and its voice snapped up a few degrees. Yikuei stopped moving and looked up blankly. You, just stop and I'll tell you what's really going on. And I'll even become your contracted ghost and help you get your revenge. Witnessing this, a flash of surprise flashed across Creepy's face, but the next moment, The unfinished words came to an abrupt end. Yikue bit off half of its face in one bite. That's a lot of words. As he ate, he once again pulled a piece from his own body and shoved it into Creepy's mouth. As for the issue that Creepy just mentioned, Yikue didn't care, nor did he want to. All he had to do was not give this creep, who had been eating him for 3 years, a single chance. Inside the empty room, the sound of Yikue lying on top of the bazaar, numbly gnawing, echoed continuously. One time. It's amazing how you can't tell who's really spooky. Chapter 4 Remaining Life, 3 days. By losing the dripping blood, the definition of time is lost. I don't know how much time has passed. Yikue finally raised his head in a puddle of scarlet mud. The hideous and terrifying creepiness that was just a moment ago was now just this lump of flesh in front of him. Phew! Yikue gently exhaled a breath, and the sound of bones clashing violently rang out. He froze and touched his head in disbelief, but only felt cold bones. At some point, the skin and flesh on Yikue's body had long been fed cleanly by himself. All that was left of him was a broken skeleton. Yikue froze, not thinking that he would be safe and sound in this state. Soon, though, he withdrew his hand. It was divided and eaten for 3 years. Yikue had long been able to face everything calmly. Gaba. After indifferently wrenching the misplaced jawbone hard enough to write it, he turned his attention to the puddle of flesh in place. Even if Creepy was only left with an unthreatening lump of flesh, Yikue would not give the slightest chance. But just this one pause. Creepy, who was left with only a lump of flesh, violently bounced up from the ground and flew towards the black as ink coffin in front of him at an extremely fast and terrifying speed. Creepy regained control of his body a long time ago. However, under Yikue's bite-by-bite swallowing, the energy in the bizarre body nowadays was simply not enough to support it to show its once brashness again. It waited for a long time, filled with terror, for this one opportunity. Hold back. That was the only thing Creepy had learned from Yikue. Shasta. It had then come to the front of the coffin. As long as it returned to the coffin that it loathed so much, yet craved so much, then there was still a chance to salvage everything. Yet just then, whoosh, rear, there was a loud cracking sound. A broken, sharp arm bone flew in and nailed the Creepy, who was about to fall into the coffin, dead center to the dark coffin board. Yikue's face was expressionless, and without even glancing at the left arm that he had completely broken, he slowly took a step towards the coffin. No naughtiness, a hoarse voice rang out. Yikue stretched out his white bony right hand and directly stuffed the meat that couldn't stop trembling hard into his mouth. No, a violent tremor of bizarre reluctance. As a grade 7 level creep, there are countless other things for the shady coffin stripper to do. It wants revenge. It takes back everything that belongs to it. It was overwhelmed with desire for the scarlet that had descended. It still wants to live. Yet it's all in the mind. It all went up in smoke the moment Yikue chewed it without hesitation. With shenanigans being swallowed. Boom! Raging scarlet energy exploded directly within Yikue's empty chest cavity. The raging energy violently transformed into two. A majestic tsunami-like torrent. A steady stream of energy poured into Yikue's mind. And as the torrent of energy gradually poured in, the shattered light curtain gradually became clearer. Another strand of energy that was subtle to the extreme slowly disappeared into Yikue's body. Shasta! Yikue's body shook violently, and he froze in place, losing his ability to move. Crisp, hemp, itchy, swelling, pain. It was like 1,000 insects devouring the bones, and it was like scraping the bones and sucking the marrow. The pain was extreme. The instant the subtle energy disappeared, it brought unbearable pain to Yikue. Sparing him, he couldn't help but have his bones quake, his eyes bulge, and he clenched his teeth in a deadly grip. However, in Yikue's trembling vision, he also clearly saw everything. His own fragile and broken, long-dried bones, was twisted out of thin air to regenerate. Blood spread along the blood vessels to emerge. A scarlet muscle tissue, but also like worms, constantly entangled with the emergence of. This scene was incomparably terrifying and only called for one's scalp to tingle. However, Yikue did not have a trace of fear, and his eyes were filled with anticipation, because he sees hope, as if for an instant. Again, it seemed like a century had passed. Finally, bang! Yikue's body, which had recovered fully, slammed heavily on the ground. His body had been recast and his skin was as white and smooth as a baby's. However, the newborn skin did not have the slightest beauty, and the muscles that had not yet adapted were like an earthworm that could not stop bulging and twisting underneath the body. Phew! But Yikue didn't care about any of this. As he lay on the ground and breathed in air greedily in large gulps, oxygen flowing through his body along his full lungs, the long-lost feeling of having a healthy body only called for Yekel's intoxication. In the meantime, the information on the light screen finally appeared clearly. Name, Yikue. Physical fitness, 13. Mental, -9,999. 10 points for ordinary people. Remaining attribute points, 3. Trait, blood. Flesh born. One line of information is extraordinarily clear. The system panel was not new to him, who had been online a lot before crossing over. However, Yikue didn't even think that his spiritual attribute would be a negative 9,999. He frowned, surveying the mental column. For such an exaggerated number to appear, there must be something wrong with the light curtain, and it must have nothing to do with himself. Yikue shook his head, not putting this one attribute in his mind at all. He turned his attention downward. On the line of traits, the 4 words blood and flesh regeneration seemed to have some kind of problem, and suddenly began to flicker, growing dimmer and dimmer, but didn't wait for Yikue to take a closer look. The 4 words, flesh and blood regeneration, disappeared violently. With that, brand new 4 words slowly appeared. Trait, devouring fusion. Yikue froze. He could understand that the energy he gained when he ate creepy might have something to do with devouring, but the fusion. Yikue pondered for a while, and for the time being, he didn't have a clue. He didn't dwell on it anymore, but continued to look along the light screen. Next column. Ability, summon a shadowy coffin peeler. One time, the shady coffin skinner always skins its prey to collect their abilities, and this time, the shady coffin skinner belongs entirely to you. Seeing the situation, the corner of Yikue's mouth hooked. He hadn't expected that he would be able to summon the coffin stripper again. I just don't know if the summon shenanigans can be eaten again? Thinking of this, Yikue licked his lips. Soon, though, he dismissed the thought. It was too risky to make such a risky move before figuring out the light screen properties and what this world was really like. Not to mention, there is only one summoning. He wasn't sure how powerful the coffin stripper was, but keeping this ability was always an extra helping hand. Immediately, Yikue slowly cast his eyes towards the last line of the light screen, and upon reading the last line of the light screen, he froze violently. Yikue stared dead on at the last line of content, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose until it changed into an extremely exaggerated arc. Ha 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 ha. Next, an unbridled, maniacal laugh violently resounded throughout the shadowy room. Interesting. That's funny. Yikue laughed until he couldn't catch his breath, because at the end, it's a tiny line of text. Remaining life, 3 days. If you want to live, go find the evil and the creepy. The answers you want, they're all there. Chapter 5, an existence more terrifying than 7-level creepy. Yikue did not expect the final content of the light screen to be like this. 3 days. He only has 3 days left to live. It was undoubtedly bad news for Yikue, who had just gained his freedom. Yet he was not flustered. Yikue only found it interesting. Evil and creepy? Yikue stared at the last line of a few short words, and seemed to have some kind of conjecture as he licked his lips and a flash of salivation flashed in his eyes. But at the moment no evil spirits or shenanigans could validate his thoughts. Yikue paused and struggled to get up from the ground. He hadn't moved in 3 years, and he still really felt very strange. While adjusting to his brand new body, Yikue looked around and surveyed the room that had trapped him for 3 whole years. After the demise of the shadowy coffin peeler, the room, which seemed to be perpetually dim, finally brightened up a bit. Still the light disappears inexplicably in one corner of the room. Yikue's gaze stopped at the location where the light disappeared. The eerie, spooky coffin lay still. At the location of the cross-section of the coffin board, the bone that Yikue had just broken and thrown out to stab into, at some point, had already decayed and turned black, and was completely wrapped around it. It was as if the bones were supposed to be there. At a glance, the bones of the left great arm, inserted at the bottom of the coffin slab, looked like the hilt of a heavy sword. Yikue walked forward and took hold of the black as ink bone. Bones that were once dry and fragile are now extraordinarily hard. Who dash? He pushed hard and swung the coffin board straight up. The thick and sturdy coffin boards, under Yikue's swing, made a burst of cracking sounds. Nice! Yikue grinned and nodded in satisfaction. In this inexplicable world, there is always a need for something to defend yourself. The coffin boards weren't sharp, but they were thick enough. Shooting people, just right. He carried the coffin board behind his back. Instantly, the dark and gloomy coffin board slowly faded, as if it had entered another space, and disappeared behind him. Yikue froze. Despite not being able to see or touch it, he was able to clearly feel the presence of the coffin board. Yikue reached his hand behind his back and gently gripped it through the air. He felt the presence of his bones, and he could even pull out the coffin board whenever he wanted. Kind of. He narrowed his eyes. What Yikue didn't know is that the reason why the coffin skin peeler was rated as 7-level creepy wasn't because of the trait of liking to peel skin, but because of the coffin. Precisely. It's in this eerie, spooky coffin panel. Without this coffin board, the shadowy coffin peeler would be nothing more than a poor man who was peeled and buried alive. The coffin board at hand, however, was like a well-behaved puppy. After the parasitic spirit was eaten hard, the Een coffin was also greatly affected, and it could be said that all the abilities it once had were gone. The most crucial thing was that Yi Kuei brought it great fear. The coffin board didn't doubt for a second that if he showed any weirdness, there would be a mouth that would gnaw hard and straight at him. All it could do now was to obediently cooperate with Yi Kuei and silently heal its wounds. Yi Kuei sensed the oddity of the coffin board, but he didn't care. For Yi Kuei, as long as the coffin board was smooth, that would be enough. It's time to leave. Yi Kuei gently exhaled, and after looking around the room for a week, he picked up the clothes that had been on the wall and draped them over his body, and came to the doorway of the room that he had once thought he had no chance to come to at all. Pause for a moment. He turned and bent slightly to the shadowy room. It was as if he was saying goodbye to his despair-filled self, who had just crossed over to this world 3 years ago. Immediately, Yekel gripped the doorknob. And in the moment of opening the door, he froze violently. In the meantime, 3,800 kilometers away, Chang'an, covering nearly 100 acres, the understated and austere complex does not show up on maps, much less hang any door signs, because this is the most mysterious organization in China today. Authority for Unusual Affairs. Arranged in a heavenly stem and earthly branch arrangement, there is no telling how many secrets are hidden within the solemn building. If nothing else, the complex will remain silent. But on this day, the silence of the complex was broken by a rush of sirens. Buzz, buzz. Inside the deepest office. It's true that more and more incidents have been reported lately about weird recoveries, but can one of you explain this to me? The red light brought about by the alarm shone extremely terrifyingly on the unruffled face of the authority's swordbearer, Zhong Juji. How in the world did the dark energy outburst of up to 7-level trick domain breakers appear? Behind him on an electronic map, a black patch, spreading like a virus, enveloped the entire east. Only a heavenly official who understood the situation knew how horrible such a thing could be. The appearance of a Class 7 creepy domain breaking dark energy represents the demise of a Class 7 creepy. Below, the heavenly officials who had come urgently from various departments were staring at the screen with deadly seriousness to the extreme. The sword bearer, a state-faced heavenly official with a grave expression, replied in a deep voice, "We're still checking if this situation has anything to do with the heavenly officials within our bureau." Platooning? I did a full board briefing the first time the alarm went off. There are no relevant clues to any V-rank or higher heavenly officials capable of inflicting damage to 7-rank shenanigans, be it Fudo, Guru, Yama, or Oni-chan. And, in the weird realm that 7 creepy is in, it is a godlike existence. Upon hearing this, Zhong Zhuzhang's gaze was ghostly. Do you think that there is someone today who is able to kill a 7-ranked creepy in the creepy domain? The country-faced heavenly official's body trembled and lowered his head. The 7 level of weirdness was terrifying, and the heavenly officials were actually incomparably aware of it. That's because the most recent action by the Anomalous Affairs Authority against 7-level shenanigans goes back 6 years. At that time, the mission of targeting and eliminating the coffin peelers, which had been planned for a long time with the efforts of half of the bureau, not only ended in failure, but also completely lost the traces of the coffin peelers. The authority had searched for the creepy at all hours of the day and night for the past 6 years, but had come up empty-handed, and this time, surprisingly, there was a 7-class creepy that silently had already died out. So get on my case. Seeing that the country-faced heavenly official lowered his head and stopped speaking, Zhong Zhuzhang fiercely slammed his fist onto the table. I don't care what it takes. You guys have to find out what the hell is going on here. His gaze was like a sword, and the veins on his deathly clenched fists were rippling. The only thing that could make a 7-level creepy die out without warning could be a more terrifying existence. Once it's out of control, it means life and death. Even now the weirdness is gradually reviving. The Zhong giants were also unwilling, and even more so, would never allow such a situation to occur in the land of China. In the meantime, as an existence that the administration of Anomalous Affairs speculated to be far more bizarre and terrifying than the 7-level, Yi Kuei was not at all aware of the magnitude of the repercussions of what he had done. He froze in the doorway after opening the room, his face in disbelief. Chapter 6, have you heard of it? Shenanigans? Push the door open. What came into view was a broken and deserted landscape. The rotten building has long been abandoned, shrouded in patches of decay, and large letters written in red paint are everywhere on the outside of the bare walls. Unscrupulous developer, pay up or get your money back. Give me back my house. All around, plants twisted and grew unchecked. All that hung overhead was a scarlet moon. The scene in front of him was particularly eerie and twisted. Ahead, there were half a dozen people who were huddled together looking left and right, nervousness written all over their faces. What the hell is going on? It wasn't like this all around just now. Didn't our night running group just start their activities? Why did it suddenly appear here? Overhead. Why is the moon red overhead? Did You guys hear anything just now? It's like, there is indeed a sound. There was a steady stream of horrified, uncontrollable head scratching. What the hell? Just then, a fat man in the crowd seemed to have realized something, and he looked violently to one side and shouted, "Come out! Quickly come out to me! Is there something? I'm a little scared." At those words, the crowd trembled and hurriedly cast their eyes to the side, the direction of the fat man's finger. Hiss! Yikuei stood in the shadows and took a deep breath in fascination. The taste of freedom only made him incredibly nostalgic. Hey! Hey! With that, the corners of Yikuei's mouth twitched a bit, and after trying to make himself pull out the friendliest smile he could, he took a step and walked out. "Hello guys! I'm so happy to see you guys." He was incredibly enthusiastic and smiling as he waved at the few people in front of him. The scent of a long-lost living person only filled him with a sense of freshness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. See this scene. Fatty and the others' bodies trembled and jerked back half a step. In this horrible situation at the moment, having someone inexplicably, enthusiastically and happily walk out only made their hearts even more afraid for a few minutes. "What are you doing?" Yekel cocked his head. "If you want to ask what for, it should be us, right?" Fatty stared at Yikuei from afar, his face full of caution. "What exactly are you? Why are you hiding so far away?" "I certainly am human." The corner of Yikuei's mouth hooked into a smile as he patiently replied. "As for hiding far away, isn't that because I just came in? Finally meeting someone who could speak properly." He was eager to communicate. "Did you also appear here out of nowhere?" Fatty frowned tightly and looked at Yikuei with suspicion in his eyes. "Right. As soon as I opened the door, I came here." Yikuei struggled to control the muscles on his face as he smiled more and more skillfully. Speaking, and he looked back. The door to the room that had been pushed open behind him, as well as the small, shadowy room, had long since disappeared, as if it had never been there. Godly. Seeing this, the fat man even glared at Yikuei and spoke vigilantly. "Just stand there. Don't come over. I'm not going over there." Yikuei once again took a deep breath of the living and grinned straight from ear to ear. "I'm so happy to see you all." He moved his body and surveyed his surroundings. The situation at hand filled Yikuei with curiosity as well. "We need to figure out what the hell is going on now." Fatty no longer paid attention to Yikuei, gritting his teeth and looking around with a nervous face. He said to the crowd, "More importantly, how are we going to get out of this Thai place? I might." Just then, a soft female voice slowly sounded. "Know what's going on?" Upon hearing this, Yikuei instantly turned his head. "Su-ro, what do you know?" Fatty also hurriedly looked at the short, cute-looking but timid young girl in the crowd. It's not just him. The eyes of the people around them were cast over. In their impression, Su-ro had low self-esteem and timidity, and seldom participated in the activities of the weekday night running group, and no one expected that she would have knowledge of the situation at hand. Noticing the sight of so many people, Su-ro nervously lowered her head, but after adjusting her breathing, she tugged at her coat and spoke in a whisper. "Have you ever heard of it? Creepy? Creepy?" In the moment of hearing the term, the crowd's bodies trembled, only to feel a chill that enveloped them directly. In fact, the scary and spooky stories we've heard are not fiction. This world we're in really does have a weird existence. Su-ro did not raise her head, and her soft but creepy meaning voice continued to ring out. "Wherever there is a creepy existence, there is a creepy domain." Seriously? There's weirdness in this world? Besides Su-ro, another tall and delicately dressed woman violently rounded her eyes in astonishment. "Su-ro, you can't joke with us. Choo-choo." "I wasn't kidding." Su-ro turned to look at the woman named Zhao Choo-choo, and subconsciously lowered her head. "The reason I know all this is because I once experienced it myself. The bizarre existence." "You've been through it?" Fatty's eyes widened violently as he gulped, seemingly nervous as he thought of something. "So what you're saying is that we're in the middle of the tricky domain right now?" Su-ro gently nodded. "This place where we suddenly appeared, as well as the situation around us, indicates that this place is the creepy domain. So, how are we going to get out?" Receiving an affirmative answer, the fat man's face showed uneasiness. "I see in the movies, all those weird births because of the presence of obsessions." Before Su-ro replied, Zhao Choo-choo's voice rang out, and she was very thoughtful. "I feel that we should be able to get out if we make the weird obsession disappear. There are some bizarre appearances that do have to do with resignation and obsession." Su-ro raised her head to look at Zhao Choo-choo and hurriedly lowered her head again. "But as far as I know, there are only two ways to get out of the creepy domain, and neither of them has anything to do with eliminating obsessions. One is to eliminate the weirdness that formed the weird domain, and the weird domain naturally shatters," she replied in a small voice. "The other is to find a loophole in the tricky domain and take the opportunity to escape. Those are the only two ways?" Zhao Chuchu instantly widened her eyes. Impossible, right? Weirdness appears because of obsession. That's what they all say in TV dramas. It's because of the obsession that they don't want to leave this world. In fact, they're pretty pathetic for creepy. Zhao Chuchu waved her hand repeatedly and said, so there must be more than these two ways. Chuchu, stop it for a second. Fatty interrupted Zhao Chuchu. He turned his head to look at Su-ro, and after some hesitation, he spoke, can the weird really be wiped out? Yes. Su-ro nodded vigorously, but soon her voice lowered again. But we can't. There is a special agency in China that specializes in removing weirdness, and they have a unique name, called the Heavenly Officials. She spoke softly. Listen to the sounds coming from up ahead. The corner of Yi Kuei's mouth gently hooked. What a heavenly official was he wasn't sure, but if the information about the girl ahead was correct, the room he had been in for 3 years at the time was, I'm afraid, a trick domain. But, how could one have left one trickster domain and then appeared in another? And, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and looked at Su-ro. This seemingly soft girl knew too much. Chapter 7, How are you okay? Tenkan? Fatty also leered. He hadn't thought that there really was an existence in Huaxia that specialized in removing weirdness. But, whatever the official, I'm afraid it's too late now. But soon, Fatty recognized the current situation as he gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to inquire. So now we only have the second way, right? Now it looks like this. Su-ro pinched the corner of her coat in a hasty manner. So what do you have in mind for this tricky domain? Fatty stared at Su-ro with unblinking eyes. I only have a little guess. Su-ro's hands nervously stirred together. Just now, everyone said that they seemed to have heard something, and I also seemed to have heard a sound when I entered the creepy domain. So, I feel like we can start with the sound. She looked rushed. Voices. Yeah, right. We all heard the noise. The crowd snapped to attention. So, what do you think you're going to do? Fatty was even more nervous. Su-ro's body trembled. I think, since it has to do with sound. Before Su-ro could speak, Zhao Chuchu's voice rang out. That means that it's very likely that this creepy can communicate. Su-ro also only experienced a weird incident once and didn't see much. I think that the weirdness might be different. I still recognize the point I made earlier, that those shouldn't be the only two ways to get out of the tricky domain. She was very certain. We can try to make contact with it and remove its obsession. Maybe we can leave. I think Shui has a point. In the crowd, a man with glasses shuddered. I hear that voice again now. It's like it's calling my name. It's intimate. He slowly raised his head to the sky and replied with a relaxed smile. I'm here. Don't you be afraid. The words ended abruptly. Catching dash. The glasses fell to the floor and smashed. And the figure of the man with the glasses disappeared without a trace the moment he opened his mouth to reply. The fat man froze. An ominous feeling of foreboding surged to the forefront of his mind. Next moment, crunch. In the sky, a slow, creepy chewing sound rang out. The crowd subconsciously looked up, their pupils contracting in an instant. Wow! In midair, thick blood, like a torrential downpour, fell violently. There was no time to react. A thick mixture of organs, intestines, and finely crushed bone residue. Sticky, slimy, and dense blood poured directly onto the unprepared crowd. Among them, the largest puddle of blood, along with slippery intestines, smashed straight down and wrapped around Zhao Chuchu. Vomit. Zhao Chuchu's body trembled. Her face steeply turned pale, and after she subconsciously let out a dry retch, she stretched out her hand to cover her mouth in death. Others are not far behind. The crowd was drenched in sweet blood. Their teeth chattered. Their faces were as colorful as dirt, and fear was written all over their eyes, but they didn't dare to make a single sound at all. The sudden turn of events caused them to panic. Outside the rotten building, there was dead silence. The only thing that was left was the shadowy, twisted plants on the side, which grew more and more tender as they were nourished by the blood. Air. There seemed to drift through if anything the odd sound of urchin giggles. I don't know how much time has passed. What the hell is going on here? The fat man forced the tone of his voice, but his voice filled with fear finally slowly sounded. Wu Zhong, just died? Until now, Fatty still couldn't believe the creepy scene. His body shuddered violently once more as his eyes swept over the thick, mixed blood of chewed bones everywhere. I'm scared. From the crowd, a trembling voice rang out. Right now, they finally had a clear perception of the so-called weirdness. What to do? The fat man wiped a handful of blood-stained face, his body trembling as he looked toward Su-ro. Now, what should we do? What can determine now is that the properties of the trick domain are related to sound. Su-ro raised her head and timidly replied. But there's no way to analyze the problem if you only respond once. What do you mean? Fatty's eyes widened violently. Su-ro, are you saying that you have to continue responding to that voice? That's a death sentence. No, not necessarily a death sentence. Su-ro waved her hand nervously. Right. I understood, Su-ro. She didn't mean that. Just then, Zhao Chuchu's voice snapped out. She seemed to have figured something out. The tricky domain is dangerous. But what just happened is exactly what shows that I was right. Have you guys ever wondered what the reason is for Creepy being so powerful and able to kill Wu Zhong with ease, but has never made a move against us? Zhao Chuchu, with a ghastly face, slapped off the intestines wrapped around herself and said with dry heaves, because this one is weird and can really communicate. It's not as evil as we think, but it was our response that went wrong. The wrong answer that angered Creepy, and it killed Wu Zhong. Her pale face was full of certainty. As long as we can find the right way to respond, communicate with the weirdness, not make it angry, and remove the obsession, it will let us out. But, even if, as you say, the response is the wrong way, people die. Dian Yuanqing stared at Zhao Chuchu dead in the face. Zhao Chuchu stalled. But soon, she raised her head with a straight face. If we're in the creepy domain, we have to follow the rules of the creepy. I think there's some truth in what Chucho said. In the meantime, Su-ro's timid voice sounded again. Whether it's to find the loophole in the trick domain or the correct way to respond, we may have to communicate with that voice to do so. But, Dian Yuanqing gave a start and wanted to say something. But soon, his plump body slowly withered as if he had lost all his strength. If it was just Zhao Chuchu, he would have retorted. But with Su-ro's judgment at hand, Dian Yuanqing could only choose to accept it. The other members of the Night Runners, too, lowered their heads. Then you say, Dian Yuanqing looked at Zhao Chuchu. Who should we have respond next? What are you looking at me for? At those words, Zhao Chuchu's body trembled and jumped up. I still have to help you guys find the loopholes in the tricky domain. How can you possibly let me respond? I didn't say I'd let you. Dian Yuanqing sighed and turned his head to look at the others. But without exception, seeing his sight, everyone subconsciously lowered their heads. Why are you all? Seeing this, Dian Yuanqing opened his mouth. Just then, Su-ro let out a disconcerting sound. What's wrong? Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly followed Su-ro's line of sight. And the moment she saw the situation, Zhao Chuchu's eyes widened violently. How come you're not hurt at all? Rear. Yi Kuei was standing there, grinning straight at them. However, unlike them who were covered in blood, Yi Kuei's body was untainted and there was not even the slightest bit of dirt to be seen. Why is there no blood on you? The others saw the scene and took a few steps back. After what had just happened, they had long been tense to the extreme, and the crowd was filled with alarm at this odd situation in front of them. The blood didn't even fall on me. Yi Kuei swept his eyes from Su-ro and replied with a smile. Of course I'm fine. When the thick blood fell from the sky just now, it oddly avoided where he was, which caused Yi Kuei, who was originally prepared to dodge, to freeze for a moment. Feeling Yi Kuei's line of sight, Su-ro's body trembled for a moment. She looked at Yi Kuei in a rushed manner and spoke in a small voice. We don't want to suspect your identity, but just now, you should have heard what we said. Su-ro raised her head nervously, as if she was scared. So, in order to prove yourself, in a moment, if a voice rings out, it would be best if you're the first to respond. Right. It would be most appropriate for you to respond. As if Zhao Chuchu had also thought of something, she looked at Yi Kuei with her head held high and opened her mouth to command. Ha! At those words, Yi Kuei once again grinned as he took a step towards the front. I really can't hear that whatever sound you guys are talking about. What are you doing? Seeing this, a flash of nervousness even flashed across the faces of the crowd. All right. Seeing this, Dian Yuanqing's low voice rang out. Don't be impulsive. He looked at Yi Kuei who was walking towards them in front of him, shook his head and spoke. Let's not make things difficult for him either. He should be as ordinary as we are. Dian Yuanqing sighed and opened his mouth to reply. If none of you are willing, then let me do it. Hearing Dian Yuanqing's words, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Yuanqing, especially Zhao Chuchu, a touch flashed across her face. But just then, Yi Kuei had already taken a step and arrived beside Dian Yuanqing and the others. He stretched out his hand to grab behind himself, and out of thin air, he drew out a huge black sword that looked like a door panel, and towards Su-ro. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly and fiercely slapped down. Chapter 8, What to Do? Su-ro, who was standing in place, was simply too late to react. Her head, which had an exquisitely cute face, instantly exploded. The red and white ones flew out in all directions at once. What are you doing? Run! What's going on? Murder! Murder! Who the hell are you? In the instant this scene appeared, the bodies of Dian Yuanqing and the others were terrified and dodged backward in fear. and the eyes they looked at Yi Kuei with were incomparably fearful. Why isn't Tricky Domain responding? Yi Kuei, however, didn't pay any attention to Bian Yuanqing and the others, and after slapping Su Ro's head to pieces, he frowned in puzzlement. What? Hearing Yi Kuei's words, Bian Yuanqing and the others froze. What do you mean by that? After sensing that Yi Kuei had no intention of making a move against them, his eyes trembled as he looked towards Yi Kuei. What do you mean that the Guile Domain didn't react? It's hard to believe that you think creepy is Su Ro? Bian Yuanqing's eyes were huge. You maniac, murderer, and Zhao Chuchu's body creeped, as if she had also reacted, her voice instantly becoming louder. What the hell are you doing? Within us, only Su Ro has experienced the eerie domain. You didn't say anything, you directly made a move to kill Su Ro. How could there be someone like you? She pointed at Yi Kuei and was hysterical. You crazy person. I see that you don't want us to get out of here at all. However, the words were not finished. Rustling. Below, a strange sound rang out. Zhao Chuchu gave a start and subconsciously looked over. In just an instant, cold sweat broke out from her face. Su Ro, who had gone limp on the ground a moment ago, was struggling to get up from the ground in an extremely twisted and bizarre position. Chuchu, what happened? Did I fall? As she climbed, she rambled on, obviously without a head. The timid voice echoed clearly through the tricky domain. The crowd stiffened, as if their heartbeats had stopped at that moment. It's been through the trick domain all right. Yi Kuei looked down and grinned. But who told you guys that it came out of the creepy domain? Bang! While speaking, the coffin board once again ruthlessly slapped towards the struggling and twisting Su Ro. Put! Muffled sounds. A small monster with a large head, a twisted body with slender limbs, and a greenish-black color was directly slapped out by Yi Kuei from Su Ro's headless body. Seeing this, Yi Kuei directly picked up the little monster and opened his mouth to bite it. Bah! But after not chewing twice, he spat out the contents of his mouth in disgust and casually threw the little creature, which had lost its voice, to the ground. It's not right. A flash of gloom flashed across Yi Kuei's eyes. The spooky domain hasn't broken open yet. The little monsters are too bland in flavor. Seeing the situation, the bodies of Bian Yuanqing and the others were creeped out, and a flash of fear even flashed in their eyes. The man in front of him was evil to the point of being scary. How could anyone, towards that kind of monster, lay their mouth? And, where did he get that huge sword in his hand that looked like a door panel? If it wasn't for the fact that Su Ro really did have a big problem, I'm afraid that Bian Yuanqing and the others would have to suspect that the man in front of them was the one from the creepy domain. What the hell is going on? After repeatedly determining that Yi Kuei had no malicious intent towards them, Bian Yuanqing trembled and opened his mouth to inquire. Who exactly are you again? Is it the heavenly official that Su Ro spoke of? I'm not some heavenly official. Yi Kuei shook his head as he narrowed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Like I said, I'm just like you guys. I somehow appeared here. So, then how did you find out? Bian Yuanqing's body creeped, looking down at the puddle of blood and flesh on the ground. Su Ro, she has a problem. It's not just Bian Yuanqing. Horror was written all over the faces of the other members. No one could have imagined that Su Ro, who had been following them all along, was related to the weirdness. Its purpose is all too obvious, bent on getting you to respond to the voice. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Zhao Chuchu, and, ever since it met me, it has been provoking the relationship between me and you. The bottom line is, he grinned, it knows a little too much. It's just a bit of a shame that it doesn't seem to be the owner of this trick domain. Yi Kuei glanced at the ground and shook his head. From the beginning, every move Su Ro made did not escape his eyes. Is that right? Bian Yuanqing was in a trance. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and jerked his head up to look at Yi Kuei. But all of this is just your speculation. What if you guess wrong? What about? Yi Kuei looked at Bian Yuanqing and grinned. Bian Yuanqing's body stalled, as if he had figured something out from Yi Kuei's reply. He only felt a chill instantly surging through him. Chapter 9, who's got a problem with that? Then you can't do the killing. Just then, Zhao Chuchu's voice rang out. It was as if she had already slowed down from Su Ro's shadow, and after determining that Yi Kuei wouldn't make a move against them, it was even as if she had forgotten about her own situation of being encouraged by Su Ro to target Yi Kuei just now. You haven't experienced the creepy domain. You simply don't know what the creepy domain is like. Su Ro's behavior just now shows exactly that creepy is able to communicate. There's nothing wrong with my speculation. Zhao Chuchu stared at Yi Kuei with glaring eyes. You killed it all at once, cutting off our communication channels, without even considering the consequences. Furthermore, I can feel that Su Ro's willingness to patiently talk to me just now means that it has a hard time and is pitiful. She spoke with dissatisfaction. I admit that you're somewhat capable, but when you do something, It's really too ill-considered. From now on, the things behind, you have to listen to me. The next time you think who has a problem, the first thing you have to say to me, we cannot hurt the innocent. Zhao Chuchu was filled with righteous indignation. Put. The muffled voice sounded again before the words left his mouth. Yi Kuei slapped a coffin board, directly above Zhao Chuchu's head, and her head instantly exploded. Her body trembled, and she smashed straight to the ground. You talk too much. Yi Kuei glanced at Zhao Chuchu's corpse and retrieved the coffin board. Chuchu has something to do with the weirdness too? Seeing this, Dian Yuanqing's body trembled violently, raising his head stiffly, his voice dry and trembling. She doesn't have much to do with weirdness. Yi Kuei laughed. Su Rou is related to the weirdness. It's bad. Zhao Chuchu's situation is worse. It's stupid and bad, and heartbreakingly creepy. He shook his head. You really are out of your mind. What the hell are you doing? Zhao Chuchu just said a few more words. She didn't do anything. How can you make a move to kill her? At that, the two men in the crowd widened their eyes. Put. Moment. Both of their heads also exploded violently like watermelons. There's a lot of stupidity. Yi Kuei propped up the coffin board with his hand and looked at the remaining few people, revealing a smile. Now, who has any opinions? If you want to get out of the creepy domain, you need to figure out the situation of the creepy domain thoroughly, and the first thing to do is to eliminate all possible accidents, which, of course, includes those who will bring about accidents due to their stupidity. This is a trickster area, not an amusement park. Seeing that the people in front of him all lowered their heads and stopped talking, the smile on Yi Kuei's face gradually converged, and his eyes became incomparably cold. So, it's best to grow some brains. Now, tell me all that you know. He calmly looked at the few people in front of him. Dian Yuanqing lowered his head and was slow to respond. We, standing on the other side. The man named Hu Chungjun replied shakily. How do we know what's going on? Today we were just running at night for exercise under the organization of Dian Yuanqing. Who knew we'd run into these things? He was on the verge of tears. The man in front of him, who killed people at the drop of a hat, was far more oppressive than the inexplicable weirdness that brought him. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and glanced at Dian Yuanqing before turning his head to look at the rotten building in front of him that was shrouded in shadow. How he looked at it. The tricky area he was in right now had nothing to do with the so-called sound, but instead, it was related to this piece of rotten building, which was closely related. Let's walk and talk. He spoke faintly and stepped away. Seeing this, the other members' bodies trembled. The rotten building in front of them was like a monster devouring people under the blood moon, and they hadn't had the guts to go in after entering the tricky area. However, looking at Yi Kuei's back, the crowd gritted their teeth and could only follow. In fact, our night running squad, established for a very long time before that, really did not find Su Rou's abnormalities all the way. Hu Chengjun was all shivering about the situation. But since he didn't know much, he could only focus on telling about the situation regarding the night running squad. When did Su Rou join the night running squad? While Yi Kuei had a response, he surveyed the environment inside the rotten building. Going up the simple port staircase, one could feel the rotten building's interior, filled with a dilapidated and strange atmosphere. The exposed steel bars carried patches of rust as if they were dried bloodstains, and the remaining stone pillars resembled skeletal canines. And ever since Yi Kuei slapped Su Rou to death, he hadn't heard a single weird sound. Throughout the rotting building, only the sound of footsteps and conversations continued to echo. The exact time is unclear. Hu Chengjun followed behind Yi Kuei and shook his head. Before we joined the night running squad, she was already a part of it. But without finishing his reply, he jerked to a halt. Yi Kuei, who had been walking ahead, was currently standing motionless at the corner of the stairs. Chapter 10. Am I right? How? What happened? Hu Chengjun gulped nervously. The situation ahead gave him an ominous feeling. See for yourselves. Yi Kuei frowned and stepped aside. Vomit. And the moment he saw the situation in front of him, Hu Chengjun bent down and vomited directly. It's not just Hu Chengjun. The other members of the group, upon seeing the state of affairs ahead of them, had their stomachs begin to turn violently. Ahead, the open space on the first floor of the rotting building was strewn with dried bloodstains as well as twisted and mutilated body parts scattered all over the place. It was clear that a long time had passed, but the thick odor of blood and pungent corpse stench still poured directly into the nostrils of the crowd. How did this happen? Hu Chengjun was holding the wall, and his bile was about to be vomited out. This scene was far more stomach-churning than Wu Zhong being swallowed alive. Yi Kuei's expression, however, did not change much as he blandly surveyed the mess in front of him, and soon, his eyes stopped on the wall. On top of the surrounding rough walls, in addition to splatters of blood that had already solidified, there were large letters written in bright red asking for the house. Yi Kuei's eyes narrowed. I remember. Just then, as if Hu Changjun suddenly thought of something, he jerked his head up. No wonder I've always felt that this rotten building looks familiar. This place seems to be called something like International World City. It seems like 5 years ago, there was a not-so-small news story about this rotten building. I remember too. Yeah. It seems like there really is such a thing. Hu Changjun's words seemed to have reminded the others, and their expressions lit up as they became excited. What's going on? Yi Kuei looked at Hu Changjun. That's something I know. Without waiting for Hu Changjun to open his mouth, Dian Yuanqing's voice took the lead. What the International World City project advertised at the time was that everyone could afford a house, so the prices were not high. As a result, the developer was also slow to pay back the money, and as a result of an accident, the financial chain was broken and the progress of building construction had to be suspended. But a large group of people who were buying the house at the time didn't have a clue about the situation and started pulling banners and writing signs and defending their rights. It led to a public outcry from the developer's boss in the end, and other projects had to be put on hold, with paybacks coming to a complete standstill. But even so, the developer's bosses finally chose to face up to the difficulties and meet and negotiate with several representatives of the rights defense. Who knows? A few representatives who came at that time had an emotional breakdown and jumped off the roof of the building while holding the developer's boss. On his chubby face, indignation was written. It's a pity that the developer boss in charge of this should not have been soft at that time. But that's not what I heard. Upon hearing this, Hu Changjun froze for a moment. I remember at that time, according to the news, it was because the developer chose to rot directly after taking the money from the regulatory account after the building was topped out. Because he knew that most of the people who bought the house at that time were laborers. And even if something went wrong, it was good to take it. And at the time, even though this one house emptied the house buyers of what they had earned for most of their lives, they kindly chose to trust the developer and silently paid off the loan. That developer boss seems to be surnamed Yuan. It was only after people realized one day that the developer was circling the drain with the same scheme in the next city over that they were forced to start defending their rights, which ultimately led to the tragedy. When he said that, his expression dimmed a bit. The story on the news is simply not true. Dian Yuanqing violently waved his hand to interrupt Hu Changjun and angrily opened his mouth to say, I know the developer's boss and know the inside story. Well then, Hu Changjun's voice was a few points smaller. According to you, the end result is all about jumping to your death. Yi Kuei turned his head and glanced at Dian Yuanqing, casting his eyes towards the mess in front of him. Then what's with these body parts? That's unclear. Hu Changjun glanced at Dian Yuanqing, and after realizing that Dian Yuanqing had no intention of answering, he shook his head. It might be something that happened after the formation of the Guile domain. Actually, now that I say that, a lot of it makes sense. He took a deep breath and raised his head to look at Yi Kuei. Chu's judgment at the very beginning might not really be a problem. The probability is that this bizarre domain is formed by the obsessive thoughts of the fallen delegates. After all, there were rumors that the developer owner had his hands full, and the owners who defended their rights sought help for a long time, but there was no response. And it corresponds just fine with the voices that have been ringing in the tricky domain, wanting a response. Hu Changjun's eyes flashed with a flash of complexity. They are also poor people. They are the ones we should respond to. The voice is something I still agree with. Dian Yuanqing recognized Hu Changjun and turned his head to Yi Kuei. I think, now that we have things figured out, if we want to go out from the tricky domain, the key point may still be really on this. However, before Dian Yuanqing finished speaking, he snapped, Ahead! Yi Kuei completely ignored the corpse stench and was squatting in the pile of corpses, picking at the pieces with his hands. What are you doing? Dian Yuanqing's eyes widened. How many rights representatives came to the rotten building to negotiate at that time? Yi Kuei seemed to have discovered something, and after pausing in the pile of corpses for a moment, he raised his head, and instead of answering Dian Yuanqing, he smiled and opened his mouth to inquire. This kind of thing isn't on the news either. Hu Changjun muttered. 6. Dian Yuanqing, however, spoke the answer without thinking. There are only 5 bodies here. Yi Kuei slowly put the corpse down and turned his head to look at Dian Yuanqing. So, what happened was that the building developer's boss, in a fit of pique, tried to split up and kill 6 representatives of the rights defense to vent his anger, but made a mistake with the last one, leading to the last person, in desperation, jumping off a building with the old building developer in his arms. Did he? His tone was calm. What do you mean? A flash of bewilderment flashed across Dian Yuanqing's face. What are you talking about? What time is it? Why are you still saying such things? Haven't we already analyzed it? Hu Changjun was also anxious. The spooky domain is those few representatives of the rights defense, in full of unwillingness and obsession, before they turned into spooky. They're not creepy. Yikue looked at the corpse pieces on the ground and sighed softly. They're just poor people. Even though they've been bullied like that, they don't even have the qualifications to turn weird after death. Instead, it's a real estate developer's boss who, even after death, still has a strong unwillingness to be transformed into weirdness. Speaking, he fiercely drew out the pitch-black coffin board, and towards Bian Yuancheng, who was on the side, he directly and fiercely slapped it over. What do you say? Am I right? Chapter 11. How could you be so weak? Looking at the coffin board that was slapping straight towards him, Bian Yuancheng froze. Bang! He couldn't react at all, so he was directly slapped out. What the hell are you doing? Seeing this, Hu Chungjun immediately widened his eyes. We have already determined the source of the trick domain. Why are you still suspecting the people around you? He was already in a bit of a hurry. The man in front of me is really in over his head. What's the point of always staring at the people around you? Now he even suspected Bian Yuanqing. Had he forgotten that Bian Yuanqing was the one who had been helping him all along? But just then, hip, 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 in the back, a string of eerie smiles rang out violently. Bian Yuanqing, lying on the ground, looks incomparably wretched body, cannot stop shaking up. What happened to you? Seeing this, Hu Chengjun froze violently. However, Bian Yuanqing didn't pay any attention to Hu Chengjun as he stiffly struggled to reach out his hand towards the top of his head. Next moment, his slaw, only to see Bian Yuanqing give a hard tug. Straight away, he tore off his entire skin, revealing his original appearance. The flattened head that was only half bloody, and the body that was completely twisted and deformed, made one feel a chill just by looking at it. Finally got this crap off. However, Bian Yuanqing let out a moan of immense relief. Voices are indeed fronts in the spooky realm, because I can only eat you and draw energy from you if you willingly agree. But, it slowly climbed up and stared straight at Yi Kuei, and in its gloomy eyes, a flash of incomprehension flashed. How did you find out? At the end of the day, it's thanks to them. Yekel lowered his eyes. Below the pile of corpses, there was a line of blood gathered in small letters filled with resignation and struggle. Don't answer. Don't trust anyone. It could have been a few poor souls with all their might to make an impact, but even then, they didn't make the slightest mention of wanting revenge, but kindly left a reminder of the mark. How does a being so kind end up transforming into a cannibalistic creep? These bastard things, they gave me trouble in life, and they're still restless in death. Seeing this, Bian Yuanqing burst into a rage, his face grimacing. A bunch of damned mongrel things. A poor man. The weak are the strongest, and it's only right that these poor people, they still want to buy the houses developed by the laborers at low prices. It's already conscientious for labor to arrange for capping. Weakness deserves to be bullied, and in the end, it dares to look for trouble? The rights defense has made such a big deal that it has harmed and affected other projects, forcing labor into bankruptcy, and making labor deal with it. Labor had already made up its mind at that time that it must chop all the leaders of the ones who made the most trouble into mincemeat. It gritted its teeth. Who knows? In the end, that bastard thing, watching his companion being chopped into pieces a little bit, even didn't beg for mercy. He even took advantage of the fact that the laborer wasn't paying attention and jumped down from the building with the laborer in his arms. That's why after they die, the laborers won't let them go. We'll let them die in the wilderness without a burial place. Bian Yuanqing stared at the body parts scattered all over the place and gritted his teeth. But, speaking of which, I should actually be thanking them for that. If it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have known that the world after turning into a trick would be so wonderful. The feeling of getting stronger a little bit by pretending to be normal and tricking unsuspecting people into coming in every time, eating them under their horrified eyes, can be much more comfortable than making money. But soon, a flash of intoxication flashed across its face. I can't believe it's really you. At those words, Hu Chengjuan's body trembled and his face steeply turned pale, while the other members took a few steps back in shock. What a shame. I would have arranged the order in which you would have been eaten one by one. Bian Yuanqing glanced at Hu Chengjun and the others grimly and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Who knew that you, an ungrateful scumbag, would suddenly appear out of nowhere? I'm still not sure. You're not related to the heavenly officials, so how on earth did you enter my Guile realm unnoticed without my knowledge? I'm even more curious as to why you're always suspicious of those around you. And how you managed to guess on me in the end. Those few words alone shouldn't be enough. It had curiosity written all over its eyes. The matter of how to get into the tricky domain is something I'd like to know the answer to as well. But about doubting those around you, Su Ro's presence is too deliberate. Though your intention is that after Su Ro reveals her cracks, everyone will drop their guard and feel that the danger around them has been removed. Yi Kuei shook his head. But in my opinion, it's even more obvious to tell me that the weirdness is hiding around us. As for you, in fact, the first time I met you, You let your guard down against me and even wanted to step up to the plate and sacrifice yourself to help everyone. He grinned. I'd already want to just shoot you. You. Dian Yuanqing stalled, clearly not expecting to hear this answer. So guess what? In the next moment, his eyes snapped to a sanguine look. After you find out about me, resulting in leaving me with no way to get stronger by inducing and eating them, what will you face? A little scumbag who isn't even a heavenly official and relies on a seal he picked up from nowhere. Whoosh! The words were not yet spoken. With a flash of Dian Yuanqing's figure, he had appeared in front of Yi Kuei. Put! His twisted arm stabbed out violently, directly penetrating Yi Kuei's body, followed by another kick, directly kicking Yi Kuei in the chest. Boom! Yi Kuei flew out backwards and smashed heavily on top of the wall behind him. His chest cavity was sunken and had been fractured, and there was a huge cavity in his abdominal cavity, which was gushing blood outward uncontrollably. Don't worry, I'm going to love and cherish you. Looking at the wretched Yi Kuei, Dian Yuanqing let out a creepy, teasing laugh. Something's not right. Yi Kuei leaned powerlessly against the wall, lowered his head, and muttered, "Now you know something's wrong?" Dian Yuanqing laughed hideously. Unfortunately, it is already too late. However, before the words were finished, Dian Yuanqing then heard the words coming clearly from the front. It's really not right. Yi Kuei snapped his head up, crazy salivation written in his eyes. How could you be so weak? What? Dian Yuanqing froze. At that instant, within his guile domain, Dian Yuanqing however only felt a chill that violently struck him. Chapter 12 What the hell? Are you still talking tough at the end of your life? But the next moment, Dian Yuanqing's heart was then enveloped in anger, and with a wave of its hand, the steel pipe scattered on the ground flew up violently and stabbed at Yi Kuei. Put! The steel pipe directly pierced through Yi Kuei's body, pinning him, who had just made a move, to death on top of the wall behind him. Yi Kuei's body trembled violently, and his head drooped. Weak? Dian Yuanqing stared at Yi Kuei and sneered coldly. Uneducated waste thing, let me tell you, in the guile domain, I'm just omnipotent. Let's see what's wrong with. However, Yi Kuei's low murmuring voice yet again sounded. He hung his head, ignoring the injuries on his body that were fatal enough to hold the steel pipe that had pierced his body, and surprisingly slowly stood up. Was it an error in my judgment? Yi Kuei muttered, slowly stepping forward until he pulled his body hard out of the steel pipe. Or is that all the shenanigans out there? He snapped his head up, a crazy grin all over his face. Below, Yi Kuei's body was pierced through hard and couldn't stop bleeding in the two huge empty holes. But surprisingly, dense flesh buds had already sprouted. Flesh buds danced and reached out to each other, constantly entangled. Two large holes were just about to heal between the intertwining buds of flesh, and his sunken chest was filling up and recovering as it continued to make crunching sounds. Dian Yuanqing's scarlet pupils suddenly contracted. What the hell are you? The appearance of this scene in front of him caused Dian Yuanqing, who was a creepy, to feel creeped out. The Yi Kuei in front of him, wear like a normal person, miscellaneous things, whatever you are. But the next moment, a scowl then flashed across Dian Yuanqing's face. I'd like to see if you can grow me another one after your head falls off. With a flash of its body, it appeared in front of Yi Kuei, and its twisted and bent arm was like a long knife, slashing straight towards Yi Kuei's neck. Yi Kuei's eyes violently flashed with a flash of sternness as he sidestepped and grabbed directly behind him, the thick coffin board violently being pulled out before blocking in front of him. Bang! Yi Kuei blocked the attack of Dian Yuanqing's raw bone-spiked arm, but the difference in strength still caused him to fly backwards. Coffin board? The close proximity finally allowed Dian Yuanqing to recognize the true nature of the huge black-painted sword in Yi Kuei's hand. How dare you carry a coffin board around on your back? After it froze violently for a moment, it burst into a mocking laugh. Is it ready to pick itself a burial plot anytime at once? But the coffin board, that's something. Thinking about how the coffin board could be behind Yi Kuei and even he couldn't discover it. A flash of greed flashed in Dian Yuanqing's eyes. It's a waste to have a seal of this level in your hands. Only with me can it fulfill its true purpose. It grinned and shook its body towards Yi Kuei. Sure enough, Yi Kuei fell to the ground without seeing the slightest panic. The smile on his face instead became more and more exaggerated. After a series of tries just now, Yi Kuei was finally able to conclude that the strength of the guile in front of him was nothing more than that. Nothing compared to the coffin peeler that had trapped him for 3 years. The reason why Yi Kuei had discovered Dian Yuanqing's abnormality at that time, but had delayed taking action, was because he wasn't clear about the weirdness outside, and just how terrifying it was. Even in Yi Kuei's opinion, Dian Yuanqing was likely to be more powerful than the coffin stripper. After all, the scope of the trick domain he was in right now was far greater than the small room he was in at the time. Yi Kuei was ready to be patient. Hold back, try a little bit, and try to find a way to crack the tricky domain. But right now it seems, Well, it doesn't seem that necessary. Rather, there's no need to hesitate. With a smile on his lips, he lowered his eyes to the attribute bar on the system's light screen. Originally, he was still struggling with where the 3 extra attribute points should be added appropriately. Right now there is an answer. And something is wrong with the panel in the spirit column. Minus 9,999. Spiritual attributes show so much negativity that it seems like it doesn't make sense to add points or not. Yi Kuei shook his head, and without hesitation, he put 3 attribute points, all on physique. Boom! Just for a moment, Yi Kuei's body suddenly expanded by a few points and then contracted rapidly in a flash. His muscles were like worms wriggling under his skin, becoming tougher and more powerful. And Yi Kuei was able to clearly feel that the improvement in physique was not just for strength. His wound recovery rate, physical fitness, speed, and even reaction time, among other things, had all increased significantly. It's safe to say, the improvements brought about by the physical fitness item are all-encompassing. That's really good. Yi Kuei clenched his fists tentatively, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew stronger. And just then, above Yi Kuei's head, there was a sudden breaking sound. What a stupid pig! Dian Yuanqing's mocking voice sounded at the same time, and its arm with sharp bone spikes was carrying a biting wind as it violently stabbed over. What time is it and how dare you wander off? The corners of Dian Yuanqing's mouth were tinged with a smile, and his eyes were written with icy killing intent, as if he had already seen the scene where Yi Kuei was directly skewered by his own bone spikes and struggled in pain. Suddenly, Dian Yuanqing, however, lurched. Just at the moment when the bone spikes were about to stab Yi Kuei, they were firmly grasped by a long, bony, slender palm. The sharp bone thorns cut a deep and visible wound into the palm of the hand. Blood dripped down the bone thorns continuously, but the bone thorns, however, could no longer advance by half a point. Yi Kuei had a death grip on the bone spikes and looked at Dian Yuanqing to reveal a smile. How? A flash of shock violently flashed through Dian Yuanqing's scarlet pupils. What the hell have you done? It could clearly feel that the man in front of it was already very different from just a moment ago. It's not just the reaction time that gets faster. Even Yi Kuei's strength, which he had completely crushed at the very beginning, had grown considerably. In just a few moments, there was such a big change. All of this caused a flash of panic to surge up violently in Dian Yuanqing's heart. Yes, the madness that flickered recklessly in Yi Kuei's eyes was even more so that Dian Yuanqing was violently chilled. Bastard thing. It twisted its body and made a move to pull out its bone spikes and retreat. Trying to run? Sensing Dian Yuanqing's movements, Yi Kuei laughed in a fierce voice. He gripped the bone spikes at Dian Yuanqing's arm and violently moved forward to directly use his own body, slamming it over. Have I given you permission? Gabba dash. The bone spikes pierced through Yi Kuei's body without mercy, stuck at the point where Yi Kuei had adjusted his position, between the two bones, and could no longer be jerked. Dian Yuanqing was also with Yi Kuei, sticking together in death. It was able to clearly feel that, from Yi Kuei's body, the crazy and reckless scorching breath. What the hell are you doing, you maniac? The panicked look on Dian Yuanqing's face increased. However, what frightened it the most was Yi Kuei's purpose. What exactly is Yi Kuei going to do? And the next moment, Yi Kuei then used his actions to answer Dian Yuanqing's question. He tilted his head up and tore down hard towards Dian Yuanqing's neck. Chapter 13. This one is creepy and has gone crazy. Ow dash. As Dian Yuanqing let out an incomparably mournful scream, a huge piece of skin and flesh was torn down hard, and Yi Kuei directly chewed it with a reckless and greedy gulp. That's the flavor. His handsome face was slightly twisted with fascination and intoxication written all over it. But the energy contained within Dian Yuanqing's skin and flesh, however, could not match that of the ink coffin peeler, and the heat flow quickly disappeared within him. Can you do it? Yi Kuei sobered up with dissatisfaction. To be so unhelpful. Dian Yuanqing, who had brought boundless fear to the crowd just now, felt nothing but ice coldness in his body right now. You crazy monster, pervert. It had never thought that the man in front of it was so crazy. Dian Yuanqing was able to clearly feel that the man in front of him really wanted to eat himself. How to talk? Yi Kuei frowned and made a move to bite down again. You, go to hell. Seeing this, a flash of determination violently flashed across Dian Yuanqing's face, and sharp bone spikes suddenly emerged from within his other arm. It gritted its teeth and swung directly and fiercely. Yi Kuei frowned, but before he could react, he saw Dian Yuanqing slash a bone spur directly on top of his arm. Crunch dash. The arm stuck in Yi Kuei's body broke with a sound. Dian Yuanqing took the opportunity of Yi Kuei's daze to back away sharply with a horrified expression on his face. Yi Kuei glanced down at the arm left inside him and froze for a moment. It doesn't seem necessary, does it? I'm letting you out. Dian Yuanqing gasped for air and pulled away from Yi Kuei as much as possible. His voice couldn't stop trembling. Today's matter will be treated as if it hasn't happened. The man in front of him was just too evil. But Yikuei lowered his head and pulled out the arm that was stuck inside him and smiled. I don't want to go out right now. What the hell do you want? Seeing Yikuei's actions, Dian Yuanqing's body trembled even more. You taste good. Yikuei nibbled on Dian Yuanqing's arm and replied intoxicatedly. I only want you. Don't you bully me too much. Dian Yuanqing's scarlet eyes snapped up. Deceiving people too much? Was it considered bullying at the time when your building was maliciously rotten and ran away with the money, leaving so many poor people behind? Yikuei swallowed the delicious flavor in his mouth. His tone gradually indifferent. When you ask those 6 representatives who came to negotiate with Hope, but killed them in pieces, do you count it as bullying too much? That's what they deserve. A scowl flashed across Dian Yuanqing's face. It has, until now, not felt like it had any problems. You deserve better. Yikuei was expressionless. Toast to the world. Dian Yuanqing's face clouded over. Its eyes were filled with ice coldness. A bastard who isn't even a heavenly official. Just because he can bite me twice. Do you think that I will really be unable to do anything about you? After sensing Yikuei's extraordinary recovery ability, as well as his power that had grown violently in a flash, Dian Yuanqing then decided to change his way of dealing with Yikuei, and once decided, it then no longer hesitated. Even if it had to pay a great price, it must finish off Yikuei. Nothing but, I'll give up this flesh and blood that I used to coax people. The words were not yet spoken. The sound of skin and flesh slipping and tearing violently rang out ahead. Dian Yuanqing's hideous body split right down the middle, revealing white bones as well as blood and flesh that were adhered and interspersed with blood. Perceive the scene. Yikuei's expression snapped. His rations just went way down. Now you know you're scared? Icy cold voices rang out from all directions, and Dian Yuanqing's twisted body had already cracked to the position of his abdomen, resembling a blossoming flower of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it's already too late. I'm not like those creeps who just hide their heads. Since the first day I came to my senses, I have had the ability to weave flesh and bone. After using so much of the essence of the people I coaxed into the tricky domain, it was not easy to weave myself such a body of flesh and bone that can wear human skin. Before I can use it on the heavenly officials, I have to give it all up just because of you. This ungrateful bastard. I'll settle this score with you little by little. A grim voice that echoed throughout the entire Guile domain. And I'm going to show you what real shenanigans are really like. It's just that I hope you cannot let me down. Next moment, Dian Yuanqing's distorted figure completely cracked, and a black shadow with a lost left arm and a scar on his shoulder blade suddenly flew out from within the cracked body and lunged straight towards Yikuei. Possession. And in the instant that this scene appeared, Hu Chungjun and the others' bodies trembled, and a flash of panic immediately flashed across their eyes. Just now, during Yikuei's duel with Dian Yuanqing, they were able to relax a bit even though they were equally frightened by Yikuei's inhuman performance. After all, Yikuei was no longer on the same page as them, and Dian Yuanqing didn't seem to be able to do much with Yikuei. Instead he was bitten several times, but who knew that the situation would take a turn for the worse so soon? Although they had never encountered a trick, they had watched horror movies and clearly understood that the most terrifying thing about tricks was that they were spirit beings without physical bodies. This would mean that Guei could be possessed by a powerful spiritual force. Hu Chengjun and the others were incredibly aware of what would happen if they were possessed by the weirdness. Not only them, but even Yikuei. A flash of caution flashed in his eyes when he sensed the scene. However, the black shadow that Dian Yuanqing had transformed into was extremely fast, and there was no time to react before the black shadow had already arrived in front of him. Little brat, you can't hear the terrifying sounds coming from the creepy domain, so this time, I'll let you feel it for yourself. Next moment, the black shadow directly Yikuei fused together. Yikuei's body trembled violently and froze in place. It's over. And the moment this scene appeared, the faces of Hu Chengjun and the others were instantly covered in despair. How could Yikuei's mental strength be a match for a creepy? Yet just the next moment, a mournful and ear-piercing scream cut through the entire Guile domain. The black shadow that had just fused with Yikuei was like a lost dog as it bounced out of Yikuei's body in terror. Crazy man! You madman! What have you been through? The ones in your head. The ones in your head. Let me go. Please let me go. I really don't dare. Really don't dare. Don't skin me. I was wrong. Its torso kept flickering, its hands covering its head in death, rolling around on the ground in agony, letting out ear-piercing screams of misery. Its scarlet eyes, which were once covered in a ferocious killing intent, were completely devoid of the slightest bit of vigor. It took less than 3 seconds to invade Yikuei. This one is spooky and has gone crazy. Chapter 14. That figure. Whoa dash. Outside the rotting building, it poured violently. The scarlet rainwater couldn't stop smashing onto the ground, emitting a sweet and fishy odor. It's not rain, it's blood. After Bian Yuanqing collapsed on the ground, his shadow flickering, covering his head in pain and frantically starting to roll, blood rained down violently within the Guile domain. The spooky domain is the most visual manifestation of the spooky state. Right now, it clearly illustrated the pain that Bian Yuanqing experienced. The sound of blood raining down. Yi Kuei stood in a straight posture, quietly looking at Bian Yuanqing, who was howling in pain in front of him and rolling around on the ground. His angular face unexpectedly appeared a bit sacred under the blood rain and red moon. The scene, incredibly grotesque and bizarre. Hu Chengjun and the others looked at what was in front of them and couldn't help but shiver as they subconsciously took a few steps back and pulled away from Yi Kuei. They never imagined that the man in front of them, instead of being affected in any way after being possessed, was possessed by the guile of being directly insane, able to drive a creepy crazy. Then he remembered all the things that had happened to Yi Kuei after entering the guile domain. The crowd's bodies shuddered again. No wonder Bian Yuanqing was unresponsive when he pounced on him. All of this change was probably within Yi Kuei's grasp. The man in front of him was, I'm afraid, even more terrifying than Gue. But, rather, they had misunderstood Yi Kuei. The reason Yi Kuei stood still was not because he was in full control, but because, like them, he simply didn't have a clear picture of the situation. He was still wondering what he should do when Bian Yuanqing pounced over in the form of a black shadow. But who knew that the next moment, Bian Yuanqing would have bounced off. Even, it also looked like it was scared out of its wits. Mommy, save me. I was wrong. Don't skin me. Looking at Bian Yuanqing, who was still howling in pain and struggling madly as he fell to the ground, Yi Kuei was a bit puzzled. Forget it. Soon, though, he shook his head, not being able to figure it out. Yi Kuei never liked to think too much. There are more important things to do right now. He took a step to the side of Bian Yuanqing, who had collapsed on the ground in front of him, howling madly. After detaching itself from its flesh and bone body, Bian Yuanqing's body tended to be illusory, and it was its state at the moment that might be more in line with the image of Gue in people's minds. Yi Kuei slowly squatted down and narrowed his eyes to survey up Bian Yuanqing, whose body could not stop trembling and rolling over in pain. A few moments later, Yi Kuei was finally able to affirm that this one trick in front of him was not engaging in some kind of plotting and scheming, but had truly gone insane. He grinned. Immediately, Yi Kuei picked up Bian Yuanqing, who was twisting and struggling on the ground, and made a gesture to stuff it into his mouth. Just then, though, he seemed to think of something, and his movements lurched. That, Yi Kuei turned his head and said in a slightly embarrassed manner to Hu Chengjun and the others who were frozen in place with panic written in their eyes, "Can I trouble you guys to evade for a bit?" He thought he was still being considerate. After all, eating away the spooky scenes may not be as suitable for viewing. At those words, the crowd's bodies trembled, and they hurriedly turned around, and in panic, they ran towards the downstairs. You guys don't have to rush. Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei opened his mouth and reminded, "Slow down when you go downstairs. Be careful not to fall." Upon hearing Yi Kuei's voice, the speed of the group of people was yet obviously a few more points faster. Gue is defenseless. Why are you all still in such a panic? Seeing this, Yi Kuei sighed helplessly. He lowered his head and looked towards Gue, who had been in his grip since a moment ago and had stopped howling with a demented look on his face, and revealed a wide smile. Next moment, his slaw, Yi Kuei bit down hard. And the moment he bit down, his eyes snapped open. Compared to the blood and flesh that he had swallowed at the beginning, the taste and flavor of Gue in the spirit body state right now was much more sweet and enticing, and even the energy was more refined. It seems that weirdness tastes different when it's in a different state. As Yi Kuei chewed greedily, he gained a new understanding of flavor. It's so hard to eat it all at once. He lowered his head to Gue, who was missing a large chunk of his body, and pity was written in his eyes. It can't be helped though. Who made your flavor so enticing? Yet just then, Yi Kuei froze violently. I wonder if that's why he just took that bite. Bian Yuanqing, who had just been pinched in his hands and was lightly stagnant, had a trace of gleam slowly appearing in his scarlet eyes. So, it's you! And after completely regaining its vigor, it seemed to have reacted to something that was simply unacceptable. Its body struggled uncontrollably and let out a hiss of a million unwillingness. It's you! Everything about me is a lie. You've been manipulating me. The extremely impactful sound resounded throughout the entire Guile domain. Rumble. Along with the sound, the entire creepy domain shook violently. The rotting building seems like it's about to collapse in this moment. Bian Yuanqing had collapsed and seemed to want to take the Guile domain and destroy it along with Yi Kuei. Why are you yelling so loud? Yi Kuei, however, didn't even blink as he stared dissatisfiedly at Bian Yuanqing, who had regained his sanity, and directly took a bite. Ow dash. The piercingly loud voice came to an abrupt end. The creepy shadow's head, instantly missing a large portion. Its expression, once again reverted to the demented look it had just had. Seeing the state of its eyes, it should no longer be possible to be awake. Buzz. The coffin board resting on one side vibrated violently, as if it were taunting something. What manipulation is not manipulation? Yi Kuei didn't bother with the dissimilarity of the coffin board. He greedily lowered his head once again and took a hard bite. What's being said? How come I can't understand any of it? All of a sudden, Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something as he gave a sharp start and hurriedly stood up to look down. The group of people who had hurriedly run downstairs just now were affected by the strange movements and ear-piercing sounds of the weird domain, and at some point, they had already collapsed on the ground and fainted. Alas! Yi Kuei frowned slightly. He hadn't felt much of the dissension just now, but that might not be the case for the others. Forget it, let's eat first. Yi Kuei shook his head and lowered it again. Yet just then, click 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 dash, a sound like a landslide came violently from the sky. The moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky of the dimly lit eerie domain where the blood moon hung. Immediately, a slender, delicate figure in a brilliant red dress was behind the rift in the sky, and she tore at the sky with one hand until the rift grew larger and larger. Class 1 tricky territory. Nope. Class 1 mutant creepy domain. No threat. No clues related to the shady coffin stripper found. Bright eyes drooped and swept, and a clear, cold voice resounded throughout the guile domain. At the same time, as she tore at it, the crack swelled and spread across the entire dim sky. Rumble. With a muffled sound, the tricky domain instantly collapsed, revealing the back of the sky, the warm and brilliant starry sky, and the warm and bright moon in the sky. Chapter 15, The Guru. The stunningly beautiful woman in a brilliant red dress, relying on only one hand, directly ripped apart the terrifyingly bizarre domain that had plagued Yi Kuei for so long. And even though the weirdness has completely dissipated, the woman's slender and delicate figure was still hovering in mid-air. Yi Kuei stood on top of the earth that had returned to normal, tilting his head as he stared deathly at the stunningly beautiful woman in mid-air. The woman seemed to have sensed the gaze from below, her cool eyes dropping down and moving away after skimming over Yi Kuei without any fluctuation. Immediately, with a flash of her figure, she was about to disappear from mid-air and leave. Wait! Seeing this, Yi Kuei's irritated voice snapped out. I wasted so much effort to catch this Kuei, only to have it pinched by you in one go. Aren't you supposed to give me a statement? Yi Kuei glared at the direction the woman had left, and the guile shadow he had just grasped in his hand had simply dissipated the moment the guile domain collapsed and shattered. Oh! The woman's slender figure came to a sudden stop. She lowered her head and looked towards Yi Kuei, who had anger written all over his face. The corner of her mouth flashed with an interested smile. Then what do you say? How do I need to give you a statement? At the very least, you'll have to pay me for one that's almost as good. The rations that had been caught with a lot of effort, and before they could take 2 bites, they just dissipated straight away. All of this made Yi Kuei very angry. There are quite a few Class 1 creeps, but mutated Class 1 creeps are really relatively rare. The woman's willow brows were slightly knitted, and she was actually really thinking about Yi Kuei's statement. Immediately, I'm going to continue to look for clues about the shadowy coffin peelers. She turned her head to the side and said indifferently, after you guys clean up the scene and do the aftermath, ask him if he's interested in taking the heavenly official's examination. If you don't want to participate, then you will compensate him at 10 times the bounty of a Class 1 mutant creep. Before the words fell, the delicate figure had already disappeared from mid-air, and at this point, Yi Kuei realized that after the tricky domain shattered, he was in the exact same rotten building as in the tricky domain. Around them, there stood dozens of tall, short, fat and thin figures. However, without exception, these figures exuded a strong and powerful aura. He was just surrounded in the middle. Boy, you've got some nerve. Seeing Yi Kuei's eyes cast, the leader, a middle-aged man with a country face, revealed a smile. This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to make a request to the Guju bird like this. But thought so. He shook his head and looked at Hu Chungjun and the others who had fainted below. A touch of pity flashed across his face. If they were a little less bold, I'm afraid that they would have been just like them, mentally affected and turned into little cuties. Are they stupid? Yi Kuei froze violently. He hadn't expected Bian Yuanqing's final outburst to have such a great impact. Yeah, the middle-aged man sighed. Recently, the situation of bizarre revival has become more and more frequent. Even if it's only Class 1 bizarre, it's simply not something that ordinary people can fight against. So it's no wonder that the gurus let you take the heavenly official's examination. He raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and revealed a smile. To be able to resist a mutated Class 1 guile, you are indeed very talented. Guru, is that the woman from earlier? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. To be precise, she should be addressed as Lord Guju. Lord Guju is one of only a few 6th-class heavenly officials within the authority. A flash of admiration flashed across the middle-aged man's face, but soon after, he sighed. However, due to the heavenly official trait, it has led to Lord Guju's character. The middle-aged man shook his head, no longer mentioning the words about the guru bird, but instead looked at Yi Kuei and opened his mouth to inquire. So, how have you considered Lord Guru Bird's proposal just now? Is it for a hefty sum of compensation? Or is it, say, to take the heavenly official's examination? The heavenly official's examination? Yi Kuei did not understand. The incident you just experienced is a bizarre event, under the jurisdiction of the Bureau of Unusual Affairs, and the existences that deal with bizarre events are the heavenly officials. In light of the request you just made to Lord Guju only proposed that you take the heavenly official's examination. The middle-aged man patiently explained. Because only by becoming a heavenly official can you have full access to deal with the weirdness. Is that right? Yi Kuei was thoughtful. But what I want you to be clear about is that becoming a heavenly officer means being in constant contact with the bizarre and represents extreme danger. The man's nationally serious voice immediately rang out. A single carelessness will cost you your life. Even if you participate in the heavenly official's examination, there will be danger present. On the contrary, if you are compensated in cash, it's quite a large sum of money. He looked at Yi Kuei seriously. Regular contact with creepy? The instant he heard these words, Yi Kuei's eyes snapped open and he licked his lips. I'm going to participate in the heavenly official examination. I want you to think this through. The middle-aged man patiently persuaded. At the very least, you should also think about your own family. I have no family. Yi Kuei directly interrupted the man, revealing a bright smile. This heavenly official's examination. I'm taking it. He had originally traveled across the country, and 3 years had passed, so where were his family's memories? And, although Yi Kuei had only taken a few bites of shenanigans before he was pinched by the guru bird, he had verified his suspicions. On the system panel, not only is there an extra free attribute point, even the ability column has an extra item. Trickster Servant. You can use your own flesh and blood to fabricate a weak trickster servant that appears briefly to do your bidding. Although it's good to be a trickster, don't use it too much. It looked like the characteristic that he had devoured infused, and what he had gained from Bian Yuanqing was that ability to summon a trickster servant. However, it is the last item that is most critical. Remaining life, 8 days. Increased your own life expectancy by 5 days. Swallowing shenanigans means longevity, so whether it was dangerous or not was never in the realm of Yi Kuei's consideration. The middle-aged man gave a beat. Having no parents to hold on to, it's actually quite fitting to be a celestial official. However, he didn't know whether it was an illusion or not. Obviously he had just experienced a horrible and terrifying bizarre event, but he couldn't see the slightest bit of fear in Yi Kuei's body. Instead, the man before him seemed to have become more excited after he himself had reminded the Tenkan of the extreme dangers and the need to deal with weirdness on a regular basis. Even that wasn't excitement. Rather, it's anticipation, salivation, it's overwhelming desire. The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously, putting his absurd thoughts behind him. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say any more. He resumed looking at Yi Kuei. In the past, after experiencing a bizarre incident, we would do something about ordinary people. But since you chose to take the heavenly official's examination, this item can be cancelled. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and reminded. However, we will still cover up the aftermath of this incident, and the matter about the weirdness belongs to the top secret and cannot be leaked. I know. Yi Kuei nodded. Here you go with this. The middle-aged man threw Yi Kuei a black cell phone. I'll contact you when the heavenly official examination begins. Thanks. Yi Kuei glanced down. The cell phone wasn't that different from the one he had crossed over to that world. Only it was a bit more sturdy and delicate. Immediately, after registering Yi Kuei's information and determining that this one incident had indeed not brought any bad effects to Yi Kuei, the middle-aged man then signaled that Yi Kuei could leave. They still had the aftermath to deal with. Alas, gazing at Yi Kuei's back as he left, the middle-aged man sighed. It was only when we were first monitored that there might be clues to the coffin strippers here that we were sent out, and we even alarmed the anti-bird. Who knows? He let out a bitter laugh, full of helplessness. Chapter 16. He is, indeed, not human. Who knew it would end up being just class 1 shenanigans? But I just observed the bizarre characteristics of this one. It's very similar to the coffin stripper. On the side, the short and fat, but extremely powerful heavenly official shook his head. Maybe that's the reason why there was a misunderstanding at the end. After all, the authority is now tense as a scared bird. How can you not be nervous? The middle-aged celestial official sighed. An existence that can obliterate a coffin peeler's 7 level of weirdness. Just thinking about it makes one shudder. However, to be able to die at the hands of a Guju bird and have so many of our senior heavenly officials give it a good afterlife. This class 1 creepy. It's a worthy death. He let out a bitter laugh and could only flirt helplessly. Yi Kuei, who had already left, did not hear the conversation coming from behind him, and after getting away from the rotten area, he finally had a chance to observe the world he had traveled to. Authentic stinky tofu. Don't pay if it doesn't stink. Grilled gluten. $3 a skewer. $10 for 3. Clearance sale. The boss ran away with his sister-in-law. The lowest price in the market. The soft moonlight. The busy streets. The crowds of people passing through the bustle. Roadside stalls filled with fireworks. All of this. It seemed to be no different from the world before Yi Kuei crossed over. If it wasn't for what he had just experienced, he wouldn't have been able to imagine that underneath all this peace and quiet, there would be so many terrifying strangenesses hidden underneath. Yi Kuei weaved his way through the bustling crowd to the stinky tofu stall and bought a stinky tofu. When the middle-aged heavenly official gave Yi Kuei the cell phone just now, probably considering the condition Yi Kuei had just come out of the tricky domain, he told him that Yi Kuei could use some of the money in the cell phone as he wished. It tastes really good. Getting the stinky tofu, Yi Kuei lowered his head and tasted it, grinning and nodding. Though it was a step away from creepy soul-stirring deliciousness, the stinky and flavorful stinky tofu was still appealing. The bottom line is this. He had thought that, after all this time, he had lost the need for food. Now it seems that you are a normal person after all. Yi Kuei revealed a smile of satisfaction. With that, he ate from the street to the end of the street and back to the street, going back and forth 3 times. Finally, in the shocked eyes of the crowd of stall owners, Yi Kuei reluctantly turned around and left. Fresh out of the trickster's domain, it's always a good idea to pad your tummy a little bit. 3 points of fullness is just right. The bottom line is that there's not quite enough money in the phone. Leaving the snack street, it was getting late. Yi Kuei found a hotel and stayed there. After briefly cleaning up, he let out a long, comfortable sigh as he lay down on his bed, wrapped in soft bedding. 3 whole years without sleep. And today, finally, I don't have to worry about the constant drip of blood. No need to worry about the creepiness that could appear at any moment, tearing off your skin and devouring it. Not to mention the constant calculations, waiting for that one and only chance to resist. He was finally able to get a good night's sleep. In a trance, Yi Kuei fell into a deep sleep. This was the first time he had slept in 3 years. Quiet and peaceful dreams. Yi Kuei's nose twitched violently, smelling a faintly familiar scent of blood. No, it's not the smell of blood, it's the smell of rust. His eyes snapped open. Outside the window, the sun was already shining and the sun was up. And right in front of him, a dagger that flashed with cold light was stabbing straight towards him. Yi Kuei's eyes fiercely flashed with a flash of sternness. And the moment the dagger was about to stab him, he gripped the sharp blade of the dagger. Wow! The dagger blade cut right through the skin, and blood gushed out violently. However, without frowning a bit, Yi Kuei clenched the dagger tighter and tighter until it was deeply stuck in his hand. Are you out of your mind? Stunned insults rang out violently from the front. A man wearing a mask and hat that covered himself tightly was holding a dagger and staring at Yi Kuei with wide eyes in incomparable shock. Meh! Yi Kuei grinned, and while clutching the dagger, he flew up and kicked directly over. Bang! The masked man was like a broken sack and flew straight out. Under the up to 16 points of physique, Yi Kuei's physical quality, in all aspects, had far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Put! The masked man fell to the ground and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the extent of the dent in his chest, it was obvious that he had broken an unknown number of ribs as well. Who sent you? Yi Kuei slowly got up and after pulling the dagger out of his palm, he turned his head to look at the masked man. And on his hand, the bone deep wound, the flesh buds grew and flipped between. Surprisingly has begun to heal. You, the masked man clearly saw what was in front of him. His body creeped, and his face, which was already a pale color, became even paler. Odd. Monsters. The masked man let out a violent, terrified yelp. He staggered straight up, even ignoring the sharp pain from his broken ribs, and turned around in a panic to escape. The man in front of him was a monster. You. Yi Kuei raised an eyebrow and shook his dagger. But soon, he seemed to think of something and stopped his hand. Who could it be? Yi Kuei stood in place and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the back of the masked man in front of him, who was fleeing in panic and incomparable. And behind the masked man, on the blood that Yi Kuei had just spilled, a small twisted figure slowly emerged. It tilted its head and grinned its mouth that was covered in sharp teeth, showing a smile to Yi Kuei. A few moments later, Yi Kuei unhurriedly arrived outside a villa area. The information passed to him by the trickster servant. The masked man was in this villa area. Yi Kuei glanced at the towering fence, and after taking a few steps back, he fiercely accelerated, and with just a single leap, he directly tumbled over the fence. Immediately, he took a step towards the northern part of the villa. In the meantime, inside the luxurious detached house, You're such a loser. You can't even handle this little thing. And you still have the face to come back to see us. A mean-looking, bloated, middle-aged woman was stretching out her stubby fingers and sternly reprimanding the man who was sprawled on the ground with panic written all over his face. It's not that I can't do it right. I did it. I really did it. But the man you made me kill, he wasn't even human. The man's face flashed even more fear. He's a monster. Do you guys understand? He's a monster. He was clearly the masked man from earlier. Pop. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man standing behind the woman's face sank violently, and directly rushed up and slapped a slap, fiercely slapping the masked man in the face. Monster? He spoke coldly. If you can't do it, you can't do it. I've raised you for so long for you to make up stories and make excuses for me here? Mr. Zhao, I really didn't make up the story. The masked man's body trembled as he struggled to pull off his shirt, revealing his sunken chest. He only kicked me once, and I'm like this. At the time I cut him, but it was as if his wounds were alive, and they immediately sprouted and healed. That scene was so terrible. I can't forget it for the rest of my life. He's, like, really not human. Chapter 17, Evil Sneak. I went to all that trouble to get this scumbag's information out of the bureau. Listening to the words of the masked man, the man known as Mr. Zhao's face became more and more gloomy. Just to hear you spouting nonsense to me here? Zhao Chuchu and the rest of them went out in such a large group, went crazy, died, and survived him alone. Whether he's human or not, he's going to die for me. A piercingly cold light flashed in his eyes. Mr. Zhao, I know that you adopted Zhao Chuchu for many years, and your feelings are very deep. You are very angry when something happens to her. The masked man's body shuddered. But if you actually met the guy, you'd know how scary he is. The man known as Mr. Zhao was Zhao Chuchu's adoptive father, Zhao Hongwei. Terrible? Zhao Hongwei stared straight at the masked man. I'm going to give you one more chance. If you can't bring that scumbag's head back to me, then I'm going to take your head. Mr. Zhao. Me. The masked man's body continued to tremble and his face grew paler. Zhao Hongwei can be from penniless. In just a few years, we'll do more than 100 million. Monopolized half of the city's herbal market, relying on the ruthlessness. There were even rumors that Zhao Hongwei had some extremely bizarre and evil means, but the experience just now had really scared the guts out of the masked man. He really didn't dare to face Yi Kuei again. Not willing to go? Zhao Hongwei laughed sardonically. The hall of the luxurious villa darkened violently for a few moments. Inside the living room, the eerie sound of scales scraping and sliding across the floor suddenly appeared. Ah! What the hell? Don't! Ah! Next moment, the masked man's mournful howl snapped, only to end abruptly. The lavish hall was back to bright in moments. However, the masked man's figure, had already disappeared without a trace, and the only thing left behind was a streak of sticky blood on the ground where he had just been. Fear of an unknown little scumbag. Zhao Hongwei stared at the bloodstains on the ground and let out a cold laugh. So, there's no fear of me, is there? Behind him, the middle-aged woman named Deng Zhu seemed to have been used to all this for a long time. She took a disgusted glance at the location where the masked man had disappeared, turned around with a quick and skillful step, and took out 3 incense burners and handed them to Zhao Hongwei. The great mistress of immortals, the disciple is here to bow in thanks. Zhao Hongwei took the incense, lifted it up and placed it on his brow, walked step by step to the center of the living room, kneeled down respectfully and immensely, and kowtowed 3 times. On the day of the great sacrifice, the sacrifice will be offered. The picket above the villa's lobby is a deliberately hollowed-out niche. The incense curled up, as if it had received some attraction, and floated eerily toward the niche, and enshrined within the niche was a snake as black as ink, smooth and without scales. The long snake curled up, burying its triangular head within its body. Only through sporadic gaps could its cunning eyes be seen. It was obviously just a statue, but it was like a living thing. That cold, sticky feeling just screams of discomfort. Old Zhao, adopting Zhao Chuchu for so long, providing her with good food and drink day in and day out, just for this great sacrifice, only to have her inexplicably die. Tang Ju respectfully stood aside until Zhao Hongwei got up before he dared to speak. That scumbag you said, is it good or not? We're already too late to find sacrifices for the lady of the diffuse immortals. Zhao Chuchu was clearly their adopted daughter, but mentioning it was like an object, and neither of them felt any sadness. Their focus has always been on that so-called great sacrifice, Zhao Chuchu's cause of death. The news coming out of the bureau has been incoherent. The traces of cover-up and falsification are obvious, indicating that what she encountered is not that simple. Zhao Hongwei's eyes were ice-cold, and to be able to survive this kind of thing unscathed means that scumbag's destiny must be extraordinary, and Mother Jixian will love it. But that punk thing Peng who was so useless that this little thing would scare him into that state. Terrible? Not human? He's never seen what it means to be truly horrible. He sneered. What I am afraid of now is that Peng who beat the grass to scare the snakes and let that little scumbag run away. Yet just then, I actually thought at first that you guys just wanted to avenge your daughter's death. A slightly laughing voice interrupted Zhao Hongwei's words. Who? Zhao Hongwei turned around violently. In the rear, at the villa gate, an upright figure was walking in unhurriedly. Though stepping forward, the figure's eyes never left the niche in the hall's picket fence. He stared straight at the long snake statue with salivation written in his eyes. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Zhao Hongwei stared up. The eyes of the figure in front of him made his heart inexplicably cold. Didn't you just say that you were looking for me? Yi Kuei finally lowered his head and grinned. It's you damned little scumbag. Zhao Hongwei froze and reacted violently. You even followed that punk thing Peng Hu and found your way to me. I was merely curious as to who was trying to kill me. Yi Kuei shook his head. After all, I just came out not long ago. I'm not familiar with anything yet. Who knew that there would be a surprise? He returned his eyes to the niche and licked his lips. Oh yeah. Yi Kuei didn't lower his head. His faint voice continued to sound. As for Zhao Chuchu's cause of death, you guys don't need to mess around with it. I killed the person. You. Zhao Hongwei's face changed violently. But soon, the corners of his mouth hung with a grim smile. Since Zhao Chuchu died in your hands, that just means that you're more suitable than her to serve as a sacrifice to the Lady of the Snake Immortals. The fact that you dared to come to me shows that you have confidence in yourself. Zhao Hongwei looked at Yi Kuei in a lofty manner and shook his head. But it's a pity that you know nothing about the horrors of this world. Do you know the Heavenly Officer? Yi Kuei suddenly thought of something. He looked down at Zhao Hongwei and inquired curiously. Tenkan? Zhao Hongwei froze for a moment. His face blank. You don't know. That's good. Yi Kuei grinned and raised his head to look at the niche again. So, this is the evil spirit? The flavor that was different from weird, but equally sweet, still lingered on the tip of his nose. Bold. How dare you show disrespect to the Queen of Immortals? Zhao Hongwei suddenly burst into a rage. His face red, his eyes spitting fire. Damn bastard. I'm going to cut your head off and make a big sacrifice to the Queen of the Cassian Immortals. The words were not yet spoken. The villa hall was violently dim. Patter. Out of reach of the environment. The chilling sound that made one's scalp tingle, as if scales were scraping and sliding across the ground, resounded once again. Chapter 18. What the hell are you? Out of reach of the environment. That scalp-numbing, eerie sound, slammed close. Suddenly, fishy air. The smell of danger was thick and overwhelming. Yi Kuei's expression stared as he subconsciously sidestepped to avoid it. Hiss. In the midst of a darkness, Yi Kuei could only vaguely feel as if there was something that slashed against his body. The cold and slippery touch only gave Yi Kuei goosebumps. Evil spirits? Not far ahead. Zhao Hongwei looked at Yi Kuei's location with his head held high and sneered. Disdain written all over his face. The might of the immortal maiden is also something you can imagine? The darkness. As if it had no effect on him. However, Yi Kuei had no time to pay attention to Zhao Hongwei. Hiss. For in an instant, the fishy wind came once more. The sounds that came from the area, the fishy wind that was brought up, all clearly told Yi Kuei that in front of him was a behemoth. Even Yi Kuei could feel that there was a bloody mouth in front of him that was greedily trying to swallow him. He snapped his body to the side, wanting to dodge sideways as he had done earlier. This time, however, after the cold and slippery thing had scratched close to Yi Kuei once again, behind him, however, a lingering air-breaking sound resounded at the same time. Asterisk. Yi Kuei's face sank. Snapped. Bang. A huge force suddenly came, and he was directly slapped out. Yi Kuei heavily smashed into the wall of the villa, his body showing an extremely unhealthy distortion as he collapsed limply to the ground. That extremely strong jerk just now directly slapped off Yi Kuei's spine. The thing that had initiated the attack clearly had an extremely high IQ, having learned the lesson of being dodged by Yi Kuei the first time. LOL. Ha ha. After seeing Yi Kuei fall to the ground powerlessly, ahead of them, the teasing laughter of a shady woman unexpectedly rang out. What an insouciant fool looking for death. Zhao Hongwei stood at the back, looking at the situation in front of him with sarcasm written in his eyes. In his line of sight, he was able to see it clearly. In front of Yi Kuei was a giant boa that was more than 10 meters long, with ghastly white eyes and covered in strange patterns. At this moment, the giant boa was erecting its own upper body and staring at Yi Kuei, its scales constantly opening and closing and rubbing together, letting out a shrill mocking laugh, and it erected the upper half of the body of those bizarre patterns together, as if a tightly closed eyes absolutely beautiful woman's face. This scene only called for a chill down the spine. Swish dash, and the giant boa didn't give Yi Kuei any chance to catch his breath. After mocking, its body twisted, and with its bloody mouth open, it swam directly towards Yi Kuei. This time, The giant boa was clearly trying to swallow Yikue as much as it could. Not being able to see anything is a bit annoying really. Yikue collapsed to the ground, feeling the fishy wind in front of him, frowning tightly. We have to think of a way to do this. But there wasn't much time to think at all, and the giant boa had already arrived in front of him with a blistering gale. Yikue's face stared as he reached out and made a gesture to grab behind him. Forget it. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and with a flash of sternness in his eyes, he directly clenched his arm that was reaching back into a fist, and violently disliked the location in front of him where the fishy air was pungent. What a brainiac! Seeing this scene, the sneer at the corner of Zhao Hongwei's mouth, who was standing at the back, worsened. Is it because you don't think you're going to die fast enough? Because he saw it clearly. Although Yikue's body dodged the boa's attack, he shoved his arm, vertically, into the boa's mouth. Yikue's arm was bitten by the giant boa. Yet the next moment, Zhao Hongwei's expression, however, snapped. This was because he realized that after his arm was bitten by the giant boa, instead of having the slightest tension and panic on Yikue's face, he revealed a sardonic smile, like to eat huh. A scowl suddenly flashed across Yikue's handsome face. His slaw. He yanked backward, hard enough to rip his arm off by the roots, leaving it in the boa's mouth. Then give me a good meal. The smile at the corner of Yikue's mouth became more and more exaggerated as he pushed himself up hard and slapped down hard towards the giant boa's mouth. Slamming down vigorously, the boa's mouth slammed shut, and the jaggedly broken bones in his arm directly pierced through the boa's mouth. Ow dash! The giant boa's body trembled and let out a hiss of pain as it jerked back, unable to stop flinging itself around. Don't move. I'll help you. Seeing this, a flash of nervousness violently flashed across Zhao Hongwei's face, and he hurriedly ran over towards the giant boa that kept rolling around. However, without waiting to come to the boa's side, he realized that the arm that was stabbed into the boa's mouth had slowly dissolved and disappeared on its own. Zhao Hongwei froze. He simply couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. Even though the boa had a strong digestive ability, there was no way for it to digest the bones stabbed in its mouth in such a short period of time. Just then, in Zhao Hongwei's ears, the naughty and playful giggles of young children suddenly rang out. His body creeped, and he began to survey his surroundings with incomparable nervousness. Who the hell is it? In the villa, apart from him and Deng Ju, there would be no one else, and the laughter emitted by the boa was not at all this bizarre. That laughter, where the hell did it come from? The sound of childish giggling resumed. And this time, Zhao Hongwei finally saw that a small greenish-black monster with twisted limbs and a horrifying face had appeared on the giant boa's torso that looked like a bucket of water. The little monster sensed Zhao Hongwei's line of sight and grinned, revealing a mouthful of fine, sharp teeth at Zhao Hongwei. Next moment, it moved on all fours, got on top of the boa and began to run and crawl. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Hongwei's cold sweat then flowed down. So it was a big earthworm. In the meantime, Yikue's slightly smiling voice slowly sounded from behind Zhao Hongwei. Zhao Hongwei turned around in panic, and the moment he turned around, he was like falling into an ice cellar, frozen directly in place. At the same time, Zhao Hongwei finally understood what that sentence in Pine Hu's mouth at that time, that he really wasn't human, meant. Kaching dash. With a crunch of bones, Yikue struggled to slowly and surprisingly climb up. His twisted and deformed body straightened up a little bit, and his broken spine was recovering. At the same time, Yikue's body sidestepped, and the arm that had obviously been broken by the roots, surprisingly began to regenerate along the shoulder. Bleak white bones, spread floating, muscle fibers like worms wriggling, constantly entangled downward growth. A blood vessel is like a spider web around the beginning of weaving. The scene in front of him was bizarre. Zhao Hongwei's body couldn't stop trembling. Next moment, what the hell are you? He finally couldn't take it anymore and let out a harsh, terrified scream. Boundless fear had completely overwhelmed Zhao Hongwei. Chapter 19 Immortal Mother. Didn't you say that I was a sacrifice to your what's-his-name maiden? Yikue replied lightly with a smile on his lips. At the same time, he reached out with his other intact hand and grabbed behind him. In Zhao Hongwei's trembling eyes, Yikue grabbed his twisted arm bone that looked like a sword hilt, and ripped the thick coffin board a little out of thin air from behind him. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Hongwei's body became more and more stiff. Even though he had seen the unbelievable tactics of the Empress of the Huanxian Immortals, the bizarre scene before him was still far beyond what he could bear. But Zhao Hongwei didn't get a response from Yikue. A darkness. Little earthworm. I'll see where you're going to run this time. Yikue carried the coffin board and charged directly towards the boa in front of him. Hiss. Seeing this, the giant boa's tank-thick body was violently creepy, and it also sensed that on Yikue's body, the strong weirdness. Its miserable white snake eyes flickered for a while, and it wordlessly wandered to the corner, spitting out its snake letters, ready to wait for an opportunity to move with the help of the pitch-black surroundings. However, it had just stopped moving when it saw Yikuei directly turn around and once again rushed in its direction. Hiss! The giant boa's spat out snake letters directly froze. It hastily changed position again. However, regardless of which direction the boa was dodging in, Yikuei was able to clearly find its location. And while it was swimming, the sound of the childish child's weird and playful laughter, meanwhile, kept echoing in the darkened living room. The scene became more and more eerie. However, the person who felt the fear right now had completely switched roles. You have something on your back. In the meantime, Zhao Hongwei finally determined the reason. He stared at the trickster servant lying on top of the boa and opened his mouth tremblingly to warn. It will reveal your position. Rumble. At those words, the scales on the giant boa's body exploded violently, constantly flinging its body and violently flopping around. It tried to shake off what was lying on top of it. However, the boa was allowed to fling itself around uncontrollably, but it didn't have the slightest effect on the guile servant lying on top of it. Even, the creepy servant was still able to straighten his green and black twisted body, grinning as he let out another burst of playful laughter at Zhao Hongwei. No way! You can't shake it off at all. Seeing this, Zhao Hongwei's body was even more trembling, and with a pale face, he opened his mouth and said to the giant boa, "You have to hurry up and kill that scumbag." Hiss! A flash of annoyance finally flashed through the giant boa's cold and pale eyes. Its thick body turned violently and opened its bloody mouth with sharp teeth, making a gesture that it was about to go to Yikuei to fight for its life. Upon turning around, however, the boa froze violently. Yikuei's figure had unexpectedly disappeared at some point. Next moment, dash! A harsh wind suddenly swept past the boa's head. It stiffened and looked up in panic. "Are you looking for me?" In the miserable white icy snake eyes, the figure of Yikuei with a crazy smile, holding a coffin board from the sky and ruthlessly slashing downwards was clearly reflected. Boom! The thick coffin board directly split on the bull-sized hard scales on top of the boa's head, colliding violently and even bringing up specks of sparks. The boa's body swayed, unable to withstand such an impact at all, and fell to the ground and fainted. And with the help of the suddenly bright firelight, Yikuei also finally got a full view of the giant boa. "So it's a little snake." He grinned. "Your head, though, is really hard." Immediately afterward, Yikuei didn't even care about Zhao Hongwei who was on the side, so he once again raised the coffin board and smashed it down fiercely towards the scales of the boa's head that had struck the boa for the first time. The giant boa's body stiffened violently and completely lost consciousness. On the way to the villa, Yikuei had already put the last point of his free attribute and tapped on physique. 17 points of physical alteration is not just a half a point. Despite the boa's huge size and strength, if it wasn't in a pitch-black environment, it wouldn't have been a match for Yikuei at all. Yikuei's face was expressionless, and without stopping his movements, he smashed down again. Boom, boom, boom. Violent smashing sounds echoed continuously in the empty villa hall. Each of Yikuei's smashes with all his strength brought up specks of sparks, and this time, with the help of the bright and dark constantly lit fire, even Dang Ju, who stood at the end and originally had a black eye, was able to see the changes under each knock. The scales on the top of the boa's head, which was like a steel plate, began to crack and continuously shatter, and then, the shattering traces became bigger and bigger, and the skin and flesh turned out, until a half-sized hole appeared in the boa's head. It's not easy to find a good place to get off with you when you're so hard. The last scene that appeared in front of Deng Ju was that under the illumination of the bright dim firelight, Yikuei's slender figure was like a demon, and after murmuring in a low voice, he little by little ripped open the hole on top of the boa's head, and climbed in alive. Immediately, what resounded in the silent villa was the creepy sound of loud chewing. Deng Ju's hairs instantly stood up in sweat, and her intense fear completely incapacitated her. After following Zhao Hongwei for so long, she had seen quite a few brutal scenes, but Deng Ju had also never thought that she would one day see this scene in front of her. Yet compared to her, the fear that Zhao Hongwei felt was more than 100 times greater, because he can see what's in front of him, including now. Crunch dash. With the sound of chewing, Zhao Hongwei was able to clearly see that the thick torso of the terrifying boa that had followed him for a long time and had given him countless rivals to settle was bulging a little bit, and then quickly leaving behind a shriveled piece. This meant that the silhouette that had just drilled into the boa had been gnawing forward uncontrollably inside the boa's body raw. Wow! Zhao Hongwei only felt a warmth in his crotch. He's hardwired to pee, but the sudden warmth also woke up the limp Zhao Hongwei. Lady Goblin Fairy, I beg you to save my life. He panicked and turned around, directly kneeling on the ground. towards the statue, and the niche behind him couldn't stop kowtowing and begging for help. Under the fear, Zhao Hongwei even knocked his head out of deep blood. Zhao Hongwei's plea for help was quickly answered. Who dash? A gust of cloudy wind sliced violently through the halls of the villa where he couldn't reach his fingers. In the niche, the long snake statue that was originally curled up with a scaleless, pitch-black body unexpectedly began to swim and stretch, and its godless statue eye slowly lit up with a scarlet glow. In an instant, the darkened villa hall was even more gloomy, as if it was draped in a curtain. A sinister domain slowly unfolded silently, and the entire villa was instantly flooded with a cold and slippery aura. In the suffocating moroseness, the statue straightened its serpentine body, and the 2 points of scarlet at its eyes looked toward where Zhao Hongwei was. Mother Fairy, help me! Feeling the changes around him, Zhao Hongwei kowtowed harder and harder. The statue glanced indifferently at Zhao Hongwei and slowly turned its sight to where the boa was. Hiss! And the moment it saw the situation clearly, its snake eye snapped up and it opened its mouth to let out a ferocious hiss. Boom! The villa suddenly shook violently. A single hiss was so powerful, it's like the sky is pouring. Stab dash! With a violent shaking, the dried-up snakeskin of the giant boa was violently torn open. Yi Kuei's head poked out from inside, and even though he couldn't see anything, his sight was cast dead center to where the statue was. The scent there was like a delicacy, so sweet and fragrant that it made you obsessively salivate and want to stop. It was more than 1,000 times what he had first felt at the statue, but what really made Yi Kuei gaze sideways was not the sweet flavor. Rather, it's dangerous. Extremely dangerous. A single wisp of breath alone had caused Yi Kuei to squint his eyes, and even his skin felt tingling, subconsciously sprouting goosebumps. Chapter 20, Eaten? Queen of the Patchwork Immortals. It was him. He's the one who killed Master Six. Hearing a hiss from behind him, Zhao Hongwei jerked his head up. He also destroyed the sacrifice I carefully prepared for you. You must avenge Master Six. He pointed in Yi Kuei's direction and shouted hysterically. Listening to Zhao Hongwei's voice, the long snake statue's scarlet snake eyes swept over the already dried and lifeless boa's torso. It was you who swallowed Roku alive. Next moment, inside the cold and slippery villa hall, surprisingly, a cold female voice slowly rang out. The long snake coiled up its snake body to look at Yi Kuei, and the coldness contained in the snake pupil only called for people's blood to stagnate and their bones to creep out. Heck, it's the one that's speaking. At a glance, the long serpent could tell that the boa was dead. It wants to eat me, so of course it has to be prepared to be eaten. Yi Kuei wasn't too surprised about the matter of the long snake statue opening its mouth to speak. He looked towards the 2 points of scarlet in the darkness and grinned. Long snake froze, clearly not expecting to hear such an answer. He, you're a funny kid. The voice that was far away from each other 1 second was gently ringing in Yi Kuei's ears the next moment. I'll give you a chance to serve me. Kneel down as a servant and serve me as your master, and I'll leave you alive and keep you in honor and wealth. The long snake's slippery and cold snake body had actually wrapped around Yi Kuei's neck. Patch the fairy lady. You can't do this. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hongwei's eyes widened violently and he eagerly wanted to say something talkative. The long snake's head didn't even return, and his grim voice snapped out. Moment. One of Zhao Hongwei's arms directly exploded, and countless small blood-red snakes scrambled to spread and crawl out from his broken arm. Zhao Hongwei's face turned steeply pale. Spare your life. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and panicked as he fell to the ground, unable to stop kowtowing and apologizing. Kid, what do you think of my offer? The long snake didn't even look at Zhao Hongwei as its triangular snake head playfully swayed, staring at Yi Kuei. Listening to the dense crawling sound on the ground and feeling the cold and slippery body of the snake, Yi Kuei's body trembled. He was actually not the slightest bit aware of the long snake statue's movements. Even the tricky servant that was summoned just now, at some point, also went up in smoke under the powerful oppression. Yi Kuei was even able to clearly feel that the long snake, which was originally just a wooden statue, had actually given birth to flesh and blood right now. All of this was an indication that the evil spirit before him, which had descended with the help of the statue, was even more terrifying than what he had imagined, and even what he had just felt. In fact, when he heard Zhao Hongwei mention the Lady Immortal, Yi Kuei was not without warning. However, Zhao Hongwei didn't understand this about the heavenly officials, which affected his judgment. After all, where is the servant of a great evil spirit who would not be aware of the existence of the heavenly magistrate? But at the moment, it seems that it is his deduction that has gone a little wrong. Don't be afraid. Seemingly sensing Yi Kuei's fear, the long snake let out a playful laugh, its tail gently patting Yi Kuei's cheek. As long as you're willing to obediently kneel down and be the servant of the Empress is still merciful. Coot dash. Feeling the long snake's cold and slippery snake body, Yi Kuei instantly had goosebumps rise on his body and his throat knots rolled violently. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, Long Snake cocked his head, his grim voice full of dissatisfaction. You weren't this worried just now. What it saw in Yikuei was the boldness Yikuei had just shown, but now Yikuei's performance made it very disappointed. If it's such a weak servant, then don't want it. Yikuei's body trembled once again. True, the long snake made Yikuei feel extreme danger. His mind had long since started spinning at a rapid pace, pondering how he should get out of the predicament before him. Even more, Yikuei was ready to use his bottom cards at any time, including that one and only chance to summon the coffin peeler. But while his body trembled, it really had nothing to do with fear. Yikuei was enduring bitterly, because he was just, greedy. The long snake was tightly wrapped around his neck, and the sweet, mouth-watering flavor that penetrated deep into the bone marrow could not help but linger at the tip of Yikuei's nose, stimulating his cerebral nerves. But in the end, Yikuei still failed to resist the temptation from his soul. He opened his mouth and licked deeply and obsessively on the long snake's slippery and cold body. Hiss! The moment Yikuei licked onto the snake's body, the long snake trembled violently and directly bounced away in terror. What are you doing? It lay on Zhao Hongwei's shoulder, its snake pupils staring at Yikuei, unable to stop vibrating. As a great evil spirit, Long Snake knew exactly how much oppression he could bring to ordinary people after his domain unfolded. Even a high-ranking heavenly official would be greatly suppressed in his own domain. And just how could anyone, in such a situation, be able to act like that? Lick yourself a mouthful. Long Snake's body shuddered when he remembered what he had just felt. It's not right. Something's very wrong. The mediocre, handsome man in front of him has big problems. The suspicious and cunning Long Snake glared up its gloomy snake eyes and looked vigilantly at Yikuei in front of him. I'm really sorry. I couldn't help it. Yikuei embarrassedly revealed a smile. Still, as he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the two spots of scarlet in the darkness and lick his lips once more. The taste just now. Yikuei could not get enough of it. Seeing Yikuei's appearance, Long Snake was violently frightened. Yikuei's performance more and more confirmed its suspicions. It stared at Yikuei dead on, its scarlet snake eyes getting deeper and deeper as it scrutinized it. And this observation really brought it to a realization. The more Yikuei looked at the thick, heavy sword in his hand, the more familiar it looked to Long Snake. Coffin? Next moment, the long serpent's body creeped again. It reacted violently. Even though the appearance of the coffin board had changed, the aura that flashed by just now was incomparably familiar to Long Snake. After all, once upon a time, the battle between the coffin strippers and the administration of unusual affairs, many great evil spirits of extraordinary strength and great weirdness had seen it with their own eyes. That battle, they have seen the horrors of the anomalous affairs authority. At the same time, they have a new understanding of the shadowy coffin peelers that were able to escape under the administration of unusual affairs. And how did the coffin board that the coffin peeler never leaves his body, and even the coffin board that he has to use to perform his skills, appear in the hands of this man in front of him? Long Snake stared at Yikuei, not even realizing that his voice was trembling uncontrollably. The thing in your hand, where did it come from? You mean this? Yikuei froze. He weighed the coffin board in his hand and grinned. Of course it was stripped from the coffin. I thought it was not bad, so I used it by hand. What about the contents of the coffin? The long snake tensed its torso, its pupils already fully erected. You mean that mongrel thing that skins people? Recalling the coffin peeler, Yikuei couldn't help but lick his lips and tasted back intoxicatedly. Of course it was eaten by me. Yikuei's reply completely confirmed Long Snake's suspicions. Eat? Its smooth body suddenly exploded. The shadowy coffin peeler was eaten by you? A mournful and terrified voice violently resounded throughout the villa hall. Chapter 21. Luckily I ran fast. What are you so surprised about eating? Yikuei froze and reached out his hand to tug at the shriveled snakeskin of the giant boa. It's almost the same as eating it. Didn't you already know all that just now? But that being said, it's the hash in the coffin that tastes better. He stared at the two spots of scarlet in the darkness and grinned. Hiss! The long snake's smooth body violently exploded into a bulge. Eating a shadowy coffin peeler is as easy as eating a boa. How terrifying the strength of the man in front of him had to be. And what creeped the long snake out the most was the way Yikuei looked at it. Long Snake was able to recognize the covetousness in the man's eyes. It was salivation. It was mad desire. This man in front of him, likewise, wanted to eat himself. Next moment, Long Snake's scarlet eyes directly began to darken, and the gloomy curtain that shrouded the villa's hall gradually faded. Seeing that the situation was not right, it actually chose to escape directly. Never even made a test shot. It wasn't that Long Snake hadn't suspected the man's strength, being suspicious by nature. It had considered countless possibilities. The coffin board, however, is impossible to fake. The coffin stripper, indeed, died at the hands of this man in front of him. It was afraid of unforeseen consequences because of its impulsiveness. Noticing the 2 points of scarlet gradually fading away in the midst of a pitch blackness, Yi Kuei fiercely froze for a moment before charging straight up. He arrived in front of Zhao Hongwei and grabbed the long snake's torso, but in the end, it was a moment too late. The long serpent's scarlet snake eyes were completely extinguished, and the gloomy curtain that shrouded the villa's hall completely dissipated, and the originally cold and slippery flesh was transformed back into a statue. The statue, however, retains the appearance of the long serpent as he left it. The serpent's muzzle opened wide, and fear was written all over the erect pupils of the snake. Yi Kuei stared deeply at the statue with a twisted expression. Next moment, in Zhao Hongwei's horrified sight, he opened his mouth and bit down towards the statue with an expressionless face. Crunch dash. The eerie sound of chewing slowly resounded in the living room of the huge and empty villa. In the meantime, thousands of miles away, 2 large scarlet lanterns were violently lit up inside a cold and slippery cave that was entwined by roots of thick stone pillars. Immediately, the entire cave shook at once. Between the shaking of the ground and the shaking of the mountains, the cave unexpectedly stood straight up. This is no cave. It was clearly a huge snake that had coiled up like a mountain, and the 2 lanterns were its snake eyes. However, the eyes of the giant snake that was enough to bring fear and despair to anyone right now had fear written all over them. Even its mountain-like snake body was trembling uncontrollably. Luckily I ran in time. The giant serpent was clearly the lady of the snake immortal who had just descended into Zhao Hongwei's villa, and right now it was incredibly glad for the choice it had just made. Despite fleeing in a great panic, the cunning and suspicious Jie Xian was not unprepared for anything. It left a little bit of evil spirit in the statue that could be used to observe Yi Kuei's condition. And so, Kashizan then clearly saw the last scene. The image of that getting closer and closer, chewing itself up and swallowing it directly without mercy. Until now, still sent chills down its body. The Xian didn't doubt for a second that if he was half a step later, then the one who would be completely eaten would definitely be himself. When the statue shattered, the evil spirit should have returned directly to its original body and could not be stopped at all. But this time, after the statue was swallowed by Yi Kuei, the touch of the true spirit, however, was instantly annihilated and directly dissipated in smoke. Being able to exterminate the true spirit so cleanly, that seemingly mediocre and handsome man's strength could only be far beyond its imagination. The hallowed immortal had long since lost any suspicion towards Yi Kuei. Unexpectedly, you have heavenly strength, and your heart is still so deep, that you would use such underhanded tactics. Its snake eyes were erected, gritting its teeth in hatred, trying to coax me to send myself to the door? If it wasn't because I was quick-witted and saw through your ruse and escaped early, I'm afraid I would have really been eaten by you. But, when did the world have one more such being? Recalling what it had just experienced, its scarlet snake eyes trembled once again. To think that it takes pleasure in devouring evil spirits and weirdness. What exactly are you doing hiding among the commoners? Are you not afraid of the heavenly officials? The hedonist immortal had clearly regarded Yi Kuei as his own kind. With your strength, there is indeed no need to fear those heavenly officials. Soon after, it shook its huge head and thought hard. Then what exactly is your purpose? After thinking hard for a long time, Kashizan still couldn't figure it out. No, this is too close. I need to change places. It didn't dare to continue to think more, and after straightening up its mountain-like snake body and taking a faraway look at the location of Yi Kuei's location, which was thousands of miles away, it violently shrunk and transformed into a small snake, swimming cautiously as it was about to prepare to leave. To be able to live for so long in the body of a great evil spirit, what the hallowed immortal relied on was a caution and prudence that was far from matching its strength, and the fact that it had never revealed a single piece of information about the heavenly officials to Zhao Hongwei was also intentional on its part. But just as the Hashimoto immortal was about to leave, a clear and cold voice violently rang out from the sky. I didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise instead of finding clues about the shadowy coffin peeler. The red dress was fiery, standing proudly in the air. Her delicate and absolutely beautiful face was staring without a trace of emotion at the Jie Xian below who was preparing to escape. Gushers, the Hattori immortal suddenly looked up, his body trembling as he let out a hiss. Yi Kuei did not know what was happening thousands of miles away, inside the darkened villa. After he chewed and ate the statue a little bit altogether, he closed his eyes and stood still, until, coming from the statue, that touch of sweet and incomparable flavor completely turned into energy and surged into the body to be completely digested, and only then did Yi Kuei's body shook. Phew, he let out a long breath, and his whole body relaxed in a needy way. I think, has left for good? Yi Kuei slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. In fact, at the very beginning, he had already sensed that Hashizm seemed to have misunderstood something. Though Yi Kuei really wanted to chew up the Jie Xian a little bit and swallow it finally. However, He was also clear that there was a world of difference in the strength gap between himself and the Jiesian, so if he wanted to get out of it, he could only continue to perpetuate the misunderstanding. Right now, it looks like you're doing pretty well, and to be able to fool that long snake, the real key point. In addition to his good acting skills, there is another reason. Yi Kuei lowered his head and looked at the coffin board in his hand. In the midst of a darkness, his vision had been able to see everything. It appears that Yi Kuei stretched out his hand and flicked it on the thick coffin board, whispering to himself, "You seem to be even more extraordinary than I imagined." But what he wasn't aware of was this. What truly made Hashizome feel fear was not the fact that the coffin peeler's coffin board was in his hands, but because of his terrifying ability to devour the bazaar, as well as the fact that the shadowy coffin peeler died at his hands. Chapter 22 Heavenly Official's Examination. It seemed to have sensed Yi Kuei's gaze. The coffin board left no trace of a gentle shudder. Meh. Yi Kuei laughed lightly, pretending not to see it, and put the coffin board back behind his back. He did not dwell on it too much. No matter how many secrets the coffin board had, it was still dutifully in his hands after all. And right now was not the time to explore the secrets of the coffin board. Instead, the coffin board, after disappearing into the back of Yi Kuei, shook violently, as if it was chagrined that it had been recognized. Immediately afterward, its pitch-black coffin body, which emitted a strong ominous aura, violently converged. In order to prevent a similar situation from occurring again, the coffin board completely obscured its aura. Yi Kuei did not pay attention to the coffin board's movements. After putting away the coffin board, he turned his head to look at the side of the villa hall. In pitch black, Zhao Hongwei was having panic written all over his face, stiffly moving a little bit towards the villa's entrance position. That in Zhao Hongwei's opinion, the godly, omnipotent, and omnipotent lady of the immortals was actually scared away directly after seeing the man in front of her. Didn't even have the courage to fight back. Even its statues, all of them, were eaten alive by the man. What he experienced today had long exceeded what he could bear. Right now, Zhao Hongwei only wanted to escape. Run away as far as you can. All he wanted to do now was to use the fact that the man couldn't see in the darkness to get the hell out of there. However, just as Zhao Hongwei was once again carefully preparing to move his feet, someone gently tapped his shoulder. What are you going to do? The magnetic and good-sounding, yet terrifying voice of Zhao Hongwei rang in his ears. Zhao Hongwei turned around violently. Yi Kuei was standing behind him, staring at him with a smile. I wonder if it's a hallucination brought on by fear. Zhao Hongwei always felt as if there was a flash of red light in the depths of the man's deep eyes in front of him. No, it wasn't a red light. It was an infinite color of blood. His body went limp and he nearly collapsed to the floor. Why can't you stand still? Yi Kuei inquired curiously. You can see that? Zhao Hongwei only felt a hot stream, once again gushing out from his crotch. He's pissed again. Well, just got to see it. Yi Kuei looked at Zhao Hongwei's body underneath with disgust and cast his eyes to the light screen in front of him. After thoroughly digesting the delicious energy within the statue, the ability column, once again, has an extra item. Night pupils, able to see in the dark. From now on, the darkness will never blind you again. In the meantime, Yi Kuei's remaining lifespan also saw an increase. Remaining life, 21 days. The boa didn't give Yi Kuei any other boosts other than the good taste of its flesh and blood. But the little bit of energy within the statue then directly gave Yi Kuei 15 days of lifespan and 3 points of free attributes. And through this one, he was finally able to make sure of one thing. Whether it's evil or creepy, it can give you longevity and free attribute points. Moreover, Yi Kuei had made a new discovery. His own terrifying regenerative ability did not come without a price. Regenerative capacity, which requires longevity as a drain. Counting the wounds on his hands that healed when dealing with Peng Hu, this body recovery regeneration consumed a total of 2 days of Yi Kuei's lifespan. Okay. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. At first he had been a little worried when he didn't know what his body's terrifying regenerative abilities would consume. Right now, it's a relief to be able to do so. It's just a matter of life expectancy. Madness flashed in Yi Kuei's narrowed eyes. Sorry, forgot about you. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly lowered his head to look at Zhao Hongwei, who was staring at him with a face of horror in front of him, and smiled embarrassedly. He reached out and directly broke Zhao Hongwei's neck. Zhao Hongwei fell to the ground, instantly lifeless, and a bull-sized piece of snake scale fell out of the pocket on his body. Yi Kuei bent down and picked up the scales to survey them. In his impression, it seemed like the mistletoe immortal didn't have scales. However, after looking over and over a few times, Yi Kuei did not gain anything, and there was even less sweet aroma on the snake scales. So he gave up the idea of tasting them and put away the scales. This time, a little bit of deliciousness brought such a big reward for myself. and there might be a chance to taste more in the future. Think about it. He subconsciously licked his lips, and after Zhao Hongwei's death, the darkness that enveloped the villa's hall instantly dissipated. Bright side of the hall. Deng Ju had long been scared pale and collapsed to the ground. She didn't know what was happening, but the voices coming from the darkness were audible, which added to the fear in Deng Ju's heart. Yi Kuei turned his head and looked at Deng Ju. Deng Ju's body trembled and he raised his head to say something. Never mind. Who made me a good person? Yi Kuei shook his head. In the next moment, his figure flashed and he arrived in front of Deng Ju. There was no chance at all for Deng Ju to open his mouth. Gotta dash. The crunching sound. Deng Ju's neck snapped violently, and his head dropped instantly. A family should be neat and tidy. Yi Kuei clapped his hands in satisfaction. Immediately, he lifted his head and looked around the villa, and after making sure nothing was missing, he turned and prepared to leave. The purpose has been achieved. There will be no more inexplicable people to disturb themselves behind, and also harvested an unexpected surprise. Yi Kuei was satisfied, and before leaving, he thoughtfully helped Zhao Hongwei call the police for them. And just as Yi Kuei had just left the villa and stood at the gate pondering where he should go, jingle bells. In his pocket, a cell phone rang violently. This number is known to only one person. Yi Kuei's mouth revealed a smile of anticipation as he picked up the phone. The heavenly official's examination has been brought forward. On the other end of the phone was Yi Kuei's familiar calm voice. Tell me the location? I'll go pick you up now. A few moments later, Yi Kuei was at the entrance of the villa area when he saw an overbearing black jeep coming straight at him. In one corner of the body, a halberd outlined by simple red lines was printed, and although there were only a few strokes, the domineering bravery of the halberd was emphasized to the fullest. Even from a distance, one could clearly feel the forward-looking aura on the halberd. Get in the car. The jeep stopped in front of Yi Kuei, and the window slid down, revealing the familiar national face. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei opened the car door, and it was only after he got into the car that he realized that not only were the doors exaggeratedly thick, but even the entire body was made of a type of steel that he couldn't recognize as die-cast. Inside the car, it was even covered with various compartments for weapons. No matter if it was a sharp dagger or a gun that flashed with a cold light, it was all directly naked in front of Yi Kuei. This is the halberd's car. Seemingly seeing Yi Kuei's astonishment, the middle-aged heavenly official explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei opened his mouth as if he wanted to inquire about something else. For the rest, don't ask any more questions. The middle-aged heavenly official interrupted Yi Kuei with a shake of his head. When you should know, you will all know. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the jeep roared like a wild animal and roared out. Chapter 23, Under the Hegemony. I'm Pred. In the car, the middle-aged heavenly official drove, calmly looking ahead as he opened his mouth to introduce himself. Before the examination begins, it is necessary to introduce you to a little bit of information about the heavenly officials. Given that you've experienced bizarre events, I don't need to explain much about the bizarre aspect of the situation for the time being. All you need to know is that this world is far from simple, and the heavenly officials are there to specialize in these uncomplicated matters. His voice was steady without a single fluctuation. That's why the heavenly officials' examination is very harsh and very, very dangerous. To participate in the heavenly officials' examination, a preliminary screening is required. Predator turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Because of Lord Guju, you didn't carry out this step. Screening? Yi Kuei gave a beat, and a flash of incomprehension flashed across his eyes. Not everyone is qualified to be a heavenly officer. Predator shook his head. That's something you'll know after the heavenly officials' examination officially begins. But you don't have to worry. Being able to survive under a class 1 creepy and even catching that creepy shows that you still have some talent. Gifted. Listening to Pred's words, Yi Kuei pondered. He suddenly thought of the fiery red dress that stood proudly in the air. How talented was the guru at the time? Yi Kuei asked curiously. Lord Guru? Upon hearing this, Pred looked at Yi Kuei with an extremely complicated expression. You don't have to think much. Lord Guju's talent is an existence that we wouldn't even dare to think about. Due to the recent emergency situation in the authority, it has led to a change in the Tenkan examination as well. He stopped mentioning about the Guju bird and turned his head to look ahead again. Not only is the test advanced, the difficulty and danger of the test has also been greatly increased. So I'll confirm with you one last time. Are you sure you want to take the heavenly officials' examination? Predator was extremely serious in his voice. Of course. Yi Kuei turned his head to look out the window. The car window reflected a scene that Pred could not see, and that was an extremely exaggerated smile written all over Yi Kuei's handsome face with excitement. A few moments later, arrived. Pred drove the roaring jeep and stopped at a Taoist temple not far outside of town. The authority is here? Yi Kuei looked at the ancient Taoist temple in front of him and was astonished. Originally, He thought that the Abnormal Affairs Administration might be in an office building or something like that. Yikuei didn't even think that the location of the administration was actually a Taoist temple. The location of the authority is different in each province, and the headquarters of the authority in Qin province is located here. Pred got out of the car and took the lead in stepping into the Taoist temple. Don't just stand there. The heavenly official's examination is about to begin. Quickly follow. Hearing this, Yikuei followed Pred and stepped inside. The moment he stepped into the threshold of the Taoist temple, he froze violently. Into the eyes. Is the center of the Taoist temple? A tree like a giant umbrella almost can cover the entire Taoist temple. Branching leafy ginkgo tree. Looking at the thickness of the trunk, this tree had gone through at least 1,000 years. The leaves of the ginkgo tree are brilliantly golden, and the breeze is swaying through the branches, making this scene thrillingly beautiful. However, what made Yikuei freeze was not the extremely beautiful ginkgo tree, but because of an inexplicable aura that he felt the moment he stepped into the Taoist temple. If it's not an illusion, this aura that enveloped the entire Taoist temple should be what the heavenly officials referred to as the eerie domain. Yikuei narrowed his eyes, but right now he had no time to think too much about it. For ahead, Pred had hurried toward the inside of the Taoist temple. Seeing this, Yikuei hurriedly took a step to follow, and after stepping into the Taoist temple, Yikuei even realized that the situation within the Taoist temple far exceeded his initial expectations. Not only was the area extremely large, but the ancient Taoist temple had many advanced equipment, and the sense of technology and the ancient environment were surprisingly harmoniously combined. Just as Yikuei was curiously surveying the environment within the Taoist temple, Pred had already led him to a wide and flat schoolyard located deep within the Taoist temple. Go on. Standing at the entrance of the schoolyard, Pred raised his head at Yikuei. Right away? Looking at the schoolyard that was full of people standing around, obviously engaged in relevant activities, Yikuei froze even more. Originally, he had thought that the test had been brought forward, that the time had been brought forward to tomorrow, even if it was a few hours later, so at the very least, there was some cushion. Yikuei completely did not expect that the so-called advancement of the examination had already begun. We're already late. Predator nodded and gave Yikuei a sign once again. Go on. No wonder it's so urgent. Yikuei smiled, then took a step, and just then, he violently realized that almost all the gazes within the entire schoolyard were focused over. He's the one who, this time, Lord Guju specifically asked for an exception to come to the heavenly official's examination? His talent, then, should be quite extraordinary. Because of him, it made the heavenly official's examination delayed. More than that, I heard that it seems like he didn't even do the initial screening for the heavenly official's examination. Inside the schoolyard, low murmuring voices continued to ring out. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yikuei laughed dumbly. He didn't think that the examination had even been postponed because of himself. However, Yikuei would not be affected at all as he walked to the end of the crowd with a straight face. This kid, arrogant enough, relying on Lord Guju to take the test, not to mention being late. He still looks like he's taking it for granted. In the crowd, a fat man with a fat body and bossy face written all over his face looked at Yikuei and instantly laughed, his eyes full of affirmation. There are a few moments of my style. Just then, ahem, an old cough rang out in the schoolyard. Since everyone has arrived, then this time's heavenly official's examination can be prepared to begin. On the empty stage at the very front, at some point, a hunched-over old man with a withered face had appeared. Seeing this, Yikuei fiercely narrowed his eyes. Surprisingly, he didn't even notice when the old man who looked like he was half in the ground had appeared. Some people know me. Some people don't know me. So I'd better introduce myself before we start. No megaphone was used, but the old man's pale voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. I am Basha, the halberd bearer of the Qin Provincial Authority. Chapter 24. How can I live a good life if my father doesn't try? Halberd bearer? Basha? It was hard for Yikuei to associate the windswept old man in front of him with such a domineering name. And just then, he realized that all of them, including Predator, and the short, fat, and extremely powerful heavenly official he had seen at the time, had appeared on top of the dais. They stood behind the old man respectfully, all bowing their heads slightly as a sign of respect when the old man opened his mouth to speak. The identity and status of the old man was truly extraordinary. Generation after generation. After all, I am old. Basha's aged voice resounded once again. His dim eyes swept over the crowd below and shook his head, letting out an exclamation. Old age likes to be long-winded. Won't take up any more of your time. Let's start the heavenly official's examination straight away, and follow the usual practice of conducting the first item of the examination. Basha turned his head and looked to the side of the schoolyard. A stone monument with an ancient shape and a Gue Tuo's back. It is also an essential item if you want to become a heavenly official. Ahem. He coughed before speaking faintly. Ignite the spirit. Ignite spirituality? At those words, Yi Kuei gave a beat. Having heard this unfamiliar term for the first time, he suddenly felt as if he was one step closer to the hidden secrets of the heavenly officials. Whether you're clear or not, I need to explain again. As if he had sensed Yi Kuei's curiosity, Ba Xia's old voice slowly sounded once again. The most important reason why heavenly officials are called heavenly officials and are able to fight against evil spirits and weirdness is because of the ignition of their own spirituality. Spirituality. Not everyone has it. However, the fact that everyone here is able to come here means that you have passed the initial screening and that spirituality exists in your body. But whether the spirituality can be ignited or not depends on your performance under the Doppelstat induction tablet. He revealed a smile. Even if you ignite your spirituality, it's only the first step in determining whether or not you can become a heavenly official. So everyone doesn't need to be nervous. Speaking of this, Basho seemed to have thought of something, and his cloudy gaze swept over the few people below the schoolyard. Even if the liners don't need to ignite their spirituality, this item must be attended. And your results are counted by lighting up the Duobao Pagoda induction tablet inscriptions at the liner? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes even more. He felt that he had heard more unfamiliar terms in one day today than he had in the 3 or 4 years since he had traveled to this world. And just as Yi Kuei was filled with disbelief, the Kirin is the first of the precious beasts of heaven and earth, born with its spirituality already ignited. And those who have the ability to do so are called liners. A loud, grinning voice rang out from beside him. The fat man with a bossy face just now had come to his side at some point. The Zhang Daoling, Wang Chongyang, Zhang Sanfeng, and even Jigong that you know are most likely all liners. He held his head high and patted his fat belly. You are. Yi Kuei looked at Fatty. My name is Rokuyoku. The fat man named Rokuyu grinned a big grin. How do you know so much about the liners? Yi Kuei opened his mouth to inquire. In fact, anyone who comes into contact with the heavenly officials selection will have some knowledge of the situation of the heavenly officials, including the liners. So there aren't many people like you, who dare to come here without knowing anything. Liu looked at Yi Kuei, full of certainty, knowing nothing, relying on Lord Guju. You dared to come, and you're still so at ease. Not bad, not bad. I appreciate you. As to why I know so much about the liners. Speaking of which, Rokuyu paused, stretched out his chubby hand, and gently snapped his fingers. Who dash? A flash of flame violently emerged from his fingertips. That's why. Liu looked at Yi Kuei and smiled with a smug expression. Liner. Looking at the smudge of flame emitting heat at the tip of Lok Yu's radish-like fingers, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. Yes, this is the liner. Liu even raised his head as he was satisfied with Yi Kuei's reaction. By igniting spirituality, one can have powers of one's own, and with the help of spirituality, one can fight against evil spirits and weirdness. But we, the liners, don't need this step. We were born, and we have the power. Rokuyu shook his head and continued to explain. If you are not a liner, you will need to use other means to ignite your spirituality and gain your abilities. As for the method of igniting spirituality, it's also very simple. The multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet is a class 4 ceiling object that can make those who sit beneath it feel great despair, great terror. Learn to draw on this power and you will have the opportunity to break free of yourself and ignite spirituality. Although we liners don't need to ignite our spirituality, feeling great terror and despair is equally beneficial to our growth. That's why the halberd bearer also let us participate. And the more tablets that can light up the multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet, naturally the higher the talent. He held his head high and counted like a family. Do all these news people who came to participate in the heavenly officials examination know about it? Looking at the scene beside him where the onlookers of the heavenly officials were filled with shock, Yi Kuei was dumbstruck. Of course not. Liu snorted and opened his mouth. These are what my father told me, belonging to the more confidential news. How are they qualified to know? So it won't be okay if you just say it out loud? Yi Kuei stared. Something's wrong? What could be wrong? Liu Yua couldn't care less. Even if something happens, there's still my father to cover for me. What am I afraid of? Don't you look at me like that. Noticing that Yi Kuei's eyes were looking at him with increasing astonishment, a flash of dissatisfaction flashed across Liu's fat face. Saying it as if you're not. You're much better than me, alright. My father at most revealed some news to me. Unlike you, with Lord Guju's recommendation, you were able to come directly to the examination. He had a pained look on his face. I just hate that my father is not as powerful as Lord Guju. You, Yi Kuei stuttered and spoke seriously. Then I think your father has to work a little harder before he can do that. I think so. Liu Yua nodded deeply. How can I live a good life if my father doesn't work hard? Okay, not to talk to you too much. Otherwise my dad will scold me again later. He raised his head and looked towards the stage. Better hurry up and get ready for the examination. It's about to officially begin. Chapter 25 Igniting Spirituality. Yekel raised his head. After Basha finished introducing the relevant situation, the crowd participating in the heavenly officials' examination had moved towards the side of the schoolyard under the guidance. There, the stone monument with an ancient shape and guaci carrying it stands quietly. Mottled and dilapidated monument surface has long been unable to see the inscription, leaving only the traces of time. This thing, does it light up? If it wasn't for Lu Yu's introduction, it would have been hard for Yi Kuei to guess that this broken stone tablet was actually a 4-grade ceiling object. The pale and stooped figure of Basha stood beside the stone monument, silent. Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei took a step and walked over. You wait for me. Lu Yu gasped and puffed as he followed Yi Kuei. Ahead, Predator, standing behind Basho, pulled out a document. Let's now proceed to the first test of the heavenly officials' examination. Those whose names are read out, come forward on your own initiative. He glanced at the members participating in the examination below and read out the names in the order they were on the document. First, Su Xiling. Hearing Predator's words, the crowd hurriedly stepped out of a clean-looking, slightly nervous man, who gave Predator a restrained glance and came to the multi-treasure pagoda induction monument. Begin. Pred spoke faintly. What do I need to? A flash of bewilderment flashed across Su Xiling's tense face. He didn't really know what to do. But before the words were finished, Su Xiling's body trembled. And in full view of everyone, he directly closed his eyes and froze in place. Losing consciousness? That's a start? What the hell is going to happen? Didn't you hear what someone said back there just now? The multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet is what makes people feel terror. And what is the great terror you know? Seeing this scene, murmurs rang out from the crowd. They knew something about the heavenly officials' examination, but they were not clear about what exactly would happen. Yi Kuei stood at the end and narrowed his eyes. Before Su Xiling lost consciousness, he vaguely sensed an inexplicable aura that overflowed from the stone tablet and surged directly into Su Xiling's body. It was at this point that Yi Kuei finally determined that the stone tablet was the seal. Don't come over here! All of a sudden, a terrified yell snapped from the front. Su Xiling's eyes were tightly closed as he shouted in fear. His hands were dancing and his expression was constantly changing, but without exception, it was all fear and terror. Even as time passed, his reaction of fear and trepidation grew even more intense. Just as Yi Kuei doubted if Su Xiling could continue to hold out. Boom! A clamor rose suddenly. Su Xiling's eyes snapped open, and he breathed heavily and sharply, his miserable white face all filled with fear. Su Xiling raised his head to look around and waved his hand as if he wanted to say something, but just as he waved his hand inadvertently, a breeze gushed out from between his palms, blowing lightly in front of him, causing the leaves of the trees to sway. In the meantime, behind Su Xiling, the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet violently emitted a dark glow, and the inscriptions, which were mottled and otherwise unreadable, violently lit up one by one. Written by Nanyang Xinshuan. 5 words lit up on the mottled tablet and slowly fell silent. Ignite spirituality. Bright 5 characters. Wind ability. Basha gently nodded at Su Xiling. Not bad. I'm through with this? A flash of surprise flashed violently across Su Xiling's pale face. I ignited my spirituality? Congratulations. You passed the first round of tests. Predator also gave a smirk. You can go wait off to the side. I passed? I can't believe I passed. Hearing Predator's words, Su Xiling left the range of the multiple treasure pagoda induction monument in a trance, and as he stepped forward, he continued to mutter to himself in surprise. Not bad. First one through. Lu Yu glanced at Su Xiling and grinned. Still the same natural ability as me. Igniting spirituality. Natural abilities. Yi Kuei stood back, pondering. After experiencing Lu Yue's introduction and the situation in front of him, he finally had a general understanding of the heavenly officials' examination. Next up is Xiao Qingnian. In the meantime, Predator's voice sounded again. Here. Upon hearing the name, a man dressed in black stepped out of the crowd, as if Su Xiling's experience just now had given him confidence. The man named Xiao Qingnian held his head high and came to the bottom of the stone monument rather confidently. Immediately, his body trembled, and like Su Xiling, he directly lost consciousness. But the next moment, help! Convulsive cry for help sounded violently. Xiao Qingnian snapped his eyes open, and when he came to his senses, he was all slow to slow down, and his body was still trembling uncontrollably. Terrible, really terrible. And this time, the stone monument at the back did not react, and Xiao Qingnian's body, too, did not show the slightest sign of igniting spirituality. It didn't ignite the spirit. Basha glanced at Xiao Qingnian. Go down. Xiao Qingnian lowered his head and left the range of the stone monument with a face like dirt. I can't believe it didn't even last a minute. Pred frowned and shook his head looking at the list again. Forget it. Next. Su-lan. The assessment continues. Familiarizing yourself with the process, the appraisal test went significantly faster. In the back, even though there were existences like Xiao Qingnian who failed to even ignite their spirituality, they were after all a minority, and most of the members who had passed the initial screening had basically ignited their spirituality. The difference is merely in the abilities that are awakened when the spirit is ignited, and the different number of illuminated tablets that symbolize the gift. And in testing, the abilities awakened by each member opened Yi Kuei's eyes. There were those who could manipulate metal, those whose speed suddenly increased by several times, those who could turn their bodies into rocks, and even those who could predict what would happen in the future 3 seconds later. Su-lan. Yi Kuei focused on the tall woman with a cold face. Her ability to predict what would happen in the next 3 seconds intrigued Yi Kuei. What made Yi Kuei the most curious, however, was the performance of the liners, but the examination hadn't seen a single liner come forward until now. Why aren't you guys here yet? He turned his head to look at Rokuyu. Liners are not like ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Rokuyu grinned. After igniting the spirituality, it means having the ability to fight back in the face of fear. So, we're definitely going to have to make a grand finale. His fat face was full of smugness. What is it to have the ability to resist? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to inquire. He always felt that Lu Yu, without realizing it, seemed to have revealed some more unimaginable news. Chapter 26. Next. Yi Kuei. Resistance is. Lu Yu grinned recklessly and was about to explain to Yi Kuei with a big grin, but before he could open his mouth, Lok Yu's name rang out from the front. Next. Rokiake. Pred looked toward Lok Yu, who was standing in the back, nagging Yi Kuei. That fast? Ruyuf rose and hurriedly raised his head. Coming. With that, he twisted his fat body and worked his way toward the front. Even though Lok Yu was a liner, he came to stand under the stone monument and similarly closed his eyes instantly, losing his own consciousness. But it was indeed different from the people who had just taken the test. Boom! The moment he lost consciousness, flames flared up violently in him. Rokuyu's ability to do so was directly stimulated. His plump face, wrapped in the burning flames, managed to remain calm at first, but as time passed, a change in his demeanor gradually appeared. Fear and horror, constantly shifting. Finally, after the fear reached its peak, the flames went out and Rokuyu snapped his eyes open, gasping for air. Despite still having a palpitating look on his face, his performance had far surpassed that of the members who had just participated in the examination. At the same time, the back of the tablet slowly lit up. Written by Sun Sun of Nanyang, the court counselor who judged the martial arts department of Shangshu. And this time, on the stone monument, surprisingly, nearly 150 inscriptions slowly lit up. Bright 148. Seeing this, Basha's pale face couldn't help but reveal a smile. Not bad. Didn't disgrace your father. That's for sure. Rokuyu raised his head, causing a shudder of fat. He staggered down from the stone monument, drawing a crowd of envious onlookers. Rokuyuko's score is tentatively in first place. How about that? Buddy handsome. Lu Yu reappeared beside Yi Kuei and opened his mouth proudly. Awesome. Yi Kuei nodded. The strength of the fat man in front of him was worthy of his domineering appearance. Ha. Rokuyu smiled proudly at once, and then several of the liners also took their tests. Other than a man named Wu Qi who lit up a full 256 tablets, none of the other liners were able to surpass Lu Yu's strength. UQ. Seeing the tall man walking down from the stone monument with a bland smile on his face, but it was hard to hide the arrogance in his bones. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly. No need to look. Seeing that Yi Kuei was observing Wu Qi who was walking down from the stone monument, Lu Yu shook his head. Everyone already knew before coming here that the first place winner of this examination would most likely be Wu Qi. Oh? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Lu Yu. He's so far ahead? It's just a little bit better talent. Nothing great. Lok Yu glanced at Yu Qi and skimmed his lips. You have a conflict? Yi Kuei keenly sensed Lok Yu's emotions. Humph. Rokuyu didn't answer, just snorted coldly. Ha. Yi Kuei laughed. Although Rokuyu didn't reply, his reaction, however, already said it all. By the way, there's been talk of illuminating the tablet, but I'm still not sure how many tablets there are in this induction tablet. Yi Kuei stopped mentioning Wu Qi and opened his mouth to inquire. And who was the person who lit up the most tablets in this one test? There are a total of 2,027 inscriptions on the multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet. Lu Yu turned his head to look at Yi Kuei for a moment, a flash of envy in his eyes. In our Qin province heavenly officials examination, the one who lights up the most tablets is of course only Lord Guzhu. She lit a total of 1,630 tablets at that time. He sighed with a sigh full of emotion. This record, which has never been seen before, will of course most likely not be seen again either. 1,630 tablets. I'm afraid no one will be able to break this record. Yi Kuei froze. He finally had a clear definition of Predator's complicated, million-dollar expression when he had asked Predator about the guru's talent at the time. The last person. Yi Kuei. And just then, on the stage, Pred finally called out Yi Kuei's name. And I've been wondering how I never heard your boy's name. I didn't realize that it was you who was harmed. Seeing this, a flash of surprise flashed across Lok Yu's fat face. And I said we were marvelous as liners and could come out last. I didn't realize that you kid was still ranked behind us liners. Sure enough, those introduced by Lord Guju are different. He smashed his mouth with emotion. There are rules about the order in which you go on stage. And having never heard Yi Kuei's name, Lu Yu thought that something had gone wrong. Who knew that the order in which Yi Kuei had ascended the stage was actually still behind them? As expected, to be able to have Lord Guru recommend it, Yi Kuei still had a little something. Yi Kuei glanced at Lu Yue, having no idea what this fatty was talking about. But right now, he had no time to pay attention to Lu Yu, and after hearing his name, Yi Kuei took a step towards the stone monument. Almost everyone's eyes cast over. He's so late and at the end of the line. I'm really curious to see how far he'll get, isn't it? It kept so many of us waiting at the time. The person that Lord Guju has his eye on must be extraordinary, right? The crowd muttered in whispers, all of them wondering what kind of talent this person, who had made an exception to the rule and had been pushed by Lord Guju, actually had. This Predator listened to the voices coming from the stage and frowned, wanting to speak. The arrangement of the assessment list does have requirements, but it was not for any special reason that Yi Kuei lined up behind the liners on the stage, much less because Yi Kuei was exceptionally gifted. It was only because of the sudden advancement of the heavenly official's examination. There was simply no time to rearrange the list, and Yi Kuei could only be temporarily placed last. Who knows that this situation has caused misunderstanding in the crowd, but it was just as the examination was underway, and now was not the time to explain all that. Forget it, let's wait until the test results come out. Pred shook his head, intending to clarify in a moment, after he had conducted his examination. Ahead, Yi Kuei had arrived next to the stone monument. It's ready to go. Basho shifted his cloudy gaze and smiled slightly in kind. Okay. Yi Kuei raised his head and nodded at the overlord. With that, he took a step into the confines of the stone monument. Whoosh. Just for a moment. Yi Kuei then clearly felt a touch of gloomy aura that violently surged out of the stone tablet and rushed straight towards him. Yi Kuei raised his head with a frown. Next moment, the breath stopped violently just an inch away from his forehead, and the gloomy breath kept shaking and trembling, but it no longer dared to advance by half a step. Yi Kuei frowned as he stared at the scent. For a while, the two were surprisingly just frozen. Chapter 27, People are numb. Seeing this, the puzzled voice of Basho snapped to the side. Pred turned his head in disbelief as well. What's going on? Not only Basho and Predator, but even the group of members participating in the examination below made confused noises. They looked at Yi Kuei, whose eyes were wide open and showed no signs of losing consciousness at all, and a flash of bewilderment flashed across their faces. How come Yi Kuei's situation was not quite the same as theirs? Sorry. Yi Kuei sensed the difference. He smiled shyly at Basya and hurriedly released the lock on the gloomy aura in front of him. The aura trembled and hesitated before carefully failing to enter Yi Kuei's brow. Yi Kuei's body trembled and his eyes closed. Scared me. I thought the tablet was broken. I told you. How can there be no reaction at all? Seeing that Yi Kuei had finally lost consciousness, the other members below were relieved and were suddenly talking. Predator smiled back and shook his head. Only Basho, furrowing his sparse, whitened eyebrows, showed a thoughtful look. Yi Kuei, who had already closed his eyes, was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. When he regained consciousness, the sound of the blistering wind rang in his ears. When Yi Kuei opened his eyes, he snapped. The cold wind is howling and the white clouds are misty. I don't know when. He was already standing on top of a towering wall, with a 10,000 foot cliff in front of him. And the biting cold wind couldn't help but blow through, just a hair's breadth away from falling into the abyss. Just as Yi Kuei was wondering why he had appeared here. Rumble. The edge of the cliff, suddenly breaking off. The weightlessness slammed in. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Yi Kuei, together with the rocky soil, fell directly downward, with this height smashed into the ground, only to be afraid that it would be shattered in an instant. However, in the face of this soul-stirring, frightening and desperate scene, Yi Kuei did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. So it is. He stared calmly at the approaching ground and thought. Yi Kuei understood what the great terror was that Lok Yu was talking about. Between life and death, there is great fear. The Duo Bao Pagoda induction tablet, on the other hand, is to allow people participating in the examination to feel life and death, so that they can ignite their own spirituality when their lives are on the line. But alas, Yi Kuei was not afraid. Unlike even the other members who had entered the stone tablet illusion realm, he had maintained his mind and sanity until now. The stone monument also seemed to have sensed that the broken monument did not affect Yi Kuei, and so, the scene changed abruptly. Yi Kuei had already appeared in a dimly lit basement, and a pistol with a flashing cold light was pressed straight against his forehead. Without the slightest hesitation, the black man with the gun pulled the trigger. Click! The pistol that was supposed to inspire jammed. The man in black laughed and reloaded, aiming his gun at Yi Kuei once again. Yet he froze. According to past experience, firing a gun brings the first fear, and jamming and changing ammunition geometrically deepens the fear again. It's only right that those who feel this will be more intimidated and scared. However, Yi Kuei, who was standing in front of him, did not have the slightest change in his expression from start to finish, just as calmly as at first. "Why aren't you moving?" Noticing that the man in black had stopped moving, Yi Kuei inquired in disbelief as he reached out his hand and took the initiative to receive the pistol from the man in black. "This thing, does it really kill people?" Yi Kuei muttered as he shoved the barrel of the gun directly into his mouth and pulled the trigger. Wow! Before the shots were fired, the environment has changed once again. Yi Kuei's delayed response seemed to have annoyed the stone tablet. This time, the environment was not only more realistic, but even the surroundings had been surrounded by the presence of Yin Qi, graves, ghost fires. If anything, it's a piercingly cloudy wind. Yi Kuei appeared in the center of the graveyard, and in front of him was the constantly vibrating bloodstained coffin on the fishy dirt bag. Next moment, the coffin boards fell violently, and a hideous zombie with gray eyes and horrible looks covered with corpse spots jumped out directly from the coffin. The zombie bared its sharp, fishy teeth and bit directly towards Yi Kuei's neck. Seeing the situation, Yi Kuei froze and his breathing became rapid for the first time. Noticing that Yi Kuei finally reacted, the zombie was even more excited as it bit down on Yi Kuei's neck and vigorously tore it. Fresh blood spurted out, severe pain came, and Yi Kuei's breathing became more and more ragged. The hideous and scary zombie was even more agitated, but it was also at this time. It heard the words that came out of Yi Kuei's mouth as he shivered and trembled. Come early for a set. Who's sleepy?" The zombie paused violently. It found that right now, Yi Kuei's reaction, as if it is not panic and fear, but exuberance? "Yekel, why are you hyper?" Just as the zombie was bewildered, he violently saw Yi Kuei open his mouth wide and nod viciously towards himself. After chewing up the zombie that froze dumbly in place in 3 tries, and no, any more, Yi Kuei carried the zombie's 2 remaining thigh bones as shovels and excitedly started digging up the other eerie and scary grave bags. And just when Yi Kuei was incredibly excited and ready to show off his skills, inside the schoolyard, it was a different story. "It's been 3 hours, hasn't it?" Basho's face, which had been full of creases, was now even more furrowed as he wrinkled his brow and looked over at Pred. 3 hours and 42 minutes. Pred looked down at the clock inside. Below, the expressions on the faces of the people participating in the examination were even more incomprehensible, and there were even some members who were tired of standing and sat down directly on the ground. Damn! How? Liu had long since laid down, patting his belly while looking at Yi Kuei under the stone monument full of helplessness. Just now, after Yi Kuei lost consciousness, the crowd had their spirits lifted. Even Basho opened his eyes a few points. They all wanted to know how this person who had come recommended by the guru bird and parachuted in midway for the heavenly official's examination had performed. The crowd was even more astonished when they realized that Yi Kuei stood under the stone monument with a delayed expression. After all, the members who had participated in the examination knew exactly what they would go through when standing under the stone monument, and to be able to remain calm during that kind of experience, that alone was enough to show how extraordinary Yi Kuei was. With the passage of time, the astonishment in the hearts of the crowd gradually changed to shock. The longer one persisted under the stone monument, the higher the talent, and Yi Kuei, surprisingly, had been standing smoothly under the stone monument. What an incredible talent he must have. The appearance of this scene caused many members to begin to change their views on Yi Kuei. Even they all felt that they were likely to see Yi Kuei surpass the number of tablets lit by Wu Qi. Then, an hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. They're numb. Chapter 28 No Spirituality. In fact, during this period of time, Yi Kuei's demeanor was not without any changes. A flash of exuberance flashed vaguely across his face at that moment. The crowd froze when they saw the scene. Although it wasn't the awe and fear they expected, they still got excited when they saw Yi Kuei's expression change. Having a change in demeanor means that one may be on the verge of sobriety. But who thought? After the exhilaration, another 2 hours passed. As time passed, The crowd's attitude towards Yikue had slowly changed from the initial shock to the current suspicion and questioning. You guys, what's going on with this Yikue? I don't know, but do you guys think that anyone could have lasted this long under the induction tablet? I don't feel realistic. Could the sensory tablet be broken? If he stands there until morning, do we have to wait until morning? The chatter grew noisier. Halberd bearer. Listening to the cacophony of voices below, Predator looked tentatively at Basho. Even he was somewhat at a loss as to what to do in the face of the situation at hand. Take another look at. Basya looked at Yikue and shook his head. And with that look, another hour had passed. Yikue was still in the same appearance. If one were to say that there was a change, it would probably be in his demeanor, which seemed to be a bit more agitated. There could be something wrong somewhere. Basho let out a deep sigh. Can't wait any longer. Even though the assessment was conducted in such a way that it basically didn't disturb the participating members. But right now there was clearly an accident, and there was no way for them to continue waiting. After all, the test wasn't over yet. Basho stepped to the side of the monolith, ready to intervene and deal with it. Yeah, Kel. However, before he made a move, he still lifted his drowsy gaze to look at Yikue and made an attempt to call out. Basho wasn't expecting to get much of a reaction. They were all well aware of what they would experience if they stepped within the confines of the monolith. Being in an environment where there was no way to respond to the call of the outside world, the Basho's move was nothing more than an attempt to remove the distraction. But immediately afterward, he heard the reply. What's wrong? In front, Yikue was looking at himself with wide, curious eyes. Basho froze. What's going on? What the hell? Eyes open? Yikue is awake? Seeing this scene, Lokyu sat up violently. There was even an uproar from the stage. Did something happen? Looking at the situation in front of him, Yikue was slightly puzzled. When did you wake up? Instead of responding to Yikue's words, Basya squinted his cloudy eyes and opened his mouth to inquire. Just now. Yikue tilted his head and spoke in confusion. Wasn't it you who called me? You can hear me? Basha's gaze sank violently. Yeah. Yikue nodded in reply. Upon hearing this, Basha turned his gaze to the stone monument behind Yikue. The stone monument is still modeled and old. Standing silently, noticing this scene, Basho's gaze sank even further. Did you just really enter the illusion? He dropped his eyes, his voice low. Of course, after losing consciousness I was in one horrible scene after another. Yikue licked his lips with intent. If it wasn't because I heard you call me, I shouldn't be willing to wake up yet. So you can wake up whenever you want? Basha looked fixedly at Yikue. Aren't you guys? Yikue laughed. It shouldn't. At those words, Predator, who was standing at the back, could no longer maintain his composure, and he turned his head to look at the unresponsive stone monument with an extremely wonderful expression on his face. What should or shouldn't? Just then, a piercing sneer broke the conversation on the stage. Standing behind Predator, a heavenly official with a hawkish nose and a slightly gloomy face snorted and shook his head. Is it that you didn't expect it? Or did you simply not dare to say it? Thanks for making us wait so long, Lord Halberd Wielder. You should have judged that already. The hawk-nosed heavenly official looked coldly at Yikue. This brat, he's been lying from start to finish. Bane do. What do you mean? Pred's eyes snapped open. What do I mean? The corner of the mouth of the heavenly official named Wo-Do revealed a touch of disdain. I mean, he wasn't even affected by the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet. No way. Predator's attitude was resolute. You should know better than anyone what will happen if you step into the range of the multiple treasure pagoda induction monument. I am well aware of that. Wo-Do sneered and spoke extremely nonchalantly. But you, as a senior heavenly official for so many years, should know one thing better. The only people that the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet can affect are those who exist spiritually. What's the point of talking about influence if he doesn't even have a spirit? I felt something was wrong from the moment he first started standing under the sensory monument without reacting. I have to say, this kid is smart. He should have summarized his experience from the reactions of the members who participated in the examination. And then he started pretending to deceive people. We've been played by this kid, accompanying him to play hard to get here for so long. It's ridiculous. Bane-Do turned his head to look at Yikue, his gloomy face filled with coldness, standing still and not moving for most of the day. Little brat, you really have perseverance. Pred's body shook. He also reacted violently. It is true that the only people who can be affected by the multi-pagoda induction tablet are those who exist spiritually, and those who do not have spirituality will not react at all under the induction tablet. At the same time, Predator also recalled how strange Yikue was when he first entered the stone monument's range. What? Feeling bad now? Noticing Predator's dissimilarity, Scourge-Do sneered. I told you how it's possible for someone to last so long under the induction monument. Even Wu Chi is nowhere near as good. He cannot change his face because he has not felt the real fear under the induction tablet at all. And he still wants to be awake whenever he wants to be awake. And he dares to say such words? Coldness in his eyes. Pred finally choked on his words. Anna sighed. Bosch's silence so far, his delay in uttering a word, seemed to express some attitude. I guess no one expected that what the guru bird sent us would be an ordinary person who doesn't even have a spirit. Baindu sneered again. What? How is that possible? The person recommended by Lord Guju doesn't even have a spirit. I don't think so. Why not? You should have seen that the multi-treasure pagoda sensor monument didn't respond in any way. No spirituality. If it wasn't for Lord Guru's recommendation, he wouldn't even pass the initial screening. And he made us wait for so long. Isn't he going a little overboard? Seeing the situation, the schoolyard instantly exploded. Chapter 29 is not over. Asterisk. It's still possible. Lu Yue even stood up directly. Astonishment written all over his fat face. He's really going a bit overboard by doing this, isn't he? But, is amazing. But soon, a flash of admiration flashed across his face. Not even having a spirituality, he managed to get Lord Guju to recommend him for the heavenly official's examination. And with a straight face, even after it has been revealed, Lu Yu looked at Yi Kuei. A flash of admiration even flashed across his fat face. Simply a model for my generation. Pred was in a cacophony of noise, and all that was left was a succession of bitter smiles. What are you talking about? Just then, Yi Kuei's voice rang out as he looked at Scourgedo with a furrowed brow. Who told you that I'm cheating? Aren't you acting a bit too much? It's getting to the point where you're still a dead duck. Baindu looked down at Yi Kuei and smiled grimly. Wasn't the evidence just now enough? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want by relying on the Guju bird? If it weren't for the fact that the Guru bird recommended you to come, and for what you've done alone, plus the fact that you dared to explore the hidden secrets of the heavenly officials, do you think that I would have let you live? A tiny mole cricket. How dare you open your mouth and talk to me like that? At the end of his words, his voice was already filled with a morose killing intent. What do you want? Predator dodged in front of Yi Kuei and looked at Baindu with a sullen face. He's lied to so many people. How long has the heavenly official's examination been delayed by him? And I can't even talk much? Baindu coldly glanced at Predator. Still defending him, you really don't even want to lose face. There's no real conclusion yet as to how things really are. Predator looked at Scourgedo and said coldly, if you dare to say another word about what you just said, don't blame me for being impolite. Meh. Baindu sneered, clearly not taking Pred seriously. All shut up. Basia's dying voice finally sounded. He had already opened his dim eyes. His eyes were majestic. When Gushu Bird was going to give Yi Kuei the assessment quota, he also didn't mention the matter of having or not having spirituality. The heavenly official's examination isn't over yet. Basha shook his head. As for whether or not deception is involved, there will be no conclusion until after it's over. You, go down first. He looked towards Yi Kuei and sighed softly. Will anything go wrong with this multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet of yours? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the stone monument on the side. Seals. At that, Predator stalled and sighed. Is not going to be a problem. Ha! Yi Kuei smiled and shook his head as he turned around to get off the stage. As Basha said, the heavenly official's examination is not over yet. As he turned to leave, though, he turned his head to Baindu and grinned. Compare it to the heavenly official's examination. On the contrary, this heavenly official named Baindu was a bit interesting. Little bugger. When Baindu saw Yi Kuei's gaze, his expression stared, and a touch of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. But at the same time, Yi Kuei had already returned to his position earlier. You are really good. Not only did you fool us all, but in the end you had the nerve to offend Woeful Do. Seeing Yi Kuei come back, admiration was written all over Lu Yu's fat face. I thought I was bossy enough by relying on my father, but I didn't expect you to be even better than me. When will I be able to mix to your kind of realm? He didn't have any prejudice against Yi Kuei because of the situation just now. Instead, he was incomparably marvelous. The scourge of the fight is another matter. Yi Kuei gently shook his head. But about the examination, I didn't lie to you guys. Okay, all buddy. You and I don't have to do this. Lu Yu reached out and patted Yi Kuei on the shoulder. I appreciate you. Don't worry, even if you don't have spirituality, Buddy will cover you. What a disgrace to the liner. Suddenly, a contemptuous sneer sounded from the sidelines. It's even if you used to like to hang out with the general public. I didn't think you'd even look at this kind of goods now. A man with a slim figure and a face that showed an unhealthy pallor was looking at Lu Yue mockingly. You deserve to be a liner too? No matter how marvelous the liner is, it still belongs to the category of human beings. At those words, Lu Yu turned his head and a flash of disgust flashed across his fat face when he saw the visitor. Unlike you bunch of things, who think that just because you are a liner, your bloodline is superior. Liners are originally of noble bloodline. The man let out a cold laugh and glanced at Yi Kuei with full contempt. Being with this kind of goods will only make me feel sick. If Yi Kuei had spirituality and talent, plus the background of Lord Guru, he wouldn't have dared to say a word. But right now, he was full of disdain for a piece of trash that had nothing to offer. And I'm afraid that Lord Guju wouldn't give him a second glance. Yang Bing? Yi Kuei looked at the man's departing back and narrowed his eyes. He had some impression of this man, a member of the liners in the test just now, with an ability that seemed to be capable of dragging people into the dream world. You remember him? Lu Yu looked at Yang Bing's departing back and puked in disgust. He doesn't have a good brain. Not only Yang Bing, all the liners who participated in the examination this term don't have a good brain. The heavenly officials examination hasn't even been passed yet. And you think that as a liner with a noble bloodline, you're completely different from ordinary people. He shook his head, causing his fat meat to tremble. They also set up some kind of liner society, and when they invited me to join, I didn't even look at them. Yi Kuei froze. It was no wonder that when the examination was conducted just now, Lu Yu did not communicate or interact much with the other liners. The authority doesn't care about this kind of thing? He grimaced. They're not yet celestial officials, and the authority certainly doesn't care about these things. And, within the authority, there's actually this problem. Lu Yu shook his head and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that Wu Qi is more powerful than me, and Wu Qi's father is more powerful than my father, I would have taught them a lesson long ago. Yuki? Yi Kuei froze. Wu Qi is the founder of the Liner Society. Lok Yu's face was cold. So it is. Yi Kuei couldn't help but laugh. He said that with Lu Yu's character. How could he let Yang Bing flaunt his power in front of him? So everything was for a reason. Yi Kuei also finally understood the reason for Lu Yu's conflict with Wu Qi. However, it could be seen through Lok Yu's reaction that although he was bossy, he was not as brainless as he showed. You are blessed. Ru Yue shook his head and pointed at Baindo on the stage. That one is Wu Qi's father. Yi Kuei froze. He was genuinely surprised that there was even this layer of joints. Yi Kuei suddenly reacted to why Scourge Du had mentioned his words about nearly surpassing Wu Qi just now. So it turned out that he was worried that he had stolen his son's limelight. At the same time, he also knew why Yang Bing had deliberately come to provoke him just now. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. But, why is Yuki his father called Baindu? After a pause, he voiced another question in his mind. Baindu is just a code name. Upon hearing this, Lu Yue smiled. Every heavenly official who has reached level 3 or above will have a codename that is exclusively his or her own. Level 3 plus. Yi Kuei was thoughtful. Rokuyu's reply sort of unveiled the doubts he had been having about the heavenly official's designation. But, how exactly is the grading of the heavenly officials calculated? He looked at Rokuyu in disbelief. In fact, the most important thing is the intensity of the spirituality. After igniting the spirituality, the higher the grade of the celestial official, the more intense the spirituality must be. But as you can see, the heavenly officials have different abilities, and there is even the possibility of mutual restraint. So the rank doesn't fully represent the strength, and has a lot to do with the ability as well. Lu Yue shook his head and spoke. But, you just need to remember that as long as it involves combat, the higher the rank of the heavenly official, the more powerful it must be is all. There's another one. Speaking here, a smirk flashed across his fat face. That's to complete more missions for the authority, and by simmering your seniority, you can be promoted as well. And by simmering seniority? Yi Kuei froze for a moment. That's for sure. Lok Yu shook his head. Alright, let's not talk about this. I can sort of see that Baindu has memorized you. He looked at Yi Kuei and opened his mouth to comfort him. But you don't have to worry. When the time comes, I'll let my father help, and protect you. Scourge Du won't be able to do much to take you. Let's see what happens first. Rokuyu redirected his eyes forward. According to what Lord Halberd Bearer said, it seems that the heavenly official's examination is not yet over. Chapter 30, it's you, isn't it? However, on the stage, after Yi Kuei left, Basha and Pred and the rest of them, surprisingly, at some point, they also lost sight of each other. They had left without saying anything. What's going on? Lu Yu froze for a moment. Usually the examination ends after testing the talent under the induction monument. This year there is an extra item added not to mention. How come it's also mysterious? My dad is really good too. He doesn't even give me a little more information about the test. He muttered in a disgruntled whisper. Don't even give me more information about the test. Suddenly, the same words rang out behind him. How do you talk like me? Rokuyu frowned. How do you talk like me? The voice sounded again. You're going a little overboard. Lu Yu turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei somewhat angrily. How old are you? And you keep learning how to talk from me. I didn't. Yikuei looked at Lokyu and shook his head with a smile. I heard it all. Seeing that Yikuei didn't admit it, Lu Yu was a bit irritated. It's just the two of us. If you didn't say it, who else could it be? If you didn't say it, who else could it be? In the meantime, the same voice rang out again, and even the tone of Ryua's voice was learned exactly the same. But this time, he finally realized that it really wasn't Yikuei, because Yikuei was standing quietly in front of him without uttering a word. That. Rokuyu froze for a moment. It is. Yikuei pointed at Lu Yue's shoulder, and the smile on his face increased. Rokuyu's body creeped and he jerked his head around. At some point, a bare head with a long, thin neck and a horrible, hairless look had sprouted from his shoulder. Noticing Lu Yu looking at himself, it grinned and opened its hollow mouth, making the same sound as Yikuei. It is it. It is it. It's it. Ah. Rokuyu's obese body trembled and let out a fierce scream. Shasta. Boom. Scorching hot flames erupted directly from his body. But right now, no one even noticed the difference in Lokyu, because the entire schoolyard had turned into a mess. A cry of horror, an irritated yell. Whispering to himself with forced composure, various sounds rang out one after another within the school grounds, and all the members participating in the examination suffered a similar situation. I don't know when, the entire schoolyard had gone dark. The air smelled cold and earthy. Even the sizzling fiery light emitted from Lu Yu's body was inexplicably absorbed, leaving only a dim shadow. This scene added even more fear to the entire schoolyard. Having just experienced that within the stone monument, and then encountering a sudden change that caught the members off guard, the spirituality they had only just ignited exploded in an instant. Looking at the chaos in front of him, the corners of Yikuei's mouth revealed more and more. The second round of tests, it turns out, has already begun. He fanned the pungent smell of blood that had been coming from the tip of his nose since a moment ago, and slowly turned his head to look at the hideous woman who was lying on her shoulder, face to face with her, covered in sticky blood, with half of her eyeballs on the verge of falling onto her face. Ah! Seeing Yikuei turn his head, the woman opened her bloody mouth and let out a grim hiss. Seeing this, Yikuei froze. Be careful. He gave a warm smile and reached out to rip out the woman's eyeball that was about to fall. The woman froze as well. However, Yikuei never looked at the woman again, and he tentatively licked his round eyeballs. Suck it. Then, satisfied, he sucked the eyeball directly into his mouth. In the meantime, Yikuei also understood why the other members reacted so strongly, because ever since the woman had appeared, he had felt as if there was something that had a stranglehold on his throat that only told him to gasp for air. Enjoy the choking and feel the melt-in-your-mouth deliciousness. Yikuei squinted his eyes cozily. Looking at the scene in front of her, the hideous woman's residual body stiffened, and a flash of panic violently flashed through her incredulous eyes. Next moment, the hideous woman let out a hoarse, piercing scream as she closed what was left of her one eyeball in death. In the cacophony of the schoolyard, the woman let out a wrenching scream, far ahead of the rest. Yikuei hurriedly opened his eyes as he stared straight at the terrifying woman who was lying on his shoulder and letting out a long and unending scream, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry about that. Yikuei reached out and patted the woman's bloody body, comforting her. Take it easy. I'm just curious. I won't really do anything to you. Sensing Yikuei's actions, the woman's mutilated body trembled and her screams became even louder. The look of embarrassment on Yikuei's face worsened as he hurriedly withdrew his hand and tried to pacify the woman with other methods. Listen to me, but let Yikuei work hard. Still with her eyes dead shut, the woman let out a protracted scream. It's really freaking out. Luckily, the situation inside the schoolyard was special. Otherwise I was afraid that all eyes would be focused on it. Alright, shut the up. The screaming was slow to stop. Yikuei finally got a bit annoyed. He directly opened his mouth angrily and said, Cry again and I'll sip that eye of yours too. Boing boing. The woman's body stuttered and swallowed back her cries hard, even hiccuping as it reacted too quickly due to the convergence. You're not allowed to eat anymore. It stared at Yikuei with only one eyeball left, looking at Yikuei with incomparable fear, and its bloody and gruesome face even had a few moments of pity on it. Told you I was just curious and wouldn't do anything to you. Yikuei frowned at the woman and said with dissatisfaction, and one makes a strong howl. Then give me back my eyes. The woman shuddered, aggrieved. Yikuei gave a beat. The eyeballs melted in his mouth and were digested a long time ago. Where could he still take them out? His voice suddenly became a few points more ferocious. You just shouted like that, and you still have the face to ask me for something? Boing boing. The woman's body trembled, obviously frightened again, wanting to scream but not daring to do so. She could only deflate her mouth, her hideous face aggravated and scared. Didn't you just say that you're an ordinary person who doesn't even have spirituality? I saw it clearly. You didn't react at all at the old monument. I didn't even dare to scare you too hard. It lowered its head, its voice tiny and trembling. You would do such a thing to me. Don't you just taste a little? Yikue rolled his eyes. This tone of yours? How do you make it seem as if I'm the same as the scum who started it all? And you say? The woman raised her head for a moment to look at Yikue, but then abashedly lowered her head. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? You. Seeing this scene, Yikue revealed a smile. He lifted his head and looked up. The ability brought by the night pupil was able to allow Yikue to see everything clearly, and his line of sight stopped at the ginkgo tree that loomed over the entire Taoist temple. It's you, isn't it? Yikue spoke faintly. The words just fell. The incomparably thick ginkgo tree, as if stimulated, violently trembled its branches. How do you know? At the same time, the woman's head snapped up, her hideous face full of surprise. Even high-ranking heavenly officials were rarely able to discern its existence. The man in front of him, who was judged to not even have a spirit, was able to call out his origin in one breath. Chapter 31. That's really good. It's your trick domain that enveloped the entire authority, isn't it? Yikue did not reply to the woman's words. Instead, he revealed a smile and opened his mouth again to ask. You. The woman's body trembled once again as it pinched the corner of its broken stump in death, panic filling the only remaining eyeball. Are you a bad person? Behind them, the lush ginkgo tree swung more and more. The woman at the moment, in addition to the panic brought about by having one of her eyes eaten by Yikue just now, countless fears were added to her heart at the moment. The man in front of him was just too scary. Not only did he easily see where he came from, but he even pointed out the most central hidden secret of the Qin provincial administration with a single word. Although the woman also knew that members who were able to come and participate in the heavenly officials' examination represented that they had all passed the appropriate tests, so there shouldn't be any problems, but she was still afraid. If the man in front of him was really a bad person with bad intentions, the damage that could be done was not just half a star. The woman was already prepared, but whenever Yikue made any movement, it would simply choose to escape, awakening the authorities' highest level of alarm. Bad guys? Yikue looked at the half-broken woman in front of him who was like an enemy and froze. How could I be a bad person? Then you swear? The woman stared at Yikue dead in the face, obviously doubting what he said. I'm really not a bad person. Noticing that the woman was getting more and more nervous, Yikue smiled helplessly. He seemed to think of something and pointed to what he had opened his mouth to say. I'm here because of Auntie's recommendation. Pigeon? Words. The woman jerked straight up, as if she had remembered something, and suddenly realized. Right. I was so nervous just now that I forgot. They said that you were recommended by Little Dove. Told you so. As if the name of the Guju bird had some magic power, the woman dropped her guard in an instant, and it patted what was left of its chest, a smile on its hideous face. It just really scared me to death. You came here on the recommendation of Little Dove, and you're doing this to me. The woman gave Yikue a slightly resentful look. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Yikue's face once again, but it was hard for him to connect the name Little Dove with the woman who stood proudly in the air, with a fiery red dress and a lingering coolness. As for your earlier question, it shouldn't be my trick domain that envelopes the authority. To be precise, the woman didn't pay attention to Yikue's embarrassment, and after dropping its guard, it seemed to open up as if it had opened up. Rather, it's the authority of Qin province, which was set up using my guile domain as an anchor point. As an anchor point? Yikue fiercely narrowed his eyes, but he didn't have to think about it for long before he pointed to the mess around him and asked with a grin. So you did all of this right? Those are me. The woman nodded vigorously, and the other eyeball nearly fell down as well. It hurriedly reached out to catch it and gave Yikue a wary look. I told you it was just a taste just now. I'm not going to do anything against you. Yikue's face darkened, but the woman's words sort of completely confirmed his suspicions. The only person who could do whatever he wanted within the guile domain was the owner of the guile domain. In fact, after just stepping into the authority and noticing the presence of the creepy domain, coupled with the abnormalities felt from the ginkgo tree, Yikue had already made an inference. Still, he hadn't expected that the authority of Qin province would be established using the tricky domain as an anchor point, and it was surprising that the spirituality of the owner of the tricky domain would be so high. So, you're considered creepy, evil, or a seal? Yikue seemed to have thought of something as he narrowed his eyes at the woman. What are you doing? Yikue's line of sight made the woman's body once again cold. It panicked and explained. I am not an evil spirit or weirdness. The current me should be considered a sealing object. Class V sealer. The woman raised her head and proudly introduced herself. It could be seen that it was rarely able to communicate with people on a regular basis, so after putting its heart down, it enjoyed chatting with Yikue. Amazing. Yi Kuei casually quipped and spoke. So the second item of the heavenly official's examination was conducted by you? Aha, right. Being praised, the woman narrowed her eyes happily. But this look, on its ghastly face, appeared even more frightening. Overlord said that recently there have been more and more weird recoveries and emergencies, and that the heavenly official's examinations must also be changed. Will there be casualties in the second test of the celestial officials? Yi Kuei turned his head to the side. The sudden change, coupled with the fact that a group of members participating in the examination had just ignited their spirituality not long ago, many of them did not have the means to control their abilities, resulting in a mess within the schoolyard at the moment. Some members have been injured and some have fainted. There were even some members who, in their panic, accidentally injured the people next to them. Compared to the first test, the test at hand seems more straightforward. There's certainly no way to avoid getting hurt. The woman waved her hand. Hegemon said that to become a heavenly official, one must always see blood, and if they don't even have the means to withstand this little thing, they don't deserve to be a heavenly official at all, much less qualified to face evil spirits and weirdness. It said seriously, but I'll try not to put their lives in danger as much as I can. So it is. Yi Kuei nodded, then looked to the side and spoke. Then if someone wants to take advantage of the opportunity to make a move on their companions in the darkness, what should they do? What? The woman froze and looked in the direction that Yi Kuei was looking. In a dim light, many of the members participating in the examination panicked, though there were also many who were able to keep their composure. There were even people who had gotten rid of the fear and panic they had just experienced. Yang Bing, as a liner, did have superior strengths, and despite panting and looking pale, he recovered. However, instead of choosing to rest, he looked to the side with a cold glint in his eyes, seemingly searching for something, and at the end of his line of sight was the fireball that Rokuyu had transformed into. Even though much of the firelight had been absorbed, the dim ball of fire in the midst of all the darkness was still quite an attention grabber. What's he going to do? The woman's face was curious. He remembers me around Rokyak. Yi Kuei grinned. So, he's looking for me. Looking for you? The woman was even more stunned. Although she didn't understand why, it still saw the malice in Yang Bing's eyes. Why is he targeting you? It could be because of something small. Yi Kuei's tone was breezy. That's not good. At these words, the woman's eyes rounded at once, although Basho didn't say what should be done when this situation arises. But don't worry, I won't let him hurt you. No, no, no. Yi Kuei waved his hand. He turned his head to look at Bing Yang in the darkness, and the smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth became more and more exaggerated. I mean, since it hasn't been said what to do, it's really great. Chapter 32, Aren't you looking for me? Hearing Yi Kuei's words, the woman only felt a chill run through her body. That. It seemed to see Yi Kuei's intentions and stuttered. What do you, want? As the woman had just said, the overlord had not mentioned anything about this in advance, so it would not get too involved. Still, it had a vague feeling that this was not a good thing. Look, isn't it possible that he's trying to plot against us? Yi Kuei could see the woman's panic as he turned his head to look at the woman. I've found it all out, so I must be protecting myself, right? So it's a reasonable thing to say that I'm going to make the first move in order to protect myself, don't you think? Yi Kuei had a serious face. What you're saying seems to make some sense. The woman froze in thought. That must make sense. The smile on Yi Kuei's face increased. Then, you stay safe. The woman looked at Yi Kuei and hesitated. Okay. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Yang Bing and spoke. Then I'll go and get busy first, and when the examination is over, I'll find you to play again. Remember what you said. The woman looked at Yi Kuei and reminded earnestly. As soon as the words fell, the ghastly woman lying on Yi Kuei's shoulder, drenched in blood and with only half of her body left, disappeared. But the next moment, whoosh, the woman's figure then appeared in front of Yi Kuei again. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It looked at Yi Kuei and muttered in a small voice before disappearing once again. Ha! Seeing this, Yi Kuei was dumbfounded. It was obvious that the woman was not as gullible as it appeared. And after the woman disappeared, the bloody odor that filled the tip of Yi Kuei's nose also disappeared together, as if everything just now was like an illusion. Class V seals. Yi Kuei raised his head and once again glanced at the ginkgo tree that looked like a giant umbrella shrouding the entire authority and narrowed his eyes. With that, he took a step towards Yang Bing in front of him. In the meantime, scared the hell out of me. Over the authority, the thick ginkgo tree trunks, still trembling uncontrollably. Even though the communication with Yi Kuei behind it was quite pleasant, it still had some heart palpitations when it very much remembered what had just happened. Ginkgo never imagined that one day he would be scared like this, within his own spooky domain. Don't blame it for worrying. It was really because the man below was too terrifying. It was not only because Yi Kuei's insight was amazing and he was able to easily see his own identity, even more so because just now, after Yi Kuei had eaten the eyeball he had transformed out of, the energy within the ginkgo tree had directly disappeared in one strand. This is unheard of for a ginkgo tree with an entire authority to complement it. This represents Yi Kuei had the ability to completely obliterate it. And, within the ginkgo tree's spooky domain, its perceptions grew geometrically. After including the first round of the heavenly official's examination and what had just happened, it had not felt a single ounce of fear from Yi Kuei's body. And this was also the reason why the ginkgo tree really believed what the crowd had said at the very beginning. That Yi Kuei was an ordinary person without spirituality who couldn't be influenced by the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet. But after experiencing the situation just now, it simply scoffed at all this talk, as having been housed in a seal. When facing Yi Kuei, there was a moment just now when its thick trunk softened for a few moments. It's okay. It's not a bad guy. The ginkgo tree swings its leaves and makes a rustling sound. It perked up and returned its attention to the schoolyard. After all, the second round of the test hadn't ended yet. In the meantime, Yi Kuei was already about to come to Yang Bing's side. How dare a lowborn who doesn't even have a spirit tell Yugo's father what to do? Ahead. Yang Bing stared with wide eyes, trying hard to find Yi Kuei's trail through the dim fireball that Liu had transformed into. If I don't give you a little lesson, you won't even know how big the gap is between an ordinary person and a heavenly official. I wish Brother Wu could see you. Scum. Kneeling on the ground in a moment, crying out in pain and begging for mercy. A grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And this self-absorbed loser. Yang Bing's eyes skimmed over Lu Yue once again and snorted. It's simply ridiculous. To be mixed up with that kind of low-blooded bastard. Never mind. I'll give you a little credit for not finding the bastard. A wisp of blood violently appeared in his pale eyeballs as he stared at Lu Yue. Yang Bing directly unleashed his ability. He grew up knowing that he wasn't like everyone else. While children of the same age were still playing around, Yang Bing realized that he was able to easily pull other children into a dream world constructed by himself. Dreams contain what people fear most in their hearts. Those kids, they'd be howling in terror at their own abilities. And whenever he looked at the children who were frightened by himself, Yang Bing would laugh with joy. As time passed, Yang Bing was no longer satisfied with scaring small children. In a fit of bad taste, he used his powers for the first time on the kindly neighboring grandfather. And the elderly neighbor simply couldn't take the excitement, suffered a heart attack, and passed away suddenly. The young Yang Bing was terrified. He hadn't expected his actions to have that serious a consequence. However, as time passed, Yang Bing realized that no one had even noticed what he had done. So, he got more and more aggressive. Until one day, before Bing Yang goes even more over the top, he is approached by the administration of unusual affairs. From that day onwards, Yang Bing realized that in this world, there are weird and evil spirits and the same existence as himself. They are all called liners. Yang Bing began to be cultivated by the authority, waiting to take the heavenly official's examination after his age was met. During his time at the authority, Bing Yang learned a lot, and as he continued to come into contact with other liners, an idea that Bing Yang recognized more and more. That is, liners will always be a nobler existence than ordinary people. Waste. He gave a sardonic laugh. Ahead, Lokyu's figure trembled violently, about to be pulled into Yang Bing's dream. But it was at this time. Aren't you looking for me? Someone tapped him on the shoulder. What's with the move against Lokyu? A slightly magnetic and nice male voice sounded from behind Yang Bing. His movements were instantly interrupted. Asterisk. It's over, isn't it? Yang Bing cursed angrily. A touch of boredom flashed across his face. How come for the second round of examination, there is still a change of people? Wasn't the female one settled just now? Unlike Rokuyaku who knew nothing, even before the start of this heavenly official's examination, the members of the Liners Guild had already known about the arrangements related to this examination through Wu Qi, and that's why he was able to get rid of his fear so quickly. But in the news revealed by Wu Qi, in the second round of the test, it was enough to get rid of the fear once, and there was no talk of switching. Forget it. If there's a problem, fix it again. Yang Bing impatiently turned his head and looked behind himself. He froze violently. With the help of the dim firelight, Yang Bing was able to clearly see that the one standing behind him was the one he had been trying to find just now. Yi Kuei. How? Yang Bing immediately let out a snort. This test is really coming back more and more. An ordinary person who doesn't even have spirituality can get out of fear so quickly? Or does the test think that the bastard's detachment from fear is something that can scare me? The words were not finished. His throat, then, was directly choked by a bony palm. Forget about not talking. Yi Kuei's voice was flat, and his palms directly began to exert force. Chapter 33, Dreams. Joke. Yang Bing's disdainful look intensified. The exact same feeling he had just experienced all over again. The first lesson learned by the authority when they were trained was that they must possibly remain calm in the face of evil spirits and weirdness. Fear, which amplifies the emotions within, allows the evil and the bizarre to take advantage of them. Just now when the mutation occurred suddenly, Yang Bing tried to keep calm and managed to get rid of his fear. He didn't even know what the point of using the same thing twice was. But this time, as the palm of his hand got tighter and tighter, the suffocating sensation that Yang Bing felt, however, got stronger and more real. Gabba dash. His throat bone snapped with a crunch, nearly crushing it. Yang Bing's pupils suddenly contracted. This is simply not the kind of effect that weirdness can bring about, that hallucinations can cause. That waste that didn't even have any spirituality had actually detached itself from the effects brought about by the fear just now, and even found itself in the darkness. And he, trying to kill himself. To do what? Yang Bing's face color rose more and more purple red. He struggled violently. Who gave you the courage? Meh. Yi Kuei smiled faintly, his eyes indifferent and calm. He didn't even bother to explain. And the bony palm that was strangling Yang Bing's throat was like an iron gate that kept tightening. After deciding to do something, Yi Kuei would not hesitate. In fact, his communication with the ginkgo tree just now was his truest thought. To discover the seedling of trouble, then to completely crush the seedling before the trouble appeared. Once and for all, it's the most appropriate way to solve the trouble. Yi Kuei's palm, once again, tightened. Crunch dash. Yang Bing's neck had already made an unbearable crunching sound. But, being a liner, he had also undergone a long period of training by the authority, and he maintained his last ounce of calm in the most urgent life and death situation. Next moment. Damn it, you! Yang Bing snapped his head up to look at Yi Kuei, blood rushing out to envelop his entire eyeball. He used his ability directly at Yi Kuei. At the moment of emergency, Yang Bing exploded with extraordinary potential. The dream was constructed in an instant. Yi Kuei's movements came to a violent halt. Bastard thing. Yang Bing gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, covered in killing intent. This lowly scumbag in front of him dared to take advantage of his carelessness to sneak attack. Yang Bing was going to make the man in front of him die by his 1,000 cuts in front of his greatest fear in the constructed dream. Immediately, in the midst of constructing a successful dream, Yang Bing opened his eyes, but then he froze. What appeared in front of Yang Bing was only a void. No? A flash of bewilderment crossed his face. How could there not be? How can a person not have something to fear? Just as Yang Bing was at a loss, he spotted a blood-red, tiny bright spot slowly floating in a void. I told you, how can there be nothing? A cold light flashed in Yang Bing's eyes. Even though the bright spot only represented a wisp of something that had left a deep impression on Yi Kuei, he could magnify that wisp infinitely. Prepare to have a good time. Yang Bing let out a sardonic smile and instantly padded over towards the bright spot. However, just as he approached, the rampant, twisted, and crazy aura coming from the blood-colored bright spot caused him to jolt. The intense discomfort nearly made Yang Bing vomit. It's not right. His expression plummeted. Yang Bing had realized that the situation was abnormal. Yet just then, the blood-colored highlight seemed to sense the stranger's aura and instantly skyrocketed. How? Yang Bing's pupils contracted once again. How could there be a being that could spread directly into a dream world constructed by him through a mere wisp of impression left behind? But Bing Yang was simply too late to react. Boom! The soaring blood-colored bright spot completely engulfed him. Sea of blood. In his own dream, Yang Bing saw the monstrous sea of blood that was constantly churning with waves. And in the center of the sea of blood was a gloomy coffin. The coffin faced him and slowly opened. Next moment, Yang Bingfa let out a miserable, mournful cry, and his two eyeballs exploded in an instant. Boundless and twisted fear washed over his consciousness in an instant. Yang Bing, who was sneering a second ago, died in his dream. Yi Kuei froze for a moment as he looked at Yang Bing, whose two eyes exploded and suddenly screamed and broke. What's wrong with you? Just now, one's power shouldn't be enough to pinch Yang Bing to death, right? Why are the eyeballs still fried? He looked puzzled, but unfortunately, the corpse would not answer Yi Kuei's question. Forget it. He wiped the blood that had been sprayed on his hand and stopped dwelling on it. It doesn't matter how you die. Just die. As if throwing trash, Yi Kuei casually threw Yang Bing's body on the ground and raised his head. After a period of time, calm has gradually returned to the schoolyard. The members who were able to get out of their fear were pretty much out of it, and those who weren't were passed out. Instead, it was the screams Yang Bing let out before he died that drew the attention of a large group of people. They couldn't see anything, but they made an effort to look in the direction from which the sound came. One side, Rokuyaku has also managed to come to his senses. Instead of putting up with this, though, he stood on his tiptoes and stared with a worried look on his face as he struggled to find something. Seeing this scene, Yikuei smiled as he walked forward and patted Luyu's shoulder. Who? Rokuyu's body shivered with fat. Me. Yikuei opened his mouth to reply. Yikuei, are you alright? Upon hearing Yikuei's voice, a flash of surprise flashed across Luyu Fatty's face. I've been looking for you. He had been worried that the sudden change just now would bring danger to Yikuei, who had no spirituality and was just an ordinary person. It's okay. Yikuei laughed. It's okay. Luyu let out a sigh of relief. Just now should have been the second round of examination. Who knew it would be so sudden? It's a good thing you gave me a heads up so I could take that scaremongering Sema thing and burn it clean with one fire. He stared hard at Yikuei. But, when did you come to your senses? For the matter of Yikuei, who was just an ordinary person, being able to pass the examination, Luyu was still quite surprised. Just now, Yikuei replied with a smile. Rokuyu froze. If he remembered correctly, just now, that squeal that sounded like killing a pig miserably seemed to be coming from the direction where Yikuei was. It's not easy for you either. Screaming so loud, he fumbled and patted Yikuei's shoulder, comforting him, but it's fine, just pass. Maybe the hegemon will change his attitude towards you because of your performance in the second round. I didn't scream. Yikuei had a puzzled look on his face. Okay, all buddy, what are you pretending with me? Luyu's fat face was filled with understanding. Being scared is scared. There is no shame. At the very least, you should be considered to have passed this round of examination. Ha! Yikuei was dumbfounded. He could see that Luyu was treating Yang Bing's screams just now as if they were coming from himself. Should be about right. However, Yikuei didn't explain much, but lifted his head and squinted his eyes to the front. What almost? Rokuyu froze. Next moment. Whoa dash. The dimly lit schoolyard was restored to a brightness in an instant. Chapter 34 The sudden brightness of the environment caused the crowd to subconsciously squint their eyes. When they regained their vision and saw what was ahead of them, they froze violently. Inside the school grounds, it had become a mess. Not only were there messy traces everywhere, but on the ground, there were a whole bunch of members who had participated in the examination passed out. The fat on Rokuyu's face twitched. This test seems really different. He turned his head to look at Yikuei and rambled in a small voice. I can't believe so many people didn't hold up. I didn't expect that you kid. In addition to not having spirituality, you really have something. So many people who ignite spirituality can't work. You even managed to hold on until the end. Luyu patted Yikuei's shoulder once again. I thought about how the test might not turn out as well as it should. Just then, Basha's aged voice also slowly sounded. But I didn't expect it to be so shocking. It's amazing that less than half of those who can stay awake now. As a celestial official, if you can't even deal with this little contingency, how can you face real evil spirits and weirdness? He gazed at the mess in front of him and let out a deep sigh. The heavenly official's examination. It really needs to be changed. At some point, Basha, with a group of predator heavenly officials, had reappeared in front of the schoolyard. You guys. His cloudy gaze swept over the group of sober members as if he wanted to say something else. But just then, Basha's eyes snapped shut. In the next moment, the drooping, hunched figure had appeared beside Yang Bing's corpse, and he stared down at him with a serious expression. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Predator and a group of heavenly officials also rushed over. Yang Bing is dead. How? He's a liner. What the hell? The other members of the group, too, had noticed Yang Bing's condition. The schoolyard instantly became a mess. No one had expected that there would be deaths in this heavenly official's examination. Dead, or a liner, halberd bearer. The deceased was stimulated by extreme fear and his consciousness was washed away, causing his eyes to explode and he died instantly. A female Tenkan with glasses reached out her softly glowing hand and gently touched Yang Bing's corpse before raising her head to look at Basho. But, she hesitated. But what? Basho inquired with a frown. The dead man's throat bone. There are signs of breakage. It should be near death. Was strangled. The female celestial official looked down at Yang Bing. The second round of the test is having fear from suffocation. Basha stared at Yang Bing's corpse and seemed to be pondering something. With that, he raised his head and looked up. Sha 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 sha. Overhead, the branches of the ginkgo tree, which resembled a giant umbrella, suddenly swung, emitting a burst of sound, as if telling something. Surprisingly, there would be a liner, who was scared to death in the heavenly official's examination. The overlord paused, lowered his head to look at Yang Bing's corpse once again, and smiled to himself. I really don't know if it's because he's timid, or if it's our authorities' training system that's gone wrong. Halberd bearer, I don't think Yang Bing's death is that simple. Seeing this, a flash of bloom flashed across Scourgedo's eyes. As a liner we've trained, it's even if he can't pass the test, surely he won't lose his life under fear. Something must be wrong somewhere. His voice was icy. So what do you think is wrong with? Basha's cloudy gaze turned to Baindo. Is there a problem with the heavenly officials test? Or did someone kill Yang Bing at the authorities' headquarters? Under our noses? Baindo's body suddenly trembled and he lowered his head. But on his drooping face, gloom filled the air. And the rear. How can? Disbelief was even written all over Wu Qi's face. This time, in order to get good grades, Scourge Du had actually revealed the relevant contents of the second round of examination to them long ago. Not to mention, in Wu Qi's impression, Yang Bing's ability was just enough to restrain the situation of the second round of examination. With preparation, how could Yang Bing be scared alive? For the death of Yang Bing, I'm very sorry. Everyone rest assured that the follow-up for the suspicions in the death, we will do a detailed investigation. Basha shook his head, no longer dwelling on the cause of Yang Bing's death. Right now, the heavenly officials' examination is still continuing, so I hope that everyone can first turn their attention to our examination. His cloudy line of sight swept over the crowd below the schoolyard, announced the results of the second round of examination immediately. Upon hearing this, the crowd within the schoolyard that was still able to stay awake instantly became agitated. Although they were extremely surprised by Yang Bing's death, what the crowd was most looking forward to was ultimately the results of the heavenly officials' examination. Who do you guys think will be the first place winner of the second round of examination? That goes without saying, it must be Yu Qi. What's in doubt now is the second and third of the test. I've heard that the first place winner of this heavenly officials' examination will have an extra reward. I've heard the same thing. The rewards are said to be extraordinary, even more unusual, has nothing to do with us, that is all Wu Qi rely on their own strength to get. They murmured, listening to the sounds coming from the front. Yu Qi temporarily slowed down. Meh. He held his head high, and although his face remained unchanged, the corners of his mouth that kept rising still revealed his inner smugness. What's the big deal? Lu Yu glanced at Wu Qi and bristled. And they say that the bloodline of the liners is extraordinary. This Yang Bing is not just dead. I'd love to take first place and punch him in the face. His fat face was full of indignation. Ha! Hearing Lu Yue's words, Yi Kuei could not help but smile and shake his head. To be able to infuriate the domineering character of Lokyu like this, it was really not easy. How exactly are the results of the second round of the heavenly officials' examination calculated? He looked curiously at Rokuyu. I don't know. A flash of bewilderment also flashed across Lu Yue Fatty's face. Unlike the first round of assessment, the second round of assessment is all-encompassing, and coupled with the special environment just now, the exact situation that occurred is not clear to the heavenly officials. Therefore the results are not announced by the heavenly officials. Basha didn't do much explaining, and the pale old voice sounded again. As for the results of the examination, let's announce the first place first. Speaking of which, he paused and raised his head to look overhead. Noticing Basho's movements, the crowd inside the schoolyard also raised their heads in curiosity. Sha 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 sha. In the meantime, the trunk of the ginkgo tree, which looked like a giant umbrella, was windless and began to sway. The ginkgo was golden and brilliant. For a while, the entire schoolyard seemed to be covered in eye-catching gold color, and the beauty was shocking. And over the rustling sound of the leaves shaking, a delicate ginkgo leaf slowly drifted down as the crowd gawked. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes stared. They know how the results are posted. Immediately, the swirling leaves fell just a little bit in front of Lokyu. Rokuyu violently froze in place, his mouth wide open, disbelief written all over his face. Even though Lokyu had indignantly said just now that he would take the first place and hit Wu Qi in the face, even he, himself, couldn't believe that the first place finish would be his own. Chapter 35 The Stone Tablet. Cracked. It's not just Rokuyuku. The other people in the schoolyard, after seeing this scene, all froze violently, their hearts filled with disbelief. How could it be Rokuyuku? Am I having trouble with my eyes? Can it be that this fatty's performance in the second round was even better than Wu Qi's? The crowd burst into excited chatter, and above the schoolyard, the crowd of heavenly officials, including Basha and Predator, also looked astonished. The appearance of this scene was something they had not expected. It's me. It's really me. After Lu Yu froze for a moment, a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. Dad, did you see that? I'm much more accomplished than you. Wu Qi, it's your face that I'm punching. He was trembling with fat, excited and uncharacteristic, trembling and stretching out his hand to catch the ginkgo biloba that looked like gold floating down. However, the ginkgo leaf was about to fall into Ryue's hand, but it made a spin and floated to Ryue's side. Yi Kuei lowered his head and looked at the ginkgo biloba that had fallen obediently into his palm, golden in color. So that's a sign of first place? He picked up the leaves and a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. Quiet. Deadly silence. The moment this scene appeared, the The schoolyard was violently plunged into a dead silence. Everyone within the schoolyard stared straight ahead at Yikue with wide eyes. Ginkgo biloba falling on Yekel's hand? So the number one in the second round of examination is Yikue? Is it the ordinary guy who doesn't even have a spirit and was already judged to be cheating by being smart in the first round? The situation before them was far beyond what they could bear. No way. Next moment, a mournful cry snapped out. Wu Qi no longer had the means to maintain his false aloofness as he pointed at Yikue and shouted, "The first place can never be this punk." If Liu getting first place was something that made Wu Qi express his doubts, then Yikue's first place would only cause Wu Qi to break down. I just heard everything. His fingers, pointing at Yikue, were trembling uncontrollably. It's this punk that's in the location whereas, the screams coming from it are the loudest. How can he still be number one when his pee might be scared out of him? Wu Qi hissed. It must have been affected by the wind when the leaves fell just now. His words seemed to stimulate something. A soft grunt of displeasure was faintly heard over the schoolyard. Sha 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 sha. The sound of the leaves shaking and mousing grew violently louder. Immediately, whoa dash. Ginkgo tree leaves that looked like rain falling. Inside the schoolyard, it was as if a golden rain had fallen. However, in an absolutely beautiful scenery, without exception, the ginkgo biloba leaves floating down from the sky and flying out in all directions. But in the end, they all slowly swirled and fell to Yikue, not available at. Seeing this, Yu Qi's screams came to an abrupt end. He was like a goose that had been suddenly pinched by the neck. His face flushed red, his lips couldn't stop shivering, but he couldn't say a word anymore. It's so old. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Basho couldn't help but be in a trance for a moment, the corner of his mouth gently twitching. Can't stand the shock of you youngsters. I don't know how you did it, but the test scores don't lie. Basha looked at Yikue with a rather complicated look in his eyes. The top of the list for the second round of examination is you. Yikue. Kid. You. Predator stood behind Basho, dumbfounded. The situation in front of him, he didn't even dare to think about it. But Yikue really did it. You really gave me a big surprise. But soon, Pred revealed a smile. With this achievement, you might, indeed, be able to make an exception and become a heavenly official. Ridiculous. At that, Scourgedew snapped out. He completely did not cover up. His face was fierce and he gritted his teeth. A waste that doesn't even have spirituality, and still wants to become a heavenly official? Simply dreaming. Scourgedew would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans, and the reward for the first place in the heavenly official's examination could only be his. He must have relied on some crooked methods to get this first place. Baindo's gaze was morose as he stared at Yikue. I will definitely find out what the hell he's up to. But, Dad, the reward for first place in the test. At those words, Wu Qi raised his head, his voice trembling as he looked towards Scourgedew. Shut up. Wofudo violently turned his head to interrupt Wu Qi and said angrily, what's it like to cry over a little thing? This punk didn't even score in the first round of the test. What's he going to give you to compete for first place in the heavenly officials test? He opened his mouth with a meaningful reminder. At those words, Wu Qi gave a start and snapped out of it. He raised his head and looked at Yikue. A cold smile flashed anew on his face. His own father was right. What's the point of bothering yourself with a spiritless piece of trash? Even though Yikue relied on his crooked ways to get the first place in the second round of the examination, in his first round, he didn't even get a grade. How to compare yourself? The first place in the heavenly officials examination was still his own after all. They were still able to accomplish what they started out to do. Wofudo had made so many arrangements and preparations for this examination. In fact, the ultimate goal was the reward for the first place in the examination, the bane of the bucket. Just then, Basha's old and majestic voice slowly rang out, his cloudy gaze fixedly looking towards Scourgedew as if he had seen through everything. Lord Halberd Bearer, I'm really sorry. Seeing this, Baindo's body trembled and hurriedly lowered his head. I am worried that being mixed into our heavenly officials by people with ulterior motives will cause a bad influence. He also realized that in his excitement, he had lost some of his words. However, after lowering his head, Baindu managed to flash a cold smile. Despite the fact that he had just said a little too much himself, the results would not have mattered. Who would have thought that the first and the second round would be Ikue? Without spirituality, he actually managed to surpass Wu Qi. It seems like Lord Guru recommended him for a reason after all. Truly marvelous. But the first place in the heavenly officials examination shouldn't have anything to do with him. Even if it doesn't matter, I still think that Yikue is already very powerful. Although this is the case, I still think that Yikue is actually powerful enough. Below, the crowd whispered with regret. What they hadn't realized was that, no matter how much Wofudo was questioning Yikue, their opinion of Yikue had already seen some changes. Yet just then, An ear-piercing cry rang out violently from the crowd. Who? The crowd rushed to look in the direction from which the voice came. How? How is that possible? At the end of the line of sight, Sulan was trembling with his body. His eyes filled with shock as he stared at the multiple treasure pagoda induction monument in front of him. What the hell is going on? Seeing this, the faces of the crowd even flashed with a touch of incomprehension. The sudden situation, moreover, attracted the attention of the front of the schoolyard, Basha and Pred's group of heavenly officials. What happened? Pred frowned. Did you use your powers? But the next moment, he seemed to suddenly think of something and hurriedly followed Su Lan's line of sight. The other heavenly officials also reacted violently as they turned around in panic. In the meantime, rumble. The stone monument that originally stood quietly on the side of the schoolyard shook violently. Written by Sun Sun of Nanyang, Chaosi Lang Judge Shanshu Wushu Department, Luangxi Yinjinqing. In the dim light, one of the inscriptions on the stone tablet suddenly lit up. 5, 10, 100, 2000. In a short moment, the entire side of the stone tablet was already all lit up. After an unknown number of years, the entire 2027 inscriptions on the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet finally reappeared in the sky at this moment. However, after the inscriptions were all lit up, the induction monument was not yet able to bear the huge impact, and the ancient stone monument shook once again. Rumble. This mottled stone monument, which had witnessed the passage of long years, violently showed a crack from the top. Chapter 36. Do you two not like to talk? Quiet. A silence. Inside the schoolyard, a dead silence once again fell, and a needle could be heard. Everyone, including the heavenly officials, gazed dumbfounded at the Duobao Pagoda induction monument to the side. They were shocked by the sudden appearance of this variable. No one had expected that something would go wrong with the multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet. What the hell is going on? Predator's eyes quivered vaguely. The strength of the multi-treasure pagoda induction monument. As a heavenly official of the authority, he was incomparably aware that even some special means had no way to leave any trace on the induction monument. And what exactly had happened to cause the 4-level seal, which had survived for an unknown number of years and was still intact, to crack right open? Whoosh! Next moment, Basya's hunched back appeared directly beside the Duobao Pagoda induction monument. A flash of eagerness flashed in his pale eyes, and he hurriedly pressed his hand on top of the stone tablet. Phew! After feeling it for a few moments, Basha let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just a crack in the tablet caused by the weakening of the spirit. It should be able to recover in a while. Upon hearing this, the other heavenly officials also relaxed a few moments. If the Doppelstat induction tablet was damaged, it would be a really big loss for the authority. But this incident reflects a situation that should not be underestimated. The tablet won't light up for no reason, and the surface of the tablet won't crack somehow. Soon after, a touch of gloom flashed in Basya's eyes. We must find out what happened to cause the mutation of the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet. His pale face tightened. It could be seen that for this matter, Basha attached immense importance to it. Not only Basha, but the other heavenly officials all pondered with furrowed brows, knowing the seriousness of this matter just as clearly. What the hell is going on? Predator had a puzzled look on his face and muttered to himself. Ever since Yi Kuei left the range of the induction monument, there hasn't been much contact with anyone else, and there are so many heavenly officials present. Yekal? Hearing Predator's words, Basho suddenly froze. Next moment, as if he had thought of something extremely unbelievable, his hunched body trembled and he violently raised his head to look at the sky. Over, like a giant umbrella covering the entire authority, the giant ginkgo tree with its trunk stretched out and leaves shadowing. After that scene appeared just now, it was as if the pause button had been pressed, not moving at all. Noticing the Overlord's line of sight, Ginkgo reacted. Sha 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 sha. It swung violently and violently, as if excitedly narrating something. Looking at the ginkgo tree that couldn't stop swaying in front of him, Basho's expression instantly froze. Just now, he slowly lowered his head and looked at Yi Kuei again, his old voice incomparably dry. Under the multiple treasure pagoda induction monument, what exactly happened? At that, Pred snapped. Not only Predator, but everyone present, after seeing the scene in front of them, all of them instantly stared in disbelief. You mean, in the illusion? Yi Kuei didn't notice the situation around him, and he glanced at the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet somewhat sheepishly. All experiences. Basha stared at Yi Kuei dead in the face. Not that anything happened. Seeing this, Yi Kuei even looked like there was some bottomlessness. He spoke in a small voice. At that time, after I was pulled into the illusionary realm, I was delayed, and then it seemed to be a little angry, and then it manifested a lot of weird things. And then what? A flash of brilliant light violently flashed through Basha's cloudy gaze, and then, I'll eat all that weirdness. Yi Kuei was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings at this juncture, and swallowed the word eat. All of them were killed. All of them? Basha's sparse eyebrows snapped up. Not all of them. Yi Kuei glanced at the overlord and replied in a small voice. There are still 2 or 3 left. I woke up after I heard you call me. You. Basha opened his mouth, and the expression on his face was incomparable. Halberd bearer. As if he had guessed what was going on, Predator gulped and inquired in a whisper. What the hell is going on? The induction tablet creates illusions with its own spirituality, and generally speaking, it doesn't consume too much, unless, of course, the induction tablet chooses to create evil spirits and strangeness with a spiritual presence in the illusion. Basha was in a trance for a moment. Once the spirituality consumed exceeds what the induction tablet can withstand, it will naturally collapse. Don't you have no spirituality, causing you to be unable to be affected by the sensory tablet? At those words, Pred's body trembled as he violently turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, his voice trembling. Who said that? Yi Kuei glared and spoke. I didn't say that. Isn't it all you guys who said that? Brightening the tablet with 2027 words, even forcing the induction tablet to run out of spirituality and nearly breaking. Hegemon ignored Predator as he looked at Yi Kuei, revealing a smile that was complicated in every way. Your spirituality, your talent. I don't know how I should judge it anymore. Hiss. And the moment he heard the voice of the overlord, the entire schoolyard was violently resounding with the sound of a backward intake of cool air. The crowd couldn't stop their eyes from trembling, shock written all over their faces, even though they had already made some guesses just now. It still filled them with disbelief after receiving a definite affirmation from Bashirmo's mouth. Just a moment ago, they were still discussing regret over Yi Kuei's lack of spirituality. Right now, the naked reality hit them in the face. Yi Kuei, where it was because of the lack of spirituality that he failed to make the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet react. It was clearly because Yi Kuei's spirituality and talent were too exaggerated, causing the induction steel to be slow to digest, and only then did it not react. Light up all the tablets. It also nearly cracked the Doppelstat induction tablet. It was a scene they would probably not see once in their lives. Yi Kuei's appraisal results were truly unprecedented. Recalling their thoughts and attitudes when they first met Yi Kuei, everyone, including the group of heavenly officials, couldn't help but have a bitter smile flash across their faces. Dude, you're for real. Lu Yu cried and mourned. His body fat meat could not stop trembling. Lord Gushu Bird also only lit up 630 tablets. You are so engaged. In the future, how else can a buddy be friends with you? Originally, when Lu Yu stood beside Yi Kuei, he was slow to recover from the blow of the falling ginkgo biloba leaves just now, and then he was once again shocked by the scene in front of him. He was truly aggrieved. However, in the next moment, Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something, and as he wiped his nose, he raised his head and looked aside. I'm devastated. But, he's my buddy. Lu Yu grinned, a villainous smile appearing on his fat face. I remember you were just yakking on and on. What? Now you're not comparing grades with my buddy? Right. And your dad. He got his way and flung his face directly at Scourgedew on the other side of the room, the smile on his face growing even wider. Why aren't either of you talking anymore? Is it because you don't like to talk? Chapter 37, he's the one who killed Yang Bing. Hearing Rokuyu's smug words, everyone turned their heads to look at Bangdo and Wu Qi. They remembered clearly that just now, Wu Qi was the first person who didn't believe in Yi Kuei's achievements. And Wodo even went so far as to come down as his own heavenly official to strike and question Yi Kuei. The crowd wasn't really sure how Yu Qi and Scourgedew were going to respond to this scene, because even they, after experiencing what had just happened, remembering the prejudice they had towards Yi Kuei at the very beginning, they hated to give themselves 2 slaps in the face. Where was Yi Kuei, an ordinary person with no spirituality? He was clearly a monster with amazing talent. Likewise, there was no one present who opened their mouths to mention the matter of the heavenly official's examination again. The final rankings have been in doubt for a long time, not to mention Yi Kuei's results in the second round of examination. Just his first round performance alone is enough to go down in the history of the authority. How possible? And at the end of the crowd's line of sight, Wu Qi's face was grim and his body trembled as he clenched his teeth in death, simply unwilling to accept it. This time, the heavenly official's examination was originally a stage for him to shine, but all of this was taken away by Yi Kuei. Yakel. On the other side, Scourgedew's eyes grew more and more gloomy as his face constantly changed, looking extremely wonderful. All of his arrangements, including the imperative reward of first place in the heavenly official's examination, had all gone up in smoke after the situation that had just occurred. But as Rokuyu said, the two were slow to utter a word. All right, it's not like you came first in the test. Just then, Basha's voice resounded once again as he glanced at Lu Yue. What's the point of being so complacent? My buddy's number 1, and I can't be proud of it." At those words, Rokuyu bristled. However, he was also quite sensible, and after Basho opened his mouth to remind him, he didn't continue to clamor to irritate Baindo and Wu Qi. "I've never seen a young man as talented as you in all my life." Seeing that Lu Yue stopped speaking, Basha turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, and a complex look flashed across his pale face. "It's also really grown on me." Even if it was him, when he remembered what Yi Kuei had just done, a flash of shock still could not help but cross his heart once again. Nowadays, bizarre revivals are becoming more frequent, and it is undoubtedly a good thing that a young man like you has appeared. Basha seemed to have thought of something and sighed deeply. "It's a good thing Gushu Bird recommended you to. Let's not talk about that. There was a mistake in the first round of assessment. It's our problem." He shook his head and shot up to look at Yi Kuei once again, revealing a smile. "Until now, it was unclear to us what your ability to ignite spiritual awakening was." Upon hearing this, everyone within the schoolyard hurriedly turned their eyes towards Yi Kuei. They were also incomparably curious about Yi Kuei's ability. What kind of talent and ability was it that could make the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet nearly break? "My ability." Yi Kuei frowned slightly. Just now, in the environment created by the induction tablet, he only remembered that he had eaten excessively. As for the so-called ignition of spirituality, Yi Kuei didn't feel it at all, but he also had his own speculations. Judging by the condition he was in when he first came to this world and faced the Eam coffin strippers, there was a good chance that he was also a liner. Liners with the ability to regenerate flesh and blood. Otherwise, the shadowy coffin peeler wouldn't be able to eat him for 3 years. But after the system was turned on, it seemed as if there were some changes in one's abilities. "My abilities are more complex. For starters." Yi Kuei laughed. And then, directly at his arm, he made a deep visible wound. Seeing this scene, a flash of dismay violently flashed across Basho's face. Hiss. The others present, on the other hand, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, before they could say anything else, at Yi Kuei's wound, flesh buds flipped and directly began to heal. "Extremely strong recovery?" Bashirmo gave a beat. His face left no trace of a flash of regret, so it is a physique type of ability. No wonder there was no reaction under the stone monument at that time. "What? It's too bad, isn't it? He's so gifted that his abilities are only of the physical type, but the wound is so deep, and he said he'd do it. This Yi Kuei is also too ruthless." And after this scene, a series of unfortunate whispers rang out around them. "There's a difference in types of abilities too?" Yi Kuei froze for a moment, putting away his already healed arm, and looked at Lu Yue at the side. "Physique type abilities. What's the problem?" The abilities awakened after igniting spirituality are categorized into 2 types, physical and mental. Lu Yue opened his mouth to explain. "Abilities like mine are categorized under the spirit category. Because of the special form of evil spirits and weird existences, spirit-type abilities have more avenues to be used, and it's easier to inflict damage on them as well. And it's not that there's anything wrong with the physical type of ability, but since it only strengthens the body, the limitations will be greater." He looked at Yi Kuei and sighed softly. "With such an extraordinary talent as yours, but in the end, you only awakened the ability of the physique class. It would be a pity." "So it is." Yi Kuei was thoughtful, but soon, he revealed a smile. "But it's okay, besides the physical type of ability, I still have." However, without waiting for Yi Kuei to finish, an ear-piercing voice snapped out. "It's him! So it's him! I know! It was him!" Wu Qi stood in the middle of the crowd, his eyes wide and stretched out his finger to point at Yi Kuei, screaming hysterically. "What again?" At those words, the crowd within the schoolyard frowned at Wu Qi. They were already a bit bored by Yu Qi's repeated actions. Even Bastard Do's face sank violently this time. They had been humiliated enough just now. The most appropriate move at the moment was to keep a low profile, and Scourge Do didn't know what was going on with his son, and was still at it. "What happened?" Basha turned his head, and his pale voice slowly sounded. But those who were familiar with it could also hear a few moments of dissatisfaction in the Overlord's voice. However, Wu Qi acted as if he didn't feel it at all as he pointed at Yi Kuei, his voice incomparably sharp. "It's him. It's him who killed Yang Bing." "What?" At those words, Bashirmo furrowed his brows violently, and his voice was even more instantly cold. "Do you know what you're talking about?" To utter such slanderous words at this present time was not of a generally serious nature. "I know." Wu Qi, however, raised his head without flinching. "At the very beginning, I always thought that Yi Kuei was an ordinary person. If his talent is so extraordinary, then everything makes sense. At the time I thought it was that bastard's screams, but now it looks like it came from Yang Bing." He stretched out his hand and pointed straight at Yi Kuei. "At that time, he made a move on Yang Bing, and on this scumbag, there is still Yang Bing's blood." Chapter 38, can you still be scared to death by yourself? All along, Wu Qi had not linked Yang Bing's death with Yi Kuei. He was just hesitant to accept Yi Kuei's astonishing performance in the heavenly official's examination. As for Yang Bing's death, Wu Qi had only been feeling something strange, until just now. Yekel slashed at his arm. Wu Qi clearly saw that at the cuff of Yi Kuei's sleeve, there was a ball of blood that had already solidified and even had speckled gray traces. Given Yi Kuei's recovery ability, this bloodstain, it must not be his. And in the second round of examination just now, the only one who could cause such a thick bloodstain was Yang Bing, whose eyes were blown open and his death looked hideous. And, just now, he himself heard a mournful scream exactly in the direction where Yi Kuei was. At first, Wu Qi thought that the miserable scream was from Yi Kuei, but right now, it seemed that the slightly familiar scream was, I'm afraid, Yang Bing, meh. He glared at Yi Kuei with a deadly glare, the corners of his mouth filled with an eerie cold smile. In fact, right now, it's not about the truth. The successive stimuli had long since caused Wu Qi to lose his mind, and he would do anything that could have an effect on Yi Kuei. Nonsense. Basho frowned and glared at Yu Kai. Just now he had already determined the cause of Yang Bing's death, and for Wu Qi to still hold on to this point was simply nonsense. What was it that Yuki said about the blood on your sleeve? However, out of respect for Wu Qi's accusation, Basya still turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. You mean this? Yi Kuei stretched out his hand, revealing the cuff stained with blood and gray traces, and shook his head. He wasn't wrong. This is Yang Bing's blood. As for the gray part, it seems to be the brain matter that popped out after Yang Bing's eyeballs exploded. I wiped it earlier and it didn't come off. His slightly laughing voice echoed continuously within the school grounds, and the instant he heard that reply, the schoolyard stiffened violently. Even Wu Qi directly froze. He had thought of countless possibilities, and had even thought that as long as Yi Kuei didn't admit it, he would offer to test the blood on Yi Kuei's sleeve. As long as he could have an impact on Yi Kuei, even if he was punished, he would not mind. However, Wu Qi never thought that Yi Kuei would directly admit it. Look, it's this scumbag who killed Yang Bing. Next moment, on Wu Qi's face, a big, reckless smile flashed violently. I told you that Yang Bing's death was not that simple at all. This scumbag, how dare he strike out at his companions in the heavenly official's examination, simply deserves to die. He pointed his finger at Yi Kuei with a rampant smile on his face. What the hell is going on? Basha's pale face sank as he inquired in a deep voice. It's not just him. The others in the schoolyard, too, instantly became serious. Although I really wanted to kill Bing Yang at that time, Yi Kuei sensed the change in the atmosphere. But on his handsome face, the smile remained the same. But Yang Bing, it really wasn't me who killed him. Halbert Bearer, what exactly happened then should be clear if you ask. He turned his head to look at Basho. Basho snapped. Yi Kuei's examination results had already shown that he was extraordinary. However, Basha still hadn't thought that the handsome-looking man in front of him might be demonic to such an extent. He not only knows the existence of the ginkgo tree, more than that, he was able to perceive that he was communicating with the ginkgo tree. Seeing that Basha didn't react, Yi Kuei smiled and pointed to the sky above without leaving any traces. Yi Kuei's actions completely proved the judgment of the hegemony, and a flash of astonishment once again flashed across his drooping eyes. But now is not the time to think about that. After giving Yi Kuei a deep look, Basya gently raised his head. A few moments later, he frowned tightly and withdrew his eyes. During the examination, Yang Bing wanted to take advantage of the chaos to strike at Yi Kuei, and after failing to discover Yi Kuei's trail, he switched his target to Lu Yu. Immediately afterward, Basya opened his mouth to state the news he had gotten, but before he was ready to do it, he was caught by Yi Kuei. Upon hearing this, standing at the end of the group of heavenly officials, the short and fat heavenly official's eyes violently flashed with a flash of sternness. Dude, I can't believe there's still something for me. Lu Yue even instantly widened his eyes. No wonder I was suddenly very sleepy for a moment during the examination. So it was that scumbag Yang Bing. You saved me. Why didn't you tell me? He turned his head and moved to look at Yi Kuei. I gave it a miss. Yi Kuei smiled in embarrassment, posturing. Seeing this, Wu Qi let out a sneer and turned his head to look at the hegemon, Lord Halberd Bearer. While it is certainly wrong for Yang Bing to plot against him, he was ultimately caught by Yi Kuei. Then how did Yang Bing Nung die? Yi Kuei also said that he didn't kill him. If it wasn't him, could Yang Bing have been scared to death by himself? His voice was filled with sarcasm towards Yi Kuei. After Yang Bing was caught by Yi Kuei, before he could make a move, the eccentric inexplicably suffered a huge shock of fear and directly died by himself. Basha glanced at Wu Qi, and his pale voice continued to speak without a single fluctuation. What? Yu Kai froze violently. Right. It really did die on its own. Yi Kuei even said and gestured, answering sincerely. At that time, the eyeball exploded directly in front of me, splattering me with blood. But it scared me. Wu Qi opened his mouth, but was slow to say another word. His face had an extremely wonderful expression. But, however, soon after, Basha frowned at Yi Kuei. You crushed young Bing's throat bone? Too? Yi Kuei smiled in embarrassment. Surprisingly. So, seeing this, the crowd within the schoolyard snapped their eyes wide open. Right now they realized that so many interludes had happened in the dimly lit second round of examinations. At the same time, they had a deep understanding of Yi Kuei's performance in the second round of the examination. And at the same time, they knew even more about why Yi Kuei was able to get first place. To be able to stay calm and even do so much in an environment that had them panicking and not knowing what to do at all. That's something they can't even think about. Why didn't you say anything when we found out that young Bing was dead? Basho narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to inquire. He always felt there was something strange about the situation. I don't know if it was an illusion or not. When communicating with the ginkgo tree, Basya vaguely felt that the ginkgo tree seemed to be favoring Yi Kuei, because at the very beginning, the ginkgo tree only told himself that young Bing died of shock. And as for the situation that happened in front of him, it was not mentioned at all, and no one asked me. Yi Kuei smiled and spread his hands. Fart. You're just farting. Wu Qi's eyes widened. His voice sharp and piercing. Yang Bing's throat bone was crushed by you. And you still say you didn't kill him. If it had been a second or two later, Yang Bing would have died by my hand. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Wu Qi, and on his handsome face, his smile grew brighter. But unfortunately, the fact of the matter now is that I didn't kill Yang Bing. You. Seeing the scene in front of him, Wu Qi's body was violently frightened. Yi Kuei was clearly looking at him with a smile, but in this instant, it was as if Wu Qi felt a monstrous sea of blood, drowning him directly, making him unable to breathe. Chapter 39, Rising Up and Killing People. Next moment, Wu Qi's heart was instantly filled with rage. He simply could not accept being scared like this by a single look from Yi Kuei. Lord Halberd Bearer, although he didn't kill Yang Bing, you heard it just now, he did try to kill Yang Bing. Wu Qi snapped his head up and looked at Bashimo in defiance. You have always said that the meaning of the heavenly official's existence is to fight against evil spirits and strangeness, and to abide by the code. He pointed at Yi Kuei and said angrily, how does someone with this kind of cruelty and thirst for killing, even going so far as to lay hands on his companions, deserve to become a heavenly official? You guys. Listening to Wu Qi's words, Basha frowned, but not before he opened his mouth to respond. In the back, a somber voice snapped out, Lord Halberd Bearer, if the matter against Yang Bing cannot be accounted for, Baindu revealed an icy smile. This piece of news, then, is very serious. Out of control of the effects caused by the creepy, the authority has been keeping track of ordinary people who have come into contact with the creepy in relation to the creepy. He glanced down at his cell phone and spoke, but I just received news that just this morning at 10 o'clock, Zhao Chuchu's parents, who had experienced a level 1 bizarre incident with Yi Kuei, died in their villa. According to the news that came back from the investigation of the surrounding situation, the last one to leave their villa was Yi Kuei. There wasn't a trace of emotion in Scourge Du's voice. We won't speculate on what happened within the creepy domain. But after leaving the creepy domain, Yi Kuei unexpectedly didn't even let Zhao Chuchu's parents go. This scumbag is not some supreme genius, he is a demon who kills people on the basis of his extraordinary talent. What? At those words, Basha's face changed violently. How can? The schoolyard also burst into a chorus of incredulous voices. No need to be so surprised. Baindu shook his phone and spoke. You can all see this news. And at first I was surprised when I saw it. If I had known this, I shouldn't have allowed this kind of scum to participate in the heavenly official's examination. He sneered. Baindu also did not expect that he had just glanced down at his cell phone to learn this surprising news. It seems that even God is helping himself. He also did not expect that the man in front of him would be so bold. Surprisingly true. Basha lowered his head and glanced at the message, his face instantly grimacing. Yi Kuei, how can you? This time, even Pred turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei with a million shocks. If he remembered correctly, he had received Yi Kuei outside that villa area himself this morning. Based on time. At that time, I'm afraid Yi Kuei just finished killing someone? What heavenly officials, or even existences that have ignited their spirituality, most avoid is to do whatever they want and kill innocents indiscriminately just because they have the ability to do so. I'm still young enough to change my ways, and adults committing such acts should never be tolerated. Are you talking about Zhao Hongwei and Deng Zhu? Faced with a scene full of solemnity in front of him, Yi Kuei, however, remained as normal as he smiled. They were really killed by me, but the reason for killing them is also simple. He opened his mouth and replied, Because they were followers of the Hashimoto Immortals and tried to kill me at the time. The Immortals? That's ridiculous. Do you know what kind of existence a goblin immortal is? Upon hearing this, an exaggerated sneer appeared on Wu Qi's face. Being the best at hiding a class 6 great evil sneak. It's not something you can use just because you've heard the name. A lying, cruel, murderous scumbag like you deserves to be drawn and quartered. He stared at Yi Kuei, his gaze morose. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei once again revealed a smile. Since you know about mistletoe, Ba Xia looked at Yi Kuei, as if he still wanted to make an effort. Is there anything, then, that can prove that you really encountered its followers? Proof? Yi Kuei froze and did not reply. He seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and turned his head to look at Wu Qi. The smile on his face increased, as if, looking at a dead person. Alas, delayed in hearing Yi Kuei's reply, Ba Xia sank down with a sigh, a flash of disappointment flashing across his cloudy gaze. Halberd bearer, you saw it too. He's been spouting nonsense. You mustn't soften your love of talent just because this scumbag has extraordinary talent. Seeing this, Wu Qi rushed to speak while the iron was hot. If we let someone like him become a heavenly official, I'm afraid that the damage caused would be even more horrific than that of an ordinary evil spirit. You're right about. Ba Xia hesitated, but finally nodded slowly. His originally drooping face seemed to have aged even more at this moment. Hearing the words of the overlord, sha 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 sha, above the authority, the ginkgo tree shook violently, as if it were anxiously telling something. However, in the face of this scene, Basho still had his eyes downcast and did not react. I couldn't figure it out until now. The smug look on Wu Qi's face increased as he shook his head and said, how on earth did you manage to kill 2 ordinary people, who posed no threat? As I said, the 2 of them are believers in Kashizan. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Wu Qi. If they want to kill me, then I can only take their lives. Oh, Wu Qi raised his eyebrows, his expression becoming more and more provocative. In that case, is it hard for you to want the life of whoever wants to kill you? Sure. The smile on Yi Kuei's face increased. If you want to kill me, then I will take your life as well. What? Want to try? He cocked his head. Joke. Wu Qi's eyes fiercely flashed with a cold aura. Still talking tough at the end of your life. I'd like to see how you're going to take my life. The attitude of the hegemon just now would already represent a tacit acknowledgement that the heavenly officials were already able to step in and take down Yi Kuei. And before that, Wu Qi was ready to try Yi Kuei's success first. He wanted to see what Yi Kuei had relied on to get the first place in the heavenly officials' examination. Next moment, whoosh, with a stony face, he directly targeted Yi Kuei and unleashed his ability. Instantly, Yi Kuei's body stiffened, and he only felt that his limbs, by an invisible force, were bound and squeezed in the air. This is ridiculous. Wu Qi snorted and revealed a cold smile. Just by you? You also dare to speak out of turn? This. Yi Kuei's face changed violently as he struggled, but he was simply unable to break free from his bonds. A tiny physique class awakened. Really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Seeing this, Wu Qi's smug look intensified as he took a step to Yi Kuei's side and sneered and opened his mouth. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're number 1 in the heavenly officials' examination? I'm telling you, there is a world of difference between ability and capability. The fact that Wu Qi was able to receive such attention, and was even far ahead in the very beginning of the heavenly officials' examination, was closely related to his ability, as well. As a linchpin, Wu Qi then possessed an extremely rare spatial ability. Space lock. He can lock onto everything within a certain range of space. Although the spatial range that Wu Qi was able to lock onto was not large due to his limited strength at the moment, the effect that he was able to create was extremely exaggerated. It could be said that after locking both of Yi Kuei's arms, Yi Kuei had no qualifications to break free, and that was the reason why Wu Qi dared to directly strike at Yi Kuei. Not to mention, there were so many high-ranked heavenly officials present in front of them. Wu Qi simply didn't think that Yi Kuei could make any waves. Winning. Wouldn't the bastard in front of him be at his mercy to be rubbed? Next moment, Wu Qi locked onto a narrow space, ready to slice right through Yi Kuei's neck. But just then, he suddenly realized that a hideous smile appeared on Yi Kuei's face. Yu Kai, watch out! Scourgedu's urgent and incomparable voice suddenly rang out. With a panicked wave of his hand, 2 capsized hideous hounds with scarlet eyes directly emerged from the air beside Yi Kuei and bit hard towards him. But it was too late. Ahead. Stab. The horrible sound of flesh being ripped apart rang out. Yi Kuei violently twisted his body and directly tore his left arm, hard from the space where it was clamped, and struggled away. And by taking this turn, the 2 hounds instantly swept past the side of Yi Kuei's body, only biting off half of Yi Kuei's shoulder. Put. The blood was like a fountain, suddenly gushing out and spraying all over Wu Qi. The pampered Wu Qi, even after experiencing the baptism of the examination, had never personally experienced such a scene. His body trembled, and he was instantly gripped by fear. Spatial lock, instantly dissipated. Immediately, he was then strangled in midair by a long, bony, slender palm that cupped his neck. Yikuei re-stood on the ground. Half of his body was drenched in blood, but there was a reckless smile on his face as his palms continued to tighten, and Wu Chi's face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. Stop it! Seeing this scene, a flash of panic violently flashed across Bando's face. Yikuei stopped the movement of his hand and turned his shoulder, only half of which was left with a hideous blood and bone, to look at Scourge-do. Do you know what you're doing? Seeing Yikuei stop, Bando breathed a sigh of relief as he gritted his teeth, his face twitching. If you don't want to die, let go of Wu Chi. Okay. Yikuei smiled and nodded. With that, he loosened his stranglehold on Yukai. Don't. Seeing this, Bando's pupils suddenly shrunk, but he was simply too late to react. Put. Wu Chi's struggling body fell freely and ran straight through on top of Yikuei's exposed, gruesomely white and ghastly left shoulder bone. Sharp bone spikes, strung directly out of Wu Chi's eyeballs. He struggled for a moment and was instantly silent. Chapter 40, What's the problem? Yuki. Bandu let out a mournful roar as he looked at the bodies in front of him. His eyes glazed over. He simply did not expect that Yikuei would actually have the guts to dare to kill someone in front of so many heavenly officials. Wudo even didn't expect that his proud son wouldn't be able to last even a single round in front of the rampaging Yikuei. You're the one who told me to put him down. The smile on Yikuei's face was still wide as he reached out his hand and ripped off the Wu Chi that was hanging on his shoulder bone and casually threw it on the ground. In the meantime, dash. At Yikuei's mutilated shoulder where only half of the bone and blood were left intertwined, flesh buds turned over and bones remodeled, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, they began to regenerate continuously. It's clearly healing, but the scene in front of him looked incomparably bizarre and terrifying. The others in the schoolyard winced violently. They had a profound understanding of the terrifying nature of Yikuei's talent, on the condition that appeared in front of them alone. The people were all a little confused for a moment to recognize whether Yikuei is a human being, or an evil spirit. Miscreant thing, I'll skin you. Next moment, Scourge-do's furious voice snapped. Wow. In just an instant, dozens of hideous and terrifying hounds violently emerged from the air beside Yikuei, and they bared their sharp teeth as they directly tore towards Yikuei. Looking at the appearance of the hounds, it was clear that they were prepared to split Yikuei alive. Meh. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yikuei narrowed his eyes and his smile grew wider. Immediately afterward, an indescribable, gut-wrenchingly inexplicable aura violently surged out from his body. In the air ahead, it was as if there was something extremely terrifying that was about to be birthed. But just then, a clear and cold voice rang out violently, and just as the voice rang out, dozens of hideous, burly, vicious and cruel hounds, as if they had a mountain on their backs in an instant, their bodies violently softened and directly knelt down in front of Yikuei. Woo-woo, they lay on the ground, shivering, unable to keep a pitiful whimper from their mouths. Seeing this scene, everyone within the schoolyard raised their heads violently. In midair, a fiery red dress stood proudly, and her delicate face, which was not powdered but had a shocking beauty, did not have the slightest emotion, and was indifferently looking down. Gushers. The death of his son in front of him had long since caused Scourge-do to lose his mind, and he let out a piercing hiss. Who told you to step in and block? I will kill this scum. Upon hearing Bandu's voice, Guja's brows knitted slightly. What's going on? However, she didn't pay any attention to Bando at all and turned her head to look at Yikuei. He wants me dead. Yikuei pointed at Wu Chi on the ground and revealed a smile. I'll just have to kill him. In the meantime, in front of him, the terrifying aura that was constantly churning gradually subsided. Seemingly sensing this scene, Guja's cool eyes glanced at Yikuei once more, then turned his head to look at Bando. What's the problem? She inquired indifferently. At those words, Scourge-do snapped to a halt. Not only Scourge-do, the others within the schoolyard were violently staggered after seeing the scene before them. They hadn't even expected to hear such an answer from the mouth of the nunnery bird. He was at the scene of the heavenly official's examination. In front of many heavenly officials, he made a move to kill my son. Next moment, Bando's gnashing voice resounded once again. Not only my son, the other member who died in the heavenly official's examination also had something to do with him. And he did it, killing 2 innocent commoners. His eyes were filled with madness. People like this cruel and murderous generation should be directly executed. And you, who also recommended this kind of person to participate in the heavenly official's examination, you can't escape the responsibility either. The guru froze, and a flash of surprise finally flashed across her delicate and stunning face. What's going on? She asked again. That young Bing he's talking about. It's not like I killed him. Yi Kuei stood back and shook his head. As for those two so-called innocents, I said that they were not ordinary people, but believers of the Jiexian immortals, and at that time they wanted to use me as a sacrifice. He who kills will be killed. Upon hearing this, the guru's expression returned to indifference as she nodded and looked back at Scourge-Do. Is there a problem? You. Upon hearing this, Scourge-Do's face instantly became a grimace. Are you prepared to take this scumbag's side to the end? Guru. If anything, what happened to Wu Qi and Yang Bing was because they took the lead and drew Yi Kuei to counterattack, helplessly being able to understand. Seeing the situation in front of him, Basha's aged voice slowly sounded. But it is indeed an indisputable fact that Yi Kuei killed ordinary people. And the reason why Wu Qi made his move is also here. The evidence for this is overwhelming and beyond doubt. He shook his head. I know you want to help Yi Kuei, but there are some things that cannot be challenged. Didn't he say that those two weren't ordinary people, but believers of the Kashizan? The guru looked to the bully and cocked his head. But this is all Yi Kuei's side of the story. Basha sighed deeply. As you know, what kind of existence is the bashful immortal? As the most life-preserving, cautious and timid great evil spirit that has even gained followers, the bashful immortal has eluded the authority for many years. It couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. All of this is not something that can be decided by Yi Kuei just knowing a name to use as an excuse. He doesn't even have the evidence. His drooping face was filled with sadness, and it was clear that the scene of confrontation with the Gurkha was not what he wanted to see either. The guru didn't reply, just lightly glanced at the overlord, then turned around, reached out his hand to hold it vaguely in the air, his willow eyebrows lightly raised, and fiercely exerted force to yank it. Boom! In a flash, the ground shook. The lower half of the remnants of a giant snake the size of a mountain was so violently carried out by the Guju bird through the air and heavily smashed inside the schoolyard. Kashira. She pointed to the lower half of the giant snake's body, which was covered in scars and blood, and her voice was indifferent. If you want to contact a believer, you have to be within a 1,000 mile radius, and I found it not far outside of town. The guru bird flung its wrist, its voice clear and cold. But you are right about one thing. The Quincy Immortal does have a hand in preserving its life. And just like that, it's all run away from it. Quiet. There was a violent silence in the schoolyard. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the schoolyard, looking at the remnants of the giant snake that looked like a mountain. A flash of shock flashed across their faces. They had always heard about the nunnery, but after seeing the scene in front of them, a group of members, only then did they finally understand what kind of existence the Guju was as a 6th-ranked grand heavenly official of the authority. Suck it up. And just as the crowd was filled with shock, only Yi Kuei stood back, staring at the remnants of the Jiesian's body, unable to stop licking his lips, salivation written in his eyes. Chapter 41 You Can't Wrong a Good Man. The good thing was that the crowd within the schoolyard at the moment were all attracted by the remnants of the immortal's body, and no one noticed Yi Kuei's abnormalities. Basha stared straight ahead at the mountain-like serpent body, his pale face filled with astonishment, because even he, too, hadn't thought about this scene. This is a 6th-level great evil spirit. Next moment, Basha raised his head to look at Gushu Bird, a rather complicated smile on his face. It seems that your strength, again, has been refined. Evidence, is it enough? The guru indifferently pointed at the remnants of the Hashimoto immortal's body and opened his mouth. Looking at her expression, it was as if chopping off half of the body of a 6th-level great evil sneak was as easy as doing it with her hands, and it was not worth mentioning at all. Being able to seriously injure a jade immortal is undoubtedly a good thing. Basha let out a bitter smile and shook his head. But you should also be clear that this only proves that the Hollow Immortal has appeared in Qin province, but it is not directly related to Yi Kuei's encounter with the Hollow Immortal's followers. Right. Wait. Right at this moment, Yi Kuei's voice snapped like a dream. I suddenly remembered. At that time, when I killed those two mistletoe immortal believers, this thing fell out from their bodies. He took out the bull-sized scale he got from Zhao Hongwei. I wonder if this scale, can it be used as evidence? Yi Kuei raised his head to look at Ba Xia. The scales that vaguely flashed with a dark light exuded the same airy aura as a piece of the Jade Immortal's remnants. Seeing this, Basho paused violently. Not only Basha, but even the group of heavenly officials, including Baindo, directly froze in place. Mistletoe scales. Basho's voice, which rang slowly, was slightly dry. The Jaguar Immortal originally had no scales, but in order for believers to be able to communicate with it to offer sacrifices, or even to allow themselves to descend, the Jaguar Immortal would condense its scales and reward them. The scales of the Kraken Immortal are representative of his followers. But, why don't you take out the immortal scales earlier if you have them on you? Ba Xia's voice was slightly trembling. If you had taken it out earlier, Wu Qi wouldn't have died. Just now, I forgot about it. Yikuei was quite embarrassed and turned his head to look at Wu Chi's corpse and sighed with regret. Who knew that he was so impulsive and rushed straight towards me? If I hadn't fought back, I would have almost died under him. Looking at the scene in front of him, the bodies of the others in the schoolyard snapped to a horrified halt. Even though right now, Yikuei's behavior really looked like he had forgotten about the existence of the immortal scales, but they still felt a strong sense of alienation. Coincidence? It's really too much of a coincidence. How could such an important matter happen to come to Yikuei's mind after Wu Chi's death? Instead of coincidence, the crowd felt that it would be better to say that this was all deliberately planned by someone. But, thinking of Yikuei's torn arm due to resistance just now, and the life-threatening moment when Bane Du sent his hound to bite off half of his shoulder, their bodies were once again creeped out. Can all this really be planned? After killing Wu Chi, how was Yikuei going to face Scourge-Do? It's almost like gambling with your life. The crowd stiffened and turned their heads to look at the smiling, handsome man in front of them, gulping, and just then, ha 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 ha, the guru laughed violently. For the first time, she let out a laugh. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. That's funny. She turned her head and spoke with interest. I do think, though, that I'm being redundant. If I hadn't stepped in to block it just now, Gushu Bird cool and absolutely beautiful face, revealed a touch of anticipation. Are you still ready to even take out the scourge bucket together? What? Yikuei froze and hurriedly shook his head. How could I possibly do something like that? I truly forgot about the existence of the scales. Besides, Scourge-Do was a high-ranked heavenly official of 3 or higher. He swept his eyes from the light screen, the half-awakened ability to summon a shadowy coffin peeler, and replied seriously, I'm no match for him. Ha ha ha. The clear laughter of the Gushu Bird resounded once again, and the interest in her eyes as she looked at Yikuei was full of interest. Interesting. Really interesting. I'm telling the truth. Yikuei revealed a naive smile. I'm the one who's going to become a heavenly magistrate. How could I possibly do that kind of cruel and murderous thing? Ha 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 ha. The cool and pleasant laughter resounded once again, and the guru laughed his head off. And it seemed as if it was at this point that she came to her senses from the state of cool indifference that she had just been in, and it was at this point that the guru looked like a living, breathing human being. Bastard thing, don't think I don't know. Bane Do's face had long since been filled with a scowl as he turned his head towards Basho and hissed unwillingly, Halberd wielder, surely you could see all that just now. This bastard did it on purpose. He's deliberately looking for an excuse to kill Wu Chi. Alas, the bastard lowered his gaze and let out a deep sigh. He could sense the oddity in what had just happened, but even if it was odd, Yikuei had already managed to make the others speechless. If all this is really planned by Yikuei, the bastard lowered his gaze, vaguely feeling a touch of trepidation. The halberd bearer. He's the killer. Seeing that Basho didn't say anything, Bane Do's expression grew more and more grim. You can't wrong a good man. But before Bane Do finished his sentence, Yikuei turned his head and spoke. It was your son who tried to kill me first, and it was you who told me to let go. How can you blame it on me? You. Bane Do clenched his teeth in death, his eyes bloodshot. The fact that Wu Chi died in front of him already drove him crazy. If he could, Scourge-Do would give everything to directly tear Yikuei into pieces. Yet he was also clear that he had no chance at all due to the existence of the Gushu Bird. Bastard! You wait for me! Scourge-Do stared at Yikuei with a deadly stare, and spoke in one word, hideously, Wu Chi won't die for nothing like this. The halberd bearer. He threatened me. Yikuei turned his head then looked at Basya. Woe to the part of a sudden change of heart. I understand it well. Basho sighed and shook his head. But I think what you need most right now is to calm down. Let's give you a few days off first and go back to rest for a few days. Without uttering a single word, Scourge-Do once again coldly glanced at Yikuei before directly turning around and leaving the school grounds accompanied by dozens of hideous hounds. And at that moment, Yikuei also finally turned his head back. Meh. He looked at Bane Do's departing back and revealed a smile as if he was looking at a dead man. Dude, what do you want? Seeing this, Lu Yue's body trembled violently. Wo Du is a class 4 heavenly official. He remembered clearly that before Wu Chi died, the same smile appeared on Yikuei's face. What were you thinking? Yikuei turned his head and spoke with a surprised face. I'm just worried that Scourge-Do will not be able to think straight. Well, that's good. Luck you gave a dry laugh, and his body's fat meat shuddered for a while. He now realized that Yikuei's thoughts just couldn't be surmised according to common sense. Right now, for example, he didn't believe a single word that Yikuei said. Halberd bearer. Just then, Yikuei seemed to have remembered something. He turned his head to look at Basya. Slightly nervous, he opened his mouth to inquire. After so many accidents, it won't have any effect on my becoming a heavenly official, right? The words just fell. The schoolyard was once again silent. The crowd of members participating in the examination snapped their eyes wide open. After this series of events, they all nearly forgot that the matter of the heavenly official's examination was still underway at the moment. The crowd didn't even pay that much attention to their own test scores. Yi Kuei's light had enveloped everything. Upon hearing this, Basha turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, and on his pale face, his expression was incomparably complicated. As of now, there will be no impact. But in the end, he let out a deep sigh. But you just missed killing Yu Qi. Chapter 42 Rewards. Are you still satisfied? But it was clearly Wu Qi who made the first move. Yi Kuei looked up, his face innocent. Basha's face was complicated. It came down a little too hard. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei nodded, decisively accepting this. Alright then, Lord Halberd Bearer. What do you say? Alas. Basho gave a beat inside heavily once more. Right now even he didn't know what to do. Basha didn't want to give up on the amazingly talented Yi Kuei, but the extent of Yi Kuei's demonic nature made him feel terrible as well. He wasn't sure how he should be punished. Basha is even less sure whether it is good or bad to let this man in front of him, who is extremely extraordinary, but has ruthless means, and is as quick-witted as a demon and even carries a little bit of insanity, to become a heavenly official. In all the long years he had spent in Basho, he had never felt as he did right now, and just as Basho was thinking, Rokuyu's voice suddenly rang out. The halberd bearer. That misses. We'll talk about it later. I have to ask for my buddy. He struggled to stare with his small eyes, his fat face filled with a smile as he carefully opened his mouth. If there's nothing wrong with my buddy becoming a heavenly official, then isn't the reward for being first in the examination? Luyu was afraid that Yi Kuei would forget the rewards of the test. Despite having a new understanding of Yi Kuei, the benefits that should be gained for his buddy should not be reduced at all. At those words, Basho stuttered. Rewards naturally count. He looked at Lu Yue, rather speechless. After all, this is something that has already been set before the heavenly official's examination. As long as we can get first place, it will definitely not be less. How do you make it sound like you'll renege on a debt? Yi Kuei hadn't even said anything yet. Why was Lu Yu in a hurry first? Basho turned his head and glared fiercely at the short, fat, and very powerful man in the back. A flash of embarrassment flashed across the man's face, which was full of horizontal flesh. So I wonder what the reward is. Lokyu rubbed his hands together shyly and opened his mouth to inquire. Since he was already brazen enough to ask, it would be better to ask for Yi Kuei once and for all. At those words, Yi Kuei also raised his head to look at Basya. He hadn't forgotten that initially. Wu Qi and Scourge Du were trying to target themselves in every way possible because of the reward for the first place in the examination. Yi Kuei was curious as to what it was that would make the two men's eyes redden to such an extent. Meh. Basho was exasperated and laughed by Lu Yu. He shook his head and his old voice slowly sounded. The reward for the first place in the heavenly official's examination this time was decided a long time ago. The reward is actually quite simple, a chance to travel to the headquarters shelter and pick out a seal. Basho replied softly. And the moment the Basho's voice rang out, there was a violent silence. Next moment, the schoolyard exploded straight away. Seriously, a chance to pick a seal at the headquarters shelter? No way. How can something like this be taken out as a reward? We, the authority, have this kind of authority? The crowd murmured, shock written all over their faces, and the pupils of the heavenly officials contracted abruptly. At the very beginning, they only knew that the reward for the first place in this heavenly official's examination was extraordinary, but they didn't know that it was exaggerated to such an extent. Unlike the members who participated in the examination, they clearly knew the significance that this reward represented. Even the nunnery bird jerked around to look at it. Halberd bearer. Predator raised his head to look at Basho, his voice shaking a little. The permission to go to the headquarters shelter to pick out a replacement seal was supposed to be yours, right? Exactly. Basho nodded calmly. Each authority halberd bearer has an extremely high-grade seal, but due to concerns about the ongoing effects of the seal's negative status, it is necessary to periodically visit the headquarters shelter to select a replacement. Predator looked to Basho, extremely shocked. If this permission is a reward, then what do you do? Halberd wielder. Me? Basho laughed. I'm already very old. I'm the oldest among the halberd bearers of the various administrations. Instead of always wasting my time with the seal, I'd rather take this chance and leave it to the youngsters. Nowadays bizarre revivals are more and more frequent, and there was that incident a while ago. I can foresee the future. Bizarre and evil spirits will only become more and more. We can't always rely on the old man, right? His dying voice slowed to a whisper. We need younger blood who are better, more driven, and more able to stand on their own. And all of this was the reason why Basho wanted to push for a change in the heavenly official's examination. It seemed as if he had really foreseen something before he had laid down this ruthless material in this heavenly official's examination. But, Pred opened his mouth as if to say something else. You don't have to worry about my safety. Pa Shimo laughed once again and shook his head. I'm at this age. It's a struggle for me to walk out of the authorities' headquarters. So what else do I need to do? Could it be that someone could still come to the authority headquarters to look for trouble from me? And, in that particular environment at the headquarters shelter, the seal and the picker are a two-way street. He opened his mouth to explain about the sealing object, and you don't have to worry about the repercussions after the young man gets the sealing object. Lord Halberd Bearer, I still want you to think carefully. Pred still tried to persuade. There's no need for further persuasion. Basho waved his hand. I knew there would likely be opposition, so I never told you guys before. Speaking here, he seemed to have thought of something, and sank into a deep sigh. It was only Wo-Do, who heard me mention a mouthful, and it ended up like this. At those words, Predator snapped, and he finally realized why at that time. Wuchi and Scourge-Do wanted to get the first place in the examination even if they had to do whatever they could. This kind of reward, not to mention Scourge-Do, even Predator himself was quite jealous. Well then, in the end, however, sensing Basho's determination, Predator could only nod somberly. Well, Pa Shimo no longer paid attention to Predator. His sight swept over Luyu, who was dumbfounded in place due to his shock, and looked at Yi Kuei, smiling. Are you still satisfied with this reward? Yi Kuei gave a beat, although he didn't have a deep understanding of the seals until now. Through the ginkgo tree and the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet, Yi Kuei was able to sense that the seals were not bad. The bottom line is this. At that time, in the illusion produced by the multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet, those weirdnesses that Yi Kuei had devoured in a big way had not completely disappeared after he woke up. Although he didn't get any new abilities or attribute points, his lifespan, however, increased by a considerable amount. A full 2 months increase. This means that some special sealing thing don't work for him. And just now, what Basho said was even going to the headquarters shelter to pick those high-grade seals that originally belonged to the authority halberd bearers only. Satisfied. I'm very satisfied. Yi Kuei licked his lips and his eyes slowly brightened. Chapter 43, he's funny. Really satisfied. As if he was worried that the hegemon didn't believe him, Yi Kuei even raised his head and repeated once again. You. Looking at Yi Kuei, who had hunger written all over his face in front of him and was even on the verge of drooling down his face, Ba Xia froze. He could understand how surprising it would be to learn of this reward. Yet, Basho still didn't feel right. Yi Kuei's behavior, although equally surprised, was not at all like the kind of anticipation of getting a transcendent seal. There was joy in his look, but more than that, he was salivating. Literally salivating. It was as if it was a salivation waiting to eat the delicacies of the mountains and the sea. The delicacies of the jade plate. How can you salivate in the face of a high-grade seal? A look of bewilderment flashed across Basha's face. Yi Kuei's performance was beyond what he could understand. As long as you're satisfied. Basha could only attribute this to the fact that Yi Kuei had a different way of expressing his excitement. He shook his head and looked back at Yi Kuei with a smile. After all, this condition, out of all the administrations in Huaxia, I'm the only one who's willing to take it out as a reward. Of course, I knew that in all of China. You're the most courageous. Yi Kuei was even more excited. He licked his lips and couldn't wait to open his mouth to inquire. I wonder when we can go claim this reward. How about tomorrow? Yi Kuei didn't even dare to think about it. What a magnificent and satisfying scene it will be when one arrives at a shelter full of high-grade seals. It should be considered. Unlimited luxury buffet? Seeing this expression on Yi Kuei's face, Basha was even more stumped. Probably not tomorrow, but soon. He adjusted and shook his head. A wry smile flashing across his pale face. At the earliest, it will be a month from now. In a month? Yi Kuei's eyes widened violently. Why is it so long? Not long. Basha shook his head and said with a smile, because it will be a month before I can go to the capital to report my duties and select the seal. Just in time to take advantage of this 1 month period. He looked at Yi Kuei and spoke. I'm going to conduct an additional 1 month examination on you. And the test? Yi Kuei froze. Haven't I all passed the heavenly official's examination? You have passed the heavenly official's examination. Basha looked at Yi Kuei fixedly, but given your performance in the heavenly official's examination, my examination, you have not passed. 1 month. As soon as this month's examination is over, he stretched out a finger, his expression incomparably serious. You'll be able to become an official heavenly official. Can't it be shorter? Yi Kuei was intent on bargaining. Can't. Basha shook his head and spoke. After the 1 month assessment period, I just happened to bring you along to the capital to pick out a seal. Okay, it's a month anyway. seeing that Ba Xia's attitude was resolute. Yi Kuei could only accept it. He shook his head and muttered in a small voice, "I'm really in a hurry to eat hot tofu." Eat? Ba Xia gave Yi Kuei a suspicious look. How come Yi Kuei gave him the feeling as if he was really craving for the ceiling object? Basho shook his head, putting the absurd thought behind him. Phew, he exhaled softly. In fact, there is no such thing as a month before you can report to the capital. Adding this 1-month deadline is only because the bully is afraid. He was truly afraid that if he let this man in front of him, who looked like a demon, formally join the heavenly officials and come into direct contact with the high-grade ceiling objects, it would cause irreparable consequences. Yuki is dead, though, but he was not wrong about one thing. If a character like Yi Kuei were to go astray, the results caused would be far more frightening than evil spirits and weirdness. Ba Xia believed in Yi Kuei, but he really didn't dare to gamble. All the Baha can do is use it for another month and observe. Seeing this scene, all the other heavenly officials also let out a sigh of relief. But it wasn't like what Basho had feared. They were concerned that Yi Kuei would be affected by uncontrollable consequences if he came into contact with high-grade seals too early. Even though the Basho said that sealed objects had a special way of being housed at the headquarters shelter, they were still quite worried. After all, there are some seals that have negative influence abilities that are truly terrifying to the extreme. Think about it. The crowd of heavenly officials left no trace of a glance at Gushu Bird, their eyes filled with regret. What you guys are saying is, and right at this moment, the focus of the eyes of the crowd of heavenly officials, Gushu's delicate face flashed with a touch of dismay. Yi Kuei is the first in this heavenly officials examination? After all the times I just said that, you never knew? At those words, the overlord froze. I wasn't paying attention. The guru gave a lurch, his face expressionless. So the reason you suddenly appeared and directly stepped in to save Yi Kuei wasn't because he got first place in the heavenly officials examination and his talent was extremely extraordinary? Basho snapped his eyes round. The other heavenly officials, too, looked over filled with astonishment. Of course not. The guru shook his head. Even before letting him come to the heavenly officials examination, I didn't know he could get this score. Then why did you step in to save him? Disbelief was written all over Basha's eyes. Because. The guru turned her head to look at Yi Kuei, an interested smile appearing on her stunning face. Don't you guys think he's interesting? Her words contained no affection between a man and a woman. It was just an expression of the guru's own, most intuitive feelings. Just because of this? Basha was even more stunned. Astonishment written all over his face. Just because of this reason, the Gushu Bird then made a direct move to save Yi Kuei, even going so far as to take out the remnants of his immortal's body? To know if Yi Kuei was really a cruel and murderous person who killed ordinary people just because of his extraordinary talent, even if Gushu Bird, who was a 6th-ranked grand heavenly official, had stepped in to save him, he would have been greatly punished. Or what? The guru turned his head and spoke faintly. You, Basho stuttered. You guys keep saying that Yi Kuei has extraordinary talent. Right at this moment, it seemed as if Gushu Bird had remembered something, as she opened her mouth with a slight bit of interest and inquired. His talent, just how extraordinary is it? Over there, the Doppelstadt induction monument. Baha turned around expressionlessly and pointed to the stone monument at the back. You lit up 1,630 monuments at that time. Yi Kuei has lit up all 2,027. He replied stiffly. And it also hardened and cracked the Duobao Pagoda induction monument. What? Upon hearing this, Gushu violently turned her head to look at the monument with an obvious crack at the top of it, and for the first time, a touch of surprise flashed across her cool and indifferent face. Ha 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 ha. Next moment. Funny, really funny. The silvery bell-like laughter rang out once again. The guru did not expect that Yi Kuei, who was considered to be the one who picked himself up from the tricky domain at that time, the one who dared to look at himself and even make demands, would behave in such a way. Chapter 44. Don't let me down. In the first place, the small tricky domain would bring me such a big surprise. The Guru Bird looked at Yi Kuei and a smile appeared on his cool and absolutely beautiful face. Lighting up all of the tablets, and even cracking the induction tablet, can be much better than what I did at that time? By a long shot. It is the hope that, in the future, your accomplishments will catch up with mine. Her cool eyes lit up slightly. All of the 6th-level grand heavenly officials were not those who had experienced life and death, had seen countless evil spirits and weirdness, and had a firm mind. Even though Yi Kuei's astonishing test results had made Gushu Bird quite surprised, she wouldn't feel that Yi Kuei would definitely be able to become a grand heavenly official as well. At this level, talent had long since ceased to mean anything. However, the fact that Yi Kuei had this assessment result made Gushu Bird look forward to Yi Kuei's future for one more minute. It had been a long time since she had seen someone so interesting. Don't you let me down. The guru narrowed his eyes and smiled once more. Next moment, The slender hem of her skirt flew recklessly in the air, and a red dress suddenly rose into the air. The torso of the mistletoe immortal should be of great use to the authority, so leave it to your Qin provincial authority. She resumed her indifferent sight, dropping down. Since a 1-month assessment period has been added to Yi Kuei, let's not pursue the matter of him killing Wu Qi by mistake. The cool voice was still echoing. The slender and delicate figure of the guru bird had then disappeared from the sight of the crowd, and after the departure of the guru, there was still a belated silence in the schoolyard. Their minds were still occupied with the figure of the guru's fiery red dress, that is, until Rokuyu's agitated voice broke the silence. Sure enough, this is the style of a 6th-level grand heavenly official. This is my idol. His body was trembling with fat, looking at the direction the Guju bird had left, with adoration written all over his face. You kid, even if your strength is extraordinary, you've managed to hug such a big thick leg. Lu Yue glanced at the remnants of the hallowed immortal's body and violently turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Do you know what the remnants of a 6th-level great evil sneak represents? Even a tenth of that would be enough to make all the authorities in China break their heads and scramble for it. His envious fat face turned red. And the guru bird, just to prevent you from being punished by that, I don't know if there's any punishment, actually took out all the remnants of the Quincy immortal's body. I really have itchy teeth. Lu Yu gritted his teeth. The most detestable thing is that even if my father tries harder, I'm afraid he won't be able to do all this in his life. Not only Lu Yu, but the other heavenly officials present all had a flash of shock on their faces after hearing the words that the guru bird had said when she left. Really, even Basha couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. But a flash of fire still flashed through his eyes as he turned his head to look at the remnants of the hallowed immortal's body. How long has it been since the Qin Provincial Administration of Anomalous Affairs has come into contact with the body of a great evil spirit of the 6th level? I can't thank. Enough. Yi Kuei stood on the side as he stared at the remnants of the Jessien's body, grinding his teeth vigorously. His face twisted. Those who didn't know thought that Yi Kuei was grateful because of the Guju's help, but only he knows for sure. It took every last bit of strength he had to clench his thumbs to the ground to restrain himself from just rushing over and stepping his head into the mistletoe's remnants to feast on them. The remnants of the body in front of him that looked like a small mountain emitting a sweet and delicious scent had a fatal attraction to Yi Kuei. He's really greedy. Since Guju has spoken, let's cancel any subsequent disciplinary actions that may have been taken against Yi Kuei. Ahead. Basha also hurriedly waved his hand, signaling to hurry up and take away the remnants of the immortal's body. Hurry up and put the remnants away first, while the spirit is still intact. Words. Standing at the back of the short, fat, very powerful heavenly officials came forward, stretching out his hand. One hand easily carried the mountain-like snake body, and took it away from the schoolyard. Phew. Seeing this, Yi Kuei let out a long sigh of relief. This celestial official's examination, although there have been many interludes, it is considered to be officially over. As he watched the remnants of the hallowed immortal's body disappear, Basha turned his head to look at the crowd below, his pale face regaining its seriousness. I don't know if my reforms regarding the assessment this time around have been successful or not, but the fact that you guys can stay means that you've passed the test, and I also hope that, in the future, you won't let me down. He swept his gaze from Yi Kuei and let out a long breath, his tone slightly heavy. After all, the conditions of weird revivals have become more and more frequent. All right, Basho shook his head. Go back and get some rest. Starting tomorrow, you'll already have new identities, and probably soon, you'll have to get to work on the bazaar events. Tomorrow morning, at 8 o'clock, assemble at the schoolyard and make arrangements for you after you have officially become heavenly officers. When he finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to be dismissed. At those words, Yi Kuei raised his head and looked ahead. The bustling scene that he had seen when he first arrived at the school grounds had long since disappeared, and there were only a few dozen members still standing in the school grounds. The selection rate of this session's heavenly official examination is really much lower. Lu Yue likewise noticed the situation before him, and he spoke. Like in previous years, the number of people may be twice as many. This means that we'll be busy after we become heavenly officials. Lu Yu waved his hand at Yi Kuei and grinned. Let's go. Go back to rest first. We still have to arrange the departments we belong to early tomorrow morning. Department of Affiliation? At those words, Yi Kuei froze. Although the purpose of the authority's existence is to deal with bizarre incidents, it definitely has different departments due to its different duties. Rokuyu took the first step towards the side of the Taoist temple, and they will place us in the appropriate department based on our ability to ignite our spirituality. Go! What are you waiting for? I'll tell you as we go. Looking at Yi Kuei still standing in the same place, Lu Yue waved his hand again and greeted. I've just seen it. Or I'd say we're good buddies. Both of our dormitories. Both of us just happen to be divided together. With the way things are going, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go on a mission tomorrow after I'm assigned a department. He shook his head. Hearing this, Yikue took a step to follow, and after hearing the words behind Lu Yu, a flash of excitement violently flashed across his face. On a mission? Yikue's eyes were as bright as two lamp balls. Aside from the non-existent bizarre ones that he ate in the multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet illusion realm, he had already gone half a day without eating any new bizarre ones. Just now, the remnant body of the Jishian immortal was even more coveted by Yikue. He really can't wait to hurry up and eat. No, it's dealing with shenanigans. That's evil and creepy. Why are you so excited? Seeing this, Rokuyu's eyes widened. Even if the talent is good, you can't treat him like a game, right? No. Yikue licked his lips. For some reason, Yikue's performance inexplicably caused Lu Yu to get a little chilly. With that said, the two came outside the dormitory, and at the entrance of the dormitory, an imposing figure was standing there quietly. Looking at his appearance, it seemed as if he had been waiting for the two for a long time. Yikue stopped in his tracks. Instead, Lu Yu's body trembled and his fat face froze violently. Chapter 45, Woeful Fighting. Where do you live, Dad? Looking at the short and fat man standing in front of the dormitory entrance, Lokyu stuttered a bit as if he wanted to say something, but it didn't even give Lokyu a chance to open his mouth. Boom! Next moment, a majestic aura rose to the sky. The short, fat man snapped. The bricks under his feet instantly cracked and scattered, and he was like a cannonball, charging straight over, bringing up a harsh wind. It even caused Yikue to have a pinprick of pain. Lu Yu's eyes were even more trembling, and his fat body instantly turned into a ball of fire, making a move to escape. However, how could he be a match for the short and fat man? The fireball was instantly pinched by the short and fat man. You're the one who just fooled around in front of the halberd bearer and left your father and I alone to be lectured? The short and fat man's thick voice rang out. He was very annoyed. Also, the second round of examination you almost had an accident, do you know? And while grabbing the fireball, the man was able to turn his head to look at Yikue, a polite smile flashing across his face full of horizontal flesh as a greeting. Looks like I've been teaching you less lessons lately after all. With that, he picked up the fireball and slammed it towards the back. Boom! The fireball was like a meteor that swept past Yikue. No need to wait for me. I'm not coming back to sleep at night. In the fireball, Rokuyu's voice was getting farther and farther away. Rumble! With that, the rear shook violently. Yikue's body trembled and was dumbfounded. It seemed that this short and fat heavenly official was the father who needed to work hard, as Rokuyu had said. But, the way Ryue homeschooled is really quite special. He shook his head, no longer bothering with Lokyu, pushed open the door to his dormitory and stepped inside. The dormitory within the Taoist temple was small but quite cozy, a warm room with two large comfortable beds. It seemed that Basho did want the members taking the test to be able to rest. Yikue simply washed up and directly laid down on the bed. He was to get some rest. After all, in addition to the scheduled meeting tomorrow morning, he had other things to do in the evening, probably really tired too. Yikue fell into sleep shortly after lying on the bed. Time passes. The sun sets and the moon rises. At 3 in the morning, in the silent room, Yikue snapped his eyes open. He got up and opened the window, looking out of it at the ginkgo tree that gave off a few mysterious colors under the moonlight, revealing a smile. Little tree, come out. He opened his mouth and called out. The heavenly official's examination is over. I've come to play with you. Sha 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 sha. The ginkgo tree shook violently. Count on your conscience. A clear and pleasant voice rang out from the sound of leaves rubbing together. A small person with a height of less than 2 inches and an exquisitely cute look like an elf had appeared on Yikue's shoulder. It sat on Yikue's shoulder and reached out to scratch Yikue's hair. Seeing this, Yikue froze for a moment. The gadget in front of him was a far cry from the bloody, horrible, hideous woman who had plopped down on her shoulder during the morning's test, only half of her body remaining. Looking at the delicate and cute little girl in front of him, Yikue didn't even have an appetite for a while. What's wrong? Seemingly sensing Yikue's emotions, the little elf pouted her cute mouth and spoke in dissatisfaction. Aren't you happy to see me like this? Or is it? Next moment, the strong smell of blood hit his nose. The woman with blood and flesh all over her body, her bones exposed and only half of her body left, once again lay on Yikue's shoulder and deliberately said grimly, "You like my appearance?" Yeah. Seeing this, Yikue licked his lips and instantly became excited. That's it. You just communicate with me like this. How nice it looks. The woman froze, obviously not expecting Yikue to react like this. Never mind. It's the way you like it. It pouted. Anyway, appearing as a spirit. I don't have a fixed look. The woman's entity was, after all, the lush ginkgo tree with its magnificent crown in the center of the schoolyard. Yikuei nodded repeatedly, staring straight at the woman. What are you looking at me like that for? The look in Yikuei's eyes only made the woman's body go cold. Its body trembled as it stared at Yikuei nervously. Tell you what, you should thank me properly. If it wasn't for me, Little Dove wouldn't have been able to come back at all. You're the one who called back the nunnery bird? Yikuei froze for a moment. That's for sure. The woman raised her head, a smug smile on her hideous face, but just by looking up, the eyeball almost fell out again, and it hurriedly caught it with its hand, giving Yikuei a wary look. Then thank you indeed. Yikuei's expression was solemn and he nodded seriously. He then said how the nunnery bird came back at such a critical time, so it was the ginkgo tree that helped. Although Yikuei had the preparation to deal with the situation at that time without the presence of the guru bird, the timely arrival of the guru bird did save him a lot of trouble. You're welcome, you're welcome. Seeing Yikuei's face of seriousness and thanking him, the woman was immediately pleased again, but with such a little girl's gesture on that hideous face, it was scary and bizarre how it looked. Why are you calling me out at night? I remember there's supposed to be a routine meeting tomorrow morning big time. But soon. It seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yikuei in confusion. Don't you need a good rest? I've had enough sleep. Yikuei looked at the woman in front of him and grinned. And, isn't this a promise to find you to play at the end of the examination? No, 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 no. Seeing this, the woman shook her head repeatedly. It wasn't that easy to fool. Something's not right. You called me out in the middle of the night. Surely it's not as simple as just playing with me. Looking for you in the evening, mostly to keep you company. Being seen through by the woman's purpose, Yikuei revealed a smile without even blinking. Of course, there's another small thing. What are you going to do? At those words, the woman's body trembled as she hurriedly gripped the eyeball in her hand. It's not okay to try to ask me for food. No. Yikuei shook his head. Definitely not for food. Just a small request. What? The woman stared at Yikuei with vigilance. What can you tell me about that Bane bucket? Yikuei paused, and the smile on his face instantly intensified. Live somewhere? You. The woman froze violently. Chapter 46. I shouldn't be a match for a level 4 heavenly official, right? Ha 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 ha. Funny. Suddenly, a string of cool, pleasant laughter rang out from the ginkgo tree. Sure enough, I guessed it. I told you it wasn't that simple. You surely won't let go of Bane so easily. The delicate figure in a fiery red dress was leaning against the ginkgo tree, staring at Yikuei with interest, a flash of anticipation in her eyes. Do you stay up at night? Yikuei froze, and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. He hadn't realized that the auntie hadn't left the authority and had been sitting in the ginkgo tree. In the middle of the night. Sleep? The guru lowered his gaze, his cool eyes without a single fluctuation. The day I became a heavenly officer, I never slept again. Yikuei stalled. It's not easy for the little dove to come back for a trip, so she definitely needs to talk with me. Just then, the voice of the hideous woman rang out as she plopped down beside Yikuei and beamed. It's not like you. At first glance at night, you're not here to play with me. At the same time, Yikuei also realized then that the Guju bird's shoulder was sitting on a cute little elf that he had seen at the very beginning. The ginkgo tree wasn't lying. It had a really good relationship with the Gurumi. Didn't you want to ask Gonsun Baikalix the whereabouts of Scourgedew? Seeing Yikuei freeze, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Guju's face. Why don't you say anything? Gonsun Baikalix? Yikuei froze and looked at the hideous woman lying on his shoulder in surprise. What? I'm not allowed to have a name. The hideous woman raised her head and grunted coldly before smiling. I have a good name, don't I? It was Little Dove who gave it to me. Yikuei raised his head to look at the Guju bird that was leaning on the trunk of the ginkgo tree. Giving a name to a sealed object, no matter how you look at it, it didn't seem like something that a Guju bird could do. Facing Yikuei's line of sight, Guju's expression still did not fluctuate much. So, how are you going to kill Scourgedew? Her cool, pleasant voice sounded again. I'm not. Yikuei opened his mouth to retort, but in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. In front of the Guju, there seemed to be no need to hide anything. I have some minor preparations. Yikuei lifted his head and calmly looked at the guru bird. In fact, from the time Wolfuldo kept targeting himself with Wu Qi at that time, Yikuei had already decided that both Wolfuldo and Wu Qi were dead men. Yu Qi and Bane Du's goal had always been the reward of first place in the heavenly officials examination, and after taking the rewards themselves, they definitely wouldn't let it go. And thinking of the trouble that might come later on, Yikuei felt fed up. It would be better, instead, to simply go to the root of the problem and settle the two early on. It is necessary to kill them all. Yikuei knows that Bane Du's strength is far above his own, and I'm afraid that unusual methods won't work at all. So what he had prepared for Scourgedew from the very beginning was the shady coffin stripper bundle. Although until now, Yi Kuei was not clear about the strength of the Yin coffin peeler. He was clear that it should be enough to deal with a scourged O. If Guji hadn't stepped in at that time, Baindu might have died, but that's a good thing. After all, killing Scourge Do in front of so many people would still cause some unnecessary trouble. The night is dark and windy. That's the best time to kill. That's why at that time, when Baindu made threats and turned away, Yi Kuei didn't have any reaction, because there was nothing to say to a corpse. But he hadn't expected the guru to stay up late at night and find out what he wanted to do. Your bottom card should be that gloomy aura revealed in the morning, right? The guru smiled gently. I have to say, that aura is indeed extraordinary. Although it didn't fully appear, but that wisp of aura even made me feel the danger. Killing a scourge do is more than enough. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei raised an eyebrow. He already had a vague understanding of the strength of the Guju bird, and to actually be able to make the Guju bird feel the danger. The strength of the Yin coffin stripper seemed to be even more exaggerated than what he had thought at the very beginning. But Yi Kuei didn't feel wasted. Ability has to be used in the right places. Though I don't know exactly where you got this ability. The guru narrowed his eyes. But I think that to take on Baindu, I'm afraid you won't be able to use this undercard. Why? Yi Kuei froze. You don't think Basho and the other celestial officials are cuties, right? The guru let out a laugh. At that time, that aura was hidden. But I wasn't the only one who could detect it. Otherwise, why do you think that hegemony added a month to your heavenly official's examination period? She shook her head and stretched out her jade finger to point to the sky. And any aura that reaches a certain limit will be detected by the authorities' headquarters. Although I don't know exactly how far your bottom card has reached, being detected by the headquarters is a situation that will definitely occur. Guja sighed softly. When that time comes, what you'll have to face won't be as simple as Basho and the others. It's not easy to meet someone as interesting as you. I don't want to watch you die. You. Yi Kuei suddenly froze. Right now he reacted to the fact that the Guju bird was not staying in the ginkgo tree at night with nothing to do. She was specifically waiting for herself. And, through the mere words of the Guju bird, Yi Kuei had a new understanding of the existence of the authority. What? Do you still want to take on Baindu now? Looking at the stunned Yi Kuei, Guju opened his mouth playfully. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei fell into silence. And after a long time, he raised his head to look at the Gojio once again. I should not be a match for a level 4 heavenly official, right? Ha 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 ha. Seeing that even at this point, Yi Kuei actually wanted to kill Baindu, the guru violently let out a series of laughs. You have a remarkable talent, and all your abilities are extremely extraordinary. If you are given a period of time, Scourge Do will definitely not be your opponent. But now, she gave a beat and spoke again. 100 of you would be no match for Scourge Do. Then, see if it's convenient for you. Yi Kuei raised his head and rubbed his hands together with a smile on his face. Scourge Do shouldn't be your opponent, right? Ha 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 ha. The guru's laughter snapped even louder. Do you know how much it costs for a 6-ranked Grand Heavenly Official to strike? Not to mention, still striking out at a fellow Heavenly Official who is also a member of the authority. She laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up for a moment. Yi Kuei actually wanted to ask himself to help him kill Scourge Do. He was really daring. Since you want Baindu's life so badly. But the next moment, the guru slowly straightened her back and narrowed her cool almond eyes at Yi Kuei. I can attach a message to you instead. Since Baindu's desire for revenge was too obvious when he left, Basho was worried that he would do something irrational, and sort of to protect you, he curbed some of Baindu's spirituality. There wasn't a trace of emotion in her voice. Chapter 47 New Feature, Fusion. In other words, the current Scourge Do doesn't have the strength of a Class 4 Heavenly Official? Yi Kuei's eyes snapped open. Not 1 in 10. The guru laughed once again as she looked at Yi Kuei, her cool eyes playful. But even if he doesn't have the strength of a 4-ranked heavenly official at the moment, you wouldn't think that you're a match for him, would you? Even if the Scourge Do is curtailed of its spirit, its remaining abilities are not something you can fight against. Guja's voice didn't fluctuate for a second, not to mention, a level 4 heavenly official with extremely rich experience in dealing with crises. How are you going to do it without using your bottom card? She cocked her head and looked at Yi Kuei. The bottom line is that Baindu is a Tengu with the ability to summon. She laughed softly. Baindu's spirituality is contained, but those dogs of his are not. Summoner. At those words, Yi Kuei snapped. Is that so? He frowned, a flash of thought on his face. Yi Kuei knew that with the existence of the nunnery bird, it was not so much of a lie, and with the strength of the nunnery bird, the judgment should be very accurate. So all you have to do now is grow up first. Seeing that Yi Kuei had some intentions, Guja nodded without leaving a trace. I believe that with your talent, given some time, Baindu will definitely not be your opponent. What's more, Didn't the Overlord promise you that you would go to the headquarters shelter to pick out a seal? She revealed a smile. That's a good place, if you get the right seal. I'm afraid that in a month's time, Baindu will no longer be your opponent. I know. Yi Kuei nodded thoughtfully. Good to know. Guru nodded in satisfaction. In fact, her purpose of appearing here today was to persuade Yi Kuei not to do something too impulsive. After all, sometimes it's good to be impulsive and bloodthirsty, but too impulsive and it's probably a death sentence. Still, I'd like to know where Baindu is now. Yi Kuei calmed his emotions and raised his head to smile at the Guju, knowing that in the future, I'll be able to stay away from that as well, lest there be an accident. Ha ha ha. That's not something you need to worry about. The Guru was dumbfounded. The Overlord will not allow this to happen. After curbing Baindu's spirituality, Basho has sent him home to rest. His home is right at this moment. Gonsun Baikalix's voice rang out, and it pulled Yi Kuei's hair, informing him of the location of the Scourge Do family. It's pretty far away. Yi Kuei smiled. In that case, I can rest assured. I'll rest first. With that, he lifted his head to speak to the nunnery bird once again. Rather troublesome that you are still persuading me bitterly in the middle of the night. The Guru looked at Yi Kuei and smiled without saying anything. And me. Instead, Gonsun Baikalix waved her fist that exposed the white bones of the bones and disappeared into Yi Kuei's shoulder. All thanks. All thanks. Yi Kuei opened his mouth with a continuous smile. With that, he got up and closed the window. Okay. You don't have to worry. Seeing this, Gonsun Baikalix sat on top of the Goyu bird's head and spoke playfully. He shouldn't be going out. Meh. The Guru smiled softly and didn't answer. Under the ginkgo tree, a silence returned. An hour later, the window of the dormitory was pushed open again. A head snapped out, letting out a long sigh of relief after not spotting the red-skirted figure in the ginkgo tree. Immediately, he violently tumbled out of the window, and with a flash of his body, he dashed towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Little dove, I thought he said he wasn't going? Roof. Gonsun Baikalix was lying on the shoulder of the anti-bird, her small face full of astonishment. Go ahead if you want to. The Guru leaned against the side of the eaves piece, his face expressionless and indifferent as he watched Yi Kuei's departing figure. But, isn't that going to get us killed? Worry was written all over Gonsun Baikalix's face. If you want to die, who can stop you? Guja shook his head. His cool face had long since returned to an indifference. It's just a pity that it's not easy for such an uncommonly talented and interesting person to appear. Even she did not feel that Yi Kuei could return alive. But life and death have a destiny. The Guru has seen it all for a long time. As for that half of the Jade Immortal's remnant body, think of it as a way to honor Yi Kuei. In the meantime, Yi Kuei had already left the range of the authority, and he was not aware of what was happening in the rear. However, Yi Kuei was clear about one thing. There's no such thing as waiting around to kill someone. What's more, Scourge has a reason why he must die. Soon, Yi Kuei then arrived at Baindo's residence, an estate of considerable extent located on the outskirts of the country. Seeing that Baindo could be on the outskirts of the city, owning such a large piece of private land, the heavenly officials should be treated very well. But before he could step into the manor, he smelled a strong odor of blood. Yi Kuei furrowed his brows violently. Bastards! They're all a bunch of bastards. Inside the manor, more than 10 calf-sized, hideous and terrifying hounds with scarlet eyes couldn't stop pouncing on the many small animals that were already in the yard. The entire floor of the courtyard had long been covered in spilled blood. Baindu sat in the center of a mountain of dead animals, grimacing. Basho is a bastard. Wu Qi is obviously that bastard who deliberately killed and still turned a blind eye. How dare he block my spirituality? He also lowered his head and viciously tore at the broken rat. Guju is also a bastard. How dare you protect Yi Kuei? As for Yi Kuei, you wait for me. I will definitely peel off your skin little by little to console my son. Baindu's somber face had long been a frenzy. Yet just then, woo! More than a dozen hideous hounds snapped their heads up, their scarlet eyes staring dead ahead at the location of the courtyard gate, baring their morose fangs. Not that there's any need to wait. A slender figure slowly walked out of the gloom at the entrance of the compound. A smile flashed across his handsome face. Am I not here? Yekel? Baindo's pupils shrunk, disbelief written all over his face. He simply couldn't believe that Yi Kuei would even appear in front of him at this time. Ha 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 ha. Little bastard. But in the next moment, Scourge Do violently let out an uncontrollable laugh. I really don't know who gave you the guts to dare to come to me, but I really appreciate it. Really thank you. A scowl snapped in his eyes. Thank you for letting me deliver myself when I wanted to skin you. It didn't matter why exactly Yi Kuei dared to come here. What Baindu had to do, however, was simple. That would be boning up Yi Kuei. Woo! The hideous hound that had bared its teeth disappeared in an instant. Next moment, the air beside Yi Kuei was distorted, and the hound's figure suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Yi Kuei's eyes snapped open and he revealed a smile. He had one of the biggest reasons why he still dared to come to Baindu. After swallowing the spirituality within the Duobao Pagoda induction tablet and increasing his lifespan by 2 months, the system opened a new function, fusion. By consuming your lifespan, you can take acquired abilities of the same lineage and merge them to improve them. Yi Kuei was able to summon the Guile Servant, and if he remembered correctly, those horribly hideous hounds of Scourge-Du were the same bizarre things that had been summoned. Yeah, Kel. Want to try? Nothing but kryptonite. Chapter 48 waiting for you. And, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, Yi Kuei also finally had the opportunity to verify what he had been curious about ever since he met Scourge-Du, since he has the ability to summon shenanigans. So, these shenanigans, can you actually eat them yourself? In the meantime, the predator hound's mouth, which was adhered to bone and flesh covered with sharp teeth, had violently cracked several times and bit down fiercely towards Yi Kuei. At that time in the school grounds, Yi Kuei was directly bitten off half of his shoulder by such a bite. He couldn't have made the same mistake twice. A stern aura flashed in Yi Kuei's eyes. Without avoiding or retreating, he fiercely blasted out a fist towards the front. Stab dash. The hound's sharp teeth sliced raw through the arm. Scarlet muscle and morose white bone instantly ripping apart as blood gushed out. However, Yi Kuei's handsome face did not have the slightest expression as he shrugged his shoulders sideways and exerted force once again. Only a muffled sound was heard. Yi Kuei's bloody and white arm emerged violently from the hound's back. With that punch, he actually went straight through the hound. At the same time, Yi Kuei emerged from the back of the predator hound, and his skeletal bare arm had actually begun to grow buds of flesh, resembling worm-like flesh and blood constantly intertwining and recovering. Ever since he was within the multi-treasure pagoda induction tablet and gained 2 months of lifespan, the speed at which his flesh and blood recovered had all witnessed a great increase. It's as if the flesh and blood recovery is not as stingy as it used to be after life expectancy increases enough to consume it. Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei, however, froze for a moment. Right now the predator hound was nowhere near as frighteningly oppressive as it had been during the heavenly official's examination. His initial plan was just to reach out and clench his hand from inside the hound so that the hound couldn't move. Who would have thought that a punch would go straight through? It seemed that the impact brought about by the suppression of Baindo's spirituality was even greater than he had imagined. The corner of Yi Kuei's mouth flashed with a touch of teasing as his already recovered arm backhandedly grabbed and directly clasped the hound's twisted spine. Woo! The hound shuddered and snapped out a whimper. Ha! Ha ha! Yi Kuei revealed a heart-stoppingly crazy smile. His arm exerted force, rawly pulling the calf-sized monster in front of him, towards himself. Next moment, Yi Kuei opened his mouth and was ready to bite down hard. What are you going to do, little scumbag? Seeing this, Baindo's pupils suddenly shrunk. The feeling that Yi Kuei gave him now was completely different from the man who had participated in the heavenly official's examination in the schoolyard during the day. Yi Kuei in front of him, unbridled, crazy. There was an aura of danger all over his body. This is simply not an aura that a normal person can possess. Woeful Do, moreover, had no idea what exactly Yi Kuei wanted to do to the evil spirits. However, there was no way he would let Yi Kuei have his way. In an instant, the air around Yi Kuei suddenly distorted. The remaining hounds appeared instantly, and they let out a morose low growl from their throats as they lunged towards Yi Kuei from all directions, facing more than 10 predator hounds attacking together. Yi Kuei furrowed his brows violently. With a flash of his body, he reached out and with his other hand pulled the heavy coffin board directly from his back, slapping the 2 tearing hounds in front of him away. Seals, seeing this scene, Baindo's face changed abruptly. He didn't expect that Yi Kuei had the existence of a sealing object on his body. But, although Yi Kuei slapped away the 2 hounds in front of him, he was pounced upon by the 4 hounds in the back. Despite the fact that Baindo's spirituality was curbed, causing the hounds' abilities to be similarly suppressed to a great extent, the kills that more than a dozen of them could inflict were still far stronger than the lion and tiger beasts. His slaw, failing to dodge, the skin and flesh of Yi Kuei's back was directly torn off hard, vaguely revealing a section of morose and miserable bones. He stumbled unsteadily on his feet and held the coffin board against the ground to keep from falling. Boom! However, taking the opportunity of Yi Kuei staggering and letting go of his hand, the hound in his hand instantly turned into a black mist and disappeared. The other hounds, however, never stopped attacking. Instead of hounds, it was a pack of treacherous and cruel hyenas. Taking advantage of Yi Kuei's loss of balance, the predator hounds swarmed up and couldn't stop gnawing the flesh from Yi Kuei's body. Yi Kuei struggled hard to counterattack with the coffin boards, but the hounds flexibly attacked from all sides with the help of their ability to escape by turning into black mist. Creepy is creepy after all. The predator hound cannot be described as common sense at all. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Yi Kuei's miserable condition in front of him, Scourgedo instantly let out a quick and incomparable smile. Little brat. I can't believe that I didn't know that you still have a sealing object hidden in your body. There should be someone else who revealed to you the news of my spirituality being curbed, informing me of my address. Is it any wonder that this sealing object, which seems to be of a low grade, is the backbone for you to dare to come to me? Ridiculous. Little scumbag. Have you ever wondered why that old scumbag Basho wants me to leave the authorities' premises even after curbing my spirituality? His gloomy face was filled with disdain. Because you have no idea what a level 4 heavenly official represents. Spirituality is curbed, and I can do more than you can imagine. Just a little brat like you with no hair growing. Do you really think that you have extraordinary talent and that you can do whatever you want just because you're holding a bull ****** trash seal? Baindo's eyes filled with pleasure reflected Yi Kuei's increasingly crippled body. Speaking of which, I should also thank the person who told you the news. How else would you be able to deliver yourself to my door and let my babies taste you a little bit? He had an icy smile on his lips, but even though it was expressed in such a way, Baindo still vaguely trembled in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Yi Kuei. What was in front of him had actually scared him, because even on Yi Kuei's body, there were no longer a few pieces of intact flesh and skin. Even though the speed of Yi Kuei's flesh and blood recovery had long since failed to keep up with the speed of having his skin and flesh torn off. However, from start to finish, Yi Kuei's expression did not change in the slightest. Yi Kuei seemed to be used to all of this, as if he couldn't feel any pain at all, letting one of the hideous hounds tear away the flesh and even the bones. Instead, he was determined, stoic and looking for a counterattack. That's even less of a human reaction. Scourgedo didn't even dare to think about what terrifying appearance Yi Kuei would grow into if he really gave him time. When that time comes, I'm afraid I won't even dare to think about revenge. But fortunately, Yi Kuei, despite his extraordinary talent, was a headstrong and arrogant fool. I can't believe that the night the heavenly official's examination ended, he was thinking of coming to kill himself. Stupid. A sardonic smile once again appeared on Scourgedo's face. Ahead, under the siege of a group of hounds, Yi Kuei's body had long been in a state of disrepair, and even through the hollow on his chest cavity, his vaguely beating heart could be seen. The one who caused this strike was the very same hound that Yi Kuei had grabbed in the beginning. Woo! It angled its head and swallowed the skin and flesh it had ripped from Yi Kuei's body, and its scarlet and ice-cold eyes were filled with excitement. Next moment, it once again turned into a black mist and disappeared. This time, it was ready to peel off a piece of skin and flesh from Yi Kuei's face and try it out. Seeing this, Yi Kuei subconsciously took half a step back. Seeing this scene, the hound that was transformed into a cloud of black mist located in the realm of emptiness became more and more excited as it whimpered and attacked once again. Bang! Space distorted in front of Yi Kuei. The hideous and terrifying figure of the hound appeared violently. However, after the hound appeared, what he saw was not Yi Kuei's frightened eyes, but a face with a few crazy smiles. Wait until you do. As well as a thick and morose coffin board. Put. The next moment, the coffin board, which had been stabbed upwards before the hound had even shown itself, went straight through its body. And this time, Yi Kuei did not have the slightest pause. The moment the hound was impaled by the coffin board, he directly opened his mouth and tore down with ferocious determination. Chapter 49. Seeing this scene, Baindo's eyes stared. He didn't expect Yi Kuei to keep his composure and try to find a chance to counterattack when he was struggling to hold on under the siege of a group of hounds. In the end, it turned out that he had actually judged the location of the hound's appearance in advance. This composure alone had emboldened him. At the same time, Baindu also finally knew what Yi Kuei was up to. He actually tried to bite the creep he had summoned. This scene, however, filled Scourgedo with disbelief. What could a bite on Creepy do other than adding nausea in vain? Could it be that Yi Kuei was still thinking of inflicting damage on Creepy with his teeth? Or say, under the siege of a group of hounds, Yi Kuei had actually long been at his wit's end, and all he could do was to take a bite out of Creepy to vent his anger? Thinking of this, Scourgedo instantly revealed a cold smile. He also has more than a dozen hounds of his own. Don't say bite. Even if Yi Kuei ate all of that hound in front of him, it wouldn't have any effect on the final result. That's ridiculous. Looking at Yi Kuei, who had no piece of good meat on his body in front of him and was a miserable blur of blood, Scourgedo snorted. Having avenged Yu Chi's death, it was now time to end all this farce. Phew! The rest of the hounds swarmed and pounced right in. In an instant, Yi Kuei was overwhelmed by a pack of hideous and terrifying hounds. Ow! Just then, however, a mournful and incomparable howl of agony violently emanated from the center of the location that was flooded by the hounds. Baindu's body also trembled for a moment. Thump! 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 Next moment, the group of hounds instantly turned into black mist and violently disappeared from around Yikuei. There was a distortion of space behind them, and they appeared behind Scourge Do, their scarlet eyes filled with alertness as they looked ahead. Bane Do was even more astonished as he stared at Yikuei in death, because in that instant just now, he felt the spirituality that had been contained and had little left in his body violently dissipate a strand. The spirituality within Bane Do is tied to the weirdness that is summoned. This would mean that the bite that Yikuei had just taken was directly taking the spirit of the creepy hound and swallowing it. But, how is this possible? How could anyone be able to eat shenanigans? Crunch, crunch, yet ahead. The morose sounds of tearing and chewing were still ringing out. Yikuei was like a puddle of mud paralyzed on the ground. His limbs had long been broken due to the attack of the hounds just now, and even his body was already covered with holes and broken. The only thing that Yikuei could move was a head with hanging skin and white bones, and even then, he was chewing on the hideous hound that had been skewered on the coffin board with a look of infatuation and a great salivation with his long exposed teeth. The hound that was skewered on the coffin board completely lost the ability to disappear into black mist and could only watch as Yikuei devoured himself. Ouch! The white bony head reached into the hound's stomach and ripped a bite out of it, and the hound let out a mournful, unmistakable howl. Looking at everything in front of him, Scourge Do only felt his body getting colder and colder. What the hell is going on with you? His eyes trembled as he stared at Yikuei. As a 4-level heavenly official, Wodo had seen countless evil spirits and experienced countless weirdness, but never thought that he would see this horrifying scene in front of him. Crunch, crunch. However, Bane Do's words were not answered at all. In reply, he was met with the sound of cold chewing. As Yikuei tore off a mouthful of the hound's body, the spirituality within Scourge Do's body was reduced by another portion. Little bastard. Woeful Do's eyes violently flashed with a scowl. No matter what's going on with you, Raoul is going to let you die. Despite the uncertainty in his heart, as an experienced Class 4 heavenly official, Scourge Do was incomparably clear that the situation before him could not be delayed. The spirituality within his own body could not allow Yikuei to consume so much. Bang, bang, bang. The hounds pounced towards Yikuei once again. This time, looking at their movements, it was clear that they wanted to bite off Yikuei's heart and head. And just then, Yikuei raised his head after swallowing the last bite of Hound Obsession. He grinned, revealing his white jawbone. Sure enough, is able to fuse. What did you say? Bane Do snapped to attention. Just then, a small greenish-gray monster with sharp teeth struggled and crawled out from the blood and flesh scattered all over Yikuei. Hip, hip, hip. It struggled and shook its twisted body, letting out an eerie laugh that was both painful and pleasant. Creepy servant? Bane Do recognized the little monster at once. He snapped his eyes to Yikuei, his pupils suddenly contracting. Your ability to ignite spiritual awakening, isn't it a physical type? Bane Do didn't wait for Yikuei's reply. He dash. The small greenish-gray monster in front of him slowly melted away while not being able to stop emitting mournful and playful sounds, leaving only a small, twisted and hideous head. Immediately afterward, a slender mouth with densely packed sharp teeth appeared and swallowed the small monster's head in one gulp. Tick, tick, tick dash. The sound of blood dripping slowly sounded. The rich smell of blood filled the entire courtyard. In front of Yikuei, at some point, a bazaar covered in bone spikes, without skin, and flowing all over his body like a satin-like sticky and thick blood had appeared. Ow dash. It raised its slender head and let out a howl towards the sky. Next moment, the strange and hideous figure had then disappeared. No! Scourge Do's face changed dramatically, but it was simply too late to react. Woo! The hound's howl of pain snapped. Covered in blood, Creepy had unexpectedly appeared next to a hideous hound, and it disappeared again after piercing one directly with its bone spikes. By the time the weird figure appeared, it was already beside Yikuei. With a shake of its body, it plunged the hideous hound right into the coffin slab and was gone once more. Ha! Ha ha! Yikuei let out an impatient laugh, salivating as he buried his head once again into the hound's body to tear and nibble. Right now, his lifespan was rapidly diminishing. If it is not replenished, I am afraid that it will directly die a violent death in the next moment. Just now, after Yikuei had swallowed the hound in his first bite, it had confirmed his suspicions, and Yikuei had also heard the long-lost system prompt. Swallowing Creepy. Attribute point increased 0.5. Swallowing Creepy increases life expectancy 3 days. Swallow the bazaar and gain the ability to summon a service dog. Ding dash. Summon Servant Dog and Summon Trickster Servant are in the same family of abilities. Are they fused? Please note that the lifespan required for fusion is 4 months. At that time, Yikuei chose to fuse without the slightest hesitation, but he didn't realize that he only had 2 months and 17 days left in his lifespan, and even with the added 3 days, it was still only 2 months and 20 days. Good on. The the lifespan consumed by the fusion, instead of disappearing instantly, was constantly decreasing at an extremely fast rate. This left Yi Kuei with a chance to catch his breath, and at the same time, he gained the ability to do so after the fusion. Abilities: summoning, devouring, insidious, cunning, vicious, lowly in character, uncommonly strong, but good. It's your servant. Chapter 50 Desperation. How can it be? How can it be? The scene in front of him caused Scourge-Do to completely collapse, his trembling voice filled with disbelief. Aren't you a physique class awakened? Your summoning ability. Where did it come from? That monster. And what exactly is it? Why can it evolve? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's all a lie. Baindu's hiss was beyond mournful. Even if he was a Class 4 heavenly official, everything that was happening right now had far exceeded his imagination. And even more so, it was beyond what Wolfaldo could bear. First, there was that little brat who had only just taken the heavenly official's examination and actually had the ability to swallow weirdness. He, who was able to eat weird spirituality. Secondly, Yi Kuei surprisingly displayed another, spirit-type summoning ability besides flesh and blood recovery. How is it possible that someone can have two different abilities after igniting their spirituality? Even as a Baindu who also had the ability to summon, he instantly recognized the significance of what the Devourer represented when he bowed his head and ate the trickster servant at that time. That's evolving. The weirdness that Yi Kuei summoned was even able to evolve. All of this was too much for Scourge-Do to take in. However, let Bain-Do hiss uncontrollably, but no one paid any attention at all. Crunch, crunch. Yi Kuei had long since completely buried his head into the service dog, and he couldn't stop gnawing on it without even lifting his head. Woo, woo. The predatory service dog was not completely dead yet, only letting out vocalized whimpers of pain while watching Yi Kuei raw feed. In the large yard, only Yi Kuei's grim and terrifying chewing sound and the service dog's agonized whimpering constantly echoed. Bastard! You bastard thing! Watching his precious and incomparable summons, just like this alive being swallowed into Yi Kuei's belly a little bit, it was even more painful for Scourge-Do to the extreme. Hip! But just then, the chilling laughter resounded again. The slender and twisted figure of the Devourer appeared violently from behind Wolfaldo. Its slender and cunning eyes glanced at Wolfaldo grimly, and its bone spikes stabbed out violently, piercing through the torso of a service dog before disappearing straight away. Put in front of Yi Kuei, on the heavy coffin board, there was another service dog that couldn't stop struggling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You thing, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. This scene, more than anything else, caused Scourge-Do's eyes to burst. Look out! He jerked around to look behind himself. Woo! Upon hearing this, all the remaining service dogs let out a ferocious low growl and instantly turned into black mist, disappearing into the courtyard. They were ready to use their advantage like they had just done to kill the evil and unimaginably creepy. However, the service dogs had just disappeared into black mist when an incomparably painful howl instantly rang out. Bang! 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 A host of service dogs reappeared. But right now, their hideous, twisted faces had long been shrouded in terror. Tick, tick. In front of them, the slender and twisted figure of the ghost slowly emerged, and the rich blood couldn't stop dripping down to the ground, but then strangely flowed back into the body of the ghost. Hip, hip, hip. It lifted its head and grinned, its mouth full of fine teeth, showing a playful smile to Scourge, and skewered in the sharp bone spike sticking forward from the left and right arms of the Devourer was an uncontrollably trembling service dog each. It came to Yi Kuei and inserted the two service dogs on the bone spikes, little by little, into the coffin board. This, Baindu's body snapped into a horrified state. Due to the suppression of the Baindu spirituality, the strength of the service dog has also been greatly affected. What they are relying on now is the ability to regain their bizarre spirituality if they don't lose it, as well as the flexible ability to transform into a black mist and vanish into the realm of the void. And right now, it seems that reclining into the realm of the void is no longer of any use. Even in the void realm, the devils are scarier than the service dogs. Asterisk 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 stuff. Baindu snapped his teeth, despite the incomparably bizarre situation in front of him. After all, as a Class 4 heavenly official, he clearly knew that he could not give up at the moment. Baindu turned his head, a glint in his eyes. The service dogs instantly knew what Scourge-Do was thinking, and their calf-sized bodies fiercely surrounded each other, their scarlet eyes, alert and incomparable, looking around. Since it is easy for a Devourer to attack alone, they take advantage of their numbers. Hip. Just then, the figure of the Devourer reappeared next to a service dog. This time, however, the other service dogs were keenly aware of the devil's movements, and they suddenly launched a counterattack. Hip. The Devourer's body twisted, narrowly avoiding being bitten by the service dog. Meh. Seeing that his ploy was effective, A cold smile finally appeared on Scourge-Doo's face for the first time in a long time. Thing. You wait, I always tear you apart a little bit. His gaze was grim and he gritted his teeth. He. Yet just then, a playful laugh suddenly sounded from beside Bastard. This time, the purpose of the Devourer is, surprisingly, to stand alone in the final scourge of the fight. No. Bain-Doo's pupils suddenly contracted. In his current condition of having his spirituality suppressed, he was no match for the devil. Ow dash. Next moment, the service dogs formation fell apart as they rushed towards Scourge-Doo in a panic ready to rescue them. Stupid. Just then, Yikue's sneering voice snapped out. He didn't even raise his head, but it was as if he could see everything in the courtyard, letting out a scoff while still opening his mouth and gnawing loudly. Nope. Look out. At those words, Bain-Doo's face changed greatly. But it's too late. He. Giggles rang out from behind the service dogs. The slender, twisted figure of the Devourer appeared, and it impaled a service dog directly with its bone spikes. But this time, it seemed as if the Devourer was too close to the service dogs, and after piercing through them, it was too late to disappear and take them away before the rest of the service dogs began to surround them. Seeing this, the Devourer could only retreat for the time being. Woo! The rest of the servant dogs were instantly agitated at the sight, and after they left behind a servant dog tending to the impaled servant dog, they ferociously chased towards the Devourer. Hip. Just then, the creepy laughter of the Devourer snapped, and this time the Devourer seemed happier and funnier, and the playful laughter all seemed extremely piercing. Don't! Bain-Doo's eyes snapped open. Next moment, the figure of the Devourer, however, appeared beside the injured service dog, and it stabbed out with a bone spur in its left arm, piercing right through the service dog that was guarding the injured dog. He. After restringing the injured service dog on the bone spur of his right arm as well, the Devourer looked up at Bain-Doo, his thin, cunning eyes full of teasing. It had left the injured service dog behind on purpose, not realizing that anyone would actually fall for it. And just now, it was even more unlikely that the Devourer's target was Scourge-Doo, because it knew full well that once Bain-Doo was dead, the service dog would naturally dissipate. Yikue's condition did not allow this scene to occur, so the service dogs had to be, one by one, eaten as much as they could. Bain-Doo's face froze. It never occurred to him how there could be guile so cunning, so insidious. Next moment, Scourge-Doo sat helplessly on the ground. After experiencing everything in front of him, his heart was overwhelmed with unwillingness, but at the same time, it was finally overwhelmed by despair. Chapter 51, There's Nothing to Say to a Corpse. He. Seemingly sensing Bain-Doo's inner despair, the devious and cunning playful laugh of the Devourer, which was full of bad taste, resounded once again. It laughed uncontrollably. Next moment, the slim, twisted figure of the Devourer disappeared violently. Another service dog, taken away by the devil's impalement. And this time, Bain-Doo, however, no longer had any reaction. He sat helplessly on the ground, and what was reflected in his desperate pupils was the figure of the ghost who had, time and time again, impaled the service dog, and without Bain-Doo's command, the service dogs were even less of a match for Ghost. Inside the courtyard, more than a dozen hideous and terrifying service dogs dwindled, and at the end of the day, the service dogs had even given up fighting back. They stood frozen in place, their scarlet eyes, filled with helplessness, looking towards Scourge-Doo, letting out a pitiful whimper, deluding themselves into thinking that Scourge-Doo would be able to help them. However, all Bain-Doo was able to give back was a look of numb despair. The sight of this scene seemed to make the devotee feel even more amused. It gave a playful chuckle, even slowing down its impalement to take away the service dog. You're such a bastard, asshole. Scourge-Doo sensed the scene, and he snapped his eyes round, gritted his teeth, and chimed the most vicious insults at the vile and cunning Devourer. He. However, the Devourer let out a harsh playful laugh once again after hearing Scourge's curses. It doesn't care, even. It was incredibly funny. Just play pretty much the same. However, right at this moment, the sound of Yikue's voice rang out, and he finally raised his head, his eyes indifferently glancing at the devils. The Devourer's body was violently creepy, and he no longer dared to let out a single laugh. It panicked and incomparably kept stabbing the servant dog to take it away. Its movements were more than several times faster compared to just a moment ago, and Yikue's voice, too, was in a way that reminded Scourge-Doo of who, exactly, had created what was in front of him. Unwilling. I'm really not happy about it. His face was twisted and hideous as he violently raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, his clenched teeth already dripping with blood. If it wasn't for that bastard Bashir Mao suppressing my spirituality, how could I have let you, this little brat, force me into the situation I'm in right now? At those words, Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Baindo, but the next moment, he then lowered his head and nibbled towards the service dog once more. Even more unacceptable than ridicule is ignorance. Scumbag, little scum. Baindo's body stiffened, and he erupted into an incomparably angry and mournful yell. You will definitely die without a burial place. He couldn't stop shouting insults. However, Yi Kuei did not even look at Blessed Doe. I don't know how long I've been cursing. Just as Yi Kuei was about to gnaw the last service dog clean, Baindo finally stopped cursing due to exhaustion. Ha! Ha ha! He looked at Yi Kuei and let out a series of ear-piercing cold laughs. Little scumbag, is the injury so severe that your recovery ability has failed? Scourge Doe's sight swept over Yi Kuei's bloodied and tattered body as he sneered and spoke. Though I wouldn't have imagined that I would actually die at the hands of a scumbag like you, but you won't be able to escape on your own. Little scumbag, will you? You came back to the authority after my death looking like that, and really thought those bastards at the authority were cuties. No, even if they don't believe it, they'll associate my death with you. Baindo sneered. When that time comes, I don't know how you're going to play it smart. Don't hide any of your secrets. And if you dare to run away, the smile on his face, extremely twisted, you'll see just how terrifying the authority really is sound. Ha 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 ha, I'm dead, little scumbag, and you can't escape. It was as if Scourge Dew had already seen the scene where Yi Kuei was captured, and he laughed out loud with unparalleled pleasure. Coot dash. And just then, Yi Kuei swallowed the last piece of service dog. He glanced at the wantonly laughing Scourge Dew and turned his head to wave at the Devourer. The Devourer hurriedly appeared beside Yi Kuei and respectfully knelt down. It extended its arms with bone spurs respectfully, allowing Yi Kuei's broken body to climb onto it smoothly. And after Yi Kuei was seated, the Devourer slowly got up and walked towards Scourge Dew. In the meantime, dash. The scalp-numbing, discomforting sound of blood and flesh surging violently rang out. In Baindo's incredulous eyes, Yi Kuei, who was sitting on the Devourer and whose body was in tatters, covered in hollows, and whose face was even white and bony, began to regenerate his flesh and blood. The Devourer takes it one step at a time. Yi Kuei's body regenerated little by little. Broken bones, directly annihilated and remodeled out of thin air. The veins are like snakes, swimming and spreading. The flesh and blood that looked like dancing worms were even more twisted and entangled. By the time the Devourer arrived in front of Scourge Dew, Yi Kuei had already stood up from the Devourer, and was staring playfully down at Scourge Dew, whose face was all stiff. His body, he had recovered as much as he could. Hey! Yi Kuei grinned. Why don't you continue? Scourge Dew's body creeped and his eyes trembled violently. Next moment, how the hell did you do that? His trembling, incomparable voice rang out. Answer me, how in the world did you do it? Are you an evil spirit, or are you just weird? Please tell me what the hell is going on here. Baindo snapped to his knees and couldn't stop himself from starting to kowtow. Please, as long as you're willing to tell me exactly how you did all this, I'm willing to die. I'll kill myself if you tell me the answer. I'll never let you get into the slightest bit of trouble. What was in front of him had completely broken through his mental defenses. Baindo has gone mad. Right now, he has only one obsession left. All Baindo wanted to know was what this handsome young man in front of him was, and how he was doing all of this. However, Yi Kuei did not even look at Baindo again. In his eyes, Baindo had long been a corpse. With corpses, there's nothing to talk about. Rewarded. He left a message and turned right around. Hip, hip, hip. A sinister laugh snapped, and the Devourer couldn't wait to rush at Scourge Dew. Don't, please tell me. Scourge Dew's body trembled as he reluctantly looked in the direction that Yi Kuei had left. Yet the words were not finished. Crunch! His head was instantly bitten off by the devils. However, just after biting down on Baindo's head, the Devourer's face changed and he directly spat out the head in his mouth. Blah blah blah. It spat several times in disgust. Baindo's head is too much even for the devils. Immediately, the Devourer turned his head to look in the direction that Yi Kuei had left. Next moment, goo-doo-doo dash. The blood on its body surged up violently, and its slender and twisted body melted in an instant. And in less than a moment, the Devourer disappeared in place, as if it had never appeared at all. Chapter 52. Only one day left to live. The situation behind him, Yi Kuei did not even look at it again. The amount of time that the Devourer can exist has grown considerably compared to the trickster servant, but when the time comes, the Devourer will still naturally dissipate. Right now he had more important things on his mind. The sky. It's already light. After leaving the house at 4 in the morning, speeding all the way to the outskirts of the city, and fighting with Scourge Du, Yi Kuei was about to run out of time. You have to meet at the schoolyard at 8. And now, it's 6:45. And, while running all the way back to the authority, the expression on Yi Kuei's face was even more slightly twisted. Grandma's. He glanced down at the system panel and cursed. Name, Yi Kuei. Physique, 17. Mental, -9,999. 10 points for ordinary people. Remaining attribute points, 10. Trait, Devouring Fusion. Ability, summon a shadowy coffin peeler, 1 time. The shady coffin skinner always skins its prey to collect their powers. And this time, the shady coffin skinner belongs entirely to you. Abilities, summoning, devouring. Please use your own flesh and blood as well as your lifespan to call out to the devils. Insidious, cunning, vicious, lowly in character, uncommonly strong, but good. It's your servant. Night pupils, able to see in the dark. From now on, the darkness will never blind you again. Remaining life, 23 hours, 43 minutes, 56 seconds. If you want to live, go find the evil and the creepy. The answers you want, they're all there. Probably related to the suppression of the Bane fighting spirituality. What the service dogs were able to provide to Yi Kuei was rather limited. With more than a dozen service dogs, they only gave Yi Kuei 7 free attributes. The most critical, however, is longevity. In fact, at that time, when he chose the fusion ability, even if he consumed 4 months of his life, with more than 10 service dogs as a supplement, it should be enough anyhow. At the very least, there are a few days left. But who knew that summoning a devourer would also require a lifespan, plus the drain of blood fusion? As a final result, Yi Kuei had less than a day left to live, and he was able to clearly see that his lifespan was decreasing by the second. Ha ha ha. Yi Kuei nervously smiled and ran back to the authority a few points faster. In the meantime, inside the authority. Dude, get up. What time is it and why are you still sleeping? Lu Yu shook his fat body, grimaced and stood at the door of the dormitory and knocked on the door. Nobody just can't do it. You assessment late even if. Assembly meeting, but also buddy call you. I don't know how. After that ravaging by the short and fat heavenly official yesterday, he also seemed as if he was fine. If you don't get up, I'm going in. After knocking on the door a few more times with no response, Lock Yu pushed the door straight open and walked in. Dude. And just as he stepped into the dormitory, he froze. The large dormitory was empty. Lu Yu walked forward and reached out his hand to touch the bed. And the cold sheets clearly indicated that Yi Kuei had been gone for some time. Strange. He frowned. Where are the people? It was just now that Lu Yu had searched around the Taoist temple and did not see Yi Kuei's figure before he chose to come to the dormitory. Is it hard to go to the schoolyard already? He glanced down at the time and shook his head as he left the dormitory and headed towards the school grounds. The schoolyard, which was a mess yesterday, has been restored to cleanliness. It was as if nothing had happened. Only the ancient and simple stone monument standing quietly on one side with a conspicuous crack at the top told of everything that happened yesterday. And the schoolyard was already bustling with people standing around. Basically all the members have arrived. The time of the assembly was approaching. And coupled with the fact that today, Basha clearly had something important to announce, the crowd had long been impatient. Neither did. Lu Yu looked around and still found no trace of Yi Kuei. Why isn't Yi Kuei here again? He's not going to pull the whole being late thing again, is he? Looks like this is really Yi Kuei's habit. Ha ha ha. Yesterday Yi Kuei was late and gave us such a big surprise. This time he is late. Is it possible that he can still give us any surprise? And this time, the people who paid attention to Yi Kuei had long since been more than just Lu Yu. Almost everyone was paying attention to Yi Kuei. After all, Yi Kuei's performance yesterday. They couldn't help but be in a trance until they thought about it now. Yi Kuei hasn't come yet? Predator's figure appeared at the front of the schoolyard. His gaze frowning around the week as he opened his mouth to inquire. He arrived a few minutes ahead of time. Afraid of what Yi Kuei and what moths? Who knows that after coming? I really did not see the figure of Yi Kuei. Coming. Just then, a voice rang out from the entrance of the schoolyard. Sorry. Is a little late. Finally, Yi Kuei's slender and upright figure panted and ran in. A few embarrassed smiles on his handsome face. Dude, you made it. Lu Yu hurriedly gave Yi Kuei a wave. I'm here. Yi Kuei walked quickly towards where Lu Yu was, and as he did so, he gasped for air, looking rather tired. What did you do? Seeing this, Lock Yu was surprised and inquired, why are you so tired? He didn't remember wrongly that Yi Kuei was a physique awakened. His physical quality should be very good. What had he done to make Yi Kuei gasp like this? Worked out this morning. Yekel moved his head. Really? Lock Yu was filled with suspicion. He was always suspicious of Yi Kuei's words now. but now is not the time to explore that. The figures of Basha and the other heavenly officials had already appeared in front of the schoolyard, and the morning assembly was about to begin. However, what everyone failed to notice was that the moment Yi Kuei's figure appeared in the authority, in the sky above the authority, the ginkgo tree, which was crowned like a gorgeous, lush tree, violently trembled and swayed, looking extremely shocked. Time's up. Let's just get started. Just then, Basha's cheerful voice rang out. His sight crossed the crowd within the schoolyard, and after pausing for a moment on Yi Kuei, he continued to speak. There may already be someone who knows the purpose of this meeting. Given that all of you have passed the heavenly officials examination and have already become heavenly officials, there are going to be some appropriate arrangements for where everyone is going. He spoke slowly. In the meantime, it's time to give you an overview of the departmental makeup of the Anomalous Affairs Authority. The authority, in total, is divided into 4 major divisions. Among them is the Ministry of Books, which is responsible for logistical and administrative arrangements. Basho pointed behind him. At the back, 4 huge metal badges had appeared at some point, and Basho was currently pointing his finger at the leftmost one, painted with a booklet. This is the badge of the Ministry of Books. There's also the Divination Department, which is responsible for the aftermath of bizarre events as well as occult-related matters. He pointed to the badge with the painted tortoise armor. Chapter 53 The Ministry of Medicine. And then there's the medical department that's responsible for treating the injured after experiencing a bizarre event. Basho looked towards the gourd insignia that seemed to emanate an aura. The last department, of course, is the one that everyone knows is going to face the weirdness head-on and is responsible for enforcing and cleaning up unusual events. The halberd department. A flash of seriousness crossed his pale face. On that last badge, the brave and domineering halberd that Yi Kuei had once seen was searingly glittering. Normally, the book and divination departments don't have to go out on missions. The pale voice of the Basho resounded once more. Instead, the medical and halberd departments are paired together, and together they are responsible for clearing up the appropriate anomalies. And the purpose of this assembly is to assign everyone to the appropriate department based on their specialties. He smiled and pointed to Predator and the others in the back. Unusual events. They happen all the time. And everyone should be aware that there are more than just a few of them in the authority's celestial officials. More celestial officials, all out on a mission now. Basho's face gradually became serious. Most likely, after arranging everyone's whereabouts, they will directly begin their mission. And after hearing the words of the Overlord, inside the schoolyard, the atmosphere was heavy, because everyone knows exactly what it means to be on a mission. Dealing with unusual events and confronting evil spirits and weirdness head-on is not something that can be rivaled by a test. Anything can happen when confronted with unusual events. On a mission? But just then, a voice snapped. Halberd bearer, can we speed things up? Yi Kuei glared at Basho. Which department should I go to? With my talent, it should be the halberd department, right? Halberd bearer, saving a life is better than building a 7th-floor pagoda. He jumped at the chance and couldn't wait. Otherwise, here's the deal. You just tell me the mission and I'll head out now. Yi Kuei's excited voice was slightly shrill in the solemn and dignified schoolyard. You, Basho snapped to a halt. Not only Basha, but everyone else couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing Yi Kuei's words. I really didn't see yesterday that Yi Kuei was so righteous? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda? Is Yi Kuei in a hurry to help those who are trapped by the unusual event? Or is it because yesterday the halberd bearer gave Yi Kuei a 1-month assessment period and he wants to hurry up and perform well? But the situation of the halberd bearer hasn't been introduced yet. Isn't Yi Kuei a bit too hasty? The crowd was wide-eyed and kept talking. Dude, I know you're good. Lu Yu also froze for a moment and hurriedly reached out his hand to pull Yi Kuei back. But we really don't need to be in such a hurry. Even if you want to do well, you don't care about this moment. He spoke in a small voice. At the very least, let's wait for the halberd bearer to finish his arrangements and words. Shall we not? I'm in a hurry and care more about this moment. Yi Kuei shook his head with a serious face. If you delay, you're going to die. I know people might die. Lu Yue let out a bitter smile, misunderstanding Yi Kuei's meaning. But don't worry, didn't Lord Halberd Bearer say just now that there are still quite a few heavenly officials out there on their missions? But the dead are. Yi Kuei glared and opened his mouth. Yi Kuei, I know you're anxious, and I also know you're eager to prove yourself. However, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the pale voice of Basho slowly sounded out as he looked at Yi Kuei and shook his head as he spoke. But until the arrangements are finished, there's no way for you to carry out the mission either. Then it's always okay for you to hurry up. Lord Halberd Wielder. Yi Kuei stared straight at Basya. On the system panel, he had only 22 hours of life left. Well. Seeing this scene, Basho shook his head helplessly. However, with Yi Kuei's talent and ability, what he was anxious about If it was acceptable, Hegemon would still adopt it. Since Yi Kuei is in such a hurry, let's make it short. He slowly looked up and spoke. Now it's straight on to the list of where everyone is going. Su Xiling, Halberd Section. Su Lan, Bu Bu. Manquan, Halberd Section. Liao Xiuwen, Ministry of Books. Rokuyoku, the Halberd Section. One by one, the names were read out by the Overlord. And the most popular place for a bunch of members to go is the Halberd Department. Even so, the Halberd Department was the most short of people during each of the heavenly officials' examinations. Aside from the reason that bizarre revivals were becoming more frequent, the main reason was that the Halberd section was the most dangerous, with an extremely high casualty rate. Of the 4 divisions of the authority, it was instead the members who went to the medical division that had the fewest members. Celestial officials who possessed abilities related to healing and healing were still in the minority after all. However, as each name was called, Yi Kuei was slow to hear his name and where he was going. If it weren't for the fact that there weren't many names on the list this time, he was afraid that he would have been anxious to interrupt Basho again. Finally, again, at the end of the list, Yi Kuei heard his name. Yakel. Basha glanced at Yi Kuei and slowly spoke. The Ministry of Medicine. The Ministry of Medicine? Yi Kuei directly froze. How did he get assigned to the medical department? What's going on? Yi Kuei is a physical awakening. His ability is still blood and flesh recovery. He's best suited to be on the front line. How come he's assigned to the medical department? Right. What was the halberd bearer thinking? And after hearing about Yi Kuei's arrangement, the other members all murmured with surprise written on their faces. Halberd bearer, my powers don't seem to have much to do with healing cures or anything. Yi Kuei looked up at Xia and hurriedly spoke. Are you mistaken about something? There's no mistaking where you're going, and for the time being, that's the Ministry of Medicine. Basha shook his head, and his eyes were silent as he looked at Yi Kuei. Due to Yi Kuei's performance in the heavenly officials' examination, he still has to keep Yi Kuei under observation, and with the halberd department facing the weirdness straight on, Basha is worried that there will be any surprises. Therefore, after he had conferred with the other heavenly officials 3 times, he decided to temporarily assign Yi Kuei to the Ministry of Medicine. In this way, Yi Kuei was able to participate in the task of dealing with unusual things while avoiding some unforeseen surprises. As for after joining the Ministry of Medicine, Basho was ready to arrange accordingly. When the time comes, he looked at Yi Kuei and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something else. Yet it was at this time, a heavenly official with an incomparably tense expression ran from outside the schoolyard to Basho's side, and he whispered something in Basho's ear in a panicked manner. What? And at the instant of this heavenly official's words, Basha's calm and steady face, as if he wasn't alarmed by the collapse of Tarzan in front of his eyes, suddenly changed drastically. Chapter 54, Suicide? Go check it out. The words were not yet spoken. Basha, the drooping old hunched body, in the next moment violently upright, a torrential beast-like majestic aura, rises up to the sky. Rumble. He stamped his feet on the ground with sudden force. The earth suddenly shook, and everyone on the school ground instantly stood unsteadily and shook violently, and by the time the crowd regained their balance and stood firm, Basho's figure had already disappeared. Left in the center of the schoolyard was a deep circular pit with a radius of nearly 5 meters. The power of a single stomp under Ba was as terrifying as it was. I've heard of it before. The Lord Halberd Bearer seems to be a physique-type awakened person, but didn't he say that he's too old to walk? Whether it's old or not is another story. It's really too much to ask to be able to do all this. Terrible. Really terrible. Seeing this, a series of shocked murmurs rang out violently. Halberd Bearer. Yi Kuei also froze for a moment as he looked at the bottomless pit. Right now, anyone who believes the then Basho's claim that he is too old, even too old to walk out the door of the authority, is a cutie. None of the existences that could become halberd bearers were simple existences. They need to take on huge responsibilities and face more dangerous situations. And, the scene before us. Yet, it was even more of an indication of how much courage it took for Basho to be willing to give up his opportunity to travel to the headquarters shelter to pick out a seal. In the meantime, the rest of the heavenly officials were also aware of the news that Bashirmo had just heard. Their expressions suddenly condensed and they hurriedly prepared to leave after Bashirmo. The arrangements for your follow-up have been made. Predator suddenly thought of something before he left. He turned his head and barked. Don't run around. Just wait here for someone to come and get you. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Something's wrong. Something must have happened. The crowd inside the schoolyard reacted instantly, and they hurriedly murmured with wide eyes. To be able to cause such a reaction from Xia and a group of heavenly officials, something big must have happened. Dad, Dad, Dad. Seeing that the short and stout heavenly official was also about to leave, Lu Yu violently rushed up and grabbed the short and stout heavenly official as soon as he could. Dad, what happened? Is there some powerful weirdness hitting us? Is it too late for us to run now? He spoke up sharply to inquire. Seeing this, the short and fat heavenly official could only stop in his tracks, and after glancing at Luyu with disgust written in his eyes, he opened his mouth to say something. The rest were too far away to hear. However, they saw that Luyu's body shook violently the moment he heard the short and fat heavenly official's words. Then, he suddenly turned around, and while staring straight at Yi Kuei, his fat body constantly trembled. Rokiake, what's wrong? What the hell is going on? What are you standing there for? Talk. Seeing this, the others within the schoolyard hurriedly opened their mouths to inquire. A long silence passed. Luyu stared at Yi Kuei, and that slightly trembling, dry and stiff voice finally sounded. Bane is dead. Boom. By the time Basho's body slammed straight down out of the air and arrived at the manor where Bane was located off the field, that fiery red dress had long been standing in mid-air, and her cool eyes were looking indifferently at the mess in the manor below. Or rather, the news of Bane's death was sent back to the authority by the anti-bird. When did you find out? Basha stepped out slowly from the deep pit he had just smashed himself out of, and resumed that hunched over, drooping old man's appearance. It was 7:57 a.m. When I found the body. The guru's cool voice rang out. 7:57. Basho furrowed his thinning, whitened eyebrows as he looked around the manor. The large manor was littered with corpses that had been brutally tortured before their deaths, and the ground was covered with traces of foul-smelling congealed blood. Baindu's headless body fell silently in the center of a field of small animal bodies, his head falling to the other side. The ghastly head bore the marks of an obvious tearing, while the vaguely visible face was written with resignation. Whoosh! In the meantime, all the other heavenly officials had also rushed to the scene. Seeing the tragic situation within the manor, the crowd subconsciously frowned. Let's see what else we can find. Basho spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the group of heavenly officials immediately and skillfully began to explore the scene. Halberd bearer. Based on traces at the scene. A few moments later, Predator came to the side of Lai Basho and spoke up to reply. Was able to determine that the cause of all those animal deaths came from the service dogs. The scene also has the scent of a visible remnant of the summon, and some signs of destruction. But other than that, there isn't much other information. He frowned, looking rather puzzled. Obviously, this finding was a bit strange even to Predator himself. Even though they all knew that Baindu had been suppressed spiritually by Basho's hand yesterday when he left the authority. But even so, Baindu, as in 4 heavenly officer, and even more so, with the company of a service dog, was not to be killed so easily. On the spot, there wasn't even a hint of resistance. The cause of death of the halberd bearer, Baindu, was the instantaneous biting off of his head. Just then, the female celestial official with glasses who had once probed the cause of Yang Bing's death walked over. The only emotions he had before his death were strong reluctance and doubt. As for hatred and such, I didn't feel it. She frowned and shook her head. Is that right? Basho stared at Baindu's corpse, his face gradually sinking into silence. And what is your judgment regarding the cause of Baindu's death? If that's the case, depending on the condition of the scene, I can restore the state he was in. Predator and the female celestial officer with glasses exchanged a glance and spoke. Due to the fact that yesterday's death of Yukai brought too much of a shock to Baindu, coupled with the fact that his spirituality was suppressed, he had to leave the authority for a while to go home and rest. All of this led to a change in Bukdu's mood, and when he returned home he began to lash out. But in the end, his emotions failed to ease and he broke down, manipulated the service dog, and bit off his own head. Pred spoke slowly. He killed himself. Suicide? The corner of Ba Xia's mouth hooked. Do you think that a class 4 heavenly official would not be able to withstand the blow and commit suicide with an emotional breakdown? As incredible as it is, Predator hesitated and spoke. But judging by the state of the scene, that's the most likely conclusion at this point. But, speaking here, Predator paused and raised his head to look at Basho, his voice not wavering as he spoke. If we put aside the state of the scene, I have another guess. Oh, at those words, the Overlord raised his head for the first time to look at Pred. Chapter 55 is really coincidental. There are terrifying evil spirits or weirdnesses whose strength far exceeds that of Baindu. Biting off Baindu's head straight away when Baindu was simply too late to resist. Pred looked at Basho and opened his mouth to reply. Ha! A complex smile flashed across Basho's aged face as he stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. If there really is an evil spirit that powerful, how could the authority not detect it? My judgment is that the authority's control system may have been compromised. Predator's voice was calm. After all, at that time, when the Een Coffin Peeler perished, the only thing detected was the Een Coffin Peeler's aura. What you say about that is a possibility. Basho nodded thoughtfully. Regarding this aspect of the control system, I will react with the headquarters side. but about the weirdness. But in the next moment, he raised his head to look at the Guju and shook his head. There shouldn't be any evil spirits or shenanigans beyond imagination that can kill Scourge-Do under the noses of the Guju and me. Ha 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 ha. At that, the guru laughed violently. She laughed extremely happily, and her delicate body was so crooked and tilted forward and backward that she couldn't even stay upright in the air for a while. However, in this current situation, the laughter that suddenly rang out was extremely abrupt. I forgot to ask you. The bastard narrowed his eyes and looked at the gourd's bird and spoke slowly. What brings you to Baindu's house so early in the morning? Baindu went a little too far yesterday. Goyu calmed down a bit, his eyes staring playfully at Baindo's corpse, and opened his mouth to reply. Am I not worried that Baindu will do something impulsive? After all, I don't want to see anything happen to someone as interesting as Yi Kuei, she said, not holding back another laugh. This time, however, the guru's smile widened a bit more, and in her laughter, apart from being playfully amusing, there were even more points of shock that even she herself could not suppress. Basho once again looked at the Guji bird and then averted his eyes. He didn't really think that Baindo's death would have anything to do with the Guji bird. After all, as a 6th-ranked de Tianguan, Guju shouldn't, and couldn't, take a shot at Wo-Do. But, it's strange to say, and just then, the slightly bewildered voice of the female celestial official with glasses rang out. The matter of Yang Bing's eccentric death at that time has not yet been dealt with. It's amazing that the Bane of the Eye has committed suicide as well. She shook her head. This Yi Kuei is really like a calamity. Whoever has a grudge against him will somehow die. Yi Kuei. And the moment he heard the words of this female heavenly officer, all of the heavenly officials, including Basha, snapped to a halt. None of them had even connected the situation in front of them with Yi Kuei just now. After all, the crowd of heavenly officials were clear that even if Scourge-Do's spirituality was suppressed again, Yi Kuei shouldn't, much less could, be Scourge-Do's opponent. No matter how demonic and extraordinary Yi Kuei was, he was still young after all. It was also impossible for Yi Kuei to come looking for Scourge-Do on the same night that the heavenly official's examination ended yesterday. He didn't have to do that at all. It's a death wish. That's quite a coincidence. Lu Yue's father, the short and fat heavenly official, let out a bitter smile and shook his head. However, this time, the words of the short and fat heavenly officials were slow to receive a response from any of the heavenly officials. Another coincidence? The crowd of heavenly officials stared at Baindo's miserable corpse and murmured in low voices. Ryoko. It took the pale voice of Basha to break the silence. What is your judgment on the cause of Baindu's death? He raised his head and looked at the Gurumi bird in midair. First of all, surely we have to rule out evil spirits and weirdness. They can't do all that. So, Guju bird gave a beat, and on her cool and absolutely beautiful face, she couldn't help but flash a flash of exaggerated laughter once again. Of course there's only suicide left. Based on the on-site investigation and inferences from the circumstances, Basho no longer paid attention to the Guju. He lowered his head and looked towards Baindo's headless body. His voice lowered. For the time being, Baindo will be filed as a suicide. If there are any other leads, reopen the investigation. Yes. Upon hearing this, the rest of the heavenly officials immediately bowed their heads in response. Even though all the clues, all the traces in front of him, clearly point to Baindu committing suicide because he couldn't accept the death of Wu Qi and had a mental breakdown. Yet they still feel awkward, unspeakably odd, and twisted. Alas, Predator stood at the end and sighed heavily. They didn't even have the means to know what Bastard Do had actually experienced before he died. After all, due to the existence of the heavenly officials and the related hidden secrets involved, the areas and locations where they were located were not allowed to leave any image traces. This time, the heavenly officials' examination is really full of surprises. Basha shook his head. The morning meeting for the dispatch of the newly promoted heavenly officials wasn't finished before there was another accident like the one at hand. Fortunately, anything involving the dispatch was all arranged in advance. Halberd Bearer, you've thought this through better. Pred looked up. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he jerked his head up. Halberd Bearer, you said at that time about Yi Kuei's whereabouts, about giving a greeting to the side of the Ministry of Medicine. Bad. Basha's expression snapped. Rumble. Next moment, his figure was like a cannonball as he charged into the sky once again. The other heavenly officials, after seeing this scene, all hurriedly turned around and prepared to return to the authorities' premises. Soon, a dead silence returned to the outside of the devastated manor. Someone else will be responsible for cleaning up the mess in the manor when the time comes. And mid-air, the red dress, still standing quietly, she looked down at her white and slender jade hands, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up, vaguely carrying a touch of interested shock. Yi Kuei, how on earth did you do that? In the guru's hand was a shovelful of dirt from the floor of the estate. On the dirt, stained with specks of blood, It was clearly the last splash of blood that was left after Yikuei had failed to completely clean up after summoning the Devourer with his flesh and blood. And just as the Basho crowd was heading to the estate where Bane-do was, inside the authority, it was a different story. Bane is dead? Hearing Rokuyu's words, the schoolyard was violently quiet. Shock clouded the faces of the crowd. They finally understood why Basha and the others, just now, reacted in that manner. The death of a Class 4 heavenly official was enough to shake the entire authority. How did Bane-do die? Can't it be that he died on some mission and was killed by some horrible evil spirit weirdly? It shouldn't. Wasn't Scourge-do still there yesterday? Wuchi just died and he's still looking like he wants revenge. So he shouldn't be out on a mission, right? Shouldn't have died in the mission. Or else the halberd bearer-sama and the others wouldn't be that way. And why do you think that is? Next moment, the noisy chatter of the crowd snapped. Like Basha and the others, they likewise didn't feel that Bane-do's death would have anything to do with Yikuei, and they didn't even think about Yikuei. But unlike the others, from the very beginning, Liu had been staring at Yikuei with trembling eyes in death. Chapter 56 Forgotten. Dude, Ryoko. It was only then that Liu trembled and spoke slowly. The commotion you've made is a bit too much. That's a Class 4 heavenly official. How on earth did you do that? His voice, dry as it was. What are you talking about? Yikuei was at a loss. Why can't I understand a single word? Still pretending. Still pretending. Liu snapped his small eyes up and his body began to shake with anger. I treat you as a buddy. What do you take me for? Scourge-do just died at your hands. He didn't believe what Yikuei said at all. From the moment Yikuei looked into Bane-do's eyes yesterday, Rokuyu had already had a guess. However, he still didn't expect that Yikuei would actually make a direct move that night. And even succeeded. What are you talking about? Yikuei's attitude was sincere. I slept as soon as I went back to the dormitory yesterday. Who would run around at night? You didn't sleep back in your dorm yesterday. You went out in the middle of the night and moved. I'm not lying. I slept well yesterday or I wouldn't have been able to go out and work out in the morning. You didn't sleep well at all yesterday. And after moving, you didn't come back until this morning. I killed Bane-do. You didn't kill. Liu stalled and hurriedly shook his head vigorously. His small eyes staring straight at Yikuei, his fat face full of seriousness. Yes, you killed Bane-do. Right now. He finally found the right way to understand Yikuei's words. You. Yikuei looked at Liu who was staring straight at him in front of him and instantly deflated. He waved his hand. Alright, if you think I killed it, I killed it. But, Rokuyu still had disbelief written all over his face. Bane-do is ultimately a Class 4 heavenly official, and due to his awakened abilities, my father isn't even a match for him. How the hell did you do that? He was in a bit of a trance. Scourge-do was suppressed spiritually. I chopped him up with my hand. Yikuei had a serious face. No way. Rokuyu's eyes widened at once. Right. You didn't think it was possible either. Yikuei shook his head. Something's not right. Liu suspiciously glanced at Yikuei and muttered up in a small voice. Even if his spirituality is suppressed, Bane-do is still a Class 4 heavenly official. Although he was already incredibly certain that this was all done by Yikuei, Liu was still unable to comprehend how Yikuei, on Earth, was able to do all of this. The gap between different levels of heavenly officials was like a rift in the sky. Level 4 heavenly officials are considered the best of the heavenly officials. The spirituality had already ignited to an extremely vigorous point. Even if the spirituality was suppressed, they should not have died at the hands of a young man who had just passed the heavenly officials examination by relying on their experience alone. Dude. Liu stared straight at Yikuei, his small eyes flashing with a fine light. You say? If I don't urge my father to work hard now and instead hug your thigh in advance, is it still too late? He knows that everyone has everyone's secrets. Since Yikuei didn't want to say more, Liu didn't ask much. But right now, a whole new idea popped up in his mind. How do you look at it now? Hugging Yikuei's thigh in advance can be a much brighter future than relying on your own dad. Hug me? At those words, a flash of bewilderment flashed across Yikuei's face. Maybe I'll die tomorrow. No way no how. Liu shook his head like a rattle drum. I can see clearly. Someone like you? It's not your turn for anyone to die. Really? Yikuei's eyes widened. Just then, outside the schoolyard, a man with glasses and a slightly bookish look with a shukubu badge on his chest walked in. You are the members who have passed the heavenly officials examination this time, right? He glanced at the crowd within the schoolyard and spoke directly. The members who were just assigned to the book and divination departments. Come out for a moment. Upon hearing this, the members of the book and divination departments, who had just been recited by Basho, took a step forward. You guys are coming with me. The man nodded, turned around, and headed out of the schoolyard. As he was leaving, he seemed to have thought of something and turned around to speak. As for the members assigned to the halberd and medical departments, You guys will wait for a while and a captain will come to pick you up. After speaking, the man left the schoolyard with a group of members assigned to the divination and book departments. The originally noisy schoolyard was suddenly empty. Captain? Hearing the man's words, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. When the heavenly officers go on missions, they do it in squad mode. Lu Yue saw Yi Kuei's incomprehension and opened his mouth to explain. Several heavenly officials form a squad, led by the captain, and deal with unusual events together. Those who are able to become captains are invariably heavenly officials of rank 3 or above. You see, the reason there aren't many Tenkan in the authorities' headquarters is because most of the Tenkan are out on missions. He sighed softly, and being picked up by the captain and joining the squad means that most likely, the mission will start straight away. Like this? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei's face was immediately enveloped by excitement. He stood on his tiptoes and looked towards the entrance of the schoolyard with eagerness. I wonder which team I'll belong to, and how come the captain hasn't come to pick me up yet? We'll see in a minute. For Yi Kuei's agitated reaction, Lu Yu had already seen it. He shook his head. But honestly, in the end, I really didn't expect it when I assigned you to the medical department. As Rokuyuku said, before long, a succession of heavenly official captains arrived at the schoolyard, taking away the members assigned to their teams. Some of the squad leaders came in person, while others had to send a substitute because they were still on an urgent mission. But without exception, every member belongs. As time passed and one member was taken away, the schoolyard became emptier and emptier. Fatty, come with me. Your father gave me the go-ahead to take good care of you. Even Lu Yu was taken away by a lanky man with sweaty hair all over his body and a majestic bear-like figure. Codename Shift, that is. Before it was Yi Kuei's turn. Shift, that is uncle. You see, my buddy has been left unattended. On the way out, Lu Yu raised his head to look at Shift that, and begged bitterly, can we add another one to our squad? That buddy of mine, he's really suitable. You don't even know. Add what, man? But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shift's slap on the head. The list of assignments, all of them counted. The name of the Lord Halberd Bearer. And you dare to fool around? Eventually, Lu Yu could only take one step and turn back 3 times, reluctantly looking at Yi Kuei at the back and leaving the schoolyard. What's going on? Yi Kuei frowned as he looked at Lu Yu's departing back. It's not like I'll be at the end of the test and still be at the end when it's finally assigned, is it? He muttered up in a small voice. However, this time, Yi Kuei's judgment was wrong. When the last member was taken away and only Yi Kuei was left alone in the huge schoolyard, he was finally able to make sure that he wasn't assigned to be arranged last. Rather, he was not given an assigned squad at all. Yekel. Forgotten. Chapter 57, a tricky task. What could this possibly put me out of mind? Yi Kuei stood still and gritted his teeth. Isn't this killing me? With his performance in the heavenly officials' examination, it was already outrageous enough to assign him to the medical department. Who knew that? In the end, when it came to assigning squads, he could even forget about himself? This is a test for me to follow? He was furious. Less than 20 hours to the countdown of one's lifespan. With the situation at hand, where to find evil and weirdness by yourself? And just then, outside the schoolyard, a series of hurried footsteps rang out violently. Say what you will, I must ask for a spot for our squad this time. Right. Our squad's low casualty rate is a credit to you, Captain. So we can't keep not making new recruits for our squad just because of the low casualty rate. It's been years. 3 years. There hasn't been a single newcomer in our squad. This time, if the halberd bearer still doesn't agree to replenish our squad, I'll lie down in front of Lord Halberd Bearer and not get up. We'll tie a newcomer back too. Angry conversations rang out at the same time. Immediately, the group of 3 then stepped into the schoolyard. The leader was a middle-aged celestial official with a thin figure, 2 beards, swarthy eyes, and a slightly lewd look. His sharp and thin face filled with indignation, and after seeing the empty scene in the schoolyard, he couldn't help but suddenly freeze. The allocation of the heavenly official's examination is over? A flash of bewilderment violently flashed across the face of the leading heavenly official. According to usual practice, shouldn't there still be some time before the end? Where are the people? Why is everyone gone? His thin face was filled with grief and anger. However, very soon, this heavenly official looked towards Yi Kuei, who was standing on the side of the empty schoolyard. His eyes suddenly lit up and he rushed over. You're the member who passed the heavenly official's examination this time? The lead heavenly official asked directly. 2. Yi Kuei hesitated and nodded in reply. Ha. I didn't expect it, but I was left with 1. Upon hearing this, the leading heavenly official immediately let out a smug smile as he directly pulled Yi Kuei with one hand. Go. Follow me. You are. A flash of bewilderment flashed across Yi Kuei's face. We're the squad of heavenly officials you'll be joining this time. the leader of the heavenly officials rushed toward the outside of the schoolyard without stopping, as if he were a thief. Fearing that he would be caught, the halberd bearer should have told you all, right? After the examination, you were assigned a team to join, and look how much we valued you. The whole squad came to pick you up. Yes, that's right. He's the leader of our squad. Ear Rat. It wasn't easy for us to come and get you. Upon hearing this, the two remaining heavenly officials called Che Idong and Fong Rong hurriedly spoke up one after another. By the way, and right at this moment, the Ear Rat gave a violent start and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Which ministry are you in and what are you called? You're my captain. And you don't know any of this? Yi Kuei froze even more. Didn't I forget? Ear Mouse hurriedly smiled in embarrassment. You reintroduce yourself, so that the members of our squad all know each other. I'm Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei opened his mouth and said, Overlord finally assigned me to, the medical department. The Ministry of Medicine? At those words, Ear Rat's eyes snapped open. You said you're from the Ministry of Medicine? Yeah, but Yi Kuei nodded and spoke after a moment of hesitation. I didn't expect it. The wind and water are turning, and this year it's our team. But before finishing his words, the excited voice of the Ear Rat snapped. Such a rare treasure as the heavenly official of the Ministry of Medicine can even be picked up by me. Our squad's casualty rate was already low, and with the new addition of the healing ministry's heavenly officials this time around, I'm afraid we won't even have any injuries. He did a double take. As he spoke, the speed at which the Ear Rat pulled Yi Kuei towards the outside of the school grounds was even a few points faster. If it was like being a thief just now, right now it was simply running for his life. Phew. It wasn't until he was out of the authorities' range that the earwig stopped, gasping for air. Nice. Not bad. He gasped for air while looking at Yi Kuei, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Captain, with the addition of the newcomer from the medical department, is it time to give that tricky mission we have in hand now another try? Just then, as if something had suddenly occurred to Fong Rong, he raised his head to look at the Ear Rat. Right. The Ear Rat slammed his hands together and laughed even more. This luck is really unstoppable when it comes. Let's go over there again now. I still don't believe that with the help of the newcomers from the medical department, we can't handle this unusual event. He had an excited look on his face. In the future, when the heavenly official squad scores, our squad won't be able to come in last place every time. Listening to the words of the Ear Rat and Fong Rong in front of him, Yi Kuei froze. It was as if he had, without realizing it, gained a deeper understanding of the squad he was in. However, remembering the unusual event from the Ear Rat's mouth, Yi Kuei didn't say anything, but instead narrowed his eyes and a smile of excitement flashed across the corner of his mouth. What Rokuyaku said was true. Right now bizarre recovery situations are frequent, and just after joining the squad, you already have an immediate assignment. This was something that Yi Kuei was satisfied with. Can you guys fill me in on the situation regarding that tricky anomaly you were talking about? He looked to the Ear Rat and opened his mouth to inquire. Not bad, not bad. Hearing Yi Kuei's words, the look of satisfaction on the Ear Rat's sharp and thin face increased. Just joining the squad and thinking about how to complete the mission. I'm satisfied with your awareness. But, speaking here, he reached out and cupped his thin beard. Frowning, this tricky anomaly is hard to put into words. Forget it, one trip and you'll see. Ear Rat turned his head, greeted Fong Rong and Che Idong, and set off straight away. The celestial officials are like that, with a very high level of execution, because they know exactly what kind of events they are dealing with. Soon, the four of them then arrived at the old city center, an old residential neighborhood entrance. This is where the anomaly happened? Looking at the rather geriatric and dilapidated neighborhood where most of the people coming and going were elderly, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. In his impression, revived evil spirits and weirdness were generally very dangerous. They appear in locations that should be isolated as early as possible. Evil and spooky, and not all what you think. The Ear Rat seemed to have seen Yi Kuei's thoughts as he spoke. There are some weird and evil spirits that come with killing and destruction, while some other terrifying evil spirits and weirdness may be right beside us. Talking at the same time, the four had stepped into the neighborhood and stood under an old family building. Chang, here we go again. Just then, a gray-haired grandmother walked out of the building, and upon seeing the earwig, she spoke. The problem of the water leak on the 4th floor, hasn't it been solved yet? Not yet. Ear Rat shook his head and replied seriously. But don't worry, we'll fix it soon. Alas, the grandmother looked up at the 4th floor and sighed. Seeing this, Yi Kuei also raised his head. The 4th floor of the residential building, the left household, was scorched black and filled with signs of having been ravaged by fire. The window frames of the balcony had all been burned black, and the empty windows resembled devouring beasts, giving off a strong ominous odor. With just a single glance, Yi Kuei felt a raging burning heat that came over him. Chapter 58 Believing in his evil. It's really hard for you guys to come here for 3 days. The grandmother sighed again. Speaking of which, the family living on the 4th floor is really poor people. With those words, she stepped away, trembling, and walked out of the hole in the building. Let's go up. The ear rat turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, and on his slightly lewd, sharp and thin face, he flickered to reveal a touch of seriousness. This unusual event, indeed, should be resolved as soon as possible. He took a step into the old family building. Seeing this, Yi Kuei and Fong Rong Chae-dong hurriedly followed. Captain, the 4th floor, I'm seeing signs of a fire, I think? Yi Kuei walked behind and narrowed his eyes as he recalled what the grandmother had just said. How did she talk about a leak? You'll see in a minute. The earwig shook his head. Soon, the group of 4 arrived on the 4th floor. The earwig was the first to push open the wooden door to the room on the left side of the house, and stepped into the room. Warm and cozy. This was the first feeling Yi Kuei had after stepping into the room. Although the room is not big, but it is extremely carefully arranged. Solid wood style furniture and decoration style, but also to this warm room, add a few points of relaxation. Even the air could smell faintly of sunshine. A relaxing sight. Oops. Have a guest. Hear the door open. The hostess, who was mopping the floor in the living room, turned her head and revealed a bright smile as she wiped her hands and hurriedly greeted her. Come in. Talking. The gentle-looking hostess with a googly-eyed face then hurriedly helped the crowd by bending over to get the slippers. No need. With a soft sigh, the earwig stopped his mistress as he stared into her bright eyes and spoke. This time, I didn't come here to catch up on old times and chat with you. So, what are you guys up to? The hostess froze for a moment before revealing a smile once again. Are you staying for dinner? I made braised pork today. It's delicious. You've been here too long. It's time to leave. Before the mistress finished her sentence, the ear rat spoke directly. What do you mean? The hostess snapped to attention. A flash of alarm on her googly-eyed face. She subconsciously glanced at the time on the clock hanging on the wall, and then stared at the ear rat with a wary death glare. What are you doing? You're going to take Gogo away from me, aren't you? You're going to take Gogo away from me, aren't you? The earwig didn't say anything, but the mistress's emotions, however, grew more and more agitated. I'm telling you, don't you even think about it. Don't even think about it. I'll fight anyone who takes Gogo away from me. She turned violently and stormed into the kitchen. Wah dash. Just then, a baby's cry suddenly rang out from the bedroom. Gogo, don't be afraid. Mommy will be here soon. From the kitchen came the sound of a panicked hostess. At the same time, there was the sound of something breaking. Seeing this scene, the ears of the ear rat violently began to wiggle. Next moment, go! He turned his head sharply, his sharp, thin face unmistakably serious. Seeing this, Fong Rong and Chae-dong were incomparably skillful in directly turning around. And of course, they didn't forget to bring along Yi Kuei, who was standing beside them. Boom! Immediately, a raging wave of heat wrapped in a huge impact erupted unexpectedly from the kitchen. The last thing Yi Kuei saw was the figure of the mistress, covered in fire, her limbs burned by the flames, her eyes empty, her expression hideous and terrifying, walking out from the kitchen with flames. And they left the room just in time as the flames were about to burn them. Phew! Standing in the hallway, Fong Rong breathed heavily. The time is getting faster. Chae-dong's breathing was similarly very rapid as he turned his head to look at the ear rat. If it wasn't for the captain's ability, we wouldn't know how many times we've been burned to death. That's the general idea. The ear rat ignored Chae-dong, but reached out and pointed to the door of the room in front of him and said to Yi Kuei, the mistress inside is the main cause of this bizarre incident. Every time you step in, the creepy domain reboots. In the beginning, it was possible to communicate with her for a couple of sentences before the room burst into flames. Ear rat furrowed his short eyebrows. But now, the time to ignite the flame is getting shorter and shorter. If it weren't for my special ability to hear spiritual voices, he pointed to his ear and spoke. I'm afraid one of us will have to fold into this mission long ago. As for your comment about the grandma mentioning the leak earlier, the earwig shook his head. Granny just happens to be located on the 3rd floor west, which is downstairs from this home, and there seems to be an ongoing water overflow in one of the bedrooms. But as you can see, the entire 4th floor, the west apartment, has now been turned into a bizarre domain, and there is no way to deal with the problem regarding the leak for the time being. He describes the situation regarding the spooky event, but as time passes, the spooky domain has taken on a spillover condition. So, this anomaly has to be dealt with. The expression on the ear rat's face was extremely serious. Tricky territory. Yi Kuei suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to inquire. Isn't it said that once you step into the guile domain, there is no way to leave? Who told you there was no way out? The ear rat frowned at Yi Kuei. Was going through a tricky domain when the tricky in it told me about it. Upon hearing this, Yikue scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. It said at the time that the only way to leave the Guile domain was to kill Gue and find the loopholes in the Guile domain. Creepy says creepy things and you believe them? The earwig's eyebrows rose. Weird is different. Weird domains are different. And of course the situations are all different. Just like this tricky area. We can leave the room as soon as we leave the door. And only we who are psychic can see the wooden door. He pointed ahead and spoke. It's not like you didn't see the tragic situation on the 4th floor where the left household burned just now. Ha! You say so I know. Yikue gave a dry smile and nodded. Don't even have that common sense. Chaedong suspiciously glanced at Yikue and muttered in a low voice. The heavenly official's examination must also be the last few. And with this squad of ours, it's really hitched. Since it's on fire. Yikue ignored Chaedong as he narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. Captain, haven't you looked for those heavenly officials who have the ability to control fire? With them, this mission should be well handled. Yikue remembered Locke Yu's ability. That's the reason for this unusual event. Ear Mouse shook his head. At that time, after realizing that the unusual event was related to the flames, the first thing I did was to apply to the authority for the help of the flame ability Tenkan. But the flames in the room, they're not like unusual flames. A heavenly official with the ability to control fire cannot affect the flames in the room at all. Even, one would be harmed by the flames in the room. He sighed. What was the name of that class 3 heavenly official the captain called at the time? Yes, called by Fong. Fong Rong bristled at the side. He's acting all confident, asking us to believe him. After all, it's still the captain who's reliable, taking us and running out when he felt the flames gushing out, ignoring Bai Fong at all. He grunted coldly. As a result, in the end, that Bai Fong was burned in the fire and cried out, almost losing his hair. Believe him? Really believe him? Hearing Fong Rong's words, Yikue froze for a moment. He seems to be vaguely aware of the reason for the low casualty rate of the Year Rat Squad. Chapter 59. My ability has nothing to do with it. We also tried to take a direct shot at the mistress. The Ear Rat sighed and continued to speak. But it's no use at all. Killing her with your hands will accelerate the process of the room burning. And the mistress is even more likely to turn directly into that hideous appearance just now. And the mistress, who was ignited by the fire, destroyed it once. And the next time it will still be reborn and even become stronger. Right. Both Che Eaton and I have the ability to inflict damage remotely. Upon hearing this, Fong Rong hurriedly nodded and spoke. At that time, the captain had us stand in the doorway position and launch an attack on the mistress. Within 2 strokes it collapsed, but soon resurrected itself, and even gave birth to flames that were hotter. He smacked his lips. It's a good thing the captain told us to stand far away. We'd have quit in one step if things weren't right. Don't worry. After saying his words, Fong Rong even reached out and patted Yikue's shoulder, revealing a smile. Join our squad. The captain will definitely keep us safe. That's right. Hearing Fong Rong's words, a flash of pride flashed across the Ear Rat's face. As heavenly officials, Ear Rat and the others were extremely experienced and would not be fooled by appearances. No matter how benign the mistress may seem, it is after all a part of the anomaly, and possibly even the main one. Therefore, when it came to moving their hands, they and the others would not be the least bit merciful. Only, it didn't have much effect. Ha! Hearing the description from the front, Yikue was dumbfounded. He had gained some new insights into this anomaly, while Yikue but also affirmed his judgment just now. The reason for the low casualty rate of the Year Rat Squad was not because they were uncommonly strong. Rather, it's because they were careful enough to do so. Or, one could say, wimpy. But as the signs of the outreach of this anomaly became more and more apparent, we decided long ago that we needed to get it over with as soon as possible. And right at this moment, Ear Rat raised his head to look at Yikue. It just so happens that you joined our squad right at this time. With your help, we'll finally be able to try out the plan that we've been preparing for so long, but haven't even waited to implement. He grinned a satisfied grin. Here's the plan. The earwig began to narrate. We have been able to roughly rule out other distractions after the first few explorations, including communicating and talking with the mistress, although she never let us stay within the confines of the living room. The other rooms, with the exception of the small bedroom where there have been baby cries, have been largely uncharacteristic, and at that time, Biffin stayed in the room after the burning for a while longer, and when he came out with severe burns, he mentioned something about the flames, as if something else was present. At this point, he paused and said firmly, so, this time, we're going to explore the room after the burn, and you, as a member of the medical department, have a very important role. The Ear Rat solemnly looked at Yikue. When the flames are lit, you have to use your abilities to try to keep us safe and treat our injuries to prolong the time we can survive in the flames. Ha! Hearing the extremely detailed description of the ear rat, Yi Kuei gave a start. What? What's the problem? Seeing this, ear rat inquired in disbelief. What part of the plan do you not understand? I can explain it to you again. This is a rare opportunity. Don't be afraid of trouble. Ask questions if you have any. Let's make sure we find the cause of the anomaly this time. He had a serious look on his face. The plan is very detailed, simple and clear, and I know it very well, so once it's set up, we can implement it right away. After Yi Kuei hesitated, he spoke. Just what? Ear rat opened his mouth to inquire. It's just my ability. It has nothing to do with healing. Yi Kuei was a bit embarrassed. What? At those words, ear rat froze outright. Your powers have nothing to do with healing? His eyes widened and his voice was instantly a few degrees higher. Your abilities have little to do with healing. How did you get assigned to the medical department? I don't know. Yi Kuei's face was similarly written with disbelief. At that time, Basha only said that he assigned me to the medical department, and without saying anything about the subsequent arrangements or anything, he left in a hurry. This. Fong Rong and Shei Yidong glanced at each other, both seeing the bewilderment in the other's eyes. What happened to the halberd bearer? The ear rat even slapped his thigh and became furious. Isn't this just fooling around? Assigning a heavenly official with no medical ability to the medical department. What if the situation is urgent and an accident occurs? Around. Messing around. I'll go back and sue. His sharp, thin, lewd face was red. It was obvious that ear rat was really angry. Go. He directly turned around, and then prepared to leave. No matter what exactly your ability is, since it has nothing to do with medical treatment, then there is no way to implement our plan. For now, when I go back, I'll apply for the help of the heavenly officials of the Ministry of Medicine. The ear rat spoke while still rambling in annoyance. The halberd bearer has made too big a mistake this time. I'll be sure to sue him hard. He worried from the bottom of his heart about the safety of the celestial officials. Seeing the situation, Fong Rong and Shei Yidong hurriedly took a step and followed behind the ear rat. Yi Kuei scratched his head, and had a newfound understanding of the caution of the ear rat and the few of them. The situation was so bad that it was surprisingly straightforward to choose to come back another time. You guys wait. Soon. However, he opened his mouth and called out to ear rat and the others. What's wrong? The earwig turned around. Though my powers have little to do with healing, Yi Kuei smiled. But just now, I observed a bit, and I have a few ideas about the situation in the tricky domain. We can try. He opened his mouth. Guess? The ear rat gave Yi Kuei a suspicious look. You've only gone in once and you already have an idea? Right. Yi Kuei nodded. We can verify it, but the one thing we must be careful of is safety first. Ear rat frowned and spoke. Once I realize that an accident has occurred, you must listen to me and exit in time. No problem. Yi Kuei seriously agreed. Okay then. The ear rat, despite being a bit overly cautious, gave full respect to the team's proposal. Yi Kuei had only given his opinion, and surprisingly, he agreed without the slightest hesitation. Let's just try again. The ear rat returned to the fourth floor to Yi Kuei's body and pushed open the wooden door of the left household. The wooden door was pushed open again. Warm and comfortable. Solid woodwind decoration exquisite with a light sunshine flavor of the small room reappeared in front of Yi Kuei. Oops. Have a guest. A picture of years of peace and quiet. The gentle, warm voice of the hostess once again sounded. Chapter 60 knocking on the door. Come in, come in. The hostess had that big smile on her face once again, and she wiped her hands and hurried to welcome her. It was as if the scene of the scorching hot flames burning everything just now had never appeared at all. 4 pairs would be fine, please. Seeing the hostess bending down and preparing to take the slippers, Yi Kuei didn't refuse like the earwig did, but smiled and opened his mouth. Okay Lu. The hostess enthusiastically bent down and took out 4 pairs of furry slippers, and with a big smile, she placed the slippers at the feet of Yi Kuei and the others. I've made braised meat. Do you guys want to try it later? Like earlier, she mentioned red meat again. Then we are so blessed. Yi Kuei smiled just as brightly. Although their reactions were very different from the last time, there were still similarities in the feedback that the mistress gave them. Come on in. Watching Yi Kuei and the others change their shoes, the hostess graciously issued an invitation. And just as the hostess brought Yi Kuei and the others into the room, she turned her head and looked at the clock on the wall. Yi Kuei noticed this and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately, with the hostess leading the way, the group sat down on the comfortable couch. We've done things like what you're doing now many times before. While the mistress turned to pour the water, the ear mouse spoke in a whisper. But whether you sneak into the room while she's pouring the water, or just take a swing at her, you'll immediately cause the entire room to burn. What are you going to do next? Do you need our cooperation? No need. Yikuei shook his head. Here's your water. Just then the hostess walked back with the poured water. Thanks. Yikuei took the water and pretended to open his mouth inquiringly. Just now I heard a baby's voice. Is there a baby sleeping in the room? What baby? What are you talking about? At that, a flash of alarm snapped across the hostess's face. There aren't any babies in the house. Talking at the same time, the temperature in the room instantly rose. Then maybe I misheard you. Yikuei did not change his face and replied calmly. You must have misheard me. The hostess was beyond certain. After realizing that Yikuei did not continue to pursue about the baby, she gradually relaxed, while the temperature in the room also began to slowly drop. Phew! The earwig sat back and breathed a sigh of relief. A second ago, he was ready to just bolt. And just as the ear rat was preparing to see what different approach Yikuei had to deal with all this in front of him, he realized violently. Yikuei sat on the sofa and began to chat with the hostess. It's really just chat. Hard chat. Yikuei did not mention any words that might cause the hostess to fluctuate in mood. Purely chatting. From astronomy to geography. From history to science fiction. Chatting, the hostess giggled. And time, too, passed in chatting. When the earwig came back to his senses and looked at the clock hanging in the back, he realized that right now, they had been in the creepy domain for a full hour. This has far exceeded the record for their stay in the room. Why didn't I think of that? Ear Mouse's eyes widened. Chatting still does that. In the past, when Ear Rat and the others stepped into the creepy domain, they always thought of grasping for clues, and thus would always cause the room to burn prematurely. He hadn't really expected to be able to chat with his hostess, and by looking at it over a long period of time, the earwigs had made some discoveries as well. He perceived that his mistress would always, without realizing it, look at the clock on the wall, and that the frequency of looking at it, as time passed, increased. Suddenly, the ear rat's ears leapt up and vibrated. A pungent, burnt and scorched smell lingered on the tips of everyone's noses. Go! Go! His expression changed violently and he opened his mouth in panic, and as he spoke, he dragged Yikuei, Fong Rong, and Chaedong, and ran towards the main entrance in a panic. As he rushed out the door, Yikuei looked at the clock on the wall. 5:30. He narrowed his eyes. Boom! The wooden door closed. The hot, raging flames were shut out behind the door, and the last thing that appeared was the sight of the mistress, covered with flames and hissing hideously. Boy, can you? Standing in the hallway, the earwig's eyes were astonished. Just came here once, and it really paid off. We didn't even think that we could prolong our time in the creepy realm by chatting. I have just perceived that the mistress seems to be very concerned about time. He opened his mouth to voice his findings. 2. Yikuei was thoughtful. Why don't we try again? With that, he raised his head to look at the ear rat and spoke tentatively. Sure, no problem. Ear rat nodded, a smile on his sharp, thin, lewd face. Let's just keep it safe. Then try again. After saying his words, Yikuei turned around and directly pulled open the door of the room. Oops, have a guest. The familiar voice sounded again, and this time, it was the same as earlier. After sitting down, Yikuei began to continue chatting with the hostess. However, what surprised the ear rat was that the topic that Yikuei opened his mouth to chat with his hostess was very different from what he had just talked about, and it could be said that he had changed to a completely different topic. Yet he was still able to chat with his hostess hard for almost an hour. Where did this kid get so many words? The ear rat stared straight ahead at Yikuei in shock. Without realizing it, time passed. You said you made red meat earlier. Is it still good? When there were still 5 minutes to go before 5:30, Yikuei inadvertently stretched his waist and casually opened his mouth to inquire. I'm all hungry already. Just waiting for dinner. The red meat will be ready soon. The hostess gave a beat, revealing a bright smile. She raised her head to glance at the time and spoke. Let's wait for 5 more minutes. 5:30. After he comes back, we can start the meal. Him? The earwig squinted furiously. It was the first time he had ever, from the mouth of his hostess, heard clues about key others. In the past, even when Yikuei was chatting with the mistress just now, the mistress had never revealed it. Then it's good to wait. Yikuei, on the contrary, appeared quite calm as he smiled faintly. 5 minutes later, the clock on the wall pointed to the precise moment of 5:30. Buckle up. Outside the door, there was a sharp knock. The ear rat's body trembled and his face changed greatly. His ears perked right up in an instant. Fong Rong and Chaedong were even more wide-eyed as they turned their heads with shock written all over their faces and looked at the wooden door. How come there's a knock on the door? Coming through the door. The sight made them feel more horrified than hearing that he from the mouth of their mistress. Chapter 61. It's too late. The appearance of this scene far exceeded the ear rat and the others' perception of the unusual event before them. Inside the room, in their original understanding, was everything in the tricky domain. when the door to the room is closed, the trick domain shuts down and isolates itself. And this moment, surprisingly, someone, from outside the door, knocked on the wooden door. At this moment, the ear rat's body sweat hairs seemed to have been raised at first glance. Go! Yet it was also at this time, Yikue's calm voice with a reminder snapped out. Here comes the fire. The ear rat's ears, which were perked up, wiggled violently as his face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Run!" Upon hearing this, Fong Rong and Chei Dong did not hesitate in the slightest, and without even glancing at the rear, they spread their legs and ran towards the door. In terms of execution alone, the two are really overpowered. While at this moment, Yikue paused for a moment, his sight casting to the mistress at the back. He clearly saw that after hearing the knock on the door, the hostess's body trembled, and instead of getting up and opening the door at the first opportunity, she violently grabbed her clothes and subconsciously and nervously looked at the bedroom on the left. Immediately, coming, she sighed before a bright smile appeared on her face and she stood up. In this moment, in the eyes of the mistress, it was as if Yikue and the ear rat and the others didn't exist anymore. As she took a step behind Yikue and the ear rat and the others, and slowly walked towards the door, mistress's movements seemed slow. However, almost at the same time as Yikue and the others, he pulled open the wooden door. The moment the door to the room opened, boom! Raging flames suddenly erupted from the rear. The strong impact nearly made Ear Rat and the others who rushed out of the room unsteady on their feet, and they stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Bang! In the meantime, the wooden door at the back slammed heavily, shutting out the blazing flames completely. Who? Fong Rong took a big breath, and his face flashed a flash of surprise. Who just pushed me out? Why do I also feel that someone just pushed me? Disbelief also flashed across Chaedong's face. Just now, as the two of them rushed out of the room, they inexplicably felt someone behind them, pushing them hard. You guys feel it too? The earwig frowned. Even he, just now, had the same feeling. Pushed you guys a little. Listening to the words in front of him, Yikue narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Push or no push? Right at this moment, Fong Rong's voice filled with pleasure resounded once again. Our harvest this time is also more than what we had in the previous week. I didn't realize there would be so many changes in the subsequent tricky domain. Chaedong was likewise slightly agitated. That's right. The ear rat turned his head and looked at Yikue with a smile. He clearly knew that Yikue was the root of this breakthrough on the anomaly. If it had been left to the three of them, they might never have imagined in their lives that they could sit there dry and talk hard to their hostess for an hour. Boy, are you good? He nodded in satisfaction. All that can be ascertained now is that the flames will ignite at 5:30. Precisely. If there is no external stimulus to the situation. Ear Rat began to summarize his findings. Meanwhile, we've learned a crucial piece of news. At 5:30, he is coming back. According to the time deduction, the one knocking on the door should be him. Him is very crucial. Finding him will most likely completely eliminate the mistress of the house, solving the anomalous event. He furrowed his thinning brow. But there are two tricky things at the moment. Firstly, why he can knock on doors outside the trickster domain. And secondly, who the hell is he? We didn't see any figures when we opened the door. Ear Rat sighed. And the flames will be lit at 5:30 sharp, so we won't have time to observe at all. It seems that it's still necessary to go back and apply for the help of the heavenly officials of the medical ministry. With them around, we can only hold out in the flames a little longer. He lifted his head and a smile appeared on his sharp, thin, and lewd face. But I have a feeling that it's not too far until we solve this anomaly. That's right. Fong Rong and Chei Eaton grinned back. They were thrilled to be able to have this breakthrough. At the very beginning when the authority received notification of this unusual event. Just then, Yikue's voice suddenly rang out. Any casualties? Casualties? There were no fatalities. Ear Mouse shook his head. When we were first notified of this unusual event, it was just a water leak from the grandmother downstairs and a delivery boy who knocked on the wrong door and nearly got burned. He frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking again. But in terms of injuries, there are quite a few. I Fong and we were both injured while exploring the tricky domain. So it is. Yikue looked down at the ground and sighed softly. What's up? Have you found something again? The earwig froze and similarly lowered his head. How the shoes burned away. And he couldn't help but smile in embarrassment when he looked down and saw his unshod feet, thumbs poking out of his torn socks. It's not just him. On the feet of Yikue, Fong Rong and Chaedong, none of them wore shoes. Not burned out. Yikue sighed once again. He turned his head to look at the ear rats and spoke. I'm going to go in once more. And this time, it might be dangerous. So you guys can wait for me at the entrance. Are you on to something again? Upon hearing this, the ear rat glared, knowing the danger. What are you in such a hurry for? Can't we just go back and apply for the help of the healing ministry's heavenly officials? By tomorrow at the latest. They'll be there, he said sharply. You had to take a chance at this time. It's too late. Yikuei smiled faintly. Too late? What's too late? Ear Rat raised his eyebrows, a little angry. Just for one day, can the tricky domain disappear? I said me. Yikuei stretched out his finger to point at himself and laughed. I'm too late. It's okay, you guys can wait for me at the door. With those words, he pulled open the wooden door directly in front of him. Damn you! The earwig cursed angrily. However, in the next moment, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and took a step and then followed directly behind Yikuei. Can I still let my team members risk their lives alone? You guys wait for me. Seeing this, Chaidong and Fangrong also hurriedly followed. Ha! Noticing that the ear rats in the back were following them, Yikuei smiled and shook his head. Oops, have a guest. Ahead. The gentle, enthusiastic voice of the hostess rang out once more. Come in, come in. With the same bright smile on her face, she wiped her hands and hurriedly greeted them, ready to bend down and get slippers for the Yikuei crowd. Next moment, when the hostess saw the feet of Yikuei's several people wearing only socks, she suddenly paused. Yikuei, on the other hand, didn't say anything this time. He just looked at his mistress calmly and didn't say a word. Chapter 62 How do you know? However, after the hostess only paused for a moment, she took out 4 pairs of slippers and placed them at the feet of Yikuei and the others. Here you go. She looked up with a bright smile. I'm here to help you. And this time, Yikuei didn't put on the slippers and didn't even make any other movements. He just looked at his hostess with unblinking eyes and opened his mouth. See this scene. The earwig standing in the back froze, a flash of bewilderment flashing across his face. How could he not understand what Yikuei was saying? What help? What are you talking about? The hostess looked as normal, with the same warm and bright smile on her face. I made braised pork today. Would you like to try it? Finish the conversation. Hurry up and get in first. She turned around and was about to head off to the side. I'll go get you guys some water. However, Yikuei, still didn't move. And even more so, he didn't respond to his hostess's words, but instead turned his head to look at the bottom of the shoe cabinet. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about. With that, he turned back to the mistress once more. Trust me, we're here to help you. The first time we talked, I told a cold joke when you couldn't understand it and asked me why. But the second time we chatted, you didn't show any disbelief when I blurted out the snide remark in a natural smooth manner. He spoke calmly. The room is not really the same experience as we first perceived it to be. Every time we step into it, it's a reboot. The room has actually always been here, and you have memories of every time we've stepped in. As for the so-called reboot experience, it's all just something you acted out. What are you talking about? The hostess jerked to a halt as she turned her head, puzzlement written on her gentle face. How come I can't understand a word of this? The first time we took off our shoes and scrambled out of the tricky area, they were unchanged. But the second time, after we panicked and left the creepy domain, the shoes stayed in the creepy domain. And I'm sure the crux of the problem with that is with the he who knocked on the door. Yikuei turned his head once again and looked down at the bottom of the shoe cabinet. But the problem is that this time, our shoes, after all, have left traces in the tricky domain. Proof that the tricky domain isn't a reincarnation reboot. Hearing Yikuei's words, Ear Rat and the others froze. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the shoe cabinet. There, where the 4 had put their shoes just now. The shoes, despite having disappeared, had 4 clusters of dark traces that had not yet dispersed and had been cauterized. See this scene. The pupils of Ear Rat and the others suddenly contracted. Right now, the brand new tricky domain that was supposed to be rebooted left traces of the last time it was stepped into. What all of this represented. As heavenly officials, they were incomparably clear. The tricky area that they had been exploring, but had been able to discover something about. The tricky area that they had been identifying as a restarting cycle, had, in fact, been continuing smoothly, and they, to their surprise, were all but imperceptibly deceived by the mistress before them. Suddenly, the earwig snapped his head up as he thought of the methods they had tried, the means they had used, and even the damage they had done to his mistress in this quest. It's not just ear rats. Fangrong and Chaedong looked up in equal horror and panic. Boom! In the meantime, the raging and rampaging flames that were capable of devouring everything appeared violently without warning. Crackle dash. Solid wood-style furniture that bears up. Wallpaper quickly twists and turns black under high temperatures. The fire raged. In just a flash, the cozy room turned into hell. Tick, tick. Only in the bedroom on the left was there a faint sound of dripping water. But Ear Rat and the others had long since lost sight of all that. For the pungent smell of scorching burns had long since filled their nostrils. And ahead, Mistresses has long been transformed into a terrifying humanoid flame. The original delicate body, limbs blackened and broken. Gentle goose egg face has long been twisted and deformed. In particular, her original pair of gentle and passionate eyes were now reduced to just two empty holes. Ow dash. The mistress rushed at Yi Kuei and the others and let out a terrifying hiss. Go! Go! The ear rat's face showed panic and eagerly pulled Yi Kuei to leave. Behind them, Fong Rong and Che Yidong even turned around long ago and ran away without looking back. Wait a minute. However, this time, Yi Kuei didn't turn around to run away. He still stood still and calmly looked at the mistress in front of him. What are you doing? You're looking for death, aren't you? Seeing this, a flash of annoyance flashed across the ear rat's face. If you want to die yourself here, I don't care about you. However, as he said that, he still insisted on pulling Yi Kuei and wanted to leave the room. And seeing that Yi Kuei was still standing in the same place, Che Yidong and Fong Rong also cursed. A stern air blade, violently condensed from Che Yidong's palm. Fong Rong even crossed his arms. A shield suddenly appeared in front of his body. With that, the two surprisingly ran back again. Wimpy. A few people are really wimpy. However, when they encountered this situation in front of them, they still chose to stand beside Yi Kuei without any hesitation. You guys don't have to. Seeing the reaction of several people, Yi Kuei's eyes touched for a moment, but he still pulled Che Yidong and Fong Rong. It won't harm us. The Guile domain has existed for so long without a single death. Even the fact that it didn't choose to kill even after we tried again and again, and hurt it over and over again, actually says it all. Or, in fact, it doesn't have any ability to hurt us. Yi Kuei raised his head to look at the twisted silhouette in front of him. All it wants to do is to drive away, or rather protect us. In the meantime, the raging, searing flames had already surrounded the four. Tongues of reddish fire licked up the slightly bald head of the ear rat in the next moment. The earwig snapped, as Yi Kuei said, as if it was hot and scorching, incomparably dangerous flames. Right now, it was like a breeze. Not only was it not the slightest bit dangerous, but it was cool and comfortable. Well, uncontrollably, he gave a soothing shiver. But the next moment, how do you know? The ear rat's body then suddenly stiffened and looked at Yi Kuei in shock. It's not just ear rats. Che Yidong and Fong Rong, who had just exerted too much force, causing their spirituality to backfire and their faces to turn a little red, also stared at Yi Kuei with wide eyes. Because, this tricky area, it doesn't belong to it. Yi Kuei shook his head and sighed softly. Ow dash. In the meantime, the mistress of the twisted horror in front of her let out another hiss, yet once that unmistakably dangerous and terrifying roar that, this time, in the ears of the ear rats and their ears. However, they heard endless sorrow and helplessness. Chapter 63 being locked up after 5:30. Not part of it? The earwig looked ahead to his mistress, whose body was twisted and horrible, and a look of bewilderment flashed across his sharp, thin, lewd face. Why couldn't he understand what Yi Kuei was saying again? The flames hadn't scorched them, and judging by what they'd just seen, the tricky domain hadn't restarted the cycle, and the mistress had always had their memories. What the earwig can now determine is this. Just as Yi Kuei said, the hideous and terrifying mistress in front of them indeed didn't want to hurt them. It is even possible that the mistress of the house may have repaid them with the purest kindness. After all, with the pain they had inflicted on their mistress by stepping into the room time and time again, it would be more than enough to skin them, not to mention just burn them. But, what does it mean that the trickster domain does not belong to the mistress? There is a simple reason why you have tried countless times to kill the mistress and the trickster domain has never dissipated and will reappear the next time you step into it. Yi Kuei seemed to see the ear rat's disbelief as his calm gaze shifted, because it is not the owner of the Guile domain at all. It's just a part of the trickster domain, and no matter how many times it's killed, it will of course reappear. Yi Kuei sighed softly. The earwig snapped. It wasn't that they hadn't wondered why they couldn't kill the mistress, but the delayed clues left them with no choice but to attribute everything to the wrong way of killing the mistress. If we follow Yi Kuei's argument, it would really be able to explain all of this. But here's the thing. Who else could it belong to if not the mistress of the trickster domain? They had been investigating for a whole week, and there was no more weirdness in the entire creepy domain, except for the baby they hadn't seen. Can't always. The earwig cast his eyes to the bedroom on the left. Ow dash. Seeing the earwig's actions, the mistress snapped a hiss towards the earwig. The roar was filled with endless anger. Right now, its performance was even far more than when it was killed by the ear rat and the others. The flames were even in an instant. Majestic. The earwig hurriedly shrunk its head. Babies can't be creepy. Seeing this, Yi Kuei shook his head and turned his head to look at the mistress to pacify her. On the contrary, most likely, the baby is the reason why the mistress is able to exist. Who else could it be? The ear rat's eyes widened as he opened his mouth to inquire in extreme puzzlement. I admit that some of the places you said make sense, but it's impossible for the Guile domain to be without an owner. And it's probably not as good as you make it out to be, because I can hear it. He pointed to his ears and spoke. I can hear that strand of danger and malice coming from within the Guile domain. Yeah, there's no way the creepy domain doesn't have an owner. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the clock on the wall. Oddly enough, even though the once cozy room had been turned into an inferno, the clock on the wall was still there, and the seconds were ticking. But it's good. With that, he turned back to the mistress once again and sighed softly. The tricky domain hasn't had any deaths in all this time, and even you guys just got pushed because the mistress was trying to protect us. It doesn't want to hurt anyone. The master of the trickster domain, and the malice you feel, is shut out of it. Yi Kuei's voice, slightly lower, it's closed after 5:30. What? At those words, the earwig froze violently. It's not just ear mice. Both Fong Rong and Che Eaton froze violently in place. Ahead. Ow dash. The mistress let out another hideous, unmistakable hiss. If what this all says is true, the earwig reached out his hand and pointed ahead to his mistress. Why didn't it tell us? Because this is not its trick domain, and everything beyond the established rules of the trick domain, it has no way to say. Yi Kuei shook his head, and, in its cognition, we may not be a match for the master of the tricky domain either. What the mistress wants is just to keep us from being harmed. But, the earwig scratched his ears anxiously, but was slow to say a sharp word. Am I correct in my assumptions? Yi Kuei raised his head and looked at the mistress in front of him, revealing a smile. You don't have to worry. As I said at the very beginning, we are here to help you. All the more reason you don't have to kick us out. And I'm not going to let go of whatever that him after 5:30 actually looks like. In his calm voice, there were a few hints of impatient salivation and madness. Seeing this, the ear rat snapped to a halt. Even if Yi Kuei was right about everything, shouldn't he have weighed his strength before making a judgment? What does it mean that Yi Kuei is in such a hurry? Ow dash. Just then, the mistress turned to Yi Kuei and let out a mournful hiss. Next moment, wow. A sudden sound rang out as if the picture was being rewound in jerky frames. The fire burned through the hell-like room and contracted violently inward. Immediately. Warm and cozy. The solid wood style of decoration and the warm room that makes you feel relaxed at once or once again in front of the crowd. The air still smelled faintly of sunshine. Do you guys drink water? The hostess's beautiful and gentle googly-eyed face wore a warm smile. I'll get you some water. This time, she did not greet Yi Kuei and the others. And this time, even the earwig could see that despite the smile at the corners of her mouth, her mistress had a few hidden crystals in those gentle eyes. This is surprisingly true. Seeing this, Che Yidong and Fong Rong violently froze in place. Alas! Yi Kuei sighed softly and turned his head to look at the clock on the wall. The seconds keep swinging. 7 minutes left until 5:30. Can we go see the baby? He opened his mouth to inquire. I'm going to see if the red meat is ready. Mistress Winnie's body shuddered, and instead of answering, she walked toward the kitchen on the other side. Yi Kuei glanced at the ear rat on the side and took a step towards the bedroom door on the left. Seeing this, the ear rat and the car to Winter Room Glory rushed to follow. And this time, the hostess did not block. The room is not suddenly lit a blazing fire. Standing at the bedroom door, Yi Kuei's eyes were calm. However, Ear Mouse and Che Yidong and the others, a flash of complexity flashed across their faces. In the bedroom, there is an extremely wet, as if being soaked in water exquisite crib, and the cot, where there is what baby, there is, just a small, was burned away, vaguely able to see the traces of the human form. Go! Yi Kuei turned around and walked back to the living room. Chapter 64, Dinner is served. Back in the living room, the four of them sat down on the comfortable couch. Here you are. Drink water. At that moment, the hostess came back with 4 glasses of water, which she handed over with a warm smile on her gentle googly-eyed face. Good. Fanrong took the glass of water in a panic. For some reason, after seeing what had just happened in the small bedroom, the man at the moment didn't even dare to look up at the mistress in front of him. Che Yidong was much the same, fidgeting and not at all sure how he should face it. But, the hostess, however, seemed as if she didn't notice in the slightest, placing her hands on her lap and still smiling at them. Spooky recoveries have been happening since the beginning of time. Just then, the ear rat's voice rang out, and it seemed that because Yi Kuei had uncovered the long-lost truth under his eyes, he no longer covered it up, but instead spoke directly. But more and more frequently lately, the authority has been exploring the reasons for the resurgence of the eerie domain and the presence of evil spirits. In addition to some innate weirdness and evil spirits, the authority has also found that conditions in reality may also cause weirdness to appear. But the condition of an unusual event such as this one has not been recorded by the authority nearly as often. I'll go back and make sure to report the situation as relevant. The earwig looked up at the mistress in front of him. and a flash of apology flashed across his sharp, thin, lewd face. I'm really sorry for what happened earlier. The red meat may not be ready until after 5:30. As if the mistress didn't understand the words of the ear rat, its gentle watery eyes looked at the several people in front of her and smiled as she opened her mouth again. Although no specifics are stated, but the ear rat and the others at the moment heard the meaning between the mistress's words. It was, once again, a reminder to get the hell out of there. Don't worry. This time, however, determination was written all over the faces of the ear rats. We'll help you. Cluck cluck cluck. Mistress violently covered her mouth and laughed, but its laughter inexplicably carried a touch of heartbreaking sadness. After the laughter, the room fell into silence. Tick, tick, only hanging on the wall. The swinging of the clock kept ringing. Yikue squinted his eyes and watched the second hand turn a little bit until the moment of 5:30. Buckle up. Outside the door, there was a violent renewed knock on the door. The mistress shuddered and clutched her dress in a death grip. This time, it resisted so desperately with all its strength that mistress simply didn't want to get up and open the door. An irresistible force, however, prompted the mistress to rise and walk slowly toward the door. Buckle up. Outside the door, the knock on the door came again, and this time there was a knock on the door, apparently with a touch of impatient irritation. At last the mistress came to the door and opened the wooden door. Pa-dash. The instant the door was opened, the hostess received a hard slap on her face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A fierce male voice then rang out. You don't let me come back before 5:30, even if it's okay. Now open the door. And you're still being slow? A short man covered in brake marks and hanging from a gold chain walked in cursing. Bang! He flew straight up and kicked his mistress to the floor, grabbed her by the hair and dragged her into the room. Stinking! It's getting out of hand. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If it wasn't for the fact that I asked you for money and you didn't give it, could I have set you on fire? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You just cared about that little scumbag who could only wail and cry, and didn't help me, causing the laborer to not run out himself at that time. The short man cursed while punching and kicking the woman up. After you die, you still want to control labor. What a stinking. The woman's originally passionate gaze was instantly extinguished upon seeing the man. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that it had long since lost its senses, and it collapsed to the ground, indifferently enduring what it experienced almost every day within the tricky domain. Stop. Right at this moment, Ear Rat's voice snapped out, his lewd face filled with righteousness, and his eyes were even filled with anger as he looked towards the man in front of him. Upon hearing this, the man turned his head violently, and when he saw Yi Kuei and the others in the room, he suddenly froze for a moment before slapping another slap, fiercely slapping his mistress in the face. Damn! You stinking whore! How dare you let outsiders in? That's nice, count your blessings. But then, he revealed a wry smile. I've told you so many times in the past, but you were unwilling to do so, and now, finally, you know to find some fun for me. Next moment, boom! Boundless flames suddenly enveloped the entire room. The room was once again plunged into a fiery inferno. The flames at the moment were completely different from when the mistress was there, raging with brutality and endless danger. The man stood in the middle of the burning flames, his body a little by the flames charred turned up. The skin quickly became bright red and then festered, more and more terrible. Interesting. He pulled at the corners of his mouth that had been burned, causing the skin and flesh to stick together, revealing a cruel smile. Class 3 creepy. The ear rat stared at the man in front of him. His ears shook and his face changed abruptly as he finally felt the familiar fluctuation of spirituality. Run! Run! There's no fear of being burned. We've figured out the status of this anomaly anyway. At the next moment, the ear rat, who had a face of justice and incomparable seriousness just now, shrank his head and skipped off. When we come back next time, we'll be fully prepared and come back to clean it up again. As an ability after igniting spirituality, it only strengthens the sense of hearing and is able to hear a lot of unusual people who can't hear sounds at all. Tengu. You can't say that the earwigs are not capable of fighting. It can only be described as minimal. As the captain, the reason for the extremely low casualty rate of the squad led by Ear Rat, apart from his cautious and obscene personality, also had a great deal to do with the missions he took on. The vast majority of the missions he took on were extremely low danger anomalies. Even the Ear Rat was able to become a level 3 heavenly official by accumulating little by little such abnormal events of low danger. The mission that was selected at the beginning was also due to the fact that there had been no deaths due to this unusual event. Who knows? This unusual event ended up hiding a class 3 creepy. Within the bizarre domain, there was no way that he, a rank 3 heavenly official with little combat ability, along with 2 rank 2 heavenly officials, and a reserve heavenly official who had just passed the examination, could be a match for the rank 3 bizarre in front of him. Right now, the most reasonable as well as the most correct choice was to flee first. It wasn't too late to call for a retrieval after leaving the tricky area. However, just as Ear Rat was about to speak out and arrange how to escape, whoa dash. Beside him, a strangely excited shout rang out violently. The earwig jerked his head around. Then, in his dumbfounded and astonished gaze, Yikue didn't know where to carry out a huge sword that was as black as a doorplate, and with great excitement, he rushed towards the man in front of him. Whoa dash. Dinner is served. Chapter 65, Spooky Gets Eaten and Dies. Not. Ear Rat pointed thin lewd faces even flashed a flash of shock. How do you? Although the contact time was not long, through the understanding of the few events just now, the Ear Rat was able to clearly judge that Yikue was a person with much wisdom and close to a demon, with a deep chest. He was extremely glad at first that he had picked up a treasure. And Yikue? How could he suddenly do such an impulsive thing? Seals. Soon, the Ear Rat's sight was cast on the huge pitch-black sword that looked like a door panel in Yikue's hand. He didn't even know that Yikue's hand actually had a sealing object in existence. It's hard not to, recalling Yikue's resourceful performance just now, as if he had everything under control. The Ear Rat's expression snapped into a trance. It was hard to believe that Yikue had a way to deal with level 3 shenanigans. In his shocked and trembling line of sight, Yikue had already rushed in front of the bizarre body covered in fire in front of him. Immediately, bang! Only a loud bang was heard. A ball of flame slammed out, and Yikue didn't even have time to resist before he flew directly backwards and fell heavily on the ground. Mother Gamlin, Greedy didn't hold back. In a hurry, he looked down at the horrible scar on his chest that was charred and sticky and even smelled faintly of flesh. Cursing, he pulled off the burnt flesh and threw it into his own mouth and chewed on it. The earwig froze. Not only the ear rats, but the fire-bathing weirdness in front of them also suddenly froze. When Yikue rushed towards him just now, it thought that the strange screaming man in front of it really had something up his sleeve and was nervous when he struck out weirdly. But who knows? Yikue didn't even resist for a moment and flew straight out. Even ate his own skin. Ha! Ha 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 ha. Next moment, Creepy then let out a string of extremely harsh and loud laughs. Is everyone out there in the world already this interesting now? Not only is he a lunatic, but he's afraid he won't die fast enough? Its pitch-black eyes stared playfully at Yikue, who had fallen to the ground. Flee! Flee! Just then, the ear rat's terrified and incomparable yell snapped out. Although he didn't know why Yikue had acted that way, what he was able to determine was that they couldn't possibly be a match for the level 3 creepy. The matter of Yikue can be discussed later, but right now, the most important thing for them was to escape from this tricky domain. Buzz. Shasta. A harsh blade of air, whistling from the rear toward the front of the bizarre cleave. Go! Che-Edon's urgent call sounded at the same time. Ear Rat turned his head and realized that Che-Edon was continuously condensing air blades to buy them time. And aside, Fongrong had even already topped up his light screen shield and was ready to ride ahead to rescue Yikue. The long history of tacit cooperation had made them extremely experienced in terms of escaping. Go! Yet just then, Creepy's teasingly tyrannical voice slowly sounded. The air blades that Che-Edon slashed out were unable to do any damage to the Creepy at all, and they were directly burned away before they even touched its fire-bathed body. Can you walk away? Creepy revealed a cruel smile as his only remaining bare, charred arm swung violently. Boom! The blazing fire violently rose several times again. A mass of roaring and raging flames, like meteors, kept smashing downwards from the air. It was like a purgatory of fire within the spooky domain. And ahead, the small door that led out of the eerie domain also began to slowly close. Within his own bizarre domain, the twisted figure of the fire-bathed figure thoroughly displayed the brashness that belonged to a Class 3 bizarre. Take Yikue and follow me. Seeing this, the ear rat stared up, and his ears vibrated even more violently. With a flash of his skinny body, he rushed towards the small door in front of him. The sky, the flames were like meteors, unable to stop smashing down. However, it was as if the ear rat was able to judge where the flames were going to land, and would always sidestep and dodge the flames a second before they smashed into him. However, and that's about it. It was all that the earwig could do by his own power. Meh. Creepy stared at the ear rat and sneered. Immediately, boom boom boom, the flames that smashed into the ear rat instantly became several times denser. Mother asterisk 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 her. The ear rat cursed angrily. Unable to hide, he could only keep retreating, trying to find a new direction to try again. Don't try it. But before he could make a move, he was yanked violently. There's no running away. Yikue didn't know when he had already restood up. He pulled the ear rat and shook his head with a smile. That dog thing is so boring. It keeps teasing us. It's its trick domain. Yikue pointed behind the bathing fire creep, the small door that appeared to be leaving the creepy domain. It can close that thing anytime it wants to. This, at those words, the ear rat stalled. As a level 3 heavenly official, Ear Rat should be incomparably aware of the characteristics of guile within the guile domain, but in his panic, he had actually forgotten about it. A flash of eagerness was even more evident in the Ear Rat's eyes. I'm glad you're okay. However, in such an urgent situation, he did not forget Yi Kuei's injuries, and after sweeping his sight from Yi Kuei's darkened and unreadable chest, he hurriedly said, think quickly, how can we escape? Right now. The Ear Rat just hoped that Yi Kuei could stop being as impulsive as he was just now, and instead use his smart head to figure out a way to be able to escape from the creepy domain. How do I escape? Yi Kuei froze and raised his head to look at the weirdness in front of him once again. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's very simple. Get it killed and we can go out. Get. Dead? Ear Rat suddenly froze. His eyes widened. It's a class 3 creepy. How did it die? Creepy gets eaten. No. Killed. It dies. The smile at the corner of Yi Kuei's mouth grew wider. The words were not yet spoken. Boom. The sound of air being shattered rang out violently. He fiercely drew out the coffin board, his figure cutting through the flames like a flame-breaking arrow, once again rushing towards the fire-bathed weirdness in front of him. Do your best to cover for me. Just let me get close to it. Then everything will be fine. What was left behind in the scorching air was Yi Kuei's extremely insane and hideous laughter. How is he? Still laughing. Che Yidong stood at the back, looking at Yi Kuei, who had a wantonly wild smile written all over his handsome face in front of him, and froze violently, but soon he came to his senses. Buzz. A harsh airblade condensed once again and sliced towards the bathing fire guile. Not only Che Yidong, but Fang Rong also held up a light screen shield to resist the flames falling from the sky while following behind Yi Kuei. No matter what exactly Yi Kuei was prepared to do, right now they have no choice. Watch out ahead. There's a fireball. The earwig's ears twitched and a panic reminder escaped as well. In front, when the fire-bathing creepy saw Yi Kuei charging towards him once again, a sneer appeared on his hideous face that was covered in cracks. Boom! It flung a hot ball of fire towards Yi Kuei once again. Right now, Creepy was like a cat teasing a mouse, just wanting to have a good time with these living people he hadn't seen in a long time. Get out! Without stopping, Yi Kuei sped forward while twisting his hips sideways and swung his coffin board towards the whistling fireball and slapped it hard. Bang! The fireball was slapped by a huge force and suddenly flew back. Without any stoppage, it directly pierced through Bathfire Creepy's body. Seeing this scene, the Ear Rat's eyes widened violently. How did he feel that the Yi Kuei under his eyes was already completely different from just now? Mother Gamlin. Ahead. Once again, Yi Kuei's loud laughter resounded. When he fell to the ground just now, he had already put all his remaining 10 free attribute points on physique in one breath. Chapter 66. Do it once in a while. You. Creepy gave a beat. It lowered its head to look at the large hole broken in its charred black body, and a hideous smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. It doesn't think that this can hurt me, does it? Moment. The large hole in Creepy's chest then rose up in flames and healed violently. A level 3 Creepy with the ability to control fire. In his own creepy domain, it was impossible for him to be harmed in the slightest due to the flames. But, you've really piqued my interest. Creepy raised his head, his pitch black eyes looking cruelly at Yi Kuei in front of him. Just now, how come I didn't see you so strong? It could clearly feel the changes in Yi Kuei. Not only strength, but Yi Kuei, even his speed and reflexes had a qualitative improvement in just a few moments. But Creepy wasn't worried. It's only funny, because even if one were to elevate again, that little ant in front of him would simply not be a match for him. But, Yi Kuei, however, ignored Creepy from the very beginning, and he had already carried the coffin board and arrived in front of Creepy. Ha! A sneer once again flashed across the bizarrely cracked and hideous face. A raging wall of fire rose up from in front of it. The hot and raging thick wall of fire seemed to be able to burn out everything, burning the surrounding air, all of which began to twist and distort. Yet for a moment, a bulge then appeared in the thick wall of fire ahead. Boom! A muffled sound. The dark, shadowy panels of the coffin slashed violently through the wall of fire. Then, a figure wrapped in flames, already charred and ruined, and reeking of meat, boomed out in front of Creepy. Hot 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 hot. While letting out a piercing and crazy laughter, he lifted the coffin board, and then slapped it down fiercely towards the weirdness in front of him. The weirdness plummeted. It's not just spooky. Even the earwigs in the back froze violently, due to some special experiences early on that led him to be extremely cautious and fearful of death. Ear Mouse has always determined that the only way to have a future is to live. He also felt that none of the players he brought out would be too impulsive in character. When he first contacted Yi Kuei's performance was even more satisfying. Wisdom is more than a demon. Cunning, Ear Mice all think. This new member without too much cultivation, will certainly have a great future. But who knows? Yi Kuei's next move refreshed his perception again and again. As a level 3 heavenly official, Ear Rat had seen those who were not afraid of death. But he had never seen those like Yi Kuei who were hardened to death. More than a death sentence. Yekel are cooked. And just then, Ear Rat gave a sharp start, revealing a bitter smile, because until now, he still didn't know what his new member's ability was. Exactly. And ahead, just as the coffin board in Yi Kuei's hand was about to hit Creepy, who was bathed in fire, disappeared in an instant. Put. On the other side of the spooky domain, a flash of fire ignited. Creepy, that charred and twisted figure, snapped into existence. Interesting. That's funny. It grinned its jaws, which were adhering to broken skin, and revealed a teasing smile. If you like to play with fire, then I'll take my time with you. Next moment, boom. The temperature within the entire Creepy domain rose abruptly. Boundless flames violently surged out from all sides of the Guile domain. The earwig's body suddenly trembled. The hot flames hadn't even reached him yet, and he could already smell the smell of burnt fur, coming from his own body. Captain, get behind me. Right at this moment, Fong Rong's voice suddenly rang out, and he didn't know when he had already held up his light screen shield and brought Chaedong along with him to the side of the ear rat. Seeing this, the earwig hurriedly shrunk its head and hid. Under the blockage of the light curtain shield, the flames were isolated, and the scorching heat slowly decreased. Behind the curtain of light, though, tension was written all over the faces of several people. They were all clear that hiding behind the light screen shield was nothing more than a stopgap measure. Under the huge strength gap, there was no way for Fong Rong to resist the flames for too long. The moment the light curtain shield disappeared was also the moment when several people were roasted. However, what worried a few people the most, was still Yi Kuei's condition. Ahead, Yi Kuei had long since lost an inch of intact skin all over his body, but he continued to hold on, never even stopping, before charging towards the reappearing weirdness once again. Even the movements were a few points faster than just a moment ago. Yi Kuei obviously sensed the condition of the ear rats and their situation. Although his lifespan was not much and his regeneration ability was greatly limited, but after all, with 10 points of constitution added in one breath, his ability to resist damage had increased a lot. However, he could hold his own, but Ear Rat and the others couldn't hold out for long. Yi Kuei's dark body, emitting a faint smell of meat, carrying a huge sword that couldn't stop chasing after the bizarre figure, looked quite funny, but everyone is well aware of the tragedy involved. To be able to do all of this as a person who had just passed the heavenly official examination, Yi Kuei was already good enough. Yi Kuei said, "He's going to get in close." Ear Rat gritted his teeth and raised his head. "I don't know what the hell he's going to do, but we're going to do it once after all. We can't let Yi Kuei's desperate efforts go to waste." He stared at Creepy dead in the face, a flash of determination flashing across his sharp, thin, lewd face. "In a moment, you guys, listen to my command." "I know." Chaedong and Fong Rong clenched their teeth, and just as the three were planning, carrying the coffin board, Yi Kuei broke through the flames and once again came before the weirdness. This time, however, bang. Creepy, however, did not even give Yi Kuei the chance to strike before disappearing once again, turning into fire and appearing further away. Ha 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 ha. Fun. So much fun. It's piercing. Teasing laughter echoed in the bizarre domain that resembled a flaming inferno. Creepy had clearly taken Yi Kuei's chase as some extremely fun game. It hadn't seen an outsider in a long time because of that stinking. And this time, it was so much fun to be able to watch these few little ants in front of me fall into a little bit of despair, and slowly be burned to death by the fire. Listening to the sounds echoing in his ears, he watched as Creepy pulled away again. Not a single expression could be seen on Yi Kuei's face that had long been burnt and hardened and stuck together, but his hand carrying the coffin board remained steady. Once again, Yi Kuei's figure firmly rushed out. Bang! Creepy gave a teasing laugh and once again, he turned into fire and disappeared violently. Northwest. 30 meters. Right now. Just then. In the back. Ear Rat's ears twitched and he let out a yell. Fong Rong instantly let go of his ability, and the light screen shield violently disappeared. The raging flames came pouring in at once, but at the same time, buzz. A powerful air blade broke through the air and flew over towards the location that the Ear Rat had mentioned. Yi Kuei didn't hesitate and directly turned around ahead of time and sped towards the location that the Ear Rat had mentioned. Next moment, bang! The strange figure suddenly appeared from the location that the Ear Rat had spoken of. The air blade directly sliced into its charred and cracked body that hadn't yet had flames gushing out of it, and the spirituality that belonged to Chaedong surged in. Creepy stiffened violently, though only for a moment. Yet it was enough. In front of him, Yi Kuei's charred black body, which was burned miserably and emitted a faint smell of roasted meat, had already descended from the sky, and as soon as he did so, he directly embraced Gue Wei in his arms to death. Chapter 67, Aged Fire. High temperature and slow roasting. The impact that Chae Dong can make is ultimately limited. The weirdness also paused for just a moment. Next moment, boom! The blazing tyrannical flames then surged up from its body once again. Crackle dash. From Yi Kuei, who was holding it in his death grip, a series of crunching sounds like firecracker explosions rang out directly. The stench of burnt and sticky skin and flesh was even more violently emitted. Right now, Yi Kuei was no longer being roasted. His torso was directly scorched and crystallized by the hot and incomparable flames. Skin, nerves, muscles, bones. After instantly solidifying under the high temperature, they exploded one after another. Yakel. Hearing the sound coming from the front, the ear rat's sharp, thin, and lewd face jerked violently. Just now, Fang Rong had opened his light curtain shield for a split second, and the burning brought about by the influx of flames had all caused him to tingle immensely. The earwigs don't even dare to think about it. What kind of pain was Yi Kuei enduring under his eyes? But what made him feel the most despair was what the voice came to represent. The last scene they could see just now was Yi Kuei finally getting close enough to close in on Creepy. Yet what having one's skin and flesh roasted and blown up represented was something that the ear rats were incomparably aware of. They had gone to great lengths to seize the only opportunity they had, and were left without any use for it. Yi Kuei didn't have time to react after all. However, Ear Rat didn't have a single complaint. He just felt heartbroken. After all, for a short moment, what could Yi Kuei do? However, the situation ahead was very different from what the Ear Rat had thought. Yi Kuei did not show any pain, and Creepy was even less rampant and complacent, and even, on its scorched and broken hideous face, it instead revealed a touch of bewilderment that it didn't know what to do. Bewilderment with a hint of nervousness, because in Creepy's pitch-black eyes, he was able to clearly see that the man who was face to face with himself, whose body was continually set ablaze and had all been charred and crystallized, was still alive. Ha! He even grinned his own teeth, which looked whiter and whiter under the reflection of his charred and crystallized flesh, and flashed himself a grin of unparalleled excitement. Creepy only felt a coldness in his body. The roaring flames, as if they were no longer able to bring him a sense of security, but it was simply too late to react. In front of him, the man who should be called a charred corpse then opened his mouth wide and gnawed viciously towards himself with all his might. Catching dash. With a crunching sound, a piece of the weirdly charred and shattered shoulder that was still smoldering with a blazing fire was directly torn off raw. Yi Kuei didn't even chew, and willed his ankles to directly swallow the crispy shoulder that was burning with flames. The flames, still burning visible to the naked eye, slid down his throat until they disappeared. Ow dash. Creepy's body creaked as he let out a scream of unparalleled fear. Someone was actually chewing on it. This filled Creepy's heart with horror, but what frightened it the most was the meaning behind it all. What it represented. As Yi Kuei swallowed its shoulder, the spirituality within the bizarre body suddenly disappeared a touch. Yi Kuei can really do damage to it. Rumble. Next moment, the flames on Creepy's body swelled violently. The entire tricky domain instantly shook. The boundless raging flames, raging and roaring, rose a few points higher again. What's going on? Chae Dong face horror. More and more raging flames completely obscured the line of sight. They could not see the exact situation that happened, only to hear that a mournful and incomparable shout. No, don't know. Fang Rong's face had risen to a greenish-purple color, and he tried his best to control the light screen shield so that it wasn't broken by the flames that suddenly tyrannized several times. What the hell happened? Ear Rat looked ahead with tension in his eyes. He didn't even know who had given that mournful scream. In the meantime, deep in the sea of fire, off. Get out. Creepy couldn't stop twisting himself around and let out another terrified yell. After being bitten by Yi Kuei, the spirituality within the bizarre body all went out of control for a short period of time, losing the ability to transform into flames and shuttle, and could only continue to inspire flames and struggle violently. It had never experienced this before after becoming a flame creep. Creepy could clearly feel the greed contained in Yi Kuei's obsessive gnawing behavior. The man in front of him wanted to swallow it completely. However, Yi Kuei allowed the increasingly intense flames to lick at him, once again continuing to raise his charred head, and took another vicious bite to gnaw down. Hissing, he let out a loud rumble of backwards breath as he devoured the weirdness. Yekel was scalded. However, since his vocal cords had long since been burned, he was unable to make a sound at all. However, despite being hot, Yi Kuei did not feel the slightest bit of pain, and there was only excitement and obsession in his crystallized and solidified eyeballs, because it's really, really good. Aged and slow roasted at high temperatures, the weird outer skin has long been a crispy. Spirituality is like the grease underneath the crispy skin. A bite, a mouthful of fragrance. The hot flames hanging on the outer skin are like the most wonderful spices in the world, adding a bit of different flavor to this mouthful of spit. If I had to say, it would be the chili peppers sprinkled over the crispy pancetta. The beautiful flavor only made Yikuei addicted. His slaw. Another bite. Ripped off hard. Ow dash. The creepy body snapped and creeped again. However, this was the moment it finally found the balance of spirituality within itself. As Creepy's body shrank, he was about to turn into flames and temporarily weave away. It only wanted to stay as far away from Yekel as possible. But just then, Creepy stiffened violently. His movements suddenly interrupted. Stinking bitch. It turned its head violently and tyrannically to the left. Go to hell. The mistress was collapsing in the midst of a roaring fire on her left side, and it had boundless hatred written in its eyes as it glared deathly at Creepy. Taking advantage of the spiritual instability within Creepy, the mistress was finally able to influence Creepy, even though it can only be interrupted briefly for a split second. It is incredibly critical. Ah dash. Ahead. Yikuei took another bite and ruthlessly tore it down. The spirituality within Creepy was, once again, out of balance. Bitch, if I die, you won't live. Creepy burst into a rage, growling ferociously. You, the hostess, however, did not even pay attention to the weirdness, but her eyes were slightly fearful and looked at the obsessed Yikuei, trembling, and began to cheer. The red meat is gone. This you are so delicious. As if Yikuei had heard his mistress's words, his mouth bit down hard again. He swallowed, faster and faster, digesting more and more spirituality, and with the presence of the mistress, Creepy could no longer stagnate the spirituality and travel through the flames. Bastard thing, I'm going to crush you to pieces. Creepy let out a crashing yell. Boom boom boom. Boundless clusters of fire could not stop smashing down towards Yikuei from the air. The fireball that was as sharp as a meteor struck Yikuei and even pierced through his burnt and crystallized torso. The Yikuei at the moment was described as ripe from the inside out. But here's the strange thing. The fireballs gradually did not do the same damage to Yikuei that they once did, and in Yikuei's eyes, there was only the fragrant body in his arms, and he was like an octopus holding Creepy to death. One bite, and another. Hiss. Hot. Crisp dash. Xiang dash. Spicy dash. The excited whimpers that kept coming out of Yikuei's throat became clearer and clearer. At the same time, the burnt black crystallized pitch black shell on his body began to peel off continuously, revealing that beneath the shell, a touch of white and delicate skin. Chapter 68 New Ability, Fire Affinity. Eerily twisted and hideous eyes stared at the arms that were picking at his shoulders, violently peeling off a charred black carapace, revealing beneath, the white, healthy skin. How? Its body was terrified, and its pitch-black pupils even contracted in an instant, even though the monster lying on top of him, little by little, devoured his body and digested the spirituality within him. But there was originally hope in Creepy's heart. As long as the flames stayed burning, as long as the flames were hot enough, they could burn that horrible mongrel a little bit. Creepy could clearly feel that Yikuei, whose body had just been pierced by the fireball and was roasted and crystallized, seemed to be excited, but in reality, his state was already in critical condition. Soon, he would be completely one with the flames. That's what Creepy has been holding on to. But who knew? That murderous monster, under such extreme circumstances, his body was actually still healing and recovering. Exactly. What happened? No way. Not at all. Everything in front of it was far beyond what it could comprehend. Must have been dreaming himself. Right. This must all be your own nightmare. The hearts of the monsters that were filled with terror and already shrouded in despair had all had a flash of hallucination in their hearts. But the next moment, catching dash, a crunchy sound rang out. Yikuei bit down hard with another spray of flavor, directly interrupting the monster's wonderful fantasy. The sharp pain coming from it, paired with the despair and fear that filled his heart, only made Creepy crumble. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Aside on the ground, the mistress stared at Creepy with a hateful death glare, unbridled pleasure written all over her face. Although right now even it felt a chill down its spine when it saw Yikuei, it was simply impossible to connect Yikuei, whose face in front of him was filled with intoxicated madness and feasting, with the man who had more wisdom than a demon just now, who was sensible and witty. But all this did not prevent the hostess from being filled with joy. She'd been waiting for this day since the weird day when she'd come home with gambling debts and asked for money to no avail, and burned down her small, well-run home in go-go in a fire. Mistress, hate to eat Creepy alive. And as if Yikuei was like a god who heard her wish, just today, he helped it to be completely realized. Creepy dies, the creepy domain shatters, and the mistress perishes, but it doesn't care. Mistress would do anything to make Creepy die. No, yet just the next moment, it seemed to have discovered something, and its hideous face suddenly changed, rushing towards Yikuei and letting out an incomparably worried roar. Watch out. Yikuei chewed the puff pastry in his mouth in one bite and raised his head violently. Rumble. Top of the head. A huge ball of fire that looked like a black blazing sun, mixed with boundless spirituality, was falling towards himself with a bang. Die. You mongrel monster. Die. At the same time, his ears were even ringing with Creepy's hissing sound that collapsed to the extreme. The ability that Creepy is able to have is flame. Failing to burn Yikuei and giving that monster a chance to breathe was because at the beginning, the temperature of the flame was not hot enough for himself. This time, the tyrannical collapsing weirdness had already gambled all of the spirituality in its body. It wanted to take a breath and directly close down Yikuei completely. It had already made up its mind that even if all of its spirituality dissipated, it must drag that monster that dared to devour itself to die together. Shasta. The eerie charred torso was a few shades darker. Feeling this change in front of him, Yikuei's face suddenly changed drastically. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Yikuei's expression finally appeared to change, Creepy let out an incomparably unrestrained laugh. What I want is for you, a monster, to die. Pa dash. However, before it could finish its words, it was slapped hard on the face by Yikuei, interrupting the spirituality that continued to be instilled. Mother Gamlin. Yikuei grimaced, gritted his teeth in death, and cursed. You don't even know to leave some for the laborers. Talking. He then bit down hard towards Creepy once again with unparalleled eagerness. Dying stuff, using so much in one breath. The texture changes, ripping off half of the Bazaar's head in one bite. Yikuei chewed while grumbling with extreme dissatisfaction. As for the round of fireballs above his head that looked like a giant black sun, he didn't even look at it. Next moment. Rumble. The giant black sun suddenly smashed down on Yikuei. The entire Creepy domain shook violently. The giant black sun, with the heat that burned everything, completely enveloped and wrapped Yikuei. However, comfort. Yikuei was immersed in the blazing ball of fire, but he wasn't affected at all and let out a sigh of enjoyment. Get some chili. He even reached out his hand and ripped off a piece of flame from the giant black sun, paired it with throwing it at Creepy, and then took a bite straight down. Yes. Yikuei bit down and let out a moan of enjoyment. Creepy clueless, looking at the situation happening in front of him, the flame Creepy, who only had half of his brain left and looked extremely miserable, was directly dumbfounded. It was incomparably aware of what kind of damage the black flames that contained its own spirituality were capable of inflicting. Why? Nothing happened to Yikuei at all. And what made Creepy feel most bewildered was not only that Yikuei was not affected by the black sun flames at all, but the scene where Yikuei, just now, casually pulled out the flames from the black sun. It sees clearly. The flame that could bring endless pain to Yikuei was close to Yikuei's hand the moment that Yikuei touched it. Rotate. Jump. Eyes closed. How can a flame that is clearly summoned by itself be like this? Not only was it bizarre, but even the hideous, terrifying face of the fallen mistress below was in a state of stupefaction. How the situation in front of him was very different from what he had just feared. But at the moment there would be no one at all to answer their doubts. Hey. Yikuei lowered his head, fascinated and intoxicated. He couldn't stop nibbling. Having not been able to eat such a delicious food for a long time, he let out a low laugh of pleasure that was hard to control, and a brand new line of abilities had appeared behind the system light screen. Ability, Fire Affinity. The flame is your friend and will never hurt you easily again. Of course it will even help you if you are willing to give a little something. So do you feel the warmth from your friends? All around. It was clearly a blazing sea of fire, but as Creepy and Mistress looked at Yikuei in front of them, and listened to the low laughter coming from them, they only felt their bodies getting colder and colder. Ah, monster! You monster! Finally, the flame Creepy couldn't take it anymore. Its charred and cracked torso couldn't stop shaking. The tyranny in its eyes completely disappeared, and it let out a piercing and incomparable scream. Chapter 69, Make way. Please, let go. Let go of me. Please, let go of me. Ah, don't bite. Let go of me. Please, why will you let go of me? Give me a pain in the ass. Give me a pain in the ass. Please, kill me. Kill me. Don't eat it. The flames eerily emitted a mournful and incomparable wail, and gradually changed with the passage of time. Being Creepy, it's not afraid to die, but what was in front of it had already caused it to collapse in fear to the extreme. Each bite of Yikuei's nibbles brought the bizarre incomparable pain, and the loss of spirituality made it weaker and weaker. The huge black sun that blazed and burned just now had long since dissipated. The spirituality within the bizarre body only allowed it to barely maintain its body. And the more this happened, it meant that the only thing that Creepy could do at the moment was to watch Yikuei lying on top of himself, like a greedy and crazy monster, devouring himself alive. But for the howls coming from his ears, Yikuei couldn't hear them at all. In his eyes, there was only that crispy and spraying, eat one bite less delicious. In the meantime, it's over. Not far from Yi Kuei, Ear Rat and Fong Rong Chei Dong and the others, however, already had despair written all over their faces. The light curtain shield and the flames isolated the vast majority of their senses, and the three of them were not at all clear about what was actually happening not far ahead. However, they had seen that round of giant black sun just now clearly. The touch of destructive aura that was brought about on the blazingly burning large fireball only made the three people's hearts tremble with fear. They didn't understand why Creepy still needed to summon such a huge fireball when facing Yi Kuei, who was already burnt and crystallized. Though, however, the three of them knew very well that when the giant sun smashed down, I was afraid that Yi Kuei would not even leave his body behind. And right after the giant sun smashed down, the flames around them, too, began to gradually dim. And even though they hadn't been extinguished yet, the temperature and burning sensation brought about by the flames was something that Fong Rong had been able to deal with easily. They were incomparably aware of what this scene represented. I didn't expect to spend all my time hunting geese, but today I let the geese peck me in the eye, and I'll end up dying in a place like this. The earwig sighed with all reluctance. It's so unwilling. My greatest desire has always been to protect my players. His sharp, thin, lewd face was full of bitterness. But who knows? Not only did I put my hopes on the newest addition to the team, but in the end, I couldn't even do that right. Instead, I made my newest team member suffer. The Ear Rat clenched his fists in death looking forward. I am really the most wasteful Class 3 heavenly official. Captain, you don't say that. At those words, a touch of bitterness flashed across Fong Rong's face as well. We all know how much you've put your heart into us. Despite his lewd personality, fear of death, and less than stellar abilities, Ear Rat is really a good captain who is all about his team. Or else, Fong Rong and Chei Dong, too, would not have been this supportive of him. The day the captain became a tin can, I was already prepared to meet death. Chei Dong sat paralyzed and spoke softly. Although I didn't expect that in the end, it would be being burned alive. But all of this, I can accept. After we die, the authority will definitely avenge us. And this is our contribution to clearing up the shenanigans. He didn't know what came to his mind, raised his head with complex eyes and looked ahead, smiling bitterly. But the only thing is that I'm sorry for Yi Kuei. We were just bragging that our squad has the lowest casualty rate. But who knows? Yi Kuei just joined our squad. Right. At the end of the sentence, Chei Dong could no longer speak words. The faces of both Ear Rat and Fong Rong couldn't help but look dark. The talent and intelligence that Yi Kuei displayed represented that as long as he was given time, his future would only be incomparably bright and radiant. However, yet because of them, such a talented character would be burned alive on the first day just after taking the heavenly official's examination. When they thought of just now, Yi Kuei's body was burnt to a crisp as he kept struggling for that ray of life. The three of them couldn't help but clench their fists in death. This time the heavenly official's examination is over. I shouldn't go back. The Ear Rat gritted his teeth in death. Alas! With a painful sigh, Fong Rong let go of the light screen shield. However, the temperature of the flames around them right now, had been lowered to the point where it couldn't cause any harm to the three of them. Yet it was at this time. Da-da, da-da, ahead. A slow series of footsteps sounded. A slender silhouette appeared in the midst of the rising and burning flames. Seeing the situation, the three of them suddenly stalled, and a flash of despair flashed through their eyes. I'll die, but I'll also bite off a piece of flesh from that scumbag. However, the next moment, the Ear Rat stood up violently, and his sharp, thin and lewd face revealed a touch of determination that he had never seen before. Yi Kuei has done everything he can. It's our turn next. Fong Rong and Chei Dong also stood up, a flash of determination on their faces. In the meantime, the slender and upright figure, who had also discovered the trail of the three, turned around at once. But, between them, yet they still burned brightly, the figure stopped in its tracks. Bardash. He held out his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Excuse me, please, a bemused voice rang out. Boom. Immediately, the originally dim flame suddenly rose up, but unlike the rampant burning, the flames violently erupted at the same time, then retreated to the sides, obediently leaving a clean and tidy path in the center. The slender figure, from the center of the road that was incomparably clean and without the slightest flame, stepped forward. ******ing. Seeing this scene, the three even cursed. After killing Yi Kuei, Creepy had actually flaunted himself so much in front of their eyes. However, the next moment, the three of them could see the face of the figure in front of them. They froze straight in place. Yi Kuei stood in front of them without a piece of clothing. His sensitive parts were covered by the burning fire. An embarrassed smile flashed across his handsome face. Can you guys find me a piece of clothing first? The sound that rang out completely confirmed the trio's speculation that they couldn't even think of. Yi Kuei? The earwig's eyes widened. Yekel? Cha Yidong's pupils suddenly contracted. Yekel? Fong Rong's body swayed, and his spiritually unsteady but sat directly on the ground. The one who appeared in front of them was unexpectedly Yi Kuei. Next moment, the ear rat's ears suddenly shook as he seemed to have discovered something, and he threw his eyes fiercely to the position of Yi Kuei's right hand. Chapter 70, Do you want a taste? Yi Kuei, it's you! You're not dead. However, before the ear rat had a chance to speak, Che Yidong's voice, which was pleasantly surprised, snapped, You're surprisingly not dead. His face was twitching uncontrollably, and his voice was even more trembling, although the words sounded rather harsh. Everyone could hear Che Yidong's unspeakable joy. Fong Rong didn't speak, but acted even more agitated as he collapsed on the ground, as if he were a meatworm marching around. Where's the weird one? But just the next moment, Fong Rong seemed to have thought of something. He jumped up violently and looked around with unparalleled vigilance. Where did that creepy go? Until now, Fong Rong still felt that Yi Kuei's ability to reappear in front of them alive must be due to some kind of accident, and that hateful, unbelievable creep must be hiding somewhere to spy. Words. Cha Yidong's body similarly trembled. The air blade suddenly condensed in his palm, and his eyes sharpened violently. Hiccup. You guys don't have to be so nervous about that midget. Seeing this, Yi Kuei burped. He pulled off a piece of the charred and crispy ball of meat grasped in his right hand that was fluttering with faintly unnoticeable flames and threw it into his mouth, smilingly opening his mouth. Isn't it just in the... It's hiding. The ear rat violently interrupted Yi Kuei. His ears vibrated. His eyes were dead set on the meatball in Yi Kuei's hand, and the sweaty hairs on his body all stood up. I can hear it. That creepy is already dying and hiding. What? At those words, Cha Yidong and Fong Rong froze. Next moment. How on earth did you do that? They snapped their heads up and looked at Yi Kuei with incomparable shock. There were only a few of them in the tricky domain, and right now, if it was really as the captain said, weirdly weak and hiding, then it meant that Yi Kuei had really done everything he said just now. But, thinking of that incomparably tragic scene just now, they only felt their hearts and minds tremble. Yi Kuei, how on earth did he do that? How could he, a little heavenly official who had just passed the heavenly official examination, deal with the level 3 shenanigans that had brought them incomparable despair? And after hearing Che Yidong and Fong Rong's questions, this time even the ear rat didn't speak, but instead jerked his head up and looked straight at Yi Kuei. Cough, cough. But just then, a soft series of coughs sounded off to the side. At the sound of the voice, the crowd turned their heads at once. The mistress stopped a short distance away from them, but unlike once, right now, it had tension written all over its face. Obviously, he wanted to come over some more, but because of the uncontrollable fear, his eyes kept trembling and he didn't dare to advance half a step further. Oops, you're here. Seeing this, Yi Kuei revealed a smile and took a step forward. Ah, the mistress's body crept back 20 steps in an instant. Seeing this, a flash of embarrassment flashed across Yi Kuei's handsome face as he scratched his head and stopped. What are you afraid of? No wonder. See this scene. The earwig didn't delve into the reason for his mistress' behavior like that, but let out a long sigh of relief as if he had figured something out. Captain, what did you find out? Seeing this, a flash of curiosity flashed across the faces of Fong Rong and Che Yidong. Being able to seriously injure that creepy, to such an extent, is inextricably linked to Yi Kuei's strength and determination, but the most crucial reason is because of it. The earwig turned his head to his mistress and let out a long sigh. It is, after all, part of the creepy domain, and it must be able to affect the creepy immensely. Because of its existence, Yi Kuei was able to do all of this. He voiced his judgment. Right, and I remembered. Yi Kuei's ability should be fire control. No wonder at that time when we entered the creepy domain, he asked us about our fire control ability. Suddenly, Fong Rong also thought of something and was enlightened. At the very beginning, the flames were able to inflict damage on the heavenly officials who had the ability to control fire because the master of the tricky domain didn't show up. When the master of the guile domain truly appears, the flames will return to mundane. And for Yi Kuei, who also possesses the ability to control fire, there will be much less damage. That's why he had to choose to get in close and be in physical condition, recovering fast. So it is. A flash of dawning realization also appeared on Che Yidong's face as he recalled the scene where Yi Kuei separated the flames just now. Right now, they could really understand it. After all, no matter how exaggerated it was, Yi Kuei, a junior heavenly official who had just passed the heavenly official examination, could not possibly be a match for a level 3 creepy. But even so, Yi Kuei was able to force the level 3 creepy to such a point, yet it already said it all. A flash of admiration flashed in Fong Rong and Chaedong's eyes as they looked at Yi Kuei. Nope. Hearing the words in front of her, the mistress was in a hurry and obviously wanted to say something, but when it turned its head and saw Yi Kuei, it suddenly shrunk its neck and didn't dare to utter another word. Fire control. The ear rat sensed this scene, and after he glanced at his mistress, he turned his head to look at Yi Kuei once again. His eyes flickered from Yi Kuei's right hand, and his eyes revealed a touch of puzzlement. Ha! Without explaining anything more, Yi Kuei pulled away a smear of charred and crispy meatballs and once again threw them into his mouth and chewed on them. Woo! In the meantime, the ear rat's ears shook, as if he had heard some extremely mournful and painful sound, and his face steeply whitened a few points. What do you eat? Just then, Chaedong finally realized what Yi Kuei was chewing on in his mouth, and a flash of curiosity flashed across his face as he lifted his head. Crispy 5 flowers. Yi Kuei once again tore off a piece of the charred and crispy meat, waved it at Chaedong, and tossed it into his mouth with a grin. Do you want to try it? Where in the creepy domain did you get crispy pancetta? Chaedong's face flashed even more blankly, and upon hearing this sentence, the only ones whose faces changed were Ear Rat and Mistress. You. The Ear Rat turned his head, and after his eyes swept over Yi Kuei's right hand, he spoke. Wait a moment, I have something to say to you. Good. Yi Kuei was in a good mood. He grinned and once again tore off a piece of charred and crispy meat and threw it into his mouth. Hiss. The earwig's ears twitched and his body trembled once more. Trying to control himself from turning back, he turned toward his hostess in the back, standing beside the mistress. A complexity flashed across the Ear Rat's sharp, thin and lewd face. If, in a moment, creepy dies, and the creepy domain dissipates, you will disappear as well. You know that, don't you? Chapter 71. You see, I'd say it's about to die. Of course I know. The mistress reached out with a hideously charred palm and brushed the non-existent hair from her face. Her voice filled with laughter. I have waited too long for this day. But without finishing its words at all, its body creeped, and while its face showed fear, it once again jerked back half a step. You. The earwig froze. Sorry. At the back, Yi Kuei stopped his steps forward, waved his hand repeatedly, and spoke. I just had a little itchy leg and didn't want to come over. Seeing this, the earwig gave a lurch once again. Just now, he noticed that mistress seemed to be a bit afraid of Yi Kuei, but right now, it seemed that the mistress's fear of Yi Kuei was not even half a star. It doesn't make sense. After all, at the very beginning, Yi Kuei's attitude towards his mistress was gentler than all of them, and after what they had hurt his mistress to, her mistress had not seen so much fear. But just then, crunch, in the back, the sound of Yi Kuei's chewing resounded violently. Cam, the ear rat's ears twitched, and his sharp, thin, lewd face steeped in white. It was as if he had figured something out, but even then, the earwig didn't dare look back. After all, though, the bizarre downfall made him feel great pleasure as well, but the sound that couldn't stop reaching his ears made the ear rats tremble until now. Misery. It's really too bad. Even though you're ready for this, for all you've done, I still feel that I need to give you a personal thank you. You're our benefactor. We wouldn't have survived without you. The earwig struggled to remove the distraction and lifted his head, looking ahead at his mistress with unmistakable seriousness. The end. He still felt guilty for all the damage he had caused his mistress by misjudging the trickster domain at the very beginning. The bottom line was that the earwig wanted to show his appreciation for his mistress. Without the mistress's dedication, they wouldn't have survived at all, and there was even less of a way for Yi Kuei to be able to fight against the shenanigans. No. However, before the earwig could finish his sentence, the mistress's body creaked and she flailed her twisted arms in a tense and uncontrollable manner. What are you talking about? I helped a little, but defeating that scumbag had nothing to do with me. To be a benefactor, he should be my benefactor. It turned its head and looked firmly at Yi Kuei despite the fear in its eyes. Without him, I may never be able to get out of this nightmare. Alas. Seeing this, the ear rat sank into a deep sigh. I understand your pain, and I can also think that my team members may have scared you, but you don't have to be like this. On behalf of my team members, I apologize to you. He still reported great patience and the most sincere respect for the mistress of the weird domain that was shattered and about to dissipate. But, before the words were finished, the mistress in front of her disappeared in an instant after glancing at the ear rat. The earwig froze. Is it because I'm not sincere enough? He couldn't figure out at all why mistress didn't want to listen to him, and, wondering if it was an illusion or not, the ear rat always felt as if mistress was cursing the way she looked at him just now before she disappeared. The cussing is still bad. Forget it. If you don't want to hear it, you don't have to. The ear rat let out a light laugh and shook his head. It can't be that it didn't help much and Yi Kuei took out Creepy all by himself. It was an idea that he found funny to bring up himself. Since Mistress didn't want to continue communicating with him, Ear Rat didn't dwell on it. He turned around and retraced his steps towards Yi Kuei. The Ear Rat felt that there was something that it was still imperative to remind Yi Kuei. Crunch! Crunch! Before he could come to Yi Kuei's side, he heard a voice coming from the front. However, compared to the slightly crunchy sound just now, the chewing sound at the moment, however, had changed a bit, and the sound that reached the Ear Rat's ears had also become weak. The corners of the Ear Rat's mouth twitched once more when he thought of what this change might represent. Captain, what's wrong? Seeing the Ear Rat walking towards him, Yi Kuei grinned. Maybe. You took advantage of the fact that Creepy was weak to the point of being able to do this to it. Ear Rat tried his best to control himself and not pay attention to Yi Kuei's right hand as he spoke. However, I still have to remind you to try not to reveal this ability of yours. The authority, including the weird and evil spirits, is not as simple as we think. His sharp, thin, lewd face was a million times more serious. For his own team members, Ear Rat was really concerned and loving from the bottom of his heart. I knew that when you interrupted me just now. Yi Kuei tore off a piece of the no longer crispy meatball and threw it into his mouth, chewing on it while grinning. Don't worry, Captain. I know what's in my heart. He comes across relaxed and at ease. Well, I believe you. Seeing this, the Ear Rat looked deeply at Yi Kuei and spoke. Also, no matter what, this time, thanks to having you. Say what? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei's line of sight swept from the column of his own lifespan, and smiled even more. Captain, in fact, the one who said this should be me. But is that all you just said you had to say to me? He opened his mouth to inquire. Based on the Ear Rat's expression just now, Yi Kuei always felt that what he was going to say was not just this to be correct. Not. At those words, the Ear Rat gave a beat, and after he hesitated for a while, he still raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and said in a low voice, there is one more thing. Captain, what are you doing? But, before the Ear Rat could finish his words, he was violently interrupted by Fong Rong's voice. We know that Yi Kuei is doing well and has an unlimited future, but the two of us are also on your team. He walked over with Chaedong. You can't be biased just because Yi Kuei is excellent. If you have any whispers, you still have to tell him in secret. How? At that, the earwig turned his head and smiled. However, he didn't continue the words he wanted to give to Yi Kuei just now. Say, Captain, you just said you heard that creepy weak hide, and Fong Rong was only joking just now. He didn't take his flirtatious words seriously at all, but frowned and looked around. Changing the topic. Do you know where it's hiding? If it doesn't come out, are we going to stay in the creepy domain forever? Fong Rong was still worried about the situation they were in at the moment. The bazaar annihilates before the bazaar domain dissipates. If the creepy hid-in was slow to die, it was still a question of how they were going to get out. No way. At those words, the Ear Rat gave a sudden lurch as he turned his head, slightly stiffly glancing at Yi Kuei's right hand before his voice was dry. That creepy shouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Captain, you're so good now that you can already clearly hear the state of weirdness? Fong Rong's eyes snapped open. Not. The earwig smiled awkwardly. That's what you're worried about. Right at this moment, Yi Kuei's voice rang out, and a smile flashed across his handsome face. Don't panic. That creepy is about to die. But, speaking here, Yi Kuei paused for a moment. He raised his head and looked around as if he was looking for something. Goodbye. In the meantime, a fluttering female voice rang out from within the creepy domain. Well, it doesn't really smell anyway. Hearing the voice, Yi Kuei sighed softly as he stuffed the few remaining pieces of charred black meat in his right hand into his mouth, chewing on it before swallowing it. Woo! The Ear Rat's face went white once again. Wow! The sound of a mirror shattering suddenly rang out. Next moment, they stepped back onto the floor of the room. The room they were in right now, though, was scorched black, with traces of the fire raging everywhere, and the wooden door, which they had pushed open several times, had long since disappeared. See, I told you it was going to die soon. Yi Kuei grinned. This, Fong Rong froze outright. Chapter 72, Objects. How do you even know that? Fong Rong looked straight at Yi Kuei filled with amazement. A fire ability that still allows you to feel a bizarre state? Chaedong also froze. In the last scene, he saw the image of Yi Kuei throwing the charred and blackened piece of meat in his hand into his mouth. It's hard to believe that you can eat crispy pancetta and still have that? Yi Kuei smiled without answering. Mamas. Fong Rong glanced at Yi Kuei with extreme envy. If I had ignited my spirituality at that time and awakened a fire ability, how good would it have been? And just then, what the hell? The Ear Rat seemed to have discovered something, and while his ears continued to vibrate, he turned his head and hurried towards the bedroom on the left. Seeing this, Yi Kuei and Fong Rong Chaedong also hurriedly followed behind. Coming to the door of the bedroom on the left, the four men slowed their pace. They had seen the cozy and lovely way the left bedroom used to look in the tricky area. But right now, inside the bedroom on the left, it was devastated, with scorched black marks covering everywhere, silently telling of the tragedy of that fire. But, right in the center of this rubble, yet there was still a well-preserved crib. I don't know that day what exactly went through. The crib can be intact until now, but the crib, there has long been no baby. There is just a small ball of burned-away traces. Beside the bed, on the other hand, was a mass of charred blackness half leaning, in a protective position, but long since unrecognizable in human form. Alas! Yi Kuei sighed softly. He already knew where his mistress was at the end of her life. A flash of complexity also flashed across the ear rat's sharp, thin, and lewd face, and after a pause, he still took a step toward the crib. The crib, which was kept intact, was just like what they had seen in the tricky domain, as if it had just been fished out of the water, so damp that it couldn't even stop dripping downward. The earwig stood by the crib, his eyes slowly skimming over the top, until it stopped at the doll bear that sat by the bedside, the one with the corners of its mouth down and a crying expression. Seals? Yi Kuei also saw the situation in front of him and froze violently. He clearly felt the special touch of spirituality that came from the doll bear. From the doll bear, too. With another sigh, the earwig reached out to try to get the doll bear out of the crib, but no wait before he could touch the doll bear. Put! Poof! The corners of the doll bear's weeping, downward-facing mouth snapped open, spraying a barrage of water directly at the ear rat. Hiss! Ear Mouse's face changed, hurriedly retracted his hand. The water spit out by the doll bear hit his hand. Surprisingly, there was still some pain. I may have found the cause of the leak in the room. He let out a long sigh. But how did the seal appear? Seeing the bear in the crib, a flash of disbelief flashed across Fanon's face. Seals actually complement and are extremely similar to the existence of weird and evil spirits. Except for some seals that are born to be. The ear rat glanced at Fong Rong and patiently explained. The rest are all things born due to the existence of spirituality. As for it, he turned his head to look at the toy bear once more. Unlike that damn creepy, the mistress's greatest wish before she died was probably for the presence of water in the room to douse the fire and save her child. And this impossible wish, at the last moment, intertwined with the mistress's intense reluctance and spirituality, turned into a seal. And the last thing the seal can do is to fulfill the mistress's last wish to be able to douse the flames and keep the crib out of the way. But it was, ultimately, too late, and that's why the room had a leak. The ear rat's eyes were extremely complicated. It was as if the scene in front of him had evoked some memory. Seeing the situation, Fong Rong and Chai Dong jolted. They were obviously also affected by the slightly heartbreaking scene in front of them. Right now it seems that the seal is still abiding by its last duty. The low voice of the ear rat resounded again. If you want to take in, you may need to find some specific conditions. Can't you just pick it up? Just then, Yi Kuei opened his mouth to inquire in puzzlement. He had already bent down beside the crib and reached out his hand to the doll bear below. Of course not. The ear rat looked at Yi Kuei and shook his head. You saw it just now. This sealing object is obviously rejecting us. However, before the words were finished, he simply froze. Ahead. The doll bear didn't spit water at Yekel at all. Instead, it curved down to the weeping mouth and gradually pulled it into a straight line. Immediately, the doll bear's body first trembled unexpectedly due to fear, but still slowly extended its furry paw and hugged Yi Kuei's outstretched hand. It wiggled and stumbled clumsily up Yi Kuei's arm until it lay on top of Yi Kuei's shoulder. Although the doll bear still looks slightly scared when he acts out as he moves up the stairs, his movements, however, are incredibly serious. Wow. And after the doll bear left the crib, the delicate crib below turned into charred black powder and slowly dissipated. This time, not only the ear rats, even Yi Kuei himself suddenly froze. Thanks. Just then, a fluttering female voice rang in his ears at last. In the voice, the passion and tenderness that was once there could finally be heard. Chapter 73. They don't value you. We do. You guys. Yi Kuei jerked his head up and looked at Ear Rat and Fong Rong Chei-dong who were on the side. And the three of them just had shock written all over their faces, not reacting to that last fluttering female voice. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and cast his sight towards the doll bear that was lying obediently on his shoulder. The unique spiritual fragrance of the sealing object constantly lingered on the tip of his nose. Carrie. The doll bear's furry body suddenly trembled. Its mouth, which had turned into a horizontal line, kept twitching and started to rise as it endeavored to show a stiff smile to Yi Kuei. Seeing this, Yi Kuei's eyes were even brighter and he subconsciously licked his lips. The upturned corners of Bear's mouth momentarily collapsed. After an extremely humanized pause, it clumsily turned around on Yi Kuei's shoulder, stretched out its furry paws to cover its eyes, and with both legs stretched out, it resignedly passed its head towards Yi Kuei. Carrie. The bear let out a grunt as if urging Yi Kuei to hurry up. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei froze and immediately grinned widely. He admitted that for a moment just now, he did have that heartbeat, but all in all, he had just had his fill. And the bear in front of me was, I'm afraid, the last gift the mistress had left for herself. He reached out and rubbed his hand as hard as he could on the bear's head. Carry! Sensing Yi Kuei's idea of giving up, the bear instantly took down the paw he had covered in front of his eyes, and his furry body shifted and sat down on Yi Kuei's shoulder with a limp butt. Ha 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 ha! Yi Kuei's laughter was even a bit louder. Seeing the situation in front of him, the ear rat was even more shocked and stared wide-eyed. How is it possible for a seal to be able to directly recognize its owner without using a special sheltering method? The attitude of the doll bear already showed that it completely took Yi Kuei as its master. And this scene was extremely rare even for an ear rat who was a Class 3 heavenly official. Boy, you are truly blessed. Although by the looks of it, the grade of the sealing object shouldn't be very high, but a sealing object like this one that has no negative effects and is also so spiritual that it can directly recognize its owner is one in a million. You've picked up a treasure. Ear rat let out a long sigh. But in the end, you really deserve it too. After all of this, you put your life on the line for it. Is that so? Yi Kuei gently smiled and once again rubbed the doll bear's furry head. Although he hadn't come into contact with many seals until now, in Yi Kuei's perception, there were only two types of seals, one that you can eat now and one that you can eat in the future. As for the other seals, in fact, Yi Kuei did not look at them as seals, but more, they should be interesting companions, and the doll bear, which holds special sentiments, is apparently quite an interesting companion. As for the other, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and seemed to have thought of something. Buzz. At the same time, a vast and gloomy aura that was like an abyss or a prison surged forth, and it suddenly vibrated as if it was anxiously showing something to Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei hadn't had time to speak. What the hell? Ear Rat's face instantly turned pale, and he couldn't stop his ears from vibrating as he let out a terrified shout. Be careful, there are still terrifyingly big weirdnesses around here. Whoosh! Shasta! The somber aura instantly dissipated. The Ear Rat suddenly froze. Just now he clearly felt a terrifying aura that suffocated him. Why was it suddenly gone? Is it hard to believe that the things that have happened to you today are too much, causing you to hallucinate? A flash of bewilderment flashed across the Ear Rat's sharp, thin, lewd face. It's supposed to be a hallucination, right? He frowned tightly. It should not dissipate so quickly if you expose your breath in a weird way. Forget it. The earwig shook his head, not thinking about what had just happened for the moment. However, whether it was a hallucination or not, he would report what had just happened to the authority. Not fearing the worst, being careful is ultimately the right thing to do. It's okay. The Ear Rat raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and smiled comfortingly. It was me who was mentally nervous just now. Okay. Yi Kuei smiled. Right. There's one more thing to remind you of. Right at this moment, the Ear Rat seemed to remember something as he pointed to the doll bear lying on Yi Kuei's shoulder. The authority won't intervene too much with a sealed object like this that has already recognized its owner. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, a brief registration is required when you return to the authority. Ear Rat spoke up and reminded. I remember you have another sealing item, right? It's that huge sword that's as broken as a door panel. So if you haven't registered it, you'd better register it as well. I know. Yi Kuei nodded. Still, he grinned without leaving a trace and ground his white, neat teeth when he heard the earwig speak of coffin boards. Perceive the scene. Inside the unseen space, the coffin board that was dead stepping behind Yi Kuei shuddered in horror and collected his breath with great force, vowing never to add to the chaos again. There's nothing left to remind you of. After saying that, the Ear Rat turned his head to look at a room that had been ravaged by flames and let out a long sigh. I really didn't expect that this one would be so thrilling. I haven't experienced anything like this in a long time, but for me, this anomaly is a new breakthrough of sorts. A flash of seriousness snapped across his sharp, thin, lewd face. It's a constant reminder to me that I must be more careful and prudent when picking my next assignment. Yi Kuei snapped. He thought the breakthrough Ear Rat was talking about was daring to challenge himself anew. I didn't realize it was more wimpy. It's a good thing you were there this time. Seeing that Yi Kuei froze for a moment, the Ear Rat raised his head and laughed. If it was only the three of us and we encountered something like this, I'm afraid we'd have to fold here. That said, I can't really figure out. Speaking here, he seemed to have thought of something and wrinkled his sparse and short eyebrows. How could a newly promoted heavenly official as outstanding as you be forgotten in the schoolyard and assigned to the medical department when you were assigned a department? It's hard to believe that your performance in the heavenly official's examination wasn't too good, but it shouldn't be. All of your performances were clearly so outstanding. The Ear Rat muttered in extreme disbelief. Is the authority already in chaos like this now? If it's really like this, I'll either run away early. Captain, Yi Kuei is still here. Chae-dong hurriedly reached out and tugged on the ear rat. How could I run away? The ear rat raised his head at once, a determined smile appearing on his sharp, thin, and lewd face. Speaking of which, we should even thank them. Without them forgetting you in the schoolyard, how could I have picked up the slack? He reached out his hand and patted Yi Kuei's shoulder with a serious tone. In the future, you'll follow me practically. The other heavenly officials of the authority don't value you. We do. Our squad will definitely treat you like a baby. Chapter 74, How dare you? The mission is over. Let's go back. Ear Rat turned his head and signaled for several people to return to the authority together. When we get back, I'll be sure to write a detailed report on this incident. Among other things, it must indicate Yi Kuei's key in this abnormal event. Not only did he save our lives, without him, it would have been impossible to complete this mission. He snorted coldly. I'd like to show those blind heavenly officials who don't pay attention to Yi Kuei what they're missing out on. Immediately, the ear rat contacted the heavenly official in charge of the aftermath within the authority, and then quickly ran upstairs, and after borrowing a set of clothes for Yi Kuei, he brought the three of them, Yi Kuei, Fong-rom and Chae-dong, and stepped out of the room. However, just after stepping out of the building of the old residential building, the ear rat's body violently trembled and directly froze in place. He stared straight ahead, his sharp, thin, lewd face filled with stupefaction. Ahead, the aura was like an abyss of majesty. Outside the old residential building, a large group of celestial officials stood in great numbers. Ear Rat could clearly recognize that all of the mid-ranking celestial officials in the authority, who had almost no assignments, had already arrived. And at the very front, there stood the sagging figure of Basho. The earwig's body was creepy and trembled even more. Run! In the next moment, he called out to Yi Kuei and the others and turned around to escape. There's a class 7 creepy hitting. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a great trickster of 7 level or higher showing up, how could the heavenly officials of the Qin provincial administration, including the halberd wielder Basho, have come out in full force? A battle of this level was simply not something he could participate in. There is no fear of being left without wood. Right now the ear rat was hoping that the Lord Halberd Bearer and the others would be able to hold out for a little while longer. But, the earwig had just turned around before he could bolt. Rumble! An enormous pressure came violently through the air, directly holding him down dead in place. Ear rat, how dare you? At the same time, Ba Xia's voice that implied anger slowly sounded. At those words, the ear rat's body suddenly went limp. Bad. Punch him. In this instant, a lot flashed inside the ear rat's head. From many years ago, grabbing toilet paper from a tablemate, to not so long ago, pretending to have diarrhea and hiding from people for a week in order to avoid a difficult assignment. The ear rat thought about all the bad things he had done, for most of his life. But let him think about it. The ear rat couldn't think of anything bad that he had done to provoke the halberd bearer to bring the entire authority's celestial officials to his door to arrest him. It is not the crime of destroying the country and slaughtering the city at all. Lord Halberd Bearer, the most I've done is to curse you behind your back when you sent me on dangerous missions. Other than that, I've never done anything bad again. Ear Rat raised his head to look at Ba Xia, revealing a smile that was worse than a cry. You wouldn't bring so many heavenly officials to arrest me just because of this, would you? Arrest you? Basho frowned at the earwig. What am I arresting you for? So, then you say I'm so bold. The sound of an ear rat is subtle. Who told you to take Yi Kuei away from the schoolyard? Basho looked to the ear rat with a majestic look in his eyes. Yi Kuei? The ear rat froze and instantly widened his eyes. His eyes stiffened as he swept past the dozens of celestial officials before him, never having felt his mind so inadequate. Basho arrived with so many heavenly officials for Yi Kuei? The earwig's body shuddered once more. But, wasn't Yi Kuei clearly forgotten in the schoolyard because he was despised and neglected? What the hell is going on here? And just as the ear rat's brain went down, the overlord's voice sounded again. He frowned and looked suspiciously at the earwig. Say, when did you ever curse me? No. Ear rat stood up straight violently. He shook his head repeatedly. Lord Halberd Bearer, you must have misheard me just now. You're wise and honorable. How could I possibly scold you? Meh. At those words, Basho sneered. However, right at this moment, Yi Kuei's voice rang out. Halberd Bearer, what do you mean the captain took me away? He raised his head to look at Ba Xia and said with a frown. Obviously at that time, you were the ones who said that arrangements had been made, but as a result, I waited for so long, and no one paid any attention to me at all. If it wasn't for the captain taking me out of the schoolyard in time, it was true that someone would have gotten killed. Yi Kuei was extremely dissatisfied. out of other people's lives. It's fine, but what almost went wrong was his own life. At those words, Basha stalled, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his pale face. The emergency and suddenness of Budu's death was so great that he had literally forgotten to give the Ministry of Medicine a heads up on the matter. Although in the first moment after reacting, Basha had hurriedly rushed back to the authority, and after learning that Yikuei was being carried by the ear rat, he even took a step without stopping, and hurriedly led a group of heavenly officials to look for him again. But in the end, it was indeed he who had forgotten first. It was my mistake. Basho spoke in a low voice. Seeing this scene, Ear Rat's eyes widened even more. When had he ever seen the majestic and highly respected Basho reveal himself as he was right now? Yikuei, that kid. What exactly is the situation? Let's forget about it this time. Yikuei turned his head to look at the ear rat and revealed a smile. Luckily, the captain was there at that time and saved an innocent life, so don't pay any attention to the captain scolding you behind your back. He turned his head and waved his hand. Basha's old face stiffened. He once again felt how difficult Yikuei was to deal with, and when he seized a loophole, Yikuei chased after him, not giving him a chance to react at all. By the way, weren't you quite vocal about being assigned to the medical department? Basho decided to change the subject, and in order to avoid a similar situation from reoccurring, he frowned slightly as he spoke. I had initially wanted you to acclimatize yourself in the Ministry of Medicine first, but since you've already completed a mission, which ministry did you say you wanted to go to at the time? Basha looked up at Yekel. The halberd section, is it? No. Upon hearing this, Yikuei stood up straight violently. I now feel that the medical department is quite good. Based on what I know now, it seems like the heavenly officials of the Ministry of Medicine are more sought after. There will definitely be more tasks as well. I'll be in the Ministry of Medicine. I'm not going anywhere. He waved his hand back and forth. The heavenly officials of the Ministry of Medicine are more popular, but their duty, after all, is medical salvation, and your ability is slightly incompatible. Basha hesitated. I'm not the right person for the job, and you let me go to the medical department in the first place? Yikuei stared. Wasn't it a bit much to think about at the time? A flash of embarrassment flashed across Basha's old face once again. He didn't expect the boomerang to end up hitting him. What a lot of consideration. Yikuei directly interrupted the hegemony. I do think it's quite appropriate. After all, the ultimate duty of the heavenly officials of the Ministry of Medicine is to reduce the casualty rate. And wouldn't I, as a member of the Ministry of Healing, be able to reduce casualties by simply taking out the evil spirits and spooks before they can do any harm to the heavenly officials? My generation of heavenly officials take it as their duty to destroy evil spirits and weirdness. It's not a big deal for me to give a little more. With a wave of his hand, he was righteous and righteous. Chapter 75. What ability did you say he awakened? Seeing this, Basho was even more stagnant, and in the end, he could only let out a deep sigh. Regarding the matter of the branch to which we belong, let's talk about it back at the authority. There doesn't seem to be much to say when we get back, does there? Yikuei simply didn't eat the Basha's words. A flash of helplessness flashed across Basha's face. Seals? And just then, he happened to notice the doll bear sitting on Yikuei's shoulder. Remember to check in when you get back to the authority. Basho smoothly then changed the subject. He guessed the origin of the sudden extra seals on Yikuei's body. And, just as the ear rat had said, the authority wasn't too interested in seals that had already recognized their owners. Just check in as required. Okay. Seeing that Basha no longer opened his mouth regarding the issues related to the Ministry of Medicine, Yikuei grinned and revealed a smile. Go back. Basha shook his head and turned around to wave his hand at the group of celestial officials in the back. Seeing this, the group of heavenly officials prepared to leave. That one lingering and astonishing aura gradually converged. At the sight of this, Ear Rat let out a long breath, and his clenched toes finally relaxed. The kid. But after a pause, the Ear Rat still couldn't help but come up beside Yikuei, probing his head and opening his mouth in a small voice to inquire. What exactly are your origins? The scene just now when Basho appeared with his team had made his heart tremble until now. Where did it come from? Yikuei froze. What can I have come from? How could the Lord Halberd Bearer have brought so many people to you when you have no origin? The Ear Rat was obviously not convinced as he shook his head. And, the way Lord Halberd Bearer treated you just now, it was far too polite. You say that? Ha? Yikuei smiled and replied indifferently. Maybe it's because I scored better in the heavenly official examination. Good grades? The Ear Rat was even more flabbergasted. How good are your grades to be taken so seriously? The multiple treasure pagoda induction tablet was cracked by Yikuei. Just then, Predator's voice rang out, and he glanced at Ear Rat. Then he killed Yuchi in front of us. What? The earwig's eyes snapped open. He hadn't expected to hear that answer. The strength of the multiple treasure pagoda induction monument, as a class 3 heavenly official Ear Rat is incomparably clear, and to be able to shatter the monument. Yi Kuei's spirituality. It has to be exaggerated to what extent? The bottom line is, Yuki is dead? The Ear Rat's eyes trembled as he looked to the side. The clean and handsome Yi Kuei, who was smiling with a kind face, and directly froze. Just now in the Guile domain, he had already discovered that Yi Kuei would be impulsive, even perceived some inhuman behavior in Yi Kuei's treatment of the bazaar. However, Ear Rat still did not expect that Yi Kuei could be so ruthless that he could directly kill Wu Qi at the scene of the heavenly official's examination. And now it was still able to stand here unharmed and be valued so and so much by the hegemon. So, Yu Kai died, and Bane Du didn't say anything? The earwig turned his head, shivering, to look at Predator. Scourge is dead too? Pred replied faintly. Burp. The Ear Rat's eyes rolled over and he nearly fainted straight away. Bane Du, dead too? Bane Du's death has nothing to do with Yi Kuei. At a glance, Predator realized that Ear Rat seemed to have misunderstood something, and he frowned as he explained. He killed himself because he couldn't accept Yu Qi's death. No wonder. No wonder. The earwig whacked himself hard on the chest. But his eyes still trembled when he thought of what had just happened within the creepy domain. Unlike the other celestial officials, Sharp-Eared Rat still sensed something strange in it. Now you know why you drew that kind of reaction from Lord Halberd Bearer after you took Yi Kuei away, don't you? With that, Pred glanced coldly at the Ear Rat and spoke. Many heavenly officials did not have a favorable impression of the Ear Rat, who had an obscene personality, was cautious and afraid of death, and never carried out dangerous missions. Even Basha was worried that the Ear Rat would lead Yi Kuei astray. No. Ear Rat smiled awkwardly and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had a new understanding of Yi Kuei. The Ear Rat lowered his head, remembering the words he hadn't finished giving to Yi Kuei within the Guile domain. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes, and the rear. Chei Dong and Fong Rong even froze in place a long time ago. The two of them stared straight at Yi Kuei, shock written all over their faces. Every single thing in the conversation between Ear Rat and Predator and the others just now was beyond their knowledge. Grandma, you don't have to worry. In front, Yi Kuei was giving a warm report to the grandmother in front, who happened to be coming back from buying vegetables and lived in the same building. The room shouldn't leak anymore in the future. Chei Dong and Fong Rong glanced at each other. The two of them still had a hard time connecting the Yi Kuei in front of them with the Yi Kuei and Predator's expression just now. The newest heavenly officials nowadays have all become terrifying like this? How incredible do you think Yi Kuei would have to be to shatter the induction tablet by igniting his spiritually awakened fire ability? Thinking of Yi Kuei's performance in the examination, Fong Rong pulled on Chei Dong and inquired in a low voice. Who knows? Chei Dong's eyes were full of trance. The two who had also experienced the heavenly official selection clearly knew the terror in the induction tablet illusion realm. None of them dared to think about how, exactly, Yi Kuei was able to do all of this. However, just chatting, Chei Dong and Fong Rong shuddered violently and suddenly stopped talking. All around, it had become quiet at some point. What's going on? Chei Dong and Fong Rong raised their heads slightly stiffly. In a dead silence, a group of heavenly officials had long since stopped in their tracks. All eyes, ghostly, were focused on them. What ability did you just say that Yi Kuei ignited his spirituality and awakened? Ryoko. It was only then that Basho's deep voice slowly sounded. Chapter 76. Just how many are there? Deep inside the authority, in top secret offices, room, there are only a handful of them. Basha, Predator, a celestial official with glasses, the shrunken Ear Rat, Fong Rong, Chei Dong, and Yi Kuei, who was full of curiosity and constantly surveying the surroundings. So, you were under the stone tablet tower induction tablet, igniting spirituality, and awakening flame abilities? Basha's eyes stared with a deep gaze as he looked at Yi Kuei, who was sitting across from him and twisting around. His voice, until now, was filled with incredulity. No. Yi Kuei shook his head. Then your flame ability. Basya looked at Yi Kuei without moving a muscle. The flame ability is only found in the trickster domain. Yi Kuei grinned. You awakened your flame ability again in the tricky domain? Basho's voice instantly raised a few degrees. Sort of. Yi Kuei hesitated and opened his mouth to reply. He wasn't sure if eating bizarrely acquired abilities counted as awakened abilities, but in any case, bring it on and use it. A touch of shock finally flashed across the Overlord's sagging face, and he murmured in a low voice. Surprisingly, someone is able to awaken again with two abilities at the moment of life and death? Just now, through Fong Rong and Chei Dong's descriptions, he already knew everything that happened within the Guile domain, and Yi Kuei's affirmation made the hegemon even more certain of all this. He was beyond shocked, because until now, Basho had never heard of any heavenly official that possessed two different faculties of abilities. Seeing this, Yikue raised his head and opened his mouth. However, when he saw the pitiful look of that little old man in front of him in a shocked trance, Yikue swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Kindly, I'm afraid that Basho can't stand any new excitement in his current state. Can you demonstrate your flame ability? Basha, who was in a state of shock, didn't notice Yikue's abnormality. He suddenly thought of something and raised his head to look at Yikue. No. Yikue flatly refused. Why? Basho inquired in dismay. Trying to use the ability to manipulate flames is too much of a price to pay. Yikue opened his mouth to reply. What a joke. Trying to control the flames obviously cost a lifespan. It might be possible to summon a flame that would only take a second to live, but it wouldn't work, even if this time, the lifespan and free attribute points he gained after eating the fire-based shenanigans were quite generous. It wasn't something to be used to waste. He is not afraid to die, but good life expectancy. Use it. And, at that time, because of Basya's delay, he almost caused his own lifespan to be depleted, and it was even more unlikely that Yikue would agree to whatever ridiculous demonstration he was talking about. Okay. Basho slowly nodded as if he understood something. I see. Having a second ability has great limitations after all. I'm sure there will be an unaffordable price to pay as well. He gave a slightly heavy sigh. Basho didn't doubt the shock of it all, for the subsequent investigation of the room where the trickster domain was located, in addition to Fanon's account of them, shed some light on the situation. But, to have two abilities is already really incredible enough. But very soon, Bashir Mao raised his head again and looked deeply at Yikue. You really brought me too many surprises. I've taken your file and adjusted it to the highest level of the authority. In his old voice, he revealed a few wisps of frost. I hope you can also pay more attention. After all, this world has danger. In addition to evil spirits and weirdness, there are also people. Basha clearly had great expectations for Yikue. The heavenly officials who had just heard the conversation between Fang Rong and Cheidong had been given a gag order with the highest level of secrecy, and could not disclose any hint of anything that had anything to do with Yikue's abilities. Don't worry. Yikue grinned, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth. Phew. Basho let out a long breath as he waved his hand. Alright, now that the situation has been clarified, you guys can leave. Just remember my reminder. Okay. Yikue directly stood up, but just as he turned around and was about to leave, he finally pressed on and looked at Basho. Halberd wielder. Look, you think so highly of me, and I'm still working so hard on this mission. Can you give me that half of the Jade Immortal's remnant body? Yikue made a request that he had been holding back for a long time. What did you say? The Overlord froze, wondering if something was wrong with his ears. It's okay to get me 10 or 8 evil spirits and creeps if you don't have half a stump. Yikue's handsome face was filled with sincerity. You get out. Basha slammed the table, pointed at the door, and spoke angrily. Alas. With a heavy sigh, Yikue took a step towards the door of the room. Still, as he left the room, he turned his head back. Halbert bearer, if there are no immortal remnants and evil sneaks and creeps, you'll have a chance. So send me a little more missions. Yikue was extremely sincere. I'm not craving. I really want to do more for the authority and eliminate more evil spirits and weirdness. Words. He pulled the door open and left the room. Looking at Yikue's lost back as he left, Basya gave a beat. He hadn't noticed any cravings. He had just heard Yikue's words about wanting to do more for the authority. Is it hard to believe that I misunderstood him? Basha was in a trance for a moment. In this instant, he was beginning to doubt whether his decision to add a month inspection period to Yikue was right or wrong. It's hard not to. Is Yikue really bent on eliminating evil spirits and weirdness for the people? Yikue had already left the room. If he had known the fluctuations in Basya's heart in this instant, he definitely wouldn't have left so easily. And behind him, Ear Rat and the others all walked out as well. All three were given orders to ensure top secret regarding questions related to Yikue's abilities. Ear Rats are okay. The two of them, Fang Rong and Cheidong, walked at the end, full of trance, walking with a bit of a wobble. They simply could not have imagined that just because of their own inadvertent words just now, it would cause such a great impact. If they had known that this would happen, they would have specified that they would not talk nonsense. However, what made Fang Rong and Cheidong feel the most shocked was Yikue. To their death, they would never have imagined that Yikue had awakened two different lineage abilities. This kind of heavenly thing can happen to them? Let's go back and rest first. Although the two of them had a belly full of words, a belly full of questions, and a belly full of shock that they wanted to express to Yikue, the two of them, who were afraid of talking too much and getting into trouble again, ultimately chose to suffer in silence. Alas, looking at the departing backs of the two men, who were wobbling and unsteady on their feet. Ear Rat shook his head. Captain. Thank you. Just then, Yikue's voice sounded from the side as he looked at the Ear Rat with a smile and opened his mouth. Just now, in the room, Basho asked many questions about what happened within the tricky domain, while Ear Rat did not utter a single word about the true secret he had discovered, and did not even mention it. No, it's nothing. The earwig shuddered and waved his hand. He knew what Yikue was talking about. Obviously, Yikue was very sincere right now, but the more he understood Yikue, the more he was chilled after seeing Yikue reveal this smile under his eyes. But after a pause, the earwig cautiously glanced around to make sure it was safe, but still spoke in a whisper. How many abilities do you have? Exactly? 3? Is that rubbing Creepy into a ball of flesh and biting it with your teeth? So that Creepy wails in miserable agony and pain and it hurts my liver to hear it. One of the abilities? He didn't hold back his inner curiosity after all and inquired. Chapter 77 The Story of the Ear Rat. Yikue froze for a moment. He knew that Ear Rat had found himself under the mouth in the tricky domain at the time, but he hadn't realized that Ear Rat had misunderstood his actions as another ability. But that wasn't some ability to knead Trick Dom into a ball of meat. It was simply his own craving for a meal. As for the alleged torture, there is even less of that. How can it be torture when it's just a little snack? Sort of. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding, and Yikue didn't explain too much. Seeing Yikue's admission, the Ear Rat gave a start and a flash of trance flashed across his face once again. Surprisingly, there really are celestial officials with 3 powers. But the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. His body was violently creeping, carefully raised his head, and tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. So, do you have any other abilities? Other capabilities? Yikue swept his eyes from the system light screen and replied frankly. 4 or 5 if we're talking about now. Bam! The Ear Rat's body jerked, nearly fainting. Just now, he had only taken a tentative attitude and asked a tentative question, but he had not expected that he would be able to get an affirmative answer. 4 or 5? Yikue actually had 4 or 5 abilities? Is this still human? Where are the heavenly officials that can be so incredible? A touch of bitterness appeared on the Ear Rat's sharp, thin, and lewd face. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. What's the point of being so curious? It has to be a death wish. Cautious Ear Rat, knowing full well that sometimes the more you know, the less you know may not be a good thing. But Yikue's answer, on the contrary, strengthened his thoughts. The earwig pursed his lips. However, before he could open his mouth, Yikue's voice was the first to ring out. Captain, whatever you want to say, just say it. He looked at the Ear Rat with a smirk, those dark eyes, as if they pierced through everything. At that time, in the tricky domain, it wasn't finished. Why are you still hesitant now? The Ear Rat's body instantly stiffened, and Yikue's keen insight only made his mind tremble. It was as if everything could not hide from Yikue's eyes. This handsome man in front of him was too demonic, but it was just as well. Yikue's words sort of helped him make up his mind completely. The Ear Rat slowly lowered his head, and after a pause, his voice spoke in a low tone. I want to ask you for something. Ask me something? Seeing the scene in front of him, Yikue froze. From what he knew, the captain who was timid and afraid of death and had a lewd personality shouldn't have such a thin skin. Why are you acting like this? Yikue frowned, recalling the experience of the Ear Rat. The only thing he had heard himself was that he had cursed the halberd bearer behind his back. Ear Mouse. You want your help to get Basho killed? Captain. You say. Yikue opened his mouth seriously as soon as he straightened his mind. If you have the chance. The Ear Rat had no idea how many thoughts flashed through Yikue's mind in this instant. He lowered his head to look unreadable. His voice slurred. In the future, can you go into a tricky domain and help me bring my son out? What? Yikue snapped. Here's the thing. The Ear Rat smiled bitterly and spoke slowly. Listening to the Ear Rat's bland narration, Yikue's originally serious expression gradually calmed down. He looked at the subconsciously hunched back, dry and thin, lewd-looking middle-aged heavenly official in front of him, and a flash of complexity passed through his eyes. The story of the earwig is simple to tell. He wasn't a linchpin, and he'd never been looked at by the Anomalous Affairs Administration. 10 years ago, Ear Rat was just a down-on-his-luck man with pups alone. It's hard to have a vacation, so you can take your son can go out with a tour group, but you encountered an unusual event and mistakenly entered a bizarre domain. In the weird domain in the end experienced what? The Ear Rat did not say more. He just flat description, said that in the end the traveling group of 36 people only survived him and young son. As for the Ear Rat, at the moment of life and death, he ignited his spirituality and awakened his superb hearing that could hear spiritual fluctuations. Relying on this ability, Ear Rat had gone through a lot of trouble to figure out the loopholes in the tricky domain and find one of the ways to be able to leave the tricky domain. But just as he was filled with hope and surprise and ready to leave with his son, the unexpected happened. In the end, Ear Rat could only watch his young, understanding son fall back into the trickster domain. The Ear Rat, who had left the tricky domain alone, crumbled. Just then, the heavenly officials finally arrived. Unfortunately, the unusual events experienced by Ear Rat were extremely rare, and the creepy domain had oddly disappeared after he left. Not even the celestial officials had found any signs that the tricky domain had existed. After, Ear Rat, who just wants his son back, joins the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. During the time when he first joined the authority, Ear Rat had pleaded with countless heavenly officials, wanting them to help him find that tricky domain and find his son. But nothing came of it. It was as if the tricky domain had disappeared completely, never to be seen again. Although the celestial officials pitied the earwigs, they were begged by the earwigs to do this clueless thing every day, and for a long time, all of them could not help but get tired of it. Ear Rat sensed the scene. He stopped talking, but from that day on, there was a change in the Ear Rat. He's lewd, he's timid, he's cautious, he's afraid of death. He just wants to live, because the only way to find that tricky domain again is to live, to see your son again, period. Ear Rat is even more desperate to complete low-level quests, only to accumulate contributions to be able to become a senior celestial official at an early date, and to find clues from the higher-level files that he had experienced that tricky domain at that time. He just accumulated little by little, and finally became a rank 3 heavenly officer, with his own title, and also became a captain. Because Ear Rat clearly knows the pain of losing a loved one, the safety of his teammates is more important than anything else in his team. The Ear Rat, however, never lost sight of his purpose, and the search that had been going on had really led to a discovery for Ear Rat, who, through a subtle clue, had vaguely judged that the tricky domain he had experienced at the time had not disappeared. That one tricky domain that will reappear in cycles of time. The earwig then kept carefully trying to stay alive, waiting for that day. I'll be with you when the time comes. I also know that traveling to the creepy realm and facing the unknown and creepy is full of danger, and it's bad to put you in harm's way. You can choose to refuse. The Ear Rat raised his head and looked at Yi Kuei with pleading in his trembling eyes. But, I really don't have any other way. There's something about that. Yi Kuei shook his head. He thought it was something big. As long as he wasn't being asked to help take out the Overlord right now, everything else was fine, not to mention, still going to such appetizing meals. Only, thinking about some of the holes in the Ear Rat's description, Yi Kuei frowned slightly. Captain. He looked over at Ear Rat and narrowed his eyes. Are you sure it's your son you want my help bringing out? Chapter 78, The Day You Can Get Into the System? Yi Kuei could well understand the Ear Rat's obsession and the strong unwillingness in his heart. Just like him, if he took a tasty, delicious creepy away from him with his eyes, a gap of years, he could only think about it. He could only think about it, but he couldn't eat it. I'm afraid he's long gone mad. But, 10 years passed. How could the captain be so sure that he could find his son when a young boy, alone, had fallen into a dangerous and treacherous domain for a whole decade? Or rather, how could the earwig be sure that his son was still alive? At those words, the Ear Rat gave a start, and a flash of complexity passed through his eyes. Yi Kuei's brain. It really was too scary. He never wanted to hide anything from Yi Kuei. However, the Ear Rat still did not expect that before he had even opened his mouth to explain. Yi Kuei had already directly pointed out the crux of the problem. There was something odd about that weird domain I was experiencing. The Ear Rat let out a bitter smile and slowly spoke. It seems to have the ability to change the existence that falls into the tricky domain into becoming a tricky, or sealed object. I wasn't sure at the time, except that my fellow travelers on the tour were, well, getting weirder and weirder. He seemed to go back to that day, his sharp, thin, lewd face twitching. It was only after I became a heavenly official that I realized what it was like back then. But even then, until now, I wasn't sure what state they were in. After a pause, the Ear Rat spoke softly. But whether my son, in the end, turned out to be bizarre, or a sealing object, I'm all for taking him home. He lifted his head to look at Yi Kuei. A touch of pleading flashed in his eyes. Through my contact with you, I realized that your attitude towards the bizarre is different. I'm underpowered. You are not. And you're not bent on handing over the seals and shenanigans to the authority. The Ear Rat's eyes flickered from the doll bear lying on Yi Kuei's shoulder, and his voice trembled slightly. So I think you might be able to help me. Carrie? The bear's two eyes instantly rounded. This, Yi Kuei froze. He finally understood why the earwig had asked for his help. Except for being calm and collected, more than anything else, it's ultimately the difference in how one treats seals and shenanigans. The duties of the celestial officials are to remove evil spirits and weirdness and to harbor sealed objects. If the ear rat had informed the authority of the situation in this tricky domain, and the other celestial officers had traveled to deal with it, the captain's son would not have been able to stay at all. But Yi Kuei looked ahead, pleading to look at his ear rat, and his eyes gradually became strange. He treats evil spirits and weirdness differently. It's also true that he doesn't want to give any of the shenanigans and seals to the authority. But the problem is, one does all this for the sake of eating. But, thinking of the situation within that tricky domain described by the ear rat, Yi Kuei's eyes gradually brightened up, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be suppressed. The ability to assimilate any being that falls into the creepy domain into a creepy or sealed object? That shenanigans in should be enough to eat, right? When the time comes to bring back the captain's son by himself, it should not be a problem, right, Captain? Don't worry. Yi Kuei raised his head fiercely, both eyes glowing as he patted his chest vigorously. I'll take care of this matter. Just tell me when that creepy domain will appear. Good, good. Hearing Yi Kuei's promise, as if a big stone fell to the ground in his heart, the ear rat's face violently blossomed into a smile. According to my judgment, the time when the creepy domain opens should be soon. 10 years ago, when I experienced the tricky domain, it wasn't exactly high in rank, and now that 10 years have passed, I'm not sure if anything has changed. Speaking here, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly raised his head to remind, if we encounter danger when the time comes, let's focus on safety. After 10 years of caution, Ear Rat had finally carved caution into his bones. No problem. Yi Kuei bared a mouthful of white, neat teeth and grinned. Captain, don't worry. I'll help bring your son back in one piece when the time comes. Good, good. The earwig nodded repeatedly. What had been feared had finally been responded to, and this middle-aged man, who had been suppressed for 10 years, was even a little teary-eyed. You, remember to register the seal. He wiped the corners of his eyes without leaving any traces, and raised his head to reveal a smile to Yi Kuei. Go back to clean up, and if there are clues to the emergence of the tricky domain, I will contact you in advance. Words. The earwig turned and prepared to leave. At this moment, it was as if his back, which had been hunched over for a long time, straightened up a few points. Looking at Ear Rat's back, Yi Kuei's eyes were complicated, and he could see that the matter about not being able to bring his son out of the guile domain had tormented Ear Rat for a long time. His request will be fulfilled carefully by himself. But that said, right now Yi Kuei's anticipation for that anomaly was no less than the Ear Rat who wanted his son back, because that could be a tricky and sealed object of the one tricky domain. He simply couldn't stop drooling in sadness at the thought of all the pathetic shenanigans. But in the end, the time for the creepy domain to appear had not yet arrived. Alas, Yi Kuei lost his breath and sighed. Now is not the time to keep thinking about this. He turned around and walked towards the other side of the authority. Yi Kuei was going to register both the doll cub and the coffin plate first, as the ear mouse and the overlord had said. After filing with the authority, the two seals are considered to have a proper identity. I don't know if it's because Basho has greeted them, or because they are all more lenient about recognizing the seals, or the seals are too low in grade. Yi Kuei's process when filing the sealing object was extremely casual. After listening to Yi Kuei's description, the heavenly official in charge of the filing just roughly looked over the two seals and finished registering the two seals. As for Yi Kuei, he also got the files of the two sealed objects. I-2035, Doll Bears. Ability, can spray a line of water that brings a tingling sensation through his mouth, but the amount of water sprayed is unknown for now. Danger, very low. Reception method, recognized. Highly spiritual and good at expressing his emotions. I-2036, Door Panel Giant Sword. Ability, hard, solid, and can hide himself in an invisible space. Danger, very low. Reception method, recognized. The body of the giant sword was made up of curved door panels, and although it was wooden, it was extremely hard, and the hilt seemed to be made up of an unknown bone, with extremely low spirituality. However, Dullcub doesn't seem to approve of the description in the file. He stood up long ago, holding his bulbous, furry belly, his short arms trembling as he pointed toward the filing room. Carry. The bear's mouth, made up of a single line, struggled to bear a menacing look as he sulked and said something, but it's not the same as a doll bear. The coffin board had been extremely silent, with only the body of the board vibrating slightly, as if it really was as written in the file, with very low spirituality. But only the coffin board itself knew exactly how excited it was at the moment. Dreaming. The coffin board had never imagined that he would be able to blend into the system one day. Chapter 79. It's kinda too late. None of the coffin board's thoughts seemed to escape Yi Kuei's eyes. Steady on. With 2 fingers, he tapped lightly on the coffin board. Woo! Instantly, the coffin boards trembled. as if dead, and never moved again. Carrie, Carrie. The bear was still grunting something reluctantly. Okay, I told you that you're low risk. Why are you still not happy about it? Yi Kuei covered the bear's head and rubbed it vigorously. Look at the year rat saying that I'm impulsive. It's obviously not right, but have I ever refuted it? Kir. The little bear sat down on his butt and looked straight at Yi Kuei with wide-eyed disbelief. Yi Kuei didn't know how much of a shock his one sentence had caused to the doll cub's young mind. As he turned around and walked towards his dormitory after putting the sealing object file away, there was one thing that Yi Kuei had always wanted to verify. Dude, you're finally back. Just after pushing open the door of the dormitory, Lok Yu's round body appeared in Yi Kuei's line of sight. I heard that the halberd bearer took half of the authority's celestial officials to look for you. Concern was written all over his fat face. How is it? Is everything alright? I came back to wait for you as soon as our squad disbanded. It's okay. Yi Kuei smiled and shook his head as he turned around, ready to pour himself some water to drink. It's okay. But before Yi Kuei could make a move, a cup of tea that had been brewed and cooled already appeared in front of him, and Liu held the teacup with a smile on his face. Drink tea. Drink tea. Yi Kuei snapped. If my father can't be relied upon to hug your leg, he has to show something, doesn't he? With a twist of his right hand, Lok Yu took out another packet of melon seeds and handed it over. Get high. Ha. Yi Kuei was dumbfounded. Ruyue is really a person who knows what he is doing and is consistent with his words. It just so happens that I was going to look for you. Yi Kuei glanced at Liu Yu and spoke. Come out and give me a hand. Help. Ruyue's small eyes instantly lit up. There's something else I can help with? Coming. Soon. The two arrived at the open space outside the dormitory. As I recall, your liner ability is related to flames, right? Yi Kuei opened his mouth and inquired. Apart from being able to transform into flames, can you condense fireballs? You mean the kind of fireballs that are launched? A flash of doubt flashed across Liu Fatty's face. Right. Yi Kuei nodded. Sure. Rokuyuku grinned. The liner is still different from the normal ability to ignite a spiritual awakening. I have more ways of manipulating the flames. Okay, condense the fireball. Yi Kuei raised his head to look at Liu Yu and spoke. Smash me. What? Rokuyu's eyes widened. I said, smash me. Yi Kuei repeated. But, Rokuyu hesitated. However, when he saw that Yi Kuei frowned, his fat meat trembled and he stopped talking at once. Boom! Flames suddenly condensed out of his hands. But just then, a line of water was bared at once, directly dousing the fireball in Rokuyu's hand. Carrie! The doll bear had his hands crossed and was staring menacingly at Rokuyu in front of him. Sorry. An awkward smile snapped onto Yi Kuei's face. He pressed down on the doll bear's head and held it back. Don't be afraid. Liu Yu doesn't mean any harm. I'm just verifying something. Carrie! The doll bear stepped behind Yi Kuei and reluctantly stretched out a furry arm. You go on. Yi Kuei raised his head and looked at Liu Yu again. However, Liu Yu had long since frozen. He stared at Yi Kuei with wide eyes, shock written all over his face. It's a seal? How long has he been separated from Yi Kuei? On Yi Kuei's body, there was just one more sealing object that had already recognized its owner, although it seemed that the sealing object was not of a high grade, but how rare a sealing object that could recognize its owner was. Lok Yu could be incomparably clear. What had just happened in such a short time? Right. Yi Kuei nodded without much explanation. Let's continue. Good. Liu Yu was once again in a trance, but he was afraid of making Yi Kuei wait longer, and hurriedly condensed a ball of flame once again and smashed it towards Yi Kuei. Put! The fireball smashed into Yi Kuei and instantly went out. Rokuyu instantly froze. As a liner of fire ability, he was able to clearly feel the changes in the flames, and just a moment ago, the burning fireball struck but did not do the slightest bit of damage at all, and did not even bring any effects to Yi Kuei. How can this happen? A flash of bewilderment flashed through Lok Yu's eyes. Again, bigger fireball. In the meantime, Yi Kuei's voice sounded again. Yes, the same intense curiosity welled up in Lok Yu's heart. An even bigger ball of fire slammed out. Put! The fireball went out again. Put! Again. Put! It wasn't until Liu Yu used half of his entire body's spirituality to condense a fireball to smash out that it finally scorched Yi Kuei's skin. Sure enough, Yi Kuei looked down at his instantly recovered charred black burns and narrowed his eyes. He had already made a guess when he saw the words on the system panel description that the flames wouldn't easily harm. One is not entirely immune to flames. The reason why the Black Sun didn't harm itself at that time within the creepy domain was overwhelmingly due to the fact that it was devouring the creepy at that time. The intertwining of the different spiritualities of the same source was what kept the flames of the same origin from harming themselves. But it was true that one's resistance to the flames had improved tremendously. This gave Yi Kuei a rough idea in his heart. The sea of fire could still be tripped, but if there was some kind of weirdness hiding in the lava, one didn't need to jump in for a while, lest there be any accidents. Sure enough, spending time with an earwig has made you cautious yourself. Yi Kuei nodded in satisfaction. In addition, the same lineage of abilities that he had acquired were able to fuse and evolve, and it was not certain what he would become in the future. He laughed. However, right now Yi Kuei, didn't even realize how much pressure and panic he had brought to the Luyu in front of him. Who? Lokyu gasped for air, his fat face pale. Aside from the fact that he was a bit tired from consuming his spirituality by constantly throwing out fireballs just now, the main reason was that he was frightened by the situation in front of him. What the hell is going on? Why did the fireball condensed by half of his own spirituality only manage to burn through Yi Kuei's skin? Lu Yue didn't even dare to think that if his enemy was like this, then the battle, how could it be fought? The most frightening thing was, how had it only been so long, and how had Yi Kuei become even more powerful? He had always felt that his preparation to hug Yi Kuei's thigh had been advanced enough. How come it seems a little too late at the moment? Chapter 80 The Halberd Bearer is old. Yi Kuei, how on earth did you do that? After doing a long time of mental construction, Liu still stared at Yi Kuei with small eyes and raised his head tremblingly. He remembers it clearly. Just a short while ago, when they were first separated, Yi Kuei did not have such an ability. The most crucial thing was that through the reaction of the flames, Liu was able to clearly feel that flames with insufficient spirituality and heat would not cause any damage at all when bombarding Yi Kuei's body. It's not that you can't, it's that you won't. Even, the flames vaguely had an even more affectionate feeling towards Yi Kuei. It was as if the flame was Yi Kuei's friend. This was not something that could be explained by simply using Yi Kuei's strong recovery ability. It's not much. After verifying his thoughts, Yi Kuei no longer stayed and turned around towards the dormitory. It's just that I went out for a trip and had some new gains. Lokyu's fat face froze. Yi Kuei called such a big change a little new gain? A little? Is he still human? This so-called little gain was a direct slap in the face of Rokuyu's efforts from childhood as a flame ability liner. Wait. However, when Luyu saw that Yi Kuei was already about to walk to the dormitory entrance, his round body trembled and snapped awake, instantly turning into a ball of flame and rushing straight over. I'll do it. A spark with lightning overtook Yi Kuei and stopped at the door of the dormitory, and he took the lead in helping Yi Kuei, pushing open the door of the dormitory. You say this about you. You must be tired after being hit by the fireball for so long just now. I'll do it for this small matter. Luyu was breathing heavily, but he still turned his head to look at Yi Kuei with a warm and fiery smile written all over his face. Literally, passionate as fire. You're feeling the gusts of scorching heat that hadn't yet been extinguished in front of him. Yi Kuei widened his eyes. It doesn't have to be like this, does it? Why not use it? Ruyue held his head high and justified. You're my buddy. I can't let you get tired even if I say so. As he said that, he turned his hand around and got another delicate little teacup out of nowhere. Please can you add some water for me? Lokyu raised his head and looked at the doll bear lying on Yi Kuei's shoulder, revealing a pleasing smile. The doll bear gave Lokyu a blank look, and the water line was bared, just falling into the teacup. The wine was half full and the tea was half full, and the 7 points of water was just right. Boom! Fire rose from Lu Yue's palm at the same time. Drink tea. As the tea boiled, he raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, his fat face full of concern. Contact with fire for a long time. It's easy to catch fire. Drink hot tea. Okay. Yi Kuei froze for a moment and took the hot tea handed by Lu Yu. Crunch dash. He chewed his teacup in one bite and swallowed as much as he could with the piping hot tea. It's been a long time since I've had shenanigans and I always want to chew on something. Seeing this, Rokuyu stiffened and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Authority. In the office. Yi Kuei. This is your medical ministry badge and heavenly official ID. Predator wood and an exquisite round medal made of brass and engraved with a gourd that emanated aura as well as his credentials, and handed it to Yi Kuei. The end. Basha still couldn't help Yi Kuei, and landed Yi Kuei's belonging department. In the medical department. Great. Yi Kuei took what Pred handed to him. The Tenkan ID was a pamphlet, and in the upper left corner of the medal of the Ministry of Medicine, a blood-colored star was engraved, representing the status of a Class 1 Tenkan. What's with the trainee sky officer? However, when Yi Kuei saw the information labeled on the documents, he frowned. Overlord said that you haven't passed your 1-month assessment period yet, so you're a trainee heavenly official for the time being. Predator smiled helplessly. However, this trainee heavenly official's credentials, in our Qin provincial administration, is also an unprecedented first time. I've never even seen it. Although it is written as a trainee Tien Quan, the The document utility is no different from that of a full Tien Quan. He glanced at Yi Kuei's documents and shook his head. That's good. Yi Kuei doesn't care if it's a real internship or not, as long as it works. Also, he raised his head and grinned a wide smile. What did the Lord Halberd Bearer promise me? You. Pred stagnated. Not to mention the others. Right now even he felt creeped out in his heart when he saw Yi Kuei showing this kind of smile. This is an investigative mission. Predator helplessly pulled a file from the table and looked up. Remember, it's an investigative mission. The goal of your mission is to investigate to determine if this one incident, involving no anomalies, is involved. If it's determined to be an unusual event, it goes back to the station and the appropriate squad will be assigned to go and resolve it. If it's not an unusual event, it's left to the authorities. You mustn't take any chances. He stared at Yi Kuei and opened his mouth to remind. Also, speaking here, Predator paused, a touch of helplessness flashing across his face. The halberd bearer also said that he hoped you wouldn't go back to him. Yesterday you had just finished resolving the anomaly with the ear rat, and at night you went to the halberd wielder over 60 times in the hope of getting him to assign you a new mission. And then at 5:30 this morning, you took another rock and went to smash the glass in the halberd bearer's room. I don't even know where you got the Lord Halberd Bearer's residence. The Lord Halberd Bearer has spoken, and he truly believes now that you are dedicated to ridding the world of evil and weirdness. Although your talent is unrivaled in the world, your strength is ultimately limited and you still need time to grow, don't you? We also need to keep you safe. If you want to be quick, don't rush things. He let out a deep sigh. Most of all, Lord Halberd Bearer is getting old and really can't take you tossing him around like that. I know. I'll pay attention next time. Yi Kuei received the file handed by Pred with a serious face. Lord Halberd Bearer is a man of his word. Thank him for me. All right, get on with it. Predator waved his hand. Be safe and remember what I just warned you. Yes. Yi Kuei took the file and turned around decisively to leave the office. Phew. Seeing Yi Kuei leave, Pred directly slumped into his chair. Thinking of Yi Kuei's actions yesterday, he only felt a deep powerlessness. What Pred handed over to Yi Kuei was not a dangerous task. After all, just as Ba ordered, Yi Kuei represented the future of the authority, and they needed to ensure Yi Kuei's safety. And all missions involving unusual events must need to be faced seriously, with rational planning of the personnel and configuration of the Sky Officer Squad. They are accountable to every celestial official. But nah, Basho just couldn't top it. He just wanted to hurry up and find something for Yi Kuei to do. Just don't let Yi Kuei torture him anymore. An advance investigation identified the mission, hadn't determined if there was an anomaly, and, as I repeatedly warned, told him to just investigate and not to take any chances. Yi Kuei should have listened in as well and not be impulsive. Predator let out a long breath and whispered to himself. That should keep him safe. Chapter 81 Disabled. Children. Ha. Ha ha. After leaving the office, Yi Kuei finally couldn't hold back his inner excitement and grinned. Looks like talking to the halberd wielder more often would be useful after all. He nodded with utmost approval. As for what he had just said about what he would pay attention to, Yi Kuei did not put it on his mind at all. For him, there was no attention. There is only an increased effort. However, I'm really thankful to Gonsun Baikalix for providing the address. Yi Kuei raised his head, looked towards the verdant, pavilion-like ginkgo tree in the center of the authority, and nodded. Above the ginkgo tree trunk, Doll Bear and a cute little elf are having fun. The bear is so useful. Otherwise I wouldn't really know where the halberd bearer lives. With that, he lowered his head and opened the file that Pred handed to him. Suspected anomalies, investigation report on the emergence of scalable incidents of begging by persons with disabilities in a short period of time. The moment he saw the title of the file, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. After roughly looking over the investigation report, he left the authority and went to the location of the investigation report application, a police station in the South City. But, just after Yi Kuei stepped into the police station, proudly holding his newly arrived documents and presenting them to the receiving officer at the door, the receiving officer froze. They had no idea what Yi Kuei was holding. Good on. 5 minutes later, the chief of the Police Reserve Bureau, with a flustered face, rushed down the stairs and greeted Yi Kuei in the shocked eyes of the receiving officer. As if he was afraid of slowing down Yi Kuei, he had been accompanied by incomparable nervousness until he sent Yi Kuei to the hands of the members of the Special Events Investigation Section who were responsible for docking the incident before leaving. Yi sir, I'm really sorry. Your classified level is too high. Not many people know about it. Usually before coming, we will say hello in advance, so we can go out early and wait. After the chief of the police bureau left, the head of the special section of the police bureau with glasses and a tall, thin figure named Shi Yufei was still nervously explaining to Yi Kuei. It's relatively rare to see someone like you, who comes by yourself. and I'm sorry for being more than a little slow." He hurriedly poured a cup of water for Yi Kuei. Despite the fact that Yi Kuei is not very old, and there are 2 words of internship on the documents, but Shi Yufei does not dare to have the slightest contempt. Seeing this, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. Predator had once mentioned it, and Yi Kuei was roughly able to guess that the status of the heavenly officials might not be ordinary, but he still hadn't thought that the status of a heavenly official was as high as this. It seems that there are still quite a few invisible perks to becoming a heavenly official. Yi Kuei grinned as he took a sip from the cup of water handed to him by Shi Yufei, then subconsciously chewed half of the cup. Hiss! Shi Yufei stood aside, his eyes twitching at the corners of his eyes, but he didn't dare to say a word more at all. He had known before that the people who came out of that unit were all strange people, possessing abilities beyond the world. The habits of such a being are certainly different. As soon as he thought of this, he hurriedly turned around and came to Yi Kuei's side with 5 or 6 more cups. "What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei raised his head in puzzlement. "No, nothing." Shi Yufei was suddenly in a cold sweat. It seems that Officer Yi is not too happy with the taste of the cup. "Okay, let's talk about that incident you reported." Yi Kuei waved his hand and opened his mouth to inquire. "I've roughly read the investigation report. How did you judge that this incident involves anomalies? When disabled beggars first appeared on a large scale, we just dealt with them as a general incident and guessed that there should be an organization behind them. But the wounds on their bodies are really extremely horrifying and appalling. It's not at all like they can be caused by an accident." Seeing this, Shi Yufei sighed in relief and explained in detail. "We judged that the organization behind them is extremely cruel, and I'm afraid that there is an act of artificially inflicting harm, so we cranked up the incident level and started focusing on the investigation." He paused as he said, "However, through subsequent feedback from contacting the beggars, we realized something wasn't quite right. The mental state of all the beggars. There's something wrong with them. It's like they're all crazy." Shi Yufei raised his head and looked at Yi Kuei. A touch of heartache flashed across his face. "Officer Yi, do you want to go with me to see those poor beggars first? There are beggars here?" Yi Kuei raised an eyebrow and looked at Shi Yufei. "Yes. We went to a lot of trouble and brought 2 back." Toku Yufei nodded. "Check it out." Yi Kuei stood up. Led by Tim Yufei, the 2 of them went to a special small room at the back of the police station. The small room seems to have been used to hold special people before. Inside, the decoration was extremely special. All the furnishings were free of any sharpness, including the beds and walls, which were wrapped with thick sponges. Little kids? Seeing the center of the room, kneeling with 2 figures that were still kowtowing, Yi Kuei instantly narrowed his eyes. "Yes, is a child." Toku Yufei sighed. Inside the room, the 2 tiny figures whose bodies were covered with horrific wounds, staggering with disabilities, constantly kowtowing, and whimpering with unknown noises coming out of their mouths, were clearly 2 children. "By the way, Yi sir," he seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, and spoke. "Although I don't know if the 2 events are connected, I still feel the need to tell you. Recently, the police department has been receiving more and more cases of reports of missing small children." "Open the door." Yi Kuei didn't reply and only spoke in a deep voice. "Gah!" The sponge-covered door opened slowly. The 2 children, although their bodies were covered in scars, had extremely sharp hearing. "Oh, goodwill, money, pity, me, money." The first thing they heard was the subtle sound of the door opening, and they directly moved towards the doorway on their knees, crawling and kowtowing at the same time. Seeing this, Yi Kuei took the lead and stepped into the room. "There's no need to try to pull them. They won't give any feedback at all to outside help. They'll even resist fiercely." Seeing this scene, when Yufei thought that Yi Kuei was going to go up to help the 2 children, he hurriedly opened his mouth and reminded, "Although I am also very heartbroken, but in order to avoid them from being hurt even more, it's better to leave them alone." But before the words were out of his mouth, he closed it. Because of the front, Yi Kuei didn't want to reach out and pull the children at all. He squatted in front of the 2 children with an expressionless face. Chapter 82. They're not crazy. Begging for money, pity, hungry, good intentions, money. The 2 children also seemed to have sensed that someone had appeared in front of them, and one of them struggled to reach out and pull Yi Kuei. The other child kowtowed harder and harder, not caring about his crippled body, and slammed the floor with a thud. But face it, Yi Kuei, however, was not moved at all as he calmly surveyed the 2 children in front of him. "Officer, yeah." Seeing this, a flash of intolerance flashed across all of Tim Yufei's faces, and right at this moment, Yi Kuei's voice finally slowly sounded. He stared at the unevenly broken, withered and shriveled calf of the child trying to pull himself up, and spoke faintly. "About 2 feet of knife, cut in from the back left side. The knife wasn't sharp. The first cut stuck in the bone. After pulling it out, 2 more cuts were made until the calf was cut off. Their bones, after all, were a little softer. And there's that. The stick. Yi Kuei's line of sight went upward, stopping at a bulbous bump on one of the child's dried-out arms. It should be a wooden stick that pierces through the skin, cuts through the blood vessels, and can't be pierced when it's inserted into the muscle encased outside the bone. As for the nails, I think someone intentionally tried to pick them apart but failed and only broke them in half. Well, this will hurt a little. Also, he reached out and cupped the chin of the child in front of him, causing the child to slowly open his mouth. Looking at the signs of the scars recovering, the acid that was thrown into their face causing disfigurement would have been the same day as the time when half of their tongue was cut out. You're right. With that, Yi Kuei stood up and looked at Shi Yufei, who was on the side. The scars on their bodies are all caused by human beings. The murderer who caused this, however, aimed to make them look miserable, not to deliberately torture them. He shook his head and spoke flatly, so the pain they both felt should be okay, except that it may have deepened a bit because of the killer's poor handiwork. At those words, Shi Yufei's body trembled violently. Pain. Should be okay? What do you mean, okay? Simply by listening to Yi Kuei's description, Shi Yufei only felt his scalp tingling and was covered in cold sweat. And how is it that all of this would be okay in Officer Ye's mouth? But the next moment, when he thought of Yi Kuei describing all of this just now, with that breezy calmness, as if he was counting his blessings, as if he had personally felt it but felt that it was not worth mentioning the situation, his body suddenly creeped. Yeah, sir. Shi Yufei turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, his voice trembling. How were you able to see so many things at a glance? Ha! Yi Kuei didn't answer. He just stared at Shi Yufei and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white, neat teeth happily. Tim Yufei's body stiffened. Obviously, Yi Kuei was smiling, but at this moment, he only felt an infinite wave of fear coming over him, making him unable to breathe at all. Who? It wasn't until Yi Kuei moved his eyes away that Shi Yufei took a big breath. After all this, no wonder they're crazy. He didn't dare to venture to look at Yi Kuei again, but instead shifted his gaze to the 2 children below who were still kowtowing uncontrollably. Crazy? At those words, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something and crouched down once again, staring motionlessly at the 2 children in front of him. Money. Begging for. Seeing this, the 2 children hurriedly dragged their tattered bodies and greeted them once again. Hey! At the same time, Yi Kuei's mouth grinned and violently let out a strange laugh. The 2 children froze. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The strange laughter grew louder and louder until it echoed throughout the room. Laughing all the while, Yi Kuei shook himself up as he climbed and jumped, tossing and turning around the room, his behavior looking extremely strange, but no one in their right mind would behave like this. Woo! Seeing this scene, the 2 dumbfounded children subconsciously and neatly stepped back half a body length after giving another lurch. Bang! Yi Kuei returned to the ground. They're not crazy. He looked calmly at the 2 children in front of him. Yeah, sir. The appearance of this scene even made Shi Yufei's eyes widen as he looked at Yi Kuei in shock. You can feel the mental state of a madman? I'm not crazy. How do I feel the mental state of a crazy person? Yi Kuei frowned at Shi Yufei. But you're this. Tim Yufei only felt that his throat was incredibly dry. I'm just determining their reaction. Yi Kuei re-looked at the 2 children in front of him who had regained their dumbfoundedness and shook his head. Now I am able to determine that they are indeed not crazy. So what's the deal with? Tim Yufei asked in a bewildered opening. They are here. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and reached out his hand to nod his head as he opened his mouth to reply. It should be sealed. What does it mean to seal? Why did Tim Yufei feel that he was somewhat unable to understand what Officer Yi was saying? It is now possible to determine that things are related to the anomaly. However, Yi Kuei didn't answer at all before turning towards the outside of the room. Take care of the 2 children. Don't let them get hurt. Yi officer. Seeing this, Shi Yufei hurriedly chased after him. As he left the room, though, he glanced back. Inside the room, the 2 children, having reverted to their very first appearance after they left, knelt in the middle of the room and began to kowtow repeatedly. This scene caused a flash of heartache to pass through Shi Yufei's eyes once again. Officer Yi, what are you going to do now? Shi Yufei finally caught up with Yi Kuei and opened his mouth to inquire under his breath. It was determined that the incident was related to the anomaly. So of course we went to clean up the anomaly. Yi Kuei turned his head and looked at Shi Yufei in disbelief, as if he was curious as to how he asked such a question. Clearing exceptions. Toku Yufei froze. He remembered that the application he had submitted at the very beginning was only an application to investigate whether the incident was related to the anomaly, and had not yet touched on the item of clearing the anomaly. If it's a vigilante rule, then it's usually a matter of evaluating the plan for the incident before acting. How come Inspector Yi is going straight there without reporting it? But soon, Shi Yufei, who seemed to have figured something out, had a flash of excitement violently flash across his face. Not bad for that unit. Officer Ye's authority is really extraordinary, and I'm afraid they can't even catch up with it in their lifetime. The determination and execution of the problem that was identified and then dealt with directly. Just let Tim Yufei admire it. Officer Yi, where are you going? I'll drive you. He hurried to follow again. Where to? Yi Kuei paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes and spoke. Take me to the area where beggars appear more frequently. Chapter 83, Evilness. Okay. Yi sir, you wait for me. Upon hearing this, Shi Yufei accelerated his pace even more. A few moments later, he pulled up in front of Yi Kuei in a police car. Officer Yi, let's go. When Yufei a wave, signaling to let Yi Kuei get on the car. Now the city, basically some of the places where the flow of people is concentrated. There are signs of beggars, but the places that appear the most from this is relatively far. Okay. Yi Kuei nodded and got into the car. So far, is it more children who appear to be disabled and delirious beggars? In the car, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Tim Yufei. Shi Yufei paused and opened his mouth to reply. It's mostly children and women. Got it. Sitting in the car, Yi Kuei closed his eyes. When the two arrived at their destination, Yi Kuei saw the environment outside the car window and suddenly froze for a moment. Why is this? Right now they were in the same slightly bustling night market where they had once eaten food for the first time with the cell phone Pret had given them just after they had emerged from the shadowy coffin peeler's creepy domain. Officer Yi, you know this place? Seeing Yi Kuei's reaction, Shi Yufei inquired curiously. Yeah, been here before. Yi Kuei smiled, got out of the car, and walked towards the stinky tofu stall that was still open in the daytime and doing a good business. Boss, have a stinky tofu. It's you boy. The stinky tofu stall owner recognized Yi Kuei at a glance. At that time, Yi Kuei from the snack street to the end of the street, and then from the end of the street to the street, eating 3 times in a row. Amazing. He is still fresh in his memory. You can eat. More pieces for you. The owner took out a few more pieces of stinky tofu at once and threw them into the pot. I'll pay. Seeing this scene, Shi Yufei hurriedly took out his cell phone and scanned the code. He was incredibly honored to be able to help Officer Yi pay for it. It just didn't occur to me that in addition to liking cups, Officer Yi also likes stinky tofu. Write it down. It will be useful next time. Officer Yi, according to the results of our initial investigation, the first concentration of beggars appeared near this market. After paying the bill, Shi Yufei turned his head to introduce Yi Kuei. Hearing Shi Yufei's words, the hand of the boss who was frying tofu visibly trembled. Yi Kuei was keenly aware of this scene. Boss, where's the guy selling gluten next door? He asked casually as he turned his head to look at the empty, apparently unstalled stall next door. You mean old you? The owner of the stinky tofu stall shook his head inside. I said to be honest in business, he had to sell that 3 yuan a bunch, 10 yuan 3 bunches of gluten, and last week he was found beaten and hospitalized. He just happened to run into something and didn't continue with the stall. So, Yi Kuei smiled and raised his head to look at the owner of the stinky tofu stall. Also, boss, haven't you noticed lately that a lot of beggars have appeared in your neighborhood? The stinky tofu stall owner's body stiffened once again. Kid, I don't know what you're up to, but I think you should try to stay out of these things if you can ignore them. He put his chopsticks for frying stinky tofu aside and raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, his eyes trembling for a moment. That group of them, they really are a bit evil. Oh, seeing this, Yi Kuei smiled with interest. Looks like the stinky tofu stand owner really knows something. Evil? Toku Yufei froze for a moment as well. However, he didn't know why when he heard this word. The first thing that came to his mind was Yi Kuei's performance in the police station just now. Yi officer is in charge of evil things. Shi Yufei raised his head and looked at the come-on bar. Just say what you want. Okay, since you guys want to know. The owner of the stinky tofu stall sighed and spoke. The first time I saw them was about half a month ago. At that time, I did not care. Only think a few beggars dumb, and all the body is injured. Very poor, but also want to get them some food. But they do not want. Mouth will only say want money, want money. As soon as I saw that they had no way to communicate and that they only wanted money, I had to take a couple dozen dollars for them. He shook his head. Back there sporadically, I've seen this group of beggars a few times, but never helped them again. My own life is still difficult, although I feel very sorry for them, but there's really nothing more I can do. Right. I even called the police. I hope someone from the police department will come and help them. Speaking of which, the stinky tofu stall owner looked up. The police did get a call at the time. Shi Yufei nodded. It was through the alarm at that time that we realized that the most beggars gathered here. and it is also here that when we carry out controls, we find that we will be met with beggars resisting, and the way they resist is very scary, just like not being human. We rushed to make a report after our special branch intervened to deal with the situation and found it. He explained to Yi Kuei in a low voice. Well, Yi Kuei nodded. Through Tim Yufei's words, he was able to connect the general situation together. So you're from the police department. The owner of the stinky tofu stall had a really good ear, and after hearing Shi Yufei's words, he obviously relaxed a few points. Then I don't have to worry about saying it. Actually, I didn't even take those beggars seriously again back there. But when he said this, he paused, and a flash of heartbreak still crossed his chubby face. Until that night, I remember it well. It was the night Lao Yu got beaten up. A couple of lads said Lao Yu was punking people. Lao Yu didn't want to, so they got into it. He was no match for the other lad, and in a couple of blows, he was pulled out and beaten by the lad. The owner held out his hand and pointed back. I was out late that day and didn't know about this until maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the latter part of the night, when I was closing up, and I heard a cry for help by the gutter. Back there's a ditch over there that's years old and still gets a little water now and then. So I walked over and took a look, only to realize it was Olju, who had been beaten up by the lads and left by the gutter. But that time, I realized something was wrong, because Olju kept calling for help, but he only dared to shout in a small, suppressed voice. His body was still shivering, and his voice was even more particularly and especially frightened. You know, that Olju guy had a lot of guts. Then I followed Lao Yu's line of sight to the gutter. Speaking of which, the boss paused, and a flash of heartfelt fear flashed across his fleshy face. That gutter is densely populated with beggars. Head after head, they soaked in the water, like that twisted meatworm, and kept moving along, without a word, without expression. Chapter 84 Thursday. Really? The slightly trembling voice of the owner of the stinky tofu stall resounded again. There must be hundreds of beggars. Consider, if you will, the number of crippled, twisted, horrible beggars with expressionless faces soaking in the gutter, like worms moving on, but the whole gutter, silent, without a sound. He seemed to recall the events of that day, and his face paled slightly. It really scared me at that time. Fortunately, Lao Yu was away from that ditch underneath, but also a little distance. I drummed up the courage, before Lao Yu fished up. Back there, Lao Yu was so freaked out by this that he's still in bed until now, and I've been slowing down for days. The owner of the stinky tofu stall shook his head. If it weren't for the fact that I had to come to the stall to support my family, I wouldn't have wanted to come, and now I'm scared when I see that gutter. That's true. Pretty scary. Tim Yufei's face also turned a few shades of white. The mere thought of that image sent chills down his spine. Where's the kid? Suddenly, the stinky tofu stall owner violently realized that Yi Kuei, who was standing in front of him just a moment ago, had disappeared. Yi sir? Toku Yufei froze for a moment as well. Just then, in the rear, there was a violent sound of falling water. What's going on? Sure, Yufei and the stinky tofu stall owner's faces changed as they hurriedly ran over. When the two men reached the gutter, they froze. Below, Yi Kuei Zhan was already arching around in the gutter like a bug. What do they look like? Without looking up, he was aware of the appearance of the two men above him. Like this? Yi Kuei flipped his body over and bent down, revealing the back of his head and making the appearance of moving forward. Still, with that, he raised his head again and showed his face, posing in a flat position. The corner of the stinky tofu stall owner's mouth twitched. The water in the gutter, which originated from a clear creek nearby, was of good quality, clean and cool, and there was usually no problem with swimming or anything else. But after listening to his own description just now, Yi Kuei will directly make this kind of move at the moment. How to see, how to feel strange. Second, but after a pause, the stinky tofu stall owner opened his mouth to reply out of respect for Yi Kuei's efforts. Got it. Yi Kuei nodded and then stood up directly from the gutter. Carry. Just then, though, a slightly disgusted grunt came from the shore. There. Immediately afterward, a line of water nourished out accurately, rinsing Yi Kuei's body all over again before stopping. What the hell? The owner of the stinky tofu stall stared wide-eyed at the doll bear standing on the shore, arms crossed, head held high and constantly spraying water, incredulity written all over his face. This, Toku Yufei froze for a moment as well, but soon, he revealed a bitter smile. He knew that many of the people who came out of that unit had some items that were beyond the world, but like the doll bear, Sure Yufei had never even heard of it. But, alas, Sure Yufei turned his head to look at the stinky tofu stall owner and shook his head. They'll probably have to work with the authority again to do some of the subsequent cleanup brought on by the spread of the special event. It would be good, And the owner of the stinky tofu stall would forget the fear brought about by seeing the incident in the gutter that night. But just then, the agitated voice of the stinky tofu stall owner snapped. Where did you get this squirt gun? He stared at the doll bear with a look of excitement. It's so smart. I'm going to buy one for my daughter. Can't buy it. It comes with food. Yi Kuei pinched the doll bear's head and placed it on his shoulder. Turning his head to look at Shiyufei, you guys haven't noticed any large-scale gathering of beggars beforehand? We've tracked and monitored the movements of the beggars and haven't found them to be acting in unison. Tim Yufei froze for a moment before opening his mouth to reply. How long have you been monitoring? Yi Kuei inquired. 6 days. When Yufei opened his mouth to reply. On the 7th day I realized that things were not right. So I suspended monitoring and typed a report to submit to the higher authorities. What day of the week did you find those beggars? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the stinky tofu stall owner. After midnight that day. It should be considered. The stinky tofu stand owner frowned and thought. Thursday. I just happened to be typing my report on Wednesday. Tokuyufi's eyes snapped open. Aha. Yi Kuei nodded and yawned. Go back to the car and get some sleep. After saying his words, he turned directly toward the parking spot. Of course on his way out, Yi Kuei didn't forget to take away the stinky tofu that was already done at the stall. Yi sir? Seeing this, a flash of incomprehension flashed across Yufei's face. He subconsciously glanced down at his cell phone, and his body shook violently. Today, as it happens, is Wednesday. It's night. The bright moon is high in the sky and everything is silent. When Yufei opened his sleepy eyes, in the blurred light, he glanced at his cell phone. It was already 3:30 in the morning. Officer Yi. Sure Yufei jumped up with a start. Time's up. When he turned his head, however, he realized that the passenger seat had long been empty. Yi sir? Tim Yufei opened the car door and called out tentatively, but there was dead silence all around. No one responded at all, because the weather turned cool. The night market on the side of the stalls have long been closed, and when Yufei worried about causing unnecessary trouble, do not dare to open the car lights. He then had to feel his way through the darkness by the nightlight and carefully got out of the car. Coot dash. Looking at the dark and gloomy surroundings. For some reason, Shiyufei always remembered the description of the stinky tofu stall owner during the day. He subconsciously gulped a mouthful of water and called out in a low voice. Officer Yi? However, when Yufei called out, there was still no response. Officer Yi, where are you? Seeing this, he could only call out in a low voice while carefully moving towards the front. Find friends, find friends. And right at this moment, Yufei violently heard in front of him, a string of extremely bizarre singing sounds, and his body instantly creeped. Tim Yufei gritted his teeth and forced himself to walk over in the direction the voice came from. Pushing through the weeds, a dark figure appeared at the edge of the ditch ahead. Find a good friend. Salute and shake hands. The figure carried a large sword that was as tall as a man and resembled a door panel, swaying and pacing back and forth along the gutter, singing an eerie song. Eat my best friend. Seemingly hearing the incoming footsteps, the figure turned its head and looked towards Shiyufei grinning. You're awake? Yi sir? Yufei's body stiffened violently. The figure in front was clearly Yi Kuei, but I don't know why. He always felt that when Yi Kuei revealed his smile, his mouthful of white and neat teeth looked particularly scary under the moonlight. Chapter 85 The Village. Officer yeah. Shiyufei shook his head, trying to put the weird feeling he just had behind him, and walked towards Yi Kuei. Did you sing the lyrics wrong just now? Wrong lyrics? Yi Kuei froze and spoke with a frown. I don't think so, right? Ha ha ha, it must be wrong. Yufei came to Yi Kuei's side and smiled, but he didn't dwell on the lyrics and changed the topic. Why did you wake up so early? I'm too hungry to sleep. Yi Kuei shook his head with disinterest. Hungry? Tim Yufei's eyes widened violently, and he subconsciously covered his pockets, because just now in the afternoon before sleeping that will, he accompanied Yi Kuei in the night market snack street, from beginning to end back and forth to eat 5 times, once again left the legend. By the end of the meal, Tokuyufi's wallet couldn't take it anymore. And how long has it been since then? And Officer Yi is hungry again. Yeah. Yi Kuei ground his teeth and sighed. Forget it. Bear with it and try to eat something delicious in a while. Ha. Tim Yufei gave a dry laugh. He's probably less likely to keep helping Officer Yi out of pocket. If Officer Yi can get enough to eat, I'm afraid I'll starve to death. If we go by Yi Sir's judgment, the time should be about right. After Yufei swept his sight from the huge sword that looked like a door panel in Yi Kuei's hand, he opened his mouth in a small voice to remind. He had gradually become immune to these messy items that appeared on Yi Kuei's body. I know. Yi Kuei nodded his head and his sight went to the ditch in front of him. Next moment, as if he had discovered something, his figure suddenly flashed towards the front. Officer yeah. A flash of bewilderment flashed across Tin Yufei's face. Can't see a thing. He stared wide-eyed and tried to look in the direction of Yi Kuei's line of sight just now, but he could only see pitch black. It's so dark. What can Yi Sir find? But Shi Yufei had slowly begun to get used to Yi Kuei's godly presence. After Yi Kuei left, he squatted down by the ditch and waited up. Whether it's Officer Yi who was godly, or the people in that unit, they are all like that. While waiting, Tokuyufi muttered in a low voice. Although through some details, he had already admired Yi Kuei immensely, but Shi Yufei still felt that he was a bit unable to keep up with Officer Yi's pace. Not even a greeting, just disappeared. What if a situation arises down there later? He shook his head and subconsciously glanced to the gutter. One moment, Tim Yufei's sweat hairs stood up. Below, inside the gutter, at some point, dense heads had appeared in piles. As the owner of the stinky tofu stall said, the beggars were crammed inside the gutter, one head after another, following the current, like worms, and moving ever forward towards the front. The beggars, who could not be seen at a glance, were silent and did not make a sound. With the help of the dim moonlight, Yufei was able to clearly see, huddled together in the gutter, the stiff faces that were on their backs, pale and without a trace of expression. Looking at the scene in front of him, he only felt his body grow cold. No, however, Shi Yufei is after all the head of the special section of the police bureau, and quickly adjusted. He gritted his teeth, gathered all his courage, and called out in a whisper to the surroundings. Yi Sir, has a situation. But there was nothing but dead silence all around. At this moment, it was as if even the wind had stopped blowing. Where do people go? A flash of eagerness flashed in Tim Yufei's eyes. Trying to remain calm, he suppressed his inner fear and looked again at the gutter. Officer Yi had not returned for the time being, and all Shi Yufei could do was to try to memorize the relevant details of the scene and report back to Officer Yi when he returned. Sure enough, looking at the condition within the gutter, Shi Yufei's cheeks twitched. Basically all the beggars in the city in similar condition have appeared here. In the gutter, there were a number of familiar faces. The scene in front of him made Shi Yufei's heart suddenly worry a little about the two children they brought to the police station. As if. But soon, Shi Yufei made a new discovery. The beggars are not all women and children, and a male. He looked to the side of the gutter. Among the densely packed skinny beggars, there was vaguely a slightly broad figure. However, the moment Yufei saw the face of this figure then, his eyes widened violently. Below, the figure that was on its back, arching to and fro, exactly the same rhythm as a group of beggars, and could not be found at all without careful observation, was clearly Yi Kuei. Officer Yi. Surprised, Shi Yufei lost his words for a moment and called out, his voice breaking the silence. Wow! Suddenly, throughout the gutter, all the beggars turned their heads violently at the same time to look at Shi Yufei. They moved, exactly the same, as if they were one person. And at this time, Shi Yufei also finally realized that the beggars within the gutter, the eyes are all a miserable white. No eyeballs at all. This scene added a bit more weirdness to the situation in front of him. Being stared at motionlessly by hundreds of pairs of miserable white eyes, Shi Yufei's body instantly went cold, like falling into an ice cellar. Under the great fear, he froze in place with a cold body, and even his breathing stopped. Fortunately, seemingly sensing that Shi Yufei did not make any other strange movements, a group of beggars turned their heads back and began to move forward once again. Yi Kuei also twisted his head back and rearranged his arch. Seeing this scene, Shi Yufei finally breathed a sigh of relief. But, Officer Ye, looking at Yi Kuei's increasingly distant figure in front of him, a flash of bewilderment flashed across his face. Whatever. Next moment, when Yufei clenched his teeth and found an opportunity, he also touched into the ditch and began to follow the beggars and arch toward the front. I don't know how much time has passed. Yi Kuei and Shi Yufei climbed out of the water, and there were no more traces of the beggars around. Just now all the way down the gutter into a well-cut tunnel, the beggars turned and arched into a narrow gap within the tunnel. However, due to Yi Kuei and Shi Yufei's tall stature, there was no way for the two of them to squeeze in, and they ended up having to leave the water after exiting the tunnel. The good thing was that right now, the position they were in was not far from the small gap that the beggars had just entered. Phew, Tim Yufei was paralyzed on the ground, tired and out of breath. Follow me. Yi Kuei, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He turned his head to look at Shi Yufei and walked towards the back. Officer Ye. Tim Yufei was on the verge of tears, but after taking 2 breaths, he managed to get up and follow. It didn't take long. A village appeared in the gloomy night ahead. How is this? Seeing the village ahead, Shi Yufei's eyes widened violently. Chapter 86, I like to sing. You know this place? Yi Kuei looked at Shi Yufei and opened his mouth to inquire. I. Finally seeing the village, Shi Yufei sat down on his butt and gasped for air. Yi Sir. You. Let me slow down first. He raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. First hard arch through the water, and non-stop running all the way. This is also when Yufei physical strength is good. Change others. I'm afraid that the eyes have long been rolled over to draw the past. He couldn't even imagine how Officer Yi was acting like nothing until now. Oh. Yi Kuei nodded and took a step forward. What a day. Seeing this, Sure Yufei's eyes went black. Fearing that Officer Ye's godly presence would once again leave him behind, he gritted his teeth and stiffly climbed up. I have to say, people are pushed out. After getting up again to follow Yi Kuei, Shi Yufei surprisingly felt that he was okay. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Shi Yufei who had followed him, a flash of curiosity in his eyes. Don't you want to slow down? Slow. I'm slowing down. Sure Yufei gave a dry laugh, hurriedly accelerated his pace by a few points, and opened his mouth to introduce himself. This village is called Broken Temple Village, and I heard that it was in the past, that there was a broken temple here and named it. I didn't expect that in the end. Following the ditch, we'd drift all the way here, and you should have noticed, Officer Yi, that the location we're in now is already considered relatively remote. His eyes flickered from the large, gloomy mountains illuminated by the moonlight in front of him, and the main reason why I know about this village is because the folklore of this village is not very good. It is said that a few years ago, someone called the police to say that from the Broken Temple sub-village ground, it seems to have dug out something, and colleagues from the police station came to visit. As a result, before we finished understanding the situation, my colleagues were blocked by the villagers, and according to the description at that time, it was said that the villagers of this village, as if they were afraid that my colleagues would rob them, because the abnormal events appeared more frequently at that time. The colleagues were worried about what was going on and wanted to ask more questions, but as a result, before they could open their mouths, they were driven out by the villagers. In the end, my colleagues used two adjectives to describe the villagers of this village: spiteful and mean and unreasonable. Tim Yufei let out a bitter smile. What's good is that we haven't received any subsequent notifications about dangerous incidents in this village. I can understand it though, he sighed. After all, this side is relatively remote, and the villagers' economic situation are not very good. However, before the words were finished, Sure Yufei froze violently. Without realizing it, they had already approached the Broken Temple sub-village, but with the time Yufei just described very different. The front of the Broken Temple village, but not at all broken. Even more cannot see a trace of poverty. In addition to the roads are ragged, looks quite shabby. The villagers live in the house, but it is like a small villa, one more than a high building, one more than a luxury. They don't seem as poor as you say. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Sure Yufei. It's only been a few years, and what a change. Sure Yufei looked at the expansive houses around him and was filled with amazement. But, how come we don't see any traces of those beggars? But soon, he frowned and surveyed his surroundings. Officer Yi, are we in the wrong place? They hoofed it all the way, and it was fast. Even if the beggars were out of the water before they were, the traces of hundreds of physically disabled beggars could not be so well concealed as to find nothing. Let's see it first. Yi Kuei's eyes surveyed the surroundings flatly, his expression not changing much, and just then, ahead, a slow footstep sounded. An old woman with gray hair was walking slowly from the back with her back bowed and a flat burden on her shoulder. Seeing this scene, remembering that once he had heard rumors about the wind of the villagers in the Broken Temple, Sure Yufei's body was creeped out and tensed up. LDS. The old lady also saw Yi Kuei and Sure Yufei standing at the village entrance. She froze for a moment and opened her mouth to inquire. Why are you guys standing at the village entrance at this hour? Sure Yufei opened his mouth, but under his nervousness, he simply did not know how he should answer. Because we don't want to sit. Yi Kuei glanced at the old lady and inquired curiously. But grandma, why are you still outside at this hour? Exercising? Ha. You, a postulant, are interesting. The old lady smiled kindly. I'm not exercising. This is not planting some land. Want to take advantage of the small number of people. Get some organic fertilizer back. Lest in the daytime, it smokes. She shook her head. At the same time, Sure Yufei also smelled the stinky odor coming from the barrels on both sides of the grandmother's stretcher. Seeing that you two look so unfamiliar, I'm afraid you're not from Broken Temple Village, are you? The old lady looked up and sized up Yi Kuei and Sure Yufei. No. When Yufei waved his hand, finally came up with a reason. We were hiking into the mountains to play. Who knew that it was dark and couldn't see well, and got lost while walking? Grandma, let me help you. As he spoke, he hurriedly came up to help the old woman carry the stretcher on her shoulder. You're quite a nice person for a backwoodsman. Forced by Sure Yufei's enthusiasm, the old lady handed over the stretcher to Sure Yufei. Still, there was a flash of disbelief in her eyes. But how did you guys get lost here? Broken Temple sub-village isn't right next to a mountain. It's not the wrong way. Tim Yufei gave a dry laugh. Wrong way? The old lady glanced suspiciously at Shi Yufei, obviously still not quite convinced. Is this friend of yours? Not much of a talker? However, she didn't ask any more questions, and instead cast her eyes towards Yi Kuei. I like to sing. Yi Kuei looked at the old lady with a serious face. Ha 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 ha, you're a funny backwoods man. At that, the old lady laughed again. She waved her hand and gestured with concern for Yi Kuei and Shi Yufei to follow her. Come with me. It's a bit cold to stay outside in the middle of the night. Seeing as you two postgrads are not bad, go back with me. Thanks Grandma. Shi Yufei instantly revealed a smile. Now it seemed as if the villagers of Broken Temple Village were not as hard to reach when they became wealthy as he had heard. For example, this grandmother in front of me is really nice. Maybe, from her, she could get some clues about the beggars. Shi Yufei turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei with a flash of self-satisfaction in his eyes. Although it was no match for Officer Yi, he was still a bit useful himself after all. However, Yi Kuei did not even look at Shi Yufei. He followed the old woman, his face expressionless. Chapter 87 Taboo in the village of Broken Temple Subdivision. Soon the two arrived at the house where the old lady lived. Grandma, your house is so big. Looking at the expansive house in front of him, which ranked high in the entire village, Shi Yufei's eyes flashed with a touch of exclamation. That's not the kids getting ahead. The old lady cheerfully replied. Just put the bucket at the door. Come on in. At those words, Toku Yufei unloaded his squishy. At the same time he had discovered a specially cleared field outside the house that looked vibrant with all kinds of vegetables. Grandma, you have a life. It's great. He sighed and followed the old woman into the house. In the wide house, there were no luxurious furnishings, but it was quite atmospheric, and it was obvious that the decoration was feared to require quite a lot of money. House hang. It's a bit cold in the dark. Drink some hot water to warm up. Greeting Yi Kuei and Shi Yufei to sit down. The old lady tremblingly brought 2 cups of hot water and handed them over before turning towards the kitchen. I'll go find you guys if there's anything to eat. Okay, thanks Grandma. Tim Yufei smiled and took the glass of water. The water is really hot. Crunch. But before he could set the glass of water aside to cool, he heard a crunching sound violently beside him. Officer, yeah. Looking at Yi Kuei, who had chewed the cup, along with the hot water, directly in one mouthful, Shi Yufei's eyes widened violently. Swell. Yi Kuei crunched and chewed, opening his mouth to inquire in disbelief. No. Nothing. Shi Yufei dryly smiled and pretended to pick up the water cup and took a sip, but the scalding hot water immediately scalded him and made him grimace. Tim Yufei hurriedly put the cup back on the table. In the meantime, the old lady finally walked back with a few steamed buns. There's nothing else in the house. She placed the steamed buns in front of the two of them, signaling for Shi Yufei and Yi Kuei to eat. You guys just eat some steamed buns and drink some water to pad it out a bit. Soon. However, the old lady froze for a moment as she looked at the table with only 1 cup of hot water, a flash of bewilderment flashing across her face. Did I just pour only 1 cup? When you're old, you have a bad memory. She shook her head and made a show of getting ready to get back up. I'll go get another drink. No. When Yufei was afraid that the old lady was scared, hurriedly reached out to stop. Yi Long. Not right. My friend does not like to drink water. Don't like to talk or drink? Upon hearing this, the old lady stopped and looked at Yi Kuei suspiciously. This friend of yours is really a bit strange. Hey. Yi Kuei raised his head and grinned at the old lady, revealing a flash of white teeth. Mom, yay. The old woman shuddered in fear. Grandma's fine. Don't be afraid. My friends are nice. Seeing this, Shi Yufei hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. He was afraid that if he went on like this, the old lady wouldn't dare to continue communicating with them, so he directly opened his mouth and inquired. By the way, Grandma, have you ever seen any beggars in the neighborhood? Beggars? What beggar? The old lady froze. A flash of incomprehension flashed across her face. Broken Temple Subvillage is so far away. Although in recent years everyone has some money, there won't be any beggars coming here, right? It's one of those, bruised, kind of scary looking beggars. Shi Yufei roughly gestured. It doesn't have to be specifically for Broken Temple Village. It's fine if you've seen it nearby. Can a beggar with injuries run so far? The old lady shook her head. I haven't seen any of them. That's still strange. Seeing that the old lady didn't look like she was lying, Shi Yufei frowned and subconsciously looked at Yi Kuei. It's hard to believe that it's really going in the wrong direction. But the words weren't finished. Grandma, aren't you able to carry manure around even with a broken leg and 2 missing fingers? Yi Kuei then smiled and looked at the old lady in front of him. What? At those words, Shi Yufei froze and raised his head at once. It was then that he realized that the old woman, who was walking shakily, had one of her pant legs, which appeared to be empty. and only vaguely could he make out the traces of a slender prosthetic limb. And 2 fingers were missing from the hand the old woman had been consciously hiding behind her back. If Officer Yi hadn't opened his mouth to remind him, he wouldn't have been able to discover these details. Grandma, how did you become physically disabled? Tim Yufei's eyes widened as he opened his mouth to inquire. Shoo, and in the moment when Shi Yufei spoke, the old lady's face changed greatly. She was incomparably terrified and pulled Shi Yufei, not allowing Shi Yufei to open his mouth to continue. Follow me. Immediately, after looking left and right in a panic, she pulled Shi Yufei and Yi Kuei, and hurriedly walked towards the room on one side. Upon entering the room, the old woman hurriedly shut the door and the window behind her with a deadpan. Never say those 2 words in the village of Broken Temple. After making sure that there were no surprises around her, she looked at Shi Yufei with a nervous face. What's wrong? The old lady's behavior made Tokuyufi jerk. He suddenly felt that the Broken Temple sub-village might not be as simple as he had first thought. In the village of Broken Temple sub, those 2 words are taboo. The old lady looked up at Shi Yufei, fear written in her cloudy eyes. If you say too much, you will meet with misfortune. As she spoke, her crippled legs and palms were trembling uncontrollably, as if she had thought of something extremely terrible. Grandma, don't be afraid. Seeing this scene, when Yufei Emil, eyes flashed a flash of heartache. What? You can tell us. We can help you. Help? Help what? The old lady waved her hand, obviously not wanting to say too much. I'm old, and I've lived long enough. I can't drag you young people down. Listen to me. She had a solemn face. For your own good, don't ask anything more. Tonight, sleep here peacefully, and hurry up tomorrow. It's not for you to meddle and participate in the affairs of Broken Temple sub-village. The old lady stared at Shi Yufei with an incredibly serious expression. But Tokuyufi opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but before he could speak, he was pulled back by Yi Kuei. Grandma told us to get some rest, so let's get some rest. Yi Kuei shook his head and spoke. Don't let the old man down. This friend of yours, I didn't expect to look strange and weird, but still be reliable when it matters. Seeing this scene, a flash of recognition flashed across the old lady's face. Big things and small things, carry them clearly. Behave yourselves, and you will rest in this room for the night, with mattresses and quilts and whatnot at your disposal. She sighed. Old lady, I can't possibly harm you all. Wake up tomorrow and hurry. Finish the conversation. The old woman turned shakily and left the room. Officer, yeah. Seeing this, Shi Yufei turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, a flash of incomprehension on his face, and just then, he suddenly froze. Chapter 88 was found by me. Yi Kuei sat on the bed at the back with an expressionless face, not paying any attention to the old lady who left, but instead his mouth opened and closed as if he was chanting something. Yeah, sir. When Yufei was even more stunned, he came over with incomprehension written all over his face and opened his mouth to inquire, what are you doing? But before he could finish his sentence, Tokuyufi gave a beat. Disability, disability, disability. He heard the words that kept coming out of Yi Kuei's mouth. Shi Yufei's eyes widened at once. Next moment, coot dash. Yi Kuei's body shook, and a strange sound came out violently from his stomach. Yi sir, what happened to you? Seeing this, Shi Yufei's face immediately revealed a touch of panic. Are you alright? Just now that grandmother clearly said that these 2 words are taboo in the Broken Temple sub-village. Why are you still hungry? Yi Kuei stretched out his hand and rubbed his stomach, frowning bitterly. When you're hungry, you need to eat. With that, he reached out and grabbed behind him. Who dash? In the eyes of Shi Yufei, who instantly became a piece of shock, a huge blackened sword that looked like a door panel cut through the air and was pulled out by Yi Kuei from behind him through the air. Let's go. It's on. He lightly glanced at Shi Yufei and stood up carrying his giant sword. Staring at the pitch-black giant sword in Yi Kuei's hand that emitted a sinister aura, Shi Yufei's eyes trembled once again. He had seen this huge sword when he was by the ditch just now. However, because of the emergency situation, Shi Yufei did not have time to think about where the giant sword was hidden by Officer Yi. And right now, the impact brought about by seeing Yi Kuei draw this huge sword directly from the void only made his heart and soul tremble. But soon, Tim Yufei then reacted. Open. Open? He jerked his head up to look at Yi Kuei. A flash of bewilderment flashed across his face. What kind of work? But Tokuyufi's question was not answered. In front, Yi Kuei carried the hilt of the sword in his backhand, dragging the huge sword that looked like a door panel on the ground, and had opened the door of the room and walked out. Officer, yeah. Eagerness flashed across Tim Yufei's face and he hurriedly followed. And when he followed Yi Kuei out of the room and back to the living room, he froze violently. The old woman who had been in the living room a moment ago had disappeared at the moment. Inside the huge house, there was a dead silence. Where do people go? A flash of disbelief flashed across Tim Yufei's face. Suddenly, remembering what Officer Yi had just done with an expressionless face, he paused violently. Disability. Tim Yufei followed Yi Kuei's example and recited in a small voice. However, after the old lady's 3 orders just now, representing the 2 words that were taboo in the temple-breaking subvillage and couldn't be spoken at all, no reaction appeared after they were lightly sounded. Disability. Disability. Tim Yufei repeated it a few times, but the end result was exactly the same. There was no response at all. He frowned and hurriedly followed Yi Kuei. Soon, Shi Yufei followed Yi Kuei out of the house. The 2 buckets of fertilizer that I just helped the old lady carry back were still placed at the very beginning, with no signs of having moved at all. And he remembered correctly. When she came back to gossip at the time, the old lady clearly said that she was going to fertilize at night while no one was around. Officer, yeah. Shi Yufei turned his head to look at Yi Kuei as if he wanted to say something. Slipping and sliding. Yi Kuei did not pause, leaving Shi Yufei with only a stiff back dragging a coffin board. Moon Star. Late at night, it was still silent outside. Strolling alongside Yi Kuei in the broken temple sub-village, Shi Yufei felt more and more the strangeness of this village. The large village was silent without a sound. It's not because it's the quiet of the middle of the night. Rather, it's the kind of dead silence, where there's no breath of the living. A dark and luxurious house, as if it was not inhabited at all, stood grimly in the deep night, like a monster that wanted to choose people to eat. Officer, yeah. Shi Yufei shivered and looked at Yi Kuei. This village, it seems to be a bit wrong. Exactly. Yi Kuei nodded. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A touch of fascination flashed across his handsome face. The smell in this air is tantalizingly simply wrong. Tim Yufei's body was creeped out. He looked around with wide eyes. No matter how he looked at it, there was no way he could associate the eerie words surrounding the environment with anything tantalizing. And, I don't know why, Shi Yufei always felt that the terrifying feeling that Officer Yi brought to him right now far exceeded the eerie and weird broken temple village. He shivered violently. Are you in a hurry? Yi Kuei looked at Shi Yufei with concern. If you want to go to the restroom, you should be able to do so all around. No, I'm not. Shi Yufei waved his hand, putting the illusion in his mind just now behind him, and hurriedly followed. However, when Yufei followed behind Yi Kuei, skirted around the broken temple village, and after re-entering the old lady's doorstep, but there was nothing to be found, not even a sign of a living person. Strange. He frowned. Why isn't there any movement at all? Yi Kuei also narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a little confused. However, in the next moment, he seemed to think of something, raised his eyebrows, and stepped back into the courtyard of the old lady's house carrying the coffin board. Yi sir, are you planning to arrest that granny and ask her? Seeing this, Shi Yufei hurriedly spoke. I also feel that she is a bit wrong. We should still be careful, but didn't wait to finish his sentence. He then saw Yi Kuei carrying the coffin board and stood by the lush vegetable garden in the yard, looking down and surveying it. It smells so good. Yi Kuei shook his head. Fragrance. Tim Yufei froze. What smells too good? Just then, Yi Kuei had already raised the coffin board, and the muscles at his arms were instantly gnarled, and a single blood vessel was like a wriggling worm violently bursting up. Next moment, boom! Yi Kuei slapped a coffin board, directly towards the vegetable garden. In a flash, the ground shook. Tokuyufi stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. His eyes looked at Yi Kuei in horror, and for a moment, he began to wonder if this was something a human could do. Sure enough, Yi Kuei, however, didn't pay any attention to Shi Yufei as he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I found it. In the broken vegetable garden, an eerie passageway leading underground appeared. On one side of the passage is a rather ingenious mechanism. Apparently this passage was originally opened and closed by a mechanism, but under Yi Kuei a coffin board. No organ is good. Seeing this scene, Shi Yufei trembled even more. But in the meantime, he finally understood what Yi Kuei meant by too fragrant in his mouth. The old lady had said that she always had to water and fertilize the manure, but even when the vegetable garden was smashed by a coffin slab, there was not the slightest stench of manure coming from it. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tim Yufei froze, Yi Kuei had already dragged his giant sword and expressionlessly stepped down the steps one by one into the gloomy passage below that looked like a monster's giant mouth. Chapter 89, All Good Boys. Officer, yeah. Shi Yufei's body trembled and hurriedly took a step to follow. Drop. Tick. Inside the dark, cold and damp tunnel. Aside from the sound of Yi Kuei dragging the coffin board across the ground, there was only the sound of water droplets smashing on the ground from nowhere that kept echoing. This scene even made the body of Shi Yufei, who had followed Yi Kuei into the tunnel, go a few points colder. Watch your step. Just then, Yi Kuei's calm voice rang out. At those words, Sure Yufei gave a start as he tentatively fell forward and used his foot to feel a pit not far away. A flash of shock once again flashed across Tim Yufei's eyes. The things that happened this time when he followed Yi Kuei out broke his perceptions again and again. Yi sir, can see the situation in the dark? Are all the people who come out of that unit so horrible? And, I don't know whether it was an illusion or not. When Officer Yi turned around and spoke just now, he seemed to have seen 2 spots of blood red flashing by where Officer Yi's eyes were. But, before you can say anything, then Yufei vaguely heard a series of pattering sounds coming from the front. His body shook and he rushed to silence, and after following the passageway around a bend, it opened up and an empty cave the size of a soccer field appeared in front of Yufei's eyes, above the naturally occurring cave. Stalactites are dog-eared and drip uncontrollably. Underneath, however, there are many traces of later man-made modifications. Not only was it electrified, dim lights shone throughout the cavern, and even on one side, there was the scent of humans having lived there. However, what caused Sure Yufei the most consternation was the location in the center of the cave. It was a large open space. However, the originally smooth rock surface had long been covered with layer after layer of dark red that emitted a sweet, fishy odor. It was hard to imagine just how much blood it would take to leave such a sticky, thick trail underneath the stalactites that were constantly dripping droplets of water. The ground on the side was scattered with all kinds of things, as if they were instruments of torture. Knives, spikes, branding irons, hose. The sharp weapon that was faintly emitting a cold light only made Sure Yufei's body go cold. He stiffly raised his head to look deeper into the cavern, where there was a dark underground river that was gurgling. Right now, Sure Yufei knew that he was afraid that he had found the reason why the beggars would disappear without a trace without leaving a single sign. At the same time, he also knew that he had found the location of the murders that had left ghastly scars on the beggars. Officer yeah. Sure Yufei raised his head and looked at Yi Kuei with trembling eyes. However, Yi Kuei did not pay any attention to Sure Yufei. His gaze had been calmly looking towards the other direction of the cave. Sure Yufei followed Yi Kuei's line of sight. He stiffened suddenly. Within the narrow plot of less than 100 square feet, hundreds of beggars were like worms, densely plastered together, their pale eyes without eyeballs open, their faces expressionless and motionless. The appearance of this scene only made one's scalp tingle, and beside them stood several normal-looking adults, groping for something in a crowd of beggars. The sound that Yufei heard just now was the sound that these people made when they were groping for something from the beggar's body. Grandma Yu is really something. Didn't she say at the time that when she let the piggies out to look for food, she would just bring the QR code with her? Why come back now? And let's find out if there's any extra money in the piggies. With the conditions we're in now, are we still short of that? I feel sick touching these piggies. In the meantime, one of them finally opened his mouth to complain as if he couldn't stand it anymore. What are you talking about? Why didn't you guys say that when we used to be scared day in and day out, hiding like rats as human teeth? It's been a few years. It's been a good day. And look at you all. You know well about Grandma Yu's person. Even a mosquito is meat. If it weren't for Grandma Yu digging up Master Worm from the ground, would we be able to live the way we do now? I tell you, all we have to do is to feed Master Bug. And whatever Master Bug wants to eat, we'll feed him, so that it can continue to take care of our broken temple village. To the side, another man glared at the man who had spoken at the beginning and opened his mouth to reprimand. But honestly, these piggies are kind of gross. But soon, he also glanced at the beggars next to him and said in disgust, when I first brought them back, they were quite watery. How long has it been? And they've become like this. Or Grandma Yu has to do it. Look at you. You were the one who chopped off that little piggy's arm last time, right? That little piggy didn't cry and didn't make a fuss. But what happened? Look at this. What's this look you've chopped off? I'm telling you, there's a new batch of piggies coming in today. So watch out for me when you do it. As he spoke, he didn't forget to complain twice. Got it. The man who spoke at the beginning grinned. I'll be sure to take my time playing with the little piggies this time. The piglets in their mouths were clearly a physically crippled, extremely pitiful beggar. And just then, from the other side of the cavern, a series of footsteps sounded. Hurry up. It seems like Grandma Yu and the others are here. Go and greet them. Upon hearing this, several people rushed to meet them in the direction the voice came from. Soon, dozens of figures came in from the other side of the cave. And in their midst were more than a dozen figures with dull eyes and stiff expressions, the vast majority of which were small children, and some women. It was as if they had lost their consciousness and would only follow their body's instincts, numbly moving ever forward. Brother Lu, it's okay. This time the harvest is good. Seeing this, the man who had spoken at the very beginning looked towards the bald man walking in front of him and grinned. Not bad, not bad. The bald man known as Brother Lu held his head high and was quite proud of himself. The quality of the piglets this time is really quite high. But, now the police bureau is checking it rather more and more strictly. He sighed. We have Master Worm here. Why are we afraid of it? A small police station? The man who spoke at the very beginning sneered, looking extremely disdainful. Grandma, you said it's not just about the police department. The bald man shook his head. Alright, get ready for Grandma you. He waved his hand, obviously not wanting to say too much. Hearing the bald man's words, the crowd hurriedly stood in two separate columns and quietly began to wait. A few moments later, sha 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 sha, slow footsteps sounded. A trembling, white-haired old woman, moving her leg with a prosthesis, slowly walked in. Good, 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 good. She joyfully swept over the group of women and children that the bald man had brought back, her kind and friendly face written with satisfaction. All good children, all good children. Chapter 90 Master Worm. When you get to Grandma, if you do your best, Grandma will love you. The old lady known as Grandma Yu cheerfully swept her eyes over the crowd of unconscious women and children once again, and nodded her head kindly. There was not a trace of gloom to be seen on her kindly countenance, but the more you do, the more it sends chills down your spine. Right, Lu Wu? All of a sudden, Grandma Yu seemed to have thought of something and turned her head to look at the bald man. There are 2 foreign stakes living in my house, talking about traveling into the mountains and getting lost before running to our broken temple village. She sneered, fooling around. One is sneaky and not good at all. The other is not good in the head and crazy. What kind of decent people can they be? Grandma Yu shook her head. I got them some medicine. I don't know if they're asleep now. Go take care of them. It's fine if they aren't mesmerized. You bring a few more people. Or if you can't, borrow Master Bug's power. In short, don't let them walk out of the village alive. Her eyes clouded over, and a murderous intent flashed across her kind face. Okay, Grandma Yu. The bald man known as Lu Wu nodded as he greeted, and with a few people, he prepared to leave the cave. Seeing this scene, Sure Yu Fei's eyes widened. In fact, he had sensed the old lady's abnormality in the back. However, Sure Yu Fei still didn't think that the seemingly friendly and kind old lady would be one of the murderers who caused all this. It's even the leader. And one could understand saying that Officer Yu was crazy. But when had he been sneaky? He was kind enough to help the old lady carry the dung, and the old lady actually drugged them. As soon as he thought of this, Sure Yu Fei violently turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. He was unable to drink the water because it was too hot. But if he remembered correctly, Officer Yi had chewed and swallowed the cup with the water. Phew. However, when he saw Yi Kuei, Sure Yu Fei was relieved. Officer Ye's eyes were open like bronze bells, and there was not a single sign of being affected at all. What a bunch of scumbags. Sure Yu Fei redirected his sight downwards, gritting his teeth, his voice incomparably angry. Everything that happened inside the cave made him furious. In the meantime, below, after Lu Wu left with a few people, Grandma Yu's face reappeared with that kind smile. Good boys all follow me. Grandma Yu clapped her hands with a kind face, then turned toward the depths of the cave, trembling. Let's go greet Master Bug and receive Master Bug's reward. Upon hearing the clapping sound, the women and children who stood frozen in place, their bodies shook and stiffly turned around, following Grandma Yu's lead, walking towards the middle of the cave. Soon, led by Grandma Yu, they stopped at the flat area covered with sticky dark red blood. Quickly, welcome Master Bug. Welcome Master Bug's arrival. Grandma Yu took the lead and knelt down, facing forward, and began to kowtow. Seeing the situation, the unconscious women and children stiffly followed Grandma Yu and knelt down, numbly unable to stop themselves from starting to kowtow. Not only them, but all the other villagers also knelt down. Patter. Just then, above the cavern, a strange, eerie and gloomy sound rang out, as if there is something in a little bit of rubbing crawling through the ground. Like eerie and strange sound only call people all over the body discomfort. And after Kadada, an evil spirit several meters long, covered in earthy yellow, with twisted limbs and a monstrous head with a huge curled mouthpiece, as if it were a product worm, crawled down the rock wall a little bit. Patter. Move with it. The entire cavern echoed with a body-crushing sound. Welcome, Master Bug. Welcome, Master Bugs. Seeing this creepy scene, Grandma Yu, however, raised her head full of joy. Master Bug, the new piglets have been delivered. You can pick whose brains you want to eat. I only hope that, after Master Worm has eaten and drunk his fill, he will not forget us. She hurriedly kowtowed a few times again. But, before Grandma Yu finished her sentence, she only heard a muffled sound. A twisted piece of limb came off of Master Bug's body and fell directly in front of Grandma Yu. Many thanks to Master Bug. Thank you, Master Bug. A flash of ecstasy flashed across Grandma Yu's face. Thank you for Master Bug's mercy. With Master Bug's help, we can definitely bring Master Bug more delicious brains. Quickly put away Master Bug's immortal molt. This time Master Bug has rewarded us with so much. We must grasp it well. When she turned her head, she waved her hand at a few villagers behind her. I can feel that our broken temple sub-village has most likely been targeted. There's more to this world than just the vigilante. Those 2 alien stakes that came this time are strange. Let's hurry up and do a few more jobs. We have to hurry up and take Master Bug to a different place. Speaking of this, Grandma Yu's face vaguely flashed with a touch of urgency. Yes. Upon hearing this, a villager came crawling over on his knees from the back at once, immensely precious, and cupped the evil spirit's dislodged limbs on the ground in his hands. And just as Grandma Yu was talking to the villagers, above, the evil spirit named Master Bug, however, didn't stop at all. Patter. It crawled along the rock wall and slowly climbed over the group of unconscious women and children who were still kneeling on the ground, kowtowing uncontrollably. Cackle Dada. Staring down at the crowd below, Master Bug's mouthparts continued to clash, emitting an ecstatic sound. It's good that Master Bug likes it. It's good that Master Bug likes it. The happy look on Grandma Yu's face increased when she heard the incoming voice. However, Master Bug paid no attention to Grandma Yu, and its 2 pale and immense eyeballs couldn't stop sweeping over the kowtowing women and children, as if it was choosing something. Finally, Master Worm had a decision to make. It came to the head of a cute girl carved in pink and wearing a pink dress, and slowly opened its curly mouthpiece, revealing the sharp, chili-emitting end of the mouthpiece. Whoosh! Next moment, the mouthpiece cut through the air and stabbed straight down towards the girl's head. Right about this time, wow! A dark mass flew in just above the girl's head. Master Bug's sharp muzzle slammed down on the blackened mass. Cackle Dada. Master Bug's twisted body shuddered and let out an angry sound. Who? Grandma Yu also noticed the scene. She raised her head violently, her voice sharp and stormy. Who doesn't want to live, is it? Gar. In the meantime, another black, rounded mass rolled over, and after flipping twice on the ground, it stopped in front of Grandma Yu. Grandma Yu stiffened. Under the bright light, she was finally able to see that the rounded mass on the ground was clearly Lu Wu's head. On Lu Wu's bare head, his eyes were huge and he was staring straight at Grandma Yu. An overwhelming fear lingered in his dead eyes. Chapter 91. Disturbing my meal is really annoying. Growling dash. Growling dash. Growling dash. Soon, a few more heads rolled in, right behind them. Grandma Yu stared at the head on the ground, her body creeping. Who? The other villagers also noticed the situation, and they violently copied the various sharp weapons scattered on the ground. In the meantime, tunnel entrance. Shi Yufei was staring at his left front. His face was pale, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. Crunch dash. Another crunch came from his left front. Yi Kuei chanted expressionlessly while twisting off the head of the last villager, and with a flick of his hand, he threw the object in his hand out once again. Growling dash. The head rolled back to Grandma Yu. Up to this point, the few villagers who had just been dispatched by Grandma Yu, all rolled back one by one, no less at the moment. The appearance of this scene also exposed where Tim Yufei and Yi Kuei were. Bastard thing, who gave you the nerve? The villagers' eyes instantly became extremely fierce. Yeah, sir. Looking at all this in front of him, Shi Yufei only felt cold all over. His fear, however, was not due to being discovered by the villagers, but rather stemmed from Yi Kuei in front of him. Just now after Master Bug appeared, Shi Yufei's heart was then filled with astonishment. He had never seen anything as horrifying and grotesque as Master Worm. At the same time, Shi Yufei also finally knew just how terrifying the enemy that Officer Yi and the others had been facing was. But soon, he tensed violently, because when Yufei realized that Lu Wu was leading a few villagers, he was walking towards the tunnel they were in. Apparently, Lu Wu and the others, who were following orders, were preparing to head to the house where Grandma Yu was from the passage they were in. However, Tokuyufi hadn't had the chance to say anything yet. He then saw the figure of Officer Yi, appearing beside Lu Wu and the others. Then, Officer Yi went on to twist off the heads of Lu Wu and the others one after another. Hard. This scene comes to life. It only made Shi Yufei's scalp tingle, and right after Officer Yi twisted off the last person's head, he was finally able to hear, from Yi Kuei's mouth, the words that he had been chanting. Hungry, 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 hungry for what? Tim Yufei's heart was pounding, but he only felt full of confusion. Just the next moment, whoosh, the sound of breaking air suddenly came out from the rear. The coffin board whirled around, carrying an incomparably harsh aura as it flew towards the bug elder sprawled on the rock wall in front of it. At the same time, Yi Kuei's figure was even more like a cannonball, along with the coffin board, rushing out with a bang. I'm so hungry. A voice filled with endless madness and salivation suddenly resounded within the underground cave. Tokuyufi's eyes snapped open. Bastard thing, dare to be reckless in front of Master Bug, looking for death. The villagers also saw this scene, and with a stony expression, They rushed towards Yikuei with all kinds of sharp weapons. However, Yikuei simply ignored the villagers. Boom! He leapt and flew straight over the heads of the villagers, grabbed the coffin board in the air, and with all his strength, slammed it down towards Master Bug, who was sprawled on the rock wall. In Yikuei's eyes, there were only evil spirits. Rumble! The ground shook. It was as if the entire cavern, at this moment, also shook. Kakul-duda. The armor on the Bug Elder's body instantly cracked, and it let out a hiss of pain as it directly fell and smashed onto the ground. However, Yikuei's movements did not stop at all. He backhanded the coffin board. Taking the opportunity to fall from the air, he stabbed straight towards the bottom, belly up. The Bug Elder, Master Bug. Seeing this scene, a flash of nervousness flashed across the faces of Grandma Yu and the others. But the next moment, whoosh, the curled mouthparts of the Bug Elder instantly flung open. The sharp and slender mouthparts were like harsh steel cables, directly jerking towards Yikuei in the air. Stab dash. The mouthpiece directly slashed Yikuei's left side, and his left rib cage, along with his left arm, was instantly sliced open, leaving only half of his skin and flesh stuck together. Kakul-duda. An invisible huge power fluctuation came violently and simultaneously, bombarding Yikuei. Boom! Yikuei flew backwards uncontrollably and smashed heavily on the ground. And the group of villagers led by Grandma Yu didn't give up on this one. Even though they were relatively far away, they still flocked towards the location where Yikuei flew out and fell down, and smashed out the sharp weapons in their hands with force. Bang! Rear! One villager, moreover, took out an old shotgun and kept shooting. They didn't care how badly Yikuei was injured just now. What they wanted was for Yikuei to die thoroughly. Officer Ye. Looking at the situation in front of him, a flash of despair flashed in Yufei's eyes. Even if Officer Ye's strength was extraordinary, how could he survive such an attack? Cluck! Master Bug was obviously of the same mind. After it struggled and rolled over, its pale and huge eyeballs stared deathly at Yikuei's fallen position, emitting an extremely indignant shout. You guys are really annoying. But just then, a slightly jaded voice slowly sounded from the darkness. Among the bright lights, a hideous figure whose left side of his body had been slashed open, but who couldn't stop sticking out buds of flesh from the wound, trying hard to extend and heal together again, slowly stood up, and he was left with no more wounds on his body, except for the damage caused by Master Bug and a few bullet holes. The sharp objects smashed out by the other villagers did not leave the slightest impact on Yikuei at all. His mood, however, was clearly not very good. After Yikuei stood up, he looked down at the bud of flesh struggling to heal on his left side, frowned in slight disgust, reached out his hand, and grabbed his left arm. Stab dash. Next moment, with a sharp thrust, he ripped his left arm right off and dropped it to the ground in front of him. There are too many people interrupting my meal, and it's really annoying. With that, Yikuei raised his head and bared a mouthful of white teeth, looking at the group of villagers in front of him with disgust. See this scene, including Grandma Yu and Master Bug, all the creatures in the cave, their bodies trembled violently. Sir, what are you doing? Yufei's face was pale, and his eyes trembled even more, although he was pleasantly surprised by the fact that Officer Yi was still alive. Yufei had no idea why Officer Yi had ripped off his left arm, which was clearly healing. Yet the next moment, kudu dash, the left arm that was thrown on the ground by Yikuei gradually dissolved into a puddle of blood. In the meantime, a cunning and eerie, weird and incomparable playful laughter violently rang out within the cave. Immediately, a bizarre figure with slender and sinister eyes, covered in bone spikes, no skin, wrapped in flowing blood, and possessing a mouthful of fine teeth slowly crawled out of the blood water that Yikuei's left arm had turned into. The devourer stood up straight and let out a sinister playful laugh, slowly turning around to face Yikuei with a graceful low bow, illuminated by the bright lights in the rear. Yikuei's twisted and hideous figure was being subjected to a bizarre bowing audience. This scene, in fact, for a moment, made people unable to tell who was the evil spirit. Chapter 92, How Dare You Stab Me? The moment this scene appeared, the entire cave was violently plunged into a dead silence. What the hell is going on here? All of the villagers, including Grandma Yu, had their bodies trembling, and their eyes looked ahead with unparalleled horror. The villagers of the broken temple were evil spirits that had come into contact with a bizarre being like Master Bug. But even so, the grotesque and terrifying, hideous and eerie scene in front of them was still far beyond what they could bear. The cunning playful laughter, which was still echoing continuously within the cave, only made the crowd of villagers from the broken temple sub-village cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Nima. You monster! Die for me! The villager with the shotgun in his hand, under the pressure of great fear, His psychological defense finally collapsed, and he frantically pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The muzzle of the gun couldn't stop spewing out flames. All of a sudden, his movement stalled and he stopped unexpectedly. The devourer didn't know when he had arrived in front of this villager. He. Thick blood dripped uncontrollably before tumbling back into the devourer's body again. The so-called bullets did not cause any damage to the devils at all. The appearance of this scene only made this villager simply unable to distinguish what was in front of him, whether it was reality or a nightmare. The devourer reached out with his pointed, sharp nails and gently scratched the barrel of the gun made of steel. Tinkerbell! The barrel of the gun snapped and fell to the ground in response. However, the villagers with shotguns in hand, did not react. For his head, with fear written all over his face, had long since appeared in the devourer's mouth, which was covered with sharp teeth. See this scene. Master Bug, help! The remaining group of villagers, a flash of panic flashed across their faces, and Grandma Yu even looked to the back in a panic. They want to seek the help of Master Bug, but when the group of villagers turned their heads, they froze violently. Patter! At the back. At some point, Master Bug had actually climbed up a rock wall to the side, twisting his body in an effort, and had begun to prepare for his escape. Seeing the situation, Grandma Yu and the others' bodies trembled even more. No way! I want to go! Seeing this, one of the villagers turned around to run away in fear. That monster is only one. It can't catch up with so many of us. Staying behind will only lead to death. The words were not yet spoken. He. A weird playful laugh then rang in his ears. Dash. With that, his headless body slammed heavily on the ground. The appearance of this scene irritated the other villagers even more. They were about to scatter in all directions as their faces showed horror. He. The giggling resumed. The slender figure of the devourer disappeared violently. When it reappeared, it had heads hanging from the sharp bone spikes at its right and left arms. The villagers who were still alive saw the scene and their bodies froze. They finally discovered a key point. Right now, as long as one didn't flee, or rather, as long as one didn't move, it seemed as if one's life wasn't in danger. The crowd of villagers stopped stiffly and stood still, and the scene that followed confirmed their suspicions. He. The devourer let out a playful laugh and paused as it shifted its slender body and surveyed them with teasing eyes. The crowd of villagers shuddered, not daring to move a muscle, only feeling their bodies grow cold. Grandma Yu's physical disability caused her to run too slowly and also stop stiffly at the end. In the meantime, ahead, it's been so long, we can finally be undisturbed now. Yi Kuei's body has been restored. He stared at the bug master. It is difficult to suppress the trembling voice of salivation. Softly rang, where are you? Going to go ah? Master Bug didn't even return his head, and his crawling speed jerked up a few points. Seeing the situation, Yi Kuei waved his hand and the coffin board flew back in a whirlwind. Boom! Immediately afterward, a sound like a cannonball piercing through the air suddenly exploded. His slender figure holding the coffin board giant sword had already arrived beside Master Bug. Seeing this, the bug elder turned around violently, a flash of annoyance flashing through his huge pale eyes. This mole-like human in front of him really doesn't know what's good for him. Whoosh! Its curly sharp mouthpiece instantly flung out towards Yi Kuei again. Ha! A sardonic smile appeared on Yi Kuei's face. He didn't dodge or avoid. He turned and twisted his hips in the air, swung the coffin board, and slapped it directly towards the bug elder's sharp mouthpiece. Bang! The coffin board was surprisingly lit up with sparks between the collision with the sharp mouthpiece. Cackle-dudda. Master Bug's earthy body stiffened and let out a hiss of pain. Instead, it waited for that very moment. Taking advantage of Yi Kuei's stagnation in the air, Master Bug forced himself to endure the severe pain coming from his mouthpiece, and a flash of pitch blackness violently surfaced in his pale and huge eyes. Buzz. Invisible ripples that instantly surged out. Hiss. Below, all the unconscious beggars raised their heads violently, and after they let out an incomparably bizarre shout, they rushed towards Yi Kuei in a maniacal and incomparable manner. Soon, an invisible fluctuation then enveloped Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei only felt as if there was a subtle spike that gently stabbed in his head. He frowned. How dare you stab me? In the next moment, Yi Kuei glared and looked toward the bug elder in front of him, violently swung the coffin board round and slapped it down hard with all his strength. Rumble. There was a loud bang. Master Bug was once again slapped off the rock wall by Yi Kuei and smashed heavily on the ground, but this time the bug lord was no longer in time to fling out his curly, sharp mouthpiece. Cackle-dudda. Suffering from the backlash of the spiritual impact, its brain, under its eyes, was full of paste, and in its pale, huge eyes, it was even more stagnant. In the meantime, those beggars who had originally hissed and frantically rushed towards Yi Kuei, also instantly stopped in place in a bewildered and stagnant manner. However, what made Master Bug feel most bewildered was the situation just now. What is meant by za? Is that a zap? Despite the fact that Master Bug looks to have sharp mouthparts and an extremely hard carapace. However, in reality, its most skillful means were still spirit-type attacks. Some of the limbs that had fallen off of Master Bug had strong powers that could help Grandma Yu and the others easily control ordinary people. So many beggars were brought back by this means of mind control. And just now, exhausting all of his spiritual power, even going so far as to deplete his own spirituality and draw on the spirit in the beggars, just to be able to manipulate the spiritual piercing of the brain of this insane man in front of him in one fell swoop. In the man's mouth. It's called zap. Master Bug was dumbfounded. But right now, there was no more chance to give it a counterattack. Stab dash. Yikuei descended from the sky, holding the coffin board and directly pierced through the slightly weak abdomen of the bug elder, nailing it hard to the open space below. Cluck. The sharp pain came. Master Bug finally came to its senses from the backlash of the mental attack, and its meter-long body couldn't stop struggling in pain, causing the ground to shake, but to no avail. It was like the grasshopper that had been strung up, nailed to death by the coffin boards, with nowhere to run. A little evil spirit that dares to zap me? Yikuei revealed a mouthful of white teeth with a fierce face. He stepped forward and grabbed the Bugmaster's sharp muzzle in one hand, and with his other arm he swung the coffin board and slammed it down. Bang! 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 The ground seemed to shake as the huge force came out. Next moment, crunch dash. The sharp and incomparable mouthparts were hardened by Yikuei and smashed off with the coffin board. Cackle! The Bugmaster's body trembled even more. The pain of the broken mouthpiece was too much for it to bear, and it let out a mournful and incomparable howl of pain. Chapter 93 Elegance. If you zap me, I'll zap you. However, Yikuei didn't pay any attention at all, as he took the sharp mouthpiece and stabbed the agonizingly struggling bug elder he was facing over and over again. The scene in front of him completely irritated Grandma Yu and the rest of the villagers. The Worm Lord who had been so powerful and omnipotent since they dug him out of the ground and had always blessed them. How could you be zapped by the monster of a man in front of you, strung up like a grasshopper, after a hard smash of the muzzle? Dash. They couldn't hold on any longer. Their legs and feet weakened, and they directly collapsed to the ground. I know it's wrong. Just then, ahead, just as Yikuei was venting his anger with his mouthpiece, unable to stop zapping Master Bug, from beside him, a muffled sound of fear came out violently. Yikuei froze and turned his head to look at the uncontrollably fluttering bug elder next to him. You can talk? Will. Know a little. Master Bug's meter-long body shook uncontrollably, its broken mouth parts quivering. Please, spare me. Talking? You didn't say so. Yikuei's eyes widened violently, and the hand that was holding the mouthpiece and sticking it into Master Bug's body was even a little bit harder. Let you not say it earlier. Let you not say it earlier. Seeing the situation, the rear paralyzed on the ground, Grandma Yu and others, the body is even more violently trembled. They dug out the Worm Master for so many years, but they have never known the Worm Master will actually speak. Wrong. Master Bug's meter-long body twitched uncontrollably due to the pain. I shouldn't gluttonize. I'm willing to make up for it. Please, spare me. Its pale, huge eyes were filled with fear. As an evil spirit, Master Bug never thought that he would encounter something as evil, grotesque, and terrifying as the one in front of him. This man in front of him, whether or not he was a human being, Master Bug was not clear at all. But right now, it's really scared. Master Bug was willing to give everything if he spared himself. It knows that it is still useful. That group of stupid and ignorant villagers, taking their own limbs and drying them up, have amassed a tremendous amount of wealth simply by using them in human trafficking and creating beggars to beg. Not to mention the fact that this time, he or she was really planning to offer everything. Master Bug was sure that if the terrifying man in front of him would only use his brain to think a little, he would realize how attractive his offer was. He couldn't possibly refuse. And Yikuei's reaction coincidentally confirmed Master Bug's thoughts. He moved noticeably slower. Yes, spare me. Master Bug's body shook as he hurriedly spoke again. But before the words were finished, in front, Yikuei's voice once again sounded. Yes, gluttony is gluttony. He raised his head, and the madness and salivation that flashed in his eyes only creeped out Master Worm. Why is it that hearing that you can talk makes me even more greedy? What are you doing? And the moment he saw the scene in front of him, Master Bug's body suddenly froze. A boundless fear instantly enveloped it. But Yikuei never paid attention to Master Bug again. High-end ingredients that often require only the simplest of cooking. He grinned a sardonic smile. So, first of all, you can't keep running around, catching dash. In the next moment, Yikue's foot directly stepped on the front limb that the bug elder used to move. Kaching dash, kaching dash, kaching dash. A few more crunching sounds. All the limbs and trunks that Master Bug used to move were crushed hard by Yikue. Stab dash. With that, after Yikue pulled out the coffin board that was inserted in Master Bug's body, he dragged Master Bug's torso with one hand towards the center of the cavern. The piece of flat ground that was stained with blood. Put me. Master Bug struggled violently. However, Yikue's hand was like steel, not moving at all. Secondly, the plainer the serving, the sweeter the ingredient itself. He reached out and flung the torso of the Bug Lord on top of the flat ground, like a sashimi. He. In the meantime, the slender figure of the devourer that was covered in bone spikes suddenly appeared. It gently placed the things it had just collected beside Yikue. Long knife, hammerhead, saw, hoe, murderous weapons of all shapes and sizes, emitting an icy glow. Finally, let's pay the most fervent respect to the food. In return, Yikue crossed his legs and slowly sat down. He put his hands together with a pious face. Thank myself for bringing me such a delicacy. He. A sinister playful laugh came. The devourer slowly walked over. It bowed slightly and took out a clean and tidy square scarf from behind it and gently tied it around Yikue's neck. And finally, not forgetting a cute bow to sweeten the deal. By the way, at this time, Yikue suddenly remembered something. He raised his head and looked toward the villagers in front of him whose faces were written with endless fear, and opened his mouth to inquire. I'll make sure again that your entire village is involved in the trafficking of women and children, and torturing them to become disabled beggars, right? I'm sorry, I seem to have just said the taboo word of your village. Yikue apologized slightly. Grandma Yu's body shook like a sieve, shivering as she tried to explain something, but the look on her face and the faces of the other villagers had said it all. That's good. Yikue revealed a smile and spoke faintly. It's almost time. You guys can start running for your lives. With that, he lowered his head, picked up the saw on his left side, and sawed off a piece of its torso straight away while Master Bug couldn't stop trembling. In the increasingly frightened eyes of the crowd below, Yikue peeled off the hard shell on the outside of Master Bug, revealing the delicate layer of flesh in the center. A flash of fascination flashed across his face, and after taking a deep breath, he bit down hard. Lobster? Peeps? In short, it was fresh and sweet. Yikue's eyes snapped open. And ahead. The villagers couldn't take it anymore and began to scatter. They had never imagined that the godlike Bugmaster would become human food. Officer, yeah. See this scene. Sure, Yufei had panic written all over his face, yet he was still eager to say something, although the situation in front of him had far exceeded his imagination. And even more so, it made him nearly faint. But as a member of the Police Force Bureau, sure Yufei still knows his duty. The villagers of Broken Temple Village, heinous crimes, how can they let them go? But just the next moment, the figure of the devourer had then disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had a few more heads on him, and without stopping, it disappeared again. Accompanied by a bizarre and unmistakable giggle. One by one, the figures of the villagers kept falling to the ground. At this moment, the devourer finally released himself completely. It knew that its master would not let it down. Yikue, on the other hand, did not even lift his head once as he picked up the knife and once again cut off another piece of Master Bug's torso and began to enjoy it. On one side, there was wanton killing. On one side, an extremely enjoyable, chewy treat. Sure Yufei's eyes trembled as he watched this. It was clearly a scene that would make an ordinary person enough to have a mental breakdown. But inexplicably, only two words came pouring out of his mind. Elegant. Chapter 94, Leave no one behind. Don't, please, spare me. I was wrong. I'll give you money. As long as you spare me. I shouldn't have abducted those women and children back. Please. Inside the eerie cave, countless miserable and agonizing pleas for mercy echoed. Cluck, cluck. On the other side, on the platform in the center of the cavern, it was not much different. The torso of the Bugmaster would let out a miserable scream as Yikue sliced it down with his knife, fluttering violently for a moment before quickly returning to calm. Until the next time Yikue cut down again, and a closer look at its pale, huge eyes had long since lost their luster. Master Bug had gone crazy after seeing himself being sliced and flayed little by little and turned into a sashimi in Yikue's mouth, which he slowly ate and swallowed. A creepy and scary evil spirit that likes to eat human brains all day long. After all, he couldn't resist the spiritual power backlash and the great fear of being eaten alive himself, and he was hardened into madness. However, in the midst of all the brouhaha, only Yikue remained quiet, sweet and flavorful. The meat was firm, obviously not white burned, but still chewy in one bite, and the protein must have been plentiful. With a restrained smile on his handsome face, he smashed open the carapace of the bug lord with a side of the hammer, took the spikes, picked out the delicate flesh, and swallowed it in one gulp with a satisfied nod. It's true that it tastes better when it's fresh, and it needs to be savored. The scene in front of him was out of place, yet inexplicably harmonious with the hell-like scene inside the cave, and as time passes, the mournful cries that resounded within the cave gradually subsided and decreased until it was quiet. The open ground. Long ago, the blood flowed into a river. Blood along the ground. A little bit gushed into the underground dark river. One side, the headless corpses of the villagers had long since been piled up in dense piles, just like the piggies that, in their mouths, had once been. He. The devourer's thin, treacherous eyes stared at his own masterpiece before him and nodded with equal satisfaction. Not sure for what reason though. It saved Grandma Yu's life. Right now, Grandma Yu's body, her face filled with stiff fear, was lying on the top of the pile of corpses. Immediately, the devourer slowly strolled and came before Yi Kuei, respectfully bowing his head. Seeing this, Yi Kuei put down the saw in his hand and raised his head. No one escaped? He. The giggles of the devils resumed. What a loser. Still being a man-tooth. Can't catch a break when given the chance. Yi Kuei shook his head and a flash of dislike flashed across his face. Soon, however, he seemed to think of something and frowned at the devotee in front of him. But, if I remembered correctly just now, they were saying that the entire village was involved, right? Yi Kuei's voice was incomparably calm. LOL. The devourer snapped, but violently. He. A more and more pleasantly shrill and uncomfortable giggle suddenly rang out. The devourer grinned a hideous grin, happy with his whole face, as if it were about to split open. Next moment, its figure then disappeared once again. Seeing this, Yi Kuei expressionlessly lowered his head once again, and after sawing off a piece of Master Bug's torso with a saw, he began to taste it elegantly. Seeing this, the body has long been a piece of ice cold when you fei, but also a violent tremor. The way he looked at Yi Kuei, he couldn't help but tremble. Tough. It's really too hard. Tim Yufei had always thought that as the head of the special section of the police force bureau, he was considered to be accustomed to seeing all sorts of ruthless people. But after meeting Officer Yi, he realized what it meant to be truly ruthless. Not only are you hard on yourself, but on others, even harder. The villagers of Broken Temple Village, who have committed heinous crimes, are the ones who should be duly punished. But at the time in the beginning of the idea of Yufei, holding is the habit of the police force bureau, thinking that it must be heavily punished and sentenced, and even he was ready to testify in court must make the villagers of the Broken Temple to pay the price. However, Toku Yufei still hadn't thought about it. Officer Yi chose the simplest, most effective and ruthless means. Not a single one left. Looking at where the devourer had disappeared, his eyes trembled once more. From now on, there probably won't be a Broken Temple village. A few moments later, he. The sly, playful laughter resumed. Puffing, a few more bodies, thrown on top of the pile of corpses. However, it can be seen that the villagers of Broken Temple sub-village, involved in human trafficking, as well as the creation of beggar events really extremely deep. The devils searched the entire village and found less than 10 that had stayed home. The rest of the villagers, basically, came inside the cave. Inside the cave, a dead silence returned. Crunch. The only sound that was still slowly resounding was Yi Kuei's chewing sound of chewing slowly. After all, Master Bug hasn't finished eating yet. How can you go wrong with good food? The devourer stood quietly at the back, and when Yi Kuei needed any tools, it was as if it was the most competent attendant, handing over the tools for its master. Respectfully. I don't know how much time has passed. Burp. Yi Kuei finally burped in satisfaction, and in front of him, the several-meter-long body of the Bugmaster had long since disappeared without a trace, leaving only a mess of debris that proved the traces of the Bugmaster's existence. Yi Kuei put the cutlery neatly back to one side and slowly stood up. Carry. Just then, behind him, a voice snapped. Yi Kuei froze and turned his head. Kir. The dull bear climbed onto Yi Kuei's shoulder with great difficulty and stretched out his small furry paws. Well. Yi Kuei smiled gently and extended his hand as well. Carry. With that, a soft, clean line of water nourished out and sprayed onto his hand. Kir. Seeing that Yi Kuei seriously washed his hands, the dull bear nodded his head in satisfaction. Immediately, Yi Kuei lowered his head. I really didn't think you could be a class 3 evil spirit. He grinned as he looked at what little remained of Master Bug's wreckage. After eating the bug elder, Yi Kuei couldn't even believe the spiritual fluctuations he felt at that time. This bug that flipped its belly in 3 or 2 swipes could be a class 3 evil sneak. He had initially thought that Master Bug might just be a class 1 or class 2 evil spirit. After all, It really was a bit too weak. It seems that evil spirits are different from each other. Yi Kuei nodded thoughtfully, but it has to be said, despite Master Bug's average strength, its taste was the most delicious one that Yi Kuei had eaten since he became a gourmet. But, if Master Bug knew what Yi Kuei was thinking, I'm afraid that it would really have to crawl out of Yi Kuei's stomach in aggravation. As a Class 3 evil sneak with extremely strong spiritual power, Master Bug's strength is not in the physical. Rather, it's on extremely bizarre mind control. It is evident by what it does to those women and children. But nah, Master Bug encountered the monster that was Yi Kuei. But, it's still a Class 3 evil spirit anyways, so it's still a good haul. In the meantime, Yi Kuei grinned as he narrowed his eyes at the system light screen in front of him. It's this newly acquired ability. Chapter 95 Fraud. Ability? The bottom of the system light screen. There was an extra item in the abilities column. Ability, Mind Touch. Strikes, lures, intimidation, are not as good as direct control, so you can embrace them to your heart's content in your own spirit. And in the moment of seeing this ability, Yi Kuei then remembered the women and children who were brutally tortured but were all unresponsive and controlled to beg around. It seemed that he had gotten this ability from Master Bug. But, mind touch, mind control? Yi Kuei frowned. Why does it feel like I'm becoming more and more of a villain now? Obviously so simple and pure himself. Just want to live and dry rice. All this, it must be an illusion. Yi Kuei shook his head, putting the complicated thoughts in his mind behind him, and turned his eyes towards Grandma Yu, who was lying on the top of the pile of corpses, and grinned. But, when you get a new ability, what's to say you won't try it out? Gulp. Grandma Yu sensed Yi Kuei's sight and her body trembled. Directly rolling down from the top of the pile of corpses, she was cloaked and beyond miserable, and the prosthesis on her leg was broken. But Grandma Yu couldn't care less about that. She is more long forgotten. In digging out the Bug Old Master that day, because the Bug Old Master ate one of her legs and 2 fingers, full of indignation, Grandmother Yu returned home, then cut off the abduction of that child's 2 legs. Will be handicapped this 2 words, listed as a broken temple sub-village taboo things. Please. She raised her head and looked at Yi Kuei and begged bitterly. Seeing as I'm so pitiful and my body still has a disability spare. It was only when she saw the look in Yi Kuei's eyes that Grandma Yu felt what true fear was. However, facing the words in front of him, Yi Kuei simply ignored them. His pupils that looked at Grandma Yu suddenly shrunk. Grandma Yu's body became stiff in an instant, as if she had turned into a puppet, and her muddy yellow eyes suddenly lost all their vigor. But the next moment, don't come over. I'm not crazy. Don't torture me. Grandma Yu's originally stiff body, violently shook. Miserable, not at all like human beings can issue a miserable scream, constantly from her mouth. Immediately, bang, only a muffled sound was heard. Grandma Yu's head was like a firework blooming, red and white, suddenly flying in all directions. Her headless body shuddered and hit the ground hard. Yi Kuei was confused. He was wide-eyed, bewilderment written in his eyes. What's the situation? Just now, he had clearly felt able to gradually take control of the old lady's thoughts as well as her behavior. Results. How could a head that was so good at the end of the day suddenly blow up? Fraud. Naked fraud. Suddenly, Yi Kuei seemed to have reacted. He stared at the system light screen in front of him with round eyes and cursed. I didn't expect you, the thick-eyed one, to engage in fraud. I thought something was wrong when I said I was Spirit 9999, and sure enough, you're a liar, and to engage in such fraudulent abilities, life expectancy back. He was angry and unforgiving. When he unleashed his ability just now, Yi Kuei clearly saw that his lifespan had decreased by 1 day. 1 day lifespan, that's 400 seconds. However, in the face of Yi Kuei's angry and jumpy questioning, the system remained silent as always. I told you, it's you who's the one with the problem with this bull ***** worm master. Seeing this, Yi Kuei turned his head violently, relenting to the Master Bug, who was left with only a mess of crumbs on the ground. Aside from being delicious, it's nothing. There's no such thing as a weak level 3 evil spirit like you, coming up with such a cottage industry ability to scam me. Annoyed, he stretched out his foot and crushed even more crumbs from the floor. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sure Yufei stood at the end and the corner of his mouth jerked violently. Since he couldn't see the system light screen, he only felt that the behavior of Officer Yi's eyes was really a little different, but that's understandable. Sure Yufei turned his head and looked around, especially sweeping over the bug elder who had already turned into a crumbly mess, and his eyes trembled for a moment. If he had been facing these monsters, I'm afraid his mental state would not have been any better. Officer yeah. Tim Yufei tried to adjust his mood and walked towards Yi Kuei. At those words, Yi Kuei turned his head. Mom Ye. seeing Yi Kuei, who was in the middle of his anger and had red eyes, scared Shi Yufei into a shiver. However, after slowing down, he still summoned up the courage to look at the remains of the Bugmaster on the ground and nervously tried to open his mouth to inquire. Yi sir, to join you, do you all have to eat them? What? Yi Kuei froze for a moment. He stared at Tim Yufei in front of him and suddenly frowned. What the hell? It's in this state, and there's still someone who wants to steal food from them? Yi sir, I see what you mean. Shi Yufei, however, misunderstood Yi Kuei's meaning. He waved his hand and revealed a bitter smile. It seems that I don't have much of a chance to join you guys. Although Shi Yufei was serving in the special section of the Police Force Bureau, in reality, it was really the first time that he had come into such close contact with a heavenly official. He wasn't sure what kind of existence the heavenly officials actually had, because Shi Yufei then took all that Yi Kuei was doing at the moment as something that anyone who wanted to become a heavenly official would do, and all of this has completely disillusioned Tim Yufei, who fantasized about joining that department one day. Battling evil spirits and weirdness, he mustered up the courage to still move forward, but to be like Yi sir? When Yufei asked himself, he really can't do it. I can understand now why you guys are so privileged. He turned his head to the field of crumbs and sighed softly, listening to Shi Yufei's words. Yi Kuei continuously opened his eyes round. Why did he feel that the head of the special section of the Police Force Bureau in front of him was godly? What a mess of words to say. However, Yi Kuei didn't bother to explain anything more to Shi Yufei. After saying more, he was afraid that someone would grab the food with him. Phew. Yi Kuei exhaled a long breath and tried to calm himself down. Even though he got a scamming ability this time, the rest of the haul was a good one. Spirituality doesn't lie. No matter how weak Master Bug was, he was still a Class 3 evil spirit. The free attribute points and longevity brought to him were not discounted at all. Just like the sizzling crispy pancetta that he had eaten at that time, both of them increased Yi Kuei's lifespan by a month and a half, as well as 25 points of free attributes. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Kuei directly added his free attribute points to physique. Boom! Moment! Yi Kuei's body shook and puffed up violently. Chapter 96, Eat your food one bite at a time. Just now, Yi Kuei was able to use the strength of his flesh to drag the Bugmaster hard, and even directly stepped on the Bugmaster's limbs and joints, which was inextricably linked to the fact that after eating the sizzling crispy pancetta, the free attribute points that he had gained, he then directly pointed on his physique. Otherwise, relying on strength alone, he really wouldn't be a match for Master Bug. Name, Yi Kuei. Physical fitness, 77. Mental, minus 9,999. 10 points for ordinary people. Remaining attribute points, 0. Trait, Devouring Fusion. Ability, summon a shadowy coffin peeler, one time. The shady coffin skinner always skins its prey to collect their powers, and this time, the shady coffin skinner belongs entirely to you. Abilities, summoning, devouring. One can use one's own flesh and blood, as well as one's lifespan, to call out to the devourer. Insidious, cunning, vicious, lowly in character, uncommonly strong, but good. It's your servant. Ability, Night Pupil. From now on, the darkness will never blind you again. Ability, Fire Affinity. The flame is your friend and will never hurt you easily again. Of course it will even help you if you are willing to give a little something. So do you feel the warmth from your friends? Ability, Mind Touch. Striking, baiting, intimidating, are not as good as direct control, so you can embrace them to your heart's content in your own spirit. Remaining life, 3 months and 2 days. If you want to live, go find the evil and the creepy. The answers you want, they're all there. After adding the free attribute points given by the Bug Elder, his physique directly came to 77 points. This, looking at Officer Yi standing beside himself, his body violently expanded by a few points, and then contracted rapidly. But it seemed as if there was an endless amount of power that suddenly surged out of the mold above his body. Tim Yufei's body trembled once again. Are all the people coming out of that unit such monsters? Yi Kuei ignored Shi Yufei as he narrowed his eyes and gently squeezed his fist. The all-encompassing feedback that his body was giving him right now was once again ushered in to strengthen. And Yi Kuei didn't know if it was a hallucination or not. He always had a feeling that when the physique broke through 100 points, his own body would usher in a skyrocketing change. But right now is not the time to keep thinking about this either. Yi Kuei raised his head and looked towards the group of physically crippled women and children cowering in the corner in front of him. After the death of Master Bug, the pale film in front of their eyes had begun to fade, and although they had not yet been able to come to their senses, they had become much more animated overall. The new group of women and children brought in had begun to vibrate vaguely, and were about to break away from their controlled state. Let's get them out of here first. Yi Kuei was expressionless and spoke faintly. This, with Yi Kuei's reminder, Sure, Yufei also discovered the state of those women and children, and after he froze for a moment, a flash of complexity flashed in his eyes. The women and children who were newly brought in didn't suffer much, thankfully, but sure Yufei didn't dare to think about how those women and children who had been tortured and whose bodies had become crippled and miserable would be able to come to terms with all of this when they came to their senses. Alas, he sighed heavily once more. The only thing they could talk about was the fact that Officer Yi had avenged them. A few moments later, Tim Yufei left the underground cave with a group of women and children. He's called for backup from the Vigilance Bureau. The Vigilance Bureau can't help much about weird and evil spirits. However, when it comes to the subsequent resettlement of these women and children, it is necessary for them to step in and carry out the relevant work. And there was also a bit of levity in this one for Tim Yufei. Due to the unusual events involved, he didn't need to make any written reports at all, and the corresponding things were all just handed over to Officer Yi. However, this outing had really given Toku Yufei a considerable shock. Mentally, alas, standing at the entrance of the Broken Temple sub-village, he turned his head and spoke despondently. Yi sir, you. However, before the words were even finished, Toku Yufei snapped. The figure that was standing beside him just now, at some point, had disappeared. Yi sir, you are really sure? Yufei let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. God is out of the blue. In the meantime, the sky is both white, the rising sun poking out from the east, the sun with brilliant light swept across the earth, expelling the night, as if also drove away the haze hanging over the Broken Temple village. Just as Tim Yufei was still standing at the entrance of Broken Temple sub-village waiting for support, Yi Kuei had already embarked on his return journey back to the authority. He didn't take a car, and there wasn't much to take around the village of Broken Temple. Yi Kuei used 2 legs. With a whopping 77 points of physique, he ran extremely fast, and if he had to compare, right now Yi Kuei's speed was enough to rival some normally traveling cars. And what's even more exaggerated is that he seems to be tireless. A few moments later, Yi Kuei then arrived at the authorities' headquarters, without a red face or breath, and without even taking a sip of water. He went straight to the downstairs of the Basha's residence, stooped down to pick up a few stones, and stared at the glass of the Basha's residence, leaping into action. But in the end, Yi Kuei, who remembered Pred's reminder, still put down his hand resentfully. Pred makes some good points. Halberd holders are old and prone to accidents if they are not well rested. Not to mention, the halberd bearer had only given himself a mission, and it was only the second day, so it was indeed a bit inappropriate for him to come to him again so early in the morning. Then wait half an hour. Yi Kuei nodded and squeezed the stone in his hand, touched by his own good understanding. Wait for half an hour before you smash it. But just at this time, crunch, the window on the second floor was pushed open, and Basho's pale face peeked out of the window, a relaxed smile all over his face. These days, due to the constant harassment by certain people and the fact that the glass was smashed in the middle of the morning, Basho was never able to get a good night's sleep. He'd had a hard time figuring out a mission where he could get certain people out of the way, thinking that he could finally take a comfortable break. But who knows? Basho didn't know if he was stoned out of his mind. But when he reached the point, he instead could no longer sleep. But no matter if he slept or not being able to see Yi Kuei's figure ultimately made Basha's mood much better. And after, Basha then saw Yi Kuei, who was crouching downstairs, clutching a stone in his hand, leaping and impatient, and his face, which had just sprung up with a smile, instantly stiffened. Inside the office, Yi Kuei, I've said it all. An investigation mission is also a mission. You must complete it properly. Predator looked at Yi Kuei with a helpless face. If there are any clues, they need to be reported first. I know that you've always taken it as your duty to remove weirdness and evil spirits, but you can't be overly ambitious. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time. He sighed. You can't say that before the mission is over. You're back to bothering Lord Halberd Bearer again. Basho sat behind Predator. He didn't say a word, darkening a drooping face, thick with resentment, as if it was thick enough to penetrate his body. Chapter 97. You are the future of the authority. Yeah. Hearing Pred's words, Yi Kuei's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. You're right. At that, Pred froze. Why didn't he know when Yi Kuei had such a high level of ideological awareness? It's good to realize the problem so quickly. You've grown up after all. Soon after, Predator nodded slightly and gave a small smile. It's ultimately a good thing to be able to grow no matter when the raised mindset is. This time I found it. But before he waited to finish speaking, Yi Kuei's voice resounded once again. Rice really needs to be eaten one bite at a time. Eat it one bite at a time. He was all serious. To really taste the ingredients in their true and most inherently delicious form. Pred looked at Yi Kuei with wide eyes, only feeling that his bitter words just now were all in vain. Basha was sitting at the back, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his face instantly darkened even more. You're missing the point. I'm not asking you to eat. Predator got a little anxious and spoke up. I mean, you shouldn't always rush to Lord Halberd Bearer or be overly ambitious. Let's finish the task at hand first. He was truly afraid that if Yikuei said a few more words, Lord Halberd Bearer would instantly roll his eyes and pass out. The task at hand? Yikuei froze and glanced at Predator. I completed the mission. Otherwise, what am I looking for the halberd wielder for? Are you done? Pred snapped. An investigation mission is not the same as a cleanup mission. There is a lot to be done in a pre-stage investigative mission where there are no relevant clues to determine the type of incident. Therefore, when Pred gave this task to Yikuei, he was trying to make Yikuei spend some more time, but who knew that only one day had passed and Yikuei had already completed his mission? It's not just Pred. The hegemons in the back, after hearing Yikuei's words, all sat up straight with a touch of astonishment on their faces. Yikuei's talent was no longer in doubt. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attached such importance to Yikuei. But, in addition to his talent, Yikuei's efficiency in carrying out tasks was also so high? Rather, I misunderstood you. Predator let out a bitter smile and shook his head. However, you did grow up a lot. After completing the investigation task, you didn't take the risk of being impulsive, and you knew to come back for a trip. Regarding the investigative mission given to you, has it been determined to be an unusual event? He raised his head to look at Yikuei. Okay. Yikuei replied affirmatively. Yes. Predator nodded and held out his hand. You can give me the report about the mission. The authority will dispatch the appropriate Tenkan squad based on your investigation report. He seemed to be afraid that Yikuei, who had made it his duty to clean up evil spirits and weirdness, would get angry, and hurriedly explained one more time. But don't worry. You're familiar with the situation, and you'll be allowed to join along with you when you carry out the mission. Investigative report? A flash of embarrassment flashed across Yikuei's face. You finished your mission and didn't do a survey? Seeing this, Pred froze. I didn't do the survey. Yikuei was more and more embarrassed. He stretched out his hand, took out a section of something, and put it on Pred's hand. Only this thing, okay? What is it? Pred stared at the bent and sharp section of what looked like a tube in his hand, his face blank. This is the culprit of the anomalous event. That evil spirit's mouthpiece. Yikuei gestured and explained in detail. It grew on its face. It's very sharp. I smashed it half a day when I got it dead before I could get this thing off. What did you say? And this time, before Predator had a chance to speak, the basho in the back snapped to his feet. Can't you smash it? Seeing this, a flash of doubt flashed across Yikuei's face. You mean? Predator also stood up. He didn't reply to Yikuei's words but stared straight at Yikuei with wide eyes. Your so-called completion of the mission is not the completion of the investigation task. It's the fact that you've already solved the evil spirit that caused the abnormal event? Right. Yikuei blinked and opened his mouth to reply. I came back to find the halberd wielder after completing my mission. You did this alone? Predator's body shuddered vaguely. There's also a staff member from the special section of the police department. Yikuei grinned. Upon hearing Yikuei's reply, Basha's eyes went black and he directly paralyzed back into his chair. What role can the staff of the special branch of the Police Force Bureau play? Didn't I say, not to let you rush? Predator stared at his hand, the curved and sharp muzzle, and a complex, unmistakable smile appeared on his face. How did you even take out the evil spirits? I'm not impulsive. Yikuei had a sincere face. It's that it's too impulsive. The expression on Predator's face grew more and more complicated in the face of it all. But, you're not hurt, are you? After trying to adjust, Predator still raised his head to look at Yikuei with concern. Not letting you rush. Not that I don't believe in your strength. Rather, I'm worried about what might come up. With patience, he opened his mouth to explain. We know that you have the ability of flesh and blood restoration in flames, but there's no way this is guaranteed to be foolproof. It's fine if we meet a lower-grade evil spirit, but if we meet a high-grade evil spirit, we can't afford it in case something happens. The Lord Halberd Bearer has given me countless instructions that you are the future of our authority. Pred looked back at Basya and turned to Yikuei and spoke in a serious tone. We don't want to see any accidents happen to you. I know. Hearing Predator's heartfelt reminder, Yikuei nodded his head deeply. Just like this time, it's fortunate that this level 3 evil sneak I encountered wasn't too capable, or else I might have been injured. What do you mean evil spirits? Basho, who had just slumped into his chair, once again gave a jerk and stood straight up. A class 3 evil spirit. Yikuei turned his head and opened his mouth to reply. Buzz. Next moment, a raging aura violently rose majestically from the office. An invisible pressure suddenly appeared, directly from Predator's hands to take the section of thin, sharp pipe through the air. Class 3. Evil spirits? Basha stared dead on at the section of the evil spirit's mouthpiece in his hand, carefully feeling the spiritual fluctuations coming from it, his eyes trembling. Is it really a class 3 evil spirit? Pred was even more stiff. At first, when they knew that Yi Kuei had taken out the evil spirit that had caused the abnormal event, although they were equally surprised, they didn't think much of it. What Predator and Basha were concerned about was mainly Yi Kuei's safety, because in their opinion, the evil spirits that Yi Kuei could solve so quickly on his own would definitely not be of a very high level. But whoever thought what Yi Kuei encountered would be a level 3 evil sneak? And what made Basha and Pred feel the most disbelief was that Yi Kuei had hard smashed someone's mouthpiece, finished off this level 3 evil sneak, and returned to the authority unharmed. Chapter 98. I'm not feeling well. How on earth did you do that? Basha stared at Yi Kuei, his old voice extremely dry. If anything, the last time Yi Kuei followed the ear rat squad, it was with the help of the mistress within the creepy domain and the ear rats and their help, as well as the awakened fire ability, that he was able to clear the level 3 creepy words. Then this time, it was only Yi Kuei alone who eliminated the class 3 evil sneak. This condition had never been seen before in all the time Basho had lived. What? How? Is it hard? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei froze and a flash of incomprehension flashed across his face. Didn't I just say that level 3 evil sneak was weak? Weak I can't even think of. Just like the cottage. 3 or 2 belly flops. As soon as he thought of this matter, he remembered the scamming ability he had obtained, and his tone was filled with resentment. It's simply a disgrace for a level 3 evil sneak. Basho stalled. There is a difference between spooky and evil. The strengths and weaknesses do vary depending on the attributes and abilities, and the state of restraint encountered. But that's still a class 3 evil spirit after all. Spirituality doesn't lie. Level 3 heavenly officials will be able to have their own title. The threat that a level 3 evil sneak could pose was simply not comparable to that of a low-level evil sneak. And without the intervention of a heavenly official, a level 3 evil sneak would be enough to turn an entire, not so small area, into an inferno. It was such a class 3 evil spirit that died in Yi Kuei's hands. The main thing is, how long has this been going on? Even if this class 3 evil sneak was weak, right now, how long has it been since Yi Kuei passed the heavenly official's examination and became a trainee heavenly official? He would have been able to do it all. The speed at which Yi Kuei grew only made the hegemon incomparably shocked. And it was at this time, Predator seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled as he raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and inquired with slight apprehension. It's not like he's awakened any new abilities, is it? A new ability? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei instantly had a dark face and waved his hands. No, where are the new abilities? He didn't even want to mention anything about that scamming ability. No, Predator's body went violently limp. For Yi Kuei to still be able to awaken a new ability, though, was something they expected to see, and even for the Qin provincial administration, was a stone-cold great thing. But Pred only couldn't take it anymore. Although Basha didn't say anything, he relaxed a few points after hearing Yi Kuei's reply of denial. If Yi Kuei really if he could still awaken new abilities, both of them didn't know what they should do to ensure Yi Kuei's safety. That, Lord Halberd Bearer. And just then, Yi Kuei's tentative voice snapped. That mission. At those words, Bashimo's body creeped, violently reaching out his hand to cover his chest. I'm a bit unwell. I need to rest in a hurry. Rumble. Next moment, the office window was directly ripped apart by a large invisible hand. The hunched and pale figure of Basha flickered and directly leapt down from the hole left by the window, and instantly disappeared. Is the body of the halberd bearer-sama all right? Yi Kuei stared wide-eyed at the large hollow that appeared in the window, a flash of worry on his face. It's already so hard to leave even if there's a door? Looking at the situation before him, Predator also froze violently. The body of the Lord Halberd Bearer. It should be old, and a reprieve can slow it down. He smiled bitterly and opened his mouth to reply. To be able to force Basha to this point right now, I'm afraid that Yi Kuei is considered one of the few people in these decades. The Lord Halberd Bearer has worked so hard for the authority. He still needs to take care of his health. Yi Kuei sighed. If you have a disease, you have to go see it before it's too late. You can't just put it off. I'll have to give the Lord Halberd Bearer a second word of advice when I approach him tomorrow, he said with concern. At those words, the corners of Predator's mouth twitched even more. But, Lord Halberd Bearer is fine as long as he's not feeling well. Yi Kuei sighed. I thought that it was because he didn't want to assign me a task and was so scared that he just ran away. Since Lord Halberd Bearer is not here. With that, he looked up at Pred and grinned. So about giving me a new assignment, does that fall on your head? Predator's body shuddered violently. Right now he had finally experienced the amazing sense of oppression that Basho had felt firsthand. Ha! Ha ha! Predator gave a dry laugh. You were repeatedly telling me how dangerous it was to join the heavenly officials. Seeing this, Yi Kuei frowned and looked skeptically at Pred. It can't be that now. There's even no way to send me a mission, right? Not. Predator waved his hand back and forth as he seemed to have thought of something and spoke indistinctly. I remember. You quickly go find your rat. It seems like your squad just received a mission. Is that so? Yi Kuei opened his mouth suspiciously. If the captain received the mission, why didn't he give me a word? I think I just got the assignment and didn't have time to tell you about it yet. Predator smiled awkwardly. There's no way I'd lie to you about such a thing. I'll check it out. Yi Kuei glanced at Pred, turned around, and headed for the door. The meaning in his eyes was unmistakable. He'll be back later if there's no mission. By the way, you still need to make a report about the mission of removing the Class 3 evil spirits, and based on the mission, the authority will have merit points to hand out. Seeing this, Predator seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. That one's in no hurry. Yi Kuei waved his hand without turning back. Phew. Seeing Yi Kuei leave, Predon instantly slumped in his chair. Is that kid really gone? And just then, an old voice slowly sounded from the window, and the hunched figure of Basha reappeared. Lord Halberd Bearer. Seeing this, Predator hurriedly stood up straight. Yi Kuei should have left. After all, I really didn't lie to him. The ear rat did just take on a new mission. That's good. Basho sighed in relief, rubbing his chest and relaxing as well. Before Yi Kuei had even finished speaking, he knew what Yi Kuei was going to say, and it was no exaggeration to say that Basha's heart, just now, was literally pumping violently. He was truly afraid. Yi Kuei's growth and talent only made Basha incomparably happy and proud. But, how could it be so simple to ensure Yi Kuei's safety and pick the right mission at the same time? You said, that kid's strength. What exactly has it reached nowadays? Just then, Basho seemed to have thought of something, and he turned his head, his gaze deep into Predator's. I can't say. Well, Predator shook his head. Though I have had the experience of independently removing Class 3 shenanigans as a Class 2 Celestial, but by that time, I had already joined the authority for a long time and had a lot of experience. Unlike that kid, who had only just passed the heavenly official's examination. His expression, extremely complex, and, I certainly can't do it as easily as he did. Chapter 99. The situation is not right. Just run. Yeah, a kid who just passed the heavenly officer examination not long ago, and is even holding a special internship heavenly officer document I gave him. The expression on Basha's face was extremely complicated. How in the world was he able to clear out the level 3 evil sneaks unharmed? Even if that evil spirit, no matter how weak it is and its attributes are restrained, it's still a Class 3 evil spirit. This situation. Until now, he couldn't figure it out. You look for an opportunity to get him to hurry up and turn in his mission report. Basho shook his head and spoke. I want to know what really happened back then. Yes. Predator drifted off for a moment, nodding his head to the order. Unlike Basho, he was hit harder, because in Predator's impression, Yi Kuei was still that brat who had just come out of the Guile domain not long ago and didn't know anything. But it's only been a while. Yi Kuei had already finished off the Class 3 evil sneak? Whether the evil spirit is weak or something else. Basha raised his head, a complex smile appearing on his pale face. To be able to do all of this shows his growth. It really is too fast. I can't even imagine how shocked they'd be if HQ, or any other authority, found out about this. Our Qin provincial administration, by mistake, has really picked up a treasure. There was joy, pride, and anticipation in his smile, but there was also a touch of hidden worry. Same old. Basho turned his head to Predator. Until that kid is able to stand alone, block all his files. Confidentiality level. Using my clearance, cranked up another notch. He had seriousness written all over his face. Roger that. At that, Pred replied with a straight face. Lord Halberd Bearer. Just then, he seemed to think of something, and after hesitating for a while, he raised his head to look at Ba Xia. Do we need to, secretly, send a few heavenly officials, to protect Yi Kuei? Protect the boy? At those words, the overlord froze. But soon, he smiled and shook his head. Even though that boy is indeed important, there is no need to send someone to protect such a thing. How can one grow up under the wings and become a top heavenly official? And, I'm worried that if we take the risk of sending someone to protect him, it will affect him instead. Keeping it the way it is now is pretty good. Basha seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth twitched and he spoke again. It's when that kid comes to ask for a mission. Just pay attention. Yes. At that, Pred nodded heavily. Now, though, a normal task probably wouldn't be hard for that kid either. Seeing this, a smile appeared once again on Basha's face. Although he is still a trainee heavenly official at the moment, I'm afraid he already has the strength of a Class 2 heavenly official. What's more, there's the ability to restore both flames and flesh and blood. And just as Bully re-entered the office, discussing it with Pred, Yekel had found the ear rat. Come on, come on. The moment the ear rat saw Yikue, his small eyes snapped open and he hurriedly beckoned. I just said I wanted to find you. We're going on a mission. Aside, Fanrong and Shei Idong were both in place as well. After seeing Yikue, they all revealed smiles. However, a hint of stiffness could still be seen in the expressions on their faces, and it was clear that the two had not yet gotten over the shock that Yikue had brought them in the first place. A real mission? Yikue greeted Fanrong and Shei Idong and turned his head to look at the ear rat. He had thought that Pred had found an excuse to detach himself. Yikue are ready to pretend to find the ear rat to talk, and then have a reason to go back to find Pred to increase their efforts. Who knew that Pred didn't actually lie to himself? Right, just picked up the quest. Ear rat nodded and spoke. This time, our squad is going to carry out a Class 3 mission. Level 3 mission? Yikue froze and revealed a smile. Captain, is it that after the last incident, you know that my strength has risen greatly and think that we can handle more dangerous missions? It wasn't ear rat style to take on a level 3 mission. What are you talking about? The ear rat gave Yikue a puzzled look and spoke. I'll give you this. This level 3 mission this time can be really appropriate. It's not dangerous and the merit points after completing the mission are high. He grinned. His pointy, skinny face as lewd as it looked. It's just me, so I can take this mission straight away. Yikue stalled. We're going on an assistance mission. There was a Class 3 evil spirit in the next door province of Parallelism that escaped during the removal process by the Parallelism administration and fled all the way to our province of Qin. In order to avoid an extended accident, they sought the assistance of our authority. But, speaking here, the ear rat's smile was even a few points brighter. I've already investigated clearly, and the province of Meridian is extremely angry that the evil spirit was able to escape from this matter. They sent out a squad led by a rank 4 heavenly magistrate in an effort to solve the problem of the evil spirit in one fell swoop. But since this rank 3 evil spirit is quite good at hiding, they need our help in searching for it. He pointed to his ear and was very proud. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to pick up this leak. So for this mission, we don't need to investigate and face the evil spirits directly, so that we can eliminate the situation where we encountered a perilous situation last time for no apparent reason. Pride was written all over Ear Rat's face. And assisting in such tasks? Listening to the words of the Ear Rat, Yikue's face revealed a touch of curiosity. Of course, Ear Rat nodded. Even though each province has its own authority, there are some evil spirits and spooks that can be moved around. So sometimes, some assistance is needed. And even more so when facing some extremely powerful evil spirits or shenanigans, the authority will join together. He opened his mouth to explain. So it is. Yikue narrowed his eyes in thought, but soon, he seemed to think of something, frowned and opened his mouth. But, the authority of Parallel Province is also too pulling down, right? Class 3 evil spirits that can all be let go? Yikue licked his lips. Indignant. If it were him, there wouldn't be a scrap left. That's where being sent on a mission squad goes wrong. Ear Rat sneered, clearly looking down on the squad that had made the mistake as well. Also, on that note, I'm going to give you a reminder before I do. Then, he paused and opened his mouth with a serious face. Remember, no matter what situation you encounter at that time, you must not be in a hurry. The situation is not right. Just run. Ear Rat straightened up. If the sky collapses, there are those heavenly officials of the Parallel State Administration to take the top. Understood. And the moment they heard the Ear Rat's words, the sound of Fong Rong and Shei Dong's decisive replies rang out directly. Not bad, not bad. Seeing that he had taught them well, Ear Rat nodded in satisfaction. However, soon after, the three of them turned their heads in unison and looked straight at Yikue, who hadn't answered all along, with unblinking eyes. Seeing this scene, Yikue's body jerked. Chapter 100 Heavenly Officials Still Need Internships? Seeing Yikue's performance, Ear Rat frowned, looking not very satisfied. Regarding the words "see what happens," I think I need to have a chat with you. He looked at Yikue and intoned. We know that you have extraordinary talent, but, a great man, can stretch and shrink, can't always be that impulsive. His heart trembled now when he thought of the scene where Yikue was screaming strangely and rushing straight up in the fire. We only have a future if we live. That's right. The sound of Fong Rong and Che Eaton's replies in unison snapped. They also remembered what happened then in the fire. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Yikue nodded and revealed a smile. I understand it all. I've even been a lot more cautious now. Really? Ear Rat gave Yikue a suspicious look. So there's a fake? Yikue held his head high. I hope what you say is true. The Ear Rat would be skeptical, as he glanced at Yikue once more, and spoke with meaning. After this mission is completed, We can take a break for a while, and by the time we get to that point, the time is estimated to be just about right. Captain, I know. Yi Kuei grinned. There was no way he could forget what happened to Ear Rat's son. After all, Yi Kuei was also incomparably eager to travel to that tricky domain. He couldn't stop his mouth from watering with excitement at the thought that there might be a whole tricky domain full of sealed objects and shenanigans waiting for him. Yi Kuei, what's wrong with you? When they saw the Yi Kuei under their eyes, Fong Rong and Che Yidong's bodies couldn't help but tremble. Last time, before Yi Kuei's impulsive seizure, he also looked like this. Nothing. Yi Kuei wiped the corners of his mouth and turned his head to look at Ear Rat. Captain, isn't it time for us to set off on a new mission? Dining at the tricky area cafeteria will come later. Right now, let's see if we can get some nighttime snacks to eat first. Yeah, it's about time. It's pretty far from where they are. We should get going. Ear Rat glanced down at his watch and nodded. This time, we're dealing with the heavenly officials of Parallel Province, so we still need to prepare in advance and follow the rules. He took his own Tenkan badge from his pocket and pinned it to his chest. Captain, you're really from the halberd department. Looking at the unrelenting, domineering halberd with a red tassel on the Ear Rat's chest, Yi Kuei still couldn't help but freeze for a moment. As in fake, Ear Mouse raised his head with a righteousness. Halberd Department Class 3 Heavenly Official, Ear Mouse. I heard that at the time, the captain was all for joining the divination department, but people said they didn't want him. However, before the Ear Rat could be complacent for 2 seconds, a small mutter from Fong Rong rang out from the side. The Ear Rat stalled and hurriedly waved his hand. Let's get out of here. Seeing this, Yi Kuei also took out his own medical department badge from his pocket, and pinned it on his chest amidst the instantly odd eyes of the Ear Rat, Fong Rong and the three of them. Che Yidong. Immediately, a group of 4 drove up in the halberd's overbearing jeep and roared out. As Ear Rat would say, the place they were traveling to was quite far away. After driving for more than 5 hours, it was getting late, and the 4 of them, who had already left the province and entered the next city, finally arrived at their destination. An abandoned steel mill on the outskirts of town. I don't know how long the abandoned steel mill, covering a huge area, vaguely still able to see traces of the former glory, but now left behind, but only a piece of decay, overgrown, barren and dilapidated. In the evening afterglow, the whole area smelled strongly of gloom. The good thing is that the steel mill is in a remote area, which saves the need to evacuate the surrounding residents. The 4 had just gotten out of the car when they saw the 3 figures standing in front of the steel mill. Have to say, the Ear Rat, despite his caution, has a real knack for gathering intelligence. His information was extremely accurate. Even from a distance, Yi Kuei could feel the awe-inspiring aura on those 3 figures at the entrance of the steel mill. At a glance, they were heavenly officials, or even the elites among the heavenly officials, especially the man standing at the very front with a huge black box behind him. His looks and figure were mediocre, but his aura was like a gun, incomparably stern. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the Ear Rats Fong Rong and Che Yidong and paused. In comparison, except for himself, Captain Ear Rat, they rather looked a little crooked. Captain Ear Rat, right? In the meantime, the leading man carrying a black box also spotted Ear Rat's few people. They instantly greeted him. The man's eyes swept past the badge on Ear Rat's chest and revealed a smile. I am Father Lift. Father Lift? At those words, Yi Kuei frowned. He saw the man's halberd badge with a blood-colored string moon and a star engraved on his chest, and it appeared that Father Lift was the same 4-ranked heavenly official who had come this time. I'm just codenamed Father Lift. Father Lift didn't know if it was humor, or if he was really polite. After he heard Yi Kuei's words, he even explained rather patiently, not trying to take advantage of anyone. Ha ha ha. What are you talking about? Yi Kuei smiled awkwardly. He hadn't thought that the thoughts he had just had in his head had been seen through by Father Lift. They're Qi Zhua and Zhang Rui Shui. Father Lift also smiled as he pointed to the 2 heavenly officials, a man and a woman, who followed him and opened his mouth to introduce them. Hello, hello. Ear Rat hurriedly and warmly greeted them, and similarly opened his mouth to introduce himself. I am Ear Rat, and they are. And along with the introduction, he had the presence of mind to pull out his credentials. How well the mission was accomplished is another story. On the basis of the attitude of the Ear Rat's eyes alone, there was not the slightest problem. And it was extremely convincing. An internship with Sky Officer? However, when Father Lift saw Yi Kuei's documents, he froze for a moment. After his eyes swept past the badge of the heavenly official representing the Ministry of Medicine on Yi Kuei's chest, a flash of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. What is it? Even as a Class 4 heavenly official, he had never heard of this out-of-the-way term. A trainee Tenkan is a Tenkan who is still in the internship period. Yi Kuei opened his mouth to reply with a single slate. Your Qin province's authority. Tenwan still needs an internship? Father Lift was even more confused. but it's good. Regardless of whether it's a real internship or not. It's much more reassuring that we have a heavenly officer of the Ministry of Medicine present. But he was also clear that now was not the time to dwell on this. And after raising his father to slow down, he looked at Yi Kuei and nodded with a smile. Let's carry out the mission. With that, he turned his head to look at the steel mill in front of him that resembled an eerie beast and frowned slightly. According to our subsequent understanding, this Class 3 evil spirit is much trickier than expected. Chapter 101. It's still here. That. Lifting father, right? Hearing the words uttered by Father Lift, Ear Rat's body jerked as he let out a dry laugh. I suddenly remembered that we have some urgent matters and need to hurry back. Why don't you guys get busy first? As he spoke, Ear Rat then turned his head and waved at Yi Kuei and the others. I'll help you contact a new squad to come later. What a joke. Before he came, he had always thought that the level 4 heavenly official from the Concordia Authority would be able to crush this escaped level 3 evil sneak. As a result, who knew that Father Lift would also find this level 3 evil spirit tricky? Tricky? Doesn't that mean the danger factor is skyrocketing? The earwig was ready to bolt anyway. Father Lift's face snapped. You don't have to worry about safety. The corner of his mouth twitched. I say tricky only because this evil spirit is very good at hiding. At the moment, we can only determine that the evil spirit is located within the steel mill through some special means. But just now we searched roughly once, but we found nothing. Father Lift opened his mouth to explain. So for now, the tricky part is how this evil spirit should be found. Captain Ear Rat, I that have heard something about you. He looked up at the earwig with an awkward smile. You really don't have to worry too much about safety. After all, there's still me here. Something to do with my ability. Father Lift stretched out his hand, patted the black box he was carrying, and spoke faintly. As long as I find that evil spirit, I'll send it back to the west right away. His tone was calm, but filled with immense confidence. So it is. Upon hearing this, the Ear Rat froze for a moment before grinning. You should have said so. I can't do anything else, but I'm the best at finding things. You're saying it's not weird anymore? He glanced down at his cell phone and smashed his mouth. Just now you gave me the word that things are incredibly important. And now you're saying that you don't need to go back in too much of a hurry. But, Ear Rat raised his head, looked at Father Lift, and asked tentatively, has my name, all of it, been spread to your parallel provincial authority? Slightly. Father Lift smiled. Ha! Are out of the province. The earwig jerked up. Looking at him, he didn't look the slightest bit embarrassed, but instead extremely proud. The corners of Chizhua and Zhang Ruishua's mouths twitched even more when they stood at the back and saw the scene. Same as the earwigs investigating them beforehand. In order to ensure the success of the mission, Father Lift led the team to learn about the earwigs as well. But right now, when they saw the Ear Rat with their own eyes, only then did they have a new understanding of what was written in the information. That the Ear Rat had a cautious character and was timid and afraid of death. Not so much. The two of them sighed softly as their eyes flickered from Yi Kuei and the others standing behind the Ear Rat. It really wasn't that Chi Scorch and Zhang Ruishua were belittling the members of the Ear Rat squad. That Fong Rong and Che Dong, at first glance, were not people who could do anything. The only one who looked a bit more spirited was the heavenly official of the medical ministry called Yi Kuei. But, white and tender, thin and tall, with a constrained and shy smile on his face all the time, he is still a trainee Tianjun of the medical department. Forget it. The two men shook their heads. Anyway, Father Lift didn't intend to involve the Ear Rat squad in a specific battle this time. They were only responsible for finding the evil spirit. But, Chi Scorch's gaze paused on Yi Kuei for a moment, narrowing his eyes slightly suspiciously as if he had thought of something with some familiarity. Then, why don't we just go in first? Just then, Father Lift's voice rang out as he looked at the Ear Rat and spoke. It's better to hurry up and clean out the evil spirits. Yeah, you're right. Upon hearing this, Ear Rat hurriedly nodded. It's still the mission that matters. Although his mouth was in a hurry, he didn't make the slightest move. Cautiousness, already deep in the bones of the Ear Rat. Go. Father Lift laughed, not caring too much, and took the lead, carrying the huge black box and stepping ahead of the crowd into the steel mill. Seeing this, the Ear Rat then rushed to follow. Evil sneaks information. I sent you. After stepping into the steel factory, Father Lift squinted his eyes and surveyed the surroundings while speaking. This evil spirit, its name in our authority, is called a mandrill. The likeness is a terrifying giant ape that delights in human flesh. And when its tracks were first discovered, it was because it brutally ate a family of 5 alive. It's not a complicated ability, but it's just strong and powerful. Well, listening to Father Lift's words, Ear Rat nodded, but did not speak. His ears had been vibrating ever since he stepped into the steel mill, straining to hear any psychic fluctuations that might be coming from around him. Strong body. Strength? Just then, a slightly puzzled voice rang out from the back. If its ability is so simple, how did it manage to escape from under your authority? And how was it able to hide for so long without being discovered? This issue. Father Lift turned his head in the direction from which the voice came and spoke in reply. It's the tricky and weird place I was talking about. He didn't expect that just as he talked about the characteristics of the golem, someone would raise the question of what the problem was. At that time, that squad of level 3 heavenly officials from our authority had originally severely injured the golem and blocked it in a room. Father Lift explained up to Yikue patiently, but strangely enough, when they burst into the room and were ready to finish off the mandrill once and for all, they realized that the mandrill had disappeared. Gone? Yikue raised an eyebrow. How is it missing? Just wacky right out of existence. Father Lift's face flashed with a complexity. Subsequently, I also traveled to that room to investigate, but in the room, there was nothing but the blood left by the mandrill. There was no cul-de-sac, no hiding space, it was in a closed room and just disappeared. He sighed. Apparently Father Lift also felt incredibly strange about this situation. The golem still has blood? Yikue's eyes subconsciously lit up and he licked his lips in salivation. Since it has all but disappeared, how did you discover its subsequent tracks? But he also seemed to think it was a bit inappropriate to appear too greedy, and hurriedly looked up at his Father Lift with a broad smile. Father Lift froze. He didn't think about the fact that in the Ear Rat Squad, it was instead this white and clean trainee heavenly officer who had been inquiring about the situation. This has to do with the abilities of one of the Tennos in that Class 3 squad of ours. Father Lift didn't think much of it and let out a bitter smile. At that time, when he first fought with the mandrill, he was eaten off an arm due to his gullibility. And the ability of this celestial official is the ability to sense control of his own body. Even if his arm is broken, the connection is still there. He opened his mouth and replied, according to the last orientation felt, the location of the mandrill is near the steel mill. And then what happened? Why don't you feel anything anymore? Yikue did not understand. Maybe it's digested? Father Lift was a little embarrassed. Then if the golem escapes again, won't we have come all this way for nothing? Fongron's eyes widened as he listened to the words coming from the front. I guess not. Father Lift smiled. Based on our deduction of the mandrill's characteristics, it is used to staying in the same place, and according to the senses, the mandrill has been in this steel mill for a long time. He hesitated and spoke again. But not necessarily. No. Just then, Yikue interrupted Father Lift's words as he looked towards the steel cable that was located over the shadows on the left side and spoke faintly. It's still here. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately followed Yikue's line of sight. Across the two plants, several bloody and mutilated torsos hang from the steel cables once used as transportation for items. The broken remnants of the body, which was strewn with tear marks and could no longer be seen in human form, was gently swaying with the wind. Tick. The spreading blood followed the steel cable and dripped slowly to the ground. Chapter 102. There is a situation. Deeper and deeper into the night. In the dead silence of the deserted steel mill, human remains hung in mid-air on steel cables drifting uncontrollably. Blood couldn't stop spreading and dripping. The appearance of this scene was filled with terror and a strong ominous aura. Seeing this, the lifting fathers both froze. However, as a battle-hardened 4-ranked heavenly official, he had long since seen all of this. And it was not because of the mood swings that appeared because of the corpse. Father Lift's mind was filled with amazement at something else. Just now, talking all the way, even he had not been able to avoid being a bit distracted, failing to properly observe the situation that had arisen around him. And in the Ear Rat Squad, that trainee heavenly officer of the medical department was able to be one step ahead of him and keenly perceive this scene? Yeah, Kel. And just as Father Lift was about to open his mouth to say something, he lurched again. Ahead. Yikue had already appeared underneath the several human remnants that couldn't stop bobbing. 3 men, 1 woman, and a child. He surveyed the human remains on the steel cables. All of them were killed in one blow. Outright death. The males took a bite out of their chests and the sharp teeth ripped right through their ribs, and the females and children died in their skulls. Yikue frowned slightly and squatted down to dip his hand in the dripping blood. The blood has just oxidized and browned. The time of death should be no more than an hour. The golem is nearby. He stood up, turned his head and squinted his eyes as he surveyed the surroundings of the steel cable and made his judgment. This should have happened after we left the steel mill. Jean Rueshue, who was standing at the back, once again looked at the mid-air and frowned. But, based on so little clues, but soon, a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. And you can judge so many things? I have experience with this sort of thing. Yikue reached out and pointed at the remnants of the body above him and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He's a heavenly official of the Ministry of Healing, responsible for treating injuries, so he must know these things very well. Upon hearing this, Cheese was spoke to Jiang Ruishue. After all, the majors are right for each other. As a trainee Sky Marshal, that's not easy either. Jiang Ruishue was still quite surprised, but for some reason, seeing Yi Kuei's grin revealing a mouthful of white teeth straight into a smile, she inexplicably felt a bit cold all over. Yi Kuei, you're very good. Just then, Father Lift's slightly smiling voice also rang out as he looked at Yi Kuei with satisfied eyes. How about it? Are you interested in joining our squad? With your current performance alone, joining our parallel state authority will definitely not make you some trainee heavenly official when the time comes. Father Lift didn't hide it a bit, and started digging in the ear rat's face. At those words, the ear rat's ears stopped vibrating and he jerked his head up to look at Father Lift, glaring at him about to say something. But the next moment, the ear rat seemed to have thought of something as he smiled. I have no problem with you wanting Yi Kuei, as long as the holder of the halberd agrees. Qin Province's Management Bureau, for talent, are so contemptuous? Seeing this, Father Lift froze. He shook his head. Since even you, the captain, agree, I'll go talk to Lord Basho after I finish the mission. No problem. The ear rat's grin widened. Digging in your face? And you want Yi Kuei to join the authority of the province of parallelism? The nerve of Father Lift. What a nerve! He really wanted to see what it would look like when Father Lift went to the hegemony and proposed for Yi Kuei to join the parallel province authority. On the side, Yi Kuei didn't even pay attention to the conversation between the ear rat and Father Lift, so he directly took a step and stepped into the factory building on the side. He was pure and committed. All I want to do is dry rice. Let's clean up the evil spirits first. Seeing this, Father Lift shook his head and stepped into the plant with him. The others saw the scene and followed. However, the large plant was empty. There was nothing except for a small patch at the left window that had been wiped down to reveal the clear glass below. The entire plant, filled with an air of decay and dilapidation. Yi Kuei squinted his eyes and came to the left side where the glass had been wiped, reaching out his hand to gently touch it. This should rub off on whoever it is someday. Scorch glanced at the unobtrusive trace and shook his head. Captain, have you found anything? Yi Kuei ignored Chizhua and instead turned his head to look at the ear rat. No. The ear rat frowned tightly, his ears still vibrating uncontrollably. I didn't notice any fluctuations in spirituality at all. From the moment he stepped into the steel mill, the ear rat had been unleashing his powers, except for a pause just now when he heard that he was going to dig in. However, he had not gained a single thing. Throughout the steel mill, there was dead silence. There was no appearance of any spiritual fluctuations at all. It shouldn't. At that, Father Lift frowned. If Yi Kuei's judgment was correct just now, the mandrill had also appeared within an hour and ate 5 people. Even if it had left the steel mill, it shouldn't have left no spiritual fluctuations at all. This situation reveals a great deal of weirdness. Nope, something's up. Just then, the ear rat's ears vibrated. His face suddenly changed, and he violently turned his head to look to the left. Over there. He hadn't finished his sentence. Kaching dash. Rear. Father Lift had then extended his hand. The huge black box he was carrying behind him opened at the same time, and countless delicate parts flipped and appeared, unable to stop themselves from starting to combine. Just for a moment, a black and hideous, emitting an incomparably cold aura, thick and incomparable barrel, covered with patches of twisted scales, and a gun that couldn't stop looking left and right with a bizarre eye, appeared in the hands of the father of the lift. Boom! Next moment, eyes turned to the left. Father Lift pulled the trigger directly. The cannon roared. Chapter 103 End. The second one? Cannon tube flames spewed out recklessly, and spiritual fluctuations clambered up. The moment, the entire plant seemed to vibrate. Rumble. The aftermath of the cannon's roar still reverberates. Above the wall of the factory building on the left side, a huge cavity had appeared, and straight cannon marks whistled out as if they had pierced through everything. Looking down the hollow, by the faint moonlight, one could even see the distant outskirts of the steel mill, the overgrown vacant lot. Father Lift took the shot and blasted right through the entire steel mill. It shouldn't, but after blasting out a shot, Father Lift frowned. This shot is even empty? Just now, at the moment of the shooting, he did feel a flash of something. With the ear rat's ability, together with his own firearm, as long as the general direction was correct, then he would definitely hit the evil spirit. However, this shot, it's empty? Guns. Listening to the mumbled voices from up ahead, the earwig stiffened and his eyes flickered from the handful of black, hideous cannons in his raised father's hand. He calls it a gun? The earwig had a newfound appreciation for his father, who had been polite and kind to the people who lifted him. Growling dash. At the same time, the bizarre eyeball on the barrel of the cannon in Father Lift's hand once again looked left and right and rolled alertly. But the next moment, the eyes then froze violently. It stared at one side, at Yi Kuei. who was salivating and drooling and staring straight at himself, and a flash of bewilderment flashed through its eyes. The eyeballs seemed to connect with Father Lift's mind, and Father Lift's body trembled violently as he turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. "That's a great smelling gun you've got there. It's awesome." Seeing this, Yi Kuei wiped his mouth and hurriedly raised his head. "What's its name?" "It's a gun, not a cannon." Seeing that it was Yi Kuei, Father Lift then put his heart down as he patted the blackened gun and opened his mouth to reply. "The name is Condemnation." "Condemnation?" Yi Kuei stretched out his hand and wiped his mouth, extremely agreeing. "Good to hear, really good. I think it sounds great too." Father Lift looked down at the gun named Condemnation with a loving glance and nodded with a smile. Even though Yi Kuei had simply complimented him twice, he was able to clearly feel that Yi Kuei liked Puta from the bottom of his heart, and the situation. More than that, it added one more point of recognition to the heart of the lifting father. He felt that it was all the more necessary for him to go and have a chat with Lord Basho, and even if he had to pay a small price, he had to fight for Yi Kuei to be in his squad. Something just ducked out of the way. Yi Kuei tried to control himself from looking down at the Condemnation and instead turned his gaze to the large hole in the wall. "But it's not a mandrill. Mandrills are too big, and although I didn't see exactly what it was, the one just now, it's a gadget." He shook his head. "You can see?" Father Lift's eyes snapped open. The night had grown thick, and it was dim all around. The ear rat's reminder was too sudden again, and Father Lift was barely able to make sure he had an empty shot by using the connection between him and the condemned. And in that case, Yi Kuei was surprisingly able to see exactly what was happening. "The darkness has no way of obscuring my gaze." Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei pointed to his eyes and smiled faintly. At those words, Father Lift's face flashed with even more astonishment. Seeing this, even Ear Rat and the others froze for a moment. Every time I see Yekel, there is a new surprise, but they were also aware that this was not the time to dwell on this. I just did feel a spiritual wave. The earwig tightly furrowed his sparse eyebrows and opened his mouth. "There are spiritual fluctuations." Upon hearing this, on the face of Chijua, who was standing at the end, a flash of incomprehension flashed across his face. "It's not a mandrill. What's going on? It's not just Chi Scorch." Everyone else was slightly confused. This situation in front of them made them a bit confused for a while. The reason is simple. Just then, Yi Kuei's voice, filled with excitement, snapped, "Because in this neighborhood, there's not just one evil spirit, the mandrill." And the moment he heard Yi Kuei's words, the empty plants suddenly fell silent. Under the cold moonlight, the surrounding dilapidated and decayed equipment looks like a hideous monster hiding in the dark. Observing them and choosing fat to eat, the crowd only felt their bodies violently cold. More than one evil spirit? Father Lift turned his head, and his gaze ghostly looked at Yi Kuei. Exactly. Yi Kuei revealed a mouthful of white teeth. "From the very beginning, I felt something was wrong. Have you ever wondered what the purpose of the mandrill's flight to the steel mill was? After traveling thousands of miles, away from the parallel state? If your initial information was accurate, it should have been seriously injured. And you were guarding the entrance to the steel mill just now. And with the golem's ability, where did it get people to eat in the short time it had?" Yi Kuei turned his head. His eyes swept from the dimly lit perimeter of the plant, his body trembling. "So, here, there must be its helpers." Jiang Ruishua's body stiffened. Hearing Yi Kuei's narration, she instantly connected the dazed and confused as well as the things she hadn't noticed just now in an instant. The answer, I'm afraid, is just as Yi Kuei said, with a second evil spirit. Jiang Ruishua violently turned her head to look at Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei's calm thinking as well as insight was simply terrifyingly strong. Is such a person really a trainee celestial official? But, Jiang Ruishua's heart, however, also flashed with a flash of incomprehension. A second evil spirit appeared and the danger factor rose sharply. Even she was a little nervous, but this white, handsome man in front of him, how did he seem to be unaffected at all? Even, combined with Yi Kuei's reaction just now, although his body was also trembling, Jiang Ruishua always felt that it wasn't fear. It's excitement. It's unparalleled excitement. Why are you excited? There was even a flash of bewilderment in her eyes, now that a second evil spirit has appeared. At this point, Ear Rat's voice snapped. Now that we've gone beyond the situation of the very first mission, for safety's sake, I still think, let's close up the team first. We'll come back after we figure out what's going on. He couldn't stop his ears from vibrating, and with tension written all over his sharp, thin, lewd face, he was scanning his surroundings warily. The situation is not right. Bugger off at once. This has always been the rule for ear mice. Well, you have a point. And this time, after a moment of contemplation, Father Lift all agreed to Ear Rat's request. Let's go back and get ready first. though he wasn't at all as greedy as an earwig. However, Father Lift, who was the leader of the heavenly official squad, knew one thing clearly: carrying out a mission is one thing, but it's not about making unnecessary sacrifices. Right now, things are clearly not quite right, and have gone beyond what was initially expected and controlled. And the best way to do this is to come back fully prepared. Phew! Hearing Father Lift's promise, Ear Rat let out a long sigh of relief and revealed a smile. Still counts on you having some brains. But the words weren't finished. The ears of the Ear Rat vibrated violently. No! His face changed abruptly. However, it was simply too late to react. Ow dash! A tyrannical and ferocious hissing sound rang out. A tall and sturdy, two sharp teeth protruding from a hideous face, like a giant ape, with a terrifying figure covered in scars, suddenly appeared from behind Jiang Ruishui. No one has discovered how this terrifying giant ape appeared, but it had already opened its bloody mouth and tore down viciously towards Jiang Ruishui. Chapter 104, Chancho. In the blink of an eye, the change had already occurred. This, smelling the fishy odor mixed in with the sound of air breaking behind her, Jiang Ruishui's eyes snapped shut. Catching dash. The temperature plummeted, and a wall of crystal clear ice spread and condensed, directly blocking behind her. As an elite level 2 heavenly officer in Father Lifting Squad, Jiang Ruishui's reaction was extremely quick. Aside, the eyeballs on the barrel of the gun in Father Lift's hand kept rolling and the muzzle was turned right around. But none of them were fast enough. Whoosh! Jiang Ruishui's body was on one side, and there was already a raging sound of breaking wind. Monkey brain, monkey brain, monkey brain, monkey brain, monkey brain. At the same time, a maniacal laughter rang out with reckless abandon. In the shocked, rigid eyes of the crowd, a dark and gloomy, door-slab-like giant sword crossed in front of them and slapped directly towards the golem that suddenly appeared in the back. Next moment, the black-painted giant sword collided directly with the steeply lunging mandrill. Heavily injured and not yet healed, his body was covered with scars, but he was still able to see the gnarled muscles. Stout and powerful mandrill suddenly stalled in the air. Immediately, boom! Only a muffled sound was heard. Its lanky body flew directly backwards. But, like the mandrill, the slender figure carrying the coffin board similarly flew out due to the impact of the huge force of the recoil. But this pause, in turn, saved Jiang Ruishui from the danger. From the danger, Father Lift was more than ready to let this one go. Without even glancing at the situation happening behind him, he simply pulled the trigger. Boom! Spirituality overflowed. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and bullets slammed out. Woo! But the next moment, the golem's body staggered for a moment, and after letting out an aggravated, agonized whimper that buzzed in his brain, he simply disappeared in plain sight. Father Lift's bullet, once again, fell short. This, Father Lift lowered his head and looked at the pewter in his hand in disbelief, and the large eyeball on the pewter rotated and lifted up to meet Father Lift's eyes, flashing a flash of confusion. But just then, hey, 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 watch the mandrill disappear. At the back, a low, soft laugh rang out, and in the laugh, it was filled with suppressed madness. Father Lift's body trembled and reacted suddenly. Yi Kuei? He turned his head violently and looked at Yi Kuei at the back, his expression instantly stiffening. Father Lift did not expect that the slender figure that appeared carrying the coffin board was actually Yi Kuei. Just now, he saw it all. When that pitch-black door panel slapped on the body of the mandrill, the sturdy muscles of the mandrill's body had instantly tensed up. This represents, the mandrill used all its strength. Instead, it ended by flying backwards at the same time as Yi Kuei, meaning that Yi Kuei was comparable to the mandrill in terms of strength. Although the mandrill is seriously injured at the moment, it's a power-oriented evil spirit. 2. Aren't you a heavenly officer of the Ministry of Medicine? Lift Father dry voice, filled with the bewilderment of the world, or a internship. Despite, right now he should express his gratitude to Yi Kuei for saving Jiang Ruishui, after all, because in the face of the golem's long-planned sneak attack, even if they reacted, they couldn't dodge all the damage in time. Jiang Ruishui might not die, but she certainly couldn't escape with serious injuries and disabilities. But Father Lift really can't help it. How on earth did the seemingly white and skinny Yi Kuei do all this? Who says that the heavenly officials of the Ministry of Medicine can't swing their boards and slap people? However, before Yi Kuei could say anything, the voice of the ear rat rang out. His eyes were filled with the same shock, but he still held his head high and looked at Father Lift with a smug expression. The heavenly officials of the Ministry of Medicine take it as their duty to cure the sick and save the people, so just tell me if Yi Kuei saved or not. Put. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Yi Kuei's body, which was propped up by the coffin board, shook as blood gushed out from the pores of his body. In just an instant, Yi Kuei became a bloody man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ear rat's eyes trembled, panicked beyond measure. He rushed up and was about to bandage Yi Kuei with his hands and feet. Yi Kuei, are you alright? A flash of worry flashed across the faces of Father Lift and the others, but before they could speak, they heard a voice from the front. How exciting! Yi Kuei's handsome face was filled with wantonness and smoothness. This was the first time he completely unleashed his power after adding his physique points. Next moment, crackle dash. The sound of his tendons and bones being reborn resounded violently, and he slowly stood up straight, while the blood that gushed out just now disappeared as if it had been reabsorbed. Yi Kuei, once again, resumed his white and tender appearance from a moment ago. He grinned with a touch of shyness, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Seeing this, the body of Father Lift, who was standing in front of him, shuddered. There was no way for him to connect the Yi Kuei in front of him with the crazy man who had just slapped the mandrill with a single board. It's not just lifting the father. Chizhua and Jiang Ruishue, who saw this scene, both shivered. One of your squad's trainee sky marshals. Father Lift stiffened and turned his head to look at the earwig, his voice trembling. Is that the extent of the strength? What are you talking about? The ear rat turned his head and glared at Father Lift, standing beside Yi Kuei with incomparable concern, unable to stop measuring up. Are you sure you're alright? I'm going to tell you again. You really can't be so impulsive. He was furious. Right now, Ear Rat wasn't worried that Yi Kuei didn't have the means to go with him to save his son. He was truly afraid that Yi Kuei would have any accidents. Go. This mission is too strange. Let's go back first. With those words, Ear Rat was about to pull Yi Kuei away. So far, there is indeed something odd about the mission involving the golem. Father Lift also made an effort to adjust. He gripped the puta in his hand tightly, and his eyes were instantly gloomy when he thought of the golem's godly appearance. I can destroy the golem with a single shot, but there's no way to aim it at all. In order to avoid accidents from reoccurring, it's very necessary for us to leave first. Father Lift's attitude was, well, serious. There's only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. However, at this time, Yi Kuei's voice slowly sounded. With the current situation, the golem can appear anytime and anywhere for a sneak attack. This way, how are we going to leave in peace? He lifted his head and gave a shy smile. So the best thing to do is to pull out these greedy little guys. Yi Kuei's smile was slightly shy, but the madness that flashed in his eyes only called for a chill down the spine. Chapter 105. Just what is going to do? Stalking is really quite stalking. Upon hearing this, Ear Rat froze for a moment and nodded. This is the first time I've seen an evil spirit that dares to take the initiative to ambush a heavenly official. As for the point you made, there's a few points. He raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and frowned as he spoke. With the current situation, I'm afraid it's not easy for us to leave peacefully. It was able to make the Ear Rat, who was well versed in the ways of running, speak out in agreement. As you can imagine, the godless mandrill still brought a lot of pressure. But the problem is that we can't find any clues that can pinpoint the location of the mandrill at all. A flash of embarrassment crossed the Ear Rat's face, not to mention determining the location of the mandrill. Right now they didn't have the slightest clue as to the reason why the mandrill was able to inexplicably and suddenly appear. Clues. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the location where the golem had disappeared and narrowed his eyes in thought. Yi Kuei, are you alright? At the same time, Father Lift also came over and looked at Yi Kuei with full concern. Is the physical state okay? Just now, his state was unstable and he was hesitant to step forward. It's okay. Yi Kuei looked at Father Lift and shook his head with a smile. My ability is to regenerate blood and flesh. That little injury just now is nothing. Flesh and blood. Regeneration? Father Lift froze once again after his eyes swept past Yi Kuei. If Yi Kuei hadn't opened his mouth to explain, he had always thought that Yi Kuei's ability was most likely related to power. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to fight against the golem. But the question is, how did Yi Kuei, who has the ability to regenerate flesh and blood, swing the mandrill directly out with a board? And, is this something a trainee sky official can do? It's not just lifting the father. Jiang Ruishue and Chizhua were both a bit confused. Unlike Ear Rat and the others who had long been baptized by Yi Kuei, Jiang Ruishue and Chizhua were still seeing such a thing for the first time. It really filled their hearts with shock. Flesh and blood regeneration. But soon, Chizhua seemed to remember something. He narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, feeling more and more familiar. Just then, I just reported the situation to the authority for help. The Ear Rat's voice rang out. Let's wait for the authorities' rescue. He looked down and fiddled with his cell phone for a bit before looking up with a smirk. It should all be good when help arrives. Rescue! Rescue! Seeing this, Father Lift snapped to attention. As far as he was concerned, asking for help was a last resort. After all, this is not only about the deployment of the authorities' resources, but mainly about the denial of the ability to choose a heavenly official to ask for help. Who knew that the earwig would just choose to ask for help straight away? Things are out of control. The ear rat raised his head, but was not a little embarrassed, but spoke with a straight face and said, "It's so dangerous. What are you waiting for if you don't ask for help? You." The corner of Father Lift's mouth twitched as he looked at the earwig ahead of him. It was as if he had all but seen a new record in his file of a level 4 heavenly official who had crossed the region to execute a level 3 abnormal event and had resolutely chosen to call for help when no casualties had occurred. But before Father Lift could speak, he then realized that Yi Kuei had violently turned around and walked directly towards the location where the mandrill had disappeared just now. Yakao, Ear Mouse and the others also noticed Yi Kuei's movements, and they hurriedly turned their heads to look over. Just now, due to Father Lift's shooting, although he failed to hit the mandrill, the bullets raged through and pierced the entire steel mill. Here, looking at the empty space in front of him, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. Although the bullets had destroyed as much of the surrounding area as they could because of the power of the bullets, he hadn't forgotten that this area, right then and there, was where he'd found signs of wiping on the windows. And Yi Kuei also vaguely remembered that the mandrill also appeared roughly from this direction. What's wrong? In the meantime, Ear Rat had also arrived beside Yi Kuei and opened his mouth to inquire, "Is there any clue?" There was a little discovery. Yi Kuei smiled. "It's good to have a clue." Ear Rat nodded. After the Fire Guile incident, he no longer had any doubts about Yi Kuei's ability to judge. When the time comes, when the rescue team arrives, let's tell them the clues. However, Ear Rat obviously had no desire to take any risks. He pulled Yi Kuei with a serious face. "Since you've already asked for help, you can't do anything impulsive again." "I know." Yi Kuei nodded. "Soon." However, he frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" The Ear Rat sensed Yi Kuei's abnormality. "I'm wondering if the golem will let us stay here quietly and wait for rescue." Yi Kuei squinted his eyes and turned his head to sweep over the empty factory building once again. From the fact that it suddenly appeared to sneak attack just now, I'm afraid that the moment we stepped into the steel factory, it already knew about it. A small class 3 evil spirit, even if it's smart, what can it turn over? Ear Rat turned his head and looked at Father Lift in the back. "Don't we still have a class 4 heavenly official here? And it can't know what we said, can it?" He laughed. "I always felt that it wasn't that simple." Yi Kuei shook his head. He wasn't anxious because he'd heard the earwigs calling for help and was worried that he wouldn't get to the goodies in time. Yi Kuei was really feeling the difference, and the longer he stayed in the steel mill, the more he noticed the strangeness. Even if one enters the void realm, there will definitely be a spirituality that emerges, and the godly mandrill didn't reveal a single fluctuation of spirituality at all. And where on earth did a seriously injured and fleeing class 3 evil sneak get the courage to sneak up on them? What exactly is that mandrill going to do? Yi Kuei's line of sight, once again, carefully swept over the empty factory building. Then, his gaze paused for a moment in the middle of the plant, on the crystal reflective ice wall that had appeared due to Jiang Ruishua's ability and had not yet melted. No! Yi Kuei reacted violently to something, but that's when it happened. Ow dash! In front of the ice wall, the stout and hideous figure of the mandrill reappeared. And this time, ow dash! Another creepy hiss sounded at the same time. A second mandrill with fierce scarlet eyes suddenly appeared violently from behind the crowd. Nope! Ow dash! With the hissing sound again. There was a third. Chapter 106, The Disappearing Jiang Ruishua. The entire 3 mandrills with ferocious aura emanating from their bodies were in an encircling position, directly pouncing towards the Ear Rat on one side. Ow dash! The mandrill with its bloodshot eyes, posing as if it would not stop until the Ear Rat was eaten alive. However, as the 3 mandrills pounced over, they simultaneously dodged where Yi Kuei was. Obviously, just now, Yi Kuei's coffin slab had given the mandrill a not-so-small psychological shadow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On what grounds? Seeing this, the body of the Ear Rat trembled, terrified and incomparable, then backed up, and also ing3. He hadn't even thought that there were 3 mandrills appearing within the steel mill. The Ear Rat is even more think not understand. He is obviously a group of heavenly officials and the most harmless one. Mandrill how to stare at him to do it. Boom! But just then, Puta the gunshot that sounded like thunder rang out violently. Whoosh! The air blade also spun out instantly. Whoa dash! In the back, there was even a burning yellow talisman that flew directly towards the mandrill. Anyone who could become a heavenly official was not an ordinary person after all. Even though the mandrill appeared extremely suddenly this time, the crowd was ultimately prepared after what they had just experienced. They launched a counterattack at the first opportunity. However, due to the suddenness of the incident, the group of heavenly officials had different goals. Yi Kuei also fiercely picked up the coffin board and leapt towards the front. However, instead of choosing the golem closest to him, he directly rushed towards the golem located at the end, emerging from the front of the ice wall. Ow dash! As the mandrill let out a ferocious hiss, the golem that Father Lift had shot at and the golem that was targeted by the charm suddenly disappeared into thin air. Only the last mandrill, with its face covered in fierce killing intent, pounced in front of the ear rat, which stretched out its sharp claws and was about to grab down hard. Greedy little thing, you again? At the same time, a dark and sinister coffin board flew over violently, directly smashing into the mandrill's outstretched claws. Seeing that it was too late, Yikuei directly threw out the coffin board in his hand. Woo! The golem stiffened and let out a whimper of pain as its body lost its balance and fell to the side. But even so, a flash of ferocity flashed across its face, and with the remaining force of its fall, it clawed down directly and fiercely. The earwig took a sharp step back. Stab dash. However, Qi Zhua, who was closest to him, was unable to react, and his arm was directly scratched with a scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, and blood instantly gushed out. Go to hell! Qi Scorch's body trembled, but he still gritted his teeth and violently threw out a series of burning charms. Rumble! In the meantime, the pewta boomed. Once again, Father Lift, at the first opportunity, turned the gun, one empty shot after another, and even the eyes of the large rolling eye on the muzzle of the pewta flashed with annoyance. Next moment, the figure of the mandrill suddenly disappeared. However, this time, due to its incomparable anger grabbing at Qi Zhua causing it to stall for a moment, the pewta bullet, after all, landed on the mandrill's leg. Bang! The thick and sturdy thighs of the mandrill instantly exploded, and before it disappeared, it turned its head and glared at Yikuei with a deathly glare of morose hatred in its eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing the mandrill disappear again, Father Lift cursed angrily. Are you okay? He quickly came to Qi Zhua's side and hurriedly inquired. It's okay. Qi Scorch gritted his teeth and took out a bandage to simply treat the wound. Seeing that Qi Zhua was fine, Father Lift breathed a sigh of relief. There are actually 3 golems. However, when he remembered the situation just now, a touch of gloom flashed across his face. If that's the case, I'm afraid things are in trouble. If there were 3 mandrills in the steel mill, they really wouldn't be able to hold out until help arrived. The situation just now was a timely response. But if there was a single carelessness, then they would be the end of instant death. While the mandrill, with the help of its godlike ability, could sneak in again. No. Just then, Yikuei's voice slowly sounded, and without even looking at Qi Zhua, he had already appeared at the place where the last golem had disappeared. It tastes really good. Yikuei squatted down and let out an infatuated murmur after he dipped his hand in the mandrill's blood that dripped on the ground and tasted it. There is only one mandrill. With that, he lifted his head, a grin on his face with a madness and fascination that had not yet receded. Only one? Even though the appearance of Yikuei's eyes was a bit creepy. What puzzled Father Lift the most were Yikuei's words. Didn't that just appear to be 3? He frowned. Of the 3 just now, only the last one was real. Yikuei took a deep breath, as if he was feeling the overwhelmingly sweet and delicious flavor that was like jam just now. I don't know if you've noticed. He slowly stood up, somewhat excited. When those 3 mandrills appeared just now, they all subconsciously avoided me. They move exactly the same. Yikuei shook his head. If it was 3 different mandrills, even if they knew that my power was strong, they couldn't have reacted exactly the same way. And, when you launched your counterattack, when the attack landed on the other 2 golems, they simply disappeared without any touch at all. He revealed a flash of white teeth. This means that the other 2 mandrills are all just fronts, and the only one that can really launch an attack is the last one. This, at those words, Father Lift snapped. He lowered his head and glanced at the pewta in his hand, and the large eyes on the pewta rolled as if communicating something to Father Lift. Surprisingly true. Father Lift frowned. According to the condition the pewta told him, when he shot the first mandrill just now, there was no spiritual feedback at all and the mandrill disappeared. No wonder. Just then, a flash of realization appeared on the ear rat's face. No wonder just now, when the 3 mandrills appeared, I only heard a spiritual fluctuation. I thought I had misheard. He stared. That's why this time the golem is going to take a chance on you. Yikuei turned his head to look at the ear rat and smiled. Because you, Captain, can clearly hear the fluctuations of spirituality, the mandrill is worried that you will notice the difference over time. I knew it was no good. The ear rat's face was suddenly dark, just now. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, I'm afraid that something is really going to happen. However, soon after, he raised his head and looked at Yikuei in disbelief. But, how exactly did that mandrill do it? I just have a guess for now, but I'm not sure yet. Yikuei frowned slightly and turned his head to look at the back. Just now, the last golem appeared from in front of the ice wall summoned by Jiang Ruishue. Yeah, that's something I've noticed too. At those words, Father Lift nodded and turned his head to look at Jiang Ruishue. Ruishue, do you have any? Before the words were out of his mouth, however, he froze violently. Where Jiang Ruishue is, it's empty. Jiang Ruishue, who was standing in front of the ice wall just now, had disappeared without a trace at some point. Chapter 107, Jam. Where are you? What's going on? People. Jiang Ruishue, where's Ginger Rachel? At the same time, the people inside the steel mill also noticed the situation, and a flash of nervousness flashed across their faces as they hurriedly looked around. I remember very clearly that Jiang Ruishue was standing right here just now. Chi Scorch's eyes widened as he quickly walked to where Jiang Ruishue was last located. When the mandrill emerged from here just now, Jiang Ruishue even subconsciously took half a step backwards. Chi Scorch's face was still faintly pale due to the loss of blood just now, and worry was written all over his eyes. She was still there a few minutes ago. How could she suddenly disappear? However, the words were not finished. He then violently disappeared in plain sight. Looking at the situation in front of him, Father Lift's pupils suddenly contracted. Chi Zhua, who was still talking a second before, disappeared directly in front of himself. A bizarre situation that only made Father Lift's body go cold. What the hell is going on? A flash of panic even flashed across the faces of Ear Rat and the others. The mandrill was able to make a ghostly appearance, not to mention how even the heavenly officials, will inexplicably disappear. Boom! Just then, muffled voices rang out suddenly. With a wave of Yi Kuei's hand, the coffin board instantly flew out and smashed the ice wall that had not yet melted. It's a mirror. He stared at a field of crumbs, his eyes cold. The mandrill appeared through a mirror that could reflect light. Only I didn't expect that the mirror would not only be able to make the golem godlike, but also take away the celestial officials who possessed spirituality. Mirror? Father Lift's eyes snapped open. I felt something strange when I stepped into the steel mill. Yi Kuei's face was gloomy, obviously deserted for a long time in the steel mill. Why all the glass is intact? And even some places, there are still traces of obvious wiping. I waited until the locations where the golem appeared out of nowhere were all mostly near the mirror. And even the last time, even more so, when the ice wall that could reflect the light appeared from Jiang Ruishue's summoning of it, I was sure of this idea. The corner of his mouth hooked. But, can make that greedy little thing? Make this decision. It seems that the mandrill is injured. Make it a little anxious. As he spoke, Yi Kuei once again threw out the coffin board in his hand. Snap 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 dash. The coffin panels flew around the factory building and shattered the glass on the windows in succession, leaving only the last one behind before returning to Yi Kuei's hand. With that, Yi Kuei stooped down and picked up a stone and came to that last left. Dusty glass. You stay away from mirrors that reflect. He turned his head and looked to the earwigs in the back with a smirk. I'll go and bring them both back. Immediately, Yi Kuei gently wiped off the dust covering the glass with one hand, while throwing the stone into the sky with the other. The moment the glass was wiped clean, there was a jolt of light. Yi Kuei's figure suddenly disappeared. In the meantime, wow! The stone that had just been thrown into the sky fell and smashed the glass that lit up the light. Seeing the scene in front of him, the ear rat's eyes widened violently, and he rushed over with a nervousness that was incomparable. What the hell are you doing? But apparently it was too late. What did I teach you? Didn't I tell you not to be impulsive? He glared at the location where Yi Kuei had disappeared and stomped his feet in anger. Look at you. Is that what a human being does? Such a big 4-ranked heavenly official. You won't let him take the risk. What's the hurry for you? A trainee heavenly official. In case something happens, if he dies, he dies. Nothing to lose. You're a member of my squad. If something happens to you, what do you want us to do? Ear Rat's eyes were red and he gasped. And you brought someone else out? Is this something your character can do? Why are you still pretending to me? What's it like to let a class 4 heavenly official outside when you're inside? I could tell that Ear Rat was really pissed off. You. The corners of Father Lift's mouth twitched as he listened to the constant stream of words coming from the sidelines. There are some things that he can understand when he thinks about it in his heart, but he really didn't think about lifting his father. And the Ear Rat is saying everything outwardly. Okay. However, he also heard the implication of the Ear Rat's words. Father Lift sighed. You don't have to worry. Since we found the problem, there must be a way to deal with it. You guys wait outside for the rescue team to come and tell them what's going on. He glanced at Ear Rat and the others. I won't miss a single thing that needs to be done. Not to mention, Yi Kuei went in for the sake of our squad members. Finish the conversation. Father Lift then took a step to the wall of ice that had been shattered. Although the ice wall was smashed to pieces by Yi Kuei, the remaining crumbs were still flickering brightly. Next moment, Father Lift's figure, which was holding the pewter tightly, also directly disappeared. One time, inside the factory building, only the three of them, Ear Mouse Jaedong and Fongrong, were left. Captain, Looking at the state of affairs in front of him, Fong Ron's eyes flashed with a touch of nervousness. Captain, do we really have to stay here? Chae-dong also had eagerness written all over his face. Stay. Stay an egg. Ear Rat turned his head violently and glared at Chae-dong. I'm the captain. Yi Kuei is my team member. It's necessary for me to ensure his safety. You guys stay here or you won't even know who to call when the rescue team comes. Ear Rat held his breath for a long time. And then, his hunched and thin figure violently ran towards the front as well. Suddenly, the earwigs also disappeared. No. Seeing this, Chae-dong and Fong Rong glanced at each other, both seeing the determination in the other's eyes. Any team that can come to the rescue must be smart. Chae-iden looked to Fanon. Right. They must all know what's going on without us having to tell them. Fong Rong nodded at Chae-dong. We can't leave the captain and Yi Kuei alone down there. That's not an auspicious thing for you to say. Chae-dong glared at Fong Rong. As they spoke, though, both of them also came to the side of the shimmering, brightly colored ice-cracked shard. The light flashed. The figures of Chae-dong and Fong Rong similarly disappeared. The empty plant was quiet. The only thing left was the crumbs all over the ground, vaguely telling of what had just happened. In the meantime, Yi Kuei didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He had stepped into a very different and unfamiliar environment. Mirror, all around, spread all over are mirrors, and below, countless polished mirrors reflected a face, with a crazy smile written all over it. I should have acted like enough just now. I smashed the glass, and they shouldn't be coming back in. Yi Kuei grinned, looking left and right, shivering with excitement. Really, if we don't hurry up, we won't be able to eat in time to get hot. Little Jam, steaming hot Little Jam, where are you? I've come to play with you. He bared a mouthful of white teeth, a weird and eerie, vaguely trembling voice that echoed beneath the boundless mirror. Chapter 108, the one who loses the guessing game will be punished. Hot Little Jam, where are you? Little Jam with a broken short leg, I'm coming to play with you. Don't be so shy. In the endless mirrored space, only Yi Kuei's voice continuously resounded. However, letting him wander around and look everywhere, this piece of space was no longer empty except for the mirrors that were suspended in the air. Everywhere, not only was there no sign of a mandrill, there wasn't even a trace of a living creature. The only thing that Yi Kuei could see was himself in a mirror. With the constant passage of time, what appeared before him was still the exact same image. In this bizarre domain, it was as if time and space had lost their definition, and all there was a smooth mirror. Silence. Boundless despair seemed to have gradually emerged. Even Yi Kuei, from his initial state of excitement, became silent. He no longer spoke. And within the entire creepy domain, there was only the constant sound of footsteps and the countless mirrors that reflected that same figure. I don't know how much time has passed. Yi Kuei finally stopped. He raised his head in silence and looked at the mirror in front of him. Yi Kuei in the mirror similarly raised his head and made the exact same movement. The corners of Yi Kuei's mouth worked to tickle a bit, and in the mirror, the corners of his mouth ticked similarly. Yi Kuei flattened the corners of his mouth expressionlessly. In the mirror, after a moment's pause, the corners of his mouth snapped up in a creepy, eerie smile. It wasn't just the mirror in front of Yi Kuei. Throughout the mirror space, he and all the mirrors in the infinity, his eyeballs were dead set on Yi Kuei outside the mirror, revealing a bizarre and incomparable smile. Hip. Creepy, grotesque laughter suddenly resounded in the mirror space. The appearance of this scene would only cause ordinary people to instantly break down and go crazy. As for Yi Kuei, after seeing the situation in front of him, his body trembled and he also froze violently. He. Seemingly observing Yi Kuei's abnormality, the grotesque laughter coming from the surroundings became more and more shrill and appalling. And just the next moment, ha. Yi Kuei's eyes instantly lit up, and after he let out a laugh that far exceeded the grotesque sound from his mouth, he directly rushed towards the mirror in front of him. I knew it. I've waited so long and I knew you wouldn't let me down. Without the slightest hesitation, Kaching dash, Yi Kuei opened his mouth and took a bite that directly shattered the mirror in front of him. And the moment they saw Yi Kuei chewing up the pointy, sharp mirror with great abandon, the Yi Kuei in the other mirrors, who had been wearing grotesque smiles just a moment ago, were violently confused. What's going on? They had clearly sensed that this heavenly official in front of them was mentally unstable and was already on the verge of breaking down before deciding to stimulate it one last time. Results. What does he mean by coming up and biting himself? Has it gotten this crazy? But the next moment, the mirror trick then felt a strand of spirituality within itself suddenly die out, and a flash of fear flashed violently in its eyes, which disappeared at once. Coot dash. Yi Kuei uninterestedly took the last bite of the mirror and swallowed it into his stomach, raising his head to reveal a touch of dissatisfaction. What shenanigans! Stingy, Just this is enough for anyone to eat. After he swallowed the mirror shard, he could clearly feel the surge of spirituality. But sadly, the glimpse of spirituality in the mirror is simply less. The flavor was really good though. If I had to describe it, it was a bit like a snack that Yi Kuei had once eaten. Icy cold, crunchy piece. After chewing it, it was full of chocolate mellow flavor that left a sweet taste on the lips and teeth. And this one snack must have tasted even better when dipped in the jam that I tasted from the mandrill. But it's just too little. The more he thought so, the more Yi Kuei was filled with resentment. Not enough, not enough, not enough. He turned violently and lunged toward the mirror closest to him. Kaching dash. Yi Kuei took another vicious bite. The mirror shattered in response. Well, he shook his head and chewed. However, after chewing and swallowing the sharp-pointed mirror, Yi Kuei frowned. How come it's just an ordinary mirror? As soon as it was in the mouth, it just didn't feel right. Right now, the mirror shards he had eaten were completely different from the chocolate flakes he had just eaten for the first time, which were ordinary mirrors. So, are you hiding in one of those mirrors? Thinking of the strange appearance of the mirror he had eaten just now, Yi Kuei revealed a thoughtful look. Forget it, don't waste it. He turned around after chewing and swallowing the rest of the mirror in 3 bites as well. Look at me with a sliding shovel. Yekel slips out of the way. All around him, in the infinity of mirrors, they all made the exact same move. Yi Kuei stopped violently and squinted his eyes to survey the surroundings. But there was nothing to be found, and he immediately frowned. Flying kick, Thomas pirouette. Through your black hair my hand. In the space where no one was, Yi Kuei completely let go of himself. Right now, there was not a hint of him being mentally affected in an environment of boundless depressing despair. But unfortunately, the Yi Kuei and the mirrors around them all made the same movements at the same time, without revealing the slightest crack. This won't work. He frowned with slight difficulty. Yi Kuei took a step and came in front of the mirror on the other side once again, and after a pause, he bared his teeth violently. The mirror, clearly reflecting what his teeth looked like. Not bad, not bad. Healthy teeth. Good for dry meals at first glance. Yi Kuei nodded with satisfaction as he took a closer look. This time he wasn't trying to find something different about the mirror. He simply wanted to look at his teeth. But just the next moment, stone. Yi Kuei held out his hand to the mirror in front of him. Stone. In the mirror, he made the same gesture. Hey. Yi Kuei violently revealed a smile. Kaching dash. He charged straight up and chewed the mirror in front of him in one bite. The familiar mellow chocolate flavor instantly filled Yi Kuei's mouth. Satisfied beyond measure, Yi Kuei loosened his clenched fists, and his fingers, underneath the unseen, kept ticking non-stop. But his own self in the mirror just now didn't react in the slightest. The one who loses the guessing game will be punished. Oh. Yi Kuei licked his lips, the salivation in his eyes, calling out, even though the guessing could only be used once, and he feared it would be discovered. He had found a pattern that allowed him to pinpoint the mirror guile. Chapter 109, Saving Sneaky. Guess what's in my hand? Look. I just turned the corners of my mouth up about 6 degrees, and you obviously didn't keep up. I counted them before when I was locked up. I had a total of 232 eyelashes. I just rubbed 2 off and they regenerated right away. How come you only have 230 left here? Kaching dash. Kaching dash. Yi Kuei used a similar method to eat a number of mirror guile that revealed themselves. However, due to the strange state of the mirror guile, which was scattered in different mirrors in independent forms, there wasn't much spirituality that Yi Kuei had eaten into his stomach until now. And even so, right now, within the entire guile domain, that smooth and bright mirror surface had vaguely trembled. Mirror guile had sensed something intensely wrong. It has a low spooky rating of only 3. Despite its spooky rating, however, it could utilize its extraordinary characteristics to do many things that a class 4 creepy couldn't do. Not to mention, the mirror creepy had the help of a golem. Therefore, Mirror Guei had originally planned to leave with the golem after he had eliminated all the heavenly officials who dared to come to carry out the mission and gave the authority a hard lesson. Who knows? The mandrill broke a leg due to an accident. In desperation, Mirror Guile could only pull a group of heavenly officials into its own guile domain, but it also had its own self-confidence. With that unique ability of his own, he would definitely be able to torture the heavenly officials a little bit to a mental breakdown. However, Yi Kuei's appearance, directly caused Mirror Guei to start suspecting Guei Shang. Nonetheless, some of its behavior failed to affect the mental state of the man below. Instead, got bitten first yourself? What sane person sees a mirror and goes straight to the mouth? Mirror Guile was already beginning to regret pulling Yi Kuei into his guile domain. Unfortunately, however, the Mirror Guile's guile domain was different from other guile, and after a spiritual creature was pulled into the guile domain, there was no way for the Mirror Guile to send them away as long as they didn't agree. Terrified, Mirror Goe could only work harder and harder to learn Yikue's movements, only hoping that he could not be found out to be broken. It swore that it had never been so attentive since it became Mirror Guile, but there is a payoff. There is always a payoff. Mirror Guile after all still has a talent. The imitation is getting more and more like. Yikue can find the loopholes. Also less and less. What's going on? After making a few well-prepared moves without any gains, Yikue also realized this. And you've learned to be smart, haven't you? He stopped moving and looked around at the mirrors that couldn't stop vibrating vaguely, his face grimacing. However, what appeared in the boundless mirrors around them, however, was only the gloomy face that was exactly the same as Yikue's. Well, provoke me? Yikue was exasperated and laughed. You won't let me eat, right? Seeing the situation, the Yikue in all the mirrors also revealed an unbroken look of angry laughter. Behind one of the mirrors, a sneer flashed in Mirror Guile's eyes. If you can still be discovered on your own, it would be a waste of your heartfelt efforts. It would like to see, right now, what else that godly heavenly official outside the mirror could do. Mirror Trick swept over the other several sides of the tricky domains that were separated by himself, and after realizing that those heavenly officials inside, their spirits had gradually changed, he even let out a cold smile. The golem was immediately able to take a breath as well. When that time comes, none of these heavenly officials will escape. However, before Mirror Guile could continue to brainstorm, ahead, stab dash, an extremely ear-piercing sound rang out unexpectedly. Yikue directly slashed his left arm, revealing a scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, and blood instantly gushed out. Seeing this, Mirror Guile was once again confused. It had seen epileptic, but not so upside down. This heavenly official in front of me, what exactly does he want? Why are you still doing this to yourself? Is he realizing that he can't help himself, and he's broken and doesn't want to live? However, although Mirror Trick was confused, his movements didn't stop at all. Following Yikue's example, he directly slashed his left arm. Immediately after that, Mirror Creep could clearly see in front of him. Yikue turned his head violently, and his eyes, which were flushed with 2 spots of blood color, looked straight over. Found you. The corner of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile, and his figure rushed over with an instantaneous flash. Catching dash. Another piece of mellow chocolate thin crisp instantly exploded in Yikue's mouth. Ah, that's the flavor. Fascination was written all over his face as he narrowed his eyes. Coot dash. And at the same time, countless constantly intertwining flesh buds emerged from Yikue's blood-drenched, bone-deep injured arm, which had already begun to heal. Seeing this scene, the Mirror Guile hiding behind the mirror, its body instantly went numb, only to feel a boundless coolness that directly enveloped it. Finally a good one. Yikue's low murmur sounded again. He reached out and cut his flesh once more. However, due to mastering the rules, this time, Yikue's moves had obviously been much gentler, with only sporadic specks of blood appearing. But even so, he also raised his head directly to the mirror where Mirror Guile was. You won't get away with it, little boy. Yikue revealed a sardonic smile and violently rushed up. What's going on? Seeing this, a flash of panic flashed across Mirror Gue's face, which looked exactly like Yikue's. However, in the next moment, it was crushed by Yikue's bite. It was also at this point that Mirror Guile finally realized the reason for his exposure. After one learned from Yikue to slice open one's own flesh and shed blood, an extremely subtle wisp of spirituality would gush out. Though, this ray of spirituality would soon return to the body, but the outpouring of spirituality will eventually reveal its location. And, a situation that Mirror Guile had no way of avoiding. If the average heavenly official discovered this, it had no need to worry about it at all, as its own mirror doppelgangers were extremely numerous. Even if he boiled, Mirror Guile could harden the heavenly official who had injured himself. But, Mirror Gue's eyes trembled violently as he looked down below, at Yikue whose wounds were appearing at a rate that was no match for the rate of healing. Catching dash. Another crunch. The mirror was instantly chewed and swallowed. Before Mirror Guile could react, it realized that Yikue's eyes, which were vaguely blood red, were already staring at him once again. Mirror Gue's face, which looked exactly like Yikue's, stiffened violently. Next moment, save shenanigans. A piercingly mournful scream cut across the entire Guile domain. Save who? With his own obsession of wanting to save his son, the constantly struggling ear rat raised his head violently. What's going on? Joining hands together to pump up, but already covered in bruises. Fongrong and Chaidong also raised their heads. Whose voice is that? Firm-faced, with pieces of mirrors scattered all over to the side, but already vaguely revealing the emaciated father lift, as well as Qizhua and Zhang Ruishui, who were divided into 2 bizarre domains, tortured, and collapsed on the ground. All of them lifted their heads. Chapter 110. Come and get this monster with me. Like Yi Kuei, Ear Rat and Father Lift and the others were trapped within the endless mirror space after stepping into the Guile domain, though all are experienced celestial officials. But after losing their definition of time, and being able to see only the mirror that reflected their own likeness, their spirits, after all, were still affected in no small way. A host of celestial officials were not afraid of the weirdness and were worried about the danger. What they can hardly bear is the unchanging dead silence, just as Mirror Trick thought. For Fangrong Cheidong as well as Zhongrui Shui and Shizhua, the limit has been reached, though Ear Rat and Father Lift can still hold out, and maybe even find a loophole in mirror space. However, when they thought of their own team members, who were also trapped within the mirror space, their hearts became more and more anxious. Caring is messy. The more eager they are, the more susceptible they are. A crowd of people, all immersed in their own different struggles, until they heard in the air the mournful and incomparable scream that came from the air. Save shenanigans. They all froze, though the mournful screams, which only rang out once, fell silent, and even the crowd didn't hear what the screams were calling for. But there was a sudden change in the unchanging environment. Even though it sounded like a miserable scream, the crowd's spirits jolted and their eyes lit up even more. I didn't hear you right. I didn't hear you right. Zhang Ruishue struggled to get up, a smile finally appearing on her face. It's a sound. A sound is ringing out. With the change, it means that there is still hope that we can get out. Chai Dong and Feng Ron looked at each other, and in each other's bleak eyes, they both saw a glimmer of hope. Who is it? Just who has suffered what? I need to go faster. Faster. Father Lift's face suddenly flashed with a flash of urgency as he gathered his spirituality and once again fired a shot towards the boundless mirrors in front of him. And in the midst of a crowd, only the expression of the Ear Rat instantly became extremely strange. He was able to distinguish the tones and voices of everyone in the squad, and the screams that rang out just now did not belong to any of them. And the Ear Rat heard the screams clearly. Saving shenanigans? Ha! He didn't know what came to mind, and the corners of his mouth jerked. No way! And just the next moment, the mirrors in front of everyone in the mirror space changed violently. A straight, vaguely blood-red eye suddenly appeared on the endless mirror in front of them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And the moment this scene appeared, it scared the Ear Rat so much that he nearly fell to the ground. What creepy thing! But soon, he heard a familiar voice. Ha ha ha. Laughter, insane in its distortion, came out clearly in the mirror and echoed around them. With that, the vaguely blood-colored eye kept moving back, and the owner of the eye finally appeared in front of the crowd. Yekel? And the moment they saw that figure, everyone froze violently. The figure that appeared in the mirror was clearly Yi Kuei. However, the Yi Kuei at the moment was not even aware that his figure had already appeared in front of a group of heavenly officials. Where are you going to go, little mirror? With a hideous smile at the corner of his mouth and eyes full of salivation, he was looking around left and right. His slender figure was even vaguely trembling due to his excitement. Suddenly, stab dash, Yi Kuei once again slashed his arm, making ghastly scars. No, this can't be Yi Kuei. This must be a doppelganger summoned by the mirror. Seeing this scene, Father Lift's body trembled and a flash of worry flashed across his face. Where did Yi Kuei go? There was simply no way for him to connect this handsome man in front of him, who carried a bit of insanity, with the white, thin, and shy heavenly official of the medical ministry. Next moment, found you. Yi Kuei violently turned his sight, and the eyes that were vaguely blood-colored, looked through the mirror, dead on. The bodies of everyone, including Father Lift, were violently creeped out. It was only in the moment they saw Yi Kuei's eyes that they were able to clearly feel the terrifying, eye-cellar-inducing scariness that was directly in front of Yi Kuei's face. Ah! Save shenanigans! In the meantime, miserable and incomparable screams finally resounded once again. Whoa dash! The mirrors in front of the crowd couldn't stop shaking and flickering as they kept retreating, wanting to be farther away from Yi Kuei, looking extremely frightened. Seeing this, the crowd snapped to attention. Right now, they finally knew the origin of the screen just now, and they also finally knew to whom the perspective they were seeing now belonged. That Yi Kuei in front of you, it's actually real? But, how is that possible? Aside from the Ear Rat, a flash of bewilderment flashed across the eyes of the crowd of heavenly officials. The situation before them was beyond their comprehension, and just in bewilderment, the mirror shook more and more. It was because the figure of Yi Kuei chasing over was getting closer and closer. Ah! Stop chasing! Mirror Guile's mournful screams once again cut through the entire mirror space. It's really falling apart. Under the immense pressure brought about by Yi Kuei, Mirror Gue had long since had no time to have the spirituality to control the situation within the isolated Gue domain that the other heavenly officials were in. And that, in turn, was why Ear Rat and Father Lift and the others were now able to look through the mirror and observe the mirror trick perspective. But Mirror Guile really doesn't care about that anymore. As long as it could make Ikue stop, anything was fine. If it was really being continued to be eaten, it really couldn't last long. It's not just the despair that comes with spiritual annihilation. More to the point, it's really creepy to be eaten in one bite. And in the very next moment, the image stopped violently for a moment, and across the mirror, Ear Rat and the others felt the joy coming from the mirror. Recovery almost done? An ecstatic voice rang out. Come, 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 get this monster with me. Ow dash. Immediately afterward, a ferocious and tyrannical roar resounded throughout the mirror space. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The gnarled, stout mandrill suddenly appeared from a mirror and leapt down, smashing down directly in front of Ikue. Ow! It obviously recognized the heavenly official in front of it who had given it a coffin slab, and bared its sharp and incomparable teeth, pounding its chest uncontrollably, its hideous face filled with hatred. Although the mandrill had lost a leg, the fierce and brutal aura on its body was getting stronger and stronger. However, before the mandrill could make a move, its scarlet eyes instantly contracted. Little Jam. In front, the man with madness on his handsome face, upon seeing it, unexpectedly copied out the pitch-black sinister giant sword directly from behind him, and excitedly rushed directly over. Chapter 111 New Discoveries. Just a moment. Ikue had then arrived in front of the mandrill. Whoosh! The fiery wind sound brought up by the coffin board breaking through the air was incomparably harsh. Boom! Only a muffled sound was heard, and the mandrill, which had just smashed to the ground and had not yet been able to react, was directly slapped hard by Ikue. Woo! Its body creaked and a painful whimper came out of its mouth. Seeing this scene, Father Lift and Ear Mouse and the others who saw the scene before them through the mirror couldn't help but snap out of it. That's it? A look of bewilderment flashed across their faces. Just now, when the sudden change occurred and the mandrill appeared, the hearts of the crowd were still violently pinched with sweat. But who knows? Before the mandrill's feigned hissing could end, it was directly slapped away. However, it could also be seen that the strength of the mandrill, which had been severely injured and then had a broken leg, had still suffered quite a bit. But the next moment, the faces of Father Lift and Ear Rat and the others then instantly clouded over, because the mandrill that had been slapped out had disappeared without a trace. Yikue's surroundings had once again returned to an empty space, with only countless mirrors that were constantly flickering. Father Lift, on the other hand, they were clear that the fact that the golem was gone did not mean that the danger had disappeared. On the contrary, the appearance of this scene represented an even greater crisis. Yikue also realized this scene. His face fell silent, and he narrowed his eyes to survey his surroundings. Ow dash! With a brutal hiss, the incomparable figure of the mandrill appeared in all the mirrors near Yikue, and, in each mirror, there was a vague echo of spirituality. It made it impossible to tell which mirror the real mandrill was hiding in. Obviously, the mirror trick had already summarized quite a bit of experience after the very first contact with Yikue, and it knew that it couldn't reveal any cracks when facing the multi-intelligent, near-demonic, epileptic-behaving monster below. Next moment, boom! The air laced with a fishy odor broke violently. The sturdy and hideous body of the mandrill flashed out from within the mirror on Yikue's right side. Its scarlet eyes were filled with hatred, and its bushel-like claws flashed with a cold aura, and it directly slapped down towards Yikue. This time, the mandrill used all its strength, and he wanted to slap Yikue directly into flesh. Yikue frowned, and at the first opportunity, he sidestepped and endeavored to use the coffin board behind him to fend off this attack from the mandrill. Unfortunately, his reaction was half a minute too slow after all. Even though the mandrill didn't hit Yikue, its sharp claws slashed down against Yikue's right side of his body. Ding dash! After a slight pause for a split second, the mandrill's incredibly sharp claws sliced off Yikue's entire right arm. The mandrill froze. Even though it had already had an encounter with Yikue beforehand, the strength of this heavenly official's body in front of it still made it quite astonished. But soon, a cruel sneer flashed across the mandrill's hideous face. Regardless of the strength of this heavenly official's body in front of him, the ultimate end would definitely be to be sliced into pieces a little bit by himself and playfully killed. Ow! It let out a bloodthirsty hiss, hooked up Yikue's right arm that had fallen to the ground, and disappeared. After having the experience of being dumbfounded by the coffin board a few times, the mandrill had also learned to be smart, and it would try its best to avoid a head-on encounter with Yikue in the current situation where everything was safe. And, before disappearing, the mandrill sneered at Yikue. Having broken one of its own legs, it would let this damned heavenly official taste the taste of losing an arm first. The expression on the mandrill's face, however, froze violently in the next moment. Goo-doo-doo dash. With a scalp-chilling, odd sound, Yikue's broken right arm, white bones surging out, like a spider's web of blood vessels are spreading upward. flesh buds constantly swaying and intertwining. Soon, his right arm reappeared. The mandrill hidden in the mirror looked down at its annihilated and disappeared left leg, and then raised its head to look straight at Yikuei. The current situation made it impossible to tell who was the evil spirit for a moment. But soon, ow! The reacting mandrill let out a violent and incomparable hiss. Why was he unable to do anything about his broken leg? But this heavenly official in front of him was able to regain it. Whoosh! The figure of the mandrill flashed and violently rushed out from the mirror below Yikuei, once again launching an attack towards Yikuei. It wanted to see how many times Yikuei's body could regenerate. What to do? In the meantime, the people located within the other mirror spaces, after seeing the scene before them, a flash of panic suddenly flashed across their faces. Although just now when Yikuei's right arm regenerated, it brought them quite a shock, allowing Father Lift and the others to clearly understand how terrifying that, the ability to regenerate flesh and blood, was in Yikuei's mouth. But what they knew better was the situation before them. With the way the mandrill was launching its attack right now, even if Yikuei's ability to regenerate his flesh and blood was strong, in the end, it would not help. Father Lift and the others had long since stopped seeing Yikuei as a trainee heavenly official. His performance and ability had also long since far exceeded that of a trainee heavenly official. But nowadays, not to mention Yikuei, even Father Lift, who was a level 4 heavenly official, felt that there was no way for him to get out of the situation in front of him. Within the tricky domain full of mirrors, the mirror trickster and the golem were too terrifying when they worked together. And the situation ahead confirmed their thoughts. Stab dash. The mandrill that came out violently from below hurt Yikuei once again. It could be seen that Yikuei had been concentrating on dealing with the golem, and at the very least, this time his reactions were much faster. But nay, the golem's whereabouts were just too erratic. And this time, after launching its attack, the golem disappeared again without the slightest pause. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, its figure appeared from behind Yikuei. Violently. Stab! There was another numbing sound of flesh separating from skin. Yikuei's blood gushed out instantly. Next, the infinitely powerful mandrill used the convenience provided by the mirror guile to continuously launch attacks towards Yikuei from all sides. It was not the least bit gullible, nor was it the least bit lazy. What the mandrill wanted was for that scumbag heavenly official in front of him to die. What to do? What the hell should I do? Watching the wounds on Yikuei's body grow more and more lurid, a flash of despair finally appeared in the eyes of Ear Rat and the others. They really didn't know what Yikuei should do to turn around from the desperate situation in front of him. However, the more this situation in front of them, the more the Ear Rats they had a clear understanding of Yikuei. From the beginning to the end, even after falling into such a desperate situation as the one in front of him, Yikuei did not panic in the slightest. On the contrary, his handsome face had been wearing a few moments of a crazy smile. It could be clearly seen that Yikuei was still thinking of ways. But the problem is, what can be done about this situation? But Yikuei's situation, however, was different from what Ear Rat and the others thought. He wasn't thinking of a solution. Or rather, Yikuei had already had a solution. Physical pain has long been commonplace. Despite looking miserable, in reality, Yikuei's heart had no ripples. With his current lifespan, I'm afraid that the golem would have to work a little longer to make an impact. Right now, Yikuei's eyes, which were vaguely bloodshot, were staring at the column on the system's light screen with anticipation. Ability, Mind Touch. Just now, he suddenly made a new discovery. Chapter 112. He is my master. In fact, this discovery was also noticed by Yikuei by chance. After realizing that the mandrill was able to pass through the mirror and travel at will, he began to think about how he should respond to the situation in front of him. It had to be said that the cooperation between Mirror Guile and the mandrill was indeed very tacit, especially after the Mirror Guile had learned to be smart. Behind each mirror, there was a surge of spiritual fluctuations. There was no way for Yikuei to determine from which mirror the powerful mandrill would appear from behind. This situation is very tricky. In addition to having been pondering whether he could respond in other ways, he had thought quite a bit about it in terms of his own abilities. The night pupil wasn't much use. I'm afraid there's nothing a devourer can do in the face of endless mirrors. The flames, at all, could not affect the mirror guile or the golem. As for the shadowy coffin peelers, Yikuei did consider it. However, this ability that would most likely be monitored by the heavenly official's headquarters as his biggest card, Yikuei did not want to try it as a last resort. He then turned his attention to the ability that he had acquired from the Bugmaster, the Touch of Mind. This scamming ability, which in Yikuei's opinion was simply useless, reacted violently with just a slight attempt. As the name suggests, an invisible spiritual tentacle, consumed by longevity, grew and spread out instantly. Yikuei was able to clearly feel that the effects of spirit tentacles and spirituality were completely different. Since it was directly causing effects on the spirit, those mandrill reflections in the mirror could not affect the spirit tentacles at all. And so, the invisible tentacle, which was slightly cute in Yikue's perception, passed through a mirror. And even more so, it passed unobstructed through the real-looking, hideous and terrifying mandrill in the mirror, until it landed on top of the real golem's head. Woo! The mandrill stagnated. Its huge head shook violently. It had just inexplicably felt as if it had something that had reached into its head. But soon, the illusion then dissipated. The mandrill revealed a sardonic smile, and then attacked Yikue once again. It's safe to say, as soon as the spirit tentacle reached into the golem's head, Yikue had been able to determine exactly which mirror the real golem was hiding in. But he didn't vocalize it. It didn't even show a hint of difference. Yikue was just excited. Incomparably excited. Because he realized that the mandrill didn't have its head directly explode like a firework like Grandma Yu. This caused a flash of long-lost anticipation to arise in Yikue's heart. Only, he stared at the dwindling lifespan on the system's light screen and frowned. It's that lifespan that's depleting so quickly. If it wasn't for the more than 3 months of lifespan brought about by eating the bug elder and crispy pork, Yikue was afraid that he wouldn't really be able to afford such consumption. And the more it was like this, the more it created a dash of curiosity in Yikue's heart. However, Yikue's frowning expression, caused the mandrill to mistakenly think that the uneducated heavenly official was about to hold on, and it even let out an exuberant roar. Whoosh! The figure of the mandrill flickered out once again, giving Yikue a terrible scar that was dripping with blood. What the hell to do about it? The situation in front of them, however, caused the ear rats and the others, who were separated into other mirror spaces, to show even more despair on their faces. In their opinion, Yikue was now like meat on a chopping board, being rubbed and tortured at will by the mandrill. The proud ability to regenerate is a downright burden. Apart from bringing the golem the pleasure of torturing and inflicting violence, it would only cause Yikue to feel boundless pain. Quickly, I've got to get out of here. The ear rat's ears vibrated violently, and the urgency was even more written on his face as he struggled to think of a way to leave the mirror space he was in and go forward to help Yikue. Boom boom boom. Father Lift is not far behind. The uncontrollably rotating eyes on the puta had long been written with rage and eagerness, and the muzzle of the gun spewed out flames that shattered an unknown number of mirrors. Fong Rong Jiang Rue Shui and others have also done their part. The crowd was able to accept the death of their companions in battle, but they were unable to accept that their companions were being tortured a little bit alive by evil spirits and weirdness in front of them. Unfortunately, despite the fact that most of Mirror Guile's attention was focused on Yikue, they were unable to find any way out in a short period of time. But, is it my hallucination? And just then, Fan Rong, however, seemed to have realized something. After he froze for a moment, he turned his head to look at Che Dong and frowned. Why do I feel that the golem's movements are getting slower and slower? It's like, it really is. Although Che Dong's face still had eagerness written all over it, he also gave a sudden lurch. He also found out about the situation. Right now, the movements of the mandrill, although still extremely sharp, compared to just now, there had been a noticeable weakening. The performance alone when leaping out of the mirror has been retarded quite a bit, and although Ear Rat and Father Lift were distracted by the urgency in their hearts, they slowly realized the situation. What's going on with the mandrill? A glint of disbelief flashed in their eyes. Is it tired? It's not even just them. Even the mandrill itself noticed the situation. Its body, gradually, became heavier and heavier, and its mind became more and more rigid, but the feeling of something being stuffed inside its head became more and more obvious. And the mandrill at the moment had even made a new discovery. Despite the damage he had inflicted on Yikue and all the time, even the blood-drenched wounds looked even more extremely appalling. But where the wounds appeared, without exception, they all avoided dangerous locations. It could be said that all the damage caused by the subsequent golems was not as serious as cutting off an entire arm of Yikue for the first time. It was as if this heavenly official in front of him was teasing himself. What is going on? Its stagnant head struggled to think, but was slow to come up with an answer. No, I have to hurry and kill this mongrel heavenly official. The golem that sensed something was wrong slowly flashed a flash of ice on its hideous face. Rumble. Its stout figure, heavily smashed down from the mirror, staggered for a moment before taking a step and rushing towards Yikue at a fast pace. The closer he got to Yikue, the slower the golem's speed became. Its scarlet eyes began to be gradually shrouded in a layer of blurry mist. What's the matter with you? Slow down. The change in the mandrill also caught the attention of Mirror Guile, and its urgent voice rang out. That monster is spooky as hell. What can you do if you wander over there like that? Hurry up and stop dawdling. Look for the opportunity. Hurry up and kill that monster. Mirror Guile's anxious urges kept ringing out. It worked hard to cooperate with the mandrill, so that the mandrill, whose movements were getting slower and slower, could keep stepping into the mirrors, change its position, and then reappear from a new mirror. However, none of this could change the increasingly stiff body of the mandrill. What the hell is wrong with you? The situation in front of them had already made Mirrorgyle feel a strong sense of ominousness, and it had already brought a few points of panic in its voice. No, it can't go on like this. In the next moment, a flash of determination flashed in Mirrorgyle's voice. That damned heavenly official must be dealt with immediately. Next time, I'll send you to him. I don't care if you're tired or what. This is one chance you're going to have to take and cut his head off for me. Good. This time. Must. Kill. Him. At those words, the mandrill paused for a moment and slowly nodded. Cut off that heavenly official's head. Next moment. Rumble. Its muscular and lanky body smashed down directly in front of Yi Kuei. He's the scumbag I'm going to kill. He is my enemy. He's a celestial official. The mandrill swayed and straightened up, the shadow cast by that small mountainous body completely enveloping Yi Kuei. Do it! Seeing the situation, Mirrorgyle's anxious and incomparable voice sounded once again. He is. The golem struggled to lift its paw, and it was at this moment that its fierce eyes were completely shrouded by the spreading mist, and in the center of its eyeballs, a flash of blood red lit up. The golem's figure suddenly stalled. Ah! The Mirrorgyle seemed to sense something, and it violently let out a piercing and incomparable mournful cry. Spirituality churns uncontrollably. Click, 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 click. The boundless mirrors all violently cracked at this moment. What's going on? What the hell happened? Why isn't the golem moving? What happened to the mirror again? Where is Yi Kuei? Is Yi Kuei alright? Is he out of danger? Seeing that the boundless mirror in front of them cracked violently, and the image in the mirror disappeared, the faces of the ear rat and the other group of heavenly officials flashed even more with a flash of panic. The odd slowing down of the mandrill's movements just now had instantly ignited a flash of hope in their hearts. But who knows? Before the ear rat and the others could rejoice in their hearts, there was a change. In the meantime, Yi Kuei was in the mirror space where he was. The boundless mirrors were all transformed into a sharp blade that stabbed straight down towards Yi Kuei. After sensing that the golem was in a bad situation, Mirror Trick made his last-ditch effort, and it was at this time. Yi Kuei raised his head with a crazy incomparable smile on the corner of his mouth, and in his eyes, a flash of blood red exactly like the mandrill's flashed. Hodge, he spoke softly. He is. Rumble. The mandrill bent one knee, and that huge, lanky body shifted and boomed as it knelt in front of Yi Kuei. My lord. A muffled voice sounded slowly. Chapter 113 The Master's Gift. Ah! See this scene. Within the mirrored space, a mournful cry of utter fear resounded violently. The scene where the mandrill boomed and respectfully knelt in front of Yi Kuei for an audience only called Mirror Gui's body numb. This situation had far exceeded its cognition as a Gui. When had Mirrorgyle ever experienced this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The boundless mirrors, with a stern and incomparable aura stabbing at Yi Kuei's speed, were even a few points faster. The Mirrorgyle at the moment only wanted to kill that bizarre to the extreme heavenly official by all means. However, faced with this situation, the mandrill's stout body, which was far taller than Yi Kuei's even when he knelt down, gently moved and blocked the boundless mirror that looked like a meteor stabbing down. A mirror pierced deeply into the golem's huge, lanky body, but oddly enough, after this scene occurred, the entire mirror space was once again plunged into a dead silence. The mandrill quietly hung its head, its muscular body like a small mountain kneeling in place, not moving a muscle. Yi Kuei was located under the shadow of the mandrill's body and could not see what was happening at all. How? What's going on? Above the mirror space, in the few remaining mirrors, Mirrorgyle looked downward filled with bewilderment. Did stab that monster to death? It can't figure out the situation at all. It couldn't be that a few mirrors had not been stopped just now, and he had managed to stab that monster heavenly official to death? But is possible? Right now, due to the fact that there were so many weird things that happened to Yi Kuei, it even made Mirrorgyle himself unable to believe that he was able to do all of this. Buzz. With all its might, it condensed a mirror on the backside of the golem's face in the direction it was facing. Ka-ching! And the moment the Mirrorgyle turned its gaze, to the moment it newly condensed that mirror, its body froze, and the mirror instantly cracked. Boundless terror directly drowned Mirrorgyle. Crunch, 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 accompanied by creepy, scalp-numbing chewing sounds. That bizarre to the extreme heavenly official had already pressed his body, all of it, into the stout body of the mandrill. His mouth was wide open, wantonly and intently nibbling, and on his handsome face, there was even more salivation and infatuation written all over it. The mountainous body of the mandrill soon appeared as a large hole of equal height. However, the mandrill continued to hang its head, quietly kneeling in place, not moving a muscle, enjoying the gift from its own master. Ah! Mirror Guile's mournful and incomparable scream resounded once again. Click, click, click. The few remaining mirrors also blew up as much as they could, leaving only the last mirror that could hold the Mirror Guile. But even so, the mirror had long been covered with mottled cracks. After seeing the scene in front of him with his eyes, Mirror Guile finally broke down. However, it no longer had any way to stop it, and could only watch the scene, which made it fearful and desperate, continue to happen. I don't know how much time has passed. Crunch! The numbing sound of chewing finally slowed down gradually. Ah! Yikue raised his head and let out a long sigh of exhaustion and immense pleasure. Little jam, your flavor is really good. He scraped a bit of the jam that was clinging to his mouth and smacked it before nodding in satisfaction. And ahead, less than a fifth of the mandrill's lanky and huge body remained. I'm so sorry. Yikue gave a smile full of apologies. I was in too much of a hurry just now. I didn't hurry to give you a greeting before moving my mouth. Despite the taste of the mandrill, fresh and sweet, however, Yikue was not so greedy that he couldn't wait for a moment, and the reason why he had just opened his meal directly without the slightest pause was also very simple. If he doesn't get to the table, he's afraid he's going to die. The lifespan consumed by the mind touch was far beyond Yikue's imagination. Chapter 114 Our Little Heavenly Officer. We are so happy today. After using the mind touch, that round and lovely mental tentacle had been constantly drawing lifespan from Yikue's body. It might have something to do with the fact that at the very beginning, Yikue was just testing the waters, and the reduction in lifespan was still acceptable. However, ever since he discovered that the mandrill was able to withstand the caresses of the spiritual tentacles and began to let go of the infusion, his lifespan plummeted like a faucet with an open gate. The effect, however, was immediate. Yikue was gradually able to feel the mind of the mandrill, even though the mandrill's brain was simple and he didn't feel much resistance. His 3-month lifespan bottomed out in the blink of an eye. Well, the results did not disappoint Yikue. Although it wasn't like Master Bug controlling the beggars, where the spirit was completely shared, Yikue was nevertheless able to make the mandrill completely obey his orders. The mind touch also proved itself, not some fraudulent ability. Unfortunately, maintaining this control turned out to be just as life-expanding, and the golem's movements were also much stiffer than they had once been. But for Yikue, who only had a few seconds left in his life at that time, it was obvious that he could no longer consider that much. He didn't even have time to wash his hands before he started eating directly at the table. When the first bite was taken on the little jam, Yikue already knew that all his efforts were not in vain. Eating the longevity that comes with a mandrill is another story. Mostly, it's really so good. The muscular, lanky little jam is not only a huge portion, it tastes even better. Very different from the hideous and scary look of the mandrill. Its taste, fresh and sweet and chewy. This strong contrast, only called Yikue cannot stop. He was addicted to the food and couldn't stop himself. If it wasn't for the fact that Yikue had feasted for too long and felt an almost taste in his mouth, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to wake up at all. Where's my chocolate chip? He dragged the mandrill's intact thigh and raised his head, his eyes glancing around expectantly. As tasty as it was always almost a sensation to keep eating something small and fresh for so long that it needed to be paired with something mellow and gourmet. As far as the way the lower mouth is concerned, although Yikue ate with great devotion, but after all he was still a kind person. Knowing that the mandrill had broken a leg, his heart must not feel good. Therefore, Yikue had never moved his chopsticks on its intact leg. However, after observing the circle, he didn't find anything. Chocolate, chocolate, where are you? A familiar call rang out. Yikue carried the mandrill's thighs and dragged the remnants of the mandrill, which was missing a piece in the east and a piece in the west, and began to skate around. And the mirrored space at the moment was already very different from just a moment ago. Within the slightly dim space, the endless mirrors had long since disappeared, leaving only an empty space. Soon, Yikue saw that last piece, covered with spider web-like cracks, suspended in midair in the mirror. Chocolate? His eyes suddenly lit up and he jerked his head up. So you're here. The raging and pervasive spirituality on the mirror spoke clearly of its identity. Kaching dash. The moment he heard Yikue's voice, above the mirror, it cracked once again. What are you doing? Seeing this, a flash of worry passed through Yikue's eyes as he hurriedly waved his hand. Be careful. Come down. Come to me. Kaching dash. The cracks spread instantly. I was really wrong. At the same time, a voice with boundless fear trembled. Can you spare me? Mirror Guile has apparently crumbled and cowered to the extreme. You should have found me useful. I am able to transform into a seal for you to drive. Really? Suspended in midair, the mirror, visible to the naked eye, couldn't help but tremble. As long as you don't put your mouth on me again, everything is fine. At those words, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. Obviously he hadn't expected that mirror trick would be the reaction in front of him. You come down first. However, very quickly, Yi Kuei reacted as he waved his hand once again. Come down first. It's not convenient to talk when you're so far away from me. The mirror shook again. But in the end, it still floated down tremblingly and came in front of Yi Kuei. Let's make a deal. You can't. However, the words were not finished. It was then directly grabbed by a large hand. With that, Yi Kuei copied the mirror and dipped a large piece of jam before sending it directly into his mouth. Kaching dash. Only a crunch was heard, and the delicious flavor covered in fresh jam and chocolate mellow flavor instantly exploded in Yi Kuei's mouth. That's the smell. That's the smell. He was excited to the core. Mirror Guile and Mandrill are paired together in terms of ability, not to mention in terms of flavor. They are amazingly compatible. It's a match made in heaven. This bejeweled flavor is so good it makes you roll your eyes. Yi Kuei looked down at the mirror Guei, which had been bitten by himself and had directly lost its ability to express itself. And even the mirror no longer reflected things. And a flash of apology flashed across his face. I'm really sorry. I didn't hold back. He felt like he was being a little disrespectful to the food. Yes. Phew. Yi Kuei restrained the urge to move internally and sat down cross-legged. Eating is a sacred thing. The rituals that should be there can't be missed. With that, from behind him, he ripped the doll bear out. I don't know how the doll bear communicated with the coffin board, but the coffin board even left a spot for the doll bear in the inexplicable space he was in. Carrie. The bear just appeared and let out a grunt of disgust. Its furry arms were crossed, and the clear stream of water was suddenly bared, hitting Yi Kuei's hand. Ha! Yi Kuei laughed. Bear and himself, still in tune. Thank myself for such deliciousness. With that, he folded his hands and prayed silently. Just as Yi Kuei prayed, the doll bear stumbled to the back, where it picked up the square scarf that the devourer had once found and wrapped it around Yekel's neck. Though the cubs are trying hard, but its rounded paws could only clumsily tie a crooked bow. In the end, the doll bear sat deflatedly on Yi Kuei's shoulder and let out a grunt, signaling that Yi Kuei could start. Ha ha! Yi Kuei froze, and the smile on his face grew even wider. I didn't realize that bear could surprise himself a little more. Good food. Can't live up to it. After a flash of devotion on his handsome face, he dipped the chocolate in the jam and began to enjoy it. Sweet and delicious and mesmerizing. The only unfortunate thing is that since both Mirror Guile and Mandrill have lost their ability to express themselves, less music is ultimately less of a feeling. Just as Yi Kuei was feasting, other mirrored spaces, tension was written all over the faces of the crowd. Shortly after the mirrors had violently cracked just now and lost the picture, endless mirrors, again in an extremely fast time, had fallen. The space they were in soon ceased to exist even as a mirror. The sky also dimmed. This situation, more than anything else, caused Father Lift and Ear Mouse and the others to be shocked in their hearts. They didn't know what was happening at all, and the only thing that was clear was that the mutation had appeared from the piece of space that Yi Kuei was in. What's going on? What really happened? Yi Kuei, is he in any danger? They looked left and right with anxious eyes, trying hard to find some clues, but just then, rumble, earth-shaking vibrations violently appeared from beneath their feet. A crack was even hidden in the dimly lit sky. Next moment, ka-ching! Only a crisp sound like a mirror breaking suddenly rang out. Ear Rat and Father Lift and the others had a flash before their eyes, and when they came back to their senses, they were already stepping on top of the barren and overgrown earth of the steel mill. In the sky, the bright moon hangs high. Is this tricky domain broken? Father Lift froze, a flash of surprise snapping across his face. As a Class 4 heavenly official, he was incomparably aware of what this scene in front of him meant. Creepy died out, and the creepy domain shattered. Only when the mirror guile that had plagued them for a long time just now perished and annihilated would they be able to come out of the shattered guile domain. But, what the hell happened? Where's the mandrill? And what's with the mirror shenanigans? Until now, Father Lift hadn't been able to figure out the situation. Where's Yi Kuei? But soon, he thought of Yi Kuei, who was in the most dangerous condition in the creepy domain, and hurriedly turned his head and searched. And the moment Father Lift turned his head to look around, he suddenly froze. You all went in? He looked around him on all fours, with different appearances, but all extremely wretched, obviously just coming out of the crowd from the tricky domain, and his face flickered with a touch of bewilderment. This, Fong Rong and Chei Dong were sprawled on the ground, obviously not expecting to come out so suddenly either. Where did Yi Kuei go? But after slowing down, they didn't even have time to pay attention to Father Lift before scrambling left and right. In the hearts of the crowd, they were equally hung up on the tortured Yi Kuei. Unfortunately, however, they searched all around, and even explored the factory buildings on the side, but none of them saw the slender figure of Yi Kuei. Where the hell is Yi Kuei? Seeing this, a flash of panic even flashed in the eyes of the crowd. It's the same as if the trick domain had suddenly shattered. A sudden ominous feeling of foreboding violently haunted them. Captain, aren't you usually the most worried about Yi Kuei? Fong Rong was incredibly nervous as he turned his head to look at the ear rat. Why haven't you said anything all this time? Why don't you hurry up and listen and see if you can hear anything? Even if something happened to Yi Kuei, it's not like there's no sound at all. He spoke anxiously. However, before the words were finished, Fong Rong lurched aside. Ear rat's ears had long since begun to vibrate, but he didn't say a word, his gaze stiffening as he looked to the back of the steel mill, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Da 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 da. In the meantime, the sound of light footsteps, coming from the direction where the ear rat's eyes were looking, was accompanied by the sound of extremely cheerful singing. Our little heavenly officer is so happy today. Chapter 115, Jammy Hawthorn Pills. The bright moon was high in the sky, and for some reason, the moonlight tonight, all seemed extremely gentle. Bright moonlight. Yi Kuei's humming, upright and happy figure slowly appeared in the line of sight of the crowd of heavenly officials. They're all here. That's great. I was worried you'd gone somewhere else. Seeing the ear rat and Father Lift and the others in front of him, Yi Kuei grinned. He tore off a piece of the small red mass clutched in his left hand and threw it into his mouth, chewing it while revealing a happy, "Don't worry, you guys, the danger has been." But the words weren't finished. Noticing the heavenly officials ahead of him in various postures and slightly distressed, Yi Kuei snapped, "You guys." He hesitated and spoke cautiously. "They didn't all go into the creepy domain just now, did they?" However, Yi Kuei's question was not answered. The crowd of heavenly officials all continued to stare at him with a straight face. Ha! Ha ha! You guys, this is not a coincidence, this is not. The situation in front of him made Yi Kuei sure of the idea, and after he awkwardly showed a smile, he tentatively opened his mouth and asked, "Then did you see anything?" The ear rat did not answer. His stiff eyesight swept from Yi Kuei's hands, and the corner of his mouth twitched once again. "You have nothing to do, right?" "Nothing." Not hearing any strange answers, Yi Kuei instantly put his heart down as he waved his hand with a big smile. "What can I do?" It was obvious that he was in a really good mood. "I'm glad you're okay." Seeing Yi Kuei unharmed, Father Lift finally let out a long sigh of relief. It was still unclear what exactly had just happened, but as long as the people were okay, it was good. "But, you have, in this hand?" But soon, he noticed the small mass Yi Kuei was clutching in his hand, and a flash of curiosity flashed across his face. "What is it? This?" Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei glanced down at his left hand, raised his head and replied with a smile, "Jammy Hawthorn Pills. Ah, you want a taste?" He lifted his head and shook it at Father Lift. No need." Father Lift gave a lurch and hurriedly refused. He lowered his head in slight bewilderment and locked eyes with the large eyeball of the puta in his hand, both seeing the disbelief in the other's eyes. "There are still Jammy Hawthorn Pills in the tricky domain?" This, at the back, Fong Rong and Chaedong, however, froze violently. This scene in front of them always felt familiar, as if they had seen it somewhere. "Yi Kuei, how is it that you can always find these weird snacks in tricky areas? What the hell happened?" And Father Lift finally came to his senses after his initial bewilderment as he hurriedly raised his head to look at Yi Kuei. "What's up with that creepy one? Looks like you guys did get in." Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei smiled and opened his mouth to reply. "As for that mirror guile you mentioned, it's certainly dead. I know it's dead, but it..." Before the words were out of his mouth, a flash of alarm flashed across Father Lift's face. He fiercely gripped the puta in his hand and looked around warily. "Creepy's dead, and that golem, the mandrill, is still alive." Yi Kuei glanced down at his left hand, hesitated, and spoke. "However, it seems that it is also..." But he hadn't finished his sentence. Anon, a mighty and ferocious roar snapped out. Boom! A several meters long, covered with scales, teeth sharp and slender, a piece of bulging muscles like copper cast iron like panther-like creatures, fell from the sky. It directly pounced in front of Yi Kuei and the others. Ow! It let out an extremely dangerous low roar from its mouth. This, feeling the raging and rampant spiritual fluctuations of the creature in front of him, far exceeding that of the mandrill, Yi Kuei's body trembled, but his eyes lit up violently. But before he could speak, "What's wrong with you guys?" The voice of the ear rat that was full of complaints suddenly rang out. It's not far away. How come even the distress call of his own colleagues in the bureau comes so slowly? At those words, a flash of humanized embarrassment flashed across the face of the good leopard-like creature in front of him. He spun around and his figure violently transformed into that familiar country-faced heavenly official. Pred? Yikue snapped his eyes wide open. In the meantime, whoosh! In the air, a series of raging spiritual fluctuations suddenly came from the air. Chapter 116, the mandrill ran away. Accompanied by the constant surge of spiritual fluctuations, nearly a dozen heavenly officials from both squads appeared before Yikue and the others in their own way. Rumble! Even a ball of burning fire appeared in the air. Here comes the little master. The fireball slammed down with a loud bang, resounding with a slightly bossy voice. Let's see how it goes. Lokyu's round body appeared in front of the crowd, and he held his head high as if he wanted to say something. However, in the next moment, Luyu saw Yikue on the side. Hey! Hey! His face stiffened and a fawning smile snapped onto his fat face. Brother Yi, good evening. I didn't expect you to be here. Drink tea. Drink tea. Luyue's hand turned around. They didn't even know where to get the thermos pot from. And while the flame was burning in his hand to heat it up, he rushed to hand it over to Yikue. It's cold at night. Drink some hot tea to warm up your body. Obviously, rescue teams that had received the earwig's distress signal had arrived in droves. The corners of the mouth couldn't help but twitch as the crowd of heavenly officials with raging spirituality and majestic auras looked at Luyue's sudden move ahead of them. What? But for all this, Lokyu took it for granted. He held his head high with a proud face. I care about my buddy, shouldn't I? How's it going? Pred was really not up to continuing to look at it, and had more important things at hand. He turned his head to Ear Rat and Father Lift and asked in a hushed voice, where's the danger? Situation. At those words, a flash of confusion flashed in Father Lift's eyes once again. Honestly, how the situation is now, even he himself is not quite sure. Dangerous words. The Ear Rat froze, and after his eyes swept past the mass of jammy hawthorn pills in Yikue's hand, he spoke up slightly stiffly and replied, it should be ruled out, right? What do you mean the danger should be out of the way? Predator frowned, and a touch of majesty flashed vaguely across his national face as well. When it comes to anomalies, there's no such thing as where it should be, because we were all in the tricky domain at the time, and then the tricky domain was supposed to somehow just shatter. The earwig gave a dry laugh and opened his mouth to reply. The trick domain can still somehow shatter? Predator snapped his eyes up. It really did shatter somehow. Father Lift rushed to chime in and helpfully explain to the earwig. But there were still some mutations before the tricky domain shattered. But what exactly happened? He turned his head to look blankly at Yikue. It may still be necessary to ask Yikue. Yekel? Upon hearing this, the group of heavenly officials violently turned their heads to look at Yikue. They really weren't sure what could be involved with Yikue that was so dangerous that even a level 4 heavenly official couldn't solve it. Seeing this, Yikue's hand holding the lid of the thermos jug gave a violent start, and he swept his sight over the crowd of heavenly officials staring at him in front of him, giving up the idea of grinding his teeth resentfully. Things aren't overly complicated. Yikue drank the hot tea in one gulp and signaled for Luyu to pour himself another cup before speaking. The reason why the guile domain shattered is that mirror guile perished. He did get a little thirsty after the amount he had just eaten. That mirror guile, it does have an unusual ability, but luckily, it's only level 3, and then Yikue grinned. Then Yikue made a lot of efforts, because at that time he was in that mirrored space that produced the most obvious mutations. He was holding back mirror guile and that golem evil spirit. Before Yikue could finish his words, the voice of the ear rat snapped. He stopped in front of Yikue and spoke with a solemn face. Plus it might be related to some attempts that Father Lift and I made within the guile domain. The mirror guile simply didn't have enough spirituality to withstand all of this. And in the end, the mirror guile, who was unable to bear it, simply blew up after its spirituality was exhausted. The earwig answered responsibly. Is that so? At those words, not only Pred, but even Fong Rong and the others froze for a moment. Captain, how did you know that? Fong Rong turned his head and looked at the ear rat with great surprise. I hear you. The ear rat pointed to his constantly vibrating ears, and a flash of seriousness flashed across his pointed, thin, and lewd face for the first time in a long time. Nothing escapes the captain's ears. Seeing this scene, Chaedong couldn't help but whisper. I didn't think that the captain who got serious was really quite handsome. The situation turned out to be this. Father Lift stood back, his eyes slightly confused. Actually, if we go by what Ear Rat said, it's quite possible. At that time, within the mirror space, those shots that he himself had fired in a row with his condemnation were too much for the average evil spirits and weirdness to withstand. As well as at that time, Yikue had been circling around with the golem, consuming the mirror guile spirituality. And with the efforts of the ear rat, It was really possible to drain that weird mirror guile alive until it died out. But the problem is, listening to the ear rat's narration, how did he himself always feel that something was strange? Mandrill. Suddenly, Father Lift seemed to think of something, and he turned his head violently to look at the ear rat. In the tricky domain, there is still a mandrill. The mandrill has escaped. The ear rat's line of sight flickered from Yi Kuei's hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched once again. He looked at Father Lift with a serious face. After Mirror Guile's demise, the golem should have sensed our support arriving and directly escaped. Escaped? Father Lift froze. Right. The ear rat sincerely pointed to his ears. I heard that the mandrill escaped just now. This mongrel thing is running real fast. Father Lift fiercely gripped the puta in his hand, and a flash of indignation flashed through his eyes. It seems that when it was slowing down its movements within the tricky domain, it was already thinking about how to prepare for its escape. Yes, that's right, that's it. At those words, the earwig nodded vigorously. Listening to the words coming from the front, Yi Kuei's eyes widened. He lowered his head to look at the jammy hawthorn pill in his hand, then raised his head to look at the earwig. Honestly, if he hadn't experienced this himself, I'm afraid that even Yi Kuei himself would have to believe the situation that the ear rat was talking about. What's wrong? Predator sensed Yi Kuei's abnormality and turned his head to open his mouth to inquire. Is there something wrong somewhere? Nope. No. Yi Kuei seized a piece of hawthorn pill and threw it into his mouth, shaking his head vigorously. No problem at all. He didn't bother to explain too much. And the captain said it like it was true, so he couldn't let down the captain's efforts. I didn't realize you guys were in such a complicated situation this time. Predator frowned tightly. Evil, Sneak and Creepy have actually joined forces. It seems like I need to report this one situation in a hurry. The good thing is that none of you had any accidents. He turned his head and let out a long sigh of relief after his eyes swept over Yi Kuei's body. If there's an accident, you can't afford the consequences. The earwig nodded thoughtfully. But what the hell is wrong with you guys? Usually when there's a rescue, it's at least 3 squads together. But soon, he seemed to have remembered something, raised his head and swept his head over the back of the heavenly officials, and spoke with great dissatisfaction. Not to mention that there are only 2 squads this time. They also came so slowly. At those words, Predator's face fell silent. Chapter 117. Let him come and develop with us. What's wrong? Seeing Predator's reaction, a flash of nervousness snapped across Ear Rat's face. Something happened to the authority? We're outnumbered now. Why don't we go out and hide? He looked toward the group of heavenly officials in front of him and hurriedly spoke. When the wind passes, we'll come back? Predator's face darkened and he sighed. The authority is having a bit of a problem, but it's not as bad as you think. He looked at the Ear Rat and spoke helplessly. It seems that because the authority headquarters discovered something, a large number of elite heavenly officials were drawn from all the administrations and headed to the capital. Lord Halberd Wielder has followed along. So right now the authority, it's a little understaffed. Pred shook his head, his eyes sweeping over Yi Kuei once again. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the halberd bearer would have had to come the first time he heard your pleas for help. I can't believe it. Upon hearing this, the Ear Rat's eyes snapped wide open and his eyes trembled. It seems that something big has happened. Otherwise, Lord Halberd Wielder usually doesn't leave. Do you know what really happened? He looked cautiously at Pred, and opened his mouth tentatively to inquire. Look at the appearance of the Ear Rat. There is a situation is not right. Directly on the bottom of the foot to wipe off the appearance of skipping. I'm not really sure what happened. Predator looked to the earwig, and stalled even more. Just a rough idea. Like it's because of the authority's headquarters, and a door was found. But so far, nothing too unexpected. He spoke up with a dark look on his face. So you'd better not think about that nonsense either. How? The earwig smiled awkwardly and hurriedly scratched his head, but he was still clearly filled with curiosity and disbelief about the situation in Predator's mouth. A door? The Ear Rat frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. Just what kind of door can cause the authority headquarters to treat it like this? You don't have to guess about the exact situation. Pred finally couldn't help himself, and gave the earwig a blank stare. Then it seems that we, the Parallel State Administration, should also send someone to the capital. Just then, Father Lift's voice rang out as well. He narrowed his eyes, obviously quite curious about the door Pred's mouth was talking about. In the end, though, Father Lift didn't ask anything more, but raised his head once more to look at Pred. This one was really thanks to your help. A smile flashed across his face as he spoke sincerely. If it wasn't for the cooperation of your authority, I'm afraid we'd really be in trouble. Since the mandrill is still on the run, we are subsequently prepared to continue searching for it until we make it completely extinct. As he spoke, Father Lift still gripped the puta in his hand. Of course, The one who has the most to thank for this is still Yi Kuei. He turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei with incomparable seriousness. We all saw what happened to him in the creepy domain. He really suffered. It can be said that without Yi Kuei's dedication, there would have been no us who were able to leave the creepy domain peacefully, and he is the biggest contributor to this anomaly. Seeing this, Yi Kuei, whose conscience was slightly uneasy, hurriedly waved his hand. I'm not that important. No. Father Lift interrupted Yi Kuei and spoke categorically. You are that important. Okay. We got it. Before Yi Kuei could speak, Predator's voice rang out. He was slightly dissatisfied. If you were trying to thank us, we received it all. There is no doubt about Yekel's excellence. What's the need to brag about your father here? The boasting made Pred feel out of place. Aren't you guys going to keep chasing that golem? He glanced at Father Lift and spoke. Without that mirror's weird cooperation, there shouldn't be any danger. If you don't hurry, I'm afraid the golems have gotten far. Pred spoke directly. Hunt down the golem. We sure are. Hearing Pred's words, Father Lift shyly revealed a smile. But before that, I have something else I want to discuss with you guys. What is it? Predator raised one eyebrow and looked to Father Lift. Originally, I wanted to talk to Lord Basho, but since Lord Basho has already rushed to the capital, it's better to discuss this with you. Father Lift turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, and the smile on his face grew even wider. I heard that Yi Kuei is only a trainee heavenly official in your authority. If the authority of Qin province, so little attention to him. He rubbed his hands together, his face showing anticipation. How about letting him come to our parallel state authority to develop? Of course, I don't want it for nothing. You guys see what resources you need to exchange. Just open your mouths. What I have, I'll take out. What I don't have, I'll try to get it. Father Lift lifted his head and patted his chest vigorously. Childish, what did you say? Father Lift clearly saw that after he finished speaking, the Pred in front of him first froze, and then, his eyes snapped round, and his pupils were instantly erected. Ow dash. Next moment, with a ferocious and unmistakable growl, the panther-like creature then suddenly appeared and directly pounced Father Lift to the ground, and Predator's rear. Rumble. The spiritual fluctuation was like a volcano erupting and raging. The other heavenly officials of the Qin provincial administration directly copied their weapons. A few moments later, disagree to disagree. You say on the line, hands for what? Father Lift carried the puta and limped out of the steel mill with Jiang Ruishui and Qizhua in his nose. What's the word? Can't we just talk it out? He was very aggravated and was in pieces all the way. You guys value Yi Kuei just as much as you value Yi Kuei, and you're going to get him a trainee heavenly official to lie to me? And talk about how it's a good thing Lord Basho wasn't around this time, or else he'd have made me look even better? Father Lift looked down at the puta in his hand. Even the big eyeball of the puta had taken a punch, and it looked pitiful as the eyeballs kept turning with gold stars. I don't believe your bull asterisk. If Lord Basho were here, he wouldn't be as unreasonable as they are, and might even agree with me. He reached out and touched his face, grimacing in pain. You guys wait for me. Next time, when Lord Basho comes back, I'll talk to him. Let's see what you guys do. Jiang Ruishui and Qizhua followed behind Father Lift with their heads hanging down. In the face of that scene just now, the two of them didn't dare to make any comments at all. However, Qizhua seemed to remember something. Captain, have you ever felt? After he hesitated, he finally raised his head and looked at Father Lift. Yi Kuei looks a bit familiar. Chapter 118, The Dark Mountain Village. After Father Lift left with Qiscorch and Jiang Ruishui, inside the steel mill, a silence fell. Phew, Predator was still panther-like. He was glaring and gasping for air, obviously still not over his anger from earlier. The other celestial officials were pretty much the same, although they didn't understand the importance of Yi Kuei to the Qin provincial administration. However, Yi Kuei's talent was clear to the group of heavenly officials. How dare Father Lift dig in their faces? Who gave him the nerve? Rokuyu, in particular, was red-faced and furious. The punch on the condemned big eyeball just now was from him. What a joke! It was so hard to find a promising thigh to hold. What would you do if he went to the Concordia Authority? In the future, you'd better stay away from that lifting father. After panting for a while, Predator was still uneasy and turned his head to Yi Kuei to remind him once again. That guy doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. Look, what decent officer of heaven carries around a gun with a big, rolling eye? He grimaced. His fangs were sharp, and he was very serious. His evil intentions are clear. Yi Kuei gave a beat. Pred may have a few points. However, with a leopard body and a leopard head, he opened his mouth to say that the other heavenly officials were immodest. So how could he look at it and feel a little strange? Instead, the raging, unbridled wave of spirituality on the Predator smelled a bit tangy. Yi Kuei subconsciously licked his lips. Whoosh! The Predator's body turned violently and regained his person. He stared at Yi Kuei with eyes full of panic. What are you doing? The look in Yi Kuei's eyes just now only made Pred's body hairy. Nope. Nothing. Yi Kuei hurriedly threw the last bite of the jammy hawthorn pill into his mouth and chewed it to hide his embarrassment. I was just wondering what was going on with that door found at the authorities' headquarters. That door is not something you should be thinking about right now. Pred looked at Yi Kuei once again and spoke. What you need to do now is to seize the time and try to grow. Don't worry. Yi Kuei swallowed the jammy hawthorn pill in his mouth and grinned. Time is not waiting for me. I've been working hard. That's right. Pred nodded. But in the end, he still didn't hold back and opened his mouth once again to remind up. Again. Stay away from heavenly officials like Father Lift. You're not finished, are you? The ear rat stood back and sniffed. Even though you guys chose to ask for help, the mission was done really well. Predator seemed to have realized that he was nagging a bit as well, and he hurriedly changed the subject with a flash of certainty on his face. In a state like a similar one. Indeed, calling for help is the surest and safest way to go. The bottom line is that you have proved yourselves in front of the celestial officers of the other administrations. Predator was quite proud of himself. This is really a great honor for our Qin province authority. But the evil spirits can even join forces with the bazaar. This is something that needs to be taken seriously. When I go back, I have to report it immediately. He narrowed his eyes slightly. After the departure of the basho, it was left to Pred to take care of some of the affairs of the authority. The sudden appearance of the door that had alarmed the entire Chinese authority, as well as the immediate discovery that the evil spirit had actually teamed up with Creepy, had made Predator understand more and more about what Overlord had in mind. The bizarre revivals became more frequent and the changes became more rapid. The heavenly officers, indeed, need more, and better, fresh blood. He turned his head and gave Yi Kuei a glance without leaving any traces. Isn't it incumbent upon us to honor our authority? Upon hearing this, the ear rat violently raised his head. No matter what, I'm also a part of our Qin province authority. You, Predator gave a start, staring at the earwig and frowning. Is there something you want from me? The earwigs were acting, obviously, out of place. Ha 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 ha. Ear Mouse laughed and scratched his head. We're all old co-workers. Look at what you're saying. What do you mean beg? He wasn't the least bit embarrassed, so he continued to speak. I've already told my team members all about it before this mission started. We've had a year of hard work and seriousness, and we've accomplished a lot of things. It's safe to say that no other squad in the authority has accomplished as many tasks as our squad has. Ear Rat grinned a mouthful of yellow teeth. So, I thought I'd take a few days off after completing this mission. Most missions completed. The corner of Pred's mouth twitched. The Ear Rat squad has been able to accomplish so many missions that the Ear Rats themselves don't know why. As a rank 3 heavenly officer, netting those rank I, rank 2, and even some that weren't even considered to involve anomalies to do. As soon as I encountered a slightly more dangerous mission, I either got a stomachache or a headache. How many times could their squad have accomplished the mission? And how many times could they not? If it wasn't for the fact that Basho knew that Ear Rat's abilities were flawed, coupled with a slight guilt over what Ear Rat was going through at the time, I'm afraid that Ear Rat has long since lost count of the number of times he's been beaten up. Take a few days off. Still, Predator gave a lurch when he remembered the request made by the earwig. What's wrong? Seeing this, the earwig lifted his head. I was just thinking about telling you guys about this. After hesitating for a moment, Predator spoke. As you are well aware, the authority has just recently caught up with a special situation and is understaffed. It wasn't that he didn't want to give the earwig a rest. It mainly coincided with the emergence of the gate incident, where the halberd bearers took away quite a number of heavenly officials, coupled with the increasing frequency of conditions in which the tricky realm was revived, resulting in an even greater shortage of heavenly officials, which was already insufficient. Or else, they wouldn't have only 2 squads for this rescue, and it came so late. So, this time, although we are here to rescue, in reality, Predator shook his head and looked over at Ear Rat. We're prepared for the possibility of a new mission to take on if nothing too big happens to you guys. There's a new mission? Ear Rat froze and snapped his eyes wide. Heaven and earth. We were asking for help, and you came and brought us a new mission? What do you take us for? Not only that. The corner of Predator's mouth twitched at the sight, but he insisted on finishing his sentence. And the squad that will be carrying out the mission may have to be further streamlined in terms of personnel. We're out on a mission and we have to streamline? The voice of the Ear Rat crying and howling was 8 degrees higher. We are not even as good as cows and horses. There's no justice. There's no justice. After all, it's really understaffed right now. Predator sighed heavily. We can wait. We can rest. But the ordinary people who are threatened by the evil spirits and the weird domain, they really can't wait. You, listening to Predator's words, the Ear Rat seemed to have thought of something, and his wailing gradually decreased. However, unlike the ear rat, Yikue's eyes lit up the moment he heard Predator open his mouth and say the first sentence about having a mission. Dry rice, dry rice, dry rice. His eyes were glowing, his mouth couldn't stop whispering, and his body was trembling due to his excitement. But, excited as he was, Yikue was able to understand the struggle of the ear rat's eyes. After all, it was getting closer and closer to the time when the tricky domain where the captain's son was located would open. The ear rat had originally wanted to take advantage of this free time to travel with himself to that tricky area and bring his son back. Who knew that such a turn of events would occur in the middle of the day? What is this new mission you speak of? Yikue raised his head to look at Pred. This mission, in fact, is on record with the authority. Predator glanced at Yikue and spoke. It's a level 3 bizarre event. File name, Dark Mountain Village. The Dark Mountain Village? The earwig snapped his head up. Captain, you know about this mission? Yikue curiously looked at the ear rat. Yeah, I've seen this file before when I was going through the authorities' records. The ear rat nodded, a flash of complexity on his face. At that time in the archives, it was recorded that the village ended up being flooded by a mudslide, and I didn't expect that the mountain village would appear again. Just know the specifics. Yikue, if thoughtful. It seemed that the captain had really done a lot of hard work at that time to find clues to the tricky area that his son was in, out of sight and out of mind. Captain, how long roughly will it be before you say something about taking a break? He seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at the ear rat with intent. Possibly. The ear rat heard Yikue's hint, and after pondering for a while, he spoke. There are still about 3 or 4 days left. More than enough. Upon hearing this, Yikue waved his hand. Just in time. Then, for this task, he turned his head to Predator and smiled. As for squad streamlining, since it's a level 3 anomaly, just leave it to me and the captain. Fongrong and Chei Dong, they can both go help out wherever manpower is still needed when the time comes. Let's go and try. Not right now. Go and tackle this what's-his-name Dark Mountain Village. With those words, Yikue turned around and was about to set off through the night. Wait until you've tasted this mountain village, and then go to that cafeteria you mentioned. Captain, to eat? However, without taking 2 steps, Yikue suddenly gave a start and turned his head and inquired. The Dark Mountain Village you guys are talking about. Where is it? Pred was straight up confused. He didn't know what kind of cafeteria Yikue was talking about, but he had an even deeper understanding of Yikue's words at that time that he wanted to make it his mission to clear out the evil spirits and weird domains. Rather, not in such a hurry. Predator gave a dry laugh. Get some rest. It's not too late to leave tomorrow. It just so happens that we all have some tasks tomorrow as well. It was a level 3 spooky event though, but this time, Pred did not stop Yikue. Not only was it because the authority was understaffed at the moment, but also because he realized that the changes in the unusual events at the moment were getting more and more intense. And just as Basha had said, Yikue had to experience more things if he wanted to grow. And, through Father Lift and Ear Mouse's descriptions of this incident they had just given, Pred realized that he had still underestimated Yikue. Since just now, he had been trying to restrain the vibrations within him. Because being able to face the threat posed by a rank 3 evil sneaky and creepy teaming up was not something that could be done with the strength of a possible rank 2 heavily official. Pred really wanted to know just how far Yikue could go. Of course, the most crucial reason was still because he was well aware that the real danger factor of the Dark Mountain Village, which the authority had long ago characterized as a class 3 anomaly, was not that high. With the ear rat around, I'm afraid it's difficult to even think of a life-threatening situation. The big deal is to make a plea for help and go again on your own. Chapter 119, Neither the captain nor I are tired. That's a class 3 anomaly. After hearing the words in front of him, the ear rat's body trembled, and he suddenly raised his head to look at Predator. Anyway, if the situation is not right, I'll call you at the first opportunity. No problem. Pred laughed helplessly. However, the ear rat's choice this time was beyond Predator's expectations. It was surprising that he agreed so easily. In Pred's earliest thoughts, the ear rat would probably still have to wail for a while, and probably want to add a few more celestial officials along for the ride before he'd be willing to do so. Didn't realize, in the end, the earwig only made one request, that he would make a phone call. Alas, Pred looked at the eared rat and a touch flashed across his face. It seemed that even the ear rats, nowadays when the recovery of the trickster domain was becoming more frequent, had made a lot of progress. What he doesn't realize, however, is this: nowadays, the reason why the ear rat was not that worried and scared was, most of all, because there was Yikue, even though he's the captain. But Yikue is the biggest bottom line of the ear rat, especially after experiencing what happened with the mirror guile and the golem just now. The ear rat's heart, moreover, had some, until now, speculations that he couldn't believe. Hearing that the front had been arranged in 3 or 2 tries, the two of them, Fangrong and Chaedong, were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Although they do understand that it may be for their safety. But, how can 2 people, Yi Kuei and the captain, carry out a mission? How dangerous that is. Don't worry. The ear rat seemed to be able to see the concern of Fangrong and Chaedong, turning his head and grinning with a mouthful of yellow teeth. We have a bottom in our hearts. But, he seemed to think of something, and after frowning at Pred, he spoke. By the looks of them, you guys might be on a mission by then as well. Though with the 2 of you, the mission shouldn't be too dangerous. Ear Mouse's face was solemn, and he spoke in a serious tone. However, I have always taught you about the fine tradition of our squad, and you must not forget it. Got it? At those words, Chaedong and Fangrong stood up straight violently. The captain's wise teachings have long been engraved into their bones by word and example. Take it easy. Don't punch. Don't wave. To goad. Safety first. Not bad, not bad. Seeing this, Ear Rat nodded with satisfaction. Children are teachable. I didn't bring you guys for so long for nothing. You guys don't have to. Seeing this, Predator's eyes couldn't help but twitch. The squad will still recover when the time comes for the halberd bearer to return. He always felt that the fine traditions of the squad, as the earwigs called them, were not a good thing. Yeah, and just then, Lokyu's slightly aggravated voice finally sounded. He held a thermos cup, ignoring the eyes of his own captain at the back who moved to that bubbling fire, and once again poured a cup of tea for Yi Kuei. I had thought that I could carry out the mission with you this time. There's a chance. Yi Kuei reached out and patted Lu Yue, revealing a smile. Don't worry, where there are evil spirits and weirdness, there is me. Okay, things are generally finalized, so let's get back to the station. Predator glanced at Yi Kuei and shook his head. Go back and take a rest. Tomorrow, Ear Rat will take Yi Kuei on a mission, and I will also have a mission after assigning where Fangrong and Chaedong will go. Rest? Yi Kuei froze. Rest from what? Captain, are you tired? He turned his head to look blankly at the earwig. No, not tired. Looking at Yi Kuei's eyes that were filled with anticipation, and also to free up time so that he could solve the task early. The ear rat's body trembled and tried to squeeze out a smile. Not tired at all. Look, the captain and I aren't tired. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Pred and grinned. You guys go back. He waved his hand at Pred, grinning expectantly as he turned and headed off into the night. I'm going on a mission with the captain. Chapter 120, Detujai. Captain, say, where's that what's-his-name mountain village? Turning his head not much farther away, Yi Kuei couldn't wait to look at Ear Rat. Let's digest this tonight. Finish digesting and go find your son. His eyes were frighteningly bright in the dark night. At that, the earwig jerked to a halt. Captain, why don't you go? Yi Kuei looked at the Ear Rat in puzzlement. Didn't you read the authorities' file on the Dark Mountain Village? I did read the archives. A look of bewilderment flashed across the earwig's face, but I don't remember where it was recorded on the file at the time. Before the words were out of his mouth, he had turned and ran back. In the excitement just now, the ear rats were all taken off course by Yi Kuei, and so, nighttime, Predator and the group of heavenly officials then saw Yi Kuei and the ear rat, once again running back in ashes. I see you guys left without looking back. Seeing the scene in front of him, Predator was also confused for a moment. He let out a bitter smile, and handed the file of the Dark Mountain Village to the ear rat. Thought you guys knew the situation. We do know the situation. We just don't know where it is. Yi Kuei raised his head and answered with a straight face. Immediately, the two men, who had gotten their files, set off again. The exact condition hasn't changed much, and the location is not too far away. Sitting in the car, Ear Mouse looked over the files and locations and spoke. But with the current time, by the time we arrive, it will probably be dawn. That's great. Yi Kuei was satisfied with this arrangement. After dawn, there will be even less need to rest. Let's hurry. At that, the corner of the ear rat's mouth twitched. Young people nowadays have really unlimited energy. But, in order to allow more time to save his son, this time, he had little intention of resting. Boom! The engine roared to life. The jeeps of the halberd were like beasts, whistling out. I'll give you a general rundown on this unusual event in the village of Spectral Hill. Car. The ear rat drove while opening his mouth to introduce Yi Kuei. This incident, at the earliest, needs to be traced back to 5 years ago, when someone called the police to report that they had discovered that a number of villagers in their village would inexplicably disappear. Although the villagers came back again after a few days, those who came back behaved extremely strangely. Upon receiving the call, the police department quickly realized that the incident, which may have involved an anomaly, was handed over to our authority. The authority sent a celestial official to investigate and deal with it, and based on the feedback, It was characterized as a Class 3 bizarre incident. However, just as this unusual event was about to be dealt with, a mudslide broke out, completely burying the mountain village. In the end, the authority was only able to seal the matter for the time being. Speaking of which, the earwig paused and spoke. I just didn't expect that 5 years later, the village that was originally buried by a mudslide would see the light of day again. However, the investigative Tenchi who went ahead have determined that the state of the village is no different than it was 5 years ago. He sighed slightly, but the anomalies involving the bazaar have really intensified these days, since it was originally buried by a mudslide and reappeared. Listening to the words of the ear rat, Yikue narrowed his eyes. Then that means that what might be involved in the problem today is the entire village? That's correct based on the extrapolation of the existing situation. Ear rat nodded, but he was still quite strict. But what the exact situation is, after all, we need to determine it after we arrive at the scene. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yikue grinned. By the way, that village is in the archives. Suddenly, the ear rat seemed to have thought of something as he turned his head to look at Yikue and spoke. It's called Fairyhead Walled Village. Fairyhead Cottage? Yikue froze for a moment. The name of this village sounds a bit strange. No words on the way. As Ear Rat had said, by the time he arrived at the foot of the mountain in his car, the sky was already cloudy. According to the archives, the Watoto cottage is in that mountain, so there was no way to avoid the mudslide when it came. The Ear Rat pointed to the mountains ahead and spoke. The village is not rich, the roads are not convenient, and at the time when it was buried, there were some places in the village that didn't even have cell phone signals. Well, Yikue raised his head to look at the gloomy spreading mountains in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. There's no road back there, so we may have to walk in on our legs. The Ear Rat got off the bus and stretched his back, then walked towards the slightly bustling marketplace on the side. Although we're not resting, we still need to fill up our stomachs before we go. Captain, you're right. Upon hearing about eating, the smile on Yikue's face instantly brightened by a few points. It was not long after dawn, and there were already a number of stalls out on both sides of the marketplace. Tofu brain, sweet porridge, buns, rice noodles, a wide variety of snacks are available. It's hard to imagine that this is a site that can be found near the base of a mountain at first light. Perhaps it has to do with the more closed environment. The vendors who set up stalls to sell snacks do not have any QR code to collect money, and only accept cash. It's a good thing Earl Rat had some money with him, but even so, looking at Yikue who ate from the street to the end of the street and back to the street from the end of the street, the Ear Rat touched his pockets, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Just as they were feasting and getting ready for the trip into the mountains, they also spotted a group of donkeys on foot. It's really good. This tofu brain tastes so good. The leader was a middle-aged man in a punching bag, who couldn't stop praising the tofu brain as he ate it. The bean aroma is mellow and flavorful. I haven't had such authentic tofu brain in a long time. I've only tasted this flavor a few years ago. The man nodded repeatedly. Give me a bowl too. You say? It's the first time we've had such a good breakfast since we've been along this line into the mountains for so long. On the side, the woman carrying a hiking bag was also extremely satisfied. And this bazaar, clean and simple. Time seems to have stood still in them. It's really rare nowadays. That's for sure. I grind all the beans in my village myself, so of course they taste good. Hearing the compliments coming from the front, the old lady selling tofu brain was very happy. She served the oldest bowl and handed it over to the woman. Eat it, eat it. If you like it you can eat more. Not only the beans, but the sweet porridge of our village is also a masterpiece. The old man selling sweet porridge looked towards Yikue, who was staring at the group of donkeys, and grinned. Okay, I've basically eaten everything just now, except your sweet porridge. Yikue waved his hand in a grandiose manner. Give me a bowl. It's not like you're paying for it yourself anyway. Okay. The old man selling sweet porridge filled a bowl full of porridge and handed it to Yikue. Grandpa, what kind of place are you guys in? Seeing this, Ear Rat found a few dollars in change and handed it over casually asking, why is it so busy this early in the morning? Isn't this a set? The boss cheerfully stretched out his hand to receive the money and opened his mouth to reply. The big fair in our village of Duotuzhai is only once in several years. Chapter 121. Who are you scaring? Where do you mean? At those words, the Ear Rat's hand, which was extended to hand over the money, trembled violently, only to feel a chill, which violently ran out from the back of his head. Watuzi village? This inexplicable bazaar they were in right now was the village of Datuzi that they were going to enter the mountains to look for? The village that was drowned in a mudslide and resurfaced has turned up, and he, himself, had been in the village with Yikue, eating for so long? The earwig stared at the half-bitten bun in his other hand, revealing the oily neat filling, and felt nothing but a vicious chill. Obviously, when he stepped into the bazaar, The cautious one had the intention to listen. There were no anomalies or psychic fluctuations before the earwigs decided to come in. Who knew that things would take such a turn? The village that disappeared for 5 years. Then what's for dinner? Suck it up. However, just as the earwig was chilled to the bone, off to the side, but once again, the sound of wolfish gulping resounded. Yikuei hugged the sweet porridge and drank it. Not bad, not bad. The sweet porridge you have here is really good. He didn't even forget to look up and give the old man of the stall a thumbs up. Delicious. Give me another bowl. Seeing this, the ear rat's body trembled even more. Yikuei. Yi kid. He was afraid that Yikuei didn't react, and gritted his teeth and called out a few times. This is Dutuzhai village. I know. Yikuei took the new bowl of sweet porridge and grinned even more. Good for Dutuzi village. Good for Dutuzi village. My village is great. At that, the old man selling sweet porridge laughed along with him. How do you? Seeing this, the ear rat was even more stagnant. He no longer paid attention to Yikuei and directly took out his cell phone from his pocket and started to make a call. However, I don't know when, but I can't get a signal on my cell phone anymore. All that came out of the receiver was the busy signal of not being on the server. The earwig looked around slightly stiffly. The road where they had stepped into the bazaar just now had also disappeared, and even the surroundings of the bazaar seemed to be shrouded in a white mist. The ear rats, no longer able to find the halberds jeep they had come in, an inexplicable aura lingered above this bazaar. Duotuzhai village. Duotuzhai village. The earwig paused for a moment. The village of Dutuzi. Seems to be good. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the buns in his hands, revealing an inexplicable smile. The big fair in Dutuzhai only happens once every few years. I really want to stay here for a few more days. I haven't had a bun this good in a long time. The ear rat's eyes swept aside the few donkeys who were also smiling and thoroughly integrated, and nodded with satisfaction, picking up the bun and sending it towards his mouth. Another bowl. However, right at this moment, Yikuei's loud grinning voice violently interrupted the ear rat's movements. He took the large bowl of sweet porridge and once again handed it to the old man selling it. The earwig's body shuddered and his eyes widened as he looked at the bag that had been raised to his face. Ye boys. His body trembled as he looked at Yikuei and opened his mouth to say something. This place is just too evil. As a Class 3 heavenly official himself, he was unaware that he had all been affected. What exactly is the big set of this Watuzi village going to do? However, Yikuei, as if he didn't hear the words of the ear rat, took the sweet porridge cheerfully handed over by the old man selling sweet porridge and continued to feast on it. Suck it up. Suck it up. He drank it to his lips. It's over. Seeing the scene in front of him, and remembering what he had just experienced, the ear rat only felt a blackness before his eyes. Having eaten only a little bit myself, I was all being manipulated without even realizing it. And Yikuei, this big greedy kid, ate the entire bazaar back and forth 3 times. He was affected. I'm afraid, even more deeply. What to do? What to do? This Dutuzi village. The ear rat's head was fuzzy, and that sense of belonging and familiarity in the village of Dutuzhai once again surged to the forefront of his mind. The village of Dodo Cottage is nice. He lowered his head and drifted off for a moment. Another bowl. Yikuei's voice, however, suddenly sounded once again, dispelling the uncontrollable drowsiness and confusion in the ear rat's mind. The ear rat's body lurched and snapped out of it. He froze for a moment as he looked ahead at Yikuei, who had a wide smile written all over his face. What the hell? Yikuei's voice can wake himself up? What happened afterward also confirmed the ear rat's suspicion. Every time he was in a trance, he would be interrupted by Yikuei's voice that happily rang out one more bowl. Seeing this, the ear rat's eyes grew wide as he looked at Yikuei. As the bowls of sweet kanji were consumed by Yikuei, the expression of the owner of the sweet porridge cellar also changed from the beginning when he was happily and expectantly serving porridge to Yikuei, to gradually becoming gloomy. Another bowl. And when Yikuei once again drank up his bowl of sweet porridge and signaled that he wanted more, the old man finally couldn't hold back. What the hell are you doing? You scion. The old man looked at Yikuei and frowned. Have some kanji. Yikuei lifted his head and reasoned. What else can I do if I don't drink kanji at the kanji stand? Porridge? The look on the old man's face grew more and more somber. He glanced at the bucket he had filled with porridge. The original bucket that was full enough to fit an adult. Only a thin layer was left. A whole bucket of porridge was drunk by Yikuei alone. Go go go. Step aside. The old man's face turned blue and waved his hand at Yikuei. The porridge is not for sale to you. Hurry up and go. Just as the old man opened his mouth to speak, the earwig's body lurched and his mind snapped into clarity. He turned his head to look. The mist that surrounded the bazaar had dissipated at some point, and the path that led into the bazaar had unexpectedly reappeared. The earwig froze, his ears vibrating rapidly. However, It was exactly the same as earlier, and he still didn't hear any spiritual fluctuations. The odd situation only tightened the heart of the earwig. Let's either go out first. He turned around and pulled Yiku away, speaking in a low voice. Wait until we figure out the situation. Captain. Wait a minute. Yiku flatly rejected the ear rat's offer as he turned his head to look at the boss. You were the one who asked me to come to your stall for kanji in the first place. I haven't had enough since I got here. And there's still porridge left, so why don't you sell us? Yiku was very unconvinced. Backwoods man. I advise you to be sensible. The old man stared at Yiku with a deadly stare. The expression on his face became more and more sinister. I tell you, this is the village of Duotuzhai. Talking at the same time, the white fog surrounding the outside of the bazaar reappeared, leaving the path as even more hidden. Will disappear. However, next moment, a thick black shadow suddenly flashed by, slapping directly on top of the old man's head. Bang! A muffled sound. The old man's head fell right off and hit the ground. I know this is the village of Watuzi. Yiku carried the coffin board, stared at the boss's head on the ground, and spoke with dissatisfaction. Who are you scaring? This. Seeing this, the ear rat's body trembled. The bazaar, which had been noisy just a moment ago, was suddenly plunged into a dead silence. A pin drop can be heard. The earwig lifted his head stiffly. All around, everyone in the bazaar, including the few donkeys who were obviously outsiders, had slowly turned their heads. Even the head of the stall owner's old man, who had fallen on the ground, had opened his eyes and looked over crookedly. They didn't say a word. Their eyes were empty and they just stared straight at Yiku and the ear rat. Inside the fairgrounds, it was as if the pause button had been pressed. The appearance of this scene was extremely strange and terrifying. Being stared at by nearly 100 pairs of eyes in such a motionless manner, even the ear rat could not help but feel his body getting cooler and cooler. Bang! All of a sudden, a muffled sound rang out, breaking the suffocating silence. Yiku directly kicked away the old man's head and sat on his ass on the old man's crooked body that had fallen on the sweet porridge stand. The sweet porridge seller is gone. He stuck the coffin board upright and raised his head to look at the crowd staring at him in the bazaar. The bun seller, the tofu brain seller, and the rice noodle seller in the back. And he held out his hand and nodded from one to the other. Come here, all of you. While speaking, Yiku had a salivating incomparably crazy smile written all over his face, reaching out his hand to carry the doll bear out. I want to eat. Chapter 122, the flavor is not right. Quiet. The moment Yiku rang out his words, the entire bazaar was even quieter. Everyone's gazes were staring straight at Yiku. It's not just other people within the bazaar. Even the ear rat suddenly froze. He stared at Yiku with wide eyes, and a flash of not knowing what to do even flashed across his face. Always. The ear rats all thought that they had gotten to know this kid, Yiku, quite a bit. Even due to his ability, the ear rat felt that he might know some of Yiku's secrets. However, when the scene in front of him happened, the ear rat realized that he seemed to have never had a clear understanding of Yiku. Right now, Yiku's condition was no longer even an impulse. It's madness, and crazy, and mad. His eyes, sweeping over the doll bear that had first washed Yiku's hands and then clumsily climbed behind Yiku, struggling to tie his scarf, trembled for a moment. In the midst of the madness, there was a touch of grace. Obviously extremely weird and ominous situation. Instead of having a trace of fear and trepidation, Yiku revealed a strong excitement and thrill. And it was not true that he had not been affected by eating the bazaar food from the Dutuzi village Grand Bazaar. But, and keep eating. What does that mean? What in the world was Yi Kid thinking, making such a move as the one at hand before figuring out the situation? And just as the ear rat's heart was filled with nervousness and slightly overwhelmed, ahead, the crowd of bazaar stallholders who were staring straight at them finally reacted. Hip, he. The eyes of the crowd of stall owners were hollow, but the corners of their mouths, at the same time, gradually rose, revealing an extremely grotesque smile. The sound of giggles and laughter slowly resounded and echoed throughout the bazaar, as if it was mocking Yiku's self-importance. The mist that filled the area around the bazaar gradually thickened. Go, come on, let's, together, come with us, take you with us, let's get going. In the fog, murmurs rang out, and a blurry silhouette appeared, their hands outstretched as if they were trying to grab hold of stretch something. The temperature, at some point, dropped even lower to freezing. A moment ago, the marketplace was bustling with activity, but now it is already like a ghost. The ear rat's body trembled, and a flash of panic flashed in his eyes. Even so, he still didn't hear any spiritual fluctuations. Ye boys. The ear rat turned his head to look at Yiku as if he wanted to say something. However, before he finished his words, he suddenly froze, because at some point, Yi Kuei's figure had already disappeared from his side. If you don't come over, then I'll have to come to you. A voice filled with salivating madness violently overpowered the playful laughter within the bazaar. Next moment, a slender figure holding a pitch-black coffin board suddenly flashed by. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. Yi Kuei's figure had already appeared beside the old lady selling tofu soup. The dark coffin board flashed, and the old lady's head instantly flew out. But he didn't even stop before heading straight for the next stall. It could be clearly seen that as Yi Kuei moved forward, a silhouette in the dense white mist struggled and reached out, trying to drag and pull Yi Kuei. However, instead of being useless, by the fierce and overpowering aura of Yi Kuei's body, the dense white mist, on the contrary, was washed away by a few points. Bang! 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 With a muffled sound, the crowd of stall owners who were standing in place with smiles on their faces were like straws that had been cut off, their heads falling off one after another, until Yi Kuei's figure appeared in front of that last rice noodle stall. The rice noodle stall owner could no longer smile. Here is the rice flour. You want. It shivered and handed over a bowl of rice noodles. Late. Yi Kuei frowned, and with a flick of his wrist, the coffin board flashed. Bang! The head of the rice noodle stall owner fell right into the rice noodle bowl. Yi Kuei caught the bowl containing the rice flour before it smashed on the ground. It doesn't taste right. He tasted the soup and frowned furiously, and in the meantime, it was as if the fairgrounds sensed something. Buzz. With an invisible fluctuation, the entire piece of dense white fog suddenly contracted towards a location in the center. The ear rat's face changed. He finally felt the emergence of spiritual fluctuations. As for Yi Kuei's movements, they were even faster than him, and the moment he tasted that the flavor of the rice flour was not right, Yi Kuei's figure flashed out. The figure of him holding the coffin board descended from the sky, thrusting the coffin board vertically downwards, fiercely towards the position at the center of the mist's contraction. Rumble. In a flash, the ground shook. The entire ground, with Yi Kuei as the center, instantly spread like a spider web cracking in all directions. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ear Rat's eyes trembled even more. The power of Leaf Boy. When did it even get scary like this? But unfortunately, although Yi Kuei's speed was fast, he was still a step too late in the end. The mist contracted and disappeared completely. The bazaar also disappeared. In a void, only Yi Kuei's figure stood in the center of the huge and incomparably deep pit with a coffin board in hand. But, Ear Mouse raised his head to look around the mist-dispersed already very different unfamiliar environment. Eyes flashed a flash of bewilderment. Where is this? Chapter 123 Acquaintances. All around. It was not at all the environment that the earwigs were familiar with when they had just arrived. It's still the slightly dimmer sunlight in the early morning. On both sides, however, there were already lush, tall trees, and a hazy, slightly humid mist wandered slowly against the ground. There were a few timid birdsongs, but they disappeared quickly. There's no bazaar, no hustle and bustle. Even the highway they had come from and the jeep that had brought them to a stop had disappeared. Ahead, there is only one dirt road that winds upwards. Where the hell is this? The Ear Rat's ears kept vibrating and his eyes trembled even more. The situation at hand was beyond his imagination. Aside from the flash of spiritual fluctuation felt by the Ear Rat when the bazaar disappeared, he never detected anything strange again. However, after the bazaar disappeared, they appeared in this odd place. Just then, a slightly puzzled voice rang out as Yi Kuei picked up the coffin board and walked out from the large pit he had smashed out. Looking around and frowning, Yi boy, you found out too right. Seeing Yi Kuei, the Ear Rat was instantly relieved. He pointed around and nervously opened his mouth. You said, how did we appear in? But before the words were finished, the earwig gave a sudden lurch. Where's my rice? Yi Kuei didn't panic in the slightest about their odd appearance in an unfamiliar environment, but instead muttered with extreme dissatisfaction. Rice. The Ear Rat looked at Yi Kuei with wide eyes. It's already time. You're still thinking about that bit of food, Captain. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei looked at the Ear Rat and replied with a serious face. If I don't eat, I'll die. Anyone who doesn't eat will die. The Ear Rat waved his hand, clearly not wanting to bother with Yi Kuei much. Where are we at? Weren't we eating in the marketplace just now? Right. What's going on? All of a sudden, a worried voice, filled with nervousness, rang out from the rear. Yi Kuei and Ear Rat turned their heads to look, only to see that the few donkeys who had stepped inside the bazaar together just now had also appeared on the path at the moment, and they were looking around with trepidation in their eyes, constantly surveying the surroundings. Who are you guys? In the meantime, several people also saw Yi Kuei and the Ear Rat, and the face of the leading middle-aged man in a punching bag flashed a touch of caution when his face snapped. Didn't we meet just now in the marketplace? Seeing this, the Ear Rat glanced at Yi Kuei, signaling not to talk too much before taking a step to welcome him. We also suddenly appeared here after the bazaar disappeared. Don't you come any closer. The middle-aged man in the punching bag called out to the ear rat warily. We were just at the fair. Have we seen them both? He turned his head to the woman with the hiking bag and opened his mouth to inquire. Seems kind of impressive. After frowning and hesitating for a moment, the backpack woman spoke. But I can't remember exactly what happened. Now that I think about it, there seems to be something very wrong with that bazaar. Speaking here, she seemed to have thought of something, her body trembled, and she whispered to the man in the rushing suit. That route into the mountains. We have traveled it 4 or 5 times, and we have never seen any bazaar. But even then, we didn't feel bad about it at the time and went right in. A flash of palpitations flashed in the backpack woman's eyes. And, the more we stay in the bazaar, the more familiar it seems. I know. A flash of gravity passed through the middle-aged man's expression. He raised his head and once again took a witty look at Yi Kuei and the ear rat, and didn't find anything strange before waving his hand. Come over here. You guys. Things are a little off. The middle-aged man rushed at Yi Kuei and the ear rat and spoke in a deep voice. We have a lot of people to take care of, but the premise is that you guys have to cooperate. Well. The earwig hurriedly flashed a smile. Zhang Huang, what do you think is going on here? I just took a look. The cell phone has no signal at all. We have no way to contact the outside. Just as ear rat and Yi Kuei came to the middle-aged man's side, the backpack woman's voice filled with nervousness once again sounded. I've heard that before. The middle-aged man named Zhang Huang turned his head and glanced at the backpack woman with a serious expression. Underneath our seemingly ordinary world, there exist many things that are beyond the mundane. I'm afraid we've run into this kind of thing. I have heard of. The backpack woman turned her head to look around, her body trembling once again. But I didn't think that this kind of thing would happen to myself. After everything she had just experienced, she was sure of where she was now. Don't worry. Zhang Huang gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. Things will definitely be handled. Save yourself, then wait for help. He turned his head as if he was cheering himself up, and also looked towards Yi Kuei and ear rat with encouragement. Hearing Zhang Huang's words, the ear rat stalled and revealed an awkward smile. But, he looked at Zhang Huang, but he was still quite surprised. This middle-aged man in front of him was truly extraordinary. His character was rigid and calm, and after encountering the change, he actually calmed down so quickly. And just then, the earwig's ears perked up and he jerked his head around to look in the direction of the dirt road spreading upward. Yi Kuei also turned his head. The sound of conversation came slowly from far away. Old Man Su was the second one to inexplicably disappear. Right? Yeah. Granny Zhao just came back and Old Man Su disappeared. Tell me, our village, how could something like this happen somehow? Who knows? The most critical thing is, after Granny Zhao came back, that performance, really a bit scary. Make sure the police have been called, right? Of course the police were called, and the man from the police station said they might come over today. I wonder what time the vigilantes will get here. At the end of the dirt road, 2 silhouettes, while talking, walked over. And when they saw Yi Kuei and the others standing in the middle of the dirt road, they suddenly froze. What do you do? A slightly younger man walking in front looked at Yi Kuei's large group of people and looked quite surprised. What's with all the people? In the morning, the older man behind him had puzzlement written on his face as well. And, when did such a big hole appear on this road? He turned his head to the huge hollow that Yi Kuei had just slapped out underneath one of his coffin boards, and his body shuddered violently. Who's doing what here? We are ready to hike into the mountains. Seeing this scene, Zhang Huang strengthened his spirit and took a step to welcome him. I wonder where we are. Hiking into the mountains? Hiking into the mountains, don't you guys realize where this is? At those words, the young man's eyes swept past Zhang Huang and waved his hand. I advise you not to continue walking inside. Normally the mountain scenery is really nice, but lately, the mountains are not peaceful. Our village has been causing some evil things, so you'd better go back. He kindly opened his mouth to remind. Your village. Zhang Huang paused and spoke out to inquire. What kind of village is it? Watuzi village. The young man revealed a smile. Our village. It's Dutuzhai village. Dutuzi village. Zhang Huang froze. He always found the name of this village familiar. However, ever since the 2 people in front of him had appeared, Yi Kuei had not said a single word, and his gaze, which had been dead on, had been fixed on the very friendly young man in front of him with a smile on his face. Zhang Huang and the others may not remember. However, Yi Kuei remembered it clearly. Although his appearance had changed slightly, the young man in front of him was the rice noodle stall owner who had ended up serving rice noodles in the bazaar at that time, only to have his head knocked off by his own coffin board. Chapter 124, I Hear You. The scene where his head was soaked in the bowl of rice noodles. Yi Kuei still remembers it vividly. It wasn't so much his head. Rather, It was because that last bowl of rice noodle soup simply didn't taste right. Not at all as sweet and savory as the first time I had it. One thought. Yikue then raised his head to look at the head of the young man in front of him, a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes. The earwig frowned as well. He recognized the young man in front of him at the same time. Not only the younger man, but even the older man in the back, whom he vaguely remembered seeing at the fair, and Duotu's High Village. Thinking of the young man's mention of the name of their village, the ear rat's eyes became even more serious for a few moments, and while his ears continued to vibrate, he looked around carefully. Eventually, Ear Rat's face clouded over. In fact, at the very beginning when they encountered all this, and even later when they heard the young man mention the name of their village, the Ear Rat had been guessing that they might have entered the weird domain of the unusual event of the Dark Mountain Village. However, until now the Ear Rat hadn't heard any spiritual fluctuations. This meant that the place they were in right now was most likely not the tricky domain. But, the earwig frowned tightly. Where could they be if they weren't in the tricky area? What's going on with the village? Again, I don't think I've ever heard of any Dodo-walled village. And Zhang Huang froze for a moment after hearing the young man's words. But, why does it feel so familiar? I thought it looked familiar too. A flash of disbelief flashed across the backpack girl's face as well. It could be seen that after coming out of the bazaar, their memories of the bazaar were, indeed, very vague, and were even weakening, and, involving the unusual incident, the authority has long since disposed of the information about the village of Watuzi and related things. The village of Dutuzi has long since left little trace, probably because our village name is more common. Upon hearing Zhang Huang's words, the young man spoke. However, you should still consider what I just suggested. Don't go into the mountains or anything on foot. He shook his head. You'd better get back now. Go back to. At those words, Zhang Huang turned his head to look at the winding dirt road behind him that looked like an eerie viper, and his body trembled. I just heard. He looked up at the young man and forced a smile. It seems that something has happened to your village and the police department has been called. We're not going into the mountains. Can we sit with you guys back in the village first, and then we'll go back with the police guards when the time comes? Zhang Huang had a sincere attitude. Come back to the village with us first? After the young man froze, he smiled. That's certainly not a problem. Lately the mountains have been very evil inside. Our village is fine. But, we were going to collect the ground cage. He glanced at Zhang Huang in front of him. Upon seeing the plea written on Zhang Huang's face, the young man sighed. Forget it, let's go. I'll send you guys back. Thank you so much. Zhang Huang violently relaxed, a smile finally appearing on his face. There's something about that. The man waved his hand, his eyes crossing over Zhang Huang to Yi Kuei and Ear Rat at the back. Are they with you as well? Zhang Huang stalled, but still nodded meaningfully enough. Yes, we came together. How the clothes are all different. The man's eyes swept past Yi Kuei's outfit that was very different from Zhang Huang's, and he reached out his hand to touch his neck, muttering in a small voice. Not just dressed differently. The way the handsome-looking man in front of him looked at him also made him uncomfortable. Under Yi Kuei's sight, the young man always felt that his neck was cold. Let's go. However, he didn't dwell on it, and turned around and led Yi Kuei and Zhang Huang and the others to prepare to return to the village. Uncle Wang, I shouldn't be able to accompany you to collect the cage. And as he turned around, the younger man didn't forget to give the older man a word of advice. Be safe while you're there. No. The man known as Uncle Wang nodded and smiled at Yi Kuei and the others before walking down the winding dirt road towards one side. Alas, the recent events in the village have caused a lot of trouble. People are on edge. As he led Yi Kuei and the others back to the village along the road, the young man shook his head inside in frustration. I really don't know what's going on. But, Zhang Huang and the others knew that the situation wasn't quite right, so they keenly didn't pick up on the young man's self-talk. Well, seeing that Ear Rat and Yi Kuei, who had been following them, had also kept their mouths shut, Zhang Huang's eyes flashed with a touch of relief. It seems that these two strangers have some brains. My name is Wang Changjun. I haven't asked what your names are yet. Just then, the young man walking ahead seemed to have thought of something as he turned his head to look at Zhang Huang and smiled. My name is Zhang Huang. Zhang Huang smiled at Wang Changjun. I'm Lu Yao. The backpack girl answered back. As for Yi Kuei and Ear Rat, after realizing that Wang Changjun had no intention of questioning them, they didn't strike up a conversation and just walked at the end of the crowd, surveying their surroundings. Not a moment too soon, the winding dirt road finally reached its end. Ahead, a quiet and peaceful village nestled in the mountainside appeared in front of the crowd. The name of the village was engraved on the stone at the entrance of the village in large red letters that looked like blood. Dodo Cottage. And the moment he saw this village, the Ear Rat's body shuddered violently. I hear you. He couldn't stop his ears from vibrating and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Chapter 125, Have a Destiny with Me. Yi Kuei's face, too, changed abruptly. Next moment, the corners of his mouth hooked upwards, and the crazy smile that was written with excitement couldn't be suppressed at all. It's not just ear mice. Even Yi Kuei could clearly feel the surging, rampant spirituality that filled the village from ahead. The rich spirituality was not concealed in the slightest, as if the weirdness had all appeared directly in front of them. However, very quickly, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. This was because he realized that the location where the spirituality appeared was not somewhere in the Dutajai village. Rather, an entire quiet and peaceful village was shrouded in spirituality. But strangely enough, this part of the village wasn't a trick domain at all. How come? The ear rat's ears vibrated uncontrollably, his expression in disbelief. He likewise noticed the odd situation. And the earwig turned his head to look at the winding path they had just come down. A flash of bewilderment flashing across his sharp, thin, lewd face. With such a dense spiritual fluctuation, how could he have heard nothing when he went up the mountain just now? Come on, let's get inside. Just then, Wang Chengjuan's slightly friendly voice rang out as he greeted Zheng Huang and Lu Yao and the others, preparing to walk into the village. Okay. Zheng Huang finally let go of his heart when he saw the village that had appeared, and he revealed a smile as he led Lu Yao's group and stepped into the village of Dutajai. Weirdness aside, this rice, it's real flavorful. Yi Kuei inhaled deeply in ecstasy and couldn't wait to walk over. Seeing this, after the ear rat paused for a moment, he could only rush to follow. Spirituality churned uncontrollably, like a giant mouth, completely devouring several people. The village is so clean. After stepping into the village of Dutuzi, Zheng Huang surveyed the surroundings, and a flash of astonishment flashed across his eyes. As a donkey captain who often leads the team to go out hiking, he has traveled a lot of places, but like the Duotuzhai village, this clean and tidy village, Zheng Huang really did not see too much. Why do I feel that a lot of things in this village? Soon, he made another discovery, surveying the environment with a flash of curiosity in his eyes. It looks new. The styles are years old. Maybe it's because of the lack of transportation and closed information. Lu Yao also noticed the scene as she casually replied. It's possible. Zheng Huang nodded without thinking much about it. Go sit at my house first. Ahead. Wang Chengjun warmly greeted Zheng Huang and the others. As for you to wait for the police guards from the police bureau, they should arrive today. Well, thank you so much. Zheng Huang looked at Wang Chengjun gratefully. After experiencing a series of odd things that made his scalp go numb, right now there was finally a place where he could settle down, only calling his heart, full of relaxation. By the way, can I borrow your cell phone? Lu Yao followed behind. She suddenly thought of something, raised her head to Wang Chengjun and inquired up. Our cell phones are all out of signal. Cell phones. My cell phone doesn't have a signal in the village either. Wang Chengjun scratched his head. A flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. Usually, if something happens, there is a phone at the village headman's place that can get through. All right. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao could only give up resentfully. Bang, bang, bang. All of a sudden, a string of extremely strange muffled and dull sounds rang out from behind the crowd. Along with the muffled sound was a hoarse voice that tore at his throat as if it took all his strength to make it. Hip, hip, hip. Come with me. Let's. Together. He. Don't be afraid. All with me. At the entrance of the village at the back, a dry and thin figure slowly appeared. The figure was lying on the ground, with an obsessive smile on his face, yelling, a little bit moving towards the village. While moving, he also used stones, unable to stop smashing into his ribs, smashing the blood and flesh, making a burst of strange muffled sounds. Old Man Su. Wang Chengjuan's eyes widened violently the moment he saw the figure. He rushed forward, making a show of helping. You can't run away. Right now. Just come with me. We're family. But did not wait for Wang Chengjun have action. Was known as Old Man Su. Feeling figure seems to feel his side to come people. That pair of long ago lost the spirit of the eyes. Looked straight to Wang Chengjun, grinning open mouth smile. Wang Chengjun only felt a coldness in his body and stiffened violently. Old Man Su. Oops. What the hell do you think is going on here? Granny Zhao just had an accident. Why is Old Man Su also like this? At the same time, the other villagers in the village also saw this scene, and the crowd rushed over to help Old Man Su. Bang, bang, bang. He. Can't run away. None can run away. He. Old Man Su no longer paid any attention to Wang Chengjun and continued to strike up his ribs with a stone, letting out an eerie laugh. But the next moment, as if he had discovered something, his body jerked up and extended his hand to point straight at Yi Kuei at the back. And you. We want you. It's you. Come with us. We're family. Old Man Su was trembling. and his shrill and piercing voice was even more incomparably agitated. "What are you doing?" When the villagers saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their bodies. "Quickly, quickly, take him back, can't let him do this anymore." But soon, the villagers, who were afraid that Old Man Su would make any more noise and scare people, rushed to carry Old Man Su away from the village entrance. However, in the face of what was in front of him, Yi Kuei did not feel the slightest bit nervous. "Hey, hey," a smile that was even more excited than Old Man Su's appeared on his face. "So, it's you." Yi Kuei reluctantly stared at the Old Man Su who was carried away. His eyes were full of lingering love. He could see clearly that Old Man Su was the old man who sold sweet porridge in the bazaar just now. "You guys tell me, who could have thought of such a thing? Granny Zhao just came back. How did Old Man Su become like this?" At this time, Wang Chengjun came back trembling. He wiped the cold sweat from the top of his head and spoke at Zhang Huang and the others. Zhang Huang and the others didn't reply. They just smiled with stiff expressions. They had already decided that they were going to leave as soon as the police guards from the police bureau arrived. That scene just now was too scary. But how Old Man Su looks as you. It seemed that he could also see that Zhang Huang and the others were a bit scared. So Wang Chengjun stopped talking and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he suddenly stalled. Right now, the expression on Yi Kuei's face was even more than what Old Man Su had just shown, and it was even more so that he felt a chill down his spine. Probably because we're more connected. Yi Kuei recollected his eyes and wiped his saliva before turning his head to look at Wang Chengjun. "Is there a edge?" A flash of bewilderment crossed Wang Chengjun's face. "That missing Granny Zhao you were talking about." Without waiting for Wang Chengjun to finish his sentence, Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something as he stretched out his hand, pointed to his chin, and inquired with a smile, "Isn't it the corner of the mouth here, where there is a mole?" Chapter 126, The Missing Other. Upon hearing this, Wang Chengjun froze and looked at Yi Kuei in astonishment. "How do you know?" The matchmaker's mole at the corner of Zhao's mouth was quite representative, but he didn't know how this strange man in front of him was clear about Zhao's characteristics. Can't it be that he knows Granny Zhao? But Duotu's High Village is not big. The village of big and small things. Everyone pretty much know. How Wang Chengjun is not clear. Granny Zhao also knows such a person outside, because I met with Granny Zhao not too long ago. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei looked at Wang Chengjun and smiled. "I think that we are quite destined to be together." "You talked to Granny Zhao?" Wang Chengjun froze once again as he suspiciously looked Yi Kuei up and down with a puzzled expression. How is it also fated? Wang Chengjun always felt that the young man in front of him was a bit strange. How is it that they have a net connection with the people in their village who have hit the wall and had accidents? And, except for the very beginning when he realized that Yi Kuei was dressed differently, as well as looking at himself with some strange eyes, Wang Chengjun had actually never paid too much attention to the handsome man in front of him. And right now, when back to observing, he realized that the strange, handsome man in front of him was somehow a bit evil. What's with the talk and the look like you're not getting enough to eat with your eyes? I actually think. Yi Kuei stared at Wang Chengjun and grinned. I'm quite destined to be with you too. Don't. You talk nonsense. Wang Chengjun's body creeped and hurriedly waved his hand nervously. I'm not destined to be with you. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to my house first. He didn't want to continue talking to Yi Kuei, and turning his head, he began to continue leading the way. After arriving at my house, you guys will rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Zhang Huang and the others quickly followed, but as they passed by Yi Kuei, they turned their heads to look at him with slight surprise. The situation just now made them mutter a bit in their hearts as well. Seeing this, Yi Kuei smiled, stopped talking, and took a step to follow the group of people. Yi kid, how do you know what that Zhao granny looks like? The ear rat walked beside Yi Kuei and opened his mouth in a small voice to inquire. Is there something to discover? He wasn't even sure how Yi Kuei knew what Granny Zhao looked like. Captain, that stallholder who sold tofu brain in the bazaar just now. What did he look like, do you still remember? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the ear rat and grinned as he opened his mouth to inquire. Vendors selling tofu brain. The earwig's body shuddered and his eyes snapped open. At that time, the old lady who sold tofu brain stalls seemed to have a rather conspicuous matchmaker's mole at the corner of her mouth. However, before the ear rat could continue to inquire, Yi Kuei's voice resounded once again. The first one is Granny Zhao from the tofu brain stall. The second is Old Man Su who sells sweet porridge. He narrowed his eyes and muttered in a thoughtful whisper. The third. Captain, do you remember the third stall we saw after we entered the bazaar? What was it? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the ear rat and opened his mouth to inquire. This. At those words, the earwig was even more of a shock. Yi Kuei's words were like an aura that made him react violently. Just now they stepped inside the bazaar, and the vendors that appeared in front of them in turn were strikingly similar to the oddly missing villagers in Watajai village. Right now, the first stallholder selling tofu brain was the first missing Zhao granny. The second stallholder selling sweet porridge was Old Man Su, who had just appeared. If the law is true, the third stall seems to be selling buns, but the stallholder. The ear rat raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, but soon after, he shook his head. The stall owner didn't seem to be here at that time. If memory serves, the third stall they encountered in the bazaar was the Baozi stall, but at that time, it seemed that the stall owner had left on a temporary errand. When the ear rat pulled out the money, it was a psychic who helped collect it. Who was the stallholder? He frowned tightly, but the next moment, as if the ear rat thought of something, he violently raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, his voice trembling. Wang uncle. It's that Uncle Wang. He remembered. The ear rat had always felt that the Uncle Wang who had just appeared with Wang Chengjun looked familiar, but could not remember exactly where he had seen him in the marketplace. Right now he finally remembered. It was then when he left after buying the buns that Uncle Wang hurried towards the bun stand. Since it was only a one-sided encounter, Ear Rat wasn't overly impressed, and with Yi Kuei's reminder, he finally reacted. Uncle Wang. Yi Kuei froze and narrowed his eyes at Wang Chengjun in front of him. Right now, Wang Chengjun still didn't know what had happened and was wearing a smile on his face as he chatted and joked with Zheng Huang and the others along the way. But, right now this is just our guess. However, without waiting for Yi Kuei to open his mouth, the voice of the ear rat resounded once again as he shook his head and opened his mouth. We are not sure if this is exactly the case or not. It's better to observe first. And, until now, I have not been able to determine exactly where the spirituality that pervades the entire village is coming from. Where we are now is not a tricky area either. He sighed, and while his ears continued to vibrate, he turned his head to survey his surroundings. Tell me, where the hell are we? This village, it's a bit strange. Yi Kuei turned his head to similarly look at Dotajai village and narrowed his eyes slightly. But, like you said, Captain, there are too few clues to be sure right now. But soon, he revealed a smile and licked his lips and spoke. We can only observe and see. In short, the place we didn't come to the wrong place. Soon, the crowd then arrived at Wang Chengjun's house. Wang Chengjun was really nice, and after pouring a few cups of water for the crowd quite enthusiastically, he followed Zheng Huang and the others to chat. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he was ready to accompany Zheng Huang and the others to wait for the arrival of the vigilantes from the police bureau. But in chat, Wang Chengjun obviously intentionally avoided Yi Kuei, and it was obvious that what had just happened had also cast a considerable shadow on him. Time flies when you're making small talk. However, the crowd didn't wait for the arrival of the police department's guards, but waited for another message. The Uncle Wang that they had a meeting with when they went up the mountain just now. Negative. Collecting the ground cages was a bit of a struggle to do alone after all. So after returning to the village, Wang Chengjun was still relieved and found another friend in the village to give Uncle Wang a hand. But when this friend arrived at the location of the lower ground cage, he saw only the ground cage that no one had moved, and there was no Uncle Wang at all. It coincided with the unusual situation that had recently arisen in the village. He was a little anxious, carefully looked around. Always nothing. He rushed back to the village. The situation informed Wang Chengjun and other villagers, and in the moment of hearing the news, the ear rat immediately looked at Yi Kuei in astonishment. Zheng Huang and the rest of the group were even more nervous. It wasn't just Zheng Huang and the others. In just a few days, the village had experienced such strange events one after another, and even the villagers of Dutuzi village had begun to panic. But fortunately, not long after Uncle Wang's disappearance, the police force from the Police Force Bureau finally arrived at Watuzi village. Chapter 127 The Reason for 5 years ago. Led by village headman Xin Fugan, Wang Chengjun led a group of people, including Zheng Huang and Yi Kuei, to meet the two police guards who had come to investigate at the village entrance. I can see that. The two guards were not easy to come to the trip, and after walking all the way to Watajai, they were both tired enough. That's odd. Seeing the two panting guards in front of them, a flash of bewilderment flashed across Ear Rat's face once again. The village of Dutuzi has been flooded by a mudslide. The Watajai village that has now appeared clearly belongs to an abnormal event. But not only did we not fall into the creepy domain, it turned out that there was actually a police presence. The situation I'm going through now is exactly like what I read in the archives happened 5 years ago. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, a flash of incredulity in his eyes. 5 years ago? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei froze violently as he looked towards the ear rat and opened his mouth to inquire. Captain, was there any information in the file you saw at the time about coming to investigate the police? No specifics, just that the lead guard's last name is Law. But there is one oddity. It is recorded in the file that two police guards had just arrived in the village of Watuzi shortly before they determined that an anomaly might be involved and left. After recalling a bit, Ear Rat spoke up and replied, I've never been able to figure out what they determined the anomaly by. Like this? Yi Kuei was thoughtful. Don't think so much. Before Yi Kuei opened his mouth to speak, Ear Rat waved his hand. It just so happens that the two of them are right in front. We'll know what's going on in a moment. Comrade Vigilante, you must help us. Ahead. Xin Fugan had quickly greeted the two policemen after seeing them. It's only been a short time in our village, and two people have already had accidents. First they disappeared, and then when they came back, the look was even more frightening. As it turns out, just a short while ago, we had another villager go missing. He clutched the hand of the officer in front of him and spoke nervously. You must help us. Don't worry, you shouldn't be too nervous. The police guard with glasses who walked in front patted Sinforgan's hand and spoke reassuringly. That's what we're here to deal with. Well, that's great. I wonder what you call yourself, officer? Xin Fujian's old face immediately flashed a flash of excitement. Let's go into the village first. Quickly go back to the village first to see the situation. My last name is Lu. The policeman with glasses smiled, and was about to follow Sinforgan into the village. Just then, he saw Zhang Huang's group standing at the back. They are. A flash of disbelief flashed across the face of police guard Lu. Zhang Huang and the others were dressed in a way that was out of place with their surroundings. They're what's called a donkey hiker who goes into the mountains to hike. Upon hearing this, Wang Chengjun hurriedly greeted him. Originally, I was planning to go into the mountains to hike, but I was stopped halfway. When they heard what was going on in the mountains, they were all a little scared and didn't dare to go any further. He opened his mouth to explain. He said he was going to wait in the village for you to come down with you when you arrived. Is that so? Guard Lu froze for a moment before nodding. Not bad. You guys are very careful. It's always right to be cautious. I'll take you all back after I finish my investigation later. He once again looked at Zhang Huang and the others and spoke with a smile. However, you guys are dressed fashionably, which I have rarely seen. However, before he could finish his words, the Lu police guard saw Yi Kuei and the Ear Rat at the back. His eyes, after flickering over the badges on the chests of Yi Kuei and Ear Rat, froze violently. Lu police. Fast. Let's first quickly into the village. You have to look at my two villagers. Really too evil and scary. Xin Fujian didn't react and was still warmly welcoming Constable Lu. The village chief. Village we will not go. Lu Police Reserve raised his head to look at Xin Fugan and shook his head. I'll lead the donkeys down the mountain first. The village matter. Don't worry. There will soon be my colleagues to deal with it. Lu Police. How? Do you? At the word, Xin Fugan fiercely stalled. His face fiercely flashed a flash of panic. You cannot just come to be gone. The situation in my village. I know things are not right in your village. Constable Lu sighed. His attitude was sincere. But for now, the situation in your village is beyond what we can handle. But don't worry, I'm not lying to you. My colleagues will be here soon to solve the problem. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei and Ear Rat with a respectful expression. Talking. Guard Lu then turned his head to Zhang Huang and the others and beckoned, making a gesture to lead them away. As for Zhang Huang and the others, although they didn't have a clear picture of the situation either, they didn't want to stay for a second longer in the eccentric Dutuzi village. The moment they saw Lu's guard beckoning, Zhang Huang and the others hurriedly walked over. Zhang Huang, are you guys sure you want to go? Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something, as he slightly frowned and opened his mouth to remind. I think that it might be better for you guys to choose to stay. Stay? Upon hearing this, before Zhang Huang had time to speak, Lu Yao turned her head and looked at Yi Kuei with wide eyes and said angrily, if you want to stay you guys stay, we want to go back now. Are you really not leaving? And seeing that Yi Kuei and the Ear Rat really didn't move, a flash of surprise flashed across Zhang Huang's face. Let's not go yet. Yi Kuei shook his head. Didn't Constable Lu say just now that he still has colleagues coming? Big deal. I'll leave after his co-workers when the time comes. He looked at Zhang Huang and once again spoke seriously. Of course, I advise you not to leave in a hurry now either. Wait a little longer. Wait for what? With a wave of his hand, Zhang Huang looked towards the Dutuzi village in the rear, his eyes trembling for a moment. All I want to do now is to hurry home. Then, we'll go first. Although he didn't know why Yi Kuei kept persuading Zhang Huang and the others to stay. After seeing that Zhang Huang and the others didn't have any intention to stay, Officer Lu raised his head and greeted Yi Kuei once again before turning around and leading Zhang Huang and the others away. Oops. See Lu surnamed Police Reserve and other people left. Xin Fugan slammed his thigh. Look at this mess. How to wait for what colleagues? Go back. He turned away angrily, cursing under his breath. I'd like to see when they're bull ***** co-workers. When they're coming. However, in the face of the situation before him, Ear Rat had remained silent. Only after watching the figures of Police Lu and Zhang Huang's group disappearing at the end of the winding dirt road, did his body creep unexpectedly. Yi boy. The ear rat turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, his voice trembling. You said, 5 years ago the police guards determined the anomalies and hurriedly left for a reason. Wouldn't. It's because of us, isn't it? Chapter 128 Rice Noodles. Nope. No. However, before Yi Kuei could open his mouth to speak, the ear rat frowned tightly and denied his earlier conjecture. The police guard who came this time is not surnamed Luo, but Lu. He shook his head back and forth. And, how high level of anomaly would it have to be for us to go back 5 years? It's not realistic. So what's all this about? The earwig lowered his head and glanced at his chest. It's surprising that guard Lu also recognizes the authorities' insignia. Right now, this police guard surnamed Lu left because he met us. So what did police guard Luo 5 years ago go through? Why did everything that just happened happen exactly as it was written in the file? What exactly does the current situation have to do with 5 years ago? His sharp, thin, lewd face was filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Obviously, what was happening right now was all far beyond what he could comprehend. The earwig simply couldn't figure out the current odd situation. Right. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up. If according to what is written in the file, the authority does have a heavenly official coming, it seems that it really needs to wait. The earwig thoughtfully, we should be able to figure out what's going on when the heavenly officials from the authority come. Yi kid, we really need to stay in the village for a while longer. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei, did not look at the ear rat. His gaze, all the while, was directed towards the people such as Lu Guanwei and Zhang Huan who had left down the mountain. The silhouettes of the crowd, along the winding path continued to go down, and through body language it was able to be seen that Zhang Huang and Lu Yao, they had obviously relaxed a lot. As they chatted along the way, the figures of the crowd finally slowly disappeared. Behind them, the mist that lingered in the mountains isolated Yi Kuei's sight, and it was as if it isolated time and space. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi boy. Seeing Yi Kuei dazed, Ear Rat reached out and patted Yi Kuei's shoulder. Captain. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the Ear Rat and opened his mouth to inquire. In the file you saw at that time, was there anything related to the donkey group? You also suspect that we are back 5 years ago? You should be able to tell that those donkeys are from the same time period as us. There's nothing in the file about them. Ear Rat frowned and opened his mouth to reply. And, I just thought carefully about this situation. Basically unlikely to happen. Aha. Yi Kuei did not say anything more, just nodded. He turned to look at the back of the Duta-walled city and smiled. Let's go back to the village. You guys. Seeing this, Wang Chengjuan's voice rang out as he looked at Yi Kuei, astonishment written in his eyes. Still really ready to go back? Wang Chengjun didn't hear the muttering between Yi Kuei and the Ear Rat. He only saw Yi Kuei's move as he prepared to go back to the village. He had just thought that Yi Kuei was joking when he said that he had to wait for his colleagues from the police force bureau to arrive before leaving. Didn't realize. The man in front of him actually wanted to stay in the village. This surprised Wang Chengjun. The police reserve has already left. And with the current situation in the village, not to mention Yi Kuei, if it weren't for his own family here, Wang Chengjun would want to go down the mountain to hide first. Go back. Of course we're going back. Yi Kuei turned his head to Wang Chengjun and grinned. It's so hard to come all the way here and you haven't even eaten. How can you leave? No wonder you're not leaving. I told you I felt so strange watching you just now. Wang Chengjun turned his head to look at Yi Kuei with a surprised expression. So it's hungry. You're really good. When you're hungry, you can't care about anything, even the condition of the village. You don't feel scared. He shook his head, turned around and headed towards the village. Let's go then. I do have some food at home. After you've had your fill, if you want to go down the mountain, leave before it's too late. When it's dark, the way down is even worse. Wang Chengjun looked ahead to the angry village chief, sighed, just don't know. When that colleague in the mouth of Lu police chief, when will he come? Our village. We can't afford to have any more accidents. He was worried. The village of Watuzi is not big, and the relationship between the villagers has always been very cordial. Alas. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ear Rat sighed softly. He was quite touched by Wang Chengjuan's performance, but the most sobering thing about Ear Rat is that he knows the final end of the village of Watuzi. Following behind Wang Chengjun, Yi Kuei and the Ear Rat re-entered the village. And between the spreading surge of spirituality, it was like a greedy mouth that once again devoured them anew. Just as he stepped into the village, the Ear Rat snapped to a halt. His ears kept vibrating and he raised his head to the sky. I don't know if it was an illusion. Just now at that moment, the Ear Rat heard the spirituality that enveloped the entire village, violently thickened by a few points. Spirituality seems to have changed. Out of caution, he directly turned his head and informed Yi Kuei of this situation. Got it. Yikue narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings for a while, nodding slightly, possibly related to what happened with Old Man Su just now. The villagers who were still staying outside at the moment were a lot less compared to just now. The streets of the village were empty. Up ahead, village headman Xan Fujian was knocking on doors to notify the situation, reminding the villagers not to run around. One accident after another had caused him, the village chief, to worry. Come on, let's go back too. Looking at the situation in front of him, Wang Chengjun sighed once again, and then led Yikue and the ear rat in the direction of his home. Soon, Yikue then and ear rat then returned to Wang Chengjun's house. Wang Chengjun didn't hesitate, and after knowing that Yikue was hungry, he went directly to the kitchen and got some food and brought it out. Eat. After placing the dishes on the table, he turned around and continued to begin his busy schedule. Alas, seeing this scene, ear rat sighed even more. Yi boy. Although I don't know what the current situation has to do with 5 years ago, he turned his head to look at Yikue, and after hesitating for a moment, he spoke, but I still think that if we can help, we should still try to help. Get to the root of the anomaly sooner rather than later. The ear rat's face is complex, lest the village be subjected to this kind of fearful torture again. Captain, I know. Yikue nodded at the ear rat. He didn't hesitate and directly picked up the rice noodles on the table. Ready to feast. What I really wanted to eat. I haven't gotten to so far. Had to get something else first. Pat it out. However, as soon as he swallowed the first mouthful of rice noodles, Yikue squinted his eyes furiously. Chapter 129 Determination of Unusual Events. Suck it up. Yikue didn't care about the boiling hot temperature, hugged the bowl and once again drank a large mouthful of rice noodle soup. This flavor. He smacked his lips and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi boy. What happened? Seeing this, a flash of curiosity flashed in the ear rat's eyes. This rice noodle flavor is really good. Yikue looked down at the rice flour in his hand and grinned. What are you doing? With all the fuss? I thought something was wrong. Seeing this, the ear rat stared up. Some angry complained. Knowing that I am timid. Delicious is delicious. You look at you like that. Talking. He then picked up another bowl of rice noodles and was ready to start. Not to mention Yikue. After going through this series of events, the ear rats were all a bit hungry. However, without waiting for the ear rat to finish speaking, Yikue's words rang out once again. It's delicious, but Captain, you'd better not eat it. After he finished his own rice vermicelli in 3 or 2 bites, he directly took the bowl of rice vermicelli in the ear rat's hand and salivated, burying his head in it. The flavor of this rice vermicelli is exactly the same as the one in the bazaar. This, and the moment he heard Yikue's words, the ear rat stuttered violently. He stared at his empty hands and only felt his body growing cold. Exactly the same flavor as the bazaar. In just an instant, the ear rat remembered the situation he had experienced in the bazaar at that time. That muddled feeling of just wanting to stay forever and become one with the bazaar was something he never wanted to experience a second time. But, obviously out of the bazaar, why did the rice noodles eaten at Wang Chengjun's house still taste like this? The ear rat did not know what came to his mind. His body trembled and he raised his head violently to look at Wang Chengjun. In the meantime, Yikue also finished another bowl of rice noodles. He raised his head to look at Wang Chengjun in front of him and opened his mouth to inquire. Do you normally always eat rice noodles like this? Right. Upon hearing this, Wang Chengjun turned his head and revealed a smile. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? In our village of Dutuzi, the soil and water are very good, and the crops we grow, whether it's rice or beans, are extraordinarily fragrant. He held his head high and was quite proud. Usually outsiders, they can't eat this kind of deliciousness at all. Beans? Yikue narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to inquire. So the tofu brain made by Granny Zhao is particularly delicious? You really know Granny Zhao? Wang Chengjun suddenly froze, a flash of surprise flashing across his face. I always thought that you were teasing me when you said that you were destined to be with Granny Zhao. Granny Zhao's craftsmanship in making bean curd dumplings was famous throughout the entire village of Duotuzhai. People who are not from the village have no idea about this. Sure enough, Yikue sighed. The earwig's body shook violently. The villagers in the village of Watuzi have been eating the same food they get in the bazaar? What's wrong? Noticing the change in expression of Yikue and Ear Mouse in front of him, Wang Chengjun was a bit unhappy. I'm kindly making you guys rice noodles to eat. Why do you guys look like this? Sorry. At these words, the ear rat strengthened his spirit and raised his head to hasten to express his apologies to Wang Chengjun. We are only a little. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the house, an extremely strange, yet slightly familiar dull sound rang out. It was accompanied by an eerie raspy sound that tore at his throat. Hip, hip 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 hip. Come with me. Let's, together. Don't be afraid. Less. With me. The moment the odd voice rang out, Wang Chengyuan's body then suddenly trembled, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes, but in the next moment, he still eagerly ran towards the door. Seeing this, Yi Kuei and Ear Rat also followed. Outside the door, the empty, deserted, clean street in the village. They had just seen that the man who was honest and generous, called Uncle Wang by Wang Chengjun, was lying on the ground, crawling forward little by little. His legs had long been broken, leaving him with two empty, blood-stained pant legs, but Uncle Wang was as if he couldn't feel the pain. With a weird smile on his face, holding a stone in his hand, he couldn't stop smashing his ribs, making a gurgling sound, crawling all the way forward, leaving spots of blood. He, come with me, let's, together. Creepy, hoarse sounds echoed throughout the village. Uncle Wang. Seeing this scene, Wang Chengyuan's face immediately flashed with a touch of grief. He directly rushed forward. What happened to you? Wang Chengyuan's relationship with Uncle Wang was extremely deep, and even after seeing this bizarre scene in front of him, he still chose to go forward to help without any hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. He, don't worry, right away. It's coming your way. However, facing the welcoming Wang Chengjun, Uncle Wang was not at all moved, and while he kept hitting his ribs with stones, he lifted his head and revealed a wacky smile at Wang Chengjun. With that, he went around Wang Chengjun and continued to crawl forward. Wang Chengjun froze violently in place. The things pointing at him one after another had already filled Wang Chengjun's heart with an ominous premonition. Oops, how come you're still hurt? Just then, Xin Fujian brought a few villagers over in a hurry. He signaled for the villagers to lift Uncle Wang up, with urgency written all over his face. Not to mention coming back on the same day of this disappearance. How come the situation has gotten worse? Uncle Wang reappeared the same day he disappeared. It was much shorter than the 5 days when Granny Zhao disappeared, and the 3 days when Old Man Su disappeared. But the situation that appeared to him became more and more serious. Wanda, call the police station again and ask for information. While signaling for the villagers to take Uncle Wang towards the back of the village, Xin Fujian turned his head and anxiously gave Wang Chengjun a command. Good. Wang Chengjun's body trembled as he hurriedly ran towards the location of the village chief's house. Seeing this, Yi Kuei and Ear Rat also quickly followed. Arriving at the village headman's house, Wang Chengjun shivered and dialed the police station again. What had just happened had brought him great pressure. Soon the call was answered. What a co-worker! What a higher authority! What has arrived in our village? What the hell are you talking about? If you keep this up, I'm going to report you. Something has happened to our village. Something big has happened. Is this how you guys stonewall us? I don't want to listen to your bull *********. Hurry up and get someone. Hurry up and get someone to deal with it. However, not knowing what was said on the other end of the phone, Wang Chengjun's eyes widened violently and he shouted in anger. Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. Give me the phone. He walked up and patted Wang Chengjun on the shoulder. For you? What's the use of giving it to you? Wang Chengjun was furious. Can you solve our village's problems? However, he also seemed to know that venting would not serve any purpose, and after trying to adjust a bit, he still handed the phone to Yi Kuei. Yi Kuei was calmer than him at the moment and could probably describe the situation better. Hey, it's me. Yi Kuei picked up the phone and had just said a sentence when he heard a slightly childish and familiar voice ringing out from the other end of the phone. Is it the head of the authority? The voice on the other end of the phone was quite nervous. Police Sergeant Liu has already told us the general situation. We understand that you have begun a related investigation. He adjusted his breathing and spoke again, but still need to register the relevant information. Do not know you this time. Listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Yi Kuei did not know what came to his mind as he gave a slight beat. Ryoko. Identified as an unusual event. Yi Kuei grinned, revealing a wacky smile as he spoke softly. Abnormal level. Level 3. Chapter 130. There are ways. What? Is a level 3 anomaly? On the other side of the phone, the still very young Shi Yufei obviously had not heard of this term. He froze for a moment, his voice full of incomprehension. You don't need to know. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Just so noted down in the information. And when a higher authority comes to communicate, just give them the information. Good. I don't know why, but Shi Yufei could feel an extremely strong sense of oppression from Yi Kuei's mouth, and he hurriedly responded. Then, I'll wish the leader good luck in your mission. Aha. Yi Kuei smiled gently and hung up the phone. With that, he turned his head to look at the Ear Rat and Wang Chengjun, who were frozen in place directly behind him. Yi boy. The earwig's eyes were slightly alarmed. The moment he heard Yi Kuei's words, he froze, his Ear Rat instantly remembering what he had read in the archives. 5. 5 years ago. The one who determined the abnormal level of the spectral mountain village was us? His voice trembled, and even more tension was written on his sharp, thin, lewd face. I don't know about 5 years ago. Yikue shook his head and spoke calmly, but the one who is now marking the anomaly level is me. He turned his head and squinted his eyes out the window, a rakish smile flashing across the corner of his mouth. That's interesting. So, in the meantime, frozen in place, Wang Chengjuan's body trembled, finally also reacted. The police bureau has been talking about that what came to deal with the superior colleague. It's you guys? With wide eyes, he looked straight at Yi Kuei and the ear rat. Sort of. The earwig sighed as he tried to calm down. No wonder you guys never left. Seeing this, Wang Chengjun even wanted to understand something in general. Looked extremely excited. You guys have been observing the situation right. Now besides Granny Zhao, you've already met the rest of Old Man Su and Uncle Wang. Even before Uncle Wang's accident, you guys talked. How about? What did you guys find out? Eagerness was written all over his face. Any thoughts on a solution? Wang Qingjun was really very worried about the series of events in the village, especially when Uncle Wang and Old Man Su pointed at him and said the words. It made Wang Chengjuan's heart, always lingering a touch of haze. He was eager to resolve the situation in the village at hand as soon as possible. The situation is generally somewhat understood. Yi Kuei turned his head to look fixedly at Wang Chengjun, but to find a solution, it may still take some time. Is there anything we need to work with? Wang Chengjun was eager. Or do you want to take another look at the situation regarding Uncle Wang and the others? As long as we can solve the village's problems and what we need to do, just ask. With those words, he turned away hurriedly. I'll tell the village chief about the situation. Seeing the situation, both Yi Kuei and Ear Rat followed suit. Before long, Yi Kuei was at the back of the village and met the village headman, Xin Fu Zhen, who had brought a few villagers with him. At the same time, he also met Granny Zhao and the others who had appeared in an unusual situation and were locked up in a room specially vacated by Xin Fu Zhen. Even though there was still a weird smile on his face and he was constantly chanting strange words, Yi Kuei recognized at a glance that the old woman cowering in the corner of the room was the same old woman selling tofu brain within the bazaar. Village chief, Wang Chengjun walked up quickly and informed Xin Fugen of the general situation. So it's you guys. Xin Fu Zhen turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei and Ear Rat with wide eyes. Since you're in the village, it's all good. Wanda just said it's going to take a while for you guys to come up with a solution. Roughly how long is it going to take? He face anxious, now the village up and down. People are terrified. Is really cannot afford to continue to toss? What need our help? Despite the opening, we have a general idea about the situation in the village. The ear rat laughed dryly and rushed forward. But now there are still one or two problems that have not been solved. The root cause of the situation, we are still investigating. And while the ear rat was communicating with Xin Fu Zhen, Yi Kuei didn't speak as he narrowed his eyes and sized up the three people who were locked in the room. After locking the three Zhao grannies in their room, they then stopped continuing to crawl, not to mention stop hitting themselves with rocks, and just shrank into a ball with a weird smile on their faces, as if they had been silently chanting something. Soon, right away, we can leave together. Obviously three different people, but with the same voice. The appearance of the scene was even more chilling. And Xin Fugen had obviously noticed this scene as well, which was why he seemed very anxious. After all this talk, don't you guys just haven't thought of a solution yet? Just then, Xin Fugen anxious voice, violently rang from the front, has been said to observe observation. Things cannot be solved. We have to do what is good. Geez, it's not that, it's mainly that the clues are just. Now, at those words, a flash of embarrassment flashed across the ear rat's face and he waved his hand repeatedly. With no clear clues, and the fact that what they were experiencing right now was eerily identical to what had been described on the file 5 years ago, his head was a jumbled mess right now. It is simply impossible to think of a solution to this incident. However, the ear rat was still thinking of opening his mouth to appease the village chief, but he didn't expect that. Just after saying a few words, he would be seen by Xin Fu Zhen. Don't worry, the clues are still there. Right at this moment, Yi Kuei's voice rang out. As for dealing with these abnormal conditions in the village, there are ways to deal with them. Upon hearing this, Xin Fu Zhen violently turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, his eyes widening. What's the solution? As long as we can solve the problem, whatever you need us to do, just ask. His tone was unmistakably urgent. Without your help. Yi Kuei shook his head and looked to the side of the room. For now, the clues and methods to deal with the problem need to wait. Wait? How long? Xin Fu Zhen was even more eager. Don't lie to me here because you don't have a solution. It should be soon. Yi Kuei was expressionless. Yi boy, what you said. Seeing this scene, a flash of disbelief flashed across the ear rat's face. How could he not know what Yi Kuei said about clues and treatment? However, when the ear rat followed Yi Kuei's line of sight, it snapped to attention. The end of Yi Kuei's line of sight. Wang Qingjun was standing on the other side of the room, pacing back and forth with worry and nervousness. How? What happened? Seeing Yi Kuei and the ear rat looking at him, he hurriedly stopped in his tracks, a flash of bewilderment flashing across his face. Chapter 131, Wait for me. It's night, the moon and stars are thin, and all is silent. Villages in the mountains are inherently quiet at night. Not to mention, recently in the village, strange things have been happening frequently. Under Xin Fujian's reminder, a group of villagers returned home early, doors locked tightly for fear of any accidents. Yi Kuei and Ear Rat also followed Wang Chengjun back home together. According to their arrangement, they will stay at Wang Chengjun's house tonight to wait for the time being and observe whether there will be any situation arising tomorrow. Yi boys, taking advantage of Wang Chengjun's efforts to pack up his things, Ear Mouse raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and spoke in a low voice. When do you think Wang Chengjun will, approximately, be in a situation? Just now, when Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Wang Chengjun, the Ear Rat knew what Yi Kuei was thinking. If the inference is correct, according to the order of the stalls in the bazaar at that time, the next person after Uncle Wang's disappearance and accident will be the turn of Wang Chengjun, who sells rice noodles. Right now they don't need to do much of anything. All that was needed was to keep an eye on Wang Chengjun and wait for a possible mutation to find the root cause of the series of unusual events. The exact timing is unclear. Yi Kuei grinned and opened his mouth to reply, but I feel that it should be soon. I also think I'm afraid it's getting close. Upon hearing this, the Ear Rat sighed with a complex expression. After all, the villagers who appeared in a situation before were separated by a shorter and shorter period of time. I am not wanting them to have any more accidents. He let out a deep sigh. The village of Watuzi made a good impression on the earwigs, although what they were currently experiencing was exactly the same as what they had read on the file. He really wanted to help the villagers of Watuzhai village. The room has been packed for you. Just then, Wang Chengjun walked back. He looked at Yi Kuei and Ear Rat. At night you can stay in that house on the second floor. The bedding is clean. Wang Chengjun has been living alone since his parents passed away at a young age. Well, thanks a lot. The earwig looked up and thanked him. No thanks. Wang Chengjun shook his head, his face vaguely hazy. I only hope that you can really solve the problems in the village. Alright, you guys get some early rest and I'm ready for bed. He let out a long breath and made to turn around and leave. What's the point of resting so early? At this time, Yi Kuei's voice rang out, his mouth with, if anything, a smile as he raised his head to look at Wang Chengjun. There's nothing to do anyway. Why don't we have a chat? Chat. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Chengjun nodded. That's fine. Let's chat for a while then. Immediately, he sat across from Yi Kuei and Ear Rat. Right now, Wang Chengjun may also need to confide a little to relieve his inner pressure. I was born and raised in the village of Watuzi, and I really didn't expect this, especially after Uncle Wang's accident. I was very uncomfortable in my heart. I don't have a father or a mother. It's Uncle Wang who helped bring me up. He raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, revealing a bitter smile. Some time ago, I even told Uncle Wang that I had the opportunity to take him out of the village for a spin. Who knows? He just turned out that way. Wang Chengjun's body trembled for a moment, and a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. And, whether it's Granny Zhao, or Uncle Wang, they all said something about it being my turn soon. Until now, his heart was still filled with horror when he remembered that scene. You said you wanted to go out of the village for a spin with Uncle Wang? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei fiercely narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Chengjun. Where to? Alas, if we don't leave the village, we may stay here for the rest of our lives. Wang Chengjun sighed deeply. So, I thought of going out to make a break for it. And in the meantime, I brought Uncle Wang to see the outside world. Is that so? Yi Kuei pondered, and once again opened his mouth to inquire. So, Granny Zhao, is she also trying to leave the village to go around outside? I'm not sure about Granny Zhou. Wang Chengjun shook his head. All right. Yi Kuei nodded. I've heard from Constable Liu, and the guys who called the constabulary, that you're their higher authority. All of a sudden, Wang Chengjun looked as if he remembered something. A flash of curiosity flashed across his face. The parent department of the police bureau. What kind of unit is it? Isn't it true that specializes in situations like the one in our village? He raised his head to look at Yi Kuei. Wang Chengjun was smart enough to have a guess at once after realizing that Lu's condition at that time, as well as the situation in his own village, was clearly different from ordinary events. Sort of. Yi Kuei smiled. You guys must be really good then. Receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Chengjun relaxed even more, and he lowered his head to look at his toes. I really hope that things in the village can be done as soon as possible. When he said this, Wang Changjun suddenly gave a start. Wanda, delayed in hearing Wang Changjun finish his sentence. A flash of disbelief flashed across Ear Rat's face as he reached out and patted the drooping Wang Changjun on the shoulder. Are you asleep? Next moment, Wang Changjun slowly raised his head. He stared straight at the Ear Rat and slowly let out a string of weird and wacky laughter. He. Going home. We are a family. Together. Home. The moment he saw the scene, the Ear Rat stuttered, cold sweat surging out of his forehead. He hadn't even imagined that the change had happened just as suddenly. Ah, and you, we want you, it's you. However, Wang Changjun didn't have much of a reaction to facing the Ear Rat, but when he saw Yi Kuei standing on the other side, a flash of excitement flashed across his numb and empty face. Come with us. We are a family. Next. You're next. No one can escape. Ye boys. Seeing this, the Ear Rat's body trembled, and he only felt his scalp go numb. But before he could speak, yeah, we're family. An excited voice that far exceeded Wang Changjun's rang out violently. No running. I'm not running. Go. Go home. Let's go home. Yi Kuei finally couldn't hold back and stood up violently, glaring with round eyes. Unable to wait, a family should be neat and tidy. I want to go home. Take me back. His handsome face was even a little twisted with excitement. He himself had waited too long for this scene. The earwig froze unexpectedly. It's not just Ear Rats. Even Wang Changjun paused for a moment, a flash of bewilderment flashing through his godless eyes, clearly not expecting to see such a reaction. As Yi Kuei became more and more agitated, Wang Changjun instead recovered, and he turned around stiffly, staggering towards the door with two empty eyes. What are you doing? Seeing this, Yi Kuei was even more exuberant and rushed up. Wait! You wait for me! How can you go home and not wait for me? Rumble! He thoughtfully kicked the threshold of the concrete pouring somewhat in the way, kicking out a huge opening, and helped Wang Changjun open the door of the room in passing. Slow down. Concern was written all over Yi Kuei's face. Don't fall. Chapter 132, Mycelium. Wang Changjun stiffly and slowly moved out from the threshold that Yi Kuei had kicked through, numbly and sluggishly walking towards the door. TSK. Yi Kuei stood back and frowned straight away. What would Wanda do without herself? But he didn't hesitate and took a step to follow. Captain, what are you standing there stupidly for? Suddenly, Yi Kuei seemed to have remembered something. He turned his head and hurriedly waved his hand at the frozen Ear Rat. Didn't you hear Xiaowan call us to go home together? Talking. Yi Kuei then rushed out of the room. The eared rat's body was creepy. His eyes, which flickered over the concrete threshold of the doorway that had been directly broken by Yi Kuei's kick, trembled violently. This kind of threshold. Let him smash it hard. I'm afraid there won't be any reaction even if he smashes it for half an hour. Results. Yi Kuei breaks off a leg kick. Yi Kid's power. How far must it be exaggerated nowadays? Although his heart was filled with a trance, the Ear Rat made an effort to adjust before quickly following behind Yi Kuei and running out. It's so hard to have a lead. You can't afford to break it. Yi boy. But, after catching up, the Ear Rat still swallowed a mouthful of water and raised his head to look nervously at Yi Kuei. There's nothing wrong with us going to investigate. But can you not say anything about going home together? His sharp, thin, lewd face was filled with nervousness. I always feel unlucky. What's not going home? Yi Kuei looked at the Ear Rat in surprise. Eating at home is the only way to eat well. I have been waiting for this for a long time. As he said that, he didn't know what he thought of, and a crazy smile full of salivation flashed across his handsome face. The Ear Rat leapt to a halt. Yi Kuei's reaction was both unfamiliar and familiar to him, but every time he saw Yi Kuei's appearance under his eyes, the Ear Rat would feel a chill running down his body. Go now. His body trembled for a moment, and then he joined Yi Kuei, following behind Wang Changjun. The empty, tidy streets were empty. Overhead, there was a slightly chilly, overcast moonlight. Wang Changjun's stagnant and stiff figure, in front of them, kept ringing and moving. The appearance of this scene was extremely bizarre, but what emboldened the earwigs even more was something else. Yi boy. He turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei with horrified eyes. How come there's no sound at all? What do you mean? Yi Kuei glanced at Wang Changjun in front of him and turned his head to inquire. There's no sound of anything around. In addition to the spiritual fluctuations that have been floating over the village, the earwig gulped and reached out to point at the village houses on either side. Talking, grunting, breathing, even heartbeats. No, nothing. He stiffened and shook his head. Since leaving the room, the earwig couldn't stop his ears from starting to vibrate, searching hard for any clues that might be there. However, and he heard nothing. the houses on either side of it. Not a sign of a living soul. Nothing. At those words, Yi Kuei's eyes swept over the surrounding houses and frowned. Follow Wang Chengjun first. Right now. However, there was no time to focus on the state of the village, and he shook his head without stopping his steps. About that. Let's talk about it when we get back. Well, the earwig glanced back behind him and nodded. Ahead. Although Wang Chengjun's body was sluggish, his speed was not slow. It didn't take long before he led Yi Kuei and the ear rat through the entire village to where it was located at the end of the village, in front of a mountain wall. Without hesitation, he plunged headfirst straight into the mountain wall, his figure disappearing in an instant. Seeing this, the ear rat's eyes snapped open. However, Yi Kuei didn't say anything, but walked over quickly. Seeing this, the earwig rushed to follow. When he came to the stone wall, he realized that what appeared to be a smooth mountain wall was actually covered by a layer of rock-like gray mycelium. Where Wang Chengjun had disappeared, a gap appeared in the mycelium, revealing an empty, dark and deep hollow behind it. Yi boys. Seeing this, the ear rat cautiously turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, but before he could say more, he was yanked by Yi Kuei, pulling him inside before the mycelium regrew to cover the hollow. What are you doing? In the pitch blackness, ear rat's body shivered and glared. How can you be so impulsive before understanding the situation clearly? It's so dark all around. How are we going to get around? He was a little annoyed. Sorry, Captain. Forgot you couldn't see this thing. Yi Kuei was rather embarrassed. Next moment, the sound of snapping fingers rang out. A jumping firelight violently surged from Yi Kuei's fingertips, and the seemingly weak firelight illuminated the entire cave. There you go. Underneath the firelight was Yi Kuei's handsome face with an excited smile written all over it. Go! Let's go! With that, he turned around and walked forward impatiently. Am I talking about not being able to see this thing? The earwig choked. However, at this point in time, there was no other choice, so he could only follow behind Yi Kuei and walk towards the front. In the meantime, with the help of the firelight, the earwig was also finally able to discover that the entire spreading cave was covered in thick mycelium. But he didn't even have time to say anything more, because Wang Chengjun seemed to be like a fish out of water after stepping into the cave. His originally stiff movements were suddenly a few points faster at the moment. Yi Kuei was fine. The earwig had to trot all the way to try and keep up with the two. Finally, as the mycelium cracked open again, Yi Kuei and the ear rat then followed Wang Chengjun out of the cave to the other side of the mountain wall. Moonlight. It's an open flat area, but the creepy thing is that this piece of open space is covered with dense mycelium, and not only the open space, but also the mountain walls on both sides are covered with countless mycelium. It is hard to imagine that there is such a weird place just a hill away from Watuzi village. Seeing this, the earwig froze, but it wasn't the mycelium that made him freeze. Rather, it was because there was a large group of people in that clearing ahead. He finally realized why he hadn't been in the village and heard any signs of living people. Because all the villagers of Watuzhai stood stagnant and stiff, with empty eyes, on top of the open ground covered with mycelium. Breeze. A group of villagers swayed gently as the mycelium swayed. It was as if they too were twisting and spreading mycelium. It's so fragrant. However, in this unbelievably weird and eerie situation, a voice of salivating excitement, however, slowly sounded. Chapter 133. Let me taste it first. What? What fragrance? Hearing the odd voice, the ear rat's body suddenly trembled and hurriedly turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, who had both eyes glowing and excitement written all over his face. Captain! Mushrooms! That's a flavorful mushroom. Seeing this, Yi Kuei stretched out his hand and pointed forward with a trembling voice. Red umbrella umbrella. White pole pole. Eat together to lie board board fungus ah. What are you talking about? The earwig was even more wide-eyed. However, letting Yi Kuei interrupt like this, the horrible and scary atmosphere just now was really gone. Looks like we found the root cause. He couldn't stop his ears from vibrating. Right now, where they were, the fluctuation of spirituality was the most intense. The ear rat stared at the bizarre situation in front of him, and his face was gloomy. I didn't expect the villagers of Watuzhai village to be here. Yi kid, the situation is a bit off. Ear rat took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei with a grave expression. Let's see what we can do in a moment. But, speaking here, after hesitating for a while, he still opened his mouth and said, if it's possible, villagers, let's save one or the other. However, the earwig hadn't finished his sentence. Sha 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 sha. Up ahead, there was a violent mopping sound. A crowd of villagers like mycelium, gently swinging up with the wind, giving way to Wang Chengjun, who was now in the clearing. Wang Chengjun, on the other hand, slowly leaned over and plopped down after an infatuated smile appeared on his face. Going home. Follow us. not leave. No one less. Whoever leaves is punished. He picked up a rock he had picked up from somewhere and slammed it down hard towards his ribs, and at the same time, began to start crawling towards the center of the clearing. Bang! 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 The muffled sound rang out at once, and at the same time as the voice rang out, the villagers standing on both sides of the street reached their hands to their heads with empty, numb eyes. With that, a gentle push, put, a sound like plucking mushrooms rang out. A group of villagers, in front of the ear rat, pulled their heads out hard. He. The head that was held in their hands stared dead at Wang Chengjun on the ground, revealing a smile that was strange to the extreme. The village headman, Xin Fugan, stood at the forefront and smiled most cheerfully. Mycelium continued to spread out from under his severed head, connecting with the gray mycelium that swayed on the ground to the side with the wind. The moment the earwig saw the scene in front of him, it froze directly in place. His scalp went numb and his body went cold. The villagers of Watuzi. He talked to each other in the morning, only to feel the friendly and enthusiastic villagers, and now it is actually this look. Captain. Just then, Yi Kuei's voice rang out, and he carefully tried to look at the ear rat. They are like this. They should not need to be saved, right? How else is this going to save? The earwig let out a bitter laugh. No wonder. Spirituality lingers over the entire village. I'm afraid there was never any villagers of Dutuzi. There was only this piece after piece of mushrooms in front of them. The ear rat's words had not yet fallen. Then Yi Kuei's slender figure was already like a cannonball, rushing towards the front with a bang. You're welcome. Fungus. An incomparably excited voice cut through the night, and a crazed smile of gluttony was written all over his handsome face. I've been waiting for you guys. For too long. What? And the moment he saw this scene, Ear Rat's eyes widened violently. His sharp, thin, lewd face flashed even more blankly. Yi Kuei is so has been carried out. Their own 3 times emphasized. To be careful and cautious. Can goad is goad. Do not impulse squad policy. In the meantime, brush. The moment Yi Kuei rushed out, the heads and the arms of all the villagers in the clearing turned violently, looking straight at Yi Kuei's position. It's you! It's you! It's you we want! We're family! Come with us! Go home! We've finally waited for you! And the moment they saw Yi Kuei's figure clearly, excited voices violently rang out, and a group of villagers' bodies, which were like mycelium, shook violently, appearing to be incomparably excited. Sha. Above ground, the countless fungi violently stretched upwards and upwards, as if they wanted to grab hold of Yi Kuei. Yi boys. Seeing this, a flash of panic snapped through the ear rat's eyes. He clearly saw that one of the strands of mycelium crushed the stone that rolled to the ground directly as it stretched upward. This means that the strength of the mycelium is exceedingly great. However, in the face of this scene, Yi Kuei, however, did not avoid it at all. He directly from behind him, yanked out the coffin board, and swung it towards the front with the handle in one hand. Click, 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 click. A grass-cutting sound rang out. The hard and stubborn mycelium snapped in the face of the coffin board as if it were straw. He. Seeing this, the amplitude of the swaying of the villagers' bodies and the giggling sounds they made became violently louder. Countless mycelium, once again, grew out upwards, but right at this moment, Yi Kuei's figure had already appeared in front of the village head. Xin Fujian. Pop. He snatched his head directly from Xin Fujian's hands and slapped it violently with an ear slap. Smile. It's not over, is it? Would have thought you were good. Yi Kuei glared down at Xin Fujian, and as soon as he ripped off the mycelium under his head, he shoved it towards his mouth. As a punishment for lying to me, let me taste it first. Seeing this, Xin Fujian's wry smile instantly froze on his face. It stared straight at Yi Kuei with a blank look in its eyes. The situation before it was far beyond its expectations. Not just it, the other villagers, too, suddenly stopped their swaying bodies, and even the mycelium that kept growing upwards. At this moment, all came to a standstill. What's the situation? What is the man in front of you doing? He ate himself. Yi boy? The earwig stood back, dumbfounded. It was the first time he had ever, with his own eyes, seen the situation before him. Ugh, it's not right. But without waiting for him to open his mouth to speak, Yi Kuei frowned and directly spat out what was in his mouth. The mushrooms are expired? Why is it so unpalatable? Seeing this scene, the face of Xin Fujian's lone head froze, but it didn't have time to react at all, and then it watched as Yi Kuei lowered his head, and his crazy eyes, which were vaguely tinged with a touch of blood red and glittering with salivation, stared at himself in death. Next moment, A harsh, piercing howl emanated from a patch of villagers' hands, their lone heads. The mycelium instantly rages. Yi Kuei's body suddenly stalled. Chapter 134, Ability, Activation of Flesh and Blood. Next moment. Go home. Go home. We are a family. Can't be separated. Together. With us. You can't run away. Can't run away. Not one of you. Held in the hands of the villagers, the heads of the mycelium stretching below one after another looked violently at Yi Kuei. The same pitch, a scalp-numbing shrill yell, came violently out of the mouth. Seeing this scene, Ear Rat froze, but he also felt, at the same time, the top of his head, gradually itching. It's like, something is about to grow out of it in general. What? Something? The prickly itch was unbearable, and the earwig reached out and grabbed at his head, pulling off the thing that was causing the itch on top of his head. However, the moment he saw what he had in his hand, the earwig's body shook violently, a mycelium that was oscillating uncontrollably in his palm. The ear rat froze instantly. How can you have mycelium inside yourself? All of a sudden, Ear Rat's eyes widened as he finally reacted. The fare, what they ate, and the bowl of rice noodles with a familiar flavor at Wang Chengjuan's house. It's a good thing you don't eat much, but Leaf Boy. The Ear Rat's body was instantly creepy. Sha 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 sha. Just then, he heard the sound of a series of mycelium growing in unbridled luxuriance. Ahead, on Yi Kuei's slender and upright figure that stayed in place, strands of mycelium that spread and twisted and swung, densely packed, began to pour out continuously. In an instant, his body was already covered in spreading, twisting, swinging mycelium. Go home. Go home. We are family. We can't be separated. We want you. We only want you. Immediately, on one head, the mouth couldn't stop opening and closing, filled with eerie and weird sounds that echoed throughout the valley. At the same time, the mycelium crawling on top of the mountain walls on both sides is not able to condense. Obviously, this valley wanted to leave Yi Kuei and the Ear Rat behind completely. The appearance of this scene only called for tingling. Yi Boy. Seeing this scene, a flash of panic even flashed across the Ear Rat's face. But right now, the first thing he thought about was not how to escape. Instead, he directly pulled out the authorities' special firearms, and then rushed towards Yi Kuei, regardless of what the mycelium is actually like. Ear Rat couldn't leave his crew alone. Bang! 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 Flames erupted from the muzzle of the gun and bullets with spirituality raged out. However, in the face of the densely packed mycelium, bullets could do little. It's over. A flash of despair snapped across the earwig's face. Under the endless mycelium, not only could he not hear the spiritual loopholes, even his advancement was greatly affected. He. Seeing this, Xin Fujian's head, which was being carried by one of Yi Kuei's hands, even let out a series of eerie and weird playful laughter. Yes, family. But just then, Yi Kuei's slightly trance-like voice snapped, and he stiffened and lowered his head, looking blankly at the Xin Fujian in his hand. After a pause, a family has to be neat and tidy. The corners of Yi Kuei's mouth, little by little, gradually revealed a smile filled with a hideous madness. One, can't be less. 2 spots of blood red slowly lit up in the depths of his godless eyes. Sinforgan's laughter snapped, an ominous premonition surfaced violently in its heart. Crunch. Crunch. Next moment, a weird and eerie chewing sound rang out unexpectedly. That's the right flavor. Yi Kuei's mouth chewed on the mycelium that grew from his face. His eyes that were vaguely tinged with 2 spots of blood red grew brighter and brighter, and the crazy smile at the corner of his mouth grew more and more exaggerated. Crunch. Crunch. A weird chewing sound, getting louder and louder. Nope. Sinforgan's head snapped up, because it vaguely heard that the weird and gloomy chewing sound did not come from the mouth of that handsome and crazy man. Rather, inside the man in front of him, the man's body had been vibrating uncontrollably. His skin, his veins, his muscles, his bones, had been writhing and swallowing something. And, with the naked eye, it was already possible to see that the mycelium that was spreading and growing on the body of the man in front of him was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Sha 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 sha. Mycelium wiggles and wobbles, still trying hard to keep growing from inside the leafcutter. No, that's not growing. They're running away. The mycelium struggled violently, trying to move upward. It wasn't growing. It was escaping. With all their might, they just wanted to hurry up and escape from this weird man's body. However, the speed at which the myceliums escaped could not keep up with the speed of the swallowing and chewing inside Yi Kuei's body. Crunch! The last strand of mycelium, frantically struggling to leave Yi Kuei's arm, but was arm at the skin suddenly rises out of the synapses tugged back to chew and swallow. The dense mycelium that had enveloped him just a moment ago had vanished. Hey! Yi Kuei licked his lips and let out a light laugh. This was a brand new ability that was created when he consumed 6 months of his lifespan after eating the golem at that time and fused the ability that he had obtained from the golem, steel tendons and iron bones, with the ability that it finally reappeared on the light screen, flesh and blood regeneration. Revitalize flesh and blood. It spins, it jumps, it closes its eyes, it regenerates, it grows, it does your bidding, it regenerates, it is energized, it does what it is told. Who is it, you ask? It's your flesh and blood. After the mycelium that grows out is completely eaten up, growling dash. Yi Kuei's trembling body slowly calmed down. Ah. He squinted his eyes in mesmerized enjoyment and let out a satisfied sigh. Family? It's only family if you're completely and utterly together. But the number of family members is still a little short. Yi Kuei lowered his head, looked at Xin Fugen's head, and licked his lips. The taste of the mycelium is good. I don't know how your taste is. Next moment. Ow dash. Above Xin Fugen's bare head, a howl of fear beyond compare was emitted. As part of the strain, it never thought it would go through all this. What the hell was that monster in human skin in front of him? No matter what, it's not going to be eaten. Sha 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 sha. Countless mycelium raged out from Xin Fugen's head, fleeing towards the surroundings in terror. So, it is. Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He reached out his hand, and among the countless fleeing mycelium, he precisely pinched a strand of white mycelium with a bit of aura and a bulge at the tail. Gotta dash. Throw the mycelium into your mouth and chew it. That's the right flavor. That's the right flavor. On Yi Kuei's face, a smile of satisfaction and certainty appeared. Sure enough, the fungus is still eating up the years. Immediately, he tossed aside Xin Fugen's head, whose empty look had completely disappeared, and slowly turned around to look at the crowd of Dutajai villagers who had long since frozen in place. Hey, 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 hey. Hey hey. A weird, crazy, salivating, yet expectant laugh sounded slowly. Chapter 135. First of all, there must be fire. Ow. The moment he saw the scene in front of him, especially the moment he heard Yi Kuei's laughter in front of him, a sea of villagers clutching their heads simultaneously let out miserable howls of agony. Even though their connection with the strand of mycelium and Xin Fugen's head had been severed, the condition of the mycelium when it was chewed up and swallowed by Yi Kuei, the group of villagers were still able to feel something. Sharp pain, despair, spiritual annihilation and instant digestion. It is a more painful and horrible experience than killing them. Countless mycelium, raging out from one head, connected with the mycelium covering the ground above. It's not just the ground. Rumble. With a loud bang, even on both sides, the towering peaks suddenly shook, revealing their true appearance. That's not a peak, that's a mycelium. A mountain peak made of countless entangled mycelium, tumbling and converging. The cave that Yi Kuei and the others passed through just now was not a cave, but the interior of the mycelium. Not family. Damn it. Not family. Then die. Spirituality rages. The sound of a mournful howl echoed through the air. Despite the spiritual fluctuation, which was really only at level 3, it could not withstand the accumulation of a long period of time, and the number of mycelium had already reached an incredible point. Just for a moment, countless mycelium rose up from the ground, spreading and tumbling, transforming into a lofty giant that covered the sky. Boom! The air seemed to distort as the giant slammed out a punch. A fist that was several times the size of an ordinary person fell straight towards Yi Kuei. Ye boys, seeing the situation, a moment ago, the ear rat, who was still in a state of dumbfounded shock, had a flash of panic violently flash across his face, but his words had not yet fallen. He saw that the slender figure in front of him, which was like a small black dot compared to the giant, drew out the coffin board with his backhand, and with a flash of his body, he rushed straight towards the giant's smashing fist. Don't be impulsive. There was even a flash of nervousness on the ear rat's face. The power of the mycelium. He had already seen it with his own eyes just now. Not to mention, what Yi Kuei was facing at the moment, was a looming giant made of mycelium convergence. But, just as the giant's fist was about to strike Yi Kuei's slender figure displayed an agility that was beyond the ordinary. He swayed, dodging the booming fist at an angle that defied human logic, carrying the coffin board in his backhand, and after stabbing the giant's arm from the side, he leapt up and stepped on top of it. Yi Kuei's slender and upright figure then sped upwards following the giant's arm. Not willing to come with us? Then die. The gloomy, odd voice echoed again. Above the giant's arm, the strands of mycelium stretched violently upwards, wanting to grab hold of Yi Kuei, who was running upwards. They knew that they couldn't trap the man for too long, but just one pause would be enough. Boom! Because the giant's other fist had already blasted down towards Yi Kuei. But Yi Kuei, however, did not panic in the slightest. Up the hill. Go up the hill. Go up the mountain. The higher the peak, the more flavorful the mushrooms. A wantonly flamboyant laughter filled with bratty madness rang out violently. He swung the coffin board and threw it forward with force. His upright figure swayed and stepped directly on the coffin board, which was like a surfboard, slicing through strands of upwardly stretching mycelium, and kept paddling forward without any concealment. Boom! The giant's punch landed on top of his arm. The punch, however, didn't hit it too hard, as the fist, made of mycelium, instantly intertwined and dissolved. The arm that was integrated into the mycelium violently swelled up by a circle, and the mycelium kept on churning, literally as if the waves were rolling over, chasing after Yi Kuei towards the front. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ear Rat was completely dumbfounded. Looming giants made of mycelium, so terrifying that they make earwigs quake in their boots. However, what shocked Ear Rat the most was Yi Kuei's performance. The Yi Kuei in front of him. Where did he look like a trainee heavenly official who had just joined the authority not long ago? When coupled with Yi Kuei's terrifying and bizarre ability, it is no exaggeration to say that Yi Kuei now has the qualifications to compare to the top 3 level heavenly officials. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that if Yi Kuei's mental state could be a bit more stable. For example, now, Yi kid, what the hell are you doing? Ear Rat panicked and pulled out his firearm, unable to stop pulling the trigger on the giant, shouting at the top of his lungs. This thing is covered in spiritual fluctuations. He couldn't stop his ears from vibrating. His heart filled with worry and irritation. There's no way to determine the weakness. What the hell are you doing? The Ear Rat recognized Yi Kuei's strength and ability, but simply didn't know how Yi Kuei had rushed up. Always. He's all but telling Yi Kuei not to be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Caution is the order of the day. However, Yi Kuei still righteously chose to face the mycelium giant head-on. Even if Yi Kuei had the weird ability to swallow weirdness and evil spirits, the Ear Rat didn't know what he would have to do to deal with the mountain-like giant made up of mycelium. Even if you eat, Yi Kuei can't finish it either. In the face of the Ear Rat's shouts, Yi Kuei paid no attention as he stepped on the coffin board and had come to the shoulder position, and was advancing towards the giant's head. But, just as the Ear Rat had feared, Yi Kuei's speed was also getting slower and slower. Mycelium giant found a way to be able to block Leaf Kelvin. Depressions, walls made of mycelium. Countless obstacles appeared on Yi Kuei's path forward, and even though the mycelium was instantly cut off under the coffin board, the constant obstacles still greatly affected his speed. Good on. Yi Kuei was also about to reach his destination. Boom! With a swing of the coffin board out to insert it where the giant's ear would be, and a flip up to leap up, he finally appeared above the head of the mycelium giant. And just as Yekel thought, the head of the giant made up of mycelium had the same strand of white mycelium that emitted a spiritual light protruding from it. Ha! With a maniacal laugh, Yi Kuei charged towards the white mycelium, but just the moment he was about to touch the strand of white mycelium, rumble, a muffled sound came out. Above the head of the mycelium giant, a huge cavity violently cracked open. Yi Kuei instantly lost his balance and fell straight downwards. Stupid! The voice of an eerie sneer echoed out. The hollow instantly healed, and the giant let go of the protection within himself, completely wrapping Yi Kuei in. The boundless mycelium was like tentacles, squeezing from all directions. Looking at their posture, it was clear that they wanted to crush Yi Kuei into pieces. Yi kid, you! Seeing Yi Kuei's figure disappear, the Ear Rat's face instantly paled. Little fungus boy, open the door. But then, he heard that familiar, loud laugh filled with madness and wantonness. Captain, what do you need to eat mushrooms? Yi Kuei's epileptic laughter came out in a leisurely manner. First, a fire. Next moment, a fiery light fiercely lit up from within the mycelium giant. Chapter 136 Peppered Mycelium. Starting from a single blazing burning point, the flame spread down the giant's defenseless body in all directions. Spirituality rages. The flame spread so fast that the clear veins were visible to the naked eye, and after being ignited, the mycelium giant's body then suddenly shook. Die! Die for me! It let out an eerie and terrifying hiss, deluding itself into thinking that it could control the mycelium in its body, extinguish the flames, and in the process crush that unknowing scumbag that was in its body straight to death. Fungus! Fungus! Mushrooms! Mushrooms are not poisonous until they are cooked. However, Yi Kuei was not affected in the slightest, and with the loud laughter of wanton madness, the flames were even rising and spewing out in an instant. Yi Kuei would not let go of any opportunity. Even if he had to pay more for his lifespan, he wouldn't have any hesitation. The flames tainted with spiritual fluctuations were simply not something the mycelium could extinguish. Ow dash! Noticing this situation, the mycelium giant struggled violently, trying hard to disperse its body made of mycelium. The earth shook as the howls continued to ring out, but it was no use at all. Under the scorching of the spirit-stained flames, the mycelium had all twisted and condensed together, unable to separate. Crackle dash. The flames spread, and the towering mycelium giant quickly transformed into a huge ball of flames, a burning fire that covers the sky. It's like a sunrise, because the whole sky, it's been set on fire. Searing red light shines below. It was the dull figure of the ear rat, who stared stiffly at the huge flame in front of him, his eyes trembling and in a trance. The ear rat knew that Yi Kuei was not ordinary, and even his expectations of the Yi kid had long been high to an extremely unbelievable point. Still, the ear rat did not expect to see the scene before him. Yi Kuei was surprisingly really able to take care of the mountain-like mycelium giant that brought to spare. All of this, the earwig couldn't even dream of it. Yi Kuei brought surprises and shocks time and time again. And time again. He broke his expectations. Leaf boy. Just what kind of monster? Ha! Ha ha! In a trance, the ear rat, whose face was reddened by the temperature of the flames, revealed a complex and incomparable smile. It was hard to describe what he was feeling right now, yet there was one thing that the earwig felt unmistakably. That's pride. Because there were squad members like Yi Kuei, the ear rat was filled with pride. At the same time, he was more than able to recognize one thing clearly. Not like yourself. Ye boys were meant to be splendid and brilliant. Boom. A few moments later, the flames completely engulfed the mycelium giant, and it was finally unable to maintain its state. As countless burnt and dried and entangled mycelium slammed down, the giant, towering like a mountain, disappeared completely. In the afterglow of the flames, growling dash, the sound of a leather ball rolling resounded, and Yi Kuei clutched a handful of dry and hard mycelium with auric projections in his hand as he walked slowly towards the ear rat. Behind the mycelium, hanging over the heads of a group of villagers in Dutuzi village. With each step, a string of horrified, frozen heads in the back rolled violently. Yi boy. Ear rat's eyes widened momentarily. Captain. Mushrooms. Yummy. With a bit of flame still burning on Yi Kuei's slender figure, he grinned at the earwig and shook the string of mycelium in his hand, causing a bunch of heads to roll once more. Well. Yummy. The ear rat's body trembled and waved his hands. If it's good, you can eat more. Don't mind me, and I didn't say I was going to give it to you. Yi Kuei glanced at the ear rat and shook his head. Even if you are my captain, these things cannot be shared with you. Talking at the same time. Ta-da! He snapped his fingers and a flash of flame emerged from his fingertips. Yi Kuei picked out the smoothest one among a handful of mycelium, and after gently heating it on the flame, he threw it into his mouth. Catching dash. The mycelium is instantly chewed up. Ow dash. A piece of the back of the head burst into a string of agonized wails. Listen to the music and savor the flavors in your mouth. This is the life. Yi Kuei grinned a cheerful smile. Seeing this, the ear rat's sharp, thin and lewd face trembled once again, though in his mind, he had always had a suspicion. However, it was only when the ear rat saw the scene in front of him with his own eyes that he was able to clearly feel the touch, the creepy weirdness and madness coming from Yi Kuei's body. Own this crew. Surprisingly true. Feeding on evil and weirdness. You eat first. The ear rat swallowed a mouthful of water as he sat down, paralyzed, holding onto the ground aside. I'll rest for a while, even if it verified his suspicions. But in the face of all this, all the ear rat could do was slow down. Catching dash. In front, Yi Kuei once again roasted a bunch of mycelium and threw it into his mouth. Ow! The howls were answered. Yi Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to him, and he hurriedly picked out a lovely mycelium once more and placed it on the flame at his fingertips to sizzle. This time, though, the barbecue was longer. The fungus soon gave off a faint crispy and charred aroma, and the whole fungus was roasted golden and crispy, with dots of flame jumping from it. The fire is on. Seeing this, Yi Kuei couldn't wait to throw the roasted mycelium into his mouth. Ka dash. With a bite of the teeth, the crunchy mycelium exploded straight away, and the flavor instantly gushed out, interspersed with the faintly spicy flavor from the flames. Delicious and incomparable. Pepper. Mycelium? Yi Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up. Captain, I think I'm a foodie. He turned his head and looked excitedly at the earwig. Beauty. Gourmet. Ear Mouse was just about to stand up. When he saw this scene, his legs went limp and paralyzed back again. He nodded his head repeatedly. Yes. You are the gourmet. Ha ha ha. Yi Kuei, who was recognized, smiled extremely happily. How can live up to the food? He was excited beyond belief and was about to continue grilling, but right at this moment, Yi Kuei's body jerked as if he had heard something. Sorry. A flash of apology flashed across his face as he reached out and ripped the doll bear out from behind himself and placed it on his shoulder. I was in a hurry this time. I'll be careful next time. Key dash. The doll bear crossed its arms and grunted at Yi Kuei with great dissatisfaction. Immediately, put, clear streams of water sprayed out. After helping Yi Kuei wash his hands, the doll bear pouted and stumbled to the back, taking out a scarf and gently tying it around Yi Kuei's neck. Key dash. Looking at the beautifully tied bow she had made, Bear puffed out her chest in satisfaction. The results at hand didn't live up to the hard work it had practiced day in and day out in that dark place. KIR. With that, the little bear sat on Yi Kuei's shoulder with his butt and pulled his hair, signaling that he could start. Thank myself for such a delicious meal. Seeing this, Yi Kuei smiled as he put his hands together and prayed earnestly. Captain. After finishing his prayer, Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the ear rat whose eyes grew wider and wider, and politely opened his mouth to inquire. Then I'll eat first? Eat? You eat. The earwig swept his eyes from the doll bear and waved his hand feebly, no longer knowing what to say about the situation at hand. Kaching dash. Ow. Kaching dash. Ow. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a wonderful sound of echoing voices rang out from one side to the other. The earwig's body shuddered violently as the crisp sound rang out once. Even after such a long reprieve, he was still slow to come clean. Yi Kid ate. That is an evil spirit. Good on. Yi Kuei was really hungry. In a short moment, Yi Kuei had already eaten all the mycelium on his hands. However, after he finished eating the mycelium, instead of showing a satisfied smile, he frowned. Yi boy. Seeing this, the ear rat's body trembled and subconsciously moved half a body back. What's going on? Didn't you get enough to eat? Full. That's definitely not full. Yi Kuei rubbed his own stomach and shook his head. But the problem isn't whether or not he's full. The mycelium I am done with. On his handsome face, his expression slowly sank. But this evil spirit, it seems that it has not completely died out. Chapter 137, Falling Back to the Roots. What? At those words, the earwig turned his head violently to look around, his ears vibrating uncontrollably. It's a faint fluctuation of spirituality. A flash of alarm instantly flashed across his sharp, thin, lewd face. After the giant blasted down and the mycelium went into Yi Kuei's stomach as much as it could, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. And coupled with the fact that the ear rats were shocked by Yi Kuei's dried rice, they neglected to observe the situation around them for a while, and at Yi Kuei's reminder, he was surprised that he actually heard the spiritual fluctuations. Though this wisp of fluctuation was as weak as it could be compared to the spirituality that had once spread over the village of Dutuzhai, but the fact that it hadn't died out after the situation just now was enough to show that the evil spirit was extraordinary. But, Yi Kid, how did you know? The ear rat turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, not knowing what came to his mind. His expression snapped. You wouldn't have any additional detection type abilities, would you? That didn't. Yi Kuei hurriedly waved his hand and touched his stomach, grinning in embarrassment. I just feel that there is still almost a taste after eating the fungus. After eating an evil spirit, there is usually a system reminder that appears. Even if the feeding process could not meet the demand, the system would pop up a message after the evil spirit was completely digested. And right now, Yi Kuei had finished enjoying all the food, but he was late in seeing the system's reminder. There can only be one reason. Evil spirits that have not yet completely died out. Almost flavor? At those words, the earwig's eyes went black. Because of the almost smell alone, one could tell that the evil spirit hadn't completely died out. Yi Kid's research on food is so advanced to such a level nowadays? Yi Kid, don't lie to me. However, soon after, he turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei warily. After witnessing the shock Yi Kuei had brought time and time again, even the ear rat was now beginning to be skeptical. Captain, I really didn't lie to you. Yi Kuei gave a restrained smile and shook his head. At the very least, I don't have any detection ability right now. Not now? Ear rat's eyes snapped wide as he keenly caught the caution in Yi Kuei's wording. I'll be sure to tell you in the future. Captain. Yi Kuei looked at the ear rat and opened his mouth to urge. What's important for us now is to hurry up and find that evil spirit that hasn't died out yet. This. Ear rat's legs went weak and he nearly collapsed on the floor. Yi Kuei's words were considered a complete confirmation of his suspicions. Yi Kid's abilities. I'm afraid that there are simply more than just the ones mentioned. Captain, come on. However, the Yi Kuei at the moment didn't even look towards the ear rat. He looked around with an excited face and eagerly surveyed. You still have to help me find that evil spirit. I couldn't get enough of the food I thought I had eaten, but then I suddenly realized that there was another one hidden away. The surprise was no less than a bonus arriving after having just spent your paycheck. Yi Kuei really couldn't wait a second. Well. The ear rat let out a bitter smile as his ears continued to vibrate, trying to calm his inner fluctuations while turning his head to look around. But soon, the earwig frowned. It was because he heard this wisp of spiritual fluctuation that was extremely erratic. As if, at once, it existed above the earth and as if it were floating in the air. There was no way to pinpoint the location. What happened to Captain? Yi Kuei looked at the ear rat in disbelief. Spiritual fluctuations have been drifting. The earwig squinted his eyes and walked over towards the location where the spiritual fluctuations had flickered just now and were the most intense. Let's look for it first. Growling dash. Seeing this, the sound of a leather ball rolling snapped, and Yi Kuei quickly followed the ear rat. Yi boys. The ear rat's body was creepy. Turned his head side on being tugged by Yi Kuei. The string of heads hanging on the ordinary mycelium constantly tumbling swept. His voice trembled a little. You cannot put them down? The strains with spirituality have been eaten by Yi Kuei, head after head, long since lost, their faces frozen in a final wide open-mouthed expression of agony. This scene is even more creepy. Captain. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei looked at the ear rat and spoke sincerely. We are all about a falling leaf returning to its roots. After you eat, you have to wash the dishes and scrub the plates. He turned to the string of heads he was tugging on, his eyes deep. I can't leave them exposed to the wilderness. You. The earwig's body jolted. He had a clearer and clearer idea of the mental state of this member of his team. Go. Not wanting to say anything more, the ear rat couldn't stop his ears from vibrating, and turned around and headed towards the front. The only thing he could do was to turn his attention to the psychic fluctuations. Growling dash. Yi Kuei pulled a string of heads and hurriedly followed again. That's kind of weird. The earwig's eyes flickered in disbelief as he ruled out the effect that the sound of his head rolling brought on him. Generally speaking, the location where the weird and evil spirit fluctuations are the most intense is where their main body is located. He couldn't stop himself from surveying the surroundings. The spiritual fluctuations on the mycelium giant were the most intense just now, and after it entered your stomach, the evil spirit should have died out. But right now, the spiritual fluctuations of the evil spirits are not only present, they're fluttering all the time. Ear rat frowned tightly. This situation is really the first time I've encountered it. Chapter 138, Kyokan. After the two mountain walls condensed by the mycelium disappeared, the road around them, although still in the middle of the mountain, was already a straight path. Speaking, the two of them had already followed the flat road and unknowingly returned to the back of Watajai village. Nighttime. The village of Dutuzi is dead and lifeless. Alas. Following the traces of the spiritual fluctuations and stepping back into the village, the earwig sighed, already knowing the reason why he hadn't heard any signs of living people earlier. But until now, it was still difficult for the ear rat to digest the nature of those seemingly warm and kind villagers of Dutuzi village. He wasn't sure if the villagers had become that way under the assimilation of the mycelium, or if they were already in that posture. In frustration, Ear Rat and Yi Kuei had already passed through the entire Dutajai village and arrived at the location of the village entrance. Strange. The earwig stopped and frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. The densest spiritual fluctuation that he heard just now was in this neighborhood, but the surroundings were empty. Nothing. Yi boys. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, wanting to say something, but just then, growling dash, the sound of heads rolling rang out. A head. Yi Kuei tugged at the mycelium hanging all over his head and had arrived at the very center of the village entrance. Little fungus be good. Open the door. He hummed as he pulled the heads off the hanging mycelium and laid them out on the floor, stacking them neatly one on top of the other. Yi, kid? The ear rat froze violently in place, his eyes wide. What are you doing? Go back to your roots. Yi Kuei's movement of stacking and placing his head did not stop, and he did not even turn his head back. Captain, you heard it just now, right? They kept saying something about, like, family or something. His voice was serious. I think they are all home lovers, and although this time, they have become a true family with me, they will definitely still have thoughts about their hometown. So put them at the entrance of the village, just so you can see your hometown. After Yi Kuei stacked Xin Fujian's head on top of the pile, he nodded with satisfaction. I think, in my stomach, they will all thank me for it too. You. The earwig's eyes swept over the heads stacked neatly in front of him, each with panic written all over them, and the corners of his mouth quivered violently. Is this going back to your roots? How the ear rat looked at it. The scene in front of him looked like a big evil spirit, a big weirdness in order to show off its own power, gathering its head to build a kyokan. It's kinda nice. After the arrangement was completed, Yi Kuei looked at his results and revealed a smile. It didn't disappoint me for working so hard, Captain. With that, he turned his head to look at the ear rat. What's new about the spiritual fluctuations you mentioned just now? The earwig's body trembled even more. How had he not realized before that this member of his team could be so evil? It's right around here. The ear rat tried hard not to look at that one thrilling capital view which, in Yi Kuei's mouth, was beautifully named falling leaves returning to the roots, and after adjusting his breathing, he opened his mouth and said, The densest spiritual fluctuations that can be heard right now are in this area. He reached out his hand and drew a circle around him and spoke. This neighborhood. Yi Kuei froze for a moment. Right. The earwig frowned and spoke. It's all over this area, but as you can see, there's nothing to discover. Mycelium. Just then, he seemed to suddenly think of something. His face suddenly sank. No wonder it's floating all over the place. If it's really like this, then it's a problem. Captain, what's going on? At those words, Yi Kuei looked at the ear rat. Based on what just happened, ear rat sighed. I suspect that the remaining parts of this one evil spirit are most likely floating spores. Mycelium is what grows from the spores. The spores levitate and float all over the place, so psychic fluctuations can be heard everywhere around. He couldn't stop his ears from vibrating, and his face looked up with a grave expression as he looked around again. If it's really like this, it's hard for us to determine its location. Is that right? Yi Kuei, if thoughtful. The captain's deduction made perfect sense and fit the constant fluttering of spirituality at the moment. Yet he always felt that there was still a little problem somewhere. Spores don't just appear for nothing. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Even if it floats again, it should also have roots. As he spoke, his eyes slowly stopped at the entrance of Dutuzi village. The stone with the village name carved in large bright red letters. Yi Kuei took a step and walked over. Yi boy, what have you found? Seeing this, the ear rat flashed a flash of curiosity. When didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. Boom! Yi Kuei kicked his foot directly on the stone, and the huge green stone engraved with the name of the village instantly broke and flew out, revealing the indentation below. Seeing this, the ear rat's eyes snapped open. In the mountains, especially on top of the rather damp soil, there are always many strange fungi, or bugs, that are born. But underneath the lapis lazuli, it was dry and clean. There was only one pale milky white, bulbous, small and delicate, mushroom-like thing that was trembling slightly. The moment this mushroom-like thing appeared, the spiritual fluctuations in the surroundings instantly thickened by a few points. Yi kid, there's something odd about this thing. The earwig's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't heard anything unusual on the small mushroom, the sudden change in spiritual fluctuation just now had said it all. After the lapis lazuli broke off above his own head, the mushroom gave a lurch and was about to retract back into the ground. But before it could make a move, it was grabbed by a large hand. Directly. Looks like it's you. A sardonic smile flashed across Yi Kuei's handsome face. With that, he tugged on the mushroom and lifted it upward with all his might. What's going on? Looking at the motionless little mushroom, Yi Kuei froze. Although last time, the free attribute points brought by eating the mirror guile and the golem weren't much, cumulatively added up, his physique had reached 98 points, up to 98 under the physique. Surprisingly, can't tug on this little mushroom? I don't believe it yet. Next moment, Yi Kuei frowned and tugged on the mushroom. His arm swelled violently, and a muscle surged up like a worm. Get thee out. With all his strength, he pulled upward hard. Rumble. A loud bang came out violently. The earth under their feet, and even the Dutuzhai village in front of them, seemed to vibrate for a moment at this instant. But the little mushrooms, still, stayed put. Yi Kuei's arm trembled, and a flash of dismay flashed across his handsome face. Boo dash. Taking this opportunity, the small mushroom shrank and instantly got rid of Yi Kuei's palm and burrowed into the ground. Yi boy. Seeing this, a flash of eagerness flashed across the ear rat's face. That thing, it ran away. Run away? At those words, Yi Kuei gave a beat. As if he thought of something, his eyes lifted along the stone indentation and looked toward the Dutuzi village in front of him, and the corner of his mouth slowly sketched out a smile. No, it can't run away. Chapter 139, The Real Evil Sneak. What does SH mean? At those words, a flash of shock flashed across the ear rat's face. Captain, I now know why the entire village is shrouded in spirituality. Yi Kuei looked at the ear rat, a rather excited smile on his face. It's not because of any spores. Not spores? Ear rat was even more flabbergasted. If not for the spores, then what? Hey. But his words went unanswered. For up ahead, there rang out a string of demented laughter that simply could not be suppressed. How long is this going to take? Yi Kuei couldn't wait to stare at the ground, excitement written in his eyes. Bear dash. As he spoke, he directly yanked hard and ripped off his left arm and threw it on the ground. The left arm unwillingly twitched and jumped a few times before turning into a puddle of blood. Hip. An eerie, playful laugh sounded slowly. The slim body of the devourer that was rolling in blood and covered with bone spikes crawled out of the blood and water a little bit. What is this? Seeing this, the ear rat's eyes fluttered violently. Despite seeing Yi Kuei himself rip off his left arm, he also saw that the devourer had crawled out of the bloody water that Yi Kuei's left arm had turned into. but the sinister and cunning aura that permeated the devourer's body only made his heart tremble. "Yi kid, let's hide." First, the ear rat's face showed horror, pulling Yi Kuei and preparing to run backwards, but suddenly, he froze violently in place. Ahead, the terrifying thing that brought him an endless sense of oppression, not knowing whether it was an evil spirit or bizarre, after crawling out of the blood water, came to Yi Kuei, put one hand behind his back, and respectfully bent his waist. He, a sly, sinister laugh rang out, but there was only endless deference in that voice. The earwig's entire body began to tremble. "Wow, Captain." Just then, Yi Kuei seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Sorry. He hurriedly turned his head to look at the earwig, scratching his own head in embarrassment. "Did I forget to mention that I also have a summoning ability?" The earwig blacked out and nearly collapsed. Good. Yi kid, you play so right." He sat down on his butt in exasperation, waving his hands while breathing heavily. "Go on. You continue. I'd like to see what else you have. This time it's really gone." Yi Kuei also seemed to realize that he had scared the ear rat, and felt even more guilty. He felt that giving the ear rat a reprieve at the moment would be the right thing to do. And so, Yi Kuei no longer paid any more attention to the ear rat, but turned his head to look at the devotee who was respectfully bending over. Bang! The coffin slab slammed down in front of the devourer. "Dig for me." Yi Kuei pointed to a large open space in front of him and gave a direct order. Hip! This time, it was the devourer's turn to freeze. With its pointed eyes, it stared straight at Yi Kuei, bewilderment written in its sinister and cunning eyes. After sensing his master's call to the present world, the devourer has decided to make a big show of himself, paving the way ahead for his master with blood and killing. But it didn't expect what it heard. To be such a sentence. Dig? The sight of the devourer, once again, flickered from the coffin panel and shuddered. "It is the master's most loyal servant is not false, but let it pick up the coffin board. Borrow goes to few guts. It also dare not but, the master's orders are, after all, the direction in which one moves forward." He. Next moment, a sinister laugh rang out. The devourer's body flickered and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he came to the empty space that Yi Kuei had pointed out. Whimper. It bent down, not daring to be the least bit lazy with its sharp bone spikes and nails, and began to dig. Well, seeing this, Yi Kuei nodded in satisfaction. It's always a good idea to learn to enjoy relaxing a bit after your remaining lifespan is no longer that tight. It's too exhausting to do everything yourself. Comfort. He let out an exclamation and sat down frankly beside the earwig. Ahead, the devils worked hard and the soil kept turning over and taking off. Soon, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground, at the same time also revealed buried in the ground, the dense spreading extension, meandering intertwined. I do not know where to extend, as if endless roots, and among them, the small mushroom that Yi Kuei had just grabbed was just one of the nodes. Looking at this scene, just ready to open his mouth to speak, ear rat, as if he thought of something, suddenly widened his eyes. "Captain." Yi Kuei smiled and spoke. "You now know why the entire village is permeated with spirituality, right? Because this time the evil spirit is not some simple spore or mycelium." He turned his head to look at the underground roots that were like the nerves of blood vessels that surrounded the entire village, one by one extending to every house, and spoke softly. "The evil spirit this time is the entire land of Dutujai. The village, the mycelium, and the so-called spores are nothing more than extensions of it." Yi Kuei's line of sight paused at the front by the devourer dugout. "The end of all the roots. That one is like a brain, hanging in the village head Xin Fugan's home building below the tumor." Grinned, "Dodu Jai. You Dodu. Whose head is it? Growling dash. The tumor contracted violently, overwhelmed with horror. Having lost its parasitic control, as well as the mycelium being eaten, it had lost a large portion of its spirituality, and was now weak. "I can't believe this thing." The earwig's body trembled even more. He was finally able to clearly hear the drifting spirituality, following the roots spreading underground, and ultimately, returning to the tumor. At the same time, the earwig couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If it wasn't for Yi Kuei, in the end, he really concluded that the evil spirit was a simple mycelium spore and thus took other initiatives to spare the tumor. Then with how weird this evil spirit is, it won't take long for it to make a comeback. And once it was allowed to spread out of the mountain village, the consequences of that were unimaginable. Yi boy. Ear rat opened his mouth to say something. Extra food, extra meal, extra food. But just then, a loud, excited, salivating, crazy laugh suddenly rang out. "Had the little mushrooms, and the big truffles. I told you, it's not finished yet." Yi Kuei simply could not see the look of being transparent and thorough and in control just now. His eyes were glowing and he couldn't wait to rush towards the front. Growling dash. At the sight of this, the giant tumor gave a surge of panic, causing the village to shake for a moment. Chapter 140, A Greater Mystery. In the eyes of the ear rat that grew whiter and whiter with a hidden hint of horror, Yikue had arrived beside the tumor with great interest. Growling dash. The tumor once again rolled over in fear and immensity. However, having lost all of its means, with its main body exposed as much as possible, it could not even escape when facing Yikue, and was no longer capable of resisting in any way. Spirituality churns. The tumor couldn't stop vibrating. In its efforts to beg for mercy, carry. But before the tumor could make another move, he was doused with a disgruntled stream of water. The doll bear stood on Yikue's shoulder with his arms crossed, glaring at the tumor with a puff of air. What a time to be rolling around. Couldn't even stand on his own. Tumor gave a sudden lurch, confused. It didn't expect that this spiritually weak gadget in front of it would dare to do this to itself. KIR. Another stream of water sprayed out. The doll bear was full of disgust and began to carefully clean the dirt on the tumor, which was stained by being buried in the ground for a long time. Growling dash. The tumor rolled violently once again. It had trouble accepting that it had been so humiliated by the little gadget in front of it. Whoosh. Just then, a sharp flash of light, and a piece of the tumor was instantly missing from where it had been cleaned, revealing a juicy, full interior. Whoosh. There were a few more harsh cracking sounds, and the portion of the tumor that had been sliced off was instantly divided into several small pieces with exquisite patterns. He he he. Amidst the sinister playful laughter, the devourer carried his own cut off neatly and carefully plated delicacies to Yikue's side and bowed down to hand them over. Well, Yikue grinned, satisfied. A culinary delight of the highest order. It just has a complimentary top-notch service. Right now, it looks like Bear and Ghost are doing well. Luckily, he had just washed his hands, and he picked up a piece of the tumor that the devourer had cut up and dropped it into his mouth. Snort. One bite. Yikue's eyes instantly glowed. Fresh to the core. Smooth and flavorful. Tender and smooth. Fragrant and fresh. He hadn't expected the flesh to be so tender and juicy beneath the lump seemingly dry and hard skin. Sure enough, Yikue hurriedly picked up a few pieces of deliciousness once again and threw them into his mouth once again, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. High-end ingredients. Even if they don't need to be processed, their own freshness and sweetness is enough to make people delirious. This time the village of Watuzi is simply the right place to be. 1 mushroom, 2 eats. Flavors vary. Seeing his master eating so quickly, the figure of the devourer hurriedly reappeared next to the tumor. Whoosh. Another clean piece of the tumor was sliced open and handed over to Yikue once again. Yikue closed his eyes and nodded repeatedly. The freshness of the tumor was so delicious that he simply couldn't speak. Rumble. Feeling this scene, the tumor finally couldn't bear it. It had collapsed. Couldn't help but surge, spreading entangled in the entire village below the roots, all of which constantly shook. However, that's about all it can do. Feeling the vibration of the ground, Yikue paused for a moment, but in the next moment, an even more intoxicated smile appeared on his handsome face. Yikue followed the rhythm of the ground's vibrations and both closed their eyes and began to nod softly. In addition to the delicious food and excellent service, it is surprising that there are different sensations that are tactile and kinetic. Top restaurant. Nothing more. Watch the situation unfold ahead. The expression on the face of the ear rat in the back grew more and more brilliant. In his straight eyes, the huge tumor buried in the ground comparable to a house was getting smaller and smaller under the superb knife work of the devourer. At the same time, the ground shook less as the spirituality continued to be lost. A few moments later, it's so awesome. The earwig stared at the lump, which was only half the size of his head, and finally couldn't help but let out a gasp. But this time, what he marveled at was Yikue's meal size. After eating that big bunch of mycelium, right now, he ate a tumor that was the size of a house. And looking at Yi Kid's appearance, he even managed to eat it. The ear rat was now convinced that at that time in the bazaar Yi Kid certainly did not eat with an open stomach. It seems that this kid, knowing that I'm shy in my pocket, still has a bit of a conscience. A flash of relief crossed his sharp, thin, lewd face, and just then, Captain, run! A loud shout rang out violently from the front. As soon as Yikue pulled off the tumor in front of him that was only the size of a fist, with a few moments of fascination and excitement from enjoying the food still on his face, he turned around and ran with all his might. Run? At those words, the ear rat leered, but the habit of keeping for a long time, before his brain reacted, his body subconsciously already reacted, turned around and fled backward. Next moment, rumble, the ground shook. As Yikue removed the tumor, the spirituality completely dissipated, and the dense roots spreading underground were no longer able to hold on. instantly drying up and darkening until they disappeared. The entire village of Dutajai collapsed violently towards the huge hollow that appeared in the center after the roots disappeared. In just an instant, the Dutajai village was already gone, and countless rocks and soil slammed down towards the center. Ha 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 ha. Yi Kuei stood at the clear demarcation line, a reckless and crazy smile written all over his handsome face. Exciting! Too exciting! After dinner and scheduled exercise, he stared at the shifting terrain that was gradually calming down in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, must be favorable. Yi boy. The ear rat was tired and couldn't catch his breath. He turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei with round eyes. Such a dangerous thing. You call this a sport? Tens of thousands of tons of soil pressed down. A careless, not to mention what several levels of heavenly officials, on who will be killed. Ha 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 ha. Yi Kuei grinned even more as he looked at Ear Rat, his eyes full of recognition. Captain, your physical quality is also very good. Crunch. While speaking, Yi Kuei picked up the remaining piece of tumor in his hand and once again took a bite with a spray of flavor. Ear Rat no longer wanted to be saying anything to this member of his team. With that, he turned his head to look at the wretched condition in front of him, where he could no longer see any traces of the village, and he didn't know what came to his mind, and his eyes trembled. The situation before us, any way you look at it, it looks a little like a mudslide has ravaged it. The Ear Rat's expression was instantly creepy. Ye boys. A flash of complexity flashed across his sharp, thin, and lewd face as he turned to look at Yi Kuei, his voice slightly trembling. Those conditions I saw recorded in the file at that time, were they really the two of us? Right now, the matter of Watuzi village has been settled, but an even bigger mystery came to the mind of the earwig. Chapter 141 Archives. Always. The earwigs are full of doubt and confusion about what is happening to them. After all, the conditions they experienced were all too similar to what had been documented in the archives 5 years earlier. In particular, the scene in front of him, as if the village had suffered a mudslide, was exactly the same as the last content of the file, exactly the same. The very beginning. Ear Rat just thought that their odd experiences might have something to do with the evil spirits that existed in the village of Watuzi. But right now, the evil spirits have died out and they are still experiencing the corresponding things. All of this made the Ear Rat's heart filled with suspicion while at the same time a little nervous. Is it true that we have gone back 5 years? He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. His eyes slowly widened, and a touch of fear flashed in his eyes. If we really go back 5 years ago, we won. Be able to go back, right? 5 years ago. Listening to the words of the Ear Rat, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. Today's situation made him slightly puzzled as well. But Yi Kuei wasn't nervous. He only found it incredibly interesting. Captain, you want to know exactly what era we are in? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the Ear Rat and revealed a smile. Let's take a look after we go down the mountain. Won't it be clear? Yes. Yes. Upon hearing this, the Ear Rat's body trembled and hurriedly replied. The matter has been resolved. Let's quickly go down the mountain. Quickly go down the mountain and take a look. With those words, he turned around hastily, looking at the back of the Ear Rat who was about to leave in a panic. Yi Kuei paused and turned his head to look at the ruins of the Dutta-walled city, his eyes flickering for a moment. Stab! With a violent tug, he ripped off his left arm, which had just regenerated, once again and threw it out. Gobble gobble. When the left arm hit the ground, it instantly dissolved and melted into the earth. I'd like to see what this is all about. Yi Kuei's eyes flickered from the column of brand new abilities on the system's light screen, and a smile of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Competence, taking root. Flesh and blood are sacrificed and fall to the ground, and if you're willing to pay the price, then this land, it's yours. It was an ability he got after eating the tumor. It sounds extremely extraordinary, but in actuality, after Yi Kuei threw out his left arm, he gave a great portion of his lifespan and was able to assimilate no more than a single finger of land. Though the side effects and limitations are extreme, and it doesn't do much to improve combat prowess, but for Yi Kuei's eyes to explore this odd situation they were experiencing, it was of no small help. Go down the hill, Captain. Yi Kuei's left arm quickly regrew. He glanced at the location where his arm had just melted away, grinned, turned around and quickly followed the Ear Rat. Ye boys. Walking along the winding path, the Ear Rat turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. What do you think we're going to do if we really are back 5 years ago? The authority people? Will they arrest us? He'd been nervously shredding. That's not so bad. Yi Kuei laughed. Just as the two were talking, a faint white mist tainted with dampness drifted over the mountainside. Through the white mist, Yi Kuei's body lurched as he instantly furrowed his brows and turned to look at the back. Yi boy. What happened? The earwig also froze. Something's not right. Yi Kuei quickly rushed towards the mountain. Aren't we going down the mountain? Seeing this, A flash of urgency violently flashed across the ear rat's face as he hurriedly spoke. Why are you running up there again? But Yi Kuei's movements, however, had no intention of stopping at all. Unable to do anything else, the earwig could only refollow at a quick pace. Soon, he regained the position he had just left. Yi Kuei's slender and upright back was standing there motionlessly. Yi kid, what the hell is going on? Ear Mouse boarded his face and said unhappily. You can't just look at my good health and just climb back and forth to play. Don't we have more important things to do when we go down the mountain? However, before the words were finished, the moment he saw the situation in front of him, the ear rat's body trembled and froze violently. Ahead, it was already lush and vibrant. The ruins of Datuzi village had been covered by a leafy vegetation, and there was no sign of the messy scene just now. Without 3 or 5 years of age, the plant would never have grown to such a stature. The ear rat was tingling and his body couldn't stop trembling. We just. His voice was dry as hell. Really, back 5 years ago? No. Yi Kuei stood in front, staring at the lush ruins of the Duta-walled city, shook his head. His voice slowly sounded. I can be sure that where we were just now is not where we were 5 years ago. He didn't even feel the piece of land he had assimilated at the ruins of the Dodo-walled city ahead of him. However, in Yi Kuei's connection, the piece of land that he had assimilated and was the size of his thumb was still clear and real. That's funny. He narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at the mountains around him and smiled. Come on, Captain. Let's go back. Yi Kuei turned his head and waved his hand at the ear rat. What the hell is going on here? The ear rat was still trembling uncontrollably. What they were experiencing right now was far beyond his imagination. Whatever is going on? Yi Kuei shook his head and spoke softly. The situation at hand. I'm afraid it's not something you and I can handle today. But, he let out a long breath and spoke. We should be back by now. Fruity. Ear Rat saw the halberd jeep he had parked on the side of the road after descending the hill to a familiar spot at the foot of the hill. But off to the side, there was no sign at all that the bazaar had ever existed. Sitting in the jeep, Ear Rat was still slow to come to his senses. He gripped the steering wheel. In a trance. When I go back, I must take this situation and report it to the authority in a hurry. Yi Kuei did not reply. He was sitting on the sidelines, and was looking down at the one in his hand, the file on the Dark Mountain Village. All of a sudden, Yi Kuei seemed to have discovered something as he narrowed his eyes furiously. Captain. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Ear Rat. If I remember correctly, at that time, you said that there was nothing in the file about the Donkey Kongs, right? Yeah, there's no mention of any donkey group in the file. Ear Rat steeled himself and nodded. Yi Kuei looked at the file. The column related to cases involving the disappearance of donkey groups. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. It's really interesting, Yi boys. The Ear Rat looked at Yi Kuei and snapped his eyes wide. There wouldn't be any extra information about the donkey group in the file, would there? Ha! Yi Kuei laughed lightly and casually handed the file to the Ear Rat. Immediately, he took out his cell phone, and after making sure that the phone had regained a signal, he found Tim Yufei's number and dialed it. Chapter 142. What would be the flavor? The call was quickly answered. Yeah, sir. When Yufei answered, the phone was very anxious. Can hear the phone at the end of the things knocked over the messy sound. You find me something? After the master bug incident, the more sure Yufei thought about it, the more he was able to feel the heart-stoppingly powerful and inexplicably evil nature in Officer Yi. He had a whole new understanding of Officer Yi. Therefore, suddenly receiving Yi Kuei's call indirectly, sure Yufei was very nervous. Check out 2 people for me. Yi Kuei opened the door and said directly. One male is called Zhang Huang, probably in his 40s, and the other is called Lu Yao, who should be in his early 30s. Yi sir, you wait a moment. Hearing that Yi Kuei was checking on someone, sure Yufei was relieved. On the other end of the phone, there was a series of keyboard operations. Officer, yeah, soon. Sure Yufei's voice resounded once again. Are you sure that the people you are looking for? One is called Zhang Huang and the other is called Lu Yao? Okay. Yi Kuei nodded and opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong? Tim Yufei stalled and hesitated a bit. I don't know if I'm mistaken, because there is no information that matches the 2 people you're talking about in the present-day database. From the name and age comparison, none of them match. But, he seemed to be looking through some information, and after a pause, he spoke again. In a transcript from 5 years ago, there were the names of Zhang Huang and Lu Yao. But, according to the information in the transcript, they were about 5 years ago. The age you said they were. Tokuyufi shook his head. A transcript from 5 years ago? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. What's in the transcript? Content. Tokuyufi checked it out. In the next moment, he seemed to see something and let out an extremely puzzled sound. The content of the transcript says that Zhang Huang and Lu Yao, as well as several donkeys traveling with them, were brought back to the police station to learn the date and time, and became violently agitated. When Yufei read the transcript, his voice grew slower and more astonished. They claimed they were coming back from 5 years later. And then what? Yikuei's eyes fiercely flashed with a stern aura. Then, when Yufei continued to check the transcript, he opened his mouth and replied. At that time, Zhang Huang and Lu Yao and others were very agitated, and their mental state was extremely unstable. The police force had no choice but to temporarily take them into custody and hold them until they calmed down before questioning them. But the next day, and they disappeared. He looked at the transcript and froze himself. Disappeared? Yi Kuei gave a beat, narrowing his eyes as he opened his mouth to inquire. Disappeared in the police station? 2. Tim Yufei frowned and nodded. In the intake room, under the camera. It just disappeared. There's also this. A rakish smile flashed across the corner of Yi Kuei's mouth. According to the records of the special section, the matter was ruled as an unusual event, and at that time the matter was reported to the authority. Without Yi Kuei's reminder, Shi Yufei took the initiative to look over the development of the incident. The subsequent records. We don't have the authority to view them. It's been reported to the authority? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the ear rat and thought. By the way, he opened his mouth once again and inquired. The policeman who led Zhang Huang and the others to the police station at that time. What was his surname? Let's see. The record of the signature on the transcript is Law Wingchong. His last name is Law. After checking it out, Tim Yufei replied. But strangely enough, Sergeant Luo and the other sergeant who was involved in the Zhang Huang incident at the time also inexplicably disappeared the next day. This is something that should have been reported to the authority altogether. He opened his mouth and said, Officer Yi, you should be able to find out the relevant information in the authorities' files. Okay, I got it. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. All of a sudden, as if he thought of something, he opened his mouth to Shi Yufei on the other end of the phone and asked, What about you? What were you doing 5 years ago? 5 years ago. Despite not knowing what Officer Yi was up to, Shi Yufei thought for a while before answering seriously. 5 years ago I should have just joined the police station not long ago and was working as an operator in the special section. Speaking of 5 years ago, he revealed a smile. Officer Yi, do you think it's funny? I had a dream last night, and it just so happened that I dreamt that I received a phone call 5 years ago, and it was especially clear in my dream. And the voice in that phone call was just exactly like yours. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei similarly smiled. That's quite interesting. A few moments later, the phone hung up. I'm afraid there's only so much information you can get at the vigilance. Since Shi Yufei had said that the relevant incident had already been reported to the authority 5 years ago, the only thing left to do was to see if any clues could be found in the authorities' files. But, Yi Kuei was very interested in this matter of Tim Yufei saying that he had a dream of receiving a call made through him. Yi kid, what the hell is going on here? Just then, the slightly nervous voice of an ear rat to the side rang out. He had already seen the extra content in the file about the dark mountain village and in the rather quiet car. The conversation between Yi Kuei and Shi Yufei simply could not hide from the ear rats with sharp hearing. Who knows? Yi Kuei smiled frankly. He turned his head to look out the window of the car. The spreading mountains where the village of Dutu was located were once again hidden in a cloudy mist, looking quite mysterious. In a little while we're going back to the authority anyway. Yi Kuei turned back to the ear rat and replied with a smile. Let's see if there are any clues in the authorities' files. And I don't know. This weirdness of being able to influence the logic of reality. Here, he paused, and a flash of excitement to the point of madness snapped in his eyes. What will it taste like? The earwig's body shuddered and his eyes snapped open. He had been refreshing his knowledge of Yi Kuei. However, the ear rat still did not think that in the face of this mysterious and terrible to creepy situation, Yi Kid's first thought was to eat as well. Captain, what are you standing there for? Seeing that the ear rat was slow to move, Yi Kuei opened his mouth and urged, let's get going and hurry back to the authority. Good. Ear rat's body shuddered again, and in a trance, he started the car, the jeep whirring, and headed toward where the authority was. It didn't take long. The halberd's jeep then stopped in front of the familiar Taoist temple. The ginkgos are fluttering, and the Qin provincial administration is in peace. However, before Yi Kuei stepped into the gate of the authority, he suddenly stopped and frowned. Chapter 143 The Door. Sha. Top of the head. The ginkgo trees kept swinging as if they were saying something. Yi boy. What happened? Seeing Yi Kuei suddenly stop, the ear rat curiously opened his mouth to inquire. It's okay. Yi Kuei raised his head to look at the ginkgo tree above his head and stepped inside the Taoist temple. Let's go back first. Seeing this, a flash of incomprehension flashed across the ear rat's sharp, thin, and lewd face. But, when he followed Yi Kuei, and stepped into the authority, he finally felt the wrong atmosphere in the authority. The entire authority, compared to before, is slightly empty. This is something that the earwig is well aware of. After all, he already knew from Pred that the halberd bearer had taken many elite heavenly officials to the capital. But in addition to the emptiness, the ear rat even felt a touch of low and solemnity within the authority. What's going on? He froze for a moment as he looked at the serious face written on the incoming and outgoing heavenly officers. Go to Pred first. Yi Kuei put down his cell phone. Just now he dialed Pred's number, but there was a delay in answering. The two soon arrived at the office area located at the back of the authority. The deeper they went into the authority, the more they could feel the heavy atmosphere within the authority. Didn't you say that some of the elite celestial officials have already left with Lord Halberd Bearer? At the same time, the ear rat also seemed to see some familiar faces, but in his understanding, these heavenly officials had clearly already traveled to the capital with Ba Xia. Is it hard to believe that they've all come back? There was even a flash of disbelief in the ear rat's eyes. Just then, Yi Kuei directly pushed open the door of the office in front of him. And the moment he saw the state of the office, the earwig froze violently. Halberd Bearer. He stared blankly at the overlord who had returned, a flash of bewilderment flashing across his sharp, thin, lewd face. Ahead, Basho had half his shirt off and was sitting in a chair. The body that was sagging, but seemed to emanate a metallic texture, was covered with hideous scars, and the most horrifying of all, was the one on the left shoulder that was broken at the roots. His left arm had disappeared, and where the wound was connected, the flesh buds were twisted and faintly flickered with scarlet light. Every time a flash of scarlet flashed by, Basho couldn't help but frown. To be able to make the Basho, who was not even disturbed by the collapse of Tarzan in front of his eyes, show such a look, you can imagine how much pain the shoulder scars caused. But how? The ear rat, who joined the authority 10 years ago, knew what kind of existence the Basha, whose seniority ranked at the forefront of all the heavenly officials in the whole of China, really was. Although nominally as a Qin province halberd wielder, Basho, who had awakened his physique-type abilities, was only a V-ranked heavenly official. However, 10 years ago, Basho had instantly crushed the spirit of a Class V evil sneak with just one punch in front of a group of authority members. And 10 years ago Basho looked like this in his old age. 10 years later, he still looks like this. It made Rat once wonder just how old Basho was today. It is such a suppression of a party, the towering immovable sea god Pin. Right now, even broken arm, body so seriously injured. What the hell happened? At the same time, Basha also saw Yi Kuei and Ear Rat who appeared in the doorway. With a jolt, he redressed himself, but the empty left sleeve looked rather harsh. Yekal? Basha looked at Yi Kuei and revealed a smile. When did you come back, halberd bearer? Yi Kuei's eyes flickered from the Basho's left arm, frowning as he inquired. What's going on here? Suffered a small injury. Basho glanced at his empty cuffs and shook his head. Minor injuries? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. With Basha's strength, and with so many heavenly officials of the authority who possessed healing abilities, it wasn't so bad that a broken arm couldn't even heal the wound. This is no small injury. Pred? You too? And it was then that Ear Rat realized that Predator was standing there with a complicated look on his face on the other side of the office. Just now, his attention was on Basho, and he hadn't really paid attention to Predator, who had been standing next to him. What the hell happened to the authority? Seeing this, the Ear Rat was even more anxious. When I came back just now, I felt that something wasn't quite right. Not only was the atmosphere depressing, but the expressions on the faces of the heavenly officials were all very grave. Now, Lord Halberd Bearer is still wounded. He turned his head and glanced nervously at the overlord. Halberd Bearer. At that, Predator didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Basho. Say it. Basho waved his hand, his pale voice not fluctuating much. This kind of news is already known up and down the authority. There's no need to hide it. Yes, Pred nodded. Or is it because of the door found at the authority's headquarters? With a soft sigh, he opened his mouth to recount what had happened. At the time, the authority's headquarters was extremely tense after discovering the door that had inexplicably appeared, because that door's spiritual fluctuation was unheard of, even beyond the scope of what the authority's headquarters could determine. They had mobilized the elite heavenly officials of the entire Chinese authority at the first opportunity after the preliminary investigation was over, preparing to explore that door. It has always been the authority's code that no unknown being should be left unchecked. After all, in the fight with the weird and evil spirits, the authority clearly knows one thing: whoever first occupies the first hand, who will have a great advantage. And after integrating the elite heavenly officials from all of China, including several 6th-level heavenly officials from the authority, Guru, Ghost Mother, Yama, and Faustus were all present, they opened that door. What happens after you step through the door has become the highest-ranking secret in the WAA. The end result, however, is shocking. The authorities suffered extremely heavy losses. Of the several 6th-ranked heavenly officials, Faust died to cover the retreat of a group of heavenly officials. Ghost Mother was seriously injured, and Guru Bird stayed on that side of the door. More than half of the elite heavenly officials from the Qin provincial administration who traveled there died. There were even some celestial officials, along with the gurus, who failed to leave. The authority escaped from behind the door in what could be described as a rout, and after the authority had paid a great price and utilized several extremely high-grade sealing objects to barely seal the door. But all this was also based on the premise that the door itself was motionless. Listening to Pred's words that were not mixed with any emotion, the ear rat only felt his body tremble and go cold. Listening to the narrative alone, he could feel the despair that the group of heavenly officials faced at that time. And most of all, the door that was mysterious and terrible and brought about a great crisis was still there. One never knows when the door will open of its own accord. It has become the sword of Damocles that has fallen at some point over the heads of the whole of China. Chapter 144, Knowing that you can't do it. How did this happen? The earwig's eyes continued to quiver. He hadn't even thought that the shock would come so suddenly. The crisis brought about by the gate comes first. Let's just say that the authorities suffered such heavy casualties in this one incident. How are they going to cope with the subsequent anomalies that keep popping up in the real world? Doors. Yi Kuei froze for a moment. By all accounts, he grinned, his angular face filled with madness. The door just needs to be there so I should be able to taste it. Yi kid, calm down. When the ear rat heard Yi Kuei's self-talk, his body trembled and hurriedly spoke. With the current situation, where the front door is, don't even think about it. He was worried. The door is dangerous for now. With the tense posture of the authority nowadays as if they were on the verge of a great enemy. Not to mention what to taste the door. If Yi Kuei dared to go near the door, I'm afraid that he would be dealt with by the authority. Yi Kuei, I can understand your eagerness to help the authority solve its problems. Although he didn't hear Yi Kuei's whispering to himself, Basho heard the sound of an ear rat. He also turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. A complex smile flashed across his face. But nowadays, the most important thing for you to do is still to seize the time to improve your strength. Right now the authority needs you guys a lot. And the authority can't afford a single possible accident. That door, no one is allowed near it. Basha sighed softly. You know, that door is completely different from the unusual weird and evil spirits. Completely different? Yi Kuei gave a start, his eyes flashing with disbelief. The ear rat was relieved to see that Yi Kuei finally didn't say any more nonsense. So what are we going to do to follow up? He looked up, nervousness written all over his face. Cautious by nature, the earwig is fearful of the future. Faced with that door that could bring crisis to the whole of China, he couldn't even find a place to escape. The predator's voice rang out when the basho didn't answer. The door has been temporarily sealed. He glanced at the ear rat and said in a deep voice, according to the halberd bearer, the authority has passed through some means and has been able to ascertain that in a short period of time, there will be no mutations in the gate. The follow-up can only build up its strength and look for an opportunity to find a way out. But the most important thing right now is to deal with the situation where the authority is losing a lot of money. Pred shook his head, slightly helpless. So, the earwig froze. So the authority, to usher in change. Basha's pale voice slowly sounded. Go. His cloudy gaze swept over Yi Kuei and the ear rat as he spoke. You guys came back just in time. As he spoke, Predator stepped forward to assist Basho and prepared to walk toward the door. And just then, Yi Kuei and ear rat also just realized that not only did Basha break an arm, the top of his body was covered with scars, and the wounds on his legs were even more shocking. The once immovable, rock-steady halberd wielder now needed Pred's assistance to walk. The ear rat's sharp, thin and lewd face was even more violently stagnant. After Yi Kuei's eyes swept past the basho, he did not utter a word and took a step to follow. Soon, following behind Basya, they once again arrived at the empty schoolyard where they had participated in the heavenly officials' examination at that time. Sha 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 sha, ginkgo trees flutter. The schoolyard was already full of celestial officials, and this time, it wasn't the few heavenly officials that were at the heavenly officials' examination. Right now, all the other heavenly officials of the Qin provincial administration, except for the one who had been brought back by Basya and was being treated for serious injuries, were already present. The schoolyard was full and solemn. Seeing this, the ear rat's body trembled, and a flash of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He hadn't seen, for a long time, a scene like the one in front of him at the Qin provincial administration. The halberd bearer has returned and has sent a message to all the heavenly officials. Seeing ear rat's astonished look, Predator couldn't help but freeze. Didn't you and Yi Kuei receive the message and hurriedly come back? The ear rat froze and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. He had been in a trance since he left the village of Dutuzi, and had made absolutely no effort to check his cell phone. On the contrary, it was Yi Kid, who was checking the time and making phone calls just now. Are you talking about this red sign that keeps flashing? Seeing the ear rat's line of sight, Yi Kuei took out his cell phone, pointing at the emergency signals that covered the entire screen. His handsome face flashed with a touch of bewilderment. I thought it was a virus in my cell phone. You. Predator's eyes snapped open. Even Basho, who was walking in front, couldn't help but stagger his feet. Yi boy. The ear rat's face instantly darkened. You really still have to be more attentive in the future. He couldn't even figure out how sometimes Yi Kid was frighteningly smart, and sometimes he could be as slow as he was right now. Yi Kuei was self-conscious of his shortcomings, and a flash of embarrassment flashed across his handsome face. I'll pay attention in the future. That's right, halberd bearer. As if he had remembered something, he raised his head to look at Overlord and spoke. Regarding the mission I carried out with the captain this time, there are some issues that need to be reported. Not until after what's going to happen in a little while. Basha turned his head and smiled at Yi Kuei. Brush. Inside the schoolyard, the sights of the crowd of heavenly officials were suddenly cast over after seeing Basya appear. Seriousness was written all over their faces. Obviously, the gate incident had not been kept secret, and the heavenly officials had all been made aware of it. They knew very well that this time when the hegemon had summoned them back, there must be something extremely important to announce. Basha refused Predator's assistance and stepped a little onto the platform in front of the schoolyard under the watchful eyes of the crowd of celestial officials. I think that everyone should know what's going on. No megaphone was used, but the calm voice of Basho resounded clearly in the ears of every heavenly officer. I don't care what went through your heads when you heard that news. His drooping gaze was firm and resolute, but I will say this. We are the heavenly officials. The purpose of the existence of the heavenly officials is to fight against evil spirits and weirdness, and to protect each and every one of the people of China. So, until we stop breathing, we have to continue our duties. The gate has been sealed for the time being, and the authority will surely do everything it can to solve the gate problem. The evil spirits and weirdness in the land of China. We can't just let it go. Due to the aftermath of the gate incident, I'm afraid it will be impossible to deal with unusual events from now on as a squad. Speaking here, Basho swept over the group of heavenly officials below bit by bit. I know that this adjustment represents a steep rise in danger, but it is a heavenly officer who knows that he cannot do it. He paused and spoke again. But before that, there needs to be a brand new assessment of your strength. Chapter 145, Actual Battle. What do you mean? Hearing the words coming from above, the ear rat's body trembled and instantly scrunched its neck. What does Lord Halberd Bearer mean? Nervousness was written all over his sharp, thin, lewd face. In fact, Ear Rat was able to understand the reason why Basho announced this change in the authority. After all, after the gate, the authorities suffered heavy losses. The heavenly officials, who were already understaffed, were even more devastated, and in order to cope with the frequent and bizarre recovery situations, it was necessary to adjust the number of heavenly officials carrying out their duties. But, what's he gonna do? As a rank 3 heavenly officer with little combat ability, who had carved caution and lewdness into his bones, letting the ear rat go out on a mission by himself was not asking for his life? Captain, you don't have to be too nervous. Seeing the ear rat's appearance, Yi Kuei gave a dry laugh. Didn't the halberd bearer say just now that he wanted to make a brand new assessment of the strength of the heavenly officials? He must be sending out missions according to the different strengths of the heavenly officials and then accordingly. He knew what Ear Rat was worried about. I know. Ear Rat's sharp, thin, lewd face quivered once more. But the thing is, even if I'm left alone to solve a Class 1 anomaly, I'm still scared. How dangerous is that? Apprehension was written all over his face. There isn't even anyone to look out for each other. What if something happens? No. Ear Rat gritted his teeth and snapped his head up to look at Basho. I'll have to go talk to Lord Halberd Bearer in a bit, if he has to insist and let me carry out the mission alone. I hope he will give me 10 or 8 seals for the sake of my so many years in the authority and my hard work. Yi Kuei looked at the Ear Rat and his eyes widened violently. He had always thought that he was greedy enough, but I didn't realize that my own captain was more daring to speak up. 10 pieces of 8 seals. What is the concept? Just then, everyone should understand why the authority has made this adjustment. Basho's voice slowly sounded from the front. To ensure the accuracy of the missions sent, and to minimize casualties to the extent possible, I expect you all to give your best in this assessment. Today's situation is unique, and the authority needs you more than ever. His gaze, calm and determined. Of course, this test is still dominated by the Halberd Division and the Medical Division, which have the ability to fight. Soon after, Basho seemed to have thought of something and spoke again. The book and divination departments, due to their special circumstances, do not have the means to conduct an assessment of their combat abilities, but we also choose tasks that are appropriate for each of them based on their different abilities. There was not a flicker in his words. However, the meaning contained therein only called for a solemn look. The Ministry of Books and the Ministry of Divination, both of which may have to travel to the front line of execution to deal with the corresponding abnormal events. One can only imagine the state of affairs in which the authority finds itself today. But it's also like what Basho said. The significance of the existence of the heavenly officials is to remove evil spirits and weirdness and to protect the people of China. As a celestial official, you cannot forget your duties as long as you are alive. And after the overlord's words rang out, not a single sound of discontent rang out from the large schoolyard. The celestial officials of the halberd and the Ministry of Medicine do not speak. The crowd of heavenly officials wearing the insignia of the book and divination departments did not change their expressions for a second, and some of them even revealed a smile. Obviously, they were prepared for what lay before them. Seeing the scene in front of him, the ear rat's body trembled, and a complex look flashed across his sharp, thin, and lewd face. Foremost, as Basha looked at the group of heavenly officials who did not flinch and retreat in the slightest, a touch finally flashed across his drooping face. He had been in charge of the Qin provincial administration for so many years. How could he be at peace in the face of this choice that could have cost the lives of many heavenly officials? Someone has to do it. That's generally what's going on. After a moment's pause, his old and calm voice resounded once more. This time, the ones who are going to conduct the assessment are a large number of heavenly officials from all over the authority, so I won't waste anyone's time. He waved his hand. Now get ready to start. Finish the conversation. Basho adjusted his breathing and turned around, then walked a little towards the chair in the back. In his current physical condition, standing alone in front of the schoolyard for so long had long since reached his limit. Seeing the situation, Predator rushed over and assisted Basho. After helping Basho into a chair in the back, Predator seemed to say something else to Basho, but he waved his hand, rejecting it outright. Pred could only sigh. Next, I will inform you of the way in which the strength assessment will be conducted. He walked back to the front of the stage, looked at the group of heavenly officials below, and opened his mouth. This time, there is no need to use any seals, nor is there any need to conduct any examinations. The assessment is simple. A glare flashed in Predator's eyes. It's the actual battle. Actual combat is the most effective way to test strength. We've made a roster from the authorities' files, the rank of the Tenkan, the completion of missions, and have rostered the appropriate roster for the actual duel. After his gaze, once again, swept over the crowd of heavenly officials below, he spoke in a deep voice. I'll remind you once again that this strength assessment is related to the future assignment of tasks. So, I hope you all make sure to give it your all. Predator's voice was resonant. Surprisingly, it's actual combat. Listening to Predator's words, the ear rat's eyes widened even more violently. He was just now wondering how he should have to assess the strength of a group of heavenly officials, but he did not think that it would actually be in this way. The ear rat's eyes swept over the heavenly officers of the Ministry of Healing, who had long been standing at attention on both sides, and his body trembled. With real combat, injuries can occur, and in the present situation where the manpower of the heavenly officer of the authority is already insufficient, there is still such a boldness to make such a decision. It seemed that this evaluation was imperative to make the most accurate judgment of the strength of the heavenly officials, and after Pred finished presenting the rules, the entire schoolyard, then, began to get busy in an organized manner. It happened suddenly. The celestial officials, however, still showed their superb ability to execute. Newly promoted heavenly officers this year, gather over here. At that moment, a call rang out from the sidelines. The female heavenly official of the medical department with glasses, who had once followed Basho on a trip to investigate the cause of Budu's death, was looking forward to it. According to the roster, the newly promoted celestial officials were divided into the same batch. Newly minted Sky Marshal. Seeing this, Yikue narrowed his eyes, turned his head to look at the ear rat, and spoke. Captain, then I'll go over first. Go go go. The ear rat waved his hand at Yikue. With the situation at hand, I'm sure he'll soon hear his name as well. Soon. Yikue then arrived beside the female heavenly official named Zhonglu. Chapter 146, The Ones That Didn't Come Back. And here it is. He also saw many familiar faces. They were all members who had participated in the heavenly official's examination with him not long ago. Su Xiling, Su Lan, and the few liners who were vaguely led by Wu Qi at the time. However, probably related to having already experienced an unusual event, the temperament of the crowd had changed quite a bit from what it once was, and was much more composed. However, after seeing Yikue, their bodies still trembled violently. and they immediately took half a step back. What happened during the heavenly officials' examination at that time had left a great shadow on them to this day. Strange. However, amongst the crowd, Yi Kuei did not see Lok Yu's figure and he frowned. Let's get a grip. Ahead. Zhonglu opened his mouth to urge up. After taking care of the newly promoted celestial officers, she still had her own strength assessment to do. Just then, Zhonglu saw Yi Kuei standing at the side. It's Yi Kuei. Ha! She paused for a moment, and a helpless smile appeared on her face after her sight swept through her glasses and over the badge of the famous medical department on Yi Kuei's chest. As the head of the medical department of the Qin provincial administration, so far Zhonglu had not even spoken a few words to this, nominally belonging to his own department, heavenly officer. The Lord Halberd Bearer has already given me instructions that with your current strength, you do not need to undergo a strength assessment along with the newly promoted heavenly officials. She reached out her hand and pointed to the other side. Your information. It should be with the Class 3 heavenly officials. 3. Level Sky Officer? Words. Su Xiling and the others at the back, who hadn't yet had the chance to speak, snapped their eyes wide open, and a touch of shock flashed across their faces. Having experienced the heavenly officials' examination, they knew the extraordinary nature of Yi Kuei's talent. However, Su Xiling and the others still hadn't thought that Yi Kuei's strength had reached such a level. At best, they followed their captain and accomplished a task or two, and Yi Kuei, surprisingly, could already be on the same stage as the 3-level heavenly officials. For strength assessment? What a concept! Today's Yi Kuei was actually on the verge of having the strength to possess a title. How long had it been since the end of the heavenly officials' examination? Especially the few liners in the back. Their expressions froze in an instant. They did not doubt Yi Kuei's intentions. The several liners were just a million times more glad that they were not dizzy and followed Wu Qi in some impulsive behavior at that time. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. That's right. Yi Kuei was not aware of what Su Xiling and the others were thinking at this instant. After hearing Zhonglu's words, he turned around and walked in the direction Zhonglu's finger was pointing. Then I'll go over first. Alas. Looking at Yi Kuei's back as he turned around, Zhonglu's eyes were filled with complexity. In fact, after hearing the halberd bearer tell her this news, even Zhonglu herself was beyond shocked. She couldn't believe the speed of Yi Kuei's progress, and as the head of the medical department, Zhonglu had seen it all. She knew very well that a demon like Yi Kuei, as long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to become the prime of the Qin provincial administration. But nowadays, what the authority lacks most is time. Just as the crowd in the rear had mixed feelings in their hearts, Yi Kuei had already arrived at the place Zhonglu had said that the Class 3 heavenly officials had gathered. The one in charge of assessing the strength of the heavenly officials in this area was the one Yi Kuei had seen before. That one stout man with sweaty hair all over his body, with a bear-like body shape, and the title of shift that is, Yi Kuei. When he saw Yi Kuei appear, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his rough face. It seems that you already know that your roster is here with me. It was while traveling to the steel mill to rescue, through the situation that the ear rat and Father Lift and the others were in at the time, he had already gained some understanding of Yi Kuei's strength. Yi Kuei? It's that kid who made a big splash in this heavenly officials examination. What does it mean that his roster is with us? He isn't going to be on the same stage as us for a real combat evaluation, is he? It can't be, can it? I've heard that he has extraordinary talent, but it shouldn't be so exaggerated. However, after the voice of Shifted immediately rang out, the surrounding group of 3-level heavenly officials froze violently, and immediately stared at each other with wide-eyed murmurs. Even though the rank 3 heavenly officials in their area were not considered the best, but to be able to have their own title already shows how extraordinary they are. Even with Yi Kuei's talent, the heavenly officials of the Qin provincial administration had already heard about it. However, the group of heavenly officials did not think that in such a short period of time, Yi Kuei would be strong enough to grow to the point where he would be able to fight on the same stage as them. I remember you were the captain of Rokuyuku. Yi Kuei didn't pay any attention to the astonishment of the heavenly officials beside him as he raised his head to look at Shifting Yi and opened his mouth to inquire. How come I don't see him anywhere? He had roughly swept the schoolyard for a week just now, and had not even seen the fat figure with the fiery enthusiasm. You said Lok Chubby Ah. At those words, Shift gave a beat. The smile on his face gradually converged. He has not been very stable lately, always making a fuss at the authority, so temporarily locked up by the halberd bearers. A flash of complexity crossed his rugged face. Making a fuss? Yi Kuei frowned. Why is he making a fuss? What happened? In his knowledge, although Rokuyu had a somewhat arrogant and domineering personality, he was extremely intelligent and not so stupid as to make a fuss at the authority without any scruples. The Juggalos went to the authority's headquarters with the halberd bearer at that time. Shift sighed. But he couldn't get out in time to cover his authority teammates and was left on the other side of the door. Juggalo? Yikue raised his head to look at Shift, that is. Juga is the little fat man's father. Moving to drop his eyes. The little fat man has been making a fuss regardless. To head to the other side of the door. To save his father. Yikue snapped. In his mind, the short, fat, but extremely powerful man popped up. Jugon. Though I haven't met a few myself. But his father, who had always been on Rokuyuko's lips, had left an extremely deep impression on him. In each of Rokie's big grinning expressions, both can feel his father, who was his strongest support. And this time, the father that Rokie spoke of as the one who didn't try so hard never came back. It was at this moment that Yikue was suddenly able to clearly feel the door incident, bringing the authority the deep and heavy damage. Well, let's not talk about that. Moving on, he tried to bring a smile to his face. He reached out and patted Yikue's shoulder as he spoke. Prepare yourself, so we can start the actual combat evaluation. You've only been a heavenly official for a short time, and the halberd bearer concludes that you have the strength to be on the same stage as an average level 3 heavenly official. Moving on, he smiled and shook his head. You must behave properly in a while. Chapter 147. You don't have to be too nervous. Try to play to your strengths. Moving to Yikue, he opened his mouth and said seriously, don't worry about safety. The heavenly officials of the Ministry of Medicine are all nearby. If anything goes wrong, I'll be there in time. His eyes swept over the group of heavenly officials beside him, once again revealing a smile. Although they are all rank 3 heavenly officials, you really won't necessarily lose. Obviously. Shifting, that is, there was also a not so small expectation for Yikue. That kid is actually on the same stage as us? How long has Yikue only passed the heavenly official examination? And he has the strength of a class 3 heavenly official? The latter. We have to perform well too. We can't be looked down upon by our juniors. Shift's words caused the group of heavenly officials to confirm what they had just guessed, and they were in a trance for a moment, a flash of shock flashing across their faces, even if they weren't the best of the class 3 heavenly officials. However, those who were able to become class 3 heavenly officials had also experienced life and death, accomplished many missions, and existed as captains. Being caught up by a young man who had just passed the heavenly officials examination not long ago caused a small ripple in the hearts of the crowd of level 3 heavenly officials. Whatever. They couldn't afford to lose the pride of being a class 3 heavenly official. Shifting, that is, he was keenly aware of the changes in the surrounding heavenly officials, and he was dumbfounded, not expecting that Yikue's appearance, but instead, it was even more capable of stirring up the good spirits of the crowd of heavenly officials. However, it's a good change. That's the kid. Shifting immediately, he turned his head to look at Yikue. A touch of helplessness flashed in his eyes. I'm afraid that in a while, I'll have to suffer a bit. He shook his head and stopped thinking about the mess. As long as he was here, nothing would go wrong. Let's just get started. Moving to the list, he took out the list and glanced at it before opening his mouth. The 2 sides for the first actual battle are Compass Eagle and Sparse. Go on. He looked to the clearing in front of him. Upon hearing this, 2 heavenly officials with extraordinary temperaments walked out and stepped onto an open space cleared out in front of them. Sha 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 sha. In the meantime, the ginkgo tree overhead swung violently. Yikue narrowed his eyes. He could clearly feel a spirituality falling from the sky and spreading around the open space in front of him. It seems that the ginkgo trees were protected accordingly when the practical test was conducted. Open space. The Compass Eagle and Spare glanced at each other. Next moment, boom, the fight broke out straight away. They were all celestial officer captains who had experienced life and death and accomplished many missions, and were extremely experienced. Knowing the importance of this strength assessment, the 2 struck out without the slightest hesitation. The Compass Eagle's awakened ability was related to wind, and a sharp and invisible wind blade continuously flew towards the Sparse on the other side. In front of Shu, there were countless vines raging out. The vines were like harsh whips, spreading directly toward the Compulsion Eagle. The 2 of them were worthy of being rank 3 heavenly officials. Their spirituality was rampant, and the overriding aura they brought up during the battle only made it impossible to open one's eyes. I can see that. Although it was extremely sudden for the authority to conduct a strength assessment this time, some effort was made to better assess the strength of both sides and the candidates for the actual battle matchup. There are no restraints on the abilities of the Compass Eagle and Sparse, and both are easily able to flex their muscles. Well, looking at the situation before him, Shift nodded. He was quite satisfied with the performance of the Compass Eagle and Shu. Aside, Yikue, on the other hand, was wide-eyed. A class 3 heavenly official going all out was indeed not quite the same as an ordinary heavenly official, and the earth was vaguely shaking from the duel between the 2. However, it was not the strength of the 2 men that Yikue was stunned by. He was surprised that, the two heavenly officials in front. Isn't that a little too weak? Yi Kuei had a rough judgment of his own strength. However, he was not sure about the exact strength of the heavenly officials. After all, the captain's ear rat, who had been carrying out missions with him, was so battleless that he had no reference value whatsoever. And the last time, after a good encounter with Father Lift, he was shut down by Mirrorguile, until he saw the scene before him. You don't have to be too nervous. Seemingly noticing the change in Yi Kuei's expression, Shifted turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Compass Sculptor and Sparse are considered to be in the second tier in the Class 3 heavenly officials. The opponent the halberd wielder set you up against surely can't be this powerful. He smiled. After all, you're still young and growing. If you were given the same amount of time, you'd definitely be better than them. Yi Kuei opened his mouth, but he didn't know how he should respond to Shift's words. Boom! And just then, a muffled sound violently rang out from the front. Shuwa, after taking a hard wind blade, maneuvered the vines that had been hidden underground and succeeded in sneaking in from behind, tying up the compulsion eagle and hanging it up. The vines continued to tighten, directly incapacitating the compass eagle. Sparse won. Seeing this, Shift immediately turned his head and signaled for the compass eagle to stop before picking up the book on the side and began to carefully record it. In this evaluation, in addition to hard power, the performance of battle strategy is one of the items to be emphasized. Sijin. In front, the compass eagle and Sha greeted each other and left the field at a quick pace, finding the celestial officials who stood aside in the Ministry of Healing and began to treat them. Just now, during the battle, they still suffered some minor injuries. The two men sort of did their best, so there was no disagreement about the results. Let's see what's going to be evaluated below. After recording the results, Shifted picked up the list on the side. He froze for a moment before turning his head to look at Yi Kuei. Kid, you're next. The other side is, Win the Sovereign. Moving on, he turned his head to look at the other side of the celestial officers. I can't believe it's me? A man dressed in black, with an arched back and a slightly dusky aura froze for a moment before taking a step and stepping into the open space in front of him. The dang sovereign is not weak. Seeing this scene, Shift frowned. Originally, he thought that the opponent that the halberd bearer had arranged for Yi Kuei might be weaker. Who knew that it would be Dang Hu? It seemed that Lord Halberd Bearer's expectations and judgment of Yi Kuei was even higher than what he had predicted at the very beginning. It's Yi Kuei's turn. The strength of the Dangshu is not that simple. Check it out. The Halberd Bearer must have a reason for arranging it this way. Seeing this, the crowd of heavenly officials immediately looked at Yi Kuei. They were incomparably curious about this young man who had just passed the heavenly officials examination not long ago and was qualified to compete with them on the same stage. The heavenly officials also wanted to see just how far Yi Kuei could go. The crowd's eyes. Yi Kuei frowned and raised his head to look aside at Shifting, namely, opening his mouth once again. But in the end, not knowing how to open his mouth, he could only step on towards the front with a slightly stiff expression. Chapter 148. How many levels of heavenly officials are you? Sha 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 sha. The ginkgo tree overhead swings gently. Even Gongsun Baikali's attention shifted over before and after Yi Kuei came on. However, looking at Yi Kuei's performance in front of him, Shift then paused. He had met Yi Kuei and knew some of the things that happened at that time. In Shifting Namely's realization, Yi Kuei should not be able to face such a little bit of difficulty at the moment and reveal this kind of gesture. Not to mention, just now, he had also explained to Yi Kuei that he didn't need to worry too much about safety. But how? Yekel would be a scared look of wanting to say something? What was he trying to say to himself? And what is he afraid of? Shift frowned softly. As the future of the authority, Yi Kuei would be a bit too disappointing if he cowered and retreated at the slightest difficulty. What's going on with Yekel? Why is he hesitant? Scared? Not so much. The halberd wielder can rest assured that letting him compete with us on the same stage must have considered. Not just moving i.e. The other celestial officials noticed this as well. Yi Kuei's performance was just too obvious. What are you doing? Even Dang Hu, who was standing opposite Yi Kuei, frowned. I've always had a good impression of you. What do you mean by this now? Since you've decided to have a strength assessment, show your skills. He looked at Yi Kuei and opened his mouth to educate. Otherwise, you can go to Lord Halberd Bearer yourself and ask him not to send you to the area of a level 3 heavenly official. As a heavenly official, how can you be cowed before a battle? The dominatrix's expression was slightly disgruntled. All right. After hearing Dang Hu's words, Yi Kuei finally exhaled a breath and raised his head as if he had made some decision. Can we start? He turned his head to look at Shift, that is, could be. Shifting his face, he nodded. Buzz. And the moment Shift that nodded his head in agreement, Dang Hu's figure lurched and turned into a cloud of shadows, disappearing. Since the strength assessment was conducted, the Dang Hu would not be the slightest bit soft. regardless of whether the opponent was timid and fearful or not. He felt, even more so, that he should be more serious. In this way, he could teach a good lesson to the newly promoted heavenly official in front of him, who was gifted and had high hopes from the Lord Halberd bearer, but was cowering and looking ahead. Next moment, bang! Only a muffled sound was heard, when the Dominion's body, which had just turned into a shadow, violently smashed through the wall of spirituality constructed by the ginkgo tree. It directly flew backwards. Yikuei appeared where Dang Hu had just been and shook off his hand. Quiet. The field snapped to silence. What's the situation? What happened? Next moment, it was an instant cacophony. The crowd of heavenly officials stared wide-eyed, and incredulity was even written in their eyes. They didn't even get to see what had just happened. In the sight of the crowd of heavenly officials, they just saw that one who just disappeared into shadows. Yikuei's slender figure appeared at the same time. Next, with one slap, Yikuei directly slapped Dang Hu out of the way. Just what is going on at? Their sights slowly shifted above Yikuei, and they only felt dizzy and in a trance. What? Moving to nod his head in agreement that he could begin to conduct the assessment had not yet finished, but even more so, he froze directly in place. The ability to be a dominatrix is quite extraordinary. He could take on the form of a shadow, or with the help of all shadows, he could make a weaving attack, and even use a weapon while in the shadow state. Thus when Hu was unleashing his abilities, it was impossible for the average person to pinpoint his location. Even amongst the three heavenly officials, Dang Hu's ability was quite the type that one would find tricky. But Yikuei, just like a slap? What the hell is going on here? Just then, Yikuei's voice rang out, and he looked towards Dang Hu, who had fallen to the outside. Full of worry, are you alright? Am I using a little too much force? Yikuei was a bit guilty. I'm really sorry. I've already collected 3 points of strength. As a result, I didn't expect that it would still be like this. Hey, words. Dang Hu's body shuddered as he grinned and spat out his slapped-out teeth, raising his head to look at the healing ministry's heavenly officer, who just happened to be standing over his head, with a bewildered smile. Dang Hu was truly confused by the slap. Oops. Seeing this, Yikuei was even more guilty. He hurriedly looked to the side, the heavenly official of the Ministry of Medicine, who was still frozen in place, and inquired, those few teeth of his, can they still be filled? However, Yikuei's words were delayed. Everyone stared straight at Yikuei with stupefaction written all over their faces. They could finally be sure of what had just happened. However, the more this happened, the more the group of heavenly officials felt that they were dreaming. Shift's body was even more uncontrollably trembling. Right now he finally figured out what Yikuei was afraid of. Yikuei was afraid that he would beat the Dang Hu out of the problem. Shifting that is, he originally thought that Lord Halberd Bearer's attempt to assign Yikuei to the area where the level 3 heavenly officials were located was a risky one. But who knows? At risk were a host of class 3 heavenly officials. A slap. When Hu was in front of Yikuei, he couldn't even last a slap. But, how on earth is all this possible? How long had passed since Yikuei passed the heavenly officials' examination? This can no longer be described as genius. It's a monster. He opened his mouth, but was slow to say a word. Shifting that is, he simply didn't know how he should record the assessment of Yikuei's strength and the information. The other heavenly officials' brains were even more blank. What are you all doing? Seeing that a group of people were still standing dumbfounded, Yikuei became even more anxious. First see if there's anything wrong with the person. Why is he even starting to grin? Look. I'll look. Here. Upon hearing this, the healing ministry heavenly official standing beside Dang Hu then had his body creeped, hurriedly crouching down and checking Dang Hu's injuries. Lost teeth, minor concussion. After arriving at Dang Hu's state, the healing ministry heavenly official raised his head to look at Yikuei. There isn't much of a problem. Resting for a period of time will slow it down. That's good. Yikuei let out a long sigh of relief. Soon, however, he frowned once more. If so, Yikuei's line of sight swept over the group of 3-level heavenly officials on the side, and a touch of difficulty flashed across his face. How else am I going to do my strength assessment? By relying on speed and strength alone. Dang Hu had been unable to top it. How does that keep him going? Suddenly, Yikuei seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head to look at Shifting that is. His eyes lit up fiercely. How many levels of heavenly official are you? Chapter 149 Shifting that is. There is something in his heart. At those words, Shift that is, his stout, bear-like body lurched as he looked at Yikuei, and a flash of bewilderment flashed across his eyes. Obviously, Shift simply did not expect that Yikuei would suddenly ask this question. What does this kid want? He frowned. The shock that Yikuei brought to Shift namely came from the speed of his growth. Not long after passing the heavenly official examination, Yi had already grown to the point where he was able to easily defeat a level 3 heavenly official. This situation alone was astounding enough to cause anyone's heart and mind to tremble in shock. If he gave Yi some more time to grow, he might not really be Yi opponent. But this did not mean that the Yi at the moment had the qualifications to challenge himself. There is also a difference between the heavenly officials. This time the strength assessment move that is responsible for the area originally belongs to the second echelon of the 3 level of the heavenly officials. The strength is not that strong. Even though Yi was able to easily defeat Dang Hu, it was already extraordinary enough. But in the end, he hadn't seen what the top level 3 heavenly officials were like. What's more, Shift that is, not a grade 3 heavenly official. What do you mean? Gazing ahead, leaping forward with both eyes glowing, Yi Shift's expression gradually became serious. Isn't there going to be a strength assessment? Yi seemed as if he didn't notice the change in Shifting Namely's demeanor. He grinned. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult if I want to go through them and try to assess my strength. So instead, let's get it over with. A faint smile flashed across Yi handsome face. If it's appropriate, you'll be the one to give me a strength assessment. Or else. He turned his head to look at the group of 3-level heavenly officials beside him, a flash of intolerance flashing across his face. Yi was genuinely afraid that if he was not careful, he would knock someone out again. Alas, Yi words sort of confirmed Shift that's guess. He sighed and raised his head to look at Yi. Do you know what Lord Halberd Bearer just said? The definition of strength assessment? I know. Yi nodded and replied with a smile. It's about doing your best so that you can judge the strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for you. Ha! Shifting immediately, he smiled helplessly. It's about doing your best. But doing your best is also on the premise that the difference in strength is very small. The reason you easily defeated Dang Hu just now is because the Halberd Bearer Lord's initial judgment of your strength went a little wrong. And do you know what's going to happen when you have to do a strength assessment with me? Through what happened just now, I already have a general understanding of your strength, and the following opponent arranged for you will not appear. He shook his head. However, before Shifted had finished his words, Yi voice snapped out. What exactly will happen? He looked at Shift that is. The smile on his handsome face became more and more brilliant. If we don't try, how do we know? Moving to a halt, he gradually sank. He knew that every genius had their own pride and bravado. After all, this was the confidence that talent brought them. But even the most gifted should not lose their judgment of themselves. Being blind to everything will only harm you. Okay, then let's try it. Next moment, moving to Yi he revealed a smile. I will be the one to do your assessment of the actual battle with you. With those words, he put down the pamphlet he had been holding in his hand and walked towards the clearing in front of him. Geniuses. The thing they fear most is arrogance and bullying. Good on. Yi discovered this situation early on his own. Otherwise, if you continue like this for a long time, you will surely fall. Since Yi had offered to have a real battle evaluation with himself, it was just right that, taking this opportunity, he would make that brat, Yi come to his senses. Shifting that means he actually agreed to it? Isn't he a bit of a bully if he's like this? If you're capable, wait for Yi for a while longer. Which is bullying. Wasn't it Yi himself who brought this up? Indeed, if I want to have that kid Yi talent, I might be even madder than him. But, what do you guys say if Yi wins this practical assessment? Are you kidding me? You wouldn't dare to dream like that. I admit that Yi that kid, the talent is really scary. But Shift that is in our authority is what existence you do not know. For level heavenly officials, he is considered to be ranked, the mainstay. Seeing this, the group of 3-level heavenly officials below then burst into discussion. As Shift that just said, there is the same difference between the heavenly officials. A top level 3 heavenly official would be able to do the same thing that Yi had just easily defeated Dang Hu. And Shifting that is, it could be ranked among the 4-level heavenly officials. What's the situation? Hasn't the assessment of the strength of heavenly officials above level 4 started yet? How did Shift get on stage? Who is that across from him? Yi the newly promoted heavenly official who just passed the heavenly official examination not long ago? What in the world happened? How is it that a heavenly official who just passed the heavenly official examination not long ago would positively move The unusual movement in Yi area had even attracted the attention of the other heavenly officials in the schoolyard, and the moment they saw the situation, their eyes widened violently. The hearts of the crowd of heavenly officials were filled with bewilderment. Even Basha, who was sitting at the very front of the schoolyard and was considering whether or not to place the assessment of the strength of the heavenly officials above level 4, at the end, could not help but turn his head. What's going on? He frowned, a flash of disbelief in his cloudy eyes. Arranging Yikuei in the level 3 heavily officials area for strength assessment was a decision made by Basha and Pred after discussing the matter. After all, they had a better understanding of Yikuei's strength. In this particular situation today, in order to protect Yikuei, there was no longer any need to do any more covering up behavior. So, this time, Basha was prepared to let Yikuei appear in front of the stage. And, in fact, Basha was also curious to know just how strong Yikuei was, and how far he could go when facing a level 3 heavenly official. But who knows? Basho had just scowled and worried about the destructive power of the class 4 Tenno, pondering when he should have them do a strength assessment. Yikuei, how come you're standing across from Shift? What the hell is going on? Basho frowned. Lord Halberd Bearer. At that moment, Pred looked up and spoke. I'll go see what's going on. He likewise noticed the state of affairs taking place in the schoolyard. The location where Yikuei was had turned into the center of attention for all the heavenly officials in the entire schoolyard. Go check it out. Basho waved his hand, his face complex. If he hadn't been unwell, he would have wanted to find out. Yikuei's level 3 heavenly official assessment. It's already over? How can it be so fast? At this critical time of the moment, nothing can go wrong. Lord Halberd Bearer, you have nothing to worry about. Seemingly seeing the hesitation of the Overlord, Predator revealed a smile. Shift, that is, it looks big and bold, but in reality, it all counts in its heart. He won't do anything impulsive. Finished the conversation. He then turned around and prepared to head to where Yikuei was, but it was at this time. Rumble. The ground shook. A loud noise came out violently from the rear. The entire schoolyard of the authority shook unexpectedly. Chapter 150, Pink Bubbles. Just as Basho and Pred were filled with a bewildered and unsettled conversation, schoolyard sighed. Moving on, he had already stood opposite Yikuei. I'll give you one last chance to think about it. He looked at Yikuei, and a smile appeared on his rough face once again. Have you really decided that you want to have a real-world evaluation with me? Upon hearing this, Yikuei hesitated for a moment before tentatively inquiring. Is there something inconvenient for you? If you're afraid of the repercussions of losing, he spoke in a good-natured whisper. You wink your left eye and hint that I can backtrack and go find someone else's. You, ha ha. Shift stuttered, and was instantly exasperated and laughed. Since you've made up your mind, there's no need for me to continue persuading you. He stretched out his hairy palm and nudged Yikuei. Lest anyone say I'm bullying you, I'll tell you about my abilities in advance. I can build a field. In the realm, I get a huge boost in speed, strength, and even some special skills, and you will have no small weakening in my realm. Moving to Yikuei, he opened his mouth to introduce a strength assessment with you, and a briefing? Yikuei froze for a moment and frowned. My ability is. Still, out of respect for the rules, he raised his head to look at Shift, that is. You don't have to say. Shifting his hand, he didn't care. I'm only telling you because I'm worried that you won't be able to react in a while. That would be great. Yikuei's line of sight swept past the rows of text on the system's light screen and breathed a sigh of relief. If he were to really let him introduce it, he would have to introduce it until when? With that, he looked up at Shift. Can we begin? Of course. Shift grinned. Next moment, Yikuei's figure then violently disappeared from in front of him. So fast. Moving on, his pupils suddenly contracted. Only now that he was fighting Yikuei head-on, was he able to appreciate Yikuei's terrifying speed. No wonder Dang Hu had no time to react just now and was slapped out of the way. But I remember. He frowned. Isn't this kid Yikuei's ability to regenerate blood and flesh? The mind is distracted with thought. However, the movement of Shift, that is, did not stop at all. Buzz. Only a buzz was heard. A pink semicircular curtain of light suddenly appeared, directly enveloping the empty space where Shift that was. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Within the pink curtain of light, one pink bubble after another even appeared. Seeing the situation, with a flash of his figure, Yikuei, who was already on the verge of arriving in front of Shift that, fiercely widened his eyes. In addition to being able to clearly feel that after the pink field unfolded, his own speed, indeed, was limited by no small amount. Yikuei was even more staggered, because at the very beginning, when he saw the Shift Instant with a bear-like figure and covered in sweaty hair, he had always thought that the ability that Shift Instant had awakened was most likely related to his physique, even if the ability to move that is known later, is the field. Looking at the pink bubbles floating one after another in the air, Yikuei's face still flashed with a touch of bewilderment. He also couldn't have imagined that Shift that's domain would be so maidenly. Meh. Feeling the slowing down of Yikuei's speed within his domain, a cold smile immediately flashed across Shift's face. Without the advantage of speed, how dare you dither? He was not the least bit embarrassed about the color of his abilities. In fact, On the day shift that had just ignited his spirituality and awakened his ability, he had been shy. After all, how can a big old man awakening an ability that is his pink bubbles? But as time passed, Shift realized that not only was his ability extremely powerful, it would even stagger and distract most people when he unleashed it. Just by that alone, Shift has taken care of quite a few distracted enemies. It made him more and more proud, arrogant and trifling. A flash of sternness snapped in his eyes. I'll teach you a lesson today, so you can calm down. Shasta. The air was filled with pink bubbles that kept coming downward. Whoosh! The figures that moved immediately flashed and simultaneously rushed towards Yikue. Just for a moment, the pink bubble in the air had then arrived in front of Yikue. This thing, being suppressed by the domain, Yikue's movements were much more sluggish, but there was no change in his demeanor. Instead, he was slightly curious about the pink bubble in front of him. This was the first time Yikue had seen such a marvelous ability. What does it do? He reached out and poked his hand toward the pink bubble. How dare you? Seeing this, Shift immediately stopped his movements, and a flash of coldness violently flashed through his eyes. He couldn't even figure out how that Yikue kid dared to venture out and test the waters in the face of something strange within the domain. With his talent, he's already arrogant to this extent? Ahead. After Yikue's fingers touched the pink bubble, the bubble lightly shattered. Shasta. Rumble. Just like a bomb explosion, the surging and raging huge shockwave directly raged out from the inside of the bubble, bringing up a gale in the school grounds, and even the ground began to tremble. But that wasn't the end of it, because at the same time, more pink bubbles smashed down from all directions towards Yikue's location. Next moment, boom, 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 violent explosions that kept ringing out. Under the terrifying shockwave, even the ginkgo tree at the back began to shake. Shift that. What are you doing? In the meantime, Pred's voice, filled with panic, rang out. Spirituality explodes instantly. The terrifying creature that looked like a panther suddenly appeared and pounced towards where Yikue and Shifting namely were. Shift froze as well. Feeling the impact of the constant explosions within his domain, even he was affected in a small way, and while his body continued to vibrate, a flash of bewilderment flashed across his face. The explosion of the first bubble is Shift as manipulation. He wanted to teach that kid a lesson so that Yikue could calm down a bit. Under the bubble explosion, even if Yikue was injured, there was a celestial official from the Ministry of Healing on the side, who was able to treat him in time. Not to mention, he had the ability to recover his flesh and blood. But the explosion of the subsequent bubbles had nothing to do with Shifting namely. Even he wasn't sure what was going on. What the hell is wrong with you? Outside the field, the predator-turned-leopard bared its sharp teeth, anxious and distraught. However, due to the domain, even he couldn't get in easily. You're a level 4 heavenly official. How long has Yikue only joined the authority to lay such a heavy hand? In case something happens to Yikue, what is to be done? Predator was eager. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Cool, 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 cool. In the rear, in the midst of the pink dust and mist brought up by an explosion, an exuberant and incomparable, unrestrained and wanton laughter resounded violently. Next moment, the dust and fog surged and was slashed violently. The slender figure that was unharmed held a huge coffin board sword that was eerie and black, and with the momentum of wind and thunder, he broke through the fog and came out. It turns out that after the physique breaks through 100 points, his handsome face, filled with a crazy smile, carrying the coffin board, his arm swelled violently, toward the lower shift that is, with all his strength, ruthlessly smashed down. It's going to be so cool. Chapter 151, Sealed Objects, Breaking Limits. What? The moment he saw Yikue break through the fog, Shifting immediately, a flash of shock violently flashed across the rough face covered with sweaty hair. Outside the pink field, the predator that transformed into a leopard, even more directly stared at the pair of cold and sharp pupils of the beast. The muscle-gnarled body like steel casting suddenly froze in place. He hadn't even expected that he would see this situation before him. Predator clearly knew the power of the pink bubble explosion within the realm, allowing him to face the bubble explosion head-on, not even daring to say that he was unharmed. And just now, Yikue faced more than just one bubble. Dozens of bubbles exploded at the same time, but surprisingly, they didn't bring a single trace to Yikue. What the hell is going on here? But just as Pred's mind was filled with bewildered astonishment, Yikue had appeared in front of Shift that is, the eerie and dark coffin board, chopping through the air, directly slapped down without the slightest bit of mercy. This, Shift's pupils suddenly contracted. The gust of wind brought up by the coffin board only called for a raw pain in his scalp. And it was no exaggeration to say that this coffin board split down. Shift that his head would definitely blow up directly. But, he was, after all, a level 4 heavenly official. Despite the trance in his mind, Shift reacted in time. Buzz. Within the field, a buzzing sound rang out. Yi Kuei's body lurched, only to feel as if there were countless quagmires surging in all directions, encircling him. The speed, all of a sudden, slowed down, and shifting, that is, taking this one opportunity, his body flashed and left the range of Yi Kuei's attack. Rumble. Next moment, the coffin board, whose residual force had not yet dissipated, slammed straight and heavily on top of the earth. Rumble. The entire schoolyard suddenly shook. The location where the coffin board smashed down has appeared a cracked spread several meters, bottomless pit. Asterisk. Shifting that appeared in the back. Looking at the scene in front of him, his rough face instantly turned white, and he didn't hold back his foul mouth. A strength test is all about giving your best, but it's really still too much. This coffin board hit his head, and Shift didn't even know how it should be cured before he could react. Hey. Shifting even as he saw Yi Kuei in front of him violently turned his head to look at himself and let out a creepy low laugh. Immediately, the slender figure, carrying the coffin board, then rushed towards him once again. Shifting immediately, his body trembled, as a battle-hardened 4th-grade heavenly official. In this instant, he unexpectedly felt fear for the first time in a long time. Yi Kuei, that kid's eyes. It wasn't like looking at a human being at all. He looked at himself as if he was staring at a prey. Soon, though, Shift snapped out of his trance. Kid, I admit to underestimating you a bit just now. His eyes suddenly flashed a flash of sternness. But, this is good. Since you have this strength, then I don't have to worry about it. Buzz. Another buzz. The feeling of the quagmire that wrapped and squeezed around Yi Kuei's body instantly multiplied, and his speed was instantly greatly affected. In the meantime, boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Air. A pink bubble once again surged towards Yi Kuei. 10, 20. Useless. What about 100? 200? Shift's voice rang out, but his figure disappeared in an instant. In addition to bubbles, I've prepared other gifts for you. What had just happened had caused a few moments of irritation in his heart. Shift has thoroughly valued this assessment of strength. Shasta. The figure that moved immediately had appeared beside Yi Kuei. Just like what he had said, the pink field had weakened Yi Kuei while at the same time, it had strengthened his strength tremendously. Whoosh. Moving to his hand, he held a small knife that emitted a turquoise glow and directly stabbed towards Yi Kuei's left arm. Seals? Feeling the flash of spiritual fluctuation on the small turquoise knife, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. Although the feeling of quagmire around him remained, he carried the coffin board and sidestepped it in a split second, blocking the small knife in Shift's hand. Catching dash. The small turquoise knife stabbed the coffin board with a crunch. Shift snapped. The small turquoise knife named Limit Breaker is a Class 3 seal. It instantly boosts the bearer's strength, speed, and reflexes up to 3 times that of the same stage, though for a period of time after use, the bearer's abilities will temporarily experience a huge decline. However, Shift, who possessed the ability of the domain, was not too overly worried about this negative situation. Breaking the limit, on the other hand, possessed an extremely sharp characteristic. Shift, take it, and you haven't met anything that you can't cut down. This is the reason why the move as you go limit is broken. Through the observation just now, the strength of Yi Kuei's flesh was extremely unusual. But, what was that huge, black, heavy, unimpressive sword that looked like a door panel? After how to break the limit cut up, there was no effect at all. Not even a trace was left. Even if it was a seal, it wouldn't react at all. And as the broken limit slashed the coffin board, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. He looked toward the coffin board as if he had made a discovery, and his eyes snapped to life. Whoosh! Just then, the sound of breaking air resounded again. Shift, his figure had already appeared on the other side of Yi Kuei. He was holding a broken limit and stabbed out towards Yi Kuei once again. Air. That one pink bubble, too, finally fell. What would you do in the face of a pinch? The corner of Shift's mouth flashed a cold smile. Boom! However, Yi Kuei didn't have the slightest intention of dodging as he swung his coffin board round and slapped it towards the bubble that fell from the sky. Boom! The bubble exploded instantly. Meh! Taking this opportunity, Shift then stabbed the broken limit forward with a flash of sternness in his eyes. Boom boom boom! In a giant tremor of an explosion. Moving on, he felt the sound of the harsh wind. Yi Kuei didn't stop at all after slapping and blowing up the pink bubbles. Swinging the coffin board round, he smashed it towards the broken limit in Shift's hand. Next moment, catching dash, the broken limit collided with the coffin board once again. Shift only felt an emptiness in his hands. In order to avoid any accidents during the short encounter, he controlled the bubble to reascend into the air while hastily retreating backward. Finally, the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, and Shift returned to relative safety. but his eyes grew blank as he stared straight into his empty right hand. What about breaking the limit? What about his so long a broken limit? Shift hurriedly raised his head and looked around carefully. However, no matter whether he searched with his naked eyes or utilized his domain's ability to probe, he did not find any traces of the broken limit. It was as if that seal of his had disappeared. Ha! In the meantime, instead, a soft laugh of suppressed excitement rang out. Where are you going to go? Yi Kuei's face was written with an unfathomable delighted smile. Carrying the coffin board, he once again rushed towards Shift, and just as Shift that is, he thought, having fought too many pink bubbles head-on and hard, Yi Kuei's body finally showed some wounds. But unfortunately, under Yi Kuei's powerful recovery ability, the not-so-serious wounds on his body had quickly healed. Seeing this, Shift frowned. The strength assessment is still ongoing, and now is not the time to dwell on where the broken limits went. But, without the broken limit, with the strength of the flesh and recovery speed of that kid in front of him, how else could one completely defeat him? A flash of difficulty crossed Shift's face. Not having come up with any good ideas, he could only back off for the time being. And so, within the pink field, an extremely funny scene then occurs. Shifting that is, he kept running in front, Yi Kuei carrying the coffin board, chasing after him, and in the air, there was one pink bubble after another floating. Watching the scene, the pred outside the realm, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Having been in a state of shock, he had not yet regained his person, and still retained that good-for-nothing panther-like appearance. It's not just him. The schoolyard had even long since fallen into a dead silence, and the crowd of heavenly officials were staring straight at the situation occurring within the field, their eyes trembling. Despite the picture in the field, it's rather ridiculous, yet they were all aware of what that scene represented. Ye Kuei, that young heavenly official who had just passed the heavenly official examination not long ago. Right now, there was already the qualification to be able to fight with Shift that is, and even looking at the situation between them, Yi Kuei was still vaguely able to gain the upper hand. This represents, Yi Kuei already had the strength of a level 4 heavenly official. Nowadays, it had only been a long time since the end of the heavenly official's examination. How could anyone be able to do all this? The entire schoolyard. You can hear a pin drop. Is Yi Kuei still a human being? The area where Zhonglu was, the area where the strength of the newly promoted heavenly officials was assessed, trembled as a string of incredulous voices rang out. They took the heavenly officials' examination at the same time. But nowadays, the crowd of newly promoted heavenly officials couldn't even see Yi Kuei's back. Yi boy. Ear Rat stood at the end of the schoolyard, his eyes in a trance as he looked at Yi Kuei. Always, he had experienced the most events with Yi Kuei, and also felt that he was the one who knew Yi Kuei the most. But even the Ear Rat had not expected that the Leaf Boy would have such strength. Basha was even more dumbfounded. His calm and steady face, which was unperturbed by the collapse of Tarzan in front of his eyes, was similarly written with shock. As a halberd wielder, all of them couldn't believe that Yi Kuei could do all of this. Boy Ye's growth rate is too terrifying. After a moment of trance, a complex and incomparable smile flashed across his face. I really don't know those moves made at that time to protect Yi Kuei. Did it protect him or hold him back? Basha was full of sighs. In the meantime, outside the field, Predator slowed down after exhaling a long breath to calm the excitement in his mind. Okay. He looked at Yi Kuei within the domain and let out a bitter smile. Yi kid, you've already brought us enough scares. We already know that you have enough strength to rival a rank 4 heavenly officer. He shook his head in a trance. But with the current situation continuing, I'm afraid that in a short period of time, there's no way to separate the winners from the losers. What we're conducting this time, after all, is a strength assessment, not that there has to be a winner or loser. Predator spoke up. Otherwise, why don't you all just stop for now? Chapter 152 Ability, Mirror Shuttle. Words were heard coming from outside the realm. Yi Kuei gave a start and stopped chasing after Shift that is. Seeing the situation, Shift stopped panting as well. Even within his own domain, his abilities could be greatly enhanced while Yi Kuei would be ruthlessly suppressed. But right now, Shift was tired. He glanced at Yi Kuei at the back who didn't change his face or heart and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching up. That young celestial official, is he still human? Immediately, Shift's eyes looked around again. When he was running just now, he even intentionally kept an eye out. But he never found any trace of his broken limit. Where can the seals go? Shift frowned deeply. Yi boys. Outside the field, after Predator saw Yi Kuei stop, he once again spoke. Did you hear what I said? There's no point in you guys going on like this now. He shook his head. You won't be able to catch up with Shift anyway. You can end this assessment. I've seen your performance in my eyes. 1 second. However, before Predator could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Kuei. Give me another second. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Pred and revealed a smile. If after 1 second, there is still no result, then you can stop. 1 second? Pred froze violently. Shifting, namely, who had originally heard Predator's words and were all set to disarm the domain, was even more dumbfounded. Did you say a second? He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei and frowned. Move is recognized. Yi Kuei's strength far exceeded his prediction. It's hubris to be less than strong. Strength reached. That was a matter of course. And he admitted that it was a matter of course that Yi Kuei was going to have a strength assessment with him just now. But 1 second? Isn't that a bit too humiliating? It's still in his domain. So much time has just passed with no results. What's the use of this second? Exactly. Looking at Predator in shift, that is reaction. Yi Kuei but frankly nodded, just like I just said. Exactly what will happen. How can we know if we don't try? I just had an idea. His eyes, sweeping past the column in the middle of the system's light screen, smiled once more. Wanted to try it out. Ability, Mirror Shuttle. Mirrors, to show you the way. Where mirrors exist, there is a way forward for you. This was an ability he had gained after swallowing the mirror trick. Never had much of a chance to try it. But right now, the delay in catching up with shift, that is, Yi Kuei had a new idea. So give me another second to try. He lifted his head. Meh. Yi Kuei's words finally angered shift, that is. He sneered. I would like to see what you can do this second. However, the words were not finished. In the reflection of shift, namely bright eyes, Yi Kuei's slender and upright figure suddenly lit up. And then, it became clearer and clearer. Who dash? The wind skimmed over. The coffin board hovered half an inch from shift, that is. His head. Yi Kuei had already stood in front of shift, that is. Less than a second. He cocked his head, staring at shift, that is, and smiled slightly imploringly. It's still about the right time. Mirror Shuttle. Being able to pass through mirrors and travel through them. Looks like bright eyes that reflect light are also considered mirrors. Quiet. Quiet. The moment this scene appeared, the entire schoolyard was violently plunged into a dead silence once again. Inside the schoolyard, all the heavenly officials were staring straight ahead, disbelief written in their eyes. None of them dared to believe what had just happened. Chapter 153. What did you say about the knife? Ryoko. No sound came out of the deadly silent schoolyard. It's not just the sound. The crowd of heavenly officials in the schoolyard, as if the pause button had been pressed, froze in place without any movement. Until now, they also couldn't believe the scene just now. Before Yi Kuei's words left his mouth, he suddenly disappeared a long way away from Shift. At the same time, Shifting Yi's eyes lit up violently, and Yi Kuei instantly appeared in front of Shifting Yi as if he had leapt out of Shifting Yi's eyes. 1 second? Not even for a second. What exactly is the ability? Yi Kuei. And exactly how did all this? His ability, isn't it flesh and blood regeneration? The crowd of heavenly officials in the schoolyard were in a trance, especially the level 4 heavenly officials, full of bewilderment with a hint of fear. A large portion of them were well aware of the ability of the shift, and even more so, they knew how much they would be affected in the realm of the shift. And even in such a situation, Yi Kuei was surprisingly able to instantly appear in front of Shifting, namely, even though his ability to unleash instantaneous movement had a not-so-small limitation. If he were to really face this, a group of 4-level heavenly officials would not know how they should resist. Yi Kuei was in this moment. I'm afraid I can kill whoever I want. Pred was even more tingling. If he hadn't appeared in the form of a panther, right now I'm afraid people could see the wonderful, unbelievable look on his face. Yi Kuei. Surprisingly, it actually did. He vaguely remembered the childish youthfulness of Yi Kuei asking himself about the matters of the heavenly officials when he first met him. That's how long it's been. Even a level 4 heavenly official was no longer his opponent. The shock of it all only made Pred feel like he was dreaming. Even he was no longer sure what the final result would be if he faced Yi Kuei. Rear. Basho squeezed his chair in a death grip and stood up shakily. On his aged face, his expression was stiff, but those cloudy eyes were getting brighter and brighter. And the hands that couldn't stop trembling even more exposed the heart of Basho. He never thought that in his long life he would see this scene before him. The Basho has seen many amazing people. However, he had never heard of one as demonic as Yi Kuei. All along, Basha had felt that as long as Yi Kuei was given time, that kid Yi Kuei, in the future, could definitely become the future of the authority. But right now it seems, the bastard was still wrong. Dead wrong. There is no need for the future at all. Right now, that kid, Yi Kuei, is the future of the authority. In Basya's impression, that kid Yi Kuei, apart from his flame and flesh and blood regeneration abilities, hadn't told himself that there was also a shuttling ability. That means, Yi Kid now, has awakened a new ability. Ha 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 ha. After a moment's pause, Basha finally lost control and let out a slightly self-deprecating, open-hearted laugh. In the meantime, inside the field, why don't you say something? Yi Kuei used the coffin board to pat the shoulder in front of himself. Frozen motionless Shift, that is, curiously opened his mouth to inquire, want to see anything else? He hadn't forgotten what Shift had just said about seeing what he could actually do in a second. Shift's body trembled, and his dull, blank eyes finally regained their gleam. Buzz. Next moment, with a buzz, the pink field instantly disappeared. I apologize for what I just said. He raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, and a complex and incomparable bitter smile flashed across his face. I am not your opponent. Your strength assessment. I'm struggling to do it all. Shift shook his head. How on earth did Yi Kuei do that? This is no longer summed up by the word genius on his part. Level 4 heavenly officials. None of them are his match. Doesn't that mean Yi Kuei could have had his own code name long ago? How long has it been? How has he been able to do all this? And in the instant that the words of Shift that is rang out, the entire schoolyard was like a frying pan, boiling violently. The crowd of heavenly officials looked at Yi Kuei in shock and disbelief. Their voices filled with disbelief. No wonder they have no way of keeping their cool. It was really because what Yi Kuei had done was too incredible. Under the repeated impacts, the crowd of heavenly officials could not even stand up. Okay, well, in the meantime, Pred finally regained his person. He stepped in front of Yi Kuei and Shifting Yi, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he gently moved Yi Kuei's coffin on Shifting Yi's shoulder away. The assessment is over. Weapons and all. Let's just put them away. Predator was genuinely worried that if Yi Kuei's hand slipped, he would directly slap Shifting Nameless's head. What had just happened was still haunting him even now. I have made all the relevant records of your strength assessment just now. Pred turned his head and looked at Yi Kuei, trying to squeeze out a smile. The other heavenly officials haven't finished evaluating their strengths yet, so it's not good for us to delay everyone's time, right? At those words, Yi Kuei turned his head. It was only at this time that he realized that the heavenly officials within the entire schoolyard were all staring straight at him with their eyes. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes in death, Yi Kuei was still a little bit not too nice. Hey! He adjusted his situation and endeavored to give what he thought was an extremely handsome smile to the surrounding heavenly officials. Hiss! Suddenly, the sound of pouring cold air instantly rang out. The crowd of heavenly officials looked horrified and took half a step back. If they remembered correctly, just now, when Yi Kuei rushed towards Shift that once again with the coffin board, he also looked like this. No fun. Seeing this, Yi Kuei could not help but skim his lips. Didn't you say, strength assessment to use your best efforts? He turned back and after hesitating for a moment, he spoke. I did use quite a bit of strength, but it's still a little bit short of full strength. Yi Kuei paused to look at Pred, his eyes gradually brightening. How many levels of heavenly officials is it? No, don't mind me, though you didn't use all your strength. Seeing this, Predator's body went violently cold and waved his hand back and forth. But the assessment of your strength has already yielded results. Your strength also belongs to the first echelon amongst the Class 4 heavenly officials. The specific detailed data, we can follow up and make additions, but it's really not a good time to continue, he said hastily, and, there is no proper object of strength assessment. No one suitable? At those words, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and continuously looked Pred up and down. I'm sure I can't. There's a lot of work involved in this strength assessment. Realizing that Yi Kuei was still using his brain on himself, Pred's body trembled even more. I still have the task of managing other heavenly officials to conduct assessments. I simply can't get it done in a moment. His strength assessment is something that hasn't been done yet. Pred, however, really had no plans to share the stage with Yi Kuei. Since you don't have time, Yi Kuei raised his head and began to look around the schoolyard, but without exception, the heavenly officials who locked eyes with him all took half a step back again after their bodies trembled. What are all hiding? Yi Kuei was slightly dissatisfied. His eyes continued to survey until they paused at the end of the schoolyard. The trembling, pale figure. Yi Kuei's eyes snapped on once again. Yi boys. Seemingly sensing Yi Kuei's line of sight, Pred's body creeped and his eyes instantly widened. Forget it. But before Pred could speak, Yi Kuei shook his head and dismissed the idea himself. The halberd wielder was seriously injured, so it was not good for him to take advantage of the situation. And, Predator's judgment is still not much of a problem. After understanding the strength of a heavenly official, according to Yi Kuei's own estimation, putting aside the premise of full-strength kryptonite, he roughly just had the strength of a level 4 heavenly official. Well, he nodded slightly. Then we'll wait a little longer. When the halberd bearer had nursed his wounds and recovered, and when he himself had eaten some more, he would talk to the overlord then. Phew. Seeing Yi Kuei dispel his thoughts, Pred breathed a sigh of relief and violently relaxed. He is really afraid. Yi Kuei, that kid head hot. Now go to the Lord Halberd bearer. That means. Immediately, Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Pred, revealing a smile. My strength assessment. It's over? Aha! Pred nodded vigorously. All right. Seeing this, Yi Kuei stretched his back and prepared to get down from the clearing while talking. Seriously, I do think that more of these strength assessment activities should be carried out. In this way, it is possible to keep abreast of the status of the heavenly officials of our authority. He was all smiles. Ha! Ha ha! Pred struggled to squeeze out a smile, but was slow to say a word. It also keeps track of the status of the authority's celestial officials. There is no heavenly official in the bureau who can have the same rate of progress as him. Yakel. And just then, moving as if he suddenly thought of something, he stared at Yi Kuei, who was about to leave, and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Have you seen that little knife of mine, dagger? At those words, Yi Kuei froze. His handsome face was written with bewilderment. What did you say about the knife? Chapter 154, Running Away by Himself. It's that little emerald green knife that I took out when I did my strength assessment. Shifting immediately, he pointed at the coffin board in Yi Kuei's hand. Have you forgotten? Just now, I took it and even chopped on that door panel in your hand. That one class 3 sealing object, the name of which is breaking limits. He spoke sharply. Oh, you mean that little knife that suddenly appeared in your hand just now? Upon hearing this, a flash of realization flashed across Yi Kuei's face. No wonder it's so powerful. So it's a sealing object. He nodded and opened his mouth to reply. I've seen it before. Wasn't it in your hands just now? And it almost cut me. I'm not talking about just now. Seeing this, Shift was about to shake his head like a rattlesnake, anxious. At the second time when he slashed the giant sword of the door panel, the broken limit disappeared. Gone? Yi Kuei froze, touching the coffin board with one hand and rubbing his chin with the other. Astonishment written all over his face. How could it be gone? Did you drop somewhere without holding it steady? He turned his head and searched the surrounding clearing carefully. I've already searched when I was in the field just now, and there's nothing around at all. Seeing this, Shift's rough face even more flashed a flash of eagerness. Broken limit and I do have some connection, but just now, that touch of connection was broken. You really haven't seen it? He raised his head to look at Yi Kuei. There really isn't. Your seal. You can't even find it. So where am I going to see it? Yi Kuei replied sincerely. The last time I saw it, it was in your hands. But, shifting immediately, panic filled his heart. You said there's nothing around and nothing on the ground. All of a sudden, Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something. He stared wide-eyed. Could it be because that little knife of yours, unwilling to be with you, took the initiative to cut off contact and ran away on his own? Running? By yourself? Shifted and froze. His body trembled violently. No. No way. Absolutely impossible. Although the broken limit has a spirituality, it's the lowest level of spirituality. It can't even do something like cut off the connection. He shook his head vigorously. As for a situation like running away by yourself, it's even more impossible. That is pretty strange. Yi Kuei also frowned. Yi boys. Just then, Predator's voice rang out. He looked at Yi Kuei full of suspicion and spoke. You really don't know where that sealing object of shifting immediacy is? Just now Pred saw the broken limit in Shift at his hand. However, due to the effects of the subsequent bubble explosion, he was also unable to spot the broken limit. But, Yi Kuei's reaction, however, caused Pred to mutter a little. The ability to break limits is still very good. He spoke again. If you've seen, I can tell. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei nodded solemnly. I really haven't seen it though. Didn't Shifted said that there is a connection between him and the sealing object? If it's taken away by anyone, Shift must have felt it. You keep asking me. He looked blankly at Pred. Wouldn't think that I took that seal, would you? You, Pred stuttered. He looked at Yi Kuei and began to doubt himself. You really didn't take it? Even though what Yi Kuei said made sense, Pred still felt that there was something strange somewhere. I really didn't take it. Yi Kuei replied sincerely. Yi Kuei has said so, then it shouldn't have anything to do with him. Seeing this, before Predator could continue to speak, Shift's voice rang out. He's right. If the broken limit was on anyone, I'd definitely feel it. He frowned tightly, and a touch of loss flashed across his face. Can it be that the broken limit is really because I didn't perform well just now and chose to leave me? Why don't we look around? Even though Pred still felt that Yi Kuei was a bit strange, but since Shiffy had said so, he couldn't afford to continue to be skeptical. Predator turned his head and surveyed the surroundings. Could it be because between the collision just now, the broken limit sliced through the field and flew out? It's possible. Shifting immediately, he frowned. But, If the domain is cut, I should feel it too. That. Seeing this, Yikue looked towards Predator and Shift that were talking and opened his mouth to inquire. If there's nothing for me to do, then I'll go back first? Go go go. Pred waved his hand. He was still searching around, his attention already drawn to the lost Shift. A class 3 ceiling object shouldn't be lost so easily. Seeing this, Yikue reached out his hand and touched the coffin board, turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Just then, Basho's voice rang out violently from the rear. Chapter 155. Take it out. Rear. The crowd dispersed. Basha's gait was hobbled and slightly staggered as he was assisted by a celestial official. His steps were weak but firm, and his face was full of seriousness. Lord Halberd Bearer. Seeing Basho appear, Predator and Shift lowered their heads. Halberd Bearer. Yikue's body was shaken. Yakel. Arriving in front of Yikue, Basha stopped. He looked at Yikue with a fixed gaze. A complex and incomparable smile of relief slowly appeared on his aged face. You've done a great job. It was my problem in the past, and I made some mistakes in my judgment of you. Basho sighed. I hope you cannot blame me. Phew. Yikue let out a sharp sigh of relief. I thought it was something. He touched the coffin board and grinned a wide grin. What's odd? I understand your concern, Halberd Bearer. But now, Halberd Bearer, you should believe my words that I have made it my mission to remove evil spirits and weirdness. When there are any more missions in the future, I hope that you, Halberd Bearer, can just hand them over to me? It's hard for me to go downstairs and squat on you every day. Yikue was bitter. At those words, the corner of Basho's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, he once again remembered the fear of being dominated by Yikue smashing the window with a stone early in the morning. Soon enough, though, Basho slowed down. Well, he nodded, a smile appearing on his drooping face. If there is a mission in the future, it will be given directly to you. Right now, there was no longer any need to protect Yikue at all. What Yikue wanted to do, I'm afraid there weren't many people in the entire authority who could stop him. And, with the situation of the authority today, I'm afraid that it wasn't that Yikue needed the authority, but that the authority needed Yikue even more. That's more like it. Seeing this, Yikue nodded with satisfaction. Two more things. Just then, Basho's voice slowly sounded once again. What else? Yikue's body tightened. One of those things, about taking you to the authority's headquarters and picking out a seal, is ready to be put on the agenda. Basha smiled and spoke. When I'm better, we'll set out. Really? Yikue's eyes lit up violently. Exactly. Basho nodded, his eyes full of relief. Yi-boy fully deserves this reward. That's great. Yikue subconsciously licked his lips, but remembering the words of Basya, he raised his head once again. Then, what is the other thing? The other thing. Basya looked at Yikue and after a pause, he spoke softly. With your current strength, you can have your own title. Title? Yikue snapped. Yes. You should know that all heavenly officials above level 3 have their own titles. Basho nodded and gave a smirk. And you, too, are now able to choose your title. So what's the choice? Yikue's eyes widened as he opened his mouth to inquire. Is it okay if I start one myself? What would be the appropriate thing for you to call me? Bully? Creepy killer? Evil sneaky taster? He frowned tightly and muttered up in a small voice. The name director of the authority headquarters. It seems to be not bad. Seeing this, Basho was even more stagnant. A title is not just a title. It has other meanings, so the choice of title is not so simple. He let out a bitter smile and shook his head. After today's strength assessment is over, tomorrow you will be taken to the nameless box to make your choice. The nameless box? Yikue's eyes flashed with a flash of incomprehension. The nameless box is the seal. Number 7-006. Seemingly seeing Yikue's doubts, Pred opened his mouth to explain. 7. Hearing the number of the nameless box from Predator's mouth, Yikue's eyes widened violently. The nameless box is a Class 7 seal? Yes, a very powerful Class 7 seal. Pred nodded and opened his mouth to reply. Good. Then it's a deal. The instant he heard about the 7-level sealing object, a flash of excitement flashed across Yikue's face. Let's go find the seeing nameless box first thing in the morning. Halberd Bearer, how about I meet you downstairs tomorrow morning at 5? He turned his head and looked at Basho impatiently. You're old and sleep less. Surely you won't be able to sleep that long. At those words, Predator's body trembled and hurriedly took a step to stop in front of the Overlord. Yikue, the Lord Halberd Bearer's body is holding an illness. He needs to rest properly. Although I said I'd accompany you tomorrow, we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see the exact situation. He nervously looked at Yikue. Just wait for my call tomorrow. I will definitely contact you first tomorrow. A good rest is a good rest. Seeing this, Yikue glanced at Pred and skimmed his lips. What are you so nervous about? Is there anything else besides those two things? He turned his head to look at Basho. No, no more. Basho also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yikue tentatively raised his head and opened his mouth to inquire. I'll just go back to rest first? Go on. Basho smiled gently and nodded. You must be tired from conducting the strength assessment just now. Upon hearing this, Yikue carried the coffin board, turned around, and walked towards the outside of the schoolyard. Inside the schoolyard, the crowd of heavenly officials looked fixedly at Yikue's departing back, in a trance. Until now, they still hadn't gotten over the situation they had just been in. The crowd of heavenly officials were not sure how exactly Yikue did it, but they were clear that from now on, a hot, unrivaled star had risen in the authority of Qin province. Yikue, this kid. As Basya gazed at Yikue's back, he let out a bitter smile and shook his head once again. With that, he turned his head to look at Predator and Shift, that is, a flash of puzzlement in his eyes. The examination was over just now, and you guys still keep stopping here to look around. What are you doing, Lord Halberd Bearer? Moving on, he cried out and raised his head. Breaking the limit? Hearing Shift's reply, Basho froze even more. What did you say about breaking the limit? In the meantime, the strength assessment is still in full swing. Yikue had already returned to the dormitory, and after coming to the window and glancing at the ginkgo tree outside, he closed the window with a calm demeanor. Immediately, with a flash he sat down on the bed and took the coffin board out, squinting his eyes and examining it carefully before laying it flat on his lap. Knock, knock, knock. Yikue snapped the coffin board with his fingers and spoke faintly. Take it out. Chapter 156, Coffin Board's New Ability. Jing. Inside the dormitory, there was silence. The coffin slab was motionless, lying straight and extremely slabby, as if dead. Buckle up. Seeing this, Yikue reached out his hand and knocked again. Don't think I didn't see your little maneuver earlier. He frowned as he stared at the coffin board. If it wasn't for me just now, you would have been arrested straight away, you know? Buzz. The coffin panel shook gently. It struggled hard for a bit, and as if it was tired and exhausted, it once again collapsed helplessly onto Yikue's lap. Ha! Seeing this, Yikue smiled. I'd never really tasted such a big piece of chocolate before. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth, opened his mouth and bit down towards the coffin board. Buzz. Next moment, the coffin slab shook and jumped violently. Ding dong. Only a crunch was heard. The small turquoise blade named Limit Breaking fell to the ground at once. Blah blah blah. Yikue spat out a few mouthfuls in a row and looked at the coffin board in disgust. If you're spiritually exhausted and don't have much strength, just say so. You have to let me take a bite out of you to get a kick out of it. He muttered disgruntledly and bent down to pick up the broken limit from the floor. Yikue hadn't lied. The broken limit really wasn't taken by him. Rather, the coffin board had put away the broken limit through some unknown method. Just now, when the coffin board collided with the broken limit for the first time, Yikue detected the coffin board's abnormality. It kept vibrating as if it was trying to pick up money. Extremely excited. Fruity. At the second collision, the broken limit disappeared, and even Yikue was unable to see how the coffin board did it. Do you know it's bad behavior to take someone else's things? He glared at the coffin board and lectured. Buzz. The coffin slab shook with effort, looking resigned. Pick up? You call that picking up? Yikue's eyes widened and he slapped the coffin board hard. This is not picking up. This is called stealing. I didn't think you'd do such a thing as stealing chickens and dogs when you're so square-looking. He glanced to the coffin board as he played with the small knife in his hand called Broken Limit. But, how come I didn't know before? You still have this ability? Carry. Just then, a grunting sound sounded violently from behind Yikue's back. Carry. Carry. Carry carry carry. The doll bear stomped its little short legs and pouted its buttocks in an effort to climb onto Yikue's shoulder. It pointed at the broken limit, pointed at the coffin board, and pointed at its round head, and kept on complaining. You mean? Listening to the words of the doll bear, Yikue pondered. Just now, the coffin board received the broken limit into the small darkroom where you stayed, and when it fell, it hit your head, leaving you all out of practicing tying bows? Kara. The doll bear nodded repeatedly. It appears that. Yikue turned his head to look at the coffin board, revealing an expression of interest. It seems like you regained some of your abilities after I brought you out of that small room. He stretched out his hand and flicked it on the broken limit and spoke with a faint smile. Also, can you explain to me how the spirituality on the broken limit is a little bit less? Buzz buzz. At those words, the coffin board shook violently and with unparalleled horror. Put. With all its might, it straightened its coffin slab body, as if it were a finger raised in an oath, and could not stop expressing something. No. Seeing this, Yikue was dumbfounded. I'm just asking you to explain. Why are you so nervous? I know you're concerned about me, and it just so happens that you've been able to recover through the spirituality of some of the seals, and thought you'd eat less so that I could eat more. He nodded, narrowing his eyes as he spoke again. But, you can't steal either. Plop dash. The coffin board stiffened instantly and fell straight to the ground. You should know that Shift is the divine officer of the authority. Yikue stared at the coffin board that had fallen to the ground and spoke. Breaking the limit is very important to him and can greatly enhance his strength. Now that the authority is already short-handed in terms of celestial officers, it needs to deal with a lot of dangerous anomalies. If Shift I.E. didn't break the limit, resulting in any accidents during the mission, have you ever considered the consequences? He had a serious expression on his face. Buzz. The coffin panel vibrated. He's going to die? Yikue froze and shook his head vigorously. What matters is not that Shift will die. The important thing is, what if Shift, that is, didn't solve the spooky and let them run away? And the spooky are worried about being hunted down and spread the word, and they have fled out of the Qin province in pairs. Have you forgotten? Lift Father was chasing after evil spirits for how long? Yikue's eyes widened. If they all run away, what will I eat? Buzz. The coffin board was confused, straightening up and freezing in place for a moment. He didn't expect to hear that answer at all. It knew that its master's brain circuits were unusual, but it had not even imagined that Yikue's thoughts would be dispersed to such an extent. So, Yikue expression serious, next time without my consent. You are not allowed to steal. Not right, not allowed to just take other people's things. Hear me. Buzz buzz. At that, the coffin board couldn't stop trembling to express itself. Well, that's only right. Yikue nodded in satisfaction. With that, he lowered his head and surveyed the broken limit in his hand. Only after holding the broken limit and observing it quietly did Yikue feel the beauty of this emerald green knife. Right now, not only was he able to understand the ability to break limits, he could also smell the wave after wave of spiritual fluctuations that continued to pour into his nostrils. It's so fragrant. Yikue was unable to control his emotions and let out a low self-speak that was incomparably salivating. Can't. I'm going to hold back for more good food. He jerked his head up, a flash of determination on his handsome face. A few moments later, Yekal pushed open the window. Little tree. Little tree. He rushed to the ginkgo tree outside the window and opened his mouth to call out. Sha 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 sha. The ginkgo tree swayed gently. What's wrong? Next moment, the bloody woman's head appeared on Yikue's shoulder. But, right now, Gongsun Baikalix was clearly not as cheerful as it once was. It drooped its head, looking sullen and full of worry. Even when his eyes were about to fall in front of Yikue, he had no time to pay attention. Alas. Seeing this, Yikue sighed. He was able to guess why Gongsun Baikalix was the way she looked at the moment. Little tree. Don't worry. Nothing is going to happen to Gushu Bird. Yikue reached out his hand to catch Gongsun Baikalix's falling eyes. She just stayed on the other side of the door. I think. In his mind, the cool figure in a fiery red dress appeared, and after a pause, he spoke. The Guru Bird can definitely come back. Really? Gongsun Baikalix raised its head violently. It didn't even care that its eyeballs were still in Yikue's hands. So it looked straight at Yikue. Is what you said true? Can the little dove really come back? Nervousness and expectation were written all over Gongsun Baikalix's only remaining eyeball. Chapter 157, Blood Connection. It must be okay. Yikue reached out and stuffed the eyeballs back into Gongsun Baikalix's bloodied sockets and spoke softly. Think about it. The Gushu bird is so powerful. How could something happen so easily? Wait for the next time. And the next time if that door opens again, she'll definitely be able to come back. He bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Even if I get lost for the time being and can't find my way back, when I go to taste what that door tastes like, it's fine if I bring back the Gushu bird on the way. Yeah, you're right. Little dove is so powerful, so it's definitely not easy to get into trouble. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Baikalix nodded her head vigorously, as if comforting herself, repeating uncontrollably. She just stayed on the other side of the door. Next time the door opens, she will definitely be able to come back. But don't finish your sentence yet. Are you really not lying to me? It then raised its head and once again looked nervously at Yikue. I have only one friend, Little Dove, besides you and Little Bear. Of course I didn't lie to you. Yikue grinned. So, then what you said, if the little dove gets lost and can't find her way back, you can bring her back too. Gongsun Baikalix's bloodied face was filled with caution. It counts too? It definitely counts. Yikue licked his lips. He was incredibly curious about what it was like to be at the door that had dealt such a blow to the entire authority. And, regarding the fact that Gushu Bird didn't die, Yikue was even less of a liar. Ever since he had obtained the two abilities of revitalizing flesh and blood and landing roots, He was able to feel the existence of two wisps of connection if nothing else. One of those strands of connection is the left arm of the village of Watuzi's own planting. The other strand of the connection, as if it originated from his own blood, was strong and weak at times, constantly moving as if it was isolated by something extremely erratic. At first, Yikuei was quite surprised about the other strand of connection. After all, after obtaining those two abilities, his perception of his body's flesh and blood was extremely clear, and it was impossible for him to have any illusions. But Yikuei didn't remember that he had scattered blood. The flesh and blood that left his body, under Yikuei's control, would soon become inactive, annihilating and disappearing. Unless, of course, it was blood left behind when one was still weak, preserved by a more powerful spiritual envelope, to remain active. This situation, moreover, filled Yikuei's heart with puzzlement. He wasn't sure how anyone could have noticed him so early on, and even after noticing him, hadn't done anything detrimental. Until Yikuei heard Predator say that the Guju was left on that side of the door. And combined with the feeling that it was as if he was being isolated, he instantly reacted. I'm afraid that the drop of my own blood is in the hands of the guru. The night he killed Baindu, he himself was extremely seriously injured. When he thought of the guru bird that sat in the ginkgo tree waiting for him that night, Yikuei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. But, regardless of the reason why the guru left his blood behind, what he was able to ascertain through the feedback of the blood was that the guru was left on the other side of the door and was fine for the time being. That's good. That's good. Hearing Yikuei's reply, Gonsun Baikalix finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a fleshly cheerfulness was visible on his hideous face. I saw your performance just now. You're also very good. It nodded repeatedly and reached out to pat Yikuei's shoulder. I'm very relieved for you. Say, what did you just call me about? Gonsun Baikalix raised her bloodied head, glowing. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yikuei instantly let out a dry smile. There's a little matter that I need to ask you for a favor. No problem. Go ahead. Gonsun Baikalix was very righteous. Didn't you lose the broken limit that you just shifted to? Yikuei fumbled around for a bit and pulled out the Tsueli knife, handing it over. I just picked this up at the door. Can you see if it's right? The shifting knife. So it was you who took it. Seeing this, Gonsun Baikalix's eyes widened violently. What do you mean I took it? Yikuei was instantly displeased. Obviously I picked it up on the ground, and now I have to return it to its rightful owner. How can I be the one who took it? Aha! What goes around comes around. Gonsun Baikalix nodded her head repeatedly, but by the looks of it, it clearly didn't believe what Yikuei said. Shift that is, with broken limit. The relationship is really deep, but Gonsun Baikalix didn't dwell on it too much. She took the broken limit handed by Yikuei and said with a smile, that big pink furry bear would be very happy if he could see the broken limit lost and found. That's for sure. Yikuei also revealed a smile, but soon, as if he thought of something, he lifted his head and looked at Gonsun Bixiwai. But, good people like us who pick up money and do good deeds never leave their names. So if anyone asks, you mustn't mention my name. Yikuei had a righteous face. Just say that you found the broken limit yourself. Okay. Gonsun Baikalix froze for a moment before nodding in slight dismay. Alright, it's that little thing. Seeing this, Yikuei waved his hand, signaling that Gonsun Baikalix could leave. There's nothing else. You can return the broken limit. Then I'll go ahead and give the stuff to the big pink furry bear. After chatting with Yikuei for a couple of sentences, Gonsun Baikalix obviously relaxed and became much happier, and a bright smile flashed across its bloodied face. How it looks. How it's scary. Whoosh. Immediately, the hideous woman that was lying on Yikuei's shoulder and filled with the smell of blood suddenly disappeared. But the next moment, whoosh. A gift for you. Gonsun Baikalix then reappeared. It shoved the item in its hand to Yikuei, and after leaving a brittle voice, it disappeared again. This, Yikuei lowered his head and looked at the round, bloodied eyeball in his hand. In the meantime, little pigeon can come back. Gonsun Baikalix transformed into the form of an exquisite elf, dragging the broken limit that was almost as tall as it was, and flew towards the schoolyard with a smile on her brow. Just as the big pink furry bear's broken limit can come back, so surely can the little dove. It muttered full of glee and glanced at the broken limit in its arms. But the next moment, Gonsun Baikalix then fiercely froze. It stared straight at the broken limit's blade, a flash of bewilderment in its eyes. In the past, above the broken limit, there was such a row of teeth marks? Chapter 158 Rokiak's Determination. Regarding the matter of the sealing object, Yikuei had made a new discovery. He did manage to eat the seal, but just like at that time when he had feasted in the Stone Tablet Tower Induction Tablet Illusion, the only thing that Yikuei was able to digest was the spirituality in the seals. All he could get was longevity and a handful of free attribute points. As for special abilities like those gained from eating creepy and evil, there won't be any. This was the conclusion Yikuei came to after he didn't hold back and took a bite of the broken limit. Good on. That bite wasn't very deep and didn't make much of a dent in breaking the limit. Well, watching Gongsun Baikulik's leave with the broken limit in her arms, Yikuei nodded and decided that in the future, it would be better to get more evil spirits and weirdness to eat. Not only does it squirt, the boost gained will also be a bit greater. He yawned and turned around to lie back on the bed, still a bit sleepy after going through the strength assessment and dealing with the matters related to breaking the limit. Before long, Yikuei fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time had passed, but it was already dark. Yikuei slowly opened his eyes. What the hell? And the moment he saw the situation in front of him, his body shuddered and he snapped out of it. Less than half a foot from the head of the bed, there was an indescribably round spherical object shrinking silently, and at the very front of the object, two round things were staring straight at his bed. Seeing Yikuei awake, those two round things instantly lit up. Yeah! At the same time, an incredibly excited voice rang out. Rokuyoku? It was only then that Yikuei realized that the rounded object lying on the head of his bed staring straight at him was definitely Luyu. Bang! Next moment, a flash of fire lit up the dark room. Brother Yi, have some tea. Luyu hurriedly stood up straight, and with a flip of his wrist, the teacups appeared violently, and fire continued to gush out from his palms, heating up the tea. Didn't I hear that you were locked up by the halberd bearer? Yikuei stretched out his hand to receive the teacup and opened his mouth to inquire in puzzlement. Well, upon hearing this, Lokyu's expression darkened and he gently nodded. I was imprisoned for a period of time, but, after my persistent communication with the Lord Halberd Bearer, he has released me. But soon, he adjusted and raised his head, his eyes bright as if he wanted to eat Yikuei. Brother Yi, heard that you shone in the strength assessment this time. No, it's not a big splash. It's the stonewall. Luyue shook his piled-up fat head vigorously and said with rounded eyes, in such a short period of time, he possesses the strength of a 4-level heavenly official. Even, beat the hell out of my captain Shift, that is, not an opponent at all. He danced with his hands, his fat body trembling. Brother Yi, I know you're powerful, but I didn't expect that you'd be powerful to this extent. Worthy of my good Yi. Lokyu acted extremely excited. If there's something, just say it. Yikuei looked at Luyue in front of him and gently narrowed his eyes. Is it something to do with your father being left on the other side of the door? Even though they weren't in the same squad, Yikuei had some understanding of Luyu. The Luyue at the moment, even though he was trying to act like he was the same as usual, Yikuei was still able to clearly sense the difference. And the moment he heard Yikuei's words, Luyu first stagnated, and then he sat down powerlessly on the ground. Yi brother, you say, am I useless? His lips trembled as he looked at Yikuei. On weekdays, when there is something, it is all relying on my dad, and when the sky collapses, I feel that there is my dad to help me hold the top. But this time, my dad was left on the other side of the door and there was nothing I could do. Rokuyu drooped his head, his voice filled with powerlessness. Exploring the gate was the authorities' decision. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself. Yikuei looked at Luyu in front of him and spoke. No, it's not. Luyu shook his head vigorously, interrupting Yikuei's words. My father would not have had to go with the halberd bearer, together to the other side of the door. At the time, arranged for our captain, I was the one who told my dad that if Shift didn't have to carry out this mission, he could take me on a few more authority-assigned missions. This way, it will be good for my promotion. He lowered his head, his voice full of pain. In the end, my dad just took the initiative to contact the halberd bearer. Instead of moving, that is, he participated in this mission. Blame me, Rokuyu muttered. Is that so? At those words, Yikuei frowned. He hadn't expected it to be like this. The juggalos were just left on the other side of the door. Yikuei sighed softly and shook his head. It's not that he had any accidents. That's what I thought. Luyue raised his head violently. That's why I came to find Brother Yi this time. Brother Yi, don't worry. I'm not begging you to go to the other side of the door to save my dad. This has nothing to do with you. And the condition of the door is too dangerous for me to risk you. And I can't always want to depend on someone else. I just want to know what's the secret to increasing your strength so quickly. Brother Yi, his eyes glittered with a determination never seen before. Suffering? Train? Go on more missions? I'll do anything to get better. At those words, Yikuei gave a sudden lurch. He did really feel Lokyu's determination, but with his own progress, Lokyu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to learn. The way I'm progressing may not be learned. Yikuei scratched his head. Yi, I know, geniuses are always different from us, but as long as I follow you, I can always learn something. Liu stared at Yi Kuei with a burning gaze. I've already told Lord Halberd Bearer that for the latter mission, I'll follow you. I must learn, in you, the way to progress. His voice was resounding, and his fat face was full of perseverance. In this way, I will accumulate strength earlier and go to save my dad back. So, okay. Seeing this scene, Yi Kuei could only nod his head in agreement as he got up and slowly walked over to the window, ready to open the window to get some air. Then for the next mission, you'll follow me first. However, before the words were finished, Yi Kuei froze violently. He saw that not far away, there was a familiar figure with a hunched back and a slightly thin figure, revealing a bit of lewdness in every move. Captain? A flash of curiosity crossed Yi Kuei's face as he opened his mouth to greet. Captain, what are you doing downstairs in the middle of the night? Downstairs. After slipping to the farthest corner from the dormitory, the earwig paused for a moment, as if he had made some decision, and stepped straight away. Didn't the captain hear you? Seeing this, Yi Kuei was slightly puzzled. It shouldn't be. Or is he up to something? His eyes snapped open and he looked down at his cell phone. Any news on the tricky area eatery that trapped his son? On the cell phone, however, there were no missed calls or messages from Ear Rat. That's pretty weird. Seeing this, Yi Kuei frowned. Never mind. I'll ask the captain tomorrow. He shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Is it an Ear Rat? Luyu's head poked over to take a look at the downstairs. Is he insomniac and not sleep? Skulking around. Just now when I came up, but did not see him. What time did you come up? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Lokyu. 5 or 6 hours ago. Luyu replied while once again helping Yi Kuei to heat up the tea. You were on my bed for 5 or 6 hours? Yi Kuei instantly widened his eyes. Once again, he clearly felt Lokyu's determination. Hey, Rokuyu smiled in embarrassment. However, soon, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly raised his head to look at Yi Kuei. Brother Yi, I heard Lord Halberd Bearer say that you'll soon be going to the Nameless Box to pick your title? Chapter 159 Unknown Box. Right. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei nodded and looked at Lu Yu in astonishment. You even know the information about the Nameless Box? Lu Yue gave a beat. A little embarrassed. This really don't know. After all, I'm just a Class 1 heavenly official. But, I still heard my dad mention once before. Nameless Box, that ceiling thing. Very unusual. After thinking hard, he spoke. It connects not only our Qin province authority alone, but all the authorities in China. It will give titles to the heavenly officials according to their characteristics. As he spoke, Lu Yu brought a cup of tea to Yi Kuei. Brother Yi, up until now I dare not think that it's only been a long time since you were able to travel to the Nameless Box to pick your title. Crunch dash. Yi Kuei chewed the teacup in one mouthful. His eyes lit up with increasing curiosity and excitement. The Nameless Box is so powerful? Rokuyu stalled once again. He didn't know that Yi would look so excited after hearing how powerful the Nameless Box was. That's right. However, out of good intentions, Lokyu continued. And, the different titles given by the Nameless Box seem to represent different meanings. So Yi Kuei, do you want to sleep a bit more and get refreshed before going to the Nameless Box to pick your title? He opened his mouth to warn. Rest? Rest from what? Yi Kuei glanced down at the time. Excited. It's already 5 o'clock now. I have to go see it earlier. Since the Nameless Box is so powerful, that flavor level, it must be rich. With both eyes glowing, he turned and left the dormitory. There must be respect for this delicacy. The Yi Kuei at the moment. Where was the appearance of the man who had just told himself that he should engage in more evil spirits and shenanigans, and eat less of the sealed objects? Yeah. Looking at Yi Kuei's departing back, Lu Yu froze for a moment. He didn't manage to understand what words like flavor levels and deliciousness came out of Yi Kuei's mouth, but Lu Yu felt another force. Sure enough, Ye's success didn't come out of nowhere. A flash of determination snapped in his small eyes. That kind of execution and diligence is the first lesson I need to learn. Next moment, Lu Yue fiercely stood up and headed towards the door. If Brother Yi is working so hard, then I can't be even lazier. I'm going to train now. The authority at 5 a.m. is the time to sweat it out. In the meantime, Yi Kuei was not aware of Lokyu's condition. After he left the dormitory, he once again made his way to the floor of the Basho residence. Really, why can't I even find a stone nearby? After searching around for a while, Yi Kuei only managed to laboriously find a small stone. He muttered as he raised his head and squinted his eyes to start aiming. Yi boys. But without waiting to throw the stone, a voice filled with resentment slowly resounded from the back. At those words, Yi Kuei froze and turned his head. Rear, Basho and Predator were staring at themselves with black lines on their faces. The halberd bearer and Predator? You're all here. A flash of surprise flashed across Yi Kuei's face. I told you that when you get older, you don't want to sleep. I was going to say wake you up. He dropped the stone in his hand quite naturally with a happy face. Now it seems that it's not necessary. HM. Predator sneered and laughed, but he didn't even know what to say. Yi Kuei. This kid. How come he can't get into the oil and salt? In the past, if he was really angry, he might have been able to teach Yi Kuei a lesson. But right now, even Pred didn't know if he was still a match for Yi Kuei. Not for you. The corner of the Overlord's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to mutter up at Predator through gritted teeth. Clean up all the little rocks around here for me? How can he still find it? His pale face was a mixture of grief and anger. Even if Yi Kuei had amazing talent and extraordinary strength, and could already represent the authority of Qin province, he couldn't bully the authority's halberd bearer like this. It's a good thing that Basho was in the Ministry of Medicine, healing his wounds for the night. Otherwise he didn't even dare to think about what it would be like to be sound asleep and woken up again early in the morning by the sound of stones hitting the glass. Are the sanitation requirements for the authority now so strict? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei froze, glanced at the ground, and muttered to himself, looks like I'll have to bring something of my own in the future. Since you're all at. He secretly made up his mind and raised his head to look at Basho with an expectant face. Can we go to the nameless box now? Basho's face suddenly stared. Go. But in the end, as if he had given up resisting, he let out a long, feeble sigh and turned around to walk slowly towards the side of the authority. The Ministry of Medicine has discovered a new treatment that is quite effective. Although there was no way to heal the injury, it could control the wound from worsening, and that alone allowed Basho to breathe a long sigh of relief. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to regain his mobility. Pred shook his head and took the same step. Go. Yi Kuei instantly followed suit. Soon, a few people then arrived at a building not far from the authority's sealed objects filing room. This is the nameless box? Standing outside the square building in front of him that seemed to be made of lead and nameless metal, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. He had seen this building before, but he hadn't thought that this one building would be an extremely extraordinary sealing object. The nameless box is inside. Pred turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Ha ha. Yi Kuei let out a dry laugh. I told you, if it's this big, it should be called a nameless room. How come it's called a box? And just as a few people were about to step into the building, Lord Halberd Bearer, one side, suddenly there was a heavenly official who ran over in a hurried manner. What's wrong? Seeing this, Basho turned his head. That incident at Yaoi Hospital. There's a new situation. Arriving in front of Basya, this heavenly official looked grave and spoke in a low voice. The situation of pregnancy has spread. A male, also showing signs of pregnancy. Male? Basho frowned at once. Right. The baby in that male's womb was shown via ultrasound. The celestial officer nodded and spoke in reply. If that thing counts as a baby, it's 4 months old. I know. Basho nodded somberly. I'll take care of it in a bit when I'm done with my current business. Yes, Tenkan replied seriously. With that, he turned his head to look at Yi Kuei and smiled a greeting before turning around and jogging all the way to leave in a hurry. After the strength assessment, all the heavenly officials of the Qin provincial administration had already known of Yi Kuei's existence. Come on, let's go in first. Basho paused once more, thinking for a moment before reaching out and pushing open the door to the building in front of him. Male, pregnancy? At the back, Yi Kuei froze for a moment, a flash of surprise in his eyes. So charged? But he didn't think much more about it. Instead, he followed Basho and Predator and stepped into the metal building in front of him. Just stepped into the room. Yi Kuei then saw the ancient wooden box that was placed in the center of the room. The box was unlocked but tightly closed, with unrecognizable mysterious patterns engraved on its surface, emitting faint spiritual fluctuations and looking very hard. Number 7-006. Name of seal, nameless box. When someone touches the nameless box, the box gives a specific title to choose from based on the most notable traits within the toucher, key elements of their life story, or potential abilities, and the title may imply a definition of the toucher, the future, or the course of their destiny. At the same time, it will leave behind a wisp of the spirit of the person who touched it. Pred spoke up and introduced it. It needs to be housed in a building made of lead plates with a high-strength anti-spiritual alloy to shield the box from any unknown psychic and spiritual forces it may emanate. As for the negative impact of the nameless box, the authorities' headquarters shelter is supervised for confidentiality. He looked at Yi Kuei. Is that so? Yi Kuei gazed at the small box in the center of the room and narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had heard such detailed information about the seal. Not bad for a Class 7 seal. The effects of the nameless box are really extremely extraordinary, and even involve some occult situations. And the key thing is that it looks, like a date cake. Yi Kuei licked his lips. Can I touch it? He turned his head to Basho and opened his mouth tentatively to inquire. Sure. Basha nodded. To pick a title, you must touch the nameless box to do so. I'll be damned. Upon hearing this, Yikuei directly rushed over and grabbed towards the nameless box. But the next moment, he seemed to have touched something, yet he seemed to have grasped nothing, and his palm went straight through the nameless box. What? Situation? A flash of bewilderment flashed across Yikuei's face. Well, this will do. There's no way for you to actually touch the nameless box for now. Seeing this, Basho nodded. The main body of the nameless box is kept at the authorities' headquarters, and the ones that appear in the rest of the authority are just projections. Projection? Yikuei turned his head and stared. Suddenly anxious, why didn't you say it earlier? But the words did not fall. Buzz. With a buzz, the unlocked but tightly closed box snapped open. Light, raging out from within the box. A ray of light with different colors, like a star illusion, was constantly projected out in all directions, as if it was a gorgeous dream. When Yikuei came back to his senses, he froze violently. The entire leaden room was already all lit up. Above the walls on all sides of the room, countless long strips of titles that emitted inexplicable light appeared densely. Ba asterisk 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 A. Lift the Father. Guju. Predator. Shift that is. Faustus. Oni-chan. By phone. Inside the authority, no matter whether Yikuei had seen, or had not seen, the heavenly officials, as well as the heavenly officials, all of them were revealed on the walls. But here's the strange thing. These titles, some bright, some dim. What's this all about? Yikuei turned his head and looked blankly at Basho. Chapter 160 Roll. Pred just said. Upon hearing this, Basha turned his head to look at Yikuei and slowly revealed a smile. The nameless box will leave behind a wisp of spirituality of the person who touches it. That's the other thing it does. He turned his head and looked at the individual titles surrounding the wall, being able to determine the status of the current title holder. The bright ones mean that the bearer is still spiritually alive and in good shape. After pausing for a moment on the Radiance-less Fudo title, Basho's eye sighed. As for the dim ones, it means that the bearer's spirituality is annihilated, and the title reverts back to the nameless box. I can't believe it. A flash of astonishment passed through Yikuei's eyes. Even though he had already considered that a Class 7 seal might be extraordinary, Yikuei had not expected that the effect of the nameless box would be so incredible. And right now, the walls, most of which had been darkened, clearly illustrated the tragic loss of the authority after the gate incident. Yikuei narrowed his eyes in search. A few moments later, he saw the titles of the gurus and the Zhugans off to the side. Although the light emanating from the two titles had been flickering constantly, it really hadn't lost its glow. So, Yikuei turned his head to look at Basha and opened his mouth to inquire. The Gushu bird and Zhuguan, are they still alive now? According to the feedback on the nameless box, it does. Basha nodded. As if he had thought of something he was extremely reluctant to recall. A touch of heaviness flashed across his pale face. But the situation on the other side of the door is very strange, and there is no way for us to draw any conclusions at the moment. No wonder. Yikuei was thoughtful. Due to the oddity of the situation on the other side of the door, the authority could not judge the situation even if the titles of the celestial officers who remained on the other side of the door had not dimmed. So the conclusions they gave all just stayed on the other side of the door. Even Rokuyu was not sure of his father's true situation. But this situation, in turn, confirmed Yikuei's judgment of the Guju's condition. It seemed that the connection with the blood was really as he thought it was. What about me? Yikuei turned his head to look at Basha and opened his mouth to inquire. Didn't you say just now that after touching the nameless box, you can pick a title? Take it easy. At that, Predator spoke up and explained. It's going to be a little wait. That's right. Basho also nodded and spoke slowly. It will take a while before the titles available for selection appear. Generally, 2 titles appear in the nameless box, giving a choice. He turned his head to look at Yikuei, but without exception, these 2 titles must have something to do with your characteristics. Yi kid, I'm really quite curious. A smile couldn't help but flash across even Basha's aged face. What exactly will be the title given to you by the nameless box? I'm curious too. Yikuei similarly rounded his eyes and nodded vigorously. By the way, the titles in the nameless box, do they repeat? He suddenly thought of something and looked at Basho curiously and asked. It won't be repeated. Basha shook his head. The titles that have already been lit up will not be repeated. Only those titles that have dimmed and spiritually annihilated will be reactivated. Well, Yikuei nodded slightly and squinted his eyes, unable to stop observing. Characteristics? Titles are given based on characteristics. He was genuinely curious as to what traits he had, and what kind of titles would appear from the nameless box, based on the traits, to give him to pick from. Just then, buzz. The nameless box shook. The whole room suddenly lit up. Chapter 161 Kuei. Sha 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 sha. The nameless box flickered faster and faster, and between the constant flickering of the light, it even emitted a string of low sounds. Seeing the situation, Basho froze. All the heavenly officials who had been promoted to level 3 needed to come to the nameless box to pick their titles, and over the years, he had accompanied countless heavenly officials who had stepped into this room. Usually, after waiting for a few moments, 2 titles would be on the walls around them, lit up with the brightest light, and offered to the celestial officials to choose from. A situation like the one before him, where the nameless box itself seemed to be blinking itself out of existence, he had never seen before. Ye boys, Basha revealed a bitter and incomparable smile. Yi Kuei is really, no matter what you do, it's different from the average heavenly official. It seemed to have something to do with being used to seeing the shocks that Yi Kuei brought. Right now, when faced with this scene, he was only in a trance for a moment, and quickly came to his senses, but Pred obviously couldn't take it, and remained frozen straight in place. But the next moment, right after the light of the nameless box flickered to its extreme buzz, it shook unexpectedly. Above the surrounding walls, a dull title suddenly emitted a blinding light. Dream Eater? The bully took a beating, but not before he reacted. A light suddenly lit up again. Tengu? Basho's eyes widened, but after lighting up in 2 places, it didn't end at all. Pixie? Chaos? 2 more titles lit up. There are 4 of them? Surprise was written all over Basho's face. But, what characteristics does this represent for Yi Kid? Just as Basho was thinking blankly, buzz, the nameless box shook again. A title that emitted the most blinding light. Tao Tai. The moment he saw the title, Basho froze violently, a flash of disbelief flashing across his pale face. He didn't expect that the nameless box would light up with 5 titles, offering them to Yi Kuei to choose from. And, the difference in titles is fundamentally different in what they represent. The likes of the Ear Rat, Shugon, and Dream Eater are more mediocre and generic titles that represent the potential of the Tengu itself, which may be slightly limited. Titles like Bibi, Basho, and Tengu take it to the next level. As for the likes of Basha, Yen Luo, and Pishi, they belong to the topmost heavenly official titles, representing the immeasurable potential of their heavenly officials. As for legendary titles like Chaos and Tao Tai, they were even more rare and once in a lifetime. And the titles provided to Yi Kuei by the nameless box surprisingly ranged from ordinary to extreme. What does it mean? Basho was a little confused, although he was filled with disbelief at the situation. When the last title Tao Tai appeared, Basha instantly came to a conclusion regarding Yi Kuei's characteristics. How? He stared at the titles on the wall that gave off a blinding light and frowned tightly. It's all to do with eating. Is Yi boy so greedy on weekdays? Can't see it. Basha turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. A flash of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. How can it all affect the nameless box's judgment of characteristics? So, is now a choice of title? Yi Kuei was not affected by anything. He narrowed his eyes and surveyed the 5 titles above the walls around him and opened his mouth to inquire. At those words, Basho's body gave a start and suddenly came to his senses. That's right, is available for selection. After pondering for a moment, he still spoke. These 5 titles, however, are still different. In terms of the rarity of the title, Dream Eater is the most common, Tao Tai is the rarest, and in the history of the authority, it seems that no one has ever used the title Tao Tai. Basha looked at Yi Kuei. Logically speaking, general titles will only appear with the same rarity. As for why the current situation has occurred, I can't figure it out. But, you should try to be more careful when you have to decide on your choice. He spoke up to remind. After all, the choice of title may involve the future. Is that so? Listening to the words of the hegemon, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. If you make a decision, just touch lightly at the lit title. Basya looked at Yi Kuei. Got it. Yi Kuei took a step towards a few titles. Dream-eating taper, Tengu, Pixie, Chaos, Tao Tai. He frowned as he surveyed several titles that couldn't stop glowing. Yi Kuei understood the hints from the hegemon just now. If he had to choose, it would definitely be the rarer and more unusual the title, the better. So the title of Tao Tai is probably the most appropriate of the 5. But, doesn't sound good. Yi Kuei muttered. What Tao Tai? Makes it sound like I only think about eating all day. Am I that kind of person? Too bad to hear. It wasn't just Tao Tai, but several other titles that he didn't feel good about. After Yi Kuei turned around, he once again returned to the nameless box. You say even if the main body isn't here, there's not even a single good name that you've come up with. Can I choose from these few? He licked his lips, glared at the nameless box, and spoke with dissatisfaction. Might as well let me start it myself. Let's see. What should I name it if I were to name it myself? Yi Kuei muttered while nodding his head with his hand. The ones that I thought of in the beginning are a bit inappropriate. My name is Yi Kuei. Kuei. If it is Kuei. He frowned tightly, thinking, ha. Seeing this scene, Predator finally snapped out of his trance, and he looked at Yi Kuei, dumbfounded. Yi kid, don't waste your efforts. The titles in the nameless box are fixed. Predator shook his head. There's no such thing as saying that titles can still make up their own. And, with these few titles of yours, they're already quite extraordinary. A title at that level of Tao Tai. I don't even dare to think about it. He let out a long sigh. You kid, is really something. However, the words were not finished. Ahead. Buzz. The buzzing sound came out suddenly. A blinding light instantly lit up. Sha 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 sha. The next moment, the light flickered and the entire nameless box couldn't help but shake violently. What's going on? Seeing this, a flash of nervousness flashed across the faces of Basho and Predator. Yi Kuei also froze for a moment and lowered his head in puzzlement. Below, as the light continued to flicker, a distinctive trace began to outline, bit after bit, surfacing on the surface of the box. What is it? Basho and Predator took a step forward, more panicked. What's wrong with the box? What is that thing that appeared on it? Immediately, in their sights, the little bit of traces that had been outlined gradually became clearer until the last stroke settled, completely revealing the symbols on the surface of the box. Kuei. It was the word Kuei that Yi Kuei recited. The moment. It's not just the Qin provincial authority, the entire China, the nameless box projections within the other administrations, and even the nameless box proper at the headquarters shelter, all shook violently. The light flickered. A clear character Kuei slowly emerged from all the boxes. TCTI. Chapter 162. Immediately. Buzz. The box let out another buzz, and the light suddenly lit up again. On the four walls, the lines of densely packed titles seemed to have sensed something and suddenly sank. Kuei. That word Kuei that appeared on the box surfaced a little bit, until it stopped at the top of the row of titles. Staring at the scene in front of him, Basha could no longer hold back and shuddered as he let out an exclamation of surprise, able to make him, who was used to seeing storms and waves, show this appearance at the moment. Predictable. Just how much of a shock did the scene in front of him give Basho? Rear. Predator was even more unable to withstand it, and his body stumbled as his eyes went black. Exaggeration. It's just too much. Not since joining the authority had Predator thought that he would ever see such an incredible situation as the one before him. No name box. Surprisingly, a brand new title would really appear according to what Kidji had said. Even this title is above all titles. Both Basho and Predator were outright dumbfounded. And the scene. It's not just happening in the Qin province authority. The whole of China. The same condition occurs wherever a nameless box exists. Nam Chao. Unlike the Qin province, the Bureau of Concord is located in a spectacular area of hanging temples spreading thousands of meters over a cliff face. This day, under the arrangement of the parallel state authorities' halberd bearer, Father Lift took the newly promoted level 3 heavenly officials of the parallel state authority and headed to where the nameless box was located to pick a title. Lifting his father's task of tracking down the mandrill was not accomplished after all. In the follow-up trail, the mandrill was as if it had disappeared, never to be seen again. Even when he returned to the Concordia authority later on and used some means involving the occult, he still didn't get any clues. And so, in bewilderment, Father Lift could only suspend this task. However, it was also because he had been tracking down the mandrill's trail that he had missed out on going to the capital to carry out the investigative mission of the gate incident. The impact of losses due to the gate incident. The Concordia administration arranged for a group of heavenly officials to make the relevant title choices as soon as they reached level 3. Inside the lead building, the previous heavenly official was just about to choose the title he had already picked, Heavy Bright Bird, when a strange change suddenly appeared. How come? Gazing at the nameless box that was flickering with light, constantly vibrating, and symbols appearing on the body of the box, Father Lift's face also flashed with a touch of panic. He had never seen such a situation in front of him before. It's not just him. Inside the building, the other heavenly officials who had come to select their titles had a flash of nervousness on their faces. In particular, that heavenly official who decided to choose the title of Heavy Bright Bird was directly stunned. He wondered how he would be able to afford to pay for the nameless box if he broke it. When the word Kuei was revealed on the box and appeared at the top of the surrounding line of titles, Father Lift's body shuddered violently and froze even more. Although this word Kuei, in that moment just now, reminded him of a deceased person who had caused him to be beaten up, Father Lift soon came to his senses. I didn't expect us, the Concordia authority, to also be able to appear a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, enough to shake the nameless box and make it appear as a brand new title. He turned his head violently, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked towards the heavenly official who wanted to choose the Heavy Bright Bird, his body trembling uncontrollably. That Yi Kuei from Qin province is talented enough, But our parallel province is not bad, even stronger. Breaking the original rules of the nameless box, one word alone is enough to overpower all titles. On Father Lift's face, an extremely quick smile flashed. I hadn't even realized before that we, the Concordia Authority, have such amazingly talented people. Don't be nervous. Unable to contain his inner excitement, he turned his head to the stunned heavenly official and spoke excitedly. This is a brand new title projected by the nameless box based on your characteristics. You are amazing. Father Lift shivered. Go and choose. But this heavenly official once again froze, his face written with bewilderment. I didn't feel that I had any connection with this one title. That heavy bright bird just now could still cause echoes with him. However, the appearance of this Kuei caused this heavenly official's heart to be filled with awe instead of a trace of resonance. I'll go ahead and try. He swallowed nervously and stepped forward. Kuei. Father Lift stared at the figure of the celestial official in front of him, excitement and impatience written all over his face. I wonder what characteristics and meanings this title represents. Yet just then, a loud, agonized yell interrupted Father Lift's thoughts. It hurts. Ahead. The celestial official kept flinging his blackened palm, grimacing in pain. Just now, he stretched out his hand and prepared to choose this brand new Kuei title, but the result was that before he could touch it, he was directly split apart by the lightning-like red light that surged out from the word Kuei. Seeing this, Father Lift froze. He stared at the word Kuei that was located at the very top of a bunch of titles, glittering, biting and majestic, not allowing the slightest shaking at all, and drifted off for a moment. Father Lift never knew that titles could split people. However, he reacted to the fact that this one word, Kuei, did not belong to the one below. The one heavenly official from their parallel province. Was the mutation of the nameless box caused by someone available at? Who could it be? Just who was it that had even managed to induce this unbelievable change in the nameless box of their parallel province? Kuei. Father Lift froze in place, bewilderment written in his eyes. It's not just the Concordia Provincial Authority. Above the land of Huaxia, other administrations have discovered the changes in the nameless box. Without exception, after seeing this scene, the crowd of heavenly officials of the authority were all terrified in their hearts, but at the same time, they were filled with trance and shock. A few moments later, an urgent message, like snowflakes, swarmed towards the authority's headquarters in Chang'an, the capital. The whole of Huaxia, almost all of the authority, was stirred up at this moment, with the exception of one AXA, Qin Province Authority. Inside the lead room, it was silent, a dead silence. Chapter 163. Let me see which one is good for me. Basho and Predator stood stiffly in place, staring straight ahead at the gleaming title on the wall in front of them, slow to come to their senses. Not only them, even Yi Kuei froze. He stared at the word Kuei at the top of the string of titles and the corner of his mouth jerked. Next moment, you lied to me? Yi Kuei turned his head unexpectedly and looked at the nameless box in the center of the room. Didn't you say you can't make up your own title? What's going on? He pointed to the word Kuei on the side of the wall and became anxious. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had said it earlier, wouldn't I have been able to get a few good titles ahead of time? Let's see. What should it be called? Yi Kuei rubbed his chin. Otherwise, let's call it Baba. It's very domineering and more in line with my identity. The #1 gourmet in China will do. Or, Evil Sneak Buster sounds really good. He pondered for a while, raised his head to look at the nameless box once again, and waved his big hand. Let's do it this way. Just these few names. You get them all out and stick them on the wall for me first. I'll pick and choose and see which one looks better. Yi Kuei grinned. Yi boy. Words. Basho and Predator's bodies shuddered instantly awake. They rushed to look at Yi Kuei and nervously reminded. You're almost done. One is already very powerful. The nameless box is a 7-level seal. How can you just make a request? However, the words were not yet spoken. Buzz. The nameless box then buzzed once again. It jolted, and the familiar light once again spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Basho and Predator froze once again. But, clunk dash, before the light could illuminate the room, the nameless box was like an engine that had run out of oil, emitting a strange sound while shaking violently and continuously. The original overflowing light also flickered intermittently as if it had poor contact. Even so, clunk dash, the nameless box was still clenching its teeth. Okay. Seeing this, Yi Kuei's eyes immediately flashed with a touch of heartache as he waved his hand. Stop. No need to get me those new ones. If it really wears you out and there are changes in your spirituality, I'll go to the authorities' headquarters when the time comes. Yi Kuei glanced at the nameless box, paused, and subconsciously licked his lips. Your flavor has changed. So what to do? Buzz. At those words, The amplitude of the nameless box flickering and vibrating instantly increased by a few points. Alright. Yi Kuei frowned as he turned his head to look at the word Kuei located at the top of the string of titles and nodded. Actually, the more I look at. Now. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. For this title, I'm really getting satisfied. He stepped forward and without the slightest hesitation placed his hand above the word Kuei. Boom. Instantly, the leaden room shook. A flash of blood-red light flashed at once, following the lines of the title Kuei and gradually filling the glittering word Kuei. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at his title. At this moment, he felt a subtle touch of connection with the title of Kuei. Nice. Yi Kuei nodded in satisfaction. Halberd Bearer, now in that case, does that mean that my title selection is complete? He turned his head to Basho and opened his mouth to inquire. Why is blood red? Basho didn't reply as he stared dead on at the top of the string of titles. The extremely eye-catching, blood-colored glowing title Kuei, with bewilderment written all over his pale face. Basho had just never seen a title that would be blood-red after picking it. But, counting. His eyes, after sweeping over the nameless box that obediently obeyed and stopped vibrating, shook his head slightly stiffly. For just a moment, there were too many situations that arose that Basho had not seen before. His brain, apparently, wasn't quite enough anymore. Ye boys. Basho took a long breath, and the smile on his pale face was complicated. Can you consider the old man next time? My heart really can't stand it anymore. But from now on, after a pause, he looked at Yi Kuei and spoke. Your title in the authority is Kuei. Basho softly recited the title that belonged to Yi Kuei. Kuei. Pred stood aside and repeated in a low voice. They were not clear about the meaning in this one title, but they were able to feel the ferocious and majestic power contained in Kuei. Not bad. Still sounds good. Listening to the sounds coming from the front, the smile on Yi Kuei's face grew stronger. Hard work. He turned and re-entered the center of the room, slapping the projection of the nameless box with a firm hand. I'm satisfied with this title. Buzz buzz. As Yi Kuei's palm passed through the box, the nameless box vibrated once again, until the trio left the lead house. Both Basho and Predator were unable to slow down from the trance they had just been in. They couldn't figure out how Yi Kuei was able to make the nameless box that docile and obedient. And what about his title? Though the mind is filled with puzzlement. However, the two were aware that it was not the right time to continue to dwell on it. The follow-up on Yi Kuei's situation could be dealt with slowly, but the relevant matters within the authority could not really be delayed. Just stepped out of the house where the nameless box was located. Basho then saw the celestial official who had just given him a report about the male pregnancy, standing outside the door waiting anxiously. Halberd Bearer. Seeing Basho appear, the heavenly official codenamed Fatty Ruin rushed to welcome him. What's wrong? Seeing this, Basho opened his mouth to inquire. That anomaly at the Friendship Hospital. It spread. Fertile Legacy's expression was solemn. Just now, we received news that the male who was pregnant at the very beginning, the baby in her womb, has grown to 6 months. And there are several other males within the Friends Hospital who are experiencing the same condition. A flash of complexity passed through his eyes. How many more guys got pregnant? At those words, Yi Kuei's voice snapped. He stared wide-eyed, his handsome face filled with astonishment. How long has this been going on? And who did this? The efficiency is too high, isn't it? The exact reason is still unknown. Fertile Legacy stalled and replied in a small voice. The situation was a sudden escalation, so I rushed to report the situation to Lord Halberd Bearer. TSK. Yi Kuei smacked his lips and shook his head. There is no way to determine the level of abnormality of this event at this time? Basho frowned and opened his mouth to inquire. That's right. Regarding this unusual event, we initially detected a level 2 psychic fluctuation. With a hesitant look on his face, Fatty spoke up and replied, but this level of abnormality is far from the situation caused by the incident. In our judgment, this incident is far from Class 2. He glanced up at the Overlord. If you want to judge, it may take a little time. There's no time. Before Fatty could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Basho waving his hand. His pale face was filled with gravity. The situation has developed so rapidly that there is no time to continue observing. It must be dealt with immediately. Strange pregnancies, even affecting male pregnancies, with an unusual event level that is clearly not low. Basho frowned and thought, it is important to be cautious about this situation. Let's see, what are the abilities of the celestial officials that the authority has? Just then, Halberd Bearer. Before Basho finished his thoughts, Yi Kuei's voice filled with excitement suddenly rang out. Me, I'm suitable. I'm a heavenly officer of the Ministry of Medicine. His eyes were glowing as he stared straight at Overlord with a look of impatience. This kind of strange and unusual event should be left to me to deal with. you may not believe it when I tell you. Yi Kuei patted his chest vigorously. Before joining the authorities' medical department, I was a doctor, and I'm very good at this kind of thing. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. No. At those words, Basho snapped, and subconsciously tried to refuse. But soon, thinking of Yi Kuei's current strength that was comparable to that of a top 4 level heavenly official and the shock that he had brought to him during this period of time, a complex smile immediately flashed across Baxia's face. The Yi Kuei at the moment was already able to deal with more tricky and unusual events, and Yi Kuei needed to face it all. Yes, Basha turned his head to look at Yi Kuei with a solemn expression. This unusual event will be left to you to deal with, and it will also be considered a test for you, but no matter what, it must still be safe. Although the decision had been made, he couldn't help but bark. Take heart, halberd bearer. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei grinned. Well, Basha nodded and turned his head to look at Fatty, who was standing on the side. Mission filed. This unusual event, taken by the Qin provincial authorities level 4 heavenly official, Kuei. You'll give the investigation file of this unusual incident to Yi Kuei later. He opened his mouth. Kuei? At that, Fatty froze. He hadn't remembered for a moment which class 4 heavenly official within the authority had the code name, Kuei. But soon, the fat man reacted. Yes. He jerked his body straight and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, who was standing aside, revealing a smile. I'll bring the file right away. Finish the conversation. Fertilizer then turned and ran at a fast pace towards the side of the authority. Still, on the way, he narrowed his eyes and a flash of doubt crossed his face. When he picked the title of heavenly official through the nameless box, how come he didn't remember seeing anything else about the title of Kuei? Yi kid, this task, I'll leave it to you. With that, Basho once again turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. I'll give you one more advice. No matter when, don't try to be brave. And when you encounter any situation that you can't handle, promptly call for help from the authority. Take heart, halberd bearer. Yi Kuei grinned, his handsome face filled with sincerity. I've never been an impulsive person. Well, seeing Yi Kuei's appearance of listening to the advice, Basya nodded with satisfaction. Right. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he raised his head again. Chapter 164, How come there's no news from you guys? Rokuyu gave me assurances at the time that he would stop spilling his guts, but to promise him that he would be allowed to join you on a few missions. Basha frowned slightly and spoke. He said he wanted to follow you to learn how to grow faster. Right. I know about it. Yi Kuei nodded and spoke with a smile. But this time the mission. Basho shook his head as if he wanted to say something else. No problem with this mission. Excitement was written all over Yi Kuei's face. Men get pregnant. Don't you think it's very energizing? Halberd bearer? Lu Yue will love it. Just relax. He waved a big hand. Surely there won't be any problems. Seeing this, Basho suddenly stuttered. Actually, he wasn't trying to say whether or not Locke you liked. What Basha wanted to express at the very beginning was that for this kind of mission with an unknown level, he was worried about any unforeseen situations if he brought along Locke you. But right now, looking at Yi Kuei's state, it was clear that he didn't care. And one more heavenly official is always one more helper. Okay then. Overlord nodded. This matter is up to you. Also, the promotion of the rank of heavenly officer requires you to travel in person to renew it. Suddenly, he remembered something else and spoke to Yi Kuei. If you're going to carry out a mission right away, there's no way to update your heavenly official rank for the time being. Basha hadn't forgotten that what Yi Kuei was currently holding was still his own special trainee heavenly official's document from that time. I thought something was up. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei waved his hand, his handsome face filled with casualness. This matter is not that important. Let's talk about it when the time comes. He really didn't care about the promotion of the heavenly official rank. For him, it was enough to have a trainee celestial official's document that could prove his identity. Okay then. Seeing this, Basho gently nodded. After the files are brought back in a while, you can depart. The abnormal event is obviously in a rapidly spreading condition, so it really can't be delayed. That's right, that's right. At the mention of the unusual event, Yi Kuei's eyes began to shine again. Then you wait here for the fat man to get the file. Basho glanced down at the clock and spoke. I'm going to head back to the office first. There are other things that need to be addressed. Take the file back and look at it carefully. There may be clues in there that will help you solve your problem. He looked up once more and barked. Got it. Yi Kuei grinned as he waved goodbye. You're not in good health. Halberd bearer, walk slower in a while. Basya gave Yi Kuei an odd look. He always felt that what Yi Kuei said sounded strange. Immediately, with Predator's help, the two stumbled together toward the offices at the back of the authority. Obviously, although there was an interlude in the middle that distracted them a bit, But the two still couldn't get over the incident of the nameless box. It didn't take long. Basho then returned to the office. What's the deal with this? When he had just turned on his phone and connected to the authorities' internal network, he snapped to attention. An emergency message indicating the color red kept swiping the screen. Basho's heart snapped. It's hard not to. What other uncontrollable anomalies have occurred? But the next moment, when he read the content of the message, he directly froze in place. HQ. Is it a change in the nameless box proper? Headquarters. What is the reason for the condition of the nameless box? HQ. I'm sure the title Kue. Nameless box didn't even exist before. Is it a plan from headquarters? Who the hell is this Kue? Headquarters. Why didn't you inform us in advance? A sudden accident caused one of our authorities' heavenly officials to injure his palm. How can we calculate the loss? HQ. How did Kue affect all the nameless boxes of the authority? A message from a different authority was inquiring about the situation related to the authority's headquarters with unparalleled urgency. They were filled with panicked incomprehension at the sudden change in the nameless box. Ryoko. The news from the authority's headquarters only slowly appeared. It has been verified that the nameless box mutation was not caused by the authority's headquarters, and that the nameless box itself is in a state of internment, with no other repercussions for the time being. So the mutation of the nameless box was something that either of your administrations pulled off? What about the Qin Provincial Administration? How come we haven't seen anything from you guys? Chapter 165, No One Can Take Away My Baby. My name is Zhang Yong. I've been working as a male nurse practitioner at the Friends Hospital for some years now, and I've seen a lot of blood and life and death. But what happened the night before sent chills down my spine. It had been a stormy night the night before. Or maybe the weather has been a little odd these days. It was dusky and always saw no sunlight. Not only the weather, but even the Friends Hospital struck me as a bit strange. A few patients who said they were going to be discharged never did the paperwork, and the nurses and doctors, too, hadn't changed shifts for a while. I'm fairly fit, but for all those hard-working doctors and nurses, I'm worried about wearing them out. And the number of women giving birth in hospitals is increasing these days. Maybe it's a long night shift and a little too much chanting at the drop of a hat. Let's just move on to the night before. Late the night before last, heavy rain and lightning occasionally broke through the night sky, illuminating the slightly dim corridors of the hospital. As usual, after taking care of the patients in room 304 and putting them to bed, I was ready to go out for a smoke to get some fresh air. Who knows? After stepping into the elevator seems to have a problem. The elevator, which was supposed to go down, took me up to the 6th floor. 6th floor is 6th floor. I didn't think anything of it. I just remembered that there was a small rooftop on the side of the 6th floor. It would be appropriate to smoke there. It can't be smoked in the hallway. It would disturb the other patients. But before I could cross the corridor to the rooftop, I could faintly hear a low whimpering sound, coming from ward 602. It was as if someone was moaning and struggling in extreme pain. I was so worried at the time that I rushed towards ward 602. In the hospital as a nurse for a long time, and the nurses are familiar with this kind of thing, has long been accustomed to. If the nurses are too late to deal with, I can help. Always want to help. After all, human lives are at stake. But I was almost to the door of ward 602 when it suddenly hit me. It seemed that something urgent had happened to the hospital in the recent past, and it had closed the entire 6th floor for the time being. But by the time I fully reacted to the incident, I was already standing in the doorway of ward 602. Is it hard to believe that? Is having some kind of contagious disease? I subconsciously looked through the observation window, ready to turn around and leave at any moment if there were any problems. 602 is part of the intensive care unit, which is not small and has a beautiful environment. In the ward, however, there was nothing out of the ordinary, much less any quarantine measures made due to the contagious disease. The large hospital bed. There was only a pregnant woman with a big belly, rolling over in pain and constantly on the bed. I can't figure out why a pregnant woman would be enclosed on the 6th floor, but no matter what, pregnant women are suffering like this and I always try to help. However, didn't wait for me to push my way out of the hospital room. Inside ward 602, the pregnant woman who was holding her stomach tightly and in extreme pain rolled over again and turned to face me. I froze, because this pregnant figure is not a pregnant woman at all, but a man. I thought I was blind at first, rubbed my eyes and looked again. That's right, just a pregnant man, and he couldn't stop rolling and churning on his 6 or 7-month-old belly, and you could even see a grimace on the top of it with force. I was terrified and cold. I've never seen a man pregnant, much less anyone pregnant with a belly. That would be such a horrible sight. Turn around and I'll run. But just at that moment, the lights in the corridor suddenly went out, and I was so nervous that I slipped and fell on the floor. Well, soon the lights came on again, but just as I was struggling to get up and ready to continue my escape, I realized that the pregnant male who had been rolling around in pain in the hospital room had disappeared. Above the hospital bed, it was clean and empty. There was no sign of anyone lying down at all. Is it possible that I'm hallucinating? Hallucination or not? I knew I couldn't continue much longer at the door of Ward 602. Turning around, I was ready to rush off. And I can't move, because the pregnant man who had just disappeared and whose stomach had rumbled huge was now standing in front of me, cocking his head and staring eerily at me. No, it's not just him. On his belly, moreover, a hideous, twisted face protruded from the top, while looking at me. Are you going to take my baby? A rough, hoarse voice came out of that pregnant man's mouth. In the dimly lit hallway, this scene is really creepy and weird to the extreme. I blacked out and fainted outright from the shock. When I woke up, I found myself lying on my back next to the hospital bed of the employer who had hired me as a chaperone. Windows. It was still overcast, but it was clearly daylight. What with Ward 602 and the pregnant man, it all disappeared without a trace. Turns out, is a nightmare. I let out a long sigh of relief. If that was all true, I shudder to think what would have happened. I shook my head and stood up to stretch comfortably. Daylight has arrived. I'm going to start mine. Although I had a nightmare, when I woke up, I was instead refreshed and didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue, so it seems that my body is still in good shape. But there was something strange about how they all looked at me. The employer had a strange look in his eyes. Even the little nurse, who normally likes to gag with me over nothing, looked at me strangely. What's going on? What do they want? It's hard not to. They all want to take my baby? Baby, don't be afraid. I gave them a grimly guarded look, lowered my head, touched my bulging belly, and gave a loving smile. Daddy won't let anyone take you from me. No one. So this Xiang Yong is the last of this batch of pregnant males to be found? Outside the Friends Hospital, Yikue stared at Zhang Yong, who was strolling on the lawn with a big belly and a face full of lovingly stroking his belly, and excitedly opened his mouth to inquire. Fatty Legacy stood beside Yikue, and after a short pause, he opened his mouth to reply. That's right, but Zhang Yong's reaction was the strongest among these few pregnant males. After bringing back the file and handing it over to Yikue, Fatty followed Yikue to the Friendship Hospital. On the way, he even reported the relevant situation in detail. The authority has intervened in the control of the hospital at the first time of the report of an unusual event. The relevant conditions, the transfer, closure and isolation. Follow up. After realizing that the situation was still spreading, the authority even sealed off the entire Friends Hospital. It's safe to say that the normal doctors and patients in the Friends Hospital have all been evacuated a long time ago. Those who remain in the hospitals now, both doctors and patients, have more or less problems. Zhang Yang would go out for a walk around 8 in the morning. The other side, a celestial official in charge of real-time monitoring of the Friendship Hospital simultaneously opened his mouth and introduced himself. According to our preliminary contact, he said that this is good for his baby. Is Zhang Yong still able to communicate and interact? Upon hearing this, Yikue became more and more excited. It's okay up front. After hesitating for a while, this celestial officer spoke up and replied, but lately his situation isn't very stable. Not only him, but the entire UAI hospital is a bit strange. Yes, this I can confirm. Fatty's voice rang out. Yesterday, in order to ascertain the details, I made a trip into UAI hospital, and the state of the patients in UAI hospital has obviously changed. I can't even get into the hospital building anymore, and haven't done anything yet. As if he had remembered something he couldn't bear to recall, he revealed an extremely complicated smile. I just feel that my stomach has gotten bigger. So fast. Yikue hurriedly looked at Fatty's stomach. What happened afterward? Was it born? Sir, the fat man was even more defeated, his face showing helplessness. Don't make fun of me, it's not that fast. Nowadays, although the rank of the heavenly officials had not yet been updated, it was clear to Fatty that the heavenly official Kue, who had already obtained the title and was exceedingly powerful, claimed to be their well-deserved superior, but it felt really real at the time. He let out a long breath. By the third rule of the authority's guidelines, any illusion you think is possible is not an illusion determination. In order to avoid possible accidents, I've arranged for all the heavenly officials of our authority to be withdrawn one after another. The fat man opened his mouth to reply. Well, Yikue's eyes once again swept over the fat relic's stomach and paused. He was tempted to tell Fertilizer that he wasn't kidding. I'm really interested in this whole fat kid's belly thing, but right now it seems, Fatty seems a little embarrassed to answer his own question. Then that means that there isn't a single Tenkan within the current Yaoi hospital? Yikue no longer dwelled on it and redirected his attention to the UAI hospital in front of him. Exactly. Fatty nodded. So, They won't leave? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei stretched out his finger to Zhang Yong in front of him and opened his mouth to inquire. No. Fatty shook his head. That's something we verified at the very beginning when we discovered the anomaly. Doctors and patients who develop conditions will not take a step away from Friends Hospital. He opened his mouth and replied, though the situation continues to deteriorate. All the anomalies are now immobilized within the Friendship Hospital. So it is. Yi Kuei pondered. I'll double check. Are you sure you haven't found any signs of the trickster domain's presence in the hospital? That's right. After several of our preliminary mapping, we couldn't find any clues related to the tricky domain. Fertile Legacy nodded. There has only been one Class 2 spiritual fluctuation. Anomalous event limited scope. No molding bizarre domain. Only low-level spiritual fluctuations. But caused by the impact, even the heavenly officials will be affected. Yi Kuei grinned. The excitement on his face growing stronger. It sounds like it feels very tasty. Talking. He then took a direct step towards the friendly hospital in front of him. Sir. Seeing this, the fat man snapped. Isn't it a bit too impulsive for Kuei sir to choose to act directly? But, as soon as he remembered the excited look Yi Kuei had shown just now, he closed his mouth resentfully. Officer Kuei must have his reasons for doing so, not to mention, the relevant circumstances that should be reported have been fully reported themselves. But, Fatty turned his head to look at Rokiake, who had been standing straight and frozen in place ever since he heard about the state of the Yaoi hospital, and a flash of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. Listen to the halberd bearer. Rokuyaku seems to be following along on the mission. Kuei sir. Did you forget something? Chapter 166, What a happy pregnant father. Didn't wait for Fatty to open his mouth to remind him. He then saw Yi Kuei in front of him lurch, turn around and walk back again. Ha! You say this is a big deal. Yi Kuei gave a dry laugh, rather embarrassed, a bit anxious. I forgot to take my cell phone. He went back to his car and reattached the cell phone he had forgotten in the car on his way here earlier, before turning around once again and heading towards the Friendship Hospital. The fat man froze again. That. He looked to the side of Rokuyu, and eventually, without holding back, blinked and opened his mouth to inquire. Aren't you on a mission with Officer Kuei? Asterisk. At those words, Rokuyu's body trembled, instantly snapping out of the horrified stupor he had just heard about male pregnancy. What I need to learn from Yi. There is really a lot more. The first point is execution. The second point is fearlessness. He gritted his teeth and a flash of determination flashed above his fat face once again. Isn't it just pregnancy? What's the big deal? And of course, the most important thing, focus. A flash of adoration flashed across Lu Yue's fat face. I'm such a big man standing here, and brother Yi can even forget about me and focus on the mission. Yi was able to make rapid progress. It really wasn't just because of talent. He nodded vigorously, eliciting a flurry of fat on his face. Yi, wait for me. Lu Yu then hurriedly took a step towards Yi Kuei and chased after him. Ha 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 ha. How could I forget about you? Seeing Lu Yu who came to his side panting, Yi Kuei froze and smiled awkwardly. Blame me. Just now my mind was full of eating. Eat? Dinner? Rokiake froze and looked ahead to the Yaoi hospital, a flash of bewilderment in his eyes. What does a hospital have to do with eating? Worthy of Yi. But soon, he reacted. I can't believe I haven't eaten and starved myself until now so that I can handle more unusual events. This kind of diligence. I don't know how long I'll have to study to catch up. He had adoration written all over his little eyes. Right at this moment, Yi Kuei's voice sounded once again. There's something odd about this anomaly. As if to cover up the embarrassment he had just experienced, he looked at Lu Yue and opened his mouth to remind him. The cause of the incident hasn't been determined up to now, so we all need to be careful. Try not to be impulsive in everything you do. Yi Kuei had a serious face. Yi, I know. Seeing this, a touch of seriousness flashed across Lu Yu's face as well. I will definitely keep your advice in mind. Well, Yi Kuei nodded slightly, quite satisfied. The children are teachable. He felt the joy of his seniors pointing out their juniors when Basho and Ear Rat reminded him to be careful. Go. Immediately, Yi Kuei led Lokyu towards the front. However, just as he entered the Friendship Hospital, he furrowed his brows furiously and looked to the sky. Just the moment he stepped through the door, Yi Kuei then clearly felt that the sun above his head had instantly dimmed, and even the surroundings seemed to have changed. It's like, inside the hospital and outside the hospital are two worlds that are generally at odds with each other. Yi, what's wrong? Seeing this, Lokyu snapped and looked around nervously. Anything? This was his first mission with Yi Kuei, and for the time being, he didn't know the characteristics of Ye's missions, but, thinking of Ye's advice, then he thought that before the authority was reformed, Yi Kuei was a member of the Ear Rat Squad. Yi shouldn't be as adventurous as before. He must be on a mission nowadays in the kind of way where he plans ahead and is extremely cautious. It's okay. Yi Kuei didn't realize that so many thoughts flashed through Lu Yue's mind in this instant, and after pondering for a moment, he shook his head. Let's go. Let's observe Zhang Yong's condition first. Talking, Yi Kuei then took a step towards one side of the lawn. Right. One should just observe situations involving anomalies first. Rokuyu nodded with a serious face. When Fatty was describing this abnormal event just now, he had heard quite a bit of it and was aware of Zhang Yong's state. For Zhang Yong, who is now the most reactive, it's a case of needing to observe first, wait to define the situation and then look for entry points. In order to avoid appearing to irritate Zhang Yong, it was assumed that Yi was ready to observe cautiously, but not before Lok Yu quickly followed. He then heard ahead of him a fiery, enthusiastic greeting that rang out violently. Ouch! What a happy pregnant dad! Yi Kuei walked directly towards Zhang Yong, his face filled with a happy and sweet smile. The belly is so big. How many months old is the baby? Chapter 167, Going to a Deserted Place. Who? The sudden sound from the side startled Zhang Yong, who subconsciously covered his bulging stomach and looked in the direction the sound came from. What are you doing? And after seeing that the one walking towards him was a handsome and upright man, Zhang Yong's face even flashed with a touch of caution. Stay away from me. Take it easy. I don't mean any harm. The bright smile on Yi Kuei's face increased. It was only attracted by the figure of you with a big belly, walking downstairs. That scene just now is really full of fatherly love. I feel touched even when I see it. Without stopping in his tracks, he sincerely complimented. And it just so happens that my friend was recently pregnant, and thought I'd share some baby carrying tips with you. Really? Upon hearing this, a flash of suspicion flashed across Zhang Yong's face as he furrowed his brows and looked Yi Kuei up and down. Which friend are you talking about? How did you get pregnant? Although Yi Kuei's words just now resonated with Zhang Yong, his heart was still filled with vigilance. Which friend? Yi Kuei didn't expect Zhang Yong to pursue the matter to the end, and after he froze for a moment, he turned around and dragged Lu Yu over. That's him. Look, the baby is 3 months old. Yi Kuei patted Lu Yu's round belly and grinned a bright smile. Just like you. It's a male mom. That's why I think we definitely have something in common. He had a serious, inquisitive look on his face. And I want to take lessons from you. Yi. Rokiake shivered and trembled. He was truly surprised that Yi Kuei's so-called observation was in this way. Originally, Lu Yu was a bit nervous by this unusual incident of a male pregnancy, and when he heard Yi Kuei's words, he was sweating even more. But, thinking of how Yi faced all of this with a clinical demeanor, Lok Yu fiercely clenched his teeth. That's right. He hurriedly placed his hand on his stomach and angled his head to look at Zhang Yong in front of him. I've been pregnant for 3 months. Fart. But before Lu Yue could finish his sentence, he was angrily interrupted by Zhang Yong. You think I can't tell? That's fat for you. Do you really think I've seen fewer male moms? He protects his stomach and glares roundly. I'm telling you, I've seen more than my share of male moms in our hospital. See much? Yi Kuei fiercely narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his face intensified. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Take a look. Isn't this where you have experience? I kept thinking my friend was pregnant and rushed to the hospital. He glanced at Lok Yu's stomach and shook his head. Who knows? You can tell at a glance that he's fat because of it. It seems that there are still a lot of things we need to learn from you. Yi Kuei looked up at Zhang Yong with a face of admiration. It's true what you say about. At those words, Zhang Yong paused for a moment as he lowered his head to look at his high belly. I'm still very knowledgeable about babies. The other male moms at the hospital, they all agreed with my advice. A flash of pride crossed his face. That's right. Just now I could tell at a glance that you're not ordinary. Yi Kuei stuck out a thumb. So can you tell us a little bit about the baby? Never mind. Seeing as you asked so sincerely. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong hesitated for a while before finally speaking up. Then I'll give you a general explanation. The air is at its best every morning. So when you're pregnant, it's best to be out for a walk around 8 a.m. Then there's the food and drink. Make sure you're careful. No alcohol, no spicy stimulants. Strange. He reached out and touched his stomach as if he had thought of something. And after a pause, he muttered to himself, why can't I remember what I've been eating these last few days? Forget it. When you're pregnant, your memory does go down. Zhang Yong shook his head, raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, and once again began the introduction. This is something that you must pay attention to. And, Yi Kuei listened very attentively. He nodded his head from time to time, and even pulled out a pen and paper from somewhere and started recording. Discovering that the man in front of him was so diligent and studious, Zhang Yong was even more motivated, and he kept introducing, and looking at the scene in front of him. Lok Yu, who was standing on the sidelines, had long since frozen. When he saw Zhang Yong's strong reaction just now, he was afraid that there would be some kind of accident that would irritate Zhang Yong and lead to irreparable consequences. Available at. Lu Yue was truly surprised that he could find an entry point to communicate with anomalies in this way. It seems that one has a lot to learn. But it's Ye's brain circuit, isn't it a bit different? He is really learning about what male fathers do when they get pregnant. It's hard not to fool the anomaly. You must first fool yourself, but that, really, is too hard. Yi really, looking at Yi Kuei, who was penciling and constantly recording in front of him, Lokyu's eyes flashed with a touch. It's so hard. Yi has given so much to communicate with the anomaly. Trying to get his mind on the same frequency as the anomaly was a step that he simply couldn't do on his own. Still need to learn more. Rokuyu was full of sighs. Wait a minute. I have a question. Suddenly, in front, Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something as he raised his hand and asked earnestly. You ask. Zhang Yong nodded and looked at Yi Kuei as if he was looking at his favorite disciple. I will definitely answer properly. That. I'd like to ask a male father about that after he gets pregnant. Yi Kuei lowered his head in slight embarrassment and opened his mouth to inquire. Will you and your other half continue to try? Zhang Yong froze. That side of things. Keep trying. He kept chanting to himself with two blank eyes. This one question seemed to hit Zhang Yong's intellectual blind spot. Seeing this, Lokyu froze even more. He stared straight ahead at Yi Kuei with wide eyes. Right at this moment, Lokyu didn't even know if he was trying to keep up with Abnormal's brain circuits, or if Abnormal was trying to keep up with Yi Kuei's brain circuits. Oops. Seeing this situation, Yi Kuei once again embarrassedly smiled. Isn't it a bit shy to talk about this issue outside? Yes. Shy. Is a little shy. Not being able to answer up Yi Kuei's question in the first place, Zhang Yong was very uncomfortable as he nodded his head back and forth and immediately spoke. This kind of question, how can you say it in public? That, or else. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. His sight swept around the corners of those hospitals, the people who had been seemingly looking at them, before pointing to the interior of the hospital. Let's find a place where no one is around, and you'll tell me about it? Yeah. We should go where no one is. Zhang Yong nodded his head repeatedly as he held his stomach with one hand and stepped towards the hospital building ahead. Let's go. Follow me. You're getting older this month, so be careful. Yi Kuei hurriedly took a step to follow and assisted Zhang Yong. Pay attention to what you're doing on foot. And after seeing Zhang Yong take the initiative to bring Yi Kuei, stepping into the hospital building, all around, the line of sight, if any, dispersed. Is this okay? Lu Yu followed behind Yi Kuei, shock written all over his fat face. Ye's tactics only made Lokyu sigh in awe, but until now, he also didn't know whether it was all under Ye's control, or whether Yi was really curious about the issue of the room. But anyway, they finally stepped into the building of the Friendship Hospital peacefully. And this time, Rokuyu's body shuddered violently as he stepped into the Yaoi Hospital. A cold and sticky aura, if anything, seemed to constantly linger around him, only making Rokuyu uncomfortable. And the nurses at the front desk, the doctors around them, and even the patients, all had, if anything, kind smiles on their faces. They looked busy, but on closer inspection, it was impossible to tell what a bunch of people inside a hospital building were up to. The crowds of people dressed differently and with smiles on their faces just seemed to be doing pointless things. Not only did they not show any curiosity about Zhang Yong's pregnant condition, instead, they all took time out of their busy schedules to greet Zhang Yong warmly upon seeing him appear. Zhang is back from his walk. Brother Zhang. You've really worked your ass off for the kid. Tell us more about it sometime, so we can learn too. With eager greetings that kept ringing out. However, this scene, instead of making Lu Yu feel warm, it made his body more and more cold. Conditions in the hospital lobby. It's just too weird. But today, Zhang seemed to have something on his mind. That side of things. His brow was furrowed, and he muttered under his breath as he took steps and hurried toward the hospital, not bothering to respond to the voices around him. Slow down. You go slow. Don't rush. Yi Kuei had been supporting Zhang Yong with concern, as if oblivious to the situation around them. Seeing this, the body of Rokuyu, who was following behind, tightened and turned back to observe once again. He found out, even if Zhang Yong did not respond to their greetings, the crowd of people in the hall did not show any other reaction. After Zhang Yong left, they once again resumed their initial appearance and started to get busy one after another. But it seemed to have sensed Rokuyu's line of sight. Brush. Next moment, everyone in the hall stopped their hand movements at the same time and turned their heads to look at Lokyu. Lu Yue's plump body shook violently. He was so scared that he turned back in a hurry, no longer daring to look around. And ahead, Yekel had found a tool shed. There must be no one here. he revealed a smile, and after waving at Luyu behind him, he assisted Zhang Yong to walk in. Come over quickly. Waiting for Rokuyuku to step into the utility room as well, Yi Kuei turned around and gently closed the door. Chapter 168 Faces of Listening. Yi Kuei not only closed the door, he stood in the doorway, but also reached out and unlocked the door, picked up a nearby mop and stuck it in the doorway, and finally moved out the shelves on one side, completely blocking the door. Immediately, the corners of Yi Kuei's mouth twitched, revealing an excited smile. Seeing this, Zhang Yong's body trembled violently, instantly feeling that the situation was not quite right. What are you doing? Me? Yi Kuei turned around and grinned. I have a few questions I want to ask you. What to ask? Zhang Yong felt even more nervous. Didn't I already answer you just now? I shouldn't have lied to you about that aspect of what you said. I didn't know. With one hand stretched out in front of him and one hand protecting his stomach, his eyes looked at Yi Kuei in terror. Who's the baby's mom? Before Zhang Yong finished his words, Yi Kuei picked up the chair that was placed on the side of the tool room and placed it in front of Zhang Yong, sat down, and looked fixedly at Zhang Yong. Mom? Baby's mom? Zhang Yong froze, a flash of bewilderment in his eyes. You're the baby's father. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes, his line of sight flickering over Zhang Yong's high and bulging stomach. I want to know who got you pregnant. Zhang Yong's body instantly trembled. He subconsciously took a step and tried to escape. Whoosh! But the next moment, the sound of biting wind snapped, and a black shadow stopped directly above Zhang Yong's head, only causing his body to freeze instantly. I knew you were scheming. Seeing this, Zhang Yong's body stiffened even more as he raised his head to look at Yi Kuei. I shouldn't have brought you in at that time. Rokuyu froze as well. He thought that Yi Kuei's purpose of blocking the door just now was to avoid those strange people in the hall from coming in. Unexpectedly, he turned out to keep Zhang Yong from escaping. Yi flip-flopped faster than a book. But, after Yi completely blocked the door of the room, the entire tool room, but really feel a lot safer. Even just now in the hospital hall, that a touch of cold and slippery feeling, have disappeared without a trace. Bang! With a wave of the coffin board, Yi Kuei slapped off the steel frame inside the tool room. I would advise you to be honest. He stared at Zhang Yong, his face grim. You don't want, either, to be left without a father before your baby is even born, do you? Zhang Yong's body stagnated, hurriedly stretched out his hand, touched his stomach, whispered soothingly, the baby is not afraid. Daddy is there. After comforting him, he raised his head and looked at Yi Kuei somewhat angrily. I don't know who the baby's mother is either. You don't know? Yi Kuei raised an eyebrow, his eyes once again flickering from Zhang Yong's stomach. Zhang Yong's stomach compared to just now, there has been a considerable change. The belly is constantly surging, as if there is something, in the inside activities in general. Then tell me when you found out you were pregnant. He stopped mentioning the baby's mother and changed the subject. The day before. The day before yesterday? Zhang Yong raised his head and glanced at Yi Kuei. He was reluctant, but for the sake of his own and the baby's safety, but still thought for a while, and then opened his mouth to answer. The night before last, I went up to the 6th floor of the hospital. However, Zhang Yong hadn't finished his words. An extremely eerie and ear-piercing cry rang out violently from the small tool room. Zhang Yong's stomach suddenly bulged. A hideous face protruded against Zhang Yong's stomach, and it pressed its twisted head sideways against its belly, as if it was listening to something. Chapter 169. We're all waiting for that day. The high, bulging belly pushed up against the dress. It allowed both Yi Kuei and Luyu to clearly see that hideous face. The distorted face that clung to the belly and listened with sideways ears looked like a serene baby at first glance, then looked like an adult, and at the third glance, became a horrible monstrosity. Luyu's face instantly paled. He didn't dare to utter a single breath. He just kept pointing his finger at Zhang Yong's stomach with great urgency. The sudden appearance of the situation was too eerie and weird. The baby is so big already. Yi Kuei, however, after freezing for a moment, a flash of excitement flashed across his face. Can it talk? What flavor? Quickly call out uncle to hear it. Yi, don't. Seeing the situation, Luyu's body was even creepier as he nervously kept waving his hands at Yi Kuei. The monster in his stomach was obviously just listening for something. Why are you talking out loud at this time of the day? However, without waiting for any further reaction from Rokuyu, he froze violently, growling ahead. Zhang Yong's belly surged again, and the horrible face that was clinging to his belly and making a side ear listening gesture, slid to the side again. It didn't even hear Yi Kuei's words like that, and continued to listen in search of something. Sure enough, seeing this, the smile on Yi Kuei's face increased. Just now, at the first opening of his mouth, he made a discovery. Zhang Yong's bulging belly would appear as a great reaction when they talked about the mother of their child and the state of their pregnancy. Despite, Yi Kuei also did not expect that a hideous and terrifying face would protrude from Zhang Yong's belly, but apparently the thing in his stomach only reacted to the two things he had just mentioned. Or rather, vigilance. Come on, let uncle hold you. Looking at the terrifying face that was becoming more and more obvious, a loving smile flashed across Yi Kuei's face as he enthusiastically extended his hand and walked towards the front. But, before Yi Kuei could hold Zhang Yong's stomach, whoa! The hideous face snapped out a cry of eerie aggression. It seemed a little annoyed that it hadn't noticed for so long. Baby, not afraid. Daddy's here. Seeing the situation, Zhang Yong rushed full of love to appease up. It's okay, baby. No one will hurt you. He reached out and kept running his hand tenderly over the eerie face that protruded. On his belly, with its mouth opening and closing and making piercing noises. The scene was grotesque and frightening. Woo! Woo! Under Zhang Yong's comfort, the horrible face finally slowly burrowed back into his stomach. I'm telling you. With that, Zhang Yong jerked his head up. Next time, if you mess with my baby, even if two of you still have murder weapons in your hands, I will fight you. He was furious beyond belief. At some point, Zhang Yong's entire face had been twisted and deformed. His two eyeballs bulged and protruded. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, and his teeth had already fallen off and turned black. And when he spoke, sticky blood adhering to pieces of flesh constantly overflowed from his mouth. Even if I die, my baby will be fine. Zhang Yong couldn't even notice all this and was just expressing his anger. Seeing this scene, Lu Yu's face turned even whiter. Oops, don't get mad, don't get mad. However, Yi Kuei didn't even frown a bit. He just became more and more excited and rushed up, saying with concern, it's all at this time. Don't get angry. It's not good if you move the fetus. I was just seeing the baby was so gluttonous that I couldn't help it a little. He subconsciously licked his lips and hurriedly explained. Next time this situation will definitely not occur. As long as you cooperate well and answer me a few more questions, I'll let you go right away. Yi Kuei grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Listening to Yi Kuei's words, Zhang Yong couldn't stop gasping for air and tried to adjust his breathing. Look at you in such a hurry. Your mouth is watering. Seeing this, Yi Kuei was even more concerned as he handed out a tissue and helped Zhang Yong wipe the bloodstained face. Don't worry. I promise I won't disturb the baby again. You ask. Zhang Yong gently stroked his stomach, and after some hesitation, he spoke. However, what just happened cannot happen again. Despite the fact that he had just shown a fearless, broken look, but in reality, Zhang Yong doesn't want to lose his baby's father before he's even born. Yes. Yi Kuei grinned straight and opened his mouth to inquire. You've always been a caretaker at UAI hospital, right? Exactly. Zhang Yong let out a long breath. Well, Yi Kuei's eyes flickered from Zhang Yong's unruffled belly and nodded. So can you tell me? He opened his mouth and inquired. Since when has the number of pregnancies in the Friends Hospital been increasing? What kind of question is that you're asking? Zhang Yong frowned and replied unhappily. You've brought your friend who you thought was pregnant. The most famous department at the Friends Hospital is the obstetrics department, and the hospital is full of people who are pregnant. All the time. The most famous is obstetrics? Yi Kuei thoughtfully sized up Zhang Yong and spoke again. So, you and a few familiar male moms, after finding out you were pregnant, weren't you nervous? Nervous? Zhang Yong's expression was even worse looking. Why should we be nervous? We can't wait to be happy. After all, we've both always wanted a child. He lowered his head and looked lovingly at his high belly, growling dash. Zhang Yong's stomach flipped as if it was greeting him. Seeing the situation, Zhang Yong's face even flashed a happy smile. Look out! Yi Kuei was moved and nodded. But, by this one question, it rather confirmed another of his suspicions. Zhang Yong and their perceptions have long been altered. Whether it's for a male pregnancy, or the fact that they were pregnant themselves the day before yesterday and today their bellies were already horribly large didn't surprise them in the slightest. So what the hell do you want to know? Soon after, Zhang Yong raised his head once again and looked at Yi Kuei. Why are you asking messy questions? If there's nothing you want to say, can you let me go? It's time. I'm going to dinner. He touched his stomach compassionately. I can starve. Baby not. Right away. Seeing this, Yi Kuei waved his hand. Since the obstetrics department of UAI hospital is so famous, have you seen any of the babies that have been born in the hospital recently? Recently born baby? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong froze as he looked at Yi Kuei, a flash of bewilderment flashing across his face. What recently born baby? 6 months ago, in the entire Friends Hospital, there were no new babies born. But, we're all waiting. He smiled gently and lowered his head to look at his stomach, happiness written all over his face. All of us, we are waiting for the day when the baby is actually born. 6 months ago? Hearing Zhang Yong's words, Lu Yu's body trembled. A piercing chill violently enveloped him. All along, Locke had felt that this was just an unusual event that had occurred recently. Who knows? With one sentence, Zhang Yong pulled the timeline back half a year. A full 6 months. Not a single baby was born. So what's the deal with this huge hospital, known for its obstetrics department, with so many people coming and going daily, so many people waiting to give birth? Friendship Hospital, and how it functions properly. And, all of them. It's all waiting for the baby to actually be born. What's the deal again? Looking at Zhang Yong, who was filled with an aura of loving kindness in front of him and a happy smile written all over his face, Lu Yu only felt creeped out. Chapter 170. Not the same thing. Yi Kuei also froze for a moment. Obviously, he hadn't expected to hear that one answer either. No babies born for 6 whole months. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Yong. You love hospitals. Are not in a hurry? There's a hurry. How can you not be in a hurry? Zhang Yong lifted his head and smiled. I heard those little nurses say at the time that because of this situation, the dean and the others were going crazy. I think it says it's because no babies are born and it affects performance or something. He shook his head. I can't remember the exact adjective, but at that time, the hospital, all up and down, were in a hurry. They tried everything, but nothing worked. But, Zhang Yong lowered his head and reached out to caress his bulging stomach lovingly, once again revealing a loving smile. After we started waiting for the baby to be born together, no one was in a hurry. So many people, all waiting for the baby. He murmured, his voice sweet. What else are we in a hurry for? How happy the baby is. Will surely go smoothly and come into this world. Is that so? At those words, Yi Kuei frowned. He realized that there were still some problems with Zhang Yong's words, as if there was some crucial information that had been concealed. But, Yi Kuei also sort of found some clues. What more do you want to ask? Ask faster. Right at this moment, Zhang Yong once again raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, somewhat anxious. It's really almost time for dinner. If you don't let me go, you really won't make it. Well. Yi Kuei nodded and stood up to ask in passing. Eating a meal in such a hurry. What have you guys been eating lately? What's for food? Zhang Yong froze violently. Yi Kuei's words once again evoked the questions that had flooded his own mind when he was at the entrance lawn just now. Yeah, what have I been eating lately? It's what? He lowered his head and muttered to himself. And how did I work out that side of things with the other half? Tummy. What's going on with my stomach? How did it get so big? One doubt after another kept surging into Zhang Yong's mind. Until, pregnant? I'm pregnant? Why? I'm pregnant. Zhang Yong's body suddenly trembled. Help! Help me! Help me! There's something wrong with the hospital. There's something wrong with the hospital. He jerked his head up, his voice trembling, and unspeakable fear written in his sober eyes. Please, be sure to save me. However, the words had not yet fallen. Wah dash. The piercingly eerie sound of a baby's cry rang out violently. A hideous face snapped into existence. It was tightly attached to Zhang Yong's belly, unable to gush uncontrollably, and the hollow eyes that could only be seen as outlines stared dead on at Yi Kuei on the opposite side. Next moment, bang! Zhang Yong's ever-bulging stomach instantly exploded. However, before it blew up, Yi Kuei had already reacted. Boom! The sound of breaking air rang out. He had swung the coffin and slapped it hard towards the bottom. However, instead, the coffin board suddenly loosened. Nothing hit. Zhang Yong has long lost his vitality, like a rag with 1,000 holes, spread on the ground, without the slightest glowing eyes, straight to the ceiling, and his stomach, which had blown a big hole, was empty. No baby, no grimace plastered to the belly. Not only is there not a trace of pregnancy left behind, even more so, there wasn't a trace of flesh and blood, not even the organs that should be there. It's like, Zhang Yong, who has been communicating with them, is really just an empty vessel. Yeah. Seeing this, Rokuyu immediately widened his eyes and opened his mouth to say something, but he hadn't had time to speak. Wah dash. The eerie, discomforting sound of a baby crying jolted out. A wisp of inexplicable aura suddenly overflowed from Zhang Yong's corpse and drifted toward the air. And after the appearance of this strand of inexplicable breath, the entire tool room violently shook, and as the breath drifted higher and higher, the amplitude of the vibration of the tool room was also getting bigger and bigger. But just at this time, suck it! A slender and upright figure leapt high into the air, his mouth wide open as he sucked hard towards the wisp of breath that was about to escape. Boo! A sound like a bubble being popped rang out, and the breath was directly sucked into Yi Kuei's stomach. The odd vibrations within the tool room stopped instantly. Hissa! Hissa! Yikue stared wide-eyed as if he was trying to recall something. Yi? Luyu grabbed the steel frame on the side and stared straight ahead at Yikue. His eyes flashed a flash of bewilderment. What is the situation? However, Yikue couldn't be bothered to answer for the time being. Asterisk. He smacked his lips and his brow furrowed. It's tasteless. Rokuyu was even more stagnant. What a lack of flavor. Yikue looked back once more. Disgruntled. Yeah. Rokuyu gulped. To be honest, Yikue's performance in front of him was probably a little bit more bizarre than Zhang Yong's situation just now. It's hard not to. Is that kind of why Yi is improving so fast? He couldn't understand the moment when Yikue just flew up and sucked in, but Luyu could clearly see that Yi didn't have the slightest bit of fear in the face of all the situations just now. It seems that fearlessness is the first ingredient for progress. As long as you act more like an anomaly than an anomaly, nothing can affect you. Ha! Lokyu grinned, following Yikue's example of grinning. But soon, his face cried out. But now, I really can't learn. Rokuyu would always think of the scalp-numbing and bizarre situation just now. Among them, Yikue's figure among them was the most conspicuous. Just then, puff dash. A strange noise coming from the side broke Rokuyu's thoughts. After Yikue carefully folded and rolled up Zhang Yong's corpse that seemed to have only one piece of skin left, he threw it into the bucket in the side tool room. As if he still didn't feel safe, he pulled a box aside and covered it. Well, looking at the clean and dry tool room, Yikue clapped his hands and was satisfied. Go. With that, he turned his head to look at Rokuyu, moved the shelf blocking the doorway, opened the door and walked out. Ryu's body was even more stagnant, and he couldn't think in time before rushing to follow. But in the corridor, Yikue finally spoke. The anomaly is not from the recent past. Yikue narrowed his eyes. The anomaly started after no babies were born from the Friendship Hospital half a year ago, and the perceptions of the people inside the hospital have all been altered. The flavor of that wisp of breath was faint. Inside Zhang Yong's belly, there's no baby either. This change has shattered my initial plan of trying to get him to deliver the baby. And the others in the hospital are probably in a similar situation. But what's with the greedy little thing on his protruding belly? He seemed to be talking to himself, as if he was also communicating with Luyu, and I always feel that the lack of babies being born is not the same thing as Zhang Yong and their male pregnancies. Chapter 171, You're so useful, Brother Yong. Yeah. Listening to the voice ringing out beside him, Rokuyu's mouth opened wider and wider. He simply did not expect that in that short moment of time just now. Yikue had already come up with so many clues. And, Yi even originally planned to let Zhang Yong give birth to that thing in his belly? Born out. What is Yi going to do? When he thought of the sight that had just happened, Rokuyu's body couldn't help but shiver. All along, he had felt that he knew Yikue quite well, but nowadays, the more he came into contact with him, the more Luyu was able to feel Yi's dreadfulness. It was not only because of his fearless attitude towards the abnormal, but also because of Yikue's calm and resourceful, thoughtful intelligence. Bang! The fire flared violently. Yi, have some tea. Luyu took out a thermos cup. Flames emerged from his palm, and while heating it up, he handed over a cup of hot tea to Yikue. Right now, what else can be said? He could only let Yi drink his tea first, and luckily he hadn't forgotten to bring his small, portable thermos cup with him when he was on a mission. Yikue's eyes narrowed as he swept his eyes from Luyu's palm that was sprouting a wisp of fire. The Friends Hospital is not responsive to spiritual fluctuations. He raised his head and surveyed the surroundings, receiving the tea while making his own judgment. This means that there is something wrong with the hospital in Zhang Yong's mouth, and it's not a hospital in the literal sense of the word. Of course, it's also possible that the problems that are occurring in the hospital at the moment are not yet at the point of feeling the spirituality. Yikue thoughtfully left a deep teeth mark on the stainless steel cup. Well, Rokuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Yi was still the same Yi he knew so well. At the same time, listening to Yikue's words, Luyu frowned and thought similarly. Even though he couldn't keep up with Yikue's thoughts, he didn't give up on learning, and kept trying to learn from the way Yikue did things as well as the way he thought. Eventually, Luyu raised his head to look at Yikue and made his judgment. Brother Yi, what are we going to do next? Yongzhang mentions the 6th floor of the hospital. After Yikue paused for a moment, he looked to the elevator on one side. Let's start with this direction and see if there are any clues. However, when the two stepped into the elevator, they didn't find a floor button for the 6th floor. Yikue frowned and began to recall the UAI hospital building he had observed. The Friends Hospital does not have 6 floors and only goes up to 5. After thinking clearly, his eyes sank. Just then, zip, 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 the lights in the elevator, as if they were in bad contact, made a current sound before going out violently. The elevator, which had been intact a moment ago, was plunged into blackness and had been damaged. This, after Lu Yu froze for a moment, he frowned and looked at Yi Kuei. Brother Yi, there seems to be something in the hospital that is stopping us. This time, even he had noticed something strange about the hospital. Well, Yi Kuei nodded. He recalled the scene when Fatty said that he couldn't get into the hospital at that time, as well as the scene when Zhang Yong managed to step into the hospital with them, and the prying eyes around them, if any, suddenly disappeared. There is no 6th floor at Friends Hospital. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. At that time, Zhang Yong mentioned the dean when he said that no one was pregnant in UAI Hospital. He might know the situation a little more, but he gave a complex smile. If we want to find the dean, we may have to find someone else to take us. Prepare to go up 6 floors alone, and the elevator will suddenly break down. He wondered what other problems would arise if the two went directly to the director of the Friends Hospital. And the two didn't know where the dean's office was. The moment Yi Kuei suddenly missed Zhang Yong a little. Find someone else to take us again? Rokuyu froze for a moment as well. But soon, he raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and his eyes lit up fiercely. Brother Yi, I have an idea. Yi Kuei froze for a moment. What's the solution? A few moments later. Whoa! That hurt! It hurts! The ear-piercing cries and wails resounded throughout the hospital halls. Yi Kuei pushed the stretcher cart with a grave expression and walked out from the corner of one side of the hospital. Can't do it. I can't. Help! Help! I'm going to have a baby. I'm going to have a baby. Help! On the stretcher cart, Lu Yu covered his stomach, rolling left and right, moaning uncontrollably with a face of pain, bean-sized beads of sweat, uncontrollably gushing out from his forehead. And in the instant that this scene appeared, there was a sudden silence in the busy hospital lobby. Almost born? Almost born? There's a baby on the way? Next moment, countless scalp-numbing strange murmurs sounded at the same time. Everyone gathered around at the same time and gathered in front of the stretcher cart, revealing a wry smile that was blissfully full of anticipation as they looked towards Rokuyu on the stretcher cart. Ah! Ouch! I'm in so much pain. Be careful you don't give birth and spray you all in the face. Rokuyu squinted his eyes at the scene, his body creeping in horror as his wails instantly grew a few degrees louder. But soon the people in the hall noticed something unusual. He doesn't have a baby. Yes, no baby. He's just too big for his belly. After glancing at Rokuyu, the crowd turned away with little interest and returned to the state they had just been busy in for some reason. They left extremely decisively, as if they didn't care in the slightest as long as Lokyu wasn't really pregnant. Don't go. Good on. Rokuyaku reached out and clutched one of the nurses closest to him. What are you doing? That nurse glared at Lokyu with displeasure. You're not even pregnant, much less giving birth to a baby. What more do you want? I'm really close to giving birth. Even if I'm not close to giving birth, it has something to do with the baby. Ryue trembled and shivered as he replied. Really? That's what your dean said? Because the hospital hadn't had any babies born for too long, and the dean used something special on me. Quickly, take me to the dean. He looked extremely agonized and held onto the nurse's wrist for dear life. He has a way to see what's going on with me. Take me to the dean. Really? This nurse frowned. Really? Of course it's true. Rokuyaku nodded vigorously as he quickly lifted the covers over himself and quickly closed them again. However, in a shocking glance, he was still able to see that the dash of skin on Lokyu's stomach that seemed to be carrying a wet and sticky scent. Sensing the vague aura, the nurse's face suddenly became serious. Follow me. She glanced at Yi Kuei, reached out her hand to push up the stretcher cart, and then walked quickly towards the elevator on one side. Step into the elevator. The nurse reached out and pressed the button representing level 5. And this time, the elevator didn't appear to be in any condition, quietly and steadily rising ever higher. Ding dash. With a crisp sound, the elevator doors opened and they reached the 5th floor peacefully. This way. Without any hesitation, this nurse once again pushed Rokuyu and walked out of the elevator before walking quickly towards the west side of 5. Being able to visibly see, the west side of the 5th floor of the Friends Hospital building is in the administrative area. There was a lot less medical equipment. Instead it was more like an office or something. Yet strangely enough, since arriving at the west side of the 5th floor, not a single person had been seen in the entire area. Not only was there no doctor, but there wasn't even a single staff member. However, the nurse, was oblivious to all of this and didn't see any problem with it in the slightest. Crunch dash. The only sound in the silent office area was the constant sound of stretcher wheels rolling. Here it is. It wasn't long before this nurse stopped in front of an office with a closed room door. Dean is in there. She turned her head and spoke with a serious look. Just go inside. But the words weren't finished. Boom. The sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A black shadow instantly flashed, directly slapping on top of this nurse's head. Put. Muffled sounds. The nurse's head instantly exploded, and she swayed, slamming headfirst into the floor. Sure enough, Yi Kuei carried the coffin board, narrowed his eyes and stared at the nurse's body below, and grinned. Same situation as Zhang Yong. The nurse's head was empty. No blood, no brains, no organs of any kind. But, no breath? Yi Kuei's eyes swept over the nurse's flat belly and thought. He didn't detect, from the nurse, the strand of inexplicable aura that surged from Zhang Yong's corpse. Yi. One sighed. Lu Yue made a carp and sat up directly from the stretcher buggy. He looked at Yi Kuei and his eyes flashed with a flash of astonishment. Just now, Rokuyu was still pondering what to do after the nurse brought them up. Who knows? Yi Kuei turned his head and told him the answer. The strike must be decisive. Rokuyu nodded without leaving a trace, having learned another trick. But, his eyes swept over the nurse's body and he frowned. Right now, it seems that there aren't many normal people left in the entire Yaoi hospital. I'm afraid. Your approach is good. Just then, Yi Kuei's voice rang out, and he reached out and patted Lu Yu's shoulder with certainty. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu immediately revealed a happy smile as he nodded his head repeatedly. It's not because you taught me well, Brother Yi. Talking, he then climbed down from the stretcher cart. Brother Yong, I hope you'll bear with me if I bother you much. With that, Yu tucked aside the soggy, dried up corpse of Zhang Yong after removing it wrapped around his stomach. I have to say, Yong, you're pretty good at what you do. He narrowed his small eyes and grinned. The moment, Lu Yu and Yi Kuei, they really did have a few similarities. Yeah. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he raised his head to look at Yi Kuei, who was standing by the side. Chapter 172, Surveillance. What if I hadn't just thought of that method? After Rokuyu hesitated, he still opened his mouth and inquired, what would you use to come up here? Although he had only been on a mission with Yi Kuei for less than 2 hours, in Lu Yu's heart, he already had a feeling that Yi was omnipotent. The situation just now was certainly not difficult for Yi, but with what exactly? Instead, he was curious, to be able to ask such questions. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei grinned a wide smile. He reached out and patted Lu Yue's shoulder once again. It just shows that the way you think about things is still too shallow, and you need to keep working on it. This, Rokuyu's body trembled. He didn't hear the answer, but for some reason, seeing his bright smile in front of him, Lu Yue just felt chills running down his body. Come on, let's go talk to Dean. Yi Kuei turned his head and squinted his eyes at the closed door of the room in front of him. Buckle up. With that, he reached out and knocked on the door. Speaking politely, is anyone there? Please open the door. A quiet. There was no response from the room. Buckle up. Yi Kuei froze and once again reached out his hand and knocked. If I don't open the door, I'll go in. Before the words were out of his mouth, he grabbed the doorknob and twisted it. The door of the room, which was closed, was opened directly. An uncomfortable, cloudy wind came up. In the wind, there was also a faint stench of blood. Yi Kuei frowned and stepped into the dean's office. Is something wrong? Seeing this, after freezing for a moment, Rokuyu hurriedly followed him in as well. However, the dean's office, was completely different from what Yu thought. The large office was clean, without a trace of dust or clutter. In the center is the large desk. On both sides of the desk, 2 emerald green fortune trees are growing and extremely lush. Couldn't see anything at all that could have caused the fishy odor just now. The large office, however, was empty. The only thing that stood on the desk was the cup of tea that was only half drunk and steaming hot. This, Rokuyu froze. How can the director still be drinking tea when there aren't many normal people left in the friendly hospital? And, Dean should have been there a while ago. Rokuyu's eyes swept over the cup of tea and frowned. Why is it gone now? Yi Kuei didn't hesitate too much and sat down on his but on the office chair, looking at the computer screen on the desk that was still lit up. He froze, and a playful smile of interest flashed across his face. Kind of interesting. Yi, what happened? Seeing this, Yu also rushed over, and the moment he saw the image on the screen, his eyes snapped open. The computer screen in the dean's office showed not so much an office document as a surveillance picture. The whole hospital, starting from stepping into the hospital lobby up to the office area on the 5th floor. Even the doorway of the dean's office where Yi Kuei had just slapped that nurse to death with a coffin board had a clear surveillance video. Wouldn't that mean that, just now, his every move with Brother Yi was exposed to surveillance? Rokuyu's body instantly went cold. Whoa dash. Just then, though, the murmur of voices brought up by fiddling with the item jolted him awake. Lu Yu turned his head to look. Yi Kuei had already stood up and was constantly flipping through the shelves full of books at the back of the office in search of them. Chapter 173 The Business of the Friends Hospital. Yi. Yu voice stretched out his hand and once again pointed to the monitor in front of him. his voice dry. This monitor. Don't dwell on the surveillance. Yikuei kept rummaging and his voice sounded at the same time. It has nothing to do with us. Why don't we look for clues while the dean hasn't returned? Nothing to do with us? A flash of bewilderment flashed across Rokuyu's face. Just look at the time on the monitor. Yikuei replied indifferently. Time? Rokuyu turned his head and looked at the monitor in disbelief. November 17th. He snapped. Lokyu had read the date during his morning exercise, and he clearly remembered that today was May 23rd. That is to say, the footage that's still playing is surveillance from 6 months ago. It just so happened that it was half a year ago, as Zhang Yang said. But why does the monitoring in the screen stop at 6 months ago? At the same time, an even bigger question surged into Lokyu's mind. It's a normal thing for hospitals to have surveillance, but the surveillance at Yaoi Hospital is too dense and detailed. What are so many cameras meant to monitor and protect? Although he was full of doubts, Ryue was aware of what the more important thing at the moment was. He glanced at the screen once more and turned around to follow Yikuei as he searched together. There's nothing there. However, after rummaging around and finding nothing, Ryu straightened up and turned his head to look at Yikuei. Brother Yi, are you thinking that there is something wrong with the dean? I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He opened his mouth to inquire. Aside from some normal hospital paperwork from 6 months ago, Rokuyu hadn't found any clues worth mentioning. Do you remember what Zhang Yang said? Yikuei didn't turn around. His voice was slightly excited. In the entire 6 months, there wasn't a single newborn born in UAI hospital. Dean, they're in a hurry. He still couldn't stop looking through it to find it. But did you see any documents with information that documented this? Even if they were all cognitively altered, it's not as if nothing was recorded when the event first happened. Suddenly, Yikuei seemed to have discovered something and narrowed his eyes to look ahead. At those words, Ryu's eyes widened violently, and under Yikuei's reminder, he finally reacted. When something that big happens at Friend's Hospital, it's not like there's no record left at all. The absence of any dissimilarity is the greatest dissimilarity of all. Just then, rumble, ahead, a loud bang rang out violently. The whole office shook at once. Rokuyu hurriedly turned his head. I told you there was a problem. Yikuei directly blew out the thick wall in front of him with a punch, staring at the compartment hidden within the wall and grinning. Come on, get in there. After he easily ripped the wall breach open, he stepped inside. Yeah. Ryu's fat face trembled as he looked at the wall that was obviously reinforced with steel plates, but was still blown up by Yikuei's punch. The way he opens the secret room is also unique. He hurriedly took a step inside. The secret room, hidden within the office, had been meticulously decorated and had a bed in the center, offering the dean a chance to rest. But what attracted Rokuyu's attention the most was the stacks of documents scattered on the table in front of him. Friend's Hospital. In the meantime, Yikuei had already picked up a piece of paper and flipped through it. He frowned slightly. Still doing this business all the time? What business? Upon hearing this, Rokuyu also rushed up and picked up the papers on the table. And after reading the contents of the document, Lokyu froze for a moment. He finally knew why there were so many cameras in the hospital. Tucked away in a secret room, the stacks of papers contained records, all of which were bills for transactions related to surrogacy, and the buying and selling of babies. This heartless bunch, looking at the documents, that a young life, was given a number, as if it were a commodity display, while quite a lot of information through the baby, cultivating suitable organs, and even many so-called does not meet the standard, need to be harmless processing records. Ryue was seething with rage. He hadn't realized that this huge, friendly hospital, known for its obstetrics department, had been carrying out such disgusting, unseemly practices. But, all the information, along with the dates recorded, came to a screeching halt 6 months ago. The original. Rokuyu hated it. 6 months ago, there weren't any newborns born, and the reason the dean was anxious about the performance was because of this. It's just due to the fact that no babies were born and they're working on reconciling the paperwork. Yikuei put down the documents in his hands and raised his head to narrow his eyes to survey the secret room. The other files, there should be more than these. Talking, as if he had found something, he came to a painting hanging on the left side of the chamber and reached out to pluck away the highly mocking Western painting of the birth of Jesus, revealing the safe behind the frame. There's a safe in the chamber? Seeing this, Lokyu stood up and hurried over. Brother Yi, violently breaking the safe could lead to a self-destruct situation. He raised his index finger, and a wisp of very high-temperature blue-white flame suddenly emerged. Let me do this one. I'm good at it. With those words, Rokiek prepared to cut with the flames rising from his index finger. Too slow. Yikuei shook his head. Crunch. Only a crunching sound was heard as Yikuei directly broke his little thumb and threw the bloody finger towards the safe. Gulp. Next moment, The little thumb melted instantly and surged into the safe, activating flesh and blood. Ga-da-da-da. The digital compass on the safe, without anyone toggling it, couldn't stop spinning from the inside, while the locking eye, bubbling with specks of blood, began to turn. Kada. Next moment, the door to the safe, which opens directly. Hey. Seeing this, Yikue grinned and let out an excited smile. In the back. Lokyu stared wide-eyed, directly frozen. How did do all this? Yeah, is still really omnipotent, even picking locks. But Rokiake was only in a trance for a moment and quickly came to his senses, casting his eyes inside the open safe. There was nothing of value in the empty safe. No documents of any seeming importance. All there was a small black book. How can a safe in a secret room be just a book? A flash of disbelief passed through his eyes. Just then, Yikue had already reached out his hand and took the small book out, flipping through the first page, and the moment he saw what was recorded in the little book, his eyes narrowed violently. Chapter 174 Diary. September 23, Sunny. This time the newly recruited internship assistant is very understanding. I have not said much. Understand my hints. Obediently followed me into the darkroom. Behind the benefits of words, I certainly cannot do without her. But what makes me the happiest is that I've recently gotten a few hundred more orders. So be born soon. After this batch of lambs are born, the next batch of orders will probably arrive again. This is all money. September 30th, Sunny. $50 million. I made $50 million from one batch of orders delivered alone. Why didn't I realize before that the money was so good? If I had known, I would have started the lamb business earlier. What bull ***** work ethic is more real than money in hand. October 5, Sunny. The idea of someone acquiring the organs of a newborn lamb seems a little inappropriate to me. What good are the organs of a newborn lamb? If you want a transplant, you'll have to raise them a bit before you can use them. Never mind. The customer offered a really good price, so I picked through the original selection of lambs that were left over, those that didn't make the cut and needed to be rendered harmless, and got him a bunch of them over there. In this batch of lambs ready for harmless disposal, there was a little girl who didn't cry or fuss, just blinked her dark, bright eyes at me pitifully. She didn't fight back when I slashed her stomach open. She was too good. Gee, if only all the other lambs were so understanding. It's a good business if someone is going to buy the organs on a long-term basis, and the otherwise harmless lambs can still be wasted to make some more money. If the bidding had been a little higher, whatever organs he wanted from the lamb, we could have helped him right out when the lamb was first born. October 10th, Cloudy. Something is not quite right. Even though we have hired so many surrogate mothers at a high price and even arranged exclusive areas for them to rest, the quality of the lambs, lately, has been declining. How can there be so many defective lambs when it is clear that all the embryos taken are of good quality? Even dead lambs came out. It's bad luck. But lately, I've been making a small fortune by selling my organs. November 11th, Cloudy. What the is going on? This batch of orders, the largest in recent memory, and to avoid the repercussions of those obscure lambs, I've hired more surrogate mothers, and I'm counting on this batch of orders to rake in the big bucks. Turns out half of them can't be born. It's like hell. How can I explain this? November 15th, Overcast. Something's wrong. It's really not right. The birth rate of lambs, it's been dropping. All to keep this thing down. I've lost a lot of money out of my own pocket. What the hell is going on? No. I've got to do something. November 17th, Overcast. Today, not a single lamb has been born. November 23rd, Overcast. For a whole week, still not a single lamb was born. And not only were there no lambs born, but even the surrogate mothers I had gotten started to keep dying unexpectedly. Luckily, it's in the hospital. I'm good with them. But what to do about not having a lamb born? It's driving me crazy. Now you can't even sell your organs. March 4th, Overcast. *********. So much time has passed and still no lambs have been born. And the hospital maternity unit has been affected. Like a evil spirit. And I can only go outside and try to get it. But it's not a permanent thing at all. I've been to many specialists and none of them have worked at all. However, in the past 2 days I have met a gentleman who seems to have a solution. April 10th, Overcast. I can't hide it anymore. The pressure is too much. I'm already going crazy. I have already started to prepare according to the needs of Mr. But the things that Mr. wants are a little too evil, and even let me forget about it. It is really disgusting. But now, there is nothing left for me to do. I can only try. There is still a month left. Hold on for one last month. But luckily, Sir will help me. May 13th, Rain. For a whole month, still no lambs were born, and I had already set up all the things needed for the ceremony. in a 6-story compartment, as requested by Mr. This time, it would definitely work. The lambs, surely, can all be born well, and what I owe them, I can pay back, and behind me, I can surely turn over. Mr. He's coming. 5. 14 rainstorms. The ceremony was a success. It was a success. I can feel that something has been born. It's all around us. It's all around us. 5. 15. Hey. It's so nice that my belly is getting bigger. I can clearly feel a young life that is thriving. I had a dream about the baby yesterday. In my dream, I looked at the baby's 4 eyes, 3 mouths full of sharp teeth, and the smooth skin covered with scales. Really, so cute. Ah, baby, we're in no hurry. We're all waiting for you. We, all are waiting for you. 5. 16. Something's not right. Something's not right. Someone is peeking at me. I can feel it. Someone's peeking at me. Baby, don't you be afraid. Daddy will protect you. Daddy won't allow anyone to hurt you. No way. I'm going to hide the diary. Can't be found by anyone. 5. 17 rainstorms. The breeze is warm and the sun is shining. The weather is so nice. Another day of waiting for the baby to arrive. Full and hopeful. I'm really happy. Not only me, but my co-workers on the 5th floor of the administration department. All of them had a great time. This feeling, it's so good. 5. 19. How? What's wrong with me? How did I get this way? 5. 20. Baby, come on. Daddy's ready. Daddy is always ready to give everything for you. The small black book, which was clearly the dean's diary, contained a detailed record of what had happened within the Friendship Hospital. All records, though, came to a screeching halt 3 days ago, and Yikue was able to clearly see that the further back the date was, the more scribbled and distorted the words in it became. Through the paper, can clearly feel that a stream through the text, thick, twisted, grotesque and bizarre. This stuff. After Yikue's eyes swept over the dean's last twisted brushstrokes, he subconsciously licked his lips, a touch of salivation flashing across his face. It just looks so gluttonous. Greedy? Luyu was surprised and stared wide-eyed. Yi brother, what do you mean? See for yourself. Yikue casually handed the diary to Luyue. The expression on his face grew more and more exuberant as he excitedly began to uncontrollably survey his surroundings. Asterisk. This dean isn't a pervert, is he? Seeing this scene, Lokyu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Take a recipe and put it in the safe? As he muttered, he flipped open the black journal. Asterisk. And the moment he read the contents of the diary, Rokie's body was violently creeped out. It was so full of twisted and contaminated words that he felt nothing but discomfort just by looking at it. I really have a lot more to learn. Luyu touched the goosebumps on his body and turned his head to look at Yikue, who had an excited face and glowing eyes. A flash of deep admiration on his fat face. However, he was also clear about what Yikue was looking for. 6-story cubicles. Not just from Zhang Yang's mouth. Even the dean's diary notes this one place that is not visible from the exterior of the Friends Hospital building. The key to it all, it seems. Where is it? Luyu frowned and helped Yikue search. Since there was an entry in the journal about the 6th floor compartment, it shouldn't be far from the darkroom. While searching, he subconsciously placed his hand on the bedside lamp. Crunch! Only a strange sound rang out. The table lamp turned violently, and a thin black slit suddenly appeared on the side of the bed. Holy! Seeing this, a flash of surprise flashed across Luyu's face. There are still organs in the dark room? He hurriedly probed toward the slit. Next moment, Rokuyu instantly froze in place. In the slit, there was a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes that didn't move and stared right back at him. Chapter 175, Rituals and Legends. Rokuyu froze in place, not moving a muscle. What's wrong? When Yikue heard a strange noise, he turned around and saw Luyu, who had triggered the mechanism. You kid can do it. He instantly revealed a smile of certainty and walked over towards Rokuyu, who was frozen in place. I didn't even realize there was anything else hidden in the dark room. Immediately, with a glance, Yikue saw the eyes behind the thin slit that were staring at them motionlessly. He froze. Peekaboo? In the next moment, a flash of excitement violently flashed across Yikue's handsome face. There's a little cutie playing hide and seek with me? He rushed up with one strong step, and after ripping the slit hard open, he squeezed the neck of the eye's owner and lifted her out. Found you. Yikue grinned and revealed a smile. Next, it's your turn to catch me. Soon. Though, he narrowed his eyes. She seems to be dead. Luyu extended his hand with a slightly stiff expression, pointing at the woman who was picked up by Yikue by pinching her neck. The woman's head was cocked, her neck broken. But, the real cause of her death, however, was not having her neck broken by Yikue. Instead, It came from the small of the belly, that one huge hideous hollow. But it was different from the empty bodies of Zhang Yong and that nurse before. The woman's abdomen, dripping with blood, was extremely miserable. It's like someone had cut open her stomach and pulled out all the organs inside in general. Yet even so, there wasn't a hint of corruption in the woman's body either. Her skin was tight, her eyes were lifelike, and her face was even wearing a smile if nothing else. This scene was extremely bizarre. Intern assistant, Lu Bei? Yi Kuei's line of sight swept past the woman's chest plate that was still staring straight at him, and seemed to have thought of something. Yi brother. She seems to be. Rokuyu also saw the woman's badge and he gulped. The intern assistant from the diary. Well, Yi Kuei nodded, casually tossing Lu Bei's body aside and looking up at the thin slit in front of him that he had ripped open. It says it's a fine seam. It's actually another secret door. But for some unknown reason, the mechanism to open the secret door was stuck, causing it to not open properly at all. However, after Yi Kuei ripped the dark door open, it revealed a staircase at the back that snaked upwards and was covered in black carpeting. Nice work. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Lu Yue and revealed a smile. Looks like we found the way to the 6th floor. Talking, he took a direct step and stepped through the dark door. Yi, wait for me. Seeing the situation, after Lu Yu glanced at Lu Bei's corpse on the side, he hurriedly took a step to follow Yi Kuei. Puff dash. However, he had just stepped on the carpet of the stairs with a sticky sound. Rokiake froze and lowered his head to the soles of his feet. No need to look. In the meantime, Yi Kuei's seemingly calm, but audible voice of deathly suppressed excitement rang out. It's blood. Blood? Lokyu's face changed. It was only under close scrutiny that he realized that there was no black carpet on the stairs at all, but rather a thick layer of long since coagulated and sticky blood. But where did the blood come from? And how can so much blood have no flavor at all? Yeah. Rokuyu raised his head and looked ahead. However, unlike him, Yi Kuei's slender and upright figure stepped on top of the sticky blood without making a single sound. Ye's control over his body is also too strong. A flash of amazement flashed through Lokyu's eyes. Just then, he noticed that Yi Kuei suddenly stopped at the turn of the rotating staircase. Yi, what happened? Seeing this, Lokyu hurriedly followed. The moment he saw the situation in front of him, he froze in place. Turning this corner, they reached the stairway. It was from the stairway, too, that a body, placed in regular order on either side, snaked backward for an unknown length of time. A large number of bodies, both male and female. They had the same tight skin and eyes, and their faces were filled with a warm, faint smile looking in the direction of the stairway. It was as if they were welcoming Yi Kuei and Lu Yu. And just like Lu Bei, the stomachs of a bunch of corpses were hollow and bloody, and the organs inside had long been emptied. Look at their condition and dress. The source of the inexplicable blood on the stairs and the whereabouts of the disappearing staff on the 5th floor administration area have been answered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the face of this extremely sinister scene, Lu Yu finally couldn't help himself and cursed. Yi Kuei inhaled his nose and still didn't smell any blood. Come on up. He turned his head and grinned at Lu Yue. Can't you see that everyone is greeting us? Don't keep people waiting. Yeah. Lu Yue's body trembled, revealing a bitter smile. Don't you dare joke about this. Talking, the two stepped onto the 6th floor. It says 6th floor. It is actually just a mezzanine floor located above the 5th floor. And from the exterior of the hospital building, there is no sign of its existence. Here is a wide, open space with dozens of structural columns erected. On weekdays, it is used to house some of the hospital's miscellaneous items. In addition to the rotating staircase that goes directly up from the dean's office, there is also a rather hidden elevator that can be reached. But the 6th floor compartment at the moment has been completely transformed. The lights from above, no longer able to bring brightness. The entire dim light source of the clearing originated from the hundreds of candles that burned brightly. The whole area, moreover, was set up to look like a hospital room. Above, hangs a crooked 602 room number. On top of the ground, there were even circle after circle of mysterious patterns drawn with blood, corpse after corpse, intermingled with the mysterious pattern and placed against it, stretched all the way to the very center of the pattern. There, a hospital bed. The bed bore the marks of an obvious human struggle to lie on it. But the hospital bed at the moment was empty. Rituals. Yi Kuei seemed to have remembered something as he stared at the eerie and terrifying scene in front of him, and opened his mouth to inquire. In the authorities' information, are there any records of rituals related to the need for corpses? Or even rituals that would draw on the flavor of the blood or spirituality? Or something like that? The picture in front of us doesn't look like some kind of child-seeking ceremony. Theirs. Instead, after Lu Yu tried to think for a while, he nodded. There are quite a few psychiatric illnesses that believe in weirdness and evil spirits, similar to that of the Jie Xian believers. which you've come into contact with, Brother Yi. In their state of mind, it's not too much to ask what kind of moves they make, but rituals like the one before us, which clearly have relevant laws as well as meticulous rules, are rare. He shook his head gently, but the next moment, nope, there is. As if he had remembered something, Ryue raised his head violently and his face instantly turned a few shades of white. What's wrong? Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Lokyu. Brother Yi, just as I told you before that the liners have existed since ancient times, some of the evil spirits and weirdness that have left records in history and even in legends may also truly exist. In reality, there are still some of their followers left. He gulped. Only this kind of bizarre evil spirit that leaves legends behind, where believers are passed down through generations, can have such meticulous rituals. What the ceremony stands for, taught as history and authority system training. A flash of chagrin flashed in Rokuyu's eyes. But I didn't remember. Right now, he was beyond regretting that he hadn't listened attentively in class at that time. The purpose of the ceremony should. The corner of Yi Kuei's mouth tickled. It's a prayer summoning. Right. Praying for a summons? Lokyu's eyes swept from the mysterious pattern in front of him, and a flash of disbelief flashed across his fat face. But how is it possible? When we take classes and learn about similar things, it's just told as history. His voice was dry, because nowadays, there simply won't be any of those weird and evil spirits that exist in the legends. Why won't it come back? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. Because there's simply not enough to sustain their recovery now. Lu Yue slowly opened his mouth, but as if he had thought of something, his voice was getting lower and lower. Yeah, but soon. He raised his head and looked at Yi Kuei. Whether the situation is what you guessed or not, behind us, I'm afraid we must be careful, because whenever evil spirits, or shenanigans, are involved in summoning rituals, they are, without exception, extremely treacherous and powerful beings. The fat on his face quivered. Extremely treacherous and powerful. Yi Kuei gave a beat. 2. Lu Yue gulped again, his face slightly pale. He didn't know what to do but to do his duty of reminding. However, what Rokuyu didn't see was, after he finished speaking, aside, under the muddy yellow light of the burning candles, Yi Kuei's handsome face that suppressed his excited smile became more and more maniacal. Chapter 176 times up. Now look at. Rokuyu struggled to adjust his breathing and spoke. The 6th floor's compartment is where the dean said that one time the ceremony took place. Hospital staff on the 5th administrative floor have been made part of the ceremony. His eyes, sweeping over a corpse, exhaled. I just don't know how Dean, all by himself, actually did it, because there's still that mister. From the diary, Yi Kuei grinned and laughed. Right now, in addition to being curious about what was summoned by this mysterious ritual, he was also interested in that mister, who appeared in the diary. Mr. Lokyu's expression changed slightly. He likewise knew that the person who was able to guide the dean to do all these things would not be simple either. But Rokuyu quickly reacted to another situation as well. Yi brother, what happened in the hospital seems to be really like what you said. It's two different things. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. There's no abnormality of newborn births in UAI hospital. It's been going on since half a year ago, but the condition of male pregnancies is something that only appeared a few days ago? Well, Yi Kuei nodded and looked towards the center of the mysterious pattern. The empty hospital bed. The condition Rokuyuku found himself in. He had determined after reading the diary of the director of the Yukai hospital. But none of that matters. The important thing at the moment is the man lying in the hospital bed in the center of the ceremony. Luyu noticed Yi Kuei's sight. He looked towards the empty hospital bed and his body trembled. Will it be the director of UAI hospital? Who else could it be if not him? Yi Kuei revealed a mouthful of white teeth. He should be the first one to get pregnant in this incident. Where did the man go? A flash of disbelief passed through Lokyu's eyes, looking at the traces left on the hospital bed. I'm afraid that not long ago, someone else was lying on it, struggling in pain. At this time, Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something, and after glancing down at the time, he walked towards that elevator in the 6th floor compartment on one side. The building number on the elevator showed that it was stuck on the 1st floor. However, this time, before Yi Kuei could press the elevator button, the elevator in front of him instantly turned dark and stopped working, looking for death. Seeing this, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and smiled. Next moment, he punched the elevator door directly, and after pulling out the steel cable trailing the elevator a little bit, he directly ripped it off hard. Boom! The elevator plummeted to the ground and slammed into the ground, causing the elevator shaft to shake. I'll meet you downstairs. Yi Kuei turned to look at Luyu and jumped into the elevator shaft in front of him. Yi. Seeing this, the corners of Rokuyu's mouth jerked. In addition to being shocked at Ye's increasingly powerful physical strength, How he hadn't realized before that Ye's temper was still quite big. It's amazing that you can fight an elevator. Boom! Soon, he transformed into a ball of flame and similarly shuttled down the elevator shaft. When a way down the stairs was found, the mere damage to the elevator did nothing to stop them. However, right now, what Luckyu was curious about was what exactly Yi had discovered. Soon, Yi Kuei once again ripped the elevator door open, and the two of them walked out from a slightly remote location on the first floor. In the entire hospital, this is the only elevator that leads to the 6th floor cubicles. Brother Yi, where are we going now? Luckyu raised his head to look at Yi Kuei. Let's go back to the hall first. Yi Kuei smiled faintly. However, when the two of them returned to the lobby of the UAI hospital again, Luyu suddenly froze. The hall, which had been bustling just moments ago, was empty. That one busy figure has all but disappeared. It's not just the hall. It was as if at this moment, nothing existed in the entire Friends Hospital. What's going on here? A flash of bewilderment flashed across Luckyu's fat face. Sure enough, Yi Kuei looked down and glanced at the time once again, remembering what Zhang Yong had said. It's time. Baby needs to eat. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded in the silent hall. Ta-da! Strange footsteps, getting louder and denser. One side of the hall, one presence in the hospital after another. Patients, nurses, doctors, kept appearing. They had two lifeless eyes, a bright red sticky patch around their mouths, and their faces were even wearing quiet loving smiles as they swayed and walked slowly towards Yi Kuei and Luyu. In their hands, the crowd held a mass of blood and flesh with gnawing marks, and without exception, all of them have been slightly bulging at the location of the belly. The bulge was even protruding a hideous and terrifying face with hollow eyes that stared straight at Yi Kuei and Luyu in the hall. Wow! The baby's eerie, ear-piercing cries suddenly resounded throughout the hospital hall. Chapter 177. Before eating, wash your hands. The eerie, piercing sound of a baby crying. Sha 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 sha. A stiff footstep that slowly moved across the floor sounded from the end. Ooh. Also coming out was a low, agonized moan. An elderly male with a huge stomach and gray hair, holding a high bulging, vaguely bruised stomach, moved out step by step, supported by two nurses. By the sound of it, it seemed to be extremely painful. His expression, however, was always smiling, always loving and happy. Baby will be born healthy. The old man struggled in pain while letting out a happy murmur full of expectations. Daddy will, for sure, let you be born safely. Until, he raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and Luyu in front of him. Baby, the old man caressed over his stomach. Look, at home, there are guests coming. Baby has a new meal to eat. A creepy smile flashed across his withered features. At the same time, crunch dash. Those other hospital congregations with numb expressions lowered their heads to pick up the bloody mess in their hands and gnawed on it once again. What they had in their hands were the organs from the bellies of the group of corpses in the 6th floor compartment. Growling dash. Seeing this, the old man's stomach, violently churned, and the hideous face that protruded, vaguely revealed a happy smile. Gua is learning. The moment he saw this old man, Lukyu's body jolted. The old man is the director of UAI Hospital, Gui Jingxue, and his appearance completely confirmed Yi Kuei's speculation just now. But, the situation is very wrong. They seem to have been discovered long ago, but didn't wait for Rokuyu to say something again. Really, disgusting. He then heard a word full of dislike from beside him. Not clean at all. Yi Kuei stared at the crowd in front of him who couldn't stop nibbling on things, and after a flash of contempt in his eyes, he backhanded and directly drew out the coffin board. Not only is the food disgusting, but the eating is also so ugly. It's not elegant at all. Yeah, Rokuyu's eyes widened. What are you doing? What for? Yi Kuei grinned, revealing the mouthful of white teeth. They all started to eat. I also have to eat. The words were not yet spoken. Boom. Don't you guys know to wash your hands before you eat? A disgusted voice rang out. The entire hall shook violently, and Yi Kuei, carrying the coffin board, was like a cannonball directly rushing towards a group of people in front of him. Asterisk. Rokuyu's eyes instantly widened. Straight up? This is the Yip plan? Is that how careful Yip is? But, bang! Rokuyu's reaction was not a quick one. The moment he saw Yi Kuei rushing towards the front, a ball of flame condensed out of his hand and directly smashed towards the front. Even if the opposite side is evil and creepy and most likely has big problems, but Yi must have his reasons for doing so. To learn from Yi. If he wants to do it, then do it. And seeing a silhouette in front of them along with a ball of flame, rushing directly towards them like a maniac, even Gui Jingxue, who was standing at the end, froze for a moment. It did not expect that these two people in front of it, instead of having the slightest fear and hesitation, had chosen to directly strike. But soon, ha ha. Guo Jingshue's face then violently flashed a strange smile. Good. Energetic rations are what babies like the most. Babies. Eat more rice to be born safely. No harming babies. Whoever wants to hurt the baby must die. Nauseatingly eerie murmurs slowly emanated from the mouths of the people in front of them. But the next moment, Yi Kuei had already appeared in front of the nurse at the very front. Put hands up. Coffins down. The nurse's head exploded instantly. Sizzle. He carried the nurse, whose body was about to collapse and lose her head, and inhaled deeply with fascinated salivation. However, soon after, Yi Kuei froze and frowned. What's the situation? How come there's no flavor at all? The nurse with the small belly was surprisingly free of that inexplicable aura. Rear. Rokie's eyes snapped open. Yi Kuei's slender and upright figure was carrying the corpse with one hand. Salivation and obsession written all over his handsome face as he lay down on the neck where the head had exploded and sniffed. The appearance of this scene was beyond grotesque and bizarre. At this moment, Liu didn't even know who was the most bizarre and terrifying one. I still don't believe it. In front, Yi Kuei casually threw down the nurse's body, glaring, picking up the coffin board and rushing towards the front once again. But just at this time, Yi Kuei's body was violently and directly entangled by a tentacle that suddenly surged out. At the headless neck of that nurse, several hideous and sinister tentacles had already stretched out and wrapped around Yi Kuei's body. Avalanche. The tentacles strangled on Yi Kuei's body, making a toothsome sound. Obviously, this one hideous tentacle was extremely powerful. Get him. In the meantime, Guo Zhengshue's exuberant voice rang out. The veins on his pale face rippled. His eyeballs bulged out, looking extremely excited. Baby wants him. Cut open his belly and take out his guts. Baby likes it. Guo Zhengxue was excited, and its high, bulging belly was even more excited. A ripple surging up, and that hideous face, as if it was about to burrow out of its belly, struggling to open its mouth wide and constantly protruding. One side, Yi Kuei's body had already been completely strangled by the tentacles that were gushing out from the nurse's body. Not only the nurse who had his head smashed by Yi Kuei's coffin plate, but also the dozens of others around him, swarmed around, and from their bodies, several tentacles sprang out, firmly strangling Yi Kuei. Seeing the situation, a flash of tension snapped across Rokuyu's face. Boom. Several fireballs flew out violently and smashed into the tentacles that were strangling Yi Kuei. He knew that Yi Kuei possessed an extremely strong flame resistance, so as soon as he struck, he used all his strength, emitting light blue flames with an extremely high temperature. Snort! But, when the fireball smashed into those tentacles, it only caused the tentacles to suddenly shrink, and the fireball dissipated immediately. Rokuyu snapped. It was only now that he had a realization of the horror of the tentacled nurse sticking out of his body ahead of him. However, at the same time, Lukyu's heart was flooded with endless worry for Yi Kuei. Boom. With an urgent expression on his face, he waved his hand once again and threw out a hot ball of fire. Regardless of whether or not he could cause damage to the tentacles, he would use all his strength as long as he could give Yi a little help. Rokuyu's sudden movement finally caught the attention of those remaining people. And him. He's not missing either. Guo Zhengshue's bulging belly surged violently, and his excited voice rang out. The baby said that although he's not as tasty, he has a lot of meat and can eat for a while longer. Whoosh! The moment the words fell, several tentacles, then suddenly flashed out towards Lokyu. Your grandmother! Lokyu cursed angrily. What he hated the most, was people other than Zhuge Liang and Yi Kuei, calling him fat. Rokuyaku is not thin, but his movements are extremely sharp. Boom! When a few tentacles were about to touch him, Lokyu instantly turned into a ball of fire and flew up. Wah dash! Seeing the situation, a mournful baby cry snapped out, and a tentacle violently lengthened again. However, they were all easily dodged by the incredibly flexible Lu Yu, who had transformed into a ball of fire in the air. Boom. And while Lokyu dodged the tentacles, he didn't forget to smash out a ball of fire to try and help Yi Kuei. But alas, what he was doing had minimal effect. Asterisk. Seeing the situation, the fireball that Lu Yu transformed into condensed, and its speed suddenly became a few points faster, making a gesture to rush out from the window on the side of the hall to ask for help. But when he was about to reach the hall window, rumble! The entire Friends Hospital was instantly shaken. Above the sky, the dusky sun suddenly floated with a wisp of blood color. Patter! A numbing, thin sound rang out. Boundless hair-like tentacles came from all directions, directly covering the entire Friendship Hospital. What's going on? Seeing this, a flash of panic flashed across Lu Yu's eyes. He hadn't even expected this turn of events to occur. Where are the people from the authority out there? Rokuyu's eyes panicked as he looked through the little gap left. With such a big change in Yoei Hospital, why don't they hurry up and come in for support? However, what he doesn't know is this. It's right on the outskirts of the walled-off Friends Hospital. Fatty and a few of the heavenly officials were at the door, pacing back and forth in a slightly nervous manner. What do you say? Sir, they've been in there for a while. Nothing's going to happen, right? Fatty turned his head to the celestial official beside him and opened his mouth to inquire. Why isn't there any movement at all? It should be fine. After the celestial official froze for a moment, he turned his head to look at the Friendship Hospital behind him and shook his head. We've been detecting spiritual fluctuations. There is no change in spirituality. He revealed a smile. But I have to say, Sir is really something. The hospital building that we couldn't set foot in several times back there. Sir went straight in the first time. And behind them, the Friends Hospital stood peaceful and silent, without a hint of difference. How? What to do? Inside the lobby of Friends Hospital, the fireball that Luyu had transformed into was still in the air, hastily dodging the pursuit of the tentacles, and his eyes were filled with incomparable worry as he looked towards Yi Kuei. It seemed that Guo Jingxue could also see how extraordinary Yi Kuei was, so without a hint of contempt, he directly used his full strength. Yi Kuei's upright figure had been completely enveloped by the boundless tentacles, only vaguely visible. Even surrounded by the surging tentacles, he was still trying to reach his hands behind his back, as if trying to do something. Yeah. Seeing this scene, a touch flashed even more in Lokyu's eyes. Boom boom boom. He threw a few fireballs again, sparing the risk of nearly being caught by the tentacles. Although Luyu didn't know what exactly Yi Kuei was doing, it must be something extremely important, and if he wanted to do it, he must find a way to help. Below, under a shroud of tentacles, Yi Kuei used all his strength and finally reached his hand behind his back. Immediately, he gave a gentle tug. Carry! A voice filled with annoyance and worry rang out. There, across the infinity of tentacles, a strand of water could be seen bared. Immediately, I said before dinner. In the center of the diffuse and rampant tentacles, a loud, untamed, yet wantonly maniacal laugh slowly rang out. You have to wash your hands first. Next moment, rumble. Throughout the Friendship Hospital, there was a loud shock. The boundless tentacles that enveloped Yi Kuei's body were instantly taut, as if there was something that tugged them directly. Crunch! Suddenly, chewing sounds went straight up. Chapter 178. Crunch! Chewing sounds, again! Guo Jingshue's body creeped and froze instantly. Not just it, even the hideous face on its high, small belly froze violently. Patter! Next moment, the boundless tentacles, as if they had sensed something, began to tremble while they were about to shrink back uncontrollably. But, it's easy to get out, but it's not so easy to get back in. Avalanche dash. Only a crunch was heard. The boundless tentacles, once again, instantly tensed. They were torn back hard. Immediately. Crunch dash. The sound of loud chewing came from the spot where the mass was surrounded by tentacles and only a slender, upright figure could be roughly made out. There's flavor, there's flavor, there's flavor. Finally some flavor. Shredded squid. Shredded squid. Shredded squid. Shredded squid. Shredded squid in large quantities, simultaneously ringing out. There was also a crazy laugh of excited insanity and salivating satisfaction. Avalanche. A tentacle that was once again taut. They struggled and trembled, trying hard to flinch backward to escape, only to be yanked back again and again. Crunch dash. As the eerie chewing sound rang out, the boundless tentacles, at a speed visible to the naked eye, continued to diminish. Air. Without the crisis brought about by the tentacle chase, Lokyu had stopped in mid-air, the center of the fireball. He stared dead at the creepy scene below. The scorching temperature could not resist Luyu fat face above. Cold sweat. Even though Rokuyu knew that below was his beloved Yi, but he had no idea what was really going on. Tentacles? What the hell? How it keeps dwindling and running away again in a hurry. Yeah, what happened to? Again. What does he mean by shredded squid? All of this only made Lokyu's heart skip a beat. Aside, Guo Jingxue opened his mouth, but was slow to make a sound. His pale face filled with pallor. Obviously the situation in front of him was also beyond his imagination. But, wah dash. Next moment, an ear-piercing and incomparable baby cry suddenly broke the dead silence in the hospital hall. Growling dash. Guo Jingshue's stomach surged violently. That hideous and terrifying face was incomparably thrilled and excited. If just now, it was nearly protruding out of Guo Jingshue's belly, then right now, the hideous face was already itching to drill out. Ah! With Guo Jingxue violently letting out a wail of excruciating pain, his high and bulging stomach, then already appeared speckled with blood marks, but also set off that a hideous face, horrible and gloomy. Wah dash. The ear-piercing cry of an excited baby resounded again. Whoosh! And this time, as this baby's excited voice rang out, the boundless tentacles instantly disappeared, as if they had never existed at all. The tentacles dispersed, revealing Yikue's slender and upright figure. The doll bear sat on Yikue's shoulder, huffing and puffing and tilting his head to not look at him. As for Yikue's mouth, he was tearing at one of the only remaining tentacles, and he blinked blankly. Where are the squid threads? My so many squid threads? This. In mid-air, Rokuyu's body instantly froze, nearly falling out of the air. He finally knew what was happening below. Yi ate those horrible tentacles. He had just been trying so hard to reach behind him to get the doll bear to wash his hands. Rokuyu only felt a little numbness in his body, but soon he came to his senses. Because Rokuyu was clear that right now was not the time to think about this. Guizhingshui abdomen, that a hideous face, without warning, suddenly stopped. Surely not for fear that she finished the tentacles this one reason. This one evil spirit. It's not that simple. Wah dash. Next moment, a piercingly excited baby cry resounded once again in the empty hall. Dad. At the same time, Rokuyu suddenly heard a faint sound coming from the small of his back. Chapter 179, if you want to do it big. Rokuyu's eyes trembled as he stared at his stomach in death. Just now, did he hallucinate? As if something sounded? Dad. 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 But soon, a sound, clearer than a whisper, came from his stomach once more. This is not an illusion at all. Put. The fire mass in the air instantly extinguished. Luyu's body stiffened and fell directly from the air, and above his fat face, he was pale. It wasn't until it nearly hit the ground that the fireball rekindled violently, but even so, the flames soon went out again, and Luyu collapsed to the ground limblessly, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. Subsequently, Brother Yi, I'm still young, I don't want to be a father. He turned his head to look at Yikue and let out a fearful, convulsive, hoarse scream. However, even though Rokuyu cried and screamed, he was still able to clearly feel that he had established some connection with that mass in his stomach. Growling dash. Even more, his stomach rolled violently. However, Yikue, did not respond to Lokyu's words. He kept his head down, staring equally straight at his stomach. Hey. Seeing this, a grotesque smile flashed across Guizhingshue's aged face that was covered in old age spots. You guys are great. The baby is very satisfied. The baby says not to make you rations. It wants you to join us. He let out an exclamation as he caressed his high belly. Soon, we'll be a family. Guizhingshue grinned, revealing a blackened and shedding tooth. And you will soon be able to know that the baby in your belly, it's not just the baby, it's our God. After a pause, Guizhingshue looked to his belly and let out a creepy, pious word, enough to make us give all we've got. God your grandma's leg. You in the ass. Before Guizhingshue could finish his sentence, Luyu directly broke out into a curse. He twisted his fat body hard and kept flinging his belly. Hurry up and get this little brat out of the laborer's belly. Don't waste your time. Seeing this, Guizhingshue twisted and laughed. Right now, you guys don't know the greatness of the baby. Soon, it will be clear to you what kind of existence the baby really is. When the time comes, you will willingly give everything you have to the baby. He shook his head and looked at Yikue, who was on the side, and let out an exclamation. Behave yourself, like that friend of yours? How nice. Yet the words had not yet fallen. Guizhingshue then snapped, growling dash. Above his high belly, the hideous face, as if it had discovered something that had shocked it quite a bit, instantly surged violently. Are you unable to get in? In the meantime, Yikue let out a slightly bewildered sigh. He could vaguely feel an indescribable, unfathomable aura that kept hitting his belly. But the wisp of breath, however, could not advance the slightest bit at all. Yikue tried to reach out his hand, wanting to touch this wisp of breath, but the inexplicable breath, as if it existed in an illusory place, directly passed through his fingers. Growling dash. Seeing this, that hideous face, even more so, stared at its own empty eye sockets and surged with excitement to the extreme. You, the baby wants you. You're not normal. Guizhingshue steeply showed ecstasy on his face. Ignoring his stomach that was already bursting and gushing out blood, he looked at Yikue with exuberance. You can afford it. You can make the baby come into the world in one piece. Guizhingshue laughed recklessly. We are really lucky. Too lucky. Baby, you really are the luckiest baby in this world. Next moment, boom, the hospital lobby instantly transformed. Blood. There's blood all around. The bare walls had long been shrouded in intertwined tissue of flesh and blood. The ceiling is long gone. Above the sky, the dim sun had at some point turned into an uncontrollably rotating, eerie eyeball. The eyeballs moved and stared dead at Yi Kuei below. His eyes filled with incomparable surprise. Gar! The sound of blood tumbling resounded. The nurses who had just fallen to the ground and had already disappeared as tentacles, one after another, gushed out from the blood that filled the ground above. But the reappearing group of nurses had become flat at the small of their backs, and their faces, moreover, did not have any five senses. There was only a hollow mouth that could not stop opening and closing. Immediately afterward, one nurse after another, facing Yi Kuei in front of them, knelt on the ground with unparalleled devotion. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the soul. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the cause. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the son. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the grandson. Numbing, eerie chanting of mantras. It began to constantly echo throughout the eerie and terrifying space. What? And the moment this scene appeared before him, Lu Yue then stiffened and froze directly in place. Even if his belly continued to surge with the chanting, Lu Yue did not have the slightest reaction. The moment he finally realized the reason why, even if he had just gnawed a tentacle clean, that hideous face, he wasn't the slightest bit nervous, because that hideous face, from the beginning to the end, did not put them in their eyes. Such a means of changing the sky and the earth did not cause the slightest spiritual fluctuation. This scene alone, it was enough to prove that this time they had encountered the horror of this evil spirit. Note to the living mother. Lu Yue's pale face trembled once again. He vaguely remembers that he has heard this name in some legends, but the real Note Life Lady should not be so treacherous and scary. What's all this about? Are those legendary evil spirits and weirdness really going to start reviving again on this land? If you go by the anomaly rating, he didn't even know what level this they were experiencing in front of them was supposed to belong to. Class 7? Class 8? Right now, Lu Yue finally understood the meaning of what Guo Jingshua's words, the greatness of the gods, stood for. But the next moment, no! Rokuyu jerked his head up to look at the bizarre and incomparable eyeball in the sky, and his expression froze. If it was really what they thought it was, then they shouldn't have any chance to resist. Note that the birth mother is not complete. The strength it could exert with the help of Guo Jingxue and the others was, I'm afraid, less than 1,000. However, the annotated life mother was still insisting on making such a heaven-changing scene with its current condition. Rokuyu's line of sight swept from the group of faceless nurses in front of him who were kneeling on the ground, unable to stop kowtowing and chanting, and whose small bellies had become a flat area. Ahead, even Guo Jingshue's huge, bulging belly had shrunk by a few points. What it wants to do? A flash of fear flashed across Lokyu's face. What exactly is the Note Life Lady paying such a huge price for? All of a sudden, Lu Yu fiercely recalled the words Guo Jingxue had just uttered with a maniacal laugh, and his body crept as he turned his head to the side in fear. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the soul. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the cause. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the son. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the grandson. Tweets of eerie chanting. Yi Kuei gazed down at the slender figure in the small of his back and stood quietly. Yeah, Rokiake let out a yell with his eyes wide open. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei's body shifted and turned his head to look at Lu Yue, inquiring in confusion. What are you yelling so loudly for? You, Ru Yue froze, his eyes widening. You're fine? You weren't affected by the Lady of Note Life, so it's called Lady Note Life. Yi Kuei raised his head to look at the huge eyeball in the air, lowered his head to look again at the wisp of breath that was trying to move forward, but was unable to do anything about it, and grinned. The thing that the Lady of the Note Life has come up with has not come in yet. Talking. Put. He backhanded the coffin board and slapped the head of a kneeling, kowtowing, faceless nurse in front of him. Ahead. Since the sudden change, the nurses had long since stopped doing anything else in the entire space, just kowtowing and chanting. Phew. Seeing that Yi Kuei remained calm and collected, Lu Yu was relieved. Yi brother, do you have any idea? He hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. What do you need me to do? Just ask. Wei. Yi Kuei shook his head and once again slapped another nurse's head. There's nothing I can do now. I can't beat this evil spirit. Rokuyu's perceived condition today. Just now, Yi Kuei had realized it when he was devouring the shredded squid in a big way, not only because of the toughness of the tentacles, but also because the tentacles were surprisingly able to simply disappear when he said they would disappear while he was engaging in devouring. The key thing was that the flavor contained in the tentacles was not enough to be called spiritual at all. He eats it well, but it's mostly just a texture that he eats. There was not a single influx of spirituality at all, and a tentacle without spirituality can have such an impact. In that instant, Yi Kuei knew that everything they had experienced was, I'm afraid, under the control of the hideous face that had yet to be born. On his own, I'm afraid he's no match for that weird evil spirit. So, what are you doing now? Hearing Yi Kuei's reply, Lu Yu's expression instantly condensed. His eyes trembled as he stared at Yi Kuei, who was idly walking in front of him, constantly slapping the head of the faceless nurse with his coffin board. I'm idle. Bored. Yi Kuei grinned and raised his head to the sky. After realizing that he was no match for this evil spirit, he was ready to directly summon the Yin coffin peeler. But, Yi Kuei soon realized that the evil spirit named Lady Note Life seemed to have been subjected to considerable restrictions and, right now, he had no way to affect the Lady of Note Life. Thinking of the abnormalities coming from the stomachs of Guo Jingshui and the others, Yi Kuei had an idea. He extinguished the summoning coffin peeler ability that was about to light up and began to wait. Soon, as Yi Kuei thought, he waited for the wisp of breath that wanted to burrow into his stomach. Although Yi Kuei didn't know why that wisp of aura that drifted between reality and illusion, which he couldn't touch, was slow to work on him. However, Yi Kuei's heart was pleasantly surprised. The Note Life lady is waiting. He, too, began to wait. Just enter yourself and be able to be touched. He would then instantly summon the shady coffin stripper. Yi Kuei licked his lips, salivating as he stared at the breath that was growing stronger and more powerful in the midst of a chanting sound, trying hard to enter his body, his eyes trembling maniacally. If you're going to do it, you're going to do it big. Chapter 180, hold on. In the meantime, even Guo Jingshui stopped talking in the weird space with a huge eyeball hanging in the sky. He likewise fell to his knees and kept kowtowing hard. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the soul. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the cause. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the son. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the grandson. The eerie sound of chanting echoed continuously, and Guo Jingshui's huge bulging stomach was even smaller compared to just now. Ahead. Yi Kuei was once again bored and slapped a faceless nurse's head. The faceless nurse dissolved as she fell to the ground, but quickly re-emerged from above the blood-covered ground. Yeah, see this scene. A flash of trepidation flashed through Rokuyu's eyes, and in his stomach, the strand of eerie connection that had given off the daddy cry had long since disappeared. But this didn't surprise Lokyu. Instead it filled him with even more eagerness. It was because Lokyu had already guessed what Yi was facing at the moment. Go to hell. Next moment, Lu Yue condensed a ball of fire and smashed it towards the huge eyeball in the air. He already knew exactly who the owner was who had condensed this piece of space. But alas, the fireball directly dissipated before it could touch the huge eyeball. Damn thing! Lu Yue let out an unwilling shout. With his strength, there was no way to give this piece of space an impact. But just then, it seems to be because the bloody space has been around for so long. In the air, an odd fluctuation suddenly came from the air. Buzz! That huge eyeball turned violently, and for the first time, its sight left Yi Kuei's body, nervously looking behind him. Next moment, the scarlet sky shook violently. A dark and decayed door, covered with the mottled traces of age, appeared vaguely behind the sky. The doorway of that one door looked extremely broken, as if it had been shattered with a gentle push. But it was such a shabby doorway that, after gently vibrating, gave the entire scarlet space a great impact. Growling dash. Even the eyeballs in the air rolled straight back. But, the doorway vibrated only once. Buzz. Above the sky, the shadows of 3 items then appeared. Jingle bells. The ancient glazed wind chime swayed and the bells rang out crisply. Sha 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 sha. The white, miserable parchment scroll rustled, and text after text kept writing and surfacing. Wind. Big wind. A reddish and charred flag unfurled unexpectedly. 3 items that fiercely emitted a blinding light. Buzz. The broken and decaying door slammed against the 3 rays of light that emitted a bright light. Boom. A fierce wind violently blew within the entire bloody space. Growling dash. The eyeball rolled uncontrollably straight toward the decaying, dark door in the back, controlling itself but looking extremely powerless. In the eyeballs, filled with eager irritation, there was a sudden flash of hysterical determination. Note to the living mother, note to the living soul. Within the space, the sound of chanting suddenly grew a few degrees louder. Guo Jingshui's huge stomach instantly shrunk. This, and in the moment of seeing this scene, Lu Yue's body stiffened, his eyes trembling as he stared at the back of the sky, a broken and decaying black door. The moment, Rokuyu finally knew where the Lady of Note Life came from, but despite being filled with shock and trance, he knew that there were more important things to do right now. Yi, you hold on. Lu Yu turned his head violently and looked at Yi Kuei eagerly. This damn thing, it's obviously related to the door. It can't hold on much longer. If you just hold on to, it'll roll back. His fat face trembled and he looked agitated. Hold on. Hold on. However, while Lokyu was excited, Yi Kuei was even more excited than Lokyu. With rounded eyes, he looked at the huge eyeball in the air and shouted out in an urgent and incomparable manner. You hold on. There's no outgrowth. Can't you do it so soon? Hurry up. Hurry up. Come on. Yikuei lowered his head again and looked towards the wisp of breath in front of his belly that had already solidified to the extreme, vigorously arching his belly forward and urging urgently. You hurry up! You hurry up! Chapter 181, so knowledgeable, it must be delicious. Rumble. Air. That door collided with the three items that emitted blinding light once again, and the scarlet space shook violently. The ground shook and the sea of blood boiled. Prickly, prickly, prickly. A toothsome voice rang out. The surrounding wall, like flesh and blood tissue, could not help but surge and quiver, hard to be ripped open, a hideous and terrible cracks. No, it's not just the walls around it. The entire piece of space was nearly ripped apart hard. The scarlet space wasn't enough to withstand the aftermath of the collision between the door and the three seals. The gently vibrating doorway, too, had been about to be silenced. Buzz. The lady note life who was torn close to the shadow of the door was even more filled with eagerness and panic. The huge eyeball struggled and rolled while staring down at Yikuei with incomparable urgency. It didn't ask for all of them to be able to descend into the belly of the man below. It only needed to leave one seed. Just one seed. And that would be enough. Gui Jingshue's stomach has been left with a thin layer. The eyeballs now poured out all the power they could use, except for the agonizing tear in the back. Brother Yi, cheer up. Brother Yi, hang in there. On one side, Rokuyu sat up straight. He was nervous as he couldn't stop swaying with the scarlet space. That son of a obviously can't hold on much longer. Even he was able to see the overwhelming weight of that huge eyeball. At those words, Yikuei's body suddenly trembled. Go for it. Come on. He stared at the small of his back and spoke urgently and encouragingly. Soon. Immediately. Just hold on a little longer. You've got to hold on. However, the wisp of solidified breath kept swirling harder and harder, all but smoothing out its own pointy head. And still nothing. What the hell is wrong with you? Seeing this, Yikuei became even more anxious, and the amplitude of him arching his stomach forward grew bigger and bigger. How can you be so unproductive? Hurry up. I feel like it's almost ready. If it wasn't for the fact that he sensed that the breath wasn't simply blocked by his own flesh, Yikuei all hated to tear open his stomach and let his breath burrow right in. Scramble. $100,000. Yikuei had never had such a strong urge to make his eyes fight for some air. After the scent was thick and solidified, he was already able to smell the wisp, which was enough to hit his soul with a stunning fragrance. A touch of deliciousness that only drove Yikuei crazy. How can you let such a greedy little thing go? Yeah. Words were heard coming from the front. Lu Yue's plump face violently flashed a touch of deep emotion. Yi brother is really facing the unbearable pain of ordinary people. I've never seen that Yi would have an emotional breakdown to the point of cheering himself up. His eyes trembled. Dead clenched his own fist, in the midst of despair, still to insist not to give up. This point is what I have to learn the most. All of a sudden, stab dash, as if something was being torn apart, a sudden sound rang out. The entire scarlet space, like a piece of paper that had been kneaded into a ball, finally began to collapse and shrink towards the door at the back. The door was suppressed by three seals, and the big eyeballs couldn't resist, and along with the scarlet space, they surged towards the door. Buzz. But, borrowing the power of the last wisp of scarlet space being rubbed together, the eyeballs shook violently, emitting an extremely blinding ray of light. The wisp of breath that swelled violently. Bang! It slammed its head directly and heavily into Yikuei's belly. In the meantime, eyeball and scarlet space, too, were finally torn into the gradually subsiding doorway. Rumble. A partition possessing endless greatness instantly descended, directly slicing on top of the wisp of breath, which trembled and violently dissipated. However, the huge eyeball that had been sucked into the door, revealed a sudden, uncontrollable flash of ecstasy after vibrating in agony beyond measure. Immediately, buzz. The dark, mottled door was completely silent and hidden. The eyeballs and scarlet space simply disappeared. In the air, the grandiose shadows of the three seals also slowly dissipated. Friendship Hospital, restored, but the whole hall was dead silent. Yi. Lu Yu's face was pale, his eyes trembling as he looked ahead, at Yikuei who stood motionless, his voice incomparably nervous. Are you all right? Just now, at the last moment, he noticed the abnormality exhibited by the huge eyeball. Yikuei stared dead at his belly. As if he sensed something, the corner of his mouth slowly rose, revealing an extremely strange smile. How? Seeing this, Lokyu's body instantly went cold. Next moment, wah dash. The baby's eerie, piercing, but full of a million surprises cry rang out violently in the silent hospital hall. It's over. Rokuyu's eyes went black and he instantly fell to the ground in a paralyzed state. The body of Gui Jingxue, whose breath was still alive, shook, and a flash of surprise flashed across his face as he felt the faint connection. Baby, don't be afraid. Ahead. The smile on Yikuei's face became more and more exaggerated as he stretched out his hand and touched his stomach. Daddy's here. Daddy's here. Note to the living mother, note to the living soul. Note to the living mother, note to the living cause. Seeing this, Guo Jingxue faced Yikuei and directly knelt down, constantly kowtowing and chanting. Just then, wah dash. The piercing cries of a baby once again emanated from the front. Didn't the baby tell you to not be afraid? But at the same time, there was also Yikuei's voice filled with complaints. What are you running for? He stared at his gushing stomach and frowned. Don't you listen to anything Daddy says? Seeing the situation, Lu Yu and Guo Jingxue snapped to attention, their eyes widening. Situation. Something's not quite right. At the same time, wah dash. The baby's cries resumed. And this time, even Lokyu could hear the endless fear that came from the cries. Growling dash. Yikuei's stomach violently surged violently again, as if there was something in there, panicking and holding its head. Still running? Seeing this, Yikuei's face gradually became gloomy. Just now, you worked so hard. Isn't it because you like me and want to stay with me? Why now? Don't you listen to Daddy? Don't want to be digested right in your stomach, do you? The corner of his mouth hooked, violently flashed a maniacal smile. Since this is the case, then don't blame Dad for not being polite. Stab dash. The small of his back was violently ripped open. Yikuei directly groped and searched within himself. Gotcha. Soon enough, he found something, and a flash of salivation crossed his face. An eyeball that had turned into a solid entity and was finally able to be touched, felt, and constantly rotated, yet written with incredulous horror, was pulled out by Yikuei raw. Growling dash. The wound on Yikuei's small abdomen surged and healed. Look at how beautiful you look. But he didn't even look at his wounds. Instead he stared dead in his hand at the eyeball written with trembling terror and licked his lips. It's exactly the same as the one hanging in the sky. Exactly the same. Did you hear Daddy's heart just now? That's why you granted my wish. That's really understanding. But it's a shame that you're a bit far off spiritually, and the gift Dad prepared for you won't be used for a while. He smiled a longing smile obsessively. But I'm sure a baby that knows what it's doing is delicious. Growling dash. Eyes rolled up in fear beyond measure. See the shenanigans. What's the situation? What the hell is going on? How did it get pulled out hard? And what in the world was this thing before it that it had so painstakingly chosen as the vehicle apparatus for the descent of the fully descended? How could anyone be able to do all this? One's own plan, obviously, is not. What the hell was this monster of some sort in front of him doing? Delicious. What do you mean, Coco? Suddenly, the eyeball seemed to think of something and it froze violently. Next moment, the eyeball suddenly blossomed with a blinding light, and with all his might, he violently trembled and struggled. As the seed that descended from the complete revival of the Lady of the Note life, it should have been kneeled down and worshipped. Delicious? What the hell is this thing in front of him? What is he going to do to himself? Yikes! Seeing this, Yikuei's eyes lit up even more excitedly. Baby, you can still blow. Next moment, in the eyes of Lu Yu and Guo Jingxue who were horrified, he took a bite directly towards the eyeball that was weird and grotesque enough to bring endless fear to ordinary people. But it was so thick and juicy that it instantly exploded. The Q-bomb is flavorful, smooth and mellow. The mouth starts with an extremely delicate and dense creamy flavor, which soon blossoms into a mid-palate of sweetness and juicy popping teeth, and finishes with a surprisingly light minty freshness in the finish. The flavors are surprisingly layered for what seems like a heavy meal. Is there a sandwich? Or is there a sandwich? Yikuei's eyes lit up like searchlights. Unable to stop fiddling with the eyeball he had bitten in half, how can the flavor be so rich? The spirituality contained in the eyes was more than he had ever tasted before. Baby, you really didn't let me down. His handsome face was filled with excitement. It's worthy of the freshest ingredients. It's really, two misses. Tasty. Any more. Yikuei couldn't bear to eat anymore and kept groping and searching up on his body, trying to find traces of other eyeballs. But there was nothing. True. Pity. Yikuei dropped his eyes in loss. This was the first time he had encountered an overwhelming flavor that he didn't want to finish. However, very quickly, Yikuei remembered the huge eyeball that looked like the sun hanging above the sky just now, and his expression became excited once again. There's more. Yikuei violently lowered his head, staring at only half of the remaining eyeballs that were still shaking uncontrollably, and smiled lovingly. Baby, don't be anxious. I won't let us be separated for too long. The words were not yet spoken. He then couldn't wait to gnaw his way toward the remaining half of the eyeball. Chapter 182 Note to the Living Mother. It was a twisted ruin that stood above the barrenness, covered in grotesque and scarlet. The scarlet lotus treasure table hung high above the ruins. Below, above the boundless sea of blood was one figure after another that couldn't stop kowtowing and kowtowing. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the soul. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the cause. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the son. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the grandson. The absurd and evil chanting filled with demonic sounds echoed continuously. In the middle of the lotus flower throne, across it lay a grotesquely deformed, twisted thing that would be tainted just by looking at it. And right now, this twisted thing, but in the lotus flower treasure platform above, cannot stop wriggling and churning, seem extremely excited and happy. Wow! It opened its 23 mouths and let out an excited, piercing wail like that of a baby. Though this time the evil spirit named Lady Note Life had paid a great price to borrow the power of the gate to sow a wisp of its seed to the other side of the gate. Even, it also narrowly escaped the ripple effects of the gate's confrontation with the seal. However, Lady Note Life did not regret it at all, because it has served its purpose. What's the harm in having the door in place? And what's the harm in having those uneducated, unknowing and tiresome mole crickets on the other side of the door? The seed has been planted. And, the Lady Note Life hadn't even thought that her one risky attempt would be that lucky, that she would be able to find a container that was extremely suitable and sufficient to support her full descent. Just give yourself time to sow and fertilize and grow a little bit. It will be able to fully descend back to the other side of the gate. When she thought of the things she could do when she returned, Lady Note Life couldn't help but tremble with excitement. The seed has just been planted and it is not advisable to make too many overtures. However, there is nothing wrong with taking a fresh look at the world that you so immensely miss and long for through the seeds you planted. Whoa dash! It opened the 632 eyes that were spread out in different locations on its body. Immediately afterward, the Lady Note Life stared at the mouth that appeared in front of her, the one that was getting closer and closer, and was instantly confused. Baby, you still glow? At the same time, a voice filled with salivation and excitement rang out violently. Glow? What do you mean? Mouth, what's the situation again? Shouldn't he or she be in the belly of the vessel, already taking root? Did sink into the sea of blood for too long and hallucinate himself? But the next moment, put, the white teeth closed, and Lady Note Life only felt that she was instantly bitten in half. Wah dash! A sharp pain came and it let out a howl of agony. What's the situation? What the hell is going on? Despite the pain felt, it was the situation that occurred that caused the Lady of the Note Life to feel the most panicked disbelief. How could the seed it left behind have changed in such a way? Strongly enduring the severe pain and only half of her remaining vision, Lady Note Life looked over once again. Don't worry baby, I won't keep us apart for too long. Immediately afterward, it heard another loving voice. Put, the remaining half of the Lady of Note Life also violently disappeared. Wah dash! The twisted body of Lady Note Life shook, and the 632 eyes on her body shed a strand of blood with a faint golden color. Bang bang bang! Below, a figure that couldn't stop kowtowing was exploding. The connection between it and the seed is completely severed. Scum! Scum! Swine! Griffins! The Lady Note Life surged with pain and let out a mournful, piercing, angry and incomparably resentful insult. His own plan had failed. The plan that he had paid so much for and prepared for so long, failed. In this case, it was probably because of the factor of that door separating reality from illusion that the seed that he had planted was disconnected from himself after it was discovered. But the most important factor, and yet it's still the same mole. That crazy griffin had chewed and swallowed himself. It didn't care if that mole was clear about the consequences of doing this. But, buzz. Next moment, Lady Note Life violently erected her body, filled with hatred, and looked ahead, where there was the shadow of a pitch-black door that led straight to the sky. Yeah, they won't be apart for long. The day the door opens, one must make that mole pay 1,000 times the price. Just then, rumble. A raging fluctuation of spirituality violently came from the northwest direction of the ruins where the Lady of Note Life was located. Distantly, another one of those unsolicited left-behind idiots making a scene? The Lady Note Life slowly turned her torso, and a touch of gloom flashed through all 632 eyeballs that were shedding golden blood at the same time. Chapter 183, Mr. Clues. Friends Hospital. Lobby. In a dead silence. Yi Kuei couldn't stop nodding his head in indulgence, squinting his eyes to reminisce about the wonderful taste that the eyeballs brought to his taste buds. He swore, eyeballs are definitely not tasty because there are fewer of them. The little eyeball babies that are really tasty. Yi Kuei didn't even dare to think that such a little eyeball was so tantalizing. If he were to lie down and gnaw on that big eyeball hanging in the sky just now, what would be the experience? The most extreme enjoyment in the slightest. And, when he bit down towards the eyeball just now, Yi Kuei even vaguely heard a mournful and piercing cry that came from far away. Knowing that you like to listen to music while you eat, you've also added a complimentary service. The performance of the eyeballs was more than satisfactory to him. How in the world could there be such a knowledgeable baby? Yi Kuei was touched. However, Right now, he didn't realize how much of a shock he had given to Lokyu, who was on the sidelines. Ryuya sat weakly on the ground shivering uncontrollably. His fat body had knotted up a few times due to the trembling of the HF. Yeah. Everything that had just happened only made Lokyu feel like he was dreaming. He had always known that Yi was unusual, but he still hadn't expected that Yi Kuei would be so raw. Rokuyu stiffly reached out and touched his stomach. The image of Yi Kuei hard ripping off his belly just now and sticking his hand in to feel around uncontrollably. He would never forget it in his life. Yi didn't show too much difficulty, but Rokuyu's gut was already twisting and hurting from the mere sight of that scene. It seemed that the reason why Yi Kuei had progressed so quickly was also because of ruthlessness. Not only ruthlessness towards the weird and evil spirits, but even more ruthlessness towards himself. A long way to go to learn from Yi himself. As for the end, the image of Yi Kuei obsessively gnawing and swallowing the eyeball representing the Lady of Note life was so weird and terrifying that Liyu's brain even turned on the automatic defense mechanism. He knew that when Brother Yi started to be ruthless, he even ate evil spirits, and he was even vaguely able to guess that Brother Yi enjoyed devouring evil spirits. However, Liyue didn't dare to think much at all about the significance behind that act of Yi gnawing on the evil spirit. This is something he really can't learn. No wonder. Rokuyuko struggled to control himself and turned his head to look down the empty hall. No wonder this one was so treacherous and grotesque. The authority hadn't even been able to detect a spiritual fluctuation. Surprisingly, it involves the situation behind the door, and that terrifying Lady Note life. I'm afraid it's the existence behind the door. Thinking back to the pitch-black mottled door he had just seen within the scarlet space, as well as the three ceiling objects that emitted vast greatness, above Lu Yue's fat face. After the expression changed for a while, a flash of determination violently flashed through. His own father, on the other side of the door. No matter how scary it was on the other side of the door, one must go and bring one's father back, but the present self is not strong enough to learn from Yi. Next moment, Rokiake shuddered and once again reached out towards his stomach, lowering his mouth toward the bazaar. He can't learn, but one for the road. Owners, try to be ruthless first. But just then, an agonizing voice interrupted Lokyu's movements. I can't believe you're still alive? He turned his head and stared with wide eyes at Guo Jingxue, who was paralyzed and moaning uncontrollably. Just now, after Nurse Note Life had been dragged through the door, Guo Jingxue had suddenly stopped moving, and Luo Yue had been under the impression that he had ablated and died just like the other nurses. Who knows? Right now Guo Jingxue, all the skin has long been withered tightly attached to the body, the flesh on the stomach, but the loose hanging, white hair is long gone, covered with old man spots on the shriveled face, full of rotten breath. And yet he's still alive. Not only were they alive, but they were also letting out a low wail uncontrollably. Yi Kuei also heard the voice coming from the side and instantly sobered up. Baby, you know so much. As if Yi Kuei thought of something, he stared at Guo Jingxue on the ground and his eyes lit up violently. Is this the surprise you left for Dad? There must be another eyeball, right? He rushed towards Guo Jingxue in excitement. I told you, eyeballs come in pairs. What's the point of having one alone? Wait. Seeing the situation, Guo Jingxue, who had just come to his senses from the impact and was still letting out moans of pain, trembled instantly in his parched body. Listen to me. He stared at the bulging, deformed eyeballs in horror. I have nothing to do with any of this. That is gone. Guo Jingxue forcibly dragged his thin, bony and weak body, and spoke out to beg for forgiveness. You have spared. The words were not yet spoken. Stab dash. A piercing voice snapped. Guo Jingxue immediately let out a mournful howl as his stomach was hardened and ripped apart by Yi Kuei. It's hard to imagine. Hatchet-shaped and white-faced as he was, he could still make such a loud noise. But Yi Kuei didn't even look at Guo Jingxue, so he reached his hand in and carefully groped and searched for it. Surprisingly, there is no. But after some careful searching, his face clouded over. The baby didn't leave himself a surprise. And the reason Guo Jingxue can survive is not because there is an eyeball in the body. Yi Kuei's line of sight swept through the large hole at Guo Jingxue's stomach. The internal organs inside had already mutated as much as they could. Guo Jingxue let out an anguished cry, but having suffered this again, he was still breathing, as the apparatus that the Queen of Birth Note first selected for her descent. In order to accommodate more of the effects that the Queen of Birth Note brought with her descent, the seed was planted, and the Lady of Note life then suddenly changed Guo Jingxue's body. His life force had become extremely strong. This was the reason why Guo Jingxue was still able to survive until now despite the fact that the Lady of Note life had left and even Yi Kuei had ripped open his stomach. I was wrong. Guo Jingxue's body trembled and his face twisted in pain, and paired with his originally extremely withered appearance, he looked very appalling. But yet he didn't dare to resist in the slightest, not even daring to move a bit. Although just now, after the eyeball was completely swallowed by Yi Kuei, Guo Jingxue was shocked and then fainted directly. But what happened before? He saw clearly. Guo Jingxue clearly knew what kind of crazy monster the clean-looking handsome man in front of him was. I was wrong. Forgive me. He tugged at his busted open stomach and struggled to his knees. I shouldn't have been compelled by the monster. It entered my stomach at that time. I felt as if I had been possessed. A lot of things that aren't what I meant at all. Guo Jingxue kept begging for mercy. I can see that you are not ordinary people. Please, let me go. Guo Jingxue, who was in a state of disrepair and withered by the oil, showed a strong desire to survive. Yeah. Seeing this scene, before Yi Kuei could say anything, Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something as he pointed at Guo Jingxue. That, sir. This was an extremely dangerous incident that came close to having extremely serious consequences. In addition to being related to the Lady of Note life, it was inextricably linked to the gentleman that Guo Jingxue had encountered. How did that gentleman know about the summoning of the Lady of the Note life ceremony? And how did he know that summoning the Lady of the Note life would be answered nowadays? And that's all. Guo Jingxue just happens to have a clue. Sir? At those words, Guo Jingxue gave a start, and as if he had misunderstood something, he jerked his head up. You guys were tracking down that mister all the way, right? I've known for a long time that he's no good. If you guys know him, that's even better. Guo Jingxue, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, hurriedly spoke. I know about that, sir. At that time, he was the one who found me first, because some time ago, we had some problems at the hospital, and he said that there was a way to solve my troubles. Mr. told me that our hospital was not able to have babies born because of a monster in the shape of a newborn baby girl messing around, and that we were a maternity hospital and couldn't afford to have something like that. He can take care of that little monster, but needs my cooperation to complete a ritual. I was so haunted and so worried about the safety of the hospital that I believed him. Who knows? He killed a lot of people in our hospital just because of this ceremony. There are a lot of bodies in the 6th floor compartment. As soon as you guys go up there and look, and after the ceremony was completed, our hospital became even more like this. That mister, who has done so much evil, really deserves death by 1,000 cuts. He grimaced with hatred. But, throughout, that gentleman never showed his face and always wore a black robe. I don't know what he looks like. I just remember when he was setting up the ceremony, where his arm was, he had a tattoo like an inverted triangle eye. I think that gentleman will definitely come back for me when this one thing fails. Guo Jingxue raised his head tremblingly, revealing the withered and old face. You guys can ambush me. You can definitely catch him. You must keep me alive. He was desperate for survival to the core. Guo Jingxue misunderstood the purpose of Yi Kuei and Lu Yu, thinking that the two were trying to track down the traces of Mr. So he blurted out all the clues about Mr. One of them, however, hides something about himself. Completely. You. At those words, a flash of anger flashed across Lu Yu's face. If it wasn't for the fact that he and Yi had been to the dean's office on the 5th floor, I'm afraid that he would really have to believe what Guo Jingxue said in front of him. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Kuei. Are you still clear on the steps of the ceremony as described by that gentleman? Yi Kuei looked at Guo Jingxue with a smile. It's different from Rokuyuku. What he pondered had been something else. Remember. Seeing that the two people in front of him seemed to really have the intention of letting themselves go, Guo Jingxue's dried-up body trembled, and he nodded excitedly. The ceremony is very simple. It only needs. You don't have to tell me now. Yi Kuei waved his hand to interrupt Guo Jingxue and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Let's go to the site of the ceremony to take a look. Chapter 184, How come we don't have one? Good. Seeing this, Guo Jingxue became even more excited. As long as one is useful, then one has a chance of surviving. I know the way up. He struggled a little to get up and staggered and began to lead the way. Go. Me. I'll show you the way. Yeah. Rokuyu, however, froze. He wasn't sure what Yi Kuei's purpose was in doing all this. But, Lokyu quickly dispelled the doubts in his mind. Yi Kuei definitely had his reasons for everything he did. Led by Guo Jingxue, the three of them arrived at the elevator that could go straight to the 6th floor compartment. Looking at the elevator where the steel cables were all ripped off and smashed to pieces, Guo Jingxue stared blankly. This way. But he is also clear that right now is not the time to consider this. Guo Jingxue hobbled around and walked toward the other side. My office has another way. Not a moment too soon. Guo Jingxue looked at the scene in his office, where the secret room, the secret door, and even the safe had been opened and was in a state of disarray, and his body stiffened even more. After the birth of the Lady of Note life, there was a lot about him that was indeed trance-like. However, Guo Jingxue remembered exactly what happened before, including your own diary. You guys. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Yi Kuei and Lu Yu behind him. Has it come yet? Keep leading the way. Yi Kuei didn't answer. He just grinned and spoke. What are you stopping for? Good. Good. Guo Jingxue turned around with a terrified expression and hobbled around to start leading the way once again. The three of them retraced their steps up that revolving staircase, while once again seeing the bizarre and gruesome corpse after corpse. These people you see? Guo Jingxue's voice was weak and dry. It's all because of that Mr. Killed. This is where the ceremony takes place. Coming to the 6th floor compartment, he reached out and pointed to the space in front of him that was made up of corpses and mysterious patterns. I was lying on that hospital bed in the center. So it is. Yi Kuei nodded and looked at Guo Jingxue. Then what are the steps of the ceremony? The ceremony process is quite simple. After pondering for a moment, Guo Jingxue replied seriously. All that is needed is to piously open your mouth and chant the sutras. The more pious, the better. It's that sutra about what the life-injecting mother injecting her life soul? Yi Kuei opened his mouth to inquire. 2. Guo Jingxue nodded, recalling the scripture. He then only felt discomfort all over his body. The other thing that might be needed is to inscribe these spells and patterns. Soon, Guo Jingxue seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the weird scene around him, and after some hesitation, he opened his mouth, but the most important, still needs blood and sacrifices. Yi, what are you doing? Right at this moment, Lokyu's voice filled with astonished incomprehension suddenly rang out. Guo Jingxue hurriedly turned his head back, and the moment he saw the situation clearly, his eyes instantly widened. Note to the living mother, note to the living soul. Note to the living mother, note to the living cause. Yi Kuei didn't know when, but he was already lying on the hospital bed in the center of the ceremony, and was muttering something with a look of anticipation and excitement. What are you doing? Guo Jingxue was filled with trepidation and bewilderment. How can anyone commit such an unlucky act in a ceremony that they know is weird and grotesque? Aren't you afraid that the Queen of Life will be born again in your belly? You want to know how the ritual works? Guo Jingxue seemed to have thought of something and spoke nervously. It's best not to try it because it's really dangerous and there's no way for the ceremony to go ahead without blood and sacrifices. Blood and sacrifice? However, before Guo Jingxue could finish his sentence, he saw in front of him, Yi Kuei on the hospital bed turned his head to look at him in disbelief. How come we don't have one? Chapter 185 Dark Space. SH. What? Guo Jingxue stiffened, only to feel a basin of bone-piercing icy water slamming down on his head, his body freezing to the extreme. You don't joke about it. He struggled with a smile, his voice dry. Where do we have any blood with sacrifices now? How's your handiwork? But, after finishing his words, Yi Kuei, however, didn't even look at Guo Jingxue again. Turning his head and pointing at a corpse next to him, he said to Lu Yue, can you make sure that he's emptied out like the others? Yi. Rokie's eyes snapped open. He instantly heard the meaning in Yi Kuei's words. When he saw Yi excitedly rushing towards the hospital bed to lie down just now, Lokyu thought that she just wanted to explore the traces related to the ceremony. It looks unlucky though, but it's certainly something Yi can do. Yet he really didn't expect that she didn't just want to explore the traces of the ritual, he actually wanted to re-perform the ritual. It was more than ready to use Guo Jingxue as a sacrifice. Although what Guo Jingxue had done was not too much to ask for death by 1,000 cuts, would it be too risky to re-perform the ceremony? And Rokuyu turned his head to look at the withered figure that was constantly trembling to the side. Guo Jingxue, this is too skinny. Is being an offering enough? What's wrong? Craft not working? Seeing Lu Yu's delayed action, Yi Kuei grinned. It's fine. I'll find a professional to do it. With those words, he was ready to rip off his left arm. No. Seeing this, Lu Yu's body trembled and hurriedly spoke. Brother Yi, would it be too dangerous if you were to really re-perform the ritual? Although the door has been reclosed, he was slightly nervous. But, what is to be done if that note birth mother does reborn in your belly? There's such a thing as a good thing? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei instantly widened his eyes and became even more excited. Then hurry up. Let's hurry up and perform the ceremony. Originally, according to Yi Kuei's deduction, the door had returned to peace under the suppression of the 3 seals, and the ceremony was afraid that there was no way to once again bring down the Note Life Lady behind the door. However, it is very likely that Sir's plans for the birth of the Lady of Note are more than just one at the Friends Hospital. Mr. would not let go of this long overdue opportunity when he knew that the Lady of the Note Life could give a response. Therefore, Yi Kuei wanted to try to see if he could go through the ceremony and find any other Lady Note Life imprints that might have been left behind. If we can't find the traces left behind by the Lady of Note Life, it's fine to find the traces of Mr. Just now. After thinking that Guo Jingxue had another eyeball in his stomach and ended up with nothing, Yi Kuei had been unable to hold back. And right now, hearing Lu Yue say that the Lady of Noteborn might still be able to be born again, how could Yi Kuei not be excited? Seeing the situation, Rokuyu was even more stagnant. Then, I'll get ready. However, soon after, he still turned around and walked towards Guo Jingxue. As a celestial official, although Luck Yu would be a bit uncomfortable, but always, they had all seen similar things. Not to mention, this was Ye's command, and he hadn't had a chance to be mean to himself yet. Just in time to try it with Guo Jingxue. As for possible dangers, Yi must have his reasons for whatever he does. Don't. The situation in front of him finally confirmed Guo Jingxue's suspicions, and a flash of panic flashed across his face as he turned around and staggered to escape. But alas, how could the withered and wasted man escape? Bang! The fire mass flickered. Luo Yue had then appeared in front of Guo Jingxue. When you sold those babies, even cut open their bellies to sell their organs, did you think about not wanting them? A coldness flashed across his chubby face. Stab dash. Next moment, Guo Jingxue's stomach was once again ripped open. Lu Yu dragged Guo Jingxue, who couldn't stop bleeding and struggling and moaning, and redrew the mysterious pattern on the ground a little bit with blood. I didn't think it would be enough. Seeing that the patterns within the entire space had been traced in red, Guo Jingxue's blood was actually still gushing out. A flash of astonishment flashed across his small eyes. With that, Lu Yu followed Yi Kuei's example and put his hand into Guo Jingxue's stomach. Yi is right. I really don't seem to be very good at my craft. He fumbled slightly rusty. A flash of embarrassment on his fat face. It seems that we still need to practice more. I don't know who is the professional that Yi is talking about. Rokiake muttered curiously as he pulled something out. He hadn't realized that after being in contact with Yi for a longer period of time, his own perspective of thinking about things had changed a bit. In the meantime, while Rokiake was tending to the offerings, Yi Kuei had closed his eyes. Devotion. Food is on the table. It's just like eating. It must be devotional. As soon as he thought of eating, he clasped his two hands together and instantly got into the mood. No Cheng Yang no Cheng Sol. No Cheng Yang no Chan Cause. No Cheng Yang no Cheng Zi. A sinister chanting sound slowly came out from Yi Kuei's mouth. Buzz. I don't know if it was because Guo Jingxue's body had been transformed by the Lady Note life and the connection was deeper related to that. The mysterious pattern that had been retraced by Lu Yu with Guo Jingxue's blood instantly lit up. It actually worked? Lu Yu immediately looked nervously at Yi Kuei, who was lying on the hospital bed in front of him. Yi brother, won't have anything happen, right? In the meantime, note to the living mother, note to the living soul. Note to the living mother, note to the living cause. Yi Kuei's consciousness had entered a pitch-black space. The sound of chanting continued to ring out, and beside him, red ripples appeared one after another. In the accompanying traction of the red ripples, Yi Kuei continuously floated upwards, and on his way to float upward, he subconsciously glanced downward. What is this thing? Yi Kuei suddenly froze. Below was a twisting mountain range that meandered and circled without knowing where it began or where it ended, as if it were endless. The shape of the mountain range was extremely twisted and strange, and it was strewn with thick red sticky liquid, and every drop that fell seemed to ignite a scarlet flame. Mysterious, crazy, weird. Just one look is enough to contaminate anyone. Even the mountains twisted uncontrollably in a darkness that exuded an indescribable grotesqueness. But Yi Kuei, however, sensed an extremely familiar aura above the mountain range. How familiar? He was slightly confused. However, right now was not the time to consider this. As Yi Kuei lifted his head back up and looked upwards, the red ripples that accompanied him as he drifted upwards had stopped, like headless flies that couldn't stop bumping around, apparently losing their direction. For just ahead, a door stood silently. The shadow of the door is not big, but the atmosphere is incomparably mysterious and magnificent, as if spanning above the river of time to isolate everything, silent and firm. And under the door, the red ripples were not even a mole, and it was impossible for them to bring any hint of impact to the door. The scene before us suggests that the success of the birth of the Lady of Note was not due to the ritual prying the door open, but for another reason. Plans to get the greedy, wide-eyed baby back in her belly are afraid to fall through. Alas, Yi Kuei sighed, his face complex and rather lost. Never mind, I'll look again. He shook his head and steeled himself to cast his eyes around. With the help of the red ripples that still existed, Yi Kuei endeavored to try to find other clues of the Lady of Note life that might exist in this dark space. But alas, the dark space was silent. And other than the bizarre mountain range below shaking again, Yi Kuei did not find anything else, only the red ripples and the uncontrollable chaotic collision. As if the energy is about to run out like a little bit become dull. Is it hard to believe that? That Mr. Only performed the ritual once? Yi Kuei frowned. It shouldn't be. If it were me, I would have performed 100 or 200 rituals at the same time to ensure the success rate of the birth of the lady of note. Isn't he a little too stupid? He was a little angry. If it's really that stupid, what about the plan I just made, and the subsequent dietary arrangements? Buzz. But it was at this time. A faint ripple flashed violently on the side of the black space. Even though the wisp of ripples only appeared for a split second and then directly disappeared, Yi Kuei was still keenly aware of the corresponding changes. This way. He looked over with burning eyes, firmly memorized the orientation where the ripples disappeared, and grinned. I told you, it's impossible to have nothing. In the meantime, boo dash. The red ripples beside Yi Kuei dissipated after dimming to the extreme. All that's left to do is just follow the directions and find your way there. Seeing this, he closed his eyes with interest. The ripples dissipate and the ceremony ends, and he, too, is going back. A few moments later, Yi Kuei opened his eyes and stared at the pitch-black space around him, blinking, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 186, The Gate Dissension. What's the situation? Yi Kuei was dismayed. How come you didn't return to the ceremony yourself? He closed his eyes once more and chanted the scriptures of the Lady of Note in Life, attempting to communicate once more. With that, Yi Kuei opened his eyes and came to a conclusion. It came fine on its own. Right now. Can't go back. What if I can't go back? Yi Kuei scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. However, despite being trapped in this dark space, he wasn't very nervous and was even a bit excited. Yi Kuei turned his head and resurveyed. Below, that dark and twisted mountain range shook at once. What the hell is this? Yi Kuei's eyes flashed with a flash of disdain. Black and ugly. Messy. I haven't seen it before. He was puzzled. He clearly hadn't been to this dark space himself. And even more so, he didn't remember seeing any scary and bizarre boundless mountain ranges. But what was below always felt familiar to him. Forget it. Not being able to figure it out. Yi Kuei shook his head and stopped thinking about it as he redirected his sight to the surroundings and started exploring once again. All around, there is nothing to be found. But this door. Yi Kuei's gaze stopped above the door's shadow in front of him, and after a moment's pause, he licked his lips. Strange. Why hadn't he realized just now that the door looked so gluttonous? Obviously there wasn't a bit of flavor coming out. But inexplicably, Yi Kuei surged with an uncontrollable urge as he slowly came up. The closer he got to that door, the more Yi Kuei was able to feel that boundless greatness. Coot dash. He salivated and gulped. How about a taste first? After some hesitation, Yi Kuei took a tentative lick. Rumble. Moment. Boundless boons suddenly surged out from the door, and the entire dark space shook with a roar. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A huge shock that hit. Yi Kuei instantly blackened his eyes. Capital of a country. Headquarters of the Directorate of Unusual Affairs. The body of the sword enforcer Zhong Jiuzhong trembled violently, turning his head once again to look at the back of the authorities' headquarters. After the gate was sealed. But today there was a succession of strange movements. Just what is going on at? His unruffled face was grave. When he thought of the impact of the gate incident and the situation after the gate, Zhong Jiuzhong's eyes couldn't help but sink violently. In its current state, the authority really can't afford any more changes. Good on. The disturbance at the gate soon returned to calm. It appears that, he let out a deep sigh. Need to hurry up and send someone to investigate the status of the door seal. Despite the fact that the steps to travel to the place where the sealed gate was located were extremely tedious and even costly, the mutation of the gate had to be taken seriously. As for the future of the authority, with that, Zhong Jiuzhong turned his head and looked at the screen in front of him, and in the open file were the key reports from the various administrations across China on the assessment of the strength of the heavenly officials. After the gate incident, the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs urgently needed to have a detailed understanding of the status of the existing heavenly officials, and at the top of the list of names was an extremely unfamiliar code name, Kuei Yakel. Thinking back to the report sent by the Qin Provincial Administration, Zhong Jiuzhong repeated the unfamiliar name in a low voice. The change in the nameless box came from this newly promoted heavenly official named Yi Kuei. At the same time, Basya even gave Yi Kuei an extremely high evaluation. This made the Zhong giant curious. He was eager to know just how extraordinary this young heavenly official, who had even been referred to as the future of the entire Chinese Abnormal Affairs Administration by Basho, was esteemed to the extreme. Good for. They should meet soon, because according to the Basho, the two were soon traveling to the capital. The Basho would give up his chance to go to the shelter and pick out a seal to this celestial official codenamed Kuei. I wonder what this kid is really capable of. Zhong Jiuzhong shook his head and stopped thinking about the Qin Provincial Administration. He picked up a side phone and began deploying the arrangements associated with inspecting that door. In the meantime, Friendship Hospital, Site of the ceremony. Yikuei opened his eyes and froze for a moment as he looked at the plump face that was pressed tightly in front of him. Full of panic. I'm back? Chapter 187, More Important Things. Yi. Brother Yi. Is that you? Seeing Yikuei open his eyes, Lu Yu became even more nervous. He wanted to pick up Yikuei, but he didn't dare to do so, and he appeared to be at a loss. Brother Yi. Is you right? It's you who came alive, right? You. Seeing this, Yikuei frowned and stared at Lu Yu and opened his mouth to inquire. What's going on? The way this fat man was lying on top of himself and screaming for his soul was unlucky in any way. Wow. After hearing Yikuei's voice, Lu Yu froze for a moment before letting out a howl. Brother Yi. It's really great that you're okay. What the hell is going on? Yikuei's face sank. Just now, Lok Yu swallowed a mouthful of water. He adjusted his breathing before opening his mouth with a slightly pale face to explain. After you closed your eyes. After Yikuei closed his eyes, there was no change at first, but not for long. A wisp of breath that was hidden, but was vastly sinister and terrifying to the extreme, then slowly appeared around Yikuei. The scent was not strong. However, just a single strand made Lu Yu feel like falling into an ice cellar, directly losing control of his body. Compared to this wisp of breath, the oppression brought about by the Lady of Note life was nothing but a drop in the bucket. Rokuyu was terrified, and a million thoughts rushed through his mind in a flash. He was afraid that instead of finding the Lady of Note life, he would let some other horrible dirty thing find a chance to burrow into Ye's stomach, especially on Ye's face just now. There was a bizarre to the point of salivation smile. Seeing this scene, Lok Yu's heart nearly stopped. Good for. Right now, it seems that Yi is safe and sound. Terrible breath. At those words, Yikuei gave a start. Slightly puzzled. Is it that door? According to Rokuyu's words about the time the situation occurred, when that wisp of breath appeared, he should have been making his way to the door's shadow. As for the creepy smile, Yikuei grinned once again. Is that weird? He'd always thought he looked pretty good when he smiled. Seeing this, Lok Yu's body trembled once again. However, Yikuei didn't pay attention to him this time. Excessive. It's too much. When he thought about the way he returned from the dark space, a flash of annoyance flashed across Yikuei's face. If I hadn't resisted licking the door, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back by now. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he turned his head to look at Lu Yue. You bring Guo Jingxue here. I have something to find him. Yikuei would like to ask how Guo Jingxue came back from that space. Yi. However, after hearing Yikuei's words, Lu Yu gave a sharp start and was somewhat embarrassed. What's wrong? Yikuei raised an eyebrow. That. Rokuyu's face even flashed with a touch of embarrassment as he turned his head to look to the side of the clearing. You're right. It seems like I'm not very good with my hands. Seeing this, Yikuei looked in the direction of Lok Yu's line of sight. Guo Jingxue was scattered on the ground, long out of breath. Looking at his dismantled state, he might not even be able to put it together. Yikuei was stunned. Brother Yi, it won't happen next time. Lu Yue looked flustered and hurriedly opened his mouth to assure. I'll go back and practice properly, and make sure that such a situation won't occur next time. And, Yi, even if I am good at my craft, I am afraid he cannot wait for you to come back. He whispered and opened his mouth again to explain. Because just a moment ago, shortly after the ceremony took effect, the pattern on the ground lit up and kept drawing on Guo Jingshue's blood like crazy. It didn't take 2 strokes to suck him dry. Rokuyu glanced once more at the mysterious pattern on the ground. There's more to this? At those words, Yikuei's eyes widened. It seemed that the ritual laid down by this gentleman was a little more functional than he had first thought, but about Guo Jingxue didn't give himself a clear picture of the situation. Forget it. After all, people can't come back from the dead. Spelling couldn't even be put together, and Yikuei had no way to settle the score with him. You pay attention next time. Yikuei turned his head to look at Lu Yue and opened his mouth to teach. Try to be more careful. Be more deft in your maneuvers. And don't do something so inelegant. Got it. I know. Rokuyu instantly straightened his chest and replied with a serious face. Okay. Yikuei shook his head. Guo Jingxue was dead, and he himself had no way of determining how he had returned from that dark space. The good thing is, he's found a way to do it. 2 doors. Thinking of the silently standing, magnificent, mysterious, and rather gluttonous door's shadow, Yikuei paused for a moment and sat up from the hospital bed with a jerk. No way. The licking was so random earlier that I hadn't tasted it yet. He's not happy about it. Next moment. Wow. As soon as Yikuei slashed his arm, he let the blood begin to gush and spread along the mysterious pattern on the ground. Well, watching his blood quickly cover all the mysterious patterns in the ritual, he nodded in satisfaction and dabbed at the bleeding spot. The wound healing instantly. Don't worry. I'll be right back. After Yi Kuei turned his head and comforted Lu Yu, he directly reclined back on top of the hospital bed. Note to the living mother, note to the living soul. Note to the living mother, note to the living cause. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of Lu Yue's increasingly shocked eyes, he closed his eyes and once again reverently began chanting. A few moments later, Yi Kuei opened his eyes and stared at the unchanged ceiling above him, frowning. What's going on? He muttered disgruntledly. What went wrong? Yi Kuei swore that his chanting this time was even more pious than the last time, but he was slow to re-enter that black space. Is the blood wrong? He frowned. Words. Lok Yu's body shook. He looked down at his arm, raised his head and tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. Or, try mine? Right now, Lok Yu felt that he had become more and more of an improvement potential under Yi's influence. Forget it. Yi Kuei shook his head after some thought. My blood is useless. I'm afraid yours is even more so. It seems that the success of the ceremony just now has a lot to do with the fact that Mother Note life has transformed Guozhengshua's body. He came to the conclusion. I just don't know how that gentleman managed to make the ceremony work the first time. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. If you can't go back, you can't go back. Soon, he shook his head, and since the door couldn't be tasted for the time being, he stopped thinking about the reasons related to the success of the ceremony. Go. Yi Kuei sat up from the hospital bed, glanced at Lu Yu, and spoke. Let's go out first. Right now. He had more important things to do. Chapter 188. Are you unwell? Right. Yes. Hearing Yi Kuei's words, Lu Yu's body gave a start and instantly came to his senses. This one incident had too much impact. The meat on his fat face shuddered for a moment. Surprisingly, it involves the existence of a gate. And that mister is also very odd. We have to hurry back and tell the authority what's going on. Rokuyoku was very serious. Ha? Yi Kuei froze violently. You're right. He nodded. Luckily, Rokuyu opened his mouth to remind him, or else he would have forgotten about it. Of course. Seeing this, Lu Yu seemed to have misunderstood something, and a bright smile immediately flashed across his face. The most important thing this time is still Brother Yi. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to save my life, not to mention my growth and progress. With a skillful flick of his wrist, he failed to touch the familiar stainless steel teacup. Rokuyu instantly stiffened. Carry, aside. An airy, puffy voice rang out. The doll bear had stood on Yi Kuei's shoulder at some point, and it glared at Lok Yu with its round eyes. His own water was ready, and the fat guy in front of him didn't even take the cup out? Ha! Lok Yu glanced at the bear and let out a dry laugh. Next time I'll be sure to prepare a few more cups. Just now, when confronted by the Lady of Note Life, the cup had gone missing due to too much panic. He was quite guilty. Not letting Yi have a warm cup of hot tea after a mission was a bit unprofessional of his own accord. Lu Yue had already decided that when he returned to the authority, he would make connections to the celestial officials of the Ministry of Books to help him customize a few cups that were portable, not easy to lose, and most importantly, chewable. Carry. Seeing this, the bear once again let out a disgruntled grunt as it followed Yi Kuei's shoulder, twisted its butt, and little by little recrawled back. Yi Kuei ignored Lok Yu's interaction with the cub. As he pondered something, he took a step and had arrived next to the elevator shaft. Boom! With a single leap, he jumped into the elevator shaft. Since getting used to this way of going downstairs, it was much easier for Yi Kuei to go downstairs. Yeah. Seeing the situation, Lok Yu also hurriedly turned into a ball of fire and chased after him. Not a moment too soon. The two then left the Friends Hospital building. Come to the front lawn. Rokuyu saw at a glance that Fatty and a group of celestial officials were pacing anxiously back and forth outside the hospital. I'm going to get them. He was a bit angry. The hospital was in danger like that just now, and one of them didn't even react. Nothing to do with them. Yi Kuei shook his head as he looked up into the air at the round of sun that had regained its genial warmth and narrowed his eyes. The friendship hospital that we were in just now should be another layer of dimensional space. Another layer of space? Upon hearing this, Rokuyu froze for a moment before also surveying the surroundings. It seems really kind of different. Right now, under careful observation, he really did notice a hint of something different. The lawn around them was all a little different than when they came in. It's not so much a difference in circumstance as it is a feeling. If the friendship hospital at the moment was serene and natural, the one they had just stepped into was full of dreariness and indescribable strangeness. Soon, the two were out of the friendship hospital. Sir! Fatty had long been waiting anxiously at the door. Without Yi Kuei's orders, he didn't even dare to step into the door of UAI Hospital. How's the situation? Any leads on the unusual events at the hospital? Worry was written all over Fatty's face. Just now I seem to have sensed a change in the hospital. Did something happen? Clues to unusual events? At that Rokiake froze. He coughed and said lightly with his head held high, "The unusual events have all been resolved." "What?" Fatty froze, a flash of shock flashing across his face. "The anomaly in the hospital. It's been resolved?" He was in for quite a shock. In Fatty's opinion, Yi Kuei and Lu Yu had only gone in for a short while, and coming out so quickly. They should have clues from their investigation. Who knows? The exception has been resolved? Kuei, is it really that good? Of course. Fatty's performance satisfied Lu Yue, and the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. You don't want to look at it either. Who's coming on this mission? There's nothing he can't solve. Rokuyaku held his head high in amusement. He clearly felt the other joy of being on a mission with Yi. This feeling of leaving the other heavenly officials dumbfounded and shocked was too good to be true. Seeing this, the fat legacy is even more Emil. His expression slightly trance. Friendship Hospital. Exactly what is going on? 6 months ago, there was already an unusual event at the Friends Hospital, and no newborns were born in the entire hospital for 6 whole months. The cause of this incident has to do with the director, Gui Jingxue, who is suspected of conducting surrogacy and selling babies and organs. Yi Kuei glanced at Fertile Legacy and opened his mouth to reply. That Class 2 spiritual fluctuation that you guys felt at that time originated from this situation. So it is. Upon hearing this, Fatty was instantly sober, his eyes blazing. This Gui Jingxue, he really deserves to die. As a heavenly official, hearing what Gui Jingxue had done filled him with anger. We must make sure he gets what he deserves. No need. Yi Kuei smiled. Gui Jingxue is dead. Dead? After freezing for a moment, Fatty hurriedly spoke. So sir, the abnormality in the Friendship Hospital is related to him, right? He ended up becoming that Class 2 evil spirit that causes psychic fluctuations? He inquired tentatively. As he spoke, Fertilizer left no trace of relief. If it was a Class 2 anomaly, it would be quite understandable for Kuei to resolve it so quickly. The anomaly is related to Gui Jingxue, but he's not a Class 2 evil spirit. The Class 2 evil spirit you detected as the cause of no newborns being born at the Friends Hospital has perished into the greater flux. Yi Kuei shook his head and opened his mouth. It was this one time that caused Gui Jingxue and the incident about male pregnancy. It has to do with a legendary evil spirit called the Lady of the Note Life. A mysterious man known as Mr. was in the hospital and performed the ritual of summoning the Lady of the Note Life. He frowned and thought in judgment. We made head-on contact with the annotated life mistress, and based on judgment, the anomaly level of its main body is probably above 7. And the spiritual fluctuation of the Lady of Note Life is completely different from that of an ordinary evil spirit. Speaking of which, Yi Kuei subconsciously licked his lips. The delicious eyeball, as a seed left behind by the Lady of Note Life, did not have much spirituality, and after being eaten, it failed to provide Yi Kuei with any new abilities, and even few free attribute points. But the eyeballs, which had extremely rich and delicious flavor levels, brought with them a full 9 months of lifespan, causing his lifespan, which had been on the verge of bottoming out, to fill up once again, and an eyeball with such a lifespan payoff. This caused Yi Kuei to have some new conjectures about the condition of the Lady Note Life spirituality. In addition, the existence of the Lady of Note Life may have something to do with the gate, but right now is not the time to consider this. He looked up to Fatty and spoke again. At that time, we saw the shadow of the door. However, before the words were finished, Yi Kuei froze. What's wrong with you? He looked ahead of him, and sat down with his butt directly on the ground, his face white with fatness, and opened his mouth to inquire in a puzzled manner. Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Chapter 189, Blessed Mother. Yeah. Looking at the scene in front of him, Rokuyu's voice sounded quietly from the back. He was scared by you. Scared? Yi Kuei froze. A flash of bewilderment flashed across his clear face. What happened? Why did you get scared? Ha! Rokuyu even let out a dry laugh. With the information revealed by Yi just now in a few words, not to mention the fat legacy, if he heard it for the first time, I'm afraid he would also sit on the ground with his butt. Seeing this, Lokyu felt more and more that there was still a lot he needed to learn from Yi. He had just been gloating over the fact that he had given the fat man quite a shock. Who knows? In 2 words, Yi directly ed the fat man down. Sure enough, Brother Yi deserved to be Brother Yi, no matter in which way. He was so extraordinary. In the meantime, hearing that Yi Kuei still looked like he was taking the situation that had just happened lightly, Fatty Legacy, who had just struggled to stand up, once again sat back on his butt. He thought it would be better if he didn't get up yet. Himself, at first, thought that Kuei had solved just a Class 2 anomaly. Who knows? The more you listen the more your body tingles. The mysterious man Mr. involved in the ceremony? Anomaly level of 7 or higher legendary evil spirit Lady Note Life? Even Kuei still has positive contact with Lady Note Life? Finally, the existence of gates is also involved. Any one of these things singled out would be enough to make Fatty's heart skip a beat. And this time, it all happened in an unusual incident at the Friendship Hospital. The scariest thing was that even so Kuei cleared the anomalous events at an extremely fast rate. Fatty really felt like he was dreaming. However, after he adjusted his head, he still tried to raise his head and opened his mouth to rush. It's best to hurry back to the authority and report the relevant situation. Nowadays, every single heavenly official of the authority knew how important an incident involving the gate was. Not to mention that the situation within the Friendship Hospital wasn't as simple as just being related to the gate. Right now, the most important thing is to let the authority know about this one. You're right. Upon hearing this, Lokyu also nodded heavily. Although it was cool to see the other heavenly officials frightened by Ye's condition of clearing the unusual event, it was equally clear in his mind that there was an urgent need to report this incident to the authority. Brother Yi, let's hurry back to. First, he turned his head to look at Yi Kuei and hurriedly opened his mouth. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Kuei. You guys go back first. He shook his head. The situation is clear to you, so report back to the authority. I've made some new discoveries. Yi Kuei turned his head to the northwest and narrowed his eyes. I'll go back to the station when I'm done with this situation. New discovery? At those words, Lokyu suddenly froze. Not only Rokiake, but Fatsuko also froze for a moment. They didn't know where Yi Kuei had made his new discovery from, but to be able to bring up an incident that was going to be dealt with at this time, it had to be important. Yi brother, let's go back first. Luyu looked at Yi Kuei and spoke. No matter what you're going to deal with, make sure to be safe. Don't worry. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at Luyu and grinned. Seeing this familiar smile of Brother Yi, Lokyu's body trembled once again. Soon, the group of celestial officials outside the Friendship Hospital then left. If I remember correctly, Yi Kuei turned his head to look in the northwest direction and narrowed his eyes slightly. The fluctuations felt at that time should be in that location, right? Right now, he was going to deal with the wisp of fluctuation he felt in the dark space, and when he was done with it, he was going to report back to the authority along with the results of the wisp of fluctuation. Yi Kuei did not forget the location where he felt that ray of fluctuation. The important thing for him was dry rice. If he hadn't misjudged, that wisp of fluctuation wasn't far from his immediate location. It's only 300 or 400 kilometers. Next moment, boom! Yi Kuei's body was like a cannonball as he sped out. He had just refused Rokuyu and Fatty's offer to leave the car with him. Driving a car is not as fast as running on two legs. Late is late. If there is a discovery, it should be solved at the first time. If the heart is not in a hurry, I am afraid that even the soup will not be served. Little eyeballs, here I come. It didn't take long. Based on the general location felt in the dark space, Yi Kuei came to a beautiful vacation villa area located at the foot of a mountain. Roughly, should be this area, right? He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead to a luxurious and high-class single-family house. Yi Kuei could only determine the general area where the fluctuations were coming from. The exact location would need to be carefully searched. But just then, a subtle and fluttering spiritual fluctuation came violently from one side. Even though this wisp of spiritual fluctuation was incomparably weak and it was impossible to determine its identity, the fluctuation, however, was real, and it was incomparably similar to the situation at that time when the Lady of Note Life had weak spiritual fluctuations. Yi Kuei fiercely narrowed his eyes and looked to the villa on the left, revealing a smile. Coincidence this is not. The baby knows I'm coming? Still greeting me? Inside the villa, the queen is here, and the sacrifice has been brought. Several men and women dressed in gorgeous clothes were holding incense and candles in their hands, facing the statue in front of them and kowtowing vigorously. I hope that the Empress will bless all things. The disciple is here to bow in thanks. They looked extremely pious. The incense and candles flared up in curls of smoke and drifted toward the statue above. And aside, a man who was bound and gagged was looking at all this in front of him with a horrified face, struggling uncontrollably. The statue is spooky. The crowd in front of them was even more terrifying. He shuddered with fear as he remembered the condition he had been captured in. Monster! It's all monsters. It's amazing that there are all those weird and scary things in this world. And right now, this strange group of people are even going to offer themselves as sacrifices to that one monster. No! He doesn't want to die yet. Woo! Woo! The man struggled to make a cry for help and struggled up. But he was also clear. The chances of surviving on your own, slim to none. Not only because those men and women in front of him had already made enough preparations, but also because right now he was in this part of the resort. In the off-season, there were no people at all. Not to mention that his mouth was gagged. Even if he could call for help, I'm afraid no one could hear him. If you want to get out of this, I'm afraid you can only hope that God will come down. Blessed be the mother. This is an offering for you. A bald man, who had picked up a sharp knife, came towards him. Jesus, please help me. The man saw this and struggled even more in horror. Just then, bang. Only a loud bang was heard as the villa's thick door violently flew into the hall, causing the entire villa to vibrate. A slender figure kicked the gate and stood at the entrance of the villa with only the doorframe left. Seeing this, hope flared up in the despairing eyes of the bound man. Jesus, God had actually heard his plea for help and sent someone to rescue him, before the man could react otherwise. However, he stiffened violently. Blessed Mother? At the doorway, a voice filled with mad salivation, far more terrifying than the situation inside the villa, snapped, Baby, Daddy's here to see you. Yikue's two eyes were glowing as he looked towards the villa hall. One is really lucky. This time, it was surprising that we really did find a clue to the nymphette so quickly. The next moment, however, he froze unexpectedly. Yikue stared at the long serpent that was as black as ink, smooth, exuding a cunning and bizarre aura, and had no scales, in the niche at the back, and his eyes flickered with a flash of bewilderment. This twat, how come it's the queen? Chapter 190, Roasted Spice Sausage. My favorite. The fluctuations he felt in the dark space actually originated from the Kashira immortal mother? Could it be that dark space didn't appear because of the Lady of Note Life? That can appear in that space is also not only the Lady of Note Life? Yikue looked towards the front, the curling upwards of the incense mist that was being absorbed by the statue, and narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. But just then, several angry and fierce voices interrupted Yikue's thinking. Who gave you the nerve to come running around making trouble? Things that don't know how to die. How dare you disrupt the rituals of the Lady of the Splendid Immortals? Ahead, several men and women had already looked at Yikue with fierce eyes. But just then, one of the women, who was short and fat, seemed to have noticed something. She swept her eyes from in front of Yikue, and her eyes trembled. It seems like a heavenly official? Tenkan? Upon hearing this, the remaining few people immediately looked at the badge on Yikue's chest and their faces abruptly changed. Nymphets of the immortals are powerful, boundless, and unfathomable. There have been few oracles from the Queen of the Sapient Immortals, and it was some time ago that nymphets of the Splendid Immortals took the initiative to contact them for the first time, informing the crowd of the relevant news about the heavenly officials of Huaxia, despite not knowing what's going on. However, this caused the crowd to be immensely energized, and they felt that they must have been valued by the Maiden of the Huanxian Immortals, which had led to the Maiden of the Huanxian Immortals reminder. Who knows? Today there was even a heavenly official who appeared right in front of them. This filled the hearts of the crowd with panic. But suddenly, the Ministry of Medicine. I-ranked heavenly officer? The bald man with a sharp knife in his hand, after seeing the badge on Yikue's chest once again, froze violently for a moment, and immediately revealed a fierce smile. You're really bold. Recalling the explanation of the strength of the heavenly officials and their relevant affiliations in the Oracle of the Queen of Immortals, the bald man's face was filled with teasing. A small Class 1 heavenly official. How dare he come to the Queen of Immortals' sacrificial ground? At the same time, the rest of the crowd also saw the badge on Yikue's chest, and they let out a long breath and relaxed. Judging by the oracles of the Lady of the Immortals, it was only a level 2 heavenly official that could pose a threat to them. As for level 1, it was still a heavenly official of the Ministry of Medicine who was responsible for curing the sick and saving people, and it was not worth mentioning at all. Next moment, you seek your own death. Blame no one else. The bald man's eyes instantly flashed with killing intent. To be able to make the Lady of the Kraken Immortals specially send down an oracle to remind them, then it means that tomorrow's officials and the Lady of the Kraken Immortals are great enemies in life and death. Today, let's get rid of one day's official for the Queen of Immortals as a warning to others. Third Master, Fourth Master, Fifth Master, Seventh Master. He bowed in invitation and spoke respectfully. I'm honored to have your lordships condescend to help. The bald man was quite valued as one of the core followers of the Queen of Immortals, and there was more than one protector sent by the Queen of Immortals beside him alone. And this, too, was the backbone of his daring to make a move against a Class 1 heavenly official. Swish dash. The villa hall, momentarily dimmed. Patter. Several scalp-numbing, as if scales were scraping and sliding across the ground. Eerie sounds rang out violently. Meh. The corners of the bald man's mouth once again flashed with a hideous killing intent. Woo. Wah. Woo woo. Seeing this, the man who was tied up by the side in fear and beyond compare began to struggle. He stared at his eyes and couldn't stop making noises in an effort to say something. No matter how strange the sound he heard from Yikue just now was, the man was clear that with the presence of the man in front of him, he had the possibility of being saved. He wanted beyond anything to warn the man in front of him to be careful, because those few believers in front of them, The things they summoned were just too terrifying. That thing is cold and demonic, just like a demon. It should not exist in this world at all. It was several, immense, demonic, like serpents. Boom. Yet just then, the entire villa jolted. The villa hall was plunged into a dead silence. Reaching out into the darkness, the sound seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared as much as possible. Next moment, bang, the fire lit up. Having long since frozen, the bound man's pupils reflecting the firelight clearly reflected everything in the hall. In front, the man who had just stepped into the villa, clean-cut and handsome with an upright figure, had one hand ablaze with speckled flames, and in the other hand, he held a huge sword that looked like a door panel. On top of the giant sword was strung one hideous and terrifying giant snake after another. Right now, he was flipping the giant sword above the flames and grilling it non-stop. Grilled spiced sausage. My favorite. The man was roasting and singing along extremely happily. Immediately, almost, the man glanced at the charred and crispy giant snake, and after nodding in satisfaction, he opened his mouth and gnawed on it. Catching dash. One bite. The sound from the crispy scales exploding resounded throughout the villa hall. Really good. The man let out a murmur of supreme enjoyment and lifted his head to count the giant snakes on his string. Master 3, Master 4, Master 5, Master 7. He froze for a moment. Where is Master 6? Oh yes. But soon, the man reacted with a sudden realization. Master 6 was eaten by me a long time ago. Always tastes good. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I'm such a sucker for old times. Before the words fell, the man buried his head once again and nodded towards the demonic-like giant snake in front of him. Bang! The giant snake was already roasted, and the flames suddenly went out. Crunch dash. Inside the dark, empty and gloomy villa hall, the only sound was the constant sound of large mouthfuls of nibbles. Listening to the creepy sound coming from the darkness ahead, the group of people only felt their body temperature getting lower and lower. Their bodies getting colder and colder. Chapter 191, How Come It's You Monster Again? Soon, boo dash. With a crunch, the dimness that pervaded the entire villa hall violently dispersed, collapsing to the ground. The man, who had been tied up in 5 different ways, was finally able to see everything again. However, instead, he was, in an instant, frozen in place. Ahead. 4 dry, clean, not a speck of skin or flesh, white, giant snake skeletons were being neatly placed in the center of the living room. The bones were as clean as if they had been polished. Behind the 4 skeletons, the clean-looking man was staring at his masterpiece in front of him, a satisfied smile written on his face. Nice nice. He nodded, approvingly. I really am a good man who eliminates waste, cherishes food, and is thrifty. Woo. Wah. Woo woo. Seeing the situation, the struggles of the man who was tied up increased instantly. Panic written all over his face as he struggled violently while shrinking backward in fear with all his might. Help! What comes to his rescue, for goodness sake? The clean-cut looking man before him was even more terrifying than the appalling believers who had brought him here. Those several giant snakes that were enough to give ordinary people the creeps couldn't even last an instant before they died at the hands of the man in front of them. Even more so, the man, skewered alive and roasted for dinner. What made the bound man feel the most horrified was that how long had passed, and how the 4 giant snakes, which were as thick as water tanks, were only left with clean skeletons. He eats it, not too fast. I'm afraid you can't deb one with a debiting machine as fast as that. What the hell was that clean-cut, handsome man in front of him? The tied-up man was afraid. The few followers of the Lady of the Hallowed Immortals were even more fearful to the extreme. Their eyes trembled as they stared ahead, their bodies frozen in place and trembling uncontrollably, having long since lost the ability to move. The crowd was incredibly clear. Just how terrifying was the protector sent by the Empress of the Mistletoe Immortals? According to the Empress of the Mistletoe Immortals, a protector had the strength of an ordinary heavenly official, and they, with a full 4 guardians. It was because of this that the crowd dared to do whatever they wanted. Yet the more so, the more they then wondered. Several masters. How is it that when facing that Class 1 medical ministry heavenly official in front of him, he didn't even have a chance to make a move before he was directly skewered and roasted and eaten like a sugar gourd on a skewer? It's hard not to. Did they misinterpret the Lady Cuzin's message? In fact, the most terrifying in the authority is the Class 1 heavenly officer? But, despite the fact that the crowd was freezing cold and their minds were even more cluttered, the desire to survive overpowered the fear in their hearts. The Queen of the Splendid Immortals is here. The disciple is here. I beg for your help. I beg you to save my life. Next moment, the bald man slashed his arm violently with his knife, turned to his knees, and kowtowed hard for help toward the statue in the niche behind him. I beg the Lady Immortal to save us. Seeing this, the few remaining believers fell to their knees in terror and couldn't stop kowtowing and begging for help. whether or not they had misinterpreted the oracle of the Queen of the Kashmir Immortals. However, it was clear to all of them that the only one who could save them at the moment was the divine, unfathomable, and immensely powerful Empress Qixin. As long as the Queen of the Immortals descended, then all problems would be solved. The Queen of the Immortals is omnipotent. Seeing this, Yikuei fiercely narrowed his eyes. I wonder if it's an illusion. As the group of believers in front of them knelt down and prayed for the Lady Immortal to save their lives, Yikuei vaguely sensed an inexplicable fluctuation that surged out from the group of believers and slowly drifted towards the top. This scene was extremely similar to when he contacted the Lady of Note Life through the ritual at that time. It's hard not to. The fluctuations he felt in the dark space at that time came from the scene in front of him. Just then, inside the villa's hall, a fierce gust of cloudy wind blew through. In the niche, the statue of a long black snake, curled up and scaleless, began to swim, and a cold and slippery, dark and gloomy but bizarre and terrifying aura slowly awoke from the statue to the extreme. The entire hall, at this moment, seemed to be draped in a curtain. Greetings to the Honorable Queen of the Immortals. Seeing the situation, the bald man and the crowd of believers were ecstatic, and they accelerated the speed of their kowtowing. Harder and harder, more and more respectful and pious. Samwise is like an abyss. This is the power of the Queen of Kashoi Immortals. Whenever the Lady Immortal descended, she would bring about this great oppression that was like a heavenly tilt, causing the bald man and the crowd of believers, their hearts and minds to yearn for it. It was worthy of the powerful gods they were willing to give their lives to while serving. In the meantime, ahead, in a sinister sound, 2 points of scarlet red gradually lit up at the eyes of the long snake statue that was as black as ink. Hiss! It was clearly a wooden statue of a long snake, but at this moment it was as if it had come to life, coiling up its body and spitting out its forked snake letters. Who is calling me? An eerie female voice filled with coldness that only called for people's blood to stagnate and their bones to be creeped out echoed in the empty villa hall. The Queen of the Kashira Immortals is here. The bald man raised his body violently and extended his hand in righteous indignation, pointing forward. Some curmudgeon dares to challenge your authority and disrupt your sacrificial ground, and even killed your protector. He had a villainous and rampant look, filled with a murderous aura. You must avenge the several protector masters, and kill this unknowing curmudgeon by 1,000 cuts. The Lady of the Kashmir Immortals has descended, and they have been fearless. However, before the words left his mouth, the bald man suddenly froze, because he realized that in the direction of his finger, the clean and handsome-looking man had disappeared at some point. Where are the people? Where did it go? Escaped? The man's eyes flashed in disbelief. Just then, little spice bars. We meet again. An excited voice filled with excited salivation, to the point of madness, violently rang out from above his head. Yi Kuei's figure had already appeared in front of the niche. He clutched the living long snake statue with his hand and licked his lips, longing written all over his face. Even though the pressure brought about by Immortal Maiden as a 6th-level Great Evil Sneak was still breathless, right now, Yi Kuei was no longer the weak existence he once was. As long as Mother Kashian wasn't descending in her true form, he felt like he could taste the chorizo. Seeing the situation, the Kashizan lady, who had just come out of her descending state, froze. Its eyes flickered from the familiar face in front of it that it remembered so well that it had even seen it in its dreams. What's the situation? Yourself, having nightmares again? However, soon after, clearly sensing the touch of her being grabbed, the serpentine body of the Kashizan maiden suddenly trembled. Next moment, a mournful, incomparable, fearful voice resounded throughout the villa hall. Kill the 1,000. Why you monster again? Its body was cold and terrified, and it couldn't stop bobbing and struggling in an effort to break free. Thousands of cautions were taken, but the Lady of Kashmir still didn't expect that she would open her eyes one day and see it all again. However, Yi Kuei's hands, were like steel pincers, allowing the Lady Immortal to resist with all her might, but none of it had the slightest effect. Seeing this, the body of the Immortal Maiden trembled even more. How many of you damn things colluded with outsiders to try to take my life? Sooner or later, I'm going to skin you all. Filled with hatred, it glared at the bald man and the others whose bewilderment was written all over their faces, and turned its head to bite off the lower half of its body that was clutched by Yi Kuei. Whoosh! Immediately after, the only half of the remaining Jiesian Yang flew out like a bullet, and just as it flew out to detach itself from Yi Kuei's palm, its scarlet eyes instantly dimmed. Put! The blackened serpent of the re-wooden statue fell from midair and hit the ground hard. Quiet! The entire villa hall was violently plunged into a dead silence. The bald man and the crowd of believers were staring at all this in front of them in bewilderment and stagnation. What's the situation? What exactly is going on? Chapter 192. Fortunately, my old lady is cautious. Mama, why did you run away? Slow to say it. But in actuality everything that just happened was just in a flash of lightning. Just a moment. The incomparably sinister and flamingly furious lady of the Mistress of Immortals turned to the bald man and the others, leaving behind an incomparably hateful sentence before biting off half of her own body and turning around to flee. For all of this, even Yi Kuei himself froze for a moment. He scratched his head, a flash of embarrassment on his face. In fact, Yi Kuei had prepared for any unexpected situations that might arise beforehand. However, he still hadn't expected that the Lady Jishian would be so ruthless, even going so far as to take a bite out of his own body just to escape. Through this, Yi Kuei did make some discoveries. It seems like, after descending, there was no way for the Lady of the Kraken Immortals to pull herself out of the statue in time to leave if she was caught by herself. But, you're reacting to this. Yi Kuei bent down and picked up the half-constructed statue with the horrified look still frozen on his face, sighed and muttered helplessly. It's a bit too much, isn't it? Kaching dash. As he spoke, he frowned in thought, subconsciously chewing on the head of the blackened snake letter statue in one bite. In the meantime, more than 600 miles away, in a deep mountain, rumble, the ground shook, as if it was an earthquake. The entire mountain range was shaking and trembling uncontrollably. On one side, the dirt tumbled. Above the ground, a huge mound rumbled. And even as the earth shook, the mound continued to move forward. No, that's not a mound. It was clearly a black snake with a scaleless body that was as huge as a mountain. At this moment, the black snake was burying its head and couldn't stop drilling towards the bottom of the ground, causing the ground to vibrate uncontrollably and rumble with waves. But if you look closely, you can find that in the center of the black snake's huge body, there is an extremely obvious scar, and with this scar as a line, the first half of the giant snake's body is thick and solid, while the second half of its body is very slender. It was as if the back half of its body had been chopped off before it grew. It looked slightly funny and rather incongruous. But, even if it was too comical, I'm afraid that no one would dare to laugh at this mountainous and hideous serpent. However, right now that one terrifyingly huge snake that was enough to terrify anyone was constantly digging a hole in terror. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Don't get caught! It looked flustered and aggravated as it dug a hole and looked backward. What the hell is going on? Isn't it said that the most dangerous place is the safest place? The old lady has only been cut in half by that pussy of Guju bird, causing so much fluctuation. The Qin provincial administration surely can't imagine that the old lady still stays in the Qin province. But, how come that monster is still around too? A little chili bar? You're the little chili bar. When it thought of what had just happened, it trembled with extreme fear, and goosebump after goosebump of snakeskin rumbled on its sleek snake body. Luckily, my old lady was cautious and reacted quickly, and at the first time, she just bailed out. In the scarlet eyeballs that resembled lanterns, anger and gratitude were intertwined in the Lady of the Mistletoe Immortal. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd have to turn over in the gutter. That monster, so insidious. The first time I saw it, camouflaged and plain as an ordinary man, the old lady almost believed him. This time, that monster obviously learned the lesson from the first time, and wanted to make the old lady relax her guard by releasing some aura fluctuations. But, how can an old lady be fooled so easily? Deliberate. That monster is too deliberate. What's the point of showing so much breath? It's ridiculous. It doesn't think that old me would really believe that someone's strength could progress so fast, and in a few days' time, it has enough strength to threaten me. Does it? You want me to fall for that? No way. It shook its body vigorously, leaving a trail forward before suddenly shrinking its body and starting to run away in the opposite direction. And you want to unite the faithful of my mother to lay a hand on her? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm leaving now. I won't even look at you. The small snake transformed into by the Jade Immortal escaped at a fast speed. Not a moment too soon. It has then arrived at the border of Qin province. After leaving a trail of misdirection along the way, far from his initial position, Kashizan was finally able to let out a long breath. Insidious. It's really too sinister. Obviously having the strength to penetrate the heavens and the earth, but still doing such things that only a sinister little man can do. It makes me too disgusted. But, the more it remembered what had just happened, the more angry it became in its heart. And those few damned believers, they even ganged up on me to conspire against me. It's a waste of time that old mother has always been so kind to them, and sent them a few protectors who are comparable to ordinary heavenly officials. All of a sudden, wait a minute, Sky Officer, the Jiuxian Yang seems to have thought of something. It violently erected its small snake body, its scarlet eyes glaring huge. If I remembered correctly just now, that insidious monster, it carries the badge of the heavenly officials on its body. Or is it the Class 1 Heavenly Officer of the Ministry of Medicine? Recalling the insignia's appearance, the Maiden of the Immortal's body trembled. Her body was cold, that monster that my mother was on, has mixed into the authority and turned into a heavenly official? What's the matter with the authority's bunch of rice balls? What are they all for? What the hell does that monster want? Its scarlet eyes couldn't help but vibrate in terror. What the hell is its purpose? Whatever the purpose. Thinking about the meaning behind all these events, Kashizan even started to tremble. With that monster's sinister character, the plans must be very big. No way. No, I have to get out of here. As far away as I can. It raised its head unexpectedly, and the more it thought about it, the more horrible it felt. Lest there be any accidents at that time, implicating me. Where can I go to avoid that monster? As it stands now, he's much scarier than the authority. The kitsune surveyed the surrounding area, his snake body stiffening. Next moment, the capital. It snapped its teeth and made a decision. Just go to the capital. That insidious monster, with his big plans, surely wouldn't dare to travel to where the authority's headquarters is. Big deal. When the time comes, I'll do nothing and hide like a good boy. The mistletoe immortal couldn't stop swinging the snake's tail, as if cheering herself up. As long as we can avoid that monster and get out of the wind, anything is fine. Right. Just go to the capital. Next moment. Whoosh. The small snake transformed into by the hallowed immortal flashed out in the direction of the capital city. Chapter 193, Who is your master? Dead silence in the villa. Crunch. Only the sound of Yi Kuei chewing on the immortal statue couldn't help but echo. In the statue, there was no spirituality left. But as Yi Kuei said, he himself was an old-fashioned person. I've had statues that tasted good before, so now I just had to try them again anyway. The most basic quality of a gourmet was to treat all food with respect. Not to mention, Yi Kuei, who was thinking at the moment, really needed to chew on something. The other side. The bald man and the rest of the group of immortals' followers had long since stood woodenly in place, not moving a muscle. They had already reacted when they heard that just now. When the Empress Dowager of the Immortals was filled with anger and reprimanded them for colluding with outsiders, the omnipotent god they believe in, the Queen Mother. It was simply no match for the man in front of him. Even, after appearing for less than a minute, they let out a scream of fear and misery, even going so far as to break their own tails in order to panic and leave. The crowd was able to clearly feel the incomparable fear of the Lady of the Cranes as she fled. The appearance of this scene caused a great shock to them. How is that possible? How could there be someone who could frighten the divine and unpredictable, powerful and mysterious Queen of the Immortals into that state? But, for believers, I am afraid that the most difficult thing for them to accept is to be directly insulted by the gods they purely believe in. The bald man a crowd only felt. The sky is falling. Next to it, the man who was tied up with 5 flowers was even more confused a long time ago. The rope that was tied to the man's body had fallen off at some point, and he didn't even realize it. The man was still staring straight ahead. Everything that happened today only made him feel like he was dreaming. Crazy believers, scary giant snake, creepy statues that can come to life, as well as the man who looked clean-cut but gave him the creeps, even eating snakes as skewers and eventually chewing up statues. Has the world turned out to be horrible in this way? The demons and ghosts that have appeared in TV dramas and novels are actually real? After the situation he had just experienced, the man had begun to doubt life, and he felt that instead of enduring all this fear, it would be better to just give himself a knife. In the meantime, still good, Yi Kuei had already swallowed the last piece of the statue, and after smacking his lips and reminiscing about the last wisp of spirituality, he turned his head to look at the bald man. Noticing Yi Kuei's line of sight, the believers' bodies trembled violently. What are you guys shaking? Seeing this, Yi Kuei frowned with slight dissatisfaction. However, he didn't think too much about it, but remembered something in general, and soon revealed a bright smile. Right. Trouble you guys with something. I saved half of it for you. Yi Kuei stretched out his finger and pointed to the statue on the ground that was only half cut off. Help me make another phone call to Lady Jishin again like I did just now. There was something about him that needed to be verified. What else do you want? At those words, the bald man's body was violently creepy. He forced his inner fear, raised his head and firmly opened his mouth. Want us to betray Immortal Mother? Not. Put. The words were not yet spoken. The bald man's head instantly exploded, and he swayed, slamming heavily on the ground. What about you? Yi Kuei carried the coffin board and looked at the next believer with a smile. Can you do me this favor? I don't. The devotee shivered and seemed to want to say something. Put. His head similarly exploded. What about you? Yi Kuei smiled and averted his eyes. I. The next devotee, a well-dressed, good-looking woman. She shuddered as she looked to the 2 corpses beside her, then turned her gaze to the half-broken statue on the ground, her expression shifting. But not before the woman spoke. Put. Her head then exploded instantly. Too abrasive. Yi Kuei flung the coffin board without blinking his eyes, still with that smiling look, and looked at the next person. What about you? I do. Wish. Put. Yi Kuei froze for a moment, staring at the head that had been blown up by his own coffin plate slap in front of him. A flash of embarrassment flashed across his face. I'm really sorry, I didn't confiscate that one. And in the moment of seeing this scene, inside the villa's hall, a scream of fear rang out. Your Highness, Queen of the Mistletoe Immortals, is here. My disciple is here to summon, begging for help from the Queen of the Goblin Immortals. Mother Goblin Immortal, please come forward. Come out quickly. Mistletoe Immortal Mother, the disciple misses you. Come quickly. Next moment, the remaining group of believers snapped to their knees, unable to stop themselves from kowtowing and praying hard to the remaining half of the statue on the ground. But, while looking at everything in front of him, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. How come there's no? This time when the believers kowtowed in worship, he didn't feel that familiar fluctuation. Be ye pious. Yi Kuei frowned and spoke with dissatisfaction. Queen of the Patchwork Immortals, come back quickly. Pray that the Queen of the Immortals blesses the disciple. Upon hearing this, the amplitude of the kowtowing movements of the crowd of believers increased violently, and their voices were even more ghostly and loud. There were even a few believers who lit up joss sticks and candles with their hands in a frenzy and started to kowtow continuously with joss sticks and candles in hand. However, in Yi Kuei's senses, he was still unable to see the wisp of fluctuation, and the curling and floating incense mist dissipated in midair without any traction. Why is that? Seeing this, Yi Kuei's eyes flashed with a flash of incomprehension. Could it be that it is because the believers, at the moment, are not sincere enough in their faith? But it doesn't seem like there's any way for a group of believers to pray for the reappearance of the Queen of the Immortals to be sincere and pious when they're being forced to do so. Alas! Yi Kuei lost his breath and sighed. He had worked so hard to make such a trip, and not to mention that the clue to the Lady of Note life had been broken. The spicy noodles that had arrived in his mouth had flown away before he had even taken 2 bites. Still, all in all, this time, one wasn't all bad. Staring at the curling and drifting incense mist, Yi Kuei pondered. In the meantime, the crowd of believers seemed to have noticed Yi Kuei's movements as they stopped their movements and raised their heads in nervous apprehension. Grand Master, what more do you need from us? One of the believers shivered and tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. As long as you spare our lives, we can do anything. Fear was written in his eyes. Do anything? At those words, Yi Kuei turned his head. Right, anything. The believer's body trembled violently, as if he had seen the hope of life, and he straightened up at once. Money? Power? Women? Moncler, if you ask, we will do it. He was excited beyond words. A few of us in the Qin province, it is also considered a small strength. That's right, as long as you're willing to let us off the hook, anything is fine. Just ask. Seeing this, the remaining few believers also rushed to speak. Open your mouth though? Yi Kuei grinned. Then you all go to hell. Next moment, the coffin board swept by, and the heads of a crowd of believers simultaneously exploded. Grandpa? Who's your grandpa? Yi Kuei carried the coffin board and skimmed his mouth with a disgusted look. You don't need dim sum to throw your weight around. What kind of money and power, woman? It's not as good as figuring out how to trick the Xian back, really. Chapter 194. He is a god and goddess. Yi Kuei did not look at the image of the body smashing to the ground in the back as he turned around and cast his eyes to the other side of the hall. The man who had just been kidnapped was lying there paralyzed. Seeing this, the man's body instantly creeped and let out a miserable scream. Don't! I won't call you master. Please spare me. Please don't kill me. He couldn't stop shrinking backward, just wanting to stay away from Yi Kuei. A flash of embarrassment flashed across Yi Kuei's face as he hurriedly spoke. Don't be nervous. I'm here as a good person. You see, what cruel and murderous man would be like me? As he explained, he flashed a wide smile that he thought was full of goodwill. I'm really normal. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Seeing Yi Kuei's smile, the man's body trembled, and his screams instantly became even a few degrees higher. Yi Kuei was even a little embarrassed. Tell you what, I'll leave, and if I do, won't you be afraid anymore? He stretched out his finger to point at the gate and spoke. Regarding what happened today, I will contact the official personnel in a moment, and when they arrive, they will help you deal with it. At these words, the man's miserable voice finally slowly calmed down. His eyes trembled, nervous and incomparable. He looked at Yi Kuei inquiring in a small voice. You really aren't some demon king who aspires to exterminate the world or something like that? After experiencing the situation just now, the man already had a new understanding of the world as a whole. Demon king? Yi Kuei froze for a moment and hurriedly waved his hand. What are you talking about? How could I be a demon king? Where in this world is there any demon king? As he said it, he laughed. Ah, seeing Yi Kuei's smile, the man couldn't help but hold his head again and let out a scream. Okay. Yi Kuei was finally helpless as he opened his mouth and barked at the man once again. Don't leave yet, lest we have to look for you later. Immediately, Yi Kuei then turned around and left. If he continued to stay in the villa any longer, he was truly worried that he would scare the man out of something. But, am I that scary? Not far from leaving the villa, Yi Kuei took out his cell phone and opened the front camera after arranging the aftermath. He smiled at himself in the camera, showing a mouthful of white teeth. Isn't this sunny and cheerful? Bad guys? Demon King? Impossible. It can't be. Yi Kuei nodded, incomparably certain. It must be that he has suffered a blow this time and is mentally stimulated. I won't bother with him. Boom. Next moment, Yi Kuei stepped on the ground with a web-like crack, and his figure sped out like a cannonball. After the matter was dealt with, he had to hurry back to the authority first. Inside the villa. Rumble. Hearing the loud noise coming from outside the door, the body of the man who had fallen to the ground trembled once again. It's hard not to. But, faced with the situation at hand where he was out of danger, the man was still in a trance. Is he really a good man? But before he could calm down, he saw the hideous headless corpse beside him. But, who's good and sane like that? Recalling everything that had just happened again, the man's face abruptly turned white. 400 kilometers sprinting. Yi Kuei did not breathe. It wasn't long before his speeding upright figure appeared not far from the Qin provincial administration. Sha. Seeing Yi Kuei, the ginkgo tree shook violently. Yi Kuei is back? That kid is finally back. If he doesn't come back, I'm really going to have to call him. Seeing the situation, inside the Taoist temple, several heavenly officials rushed out at once. Basho, Predator, Shift that is, Rokiake, and the heavenly official who used to wear glasses and came from the book department codenamed Ingju when the authority assigned departments were all there. Are there any events at the authority today? Seeing so many people, Yi Kuei was stunned. Why are there so many people? What with all the activity? Predator rushed to Yi Kuei's side. We were just waiting for you. Wait for me? Yi Kuei was even more astonished as he gave a start. What are you waiting for me for? Next moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and while looking at Shift that is, his body tightened violently. The broken limit has not been found yet? Breaking the limit? Upon hearing this, Shift was first stunned, but soon revealed a smile. Found it. Thanks to one of our authority's seals, the broken limit ended up returning to me. I don't know why a teeth mark appeared on broken limit, but I'm content to be back. Seeing that Yi Kuei saw the first time he saw himself and was still hung up on breaking the limit, a touch flashed across his rough face covered with sweaty hair. I didn't expect you to still be thinking about me all the time. I keep it in my heart. Yi Kuei nodded heavily, but now that the broken limits had been found, soon after, he turned his head to look at the group of heavenly officials and muttered with relief. So what are you guys up to with your aggressive looks? What chiaroscuro? Basho shook his head and spoke with a frown. We were waiting for you at the entrance because of the unusual event you just experienced with Rokuyu. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Luyu hurriedly raised his head to look at Yi Kuei and explained. I've already told Lord Halberd Bearer about the situation as per your instructions. But, he said he still needs to find you to make sure of something. He spoke in a small voice. Matters involving the gate are not to be taken lightly. Basha looked at Yi Kuei with a serious expression. I have reported the relevant situation to the authority headquarters. We can't do nothing while we wait for orders from headquarters. He spoke in a deep voice. After all, this time, the situation appeared on our Qin province's land. There's nothing recorded about that Mr. Authority. But Shifter said he had seen the mysterious pattern on that Mr. before. After turning his head to look at Shifting that is, he spoke to Yi Kuei. In addition, our authority has some information about the Lady of Note Life. Our authority actually has a record of the Note Life Lady? Seeing the situation, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. The authority's archives, they record a lot of things. Upon hearing this, the heavenly official codenamed Ingju came forward and handed a stack of documents to Yi Kuei. But there seems to be a bit of a problem regarding the existence of the Lady of Note Life. A little problem? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. Yes, in the authority's records. Ingju raised his head and glanced at Yi Kuei. Speaking softly, he is the god and goddess that once was. Chapter 195 Once a god or goddess, a former god or goddess. Yi Kuei froze. 2. Ingju sighed softly, a flash of complexity on his face. Kind of interesting. A rakish smile flashed across Yi Kuei's face as he lowered his head and flipped through the information file in his hand regarding the Lady of Note Life. As Ingjuang said, The authorities' archives contain a lot of things, and right now, the copy of the file handed to him had obviously gone through some screening and selection, leaving only the more important and relevant content. The first appearance of the Lady of Note and Life-related records. In the Northern Song Dynasty, during the reign of Yuan Yu, pregnant women in a fishing village in Nannan County collectively dreamed of a purple-clad goddess riding the waves, and the next day an image of a sedum-wood idol surfaced on the beach. The idol carries a baby in his arms with a compassionate face and holds a receiving flower in his left hand. Pregnant women build simple shrines out of oyster shells, and milky liquid oozes from the wood grain at the incense twine, which sickly infants suck on to survive. At the same time, the villagers within the fishing village discovered that worshipping the idol could even ensure a peaceful pregnancy and a smooth delivery. So the incense flourished. With the passage of time, the statue of the Lady of Note and Life has seen 3 changes. The first change, in the 12th year of the reign of Yuan Ji Zhang, is recorded in legend as the death of the Khan's favorite concubine in childbirth, and the shaman topography of the placenta on the dome of the temple of the Lady of the Note of Life. Whenever the night of the new moon, the topography will ooze out a rain of blood mixed with horse's milk, which will be immediately impregnated after drenching the skirt of the letter girl, and the remnants of the Metropolitan Imperial Physician Kucher's record of the birth of the elderly record that in the 12th year of the reign of the Emperor Ji Zhang, in the 10th month of the year of both, the hope of the old woman drenched in a rain of blood from the milk of the horse and gave birth to a live baby. The hair of the statue of the Lady of Note Life changes to 8 ponytails, and the hand holding the receiving flower changes to a placenta flower. Despite the odd legends, the Lady of Note of Life had no effect, and even believers found that the probability of seeking an heir would be higher when worshipping the Lady of Note of Life. So the incense flourished even more. The second change, in the 3rd year of Ming Xuanda, it is recorded that rich merchants in Carp City offered yin and yang fetuses for 9 consecutive years in order to seek an heir, sealing less than 1-month-old dragon and phoenix fetuses into earthenware jars and burying them under a shrine, with the inside of the jars painted with the stealing the heavenly sutra in the blood of the fetus. According to legend, when the Note Sheng Yang statue appeared to change, the fingers began to grow flesh and blood. However, the belief in seeking a child Note Sheng Yang believers even more so, only because of seeking a child to get a child, more and more spiritual. And in the statues after the Lady of Note and Life, the fingers are dabbed with vermilion to show flesh and blood. The third change, in the 40th year of the Qianlong reign, involved the Yin Tongzi sacrifice, but the specifics are unknown. The exact condition is not known, only that the statue of the Lady of Note Life has become extremely twisted and grotesque, but the believers became more and more devout, suing the Lady of Note Life as a god of mercy and worshipping her day after day, just to get what they wanted. What about back there? After reading the document, Yi Kuei raised his head and looked at Ing Zhuo in puzzlement. Where did you put the content in the back? The information ends abruptly here, with a large part of the relevant file missing and incomplete. Not where I put it. Upon hearing this, Ing Zhuo let out a bitter smile. It's relevant information. That's all. I've checked the archives, the history books, and there's no subsequent record of the Note Life lady. A complexity flashed across his face. It's as if, after the third change appeared in the statue of the Lady of Note Life, there was something that completely erased it. Completely erased? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei gave a start, a flash of astonishment flashing across his face. Not even in the authorities' files? No. Ing Zhuang turned his head to look at Basho and replied seriously. I've even accessed the authorities' top-secret level files through the authority of the halberd wielder, and nothing has been found. Surprisingly, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. And did any of that information you found out involve the Lady of the Note Life being unknown? But soon, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly raised his head to look at Ing Zhuo. Although the subsequent records of the Lady of Note Life have all been erased, Ing Zhuo's eyes were slightly strange. But in the records, the Lady of the Note Life has always been the same god of mercy that sheltered the faithful. Except for the change in the statue making, there is no change. He shook his head. Mercy god? Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes as he recalled the eerily incomparable, grotesquely delicious, sweet-smelling scent he had felt in the Friendship Hospital. Can the scent of a benevolent god be that gluttonous? He was slightly puzzled. Could be mistaken? Yi Kuei looked at Ing Zhuo and tentatively opened his mouth to inquire. The thing we encountered is merely the same name. Shouldn't? Ing Zhuo let out a bitter smile. To be able to be addressed as called Lady Note Life, I'm afraid it means something. And, he sighed and pointed to the back of the document. On the back there is something about believing in the chanting of the Lady of the Note Life. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the soul. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the cause. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the son. Note the birth of the mother, note the birth of the grandson. Yi Kuei flipped through the document and saw the scripture. Yeah. Just then, Liu stared at Yi Kuei and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. The content of the scripture is fine as you see it, so don't read it out, right? Sorry. Upon hearing this, Yikue stopped chanting loudly and gave a dry laugh. He glanced around at the slightly pale face, is looking at him with a bad face under the bully and other people. A little embarrassed, I am used to it. Always think that chanting 2 times. You can see the greedy big eyes. In order to divert his attention, Yikue hurriedly lowered his head to look at the information once again. Now, it seems that the lady note life that we encountered, I'm afraid that it really is the god and goddess in the information. However, when he saw the next line in the information, he fiercely grimaced and narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Yi boy, are you on to something? Seeing the change in Yikue's expression, a flash of nervousness flashed across the faces of Basha and the others. Grow 10 mouths and have 100 eyes. Yikue didn't pay any attention to Basha and the others, but instead stared at the information. The description of the changes to the final Lady Note life statue. His eyes growing brighter and brighter. Born 100 eyes. 100 eyes. 100 eyes. The salivating smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more exaggerated. Eyeball baby, you've really given me a big surprise. Hearing Yikue's voice, Basha and the others suddenly froze. What surprise? They couldn't understand what Yikue's words meant. However, regarding Yi Kid's regular jerks, Basha and the others had long gotten used to it, and they didn't take it too much to heart. The thing about the eyeballs, we found that out too. If the statue of the Lady of the Note life is to be seen in the light of the last change, Basha followed Yikue's words and spoke. In Lu Yue's mouth, the eyeballs that were hanging above the sky at that time should be the eyes of the Lady of Note life. Yikue was incomparably excited and nodded repeatedly. That's right. There are more than 100 more eyeballs like this. More than 100. Chapter 196 Yi Kid's Magic Power? Looking at the increasingly excited Yikue, Xia once again gave a beat. As he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why the mention of the eyeballs made Kid Yi act so excited, as if he was waiting for the meal to start. On the contrary, it was Lu Yu at the back, whose fat body shuddered as the scene of Yi holding the eyeball in his hand and greedily nibbling on it at that time violently surfaced in his mind. Can't learn. That's something you can't really learn on your own. I've been thinking about 3 issues since the note to the living mother thing came up. Just then, Basho's voice sounded again. He couldn't figure out Yikue's reaction, so he stopped dwelling on it and instead raised his head and spoke in a deep voice. The first question: how exactly did the Lady of Note life become an evil spirit? Second question: how did it appear on the other side of the door again? The third question: what kind of existence are the gods and goddesses that have been recorded in our Chinese history? What exactly is the situation with him? At the mention of these 3 questions, even for someone as dignified as Basho, his pale face could not help but twitch. Gods and goddesses. At those words, Yikue narrowed his eyes as he heard the unspoken but creepy subtext from Xia. The resurgence of more and more frequent weirdness and evil spirits has already made the authority anxious, and the appearance of the Lady of the Note life is even more panic-inducing. The Lady of Note in life used to be a deity that protected the birth safety, but now they have all become like this. And to know, there have been records in Chinese history of gods and goddesses of monstrous greatness, as vast as the sea, if they were all in a similar condition. The desperate scene flashed through Yikue's mind, and he paused for a moment, the corners of his mouth slowly rising until it reached an extremely exaggerated amplitude. Hey, an incomparably crazy low laugh slowly sounded. Yeah, Yi boy. What happened to you? Hearing the voice coming from the front, Basha and the others' bodies suddenly stiffened. Even though they were used to Yikue's frequent jerks, it was really a bit scary when Yikue suddenly displayed such a condition in the present. It's okay. Upon hearing this, Yikue hurriedly raised his head and revealed a bright smile. Just thought of something gluttonous. Halberd bearer, haven't you been behind the door? Lady Note life should also be behind the door. You know better than us about this situation. With that, he turned his head to look at Basha and opened his mouth to inquire. Don't you have any clues regarding those 3 questions? The state of the gate is not at all as simple as you think. Ba Shermo gave a beat. A bitter and incomparable smile flashed across his pale face as he waved his hand, his voice low. Regarding the matters behind the gate, the less you know, the better it is for you. All you need to know is that although we have been to the other side of the gate, our knowledge of what lies behind the gate is minimal. The bastard sank to his knees, reluctant to remember that day, and even more worried about mentioning any hint of information that might bring contamination. Lord Halberd Bearer, about the gods and goddesses, you don't have to worry too much. Just then, Lok Yu's voice snapped. I don't think that things should be as terrible as you think. He revealed a smile. After all, if it was really like what you said, I'm afraid the world would have been destroyed long ago. But aren't we fine now? And I think we'll definitely continue to explore the gate in the future. In Lu Yue's small eyes, a light called hope flickered. Those people left behind the door by the authority must also be waiting for us. In the future, let's go to the other side of the gate and meet my father and the others. With their help, we can definitely find more clues. He patted his fat belly. Yes, you are right. At those words, Basho gave a start. He turned his head to look at Lu Yue, a complex look flashing through his cloudy eyes. I didn't expect that you little fatso had made so much progress. I can't believe it's all about giving me lessons one day. It was really because the matter represented behind the Lady of Note life was too desperate, causing the always composed Basho to be affected in no small way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed so much. Luckily, with Rokuyu's reminder, Basho quickly adjusted. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Lu Yue smiled proudly as he waved his hands back and forth. What progress or not? It's all because Brother Yi taught me well that I can be in my current state. Talking at the same time, Lu Yue was filled with admiration as he looked at Yi Kuei on the side. After following Brother Yi for a long time, he felt that he was able to face all the accidents that might occur. Yi boy again? At those words, Xia was even more stunned and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei in surprise. In fact, they had already made a discovery before Lokyu. Whether it was Chei Dong, Fong Rong, or even the ear rat, all of them had changed quite a bit after being in contact with Yi Kuei for a longer period of time. Briefly, after separating from Yi Kuei, Chei Dong and the others' ability to withstand accidents, and even despair, had a considerable increase. The spirituality that drove their ignition flourished for a few moments. At first Basho thought it was a coincidence, but right now, even Lu Yue appeared to have changed in such a way, and within his heart, he couldn't help but mutter once again, yeah boy, really have this kind of magic? Xia couldn't help but measure Yi Kuei up. How did he do it? But, alas, thinking of the ear rat, Basho frowned without leaving a trace. Anyway, I've also reported all the conditions, as much as I can, to the authorities' headquarters. He shook his head, no longer thinking about anything else, but turned his head to look at Yi Kuei once again. Since you have had positive contact with the Lady of Note life, I feel that I need to have some communication with you. I'm onto something. Got something. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei nodded in excitement and euphoria. More than 100 eyeballs, and countless gods and goddesses. They all taste different. Basho gave a lurch again, involving the situation related to the gate and the Lady of the Note life. For the time being, the heart is more than enough. Not wanting to follow Yi Kuei's train of thought any further, he took out a piece of paper painted with a mysterious pattern. But there are traces about that, sir. Would you look at the tattoos on Mr.? According to the description? Basha handed the paper painted with mysterious patterns to Yi Kuei. Chapter 197, How can you forget such things? On the paper handed to him by Basha, an eye in the shape of an inverted triangle was drawn, and the eyelashes were clearly visible on the living eye. Even though it was only a few strokes, it was still possible to feel the weirdness contained in the eyes. It's as if it's staring straight at you through the paper. Seeing this, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. Well, noticing Yi Kuei's dissimilarity, Xia's expression was corrected. The tattoo on that, sir. Is it this? I don't know. Yi Kuei raised his head to look at Xia, a flash of bewilderment in his eyes. You don't know? Basho snapped. Yeah. Yi Kuei nodded and replied frankly. The tattoo looks like, I've only heard Guo Jingxue describe it. It's not like I've seen what that eyeball tattoo looks like. Then what were you so serious about when you saw this eyeball just now? As Xia looked at Yi Kuei's appearance in front of him, his face darkened. Yi Kuei grinned, once again casting his eyes to the eyeballs drawn on the paper and licked his lips. I just thought that. This stuff seems to be quite gluttonous as well. Stalking? Basha let out a cold laugh. What a time to be thinking about this. If this thing really haunts you, there'll be time for you to worry about it. There's such a thing as a good thing? Yi Kuei's eyes lit up and he became excited. Halbert Bearer, just tell me where you've seen this before. I'm going to talk to it right now. Salivation was written all over his face. I wonder if cute eyeball babies that look different will taste different. This pattern, I saw it in a tricky domain. Just then, Shift's voice rang out. At that time, I didn't pay too much attention to it. I only felt that this pattern was very strange, so I memorized it. However, that one anomaly has been cleared by us. He was quite touched by the fact that Yi Kuei had been thinking about whether or not he had found the broken limit, so he was very serious when answering Yi Kuei's question. We've searched the authorities' archives for clues about eyeball-related patterns, and we've come up with a total of 324, and we're in the process of checking them out one by one. Inghua also walked over and opened his mouth to reply. In the meantime, we checked all the CCTVs in the vicinity of Yaoi Hospital for a month before and after the date Rokuyu mentioned, trying to find information about the male in the black robe. But unfortunately, Even though several celestial officials from the Ministry of Books with special abilities have looked at all the surveillance content frame by frame, they have not been able to find any trace of that gentleman. According to our deduction, if Mr. really exists, then he should have the ability to leave no traces on the image data. He pushed up his glasses, but we haven't given up and are trying to find clues to Mr. in other ways. Listening to the words of shift that in Manhwa in front of him, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. That's not easy for you guys. He nodded softly. At this moment, Yi Kuei was able to clearly feel that the authority was a whole composed of many outstanding heavenly officials. Everyone is doing their part to protect China and remove the weird and evil spirits. There's not much we can do to help in combat, so we'll just have to do more behind the scenes work. Ingjuan's voice was meticulous. The delay in finding clues to Mr. is rather our dereliction of duty. Okay. Right at this moment, Basho waved his hand. Ye kid, since you can't determine the condition related to the eyeballs either, let's wait for now. If the follow-up authority has any leads, it will communicate with you first. He looked at Yi Kuei. Still, as he spoke, an inexplicable look vaguely flickered across Overlord's face. He hadn't thought about it. Yi Kuei, who had just joined the authority not long ago, could actually make shift that and Manhwa take the initiative to come forward and report the situation. Obviously Yi kid usually feel crazy. When did he turn out to be so trustworthy to everyone? However, although this was what was in his head, even Basha didn't realize that in his own heart, he had actually placed this young man in front of him, in an extremely important position. Okay then. Yi Kuei didn't know what was going on in Basha's mind as he nodded. Halberd Bearer, I almost forgot. I haven't had a chance to give you a report on the last anomaly I completed. But the next moment, Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly raised his head. The last anomaly? Basha froze, sighed, and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. Yi kid, you also know that we are now encountering more things. If anything, things aren't very important. You can just file the mission. A flash of complexity flashed across his aged face. Our top priority now is still to deal with the events related to the gate. Like this? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei frowned slightly and muttered in a low voice. It may involve time loops, as well as events that affect the logic of the real world. And I don't know if it's considered important. What did you say? And the moment he heard Yi Kuei's whispered muttered words, Basha's expression was creeped out and his sparse eyebrows stood up. What did you say was involved? It's what I just said. Yi Kuei raised his head. His clear and handsome face was calm. Phew. The Overlord staggered for a moment, and after trying to adjust his breathing, he spoke in a deep voice. Tell me, what was that one anomaly you were talking about? The last mission I was on was in the authorities' archives, resurfaced by a mudslide, codenamed Dark Mountain Village. Yi Kuei glanced at the Overlord once more. Then I traveled to the scene with Captain Ear Rat. He opened his mouth to recount the circumstances. While listening to Yi Kuei's account, Basha's expression kept changing with the naked eye, looking extremely wonderful. It's not just Basho. The expressions of Predator and Manhwa on the side, as well as Lu Yu, all instantly froze on their faces. They had never imagined that Yi Kuei had encountered such an unbelievable and unusual event before. In the silence at the entrance of the Taoist temple, only Yi Kuei's flat voice kept ringing out. In the end, I just came back with the captain. Finally, he finished recounting what happened at that time, scratched his head, and laughed. Who knows? I encountered other situations later, so I forgot about it. Forget. After listening to Yi Kuei's narration, the pale face could not stop twitching, and his voice was vaguely trembling. This kind of thing, you can also forget? Chapter 198, Desertion? As he spoke, Basho stiffly reached out and put his hand on Rokiake, only barely managing to control his staggering form. He had originally been seriously injured, being subjected to such impacts again and again. Even Basha, who was as stable as Nt. Tai, could not bear it at the moment. Enough to modify the logic of reality. There may even be an unusual event involving a time loop. Basho was not expecting at all that what Yi Kuei was experiencing was such an exaggerated anomaly. Basho, who had spent a long time as the halberd bearer of the Qin provincial authority, was unable to determine, for a moment, the level of abnormality of this event, because it's really, really ridiculous, and it was such an exaggerated anomaly. Yi boy, can also forget the? I would have never forgotten. Seeming to have also noticed the Overlord's dissimilarity, Yi Kuei's face flashed with a look of embarrassment. After all, the fungus flavor is really good. Who knew there was so much going on back there? He smiled in slight embarrassment. But halberd bearer, you don't have to be too nervous. Yi Kuei hurriedly made up for it, because I still have some discoveries. Although this event sounds really mysterious, but in reality, it shouldn't be that scary. It still has some holes. He scratched his head and spoke. At the very least, What I'm able to determine is that this matter affects, as if it's not the same timeline as our existing one. Ha! At that, the Overlord was all but exasperated. Something that could possibly involve the timeline. Isn't that scary? It's not just time. It synchronizes and modifies reality logic. He exhaled a deep breath. The meaning represented by the extra information on the document for no reason is far from simple. Basya pondered for a while and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei with a complicated expression. He still found it unbelievable until now. Leaf boy. How one thing experienced is more exaggerated than another. Besides, Yi Kuei also all managed to solve every task unharmed. Right now, he suddenly began to somewhat understand why the heavenly officials who had followed Yi Kuei on missions with him had all improved so much after they returned. In this case, who goes and who doesn't take a hit? It is good to see that this anomalous event, apart from its impact on the village of Datuzi, has shown no signs of uncontrollable, maliciously spreading danger. Basho sighed slightly. That's the only thing we have to be thankful for. Halberd bearer. Hearing the words of the hegemony, Yi Kuei grinned and revealed a smile. Actually, I can feel that it's not that dangerous. Upon hearing this, Basya's face darkened as he glanced at Yi Kuei. You go to the archives right away and pull up the information on the Dark Mountain Village and see if there have been any changes. With that, he turned his head to Ing Zhuo and spoke. Inquire again if the authority had received any reports from the special section 5 years ago regarding the disappearance of Lu Yao Zhanghuang as well as a few police guards. Also, in order to avoid accidents, temporarily block off the mountain range in the area where Watoto Walled City is located. Dangerous or not, things that involve events and even things that affect the logic of reality have to be taken seriously. It's an eventful day. Basha shook his head, looking grave. Originally, he was quite anxious about the increasingly frequent conditions of bizarre revivals, but who knew that the unusual events that had appeared now were even more extraordinary than one another. Yi kid, in the future you perform the mission. Do not have to consider whether it is important or not. After explaining things, Basha finally looked at Yi Kuei with a dark face. As long as the mission is completed, all must be told to me. All missions? Yi Kuei froze for a moment. All missions. Basho nodded with immense seriousness. He was really scared. Okay. Yi Kuei muttered up in a small voice. By the way, halberd bearer, where is my captain? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his head to look at Basya. It seems like I haven't seen him since the heavenly official strength assessment. Is he off on some kind of mission? Yi Kuei opened his mouth to inquire with slight curiosity. According to what the captain had said at the timeline that one tricky domain where his son was located open should be very close. But how come he hadn't seen the figure of the ear rat lately? And he hadn't contacted himself either. Ear mouse. And the moment he heard Yi Kuei's words, Basya gave a sudden lurch. It's not just Basho, the predator. Shift that is, and Ingzhua who were at the side also instantly stagnated. The entire entrance to the Taoist temple was violently plunged into silence. What's wrong? Yi Kuei was keenly aware of this scene, and he instantly widened his eyes. My captain had an accident? He died outside? An accident? With that look on his face, how could he have an accident? At those words, Predator finally couldn't help himself as he snorted coldly. If I die outside, he can't even die outside. What was that about? A flash of incomprehension flashed across Yi Kuei's face. The earwigs are doing something a little too much. Moving on, he sighed and spoke. He became a deserter from the authority. The evaluation of the strength of the heavenly officials is over. He may have sensed the urgency of the situation in the authority, and after taking a day off under false pretenses, he left the authority and never returned. He had a complicated expression. Desertion? Never came back? Yi Kuei was stunned as he shook his head. Impossible. Although the captain has a cautious personality, it's impossible for him to do anything to escape from the battlefield. You said the same thing to Fong Rong and Che Eaton. Basha shook his head and sighed somberly. But it's true that Ear Rat never returned, and he was clearly prepared when he left. The results of the Ear Rat's strength assessment at the time were not so good. He has been contacted by the follow-up authority, but all have dropped like a stone, including me, who has likewise attempted to contact him several times, again with no response. His file has been temporarily sealed. His pale voice all sounded a few points lower. If there is still no subsequent news of the Ear Rat, the authority may consider placing him on the to-be-hunted list. An unauthorized departure from the authority by a spirit-ignited divine officer could have extremely dangerous consequences. After all, there have been bloody lessons learned in the authority. Halberd bearer, the captain is not like that. Yi Kuei waved his hands in succession. Next moment, I think I know what the captain went for. He seemed to have reacted to something. Suddenly frowned, but it shouldn't be Captain at that time, and I agreed. Go to his son's where the tricky domain cafeteria. Will definitely call on me. Could it be that? Something went wrong halfway through? Yi Kuei's face sank as the slim figure of the ear rat hovering downstairs that night came to mind. The halberd bearer. Yi Kuei once again raised his head to look at Basho. I think there's something fishy about the captain's disappearance. It may have something to do with the anomaly at Watoto Cottage. He opened his mouth and said, those police officers who experienced the events related to the transitional head-walled city at that time, including several donkeys, have lost track of the follow-up. I suspect that my captain may be involved in this as well. And just as Yi Kuei was about to say something, Lord Halberd Bearer, at the rear gate, a celestial official ran over quickly with a document and an eager face. Happy New Year's Eve and Happy Year of the Snake. Chapter 199, entering the capital immediately. What's wrong? Hearing the voice from the rear, Basho turned his head and inquired in a deep voice. I asked you to keep an eye on the ear rat situation. Any progress? In recent times, despite the many changes that had befallen the authority, he had kept an eye out for the ear rat. In fact, Basho didn't want to believe that ear rat would choose to be a deserter at this critical point now. No, not. The Tenchi who came running quickly shook his head as he gasped for air and handed the file to Basho. It's a new message from the side of the authorities' headquarters. A message from the authorities' headquarters? Basho gave a lurch and held out his hand to take the paper, and the moment he read the contents of the document, his cloudy gaze froze. Ye boys. Immediately after that, Basho turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. I am afraid that our plan to go to the capital will have to be advanced. Yi Kuei froze. After the matter of the Friendship Hospital was reported to the headquarters side gave their opinion on how to handle it. He shook the document in his hand. Headquarters will send a special team to the Friendship Hospital again to see if they can find any leftover clues. In addition, it is also necessary for us to enter the capital immediately. Basho spoke up. Immediate entry into the capital? Yi Kuei raised his head in puzzlement. When exactly? Opinion given over at HQ. The bastard paused and spoke. It is now. Headquarters is in such a hurry? At those words, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes. That's right. After all, this incident involves the gate, and according to the feedback from the headquarters, it seems that while dealing with the incident at the Friendship Hospital, the headquarters discovered that the gate proper had also appeared to be moving. Basho sighed softly. That's why they're more than a little worried. It just so happens, though, that my report of giving you the opportunity to pick the seal was approved. He smiled. This time when we head to the capital, you'll be able to head to the headquarters shelter and pick a seal. Pick a seal? Words. A flash of excitement snapped across Yi Kuei's face as he licked his lips and salivated. Halberd Bearer, how many shelters are there in the headquarters shelter? While the various authority shelters house some of the same seals, the vast majority of the seals with extraordinary effects are in the headquarters shelters. Basho froze as he spoke in slight confusion and replied. Therefore, the quantity and quality of the seals within the headquarters shelter is the highest in all of China. But no matter how many seals there are, there's only one that you'll be able to choose in the end. In his eyes as he looked at Yi Kuei, a flash of suspicion flashed. Yi kid, why are you asking about the number of shelters? I don't know why. Basya's heart would always leap out of his chest when he saw this expression on Yi Kuei's face. At that time for the first time, when Yi Kuei came downstairs of his house early in the morning and smashed his window with a stone, it was this expression in front of him. Once Yi Kuei grinned, it was designated that there was nothing good. Just asking. Hearing the overlord's reply, Yi Kuei became more and more satisfied, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Otherwise, I'm worried that I won't be able to pick a seal that suits me. By the way, Halberd Bearer, is the body of the nameless box also at the shelter? As if he had thought of something, he opened his mouth to inquire once again. Don't you ask? Seeing this, Basho's body was even colder. He waved his hand, no longer wanting to continue answering Yi Kuei's question. Wait until later. You'll naturally know. The more Yi Kuei asked, the more panicked Basho became. Ye boys. In the end, however, he couldn't help himself and looked at Yi Kuei to remind up. This time when you head to the authorities' headquarters, it's best for you to be a little more restrained. After all, the headquarters is not like our Qin provincial administration, and because of your performance on the nameless box, many people at the headquarters are now very curious about you. With a serious look on his face, Basho spoke up and reminded. You need to make a good impression. Yi Kuei nodded his head repeatedly, looking extremely excited. Don't you know me well enough, Halberd Bearer? A sunny and cheerful person like me. Everyone must love it. As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something happy and grinned to reveal a mouthful of white teeth. Okay. Basho didn't want to look at Yi Kuei anymore. Instead he turned his head and cast his eyes to the side of the authority. The special airplane will be ready soon. Let's prepare to head to the capital. It's really time to go now. Seeing this, after Yi Kuei paused for a moment, he he became even more excited. Halbert Bearer, the efficiency of the authorities' headquarters. I really like it. But soon. He seemed to think of something and frowned slightly. Wait for me a little. What else? Basya looked at Yi Kuei in puzzlement. I'll be right back. Yi Kuei waved his hand and his figure was like a cannonball as he rushed in towards the Taoist temple with a bang. Feeling the biting wind that Yi Kuei brought up as he swept past, Basya's eyes snapped shut. Leaf boy. Is this getting stronger again? He was in a trance. How long has it been? Not only Basha, but Predator and Shift that is, and other heavenly officials at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Their bodies trembled. In the meantime, Yi Kuei had already returned to the dormitory floor. The captain was supposed to be walking around here? He came to where the earwig stood the last time. As he paced back and forth down the dormitory stairs, this distance, Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the dormitory he was in. With the captain's hearing, even if he doesn't use his spirituality, he can definitely hear me. It was then that I called out to the captain and instead of responding to me, he just turned around and left. He frowned. So, is something really wrong? Although there was a sudden change to go to the capital immediately, Yi Kuei was still a bit relieved about the ear rat after all. After all, the ear rat must have known that a sudden, unfounded departure would surely be pursued by the authority. And with Yi Kuei's understanding of his captain, he wouldn't easily risk doing something so risky. In the face of evil spirits, he was all cautious and scary. Not to mention, this one was facing a possible manhunt by the entire authority. The captain has clearly promised me that he will take me with him to the tricky realm where his son is that is capable of assimilating seals. Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, muttering up in a small voice. He won't really be so ungrateful as to run off and eat alone without calling me, right? As he spoke, he ground his teeth in indignation. Yi Kuei had been salivating in anticipation for a long time for that one bizarre domain that could be called a cafeteria. He had long prepared his mind to never lay a finger on the captain's son, and in the end, such a change had occurred. All of a sudden, Yi Kuei fiercely narrowed his eyes as if he had discovered something. He took a step and picked up the crystal clear, vaguely emanating spiritual fluctuations bone chip-like object in the grass. Chapter 200, Bone Fragments? This was left by that sneaky celestial official the other night. Just then, ginkgo trees rustle. A crisp sound rang out and the smell of blood hit the air. Gonsun Baikalix, who was only half of his body and was drenched in blood in a hideous and terrifying manner, had already slumped on Yi Kuei's shoulder. Ever since the last time, Yi Kuei promised it that when it had the chance, it would bring back the Goyu bird. Gonsun Bishikalix's attitude towards Yi Kuei was even more sincere and affectionate. It didn't know why Yi Kuei was bent on only liking the twisted and terrifyingly bizarre look though. However, Gonsun Baikalix would eventually pay attention every time she saw Yi Kuei. Like this one, it intentionally went down on the smell of blood and hideous wounds. Fruity, coot dash. Gonsun Baikalix heard the sound of salivating gulps. Here you go. It skimmed its mouth in aggravation, and after seizing off its own wobbly eyeball, it handed it to Yi Kuei. Ha ha ha. Yi Kuei laughed dryly, not expecting little tree to be so smart now. He swore that he had really exercised restraint just now. But, it's a great honor. Yi Kuei took the proffered eyeball. This is what the earwig left behind? With that, he turned his attention to the transparent bone piece in his hand. Yes, Gonsun Baikalix angled up his grim face with only one eyeball left. That night, he came downstairs to the dormitory very early, but was late in coming up the stairs. Just been taking this piece and hanging around downstairs. It pointed at the crystalline bone piece in Yi Kuei's hand. In the end, it seems like he couldn't make up his mind. Instead, he turned around and left, but on his way out, he threw this piece into the grass. It opened its mouth crisply to reply. You saw everything. That night? Yi Kuei opened his mouth to inquire. Gonsun Baikalix nodded her head repeatedly. I was bored, thinking about whether you'd let the little bear come out to play with me at night, and then I saw that scene. I heard from Basho and the others later on, and realized that the original heavenly official never came back after he left. This stuff. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei lowered his head and surveyed the bone fragments in his hand. The crystal clear, vaguely spiritual fluctuations coming from the bone fragments. Could not see the source at all, and even more so, did not know what use it had. The only thing he could be sure of, however, was that this piece of stuff was not some kind of seal. Captain. Yi Kuei slightly narrowed his eyes. What is the reason for leaving this thing to me? He was able to clearly determine that Rat's move to drop this bone fragment in the grass aside before leaving was no coincidence. The earwig should have had something he wanted to tell himself that night. Though in the end he didn't speak. He left a little something behind after all. The ear rat should be able to guess that he would come here to look for him, and that's why he left the bone fragments behind. But What is the earwig doing all this for? Exactly? At first, he guessed that the ear rat might have traveled alone to the tricky domain where his son was, but right now, it didn't seem that simple. Does this thing mean anything? Yi Kuei stared at the bone fragments in his hand, a flash of suspicion in his eyes. Does it mean that? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and after surveying the bone piece once again, Yi Kuei tentatively opened his mouth and bit down towards it. Blah 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 blah. Next moment, he then frowned and spat several times. I've never eaten anything so bad myself. It seems that the last gift the captain left for himself should not be for eating. Right now, it seemed that the ear rat had left all of a sudden, and was indeed prepared, as Basho and the others had said, but it must not have been some kind of desertion. Something must be wrong. Yi Kuei's eyes stared slightly. Good on. What reassured him now was that the ear rat's behavior when he left wasn't too panicked and eager, which proved that the ear rat shouldn't be in too much danger for the time being. It appears that, he grinned a wry smile, the agreement to travel with the captain to the creepy realm to save his son should still be there. Yi Kuei was, to this day, filled with anticipation for that mysterious and weird domain that was enough to assimilate ordinary items into seals. Forget it. Glancing once more at the bone fragments in his hand, he shook his head. I'm afraid that there are no more clues about the ear rat for the time being, but the good thing is that the captain's safety, there shouldn't be any too big problem. I'm going to make a trip to the capital with the halberd bearer. After Yi Kuei put away the bone fragments, he turned his head to look at Gongsun Baikalix, who had been lying on his shoulder, and spoke with a smile. When I come back, I'll find you to play again. I know. Gongsun Baikalix nodded, opening her bloodied mouth and revealing a smile. I heard it all just now. But, you must be safe. But soon, it seemed to have thought of something, and rambled in a small voice. I've heard Basha always chanting lately, saying that the situation in the near future is becoming more and more critical. Y'all make sure you stay safe. Gongsun Baikalix's voice was low. Little Dove can't come back. If anything else happens to you, there will be no one to play with me at all. Ha ha ha. How? Hearing Gongsun Baikalix's words, Yi Kuei smiled and shook his head. Not only am I going to come back, but in the future, I'm going to bring the Guju bird back with me. Next time I'm back, let Bear spend more time with you. He tapped his other shoulder. Key dash. The bear stood there with his belly up and stretched out his furry fist at the sky as if he was swearing something. That's great. Gongsun Baikalix instantly became happy. Then you guys get ready to go. I can see that Basho was getting a little impatient. Its crisp voice echoed, but the half-bloodied figure had already disappeared. You don't have to worry about this side of the Qin provincial administration. I'm here. Ha! Seeing this, Yi Kuei was dumbfounded. It seems that the failure of the Gurumi to return has taken a toll on the ginkgo tree after all. He shook his head, and with a sudden flash of his figure, he sped towards the entrance of the Taoist temple. Yi boy, are you up to something? Seeing Yi Kuei return, Basha opened his mouth in disbelief and inquired, if there's anything else you need to prepare before we go to the capital, feel free to open your mouth. There are more of us ready to go than you alone. For sure. He was worried that Yi Kuei had something he hadn't finished with yet. No. Yi Kuei waved his hand, an excited smile of impatience written all over his clear and handsome face. Halberd bearer, let's get going. The thought of an entire shelter full of sealed objects waiting dutifully for them. He then shivered with excitement. That's fine. Basho nodded and took a step towards the authority side. Let's get ready to go. Seeing this, Yi Kuei hurriedly took a step to follow, and as he followed the bully down to the departure point on the side of the Taoist temple, he couldn't help but snap out of it. Chapter 201, is Yi Kuei? In Yi Kuei's impression, the surroundings of the Qin provincial administration were all ancient in color and very much in the style of traditional ancient architecture, especially this side of his arrival. All this time, Yi Kuei thought that it was an open space used for conducting assembly or experiments, but when he stood in front of the clearing, Yi Kuei realized that this was not a clearing at all, and that the location of the Qin provincial administration's Taoist temple was not as simple as he had first thought. Above the ground, a huge hollow had appeared, and in the hollow were two huge metal doors that opened skyward. Inside the metal door, a very technological helicopter with a dark, mysterious glow was parked in the center clearing. Right now, the helicopter's engine had been started and the propellers were spinning uncontrollably without causing even a whistling breeze. It was as if, the moment the wind and waves appeared, they were oddly absorbed by something. Halberd bearer, our authority is so advanced? Yi Kuei turned his head, slightly surprised, and looked at the overlord. The overall building is more than just the ones on the ground? You don't know? At those words, Basho was also quite surprised. But also, you've never spent 2 days at the authority in peace since you joined. But soon, he responded. Every time, either he's ready to smash my window or he's in a hurry to go out on a mission. Our authority, in addition to the buildings above ground, has 5 floors underground. Basha smiled and spoke. Otherwise, with so many of our heavenly officials' residences, as well as some places used for scientific research, there simply wouldn't be enough space. Doesn't that mean? Yi Kuei seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly turned his head to look at Basha. Some of our authority seals, as well as those things like the remnants of the immortal last time, are all underground? What do you want? Ba Xiao was instantly alerted as he looked at Yi Kuei vigilantly. I'm just curious. Yi Kuei revealed a harmless smile. No wonder I used to skulk around the authority trying to pick up some seals no one wanted. Immediately afterward, he looked toward the huge space spreading downward in front of him, and muttered indignantly. I didn't expect it, but it was hidden so deeply. Next time I'll know. Not knowing what Yi Kuei thought of, he grinned with anticipation. Ba Xia didn't hear Yi Kuei's whispered mutterings, but the smile on Yi Kuei's face sent chills all over his body. Hurry up and go. Don't keep the people at headquarters waiting. When Basha pulled up Yi Kuei, he walked quickly towards the helicopter in front of him. Yi brother, you must come back early. Lu Yu stood at the back, looking at Yi Kuei's departing back, his face full of reluctance. But don't worry, even if you leave, I won't be lazy. I'll learn from you and work hard all the time. I'm sure you'll see a brand new me when you get back. He waved his hand at Yi Kuei, determination written all over his little eyes. Lu Yue also didn't expect that Yi had just finished his mission with himself and returned to the authority, and he couldn't even say more than a few words before he had to leave again. But he had already made up his mind that he would continue to work hard even if he wasn't there. When he recalled those key points he had learned from Brother Yi, Lok Yu then secretly gritted his teeth. No matter how difficult, learning from Yi is spot on. Yi Kuei didn't know what Rokuyu was thinking in the back. He had already followed Basho on the airplane. Rumble. Soon, the helicopter hovered and headed toward the capital. Below, Predator and Luyu's group of people watched as Yi Kuei and Ba Xia's departing figure slowly turned into a small black dot and disappeared into the sky. The ginkgo trees were above their heads, rustling. The speed of the helicopter is quite a bit faster, especially through the specific airspace delineated before takeoff. The aircraft is not disturbed in the slightest. It didn't take long. The helicopter then arrived in the capital. After making the reporting announcement, the plane landed toward a complex of buildings that covered nearly 100 acres of low-key, austere land. Halberd bearer. As he landed, Yi Kuei stared at the buildings below that were clearly arranged in regular rows and pondered. Is there something to be said for the authority's headquarters area? Where the authority is headquartered seems to have something to do with the formation. Ba Xia, who had been closing his eyes in a false sleep all the way, opened his eyes after hearing Yi Kuei's words and nodded after glancing downwards. Formation? At those words, Yi Kuei froze for a moment. Then does the authority's headquarters also have several floors underground? Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he opened his mouth with interest and inquired. Like the Qin provincial administration, all the good things are hidden underground? Underneath the headquarters has a huge space. Basha sighed and turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. However, what do you mean that all the good things are hidden underground? That's because it's safe to put them underground. And what are you always thinking about that for? He was filled with helplessness. Halbert bearer, I'm just curious. Not thinking. Yi Kuei opened his mouth in a serious manner and replied. Speaking. The helicopter had then landed in an open area. Lord Basho. The hatch opened, and several celestial officials had long been standing in the parking spot below, waiting with respect for the overlord's arrival. Although Basho was only the halberd bearer of the Qin provincial authority, he was quite prestigious in the entire Chinese authority. It's not just because Basho has lived a long and honorable life, even more so because of the great feats he had once performed in the face of evil spirits and weirdness. It's Lugo. Ha! When Basha saw the stout heavenly official standing at the very front, the one with an inch head, a resolute face and sharp eyes, he immediately smiled. How come you're the one who came to pick me up this time? Fuzhu had something he was dealing with, so the sword bearer sent me over. The middle-aged celestial official codenamed Lugo revealed a smile as he stepped forward and assisted Basho to walk down from the helicopter. Your body is still injured, so try to do everything as slowly as possible. And Basho had just been helped out of the helicopter by Lugo. Rear. Avalanche dash. The helicopter shook violently after a crunch. At the same time, an embarrassed voice rang out. I'd say the seatbelt made the first move. Yi Kuei stared at the seatbelt that was yanked off by himself, made of high-density composite material and extremely strong, and muttered in a small voice, do you believe? It won't let me off the plane. He looked up, an embarrassed smile on his clean, handsome face. Upon hearing the voice coming from the rear, the attention of the group of heavenly officials was immediately focused. I ranked celestial official from the Ministry of Medicine? and the moment they saw the badge on Yi Kuei's chest, they froze. The crowd of heavenly officials weren't quite sure why Basho had brought a rank-I heavenly official from the Ministry of Medicine to the authorities' headquarters. Could it be that this Itenken's ability to work wonders on Basho's injuries? But the next moment, the crowd seemed to react to something. Kuei? Is it Kuei? He's Kuei? The one who, with his own strength, shocked the entire Chinese authority and included the title at the top of the nameless box. Kuei? A flash of astonishment violently flashed across the eyes of the crowd of heavenly officials as they looked at Yi Kuei. Although Yi Kuei had never come to the authorities' headquarters, the fluctuations in influence he caused had long been spread throughout China. Chapter 202, a month? 10 years? Kuei? Even Lu Wu froze for a moment. He didn't expect that the Kuei that had shocked the entire Chinese authority would be so young. But the next moment, Lu Wu then saw the extremely tough, but hard-ripped seatbelt in Yi Kuei's hand, and his body suddenly trembled. Sure enough, the heavenly official who was able to make a brand new title appear on the nameless box was not that simple. Is it Kuei? He gave a dry laugh and hurriedly spoke. The seatbelts on this helicopter are indeed difficult to undo at times. Halberd bearer. Seeing this, Yi Kuei hurriedly raised his head to look at Bashimo. Look, they're the ones who said that there's a problem with the seatbelt. It has nothing to do with me. Immediately, he hastily jumped down from the hatchway under the darkening face of the overlord. Rumble. And after Yi Kuei jumped down, rear, the helicopter seat instantly shook and bounced violently. Look at the steel joints underneath the seat, all of which have long since developed an extremely visible crack. Yi Kuei just broke, not only the safety belt on the helicopter, but also the seat below it, all of which were hardened and yanked off. Seeing this, Yi Kuei was even a little embarrassed. This crap airplane. Next time when I can fly, I resolutely won't fly in it. He skimmed his lips, pointed at Lu Wu to the rear of the plane, and spoke in a low voice. Where it's broken to pay for it, remember to look for the halberd bearer. Upon hearing this, the overlord's face darkened even more. That, Lugo also snapped to a halt. Before meeting Kuei, the group of heavenly officials at the headquarters were all filled with curiosity about this mysterious heavenly official who had caused a stone-cold fluctuation. But now it seems that Kuei seems to be a bit different from the one they first thought. Lord Basho, let's get going. But this is not the time to think about that. Lu Wu shook his head, putting the complicated thoughts behind him, and spoke to Basha. The sword bearer is waiting for you. Go. Basha hurriedly waved his hand and continued to stay here. He was afraid that Yi Kuei was making a mess. Just then, though, he seemed to notice something. League of Vigilantes, Shady Squatters, Thorn's Secret Society, Secret Order of the Anti-Tongue Bird? Looking at several large airplanes painted with mysterious runes parked on the other side, Basho's brows furrowed furiously. Why are they here? Basho-sama, have you forgotten? Hearing Basho's words, Lu spoke in a small voice. Recently is the time when the joint exchange of abnormal affairs meets regularly. I understand that the near future is the date of the joint exchange. Upon hearing this, Basha's face sank, but after coming out of the gate, didn't we already discuss with the sword executioner that the exchange would need to be postponed? That's right. At that, Lu Wu paused and opened his mouth to reply. But several of their countries, as if they had not received the news of the extension, all coincidentally sent personnel to, on the same day, didn't get the message? Basha froze, his pale face growing more and more gloomy. The authority just had an accident, and one by one they rushed here. How can there be such a coincidence? That's what the sword bearer said. Upon hearing this, Lu Wu sighed, but none of the personnel they came with this time are important either. Apart from the Thorn Secret Society, there is a chosen exorcist who is said to be rare in 100 years and is a candidate for the head of the next generation of the society. Other people are not critical, and, when they came, they didn't show anything different. He shook his head. Fuzhu has been dealing with related matters for the past 2 days. Don't need to look like it has to be witch people. They designated no good intentions. Basha sneered. In the past, it was afraid of being beaten by our authority, so it was honest for a period of time. And recently, I am afraid that I have heard what the wind is, so I am again stupid. For now, Fuzhu can still handle. Lu Wu's face was complicated. Just hope that, after coping with it, they can leave in a hurry. After all, no matter what purpose they have, the revived evil spirits and weirdness are ultimately the great enemy of all human beings. Words. Basha was slow to speak. He didn't know what he remembered, but his eyes grew darker and darker as he looked over to the airplanes parked off to the side that were marked with special runes. Just then, a voice filled with disbelief rang out. Yi Kuei raised his hand high. His clear and handsome face was full of curiosity. Who can explain, to me, what do those god-awful organization names mean? And what's the joint exchange for unusual affairs? His blinking eyes had bewilderment written all over them. You don't? How long have you been a member of the authority? Upon hearing this, Lu Wu froze, and a flash of surprise flashed across his face. At that time, when you were conducting the training of the heavenly officials, no one had taught you the relevant general knowledge about anomalies in this world of ours? Yi Kuei glanced at the Basha on the side and spoke in a small voice. No one has taught me any common sense. As for how long I've been with the authority, about. He frowned and thoughtfully did the math before holding out a finger. A year? Seeing this, Lu Wu was even more stunned. However, soon after, he shook his head vigorously. Impossible, impossible. It is simply impossible to reach today's strength in a year. That's decade? Lu Wu's eyes, crossing the slightly clenched fist of Yi Kuei's other hand, astonishment written all over his face. No one has told you about these things for 10 years? Next moment, as if he had thought of something, he violently turned his head to look at Basha on the side, and a flash of clarity flashed in his eyes. No wonder. Lu Wu shook his head. 10 years to sharpen a sword. I'm afraid that only Lord Basha with 10 years of cultivation with no distractions can cultivate an existence like Kuei that is enough to startle the nameless box. To be able to reach such heights in 10 years, your talent is enough to be called one in a million. Lu Wu looked at Yi Kuei with sighs written in his eyes. Yi Kuei once again gave a beat. He looked down at the finger he had put up, and could not understand how Lu Wu had taken his expression of 1 month to mean 10 years. And this time, not only Yi Kuei, even Basha couldn't help but stutter. He opened his mouth, but was slow to say a word. Right now, not telling Lugo the truth. It's supposed to be good for him, right? In the meantime, in the past, Lord Basha was worried that you would be distracted, so he didn't give you the chance to tell you this. Lugo's voice sounded again. After glancing at him and realizing that Basha had no intention of opening his mouth, he looked at Yi Kuei and opened his mouth to introduce himself. Taking this opportunity, I can just give you a lecture. Weird recovery not only happens in our China, Lugo explained as he led the way. The whole world. There is the situation of eerie revival. With our Chinese Abnormal Affairs Administration, other countries have to deal with eerie-related organizations. Chapter 203, Just Kill It. Like the names that Lord Basho mentioned just now, the League of Vigilantes is the organization that several Scandinavian countries have joined together to fight against the Bazaar. And the Yin Yang Lu came from Fuso. Lugo realized that Yi Kuei really knew nothing about the situation in question, so he introduced it in extreme detail. Thorn's secret society originated from America, and Secret Order of the Anti-Tongue Bird belongs to Germania. These are several of the more representative organizations in the world, and other countries, likewise, have organizations that deal with anomalies, like the Shiva Monastery in Borobudur, and the Serpent Mantra Fellowship Society in Siam. He opened his mouth and said, these organizations, their strengths are all extraordinary. Of course, just like our Chinese heavenly officials, within their organizations, they all have their own names, but without exception, all institutions and organizations are founded for one purpose, and that is to fight against the weird and evil. Speaking here, Lu Wu paused, a touch of seriousness flashing across his face. After all, this is a major matter concerning the safety and security of humanity, and in order to gain a more in-depth understanding of the status of the Eerie Realm's recovery, a few major powers, led by a few major powers, have agreed to hold regular meetings for the purpose of communicating real-time changes in the abnormal events and increasing communication. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. This is the origin of the joint exchange of abnormal affairs. So it is. At those words, Yi Kuei was thoughtful. Right now, he had a general understanding of the names that had just come out of Overlord's mouth. Through Lu Wu's words, Yi Kuei was more than able to feel that the world he was in was even more vast than he had imagined. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and raised his head to look at Lu Wu in puzzlement. Regular communication should be a good thing. It's a good thing. Before he finished speaking, Lu Wu knew what Yi Kuei wanted to ask, and he let out a bitter smile. All the preparations and plans, the purpose is good in the beginning. But nay, where there are people and interests, there are conflicts. There will always be some short-sighted and unaware people who presume to want more. Lu Wu shook his head and turned his head to look at Basha. If it wasn't for the fact that decades ago, Lord Basha and a group of heavenly officials at that time, led our Chinese Anomalous Affairs Administration, led the way, pushed down other countries, and made great achievements and prowess in the battles against the Bazaar. I'm afraid that, in the face of the ever-resurgent weirdness and evil spirits, organizations won't be able to usher in a long period of smooth development. His face was slightly complex. It's just, who knew that just after the gate incident, there were some people who couldn't sit still and wanted to make their presence known. But Bazaar resurgence is what is ultimately the great enemy of mankind. Lu Wu sighed. I think everyone should be clear about this. Even if they have ulterior motives, they won't be too extreme. Lu Go, I remember telling you before. Upon hearing this, before Yi Kuwei could say anything, Baxia's voice rang out for the first time. Your biggest problem lies in being too idealistic, which is the least of the problems that should exist as a heavenly official. Not too extreme? He let out a laugh and shook his head. You should never hold out any pure hope for humanity. In addition, the reason why we, the Huaxia Abnormal Affairs Administration, are able to overpower other organizations has never been because of any great merit. A flash of sternness flashed across Bosch's aged face for the first time in a long time. It's because we're strong. It's because they're afraid. Or else. After the gate incident, it was clear that the joint exchange of abnormal affairs was postponed. So why did they suddenly jump out? What is the purpose of their coming? Again? He sneered. This. Upon hearing Ba Shimo's words, Lu Wu stalled. And just then, Yi Kuei's voice that was filled with disbelief sounded once again. Excuse me. Once again. He raised his hand high in the air and opened his mouth to inquire with a curious expression. Since you all have concerns about the situation in question, why didn't you address it earlier? Address. Lu Wu paused, a flash of complexity on his face, not something that can be solved. He could understand why Yi Kuei asked this. The mind is free of distractions, and for 10 years it has only been refining itself, still definitely not well informed about many of the realities of the outside world. Ye boys. Upon hearing this, Basha also sighed. As long as there are people, there will be some problems that have no solution. There's no solution? Yi Kuei was even more puzzled. I think all those things you guys are worried about are very well solved. So tell me about. Basha smiled helplessly and looked at Yi Kuei. What solution do you have? It's simple. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei blinked and opened his mouth to reply. Just kill it. Whoever has a little thing in mind, kill him. If one has it, kill one. If 10 have it, kill 10. And if the Secret Society of Thorns like you said has it, destroy them. Secret Society of Thorns. He grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Until we all dutifully unite against the shenanigans of recovery. It's getting to the point where there's no point in getting tangled up with them over the slightest thing. Yi Kuei's clear and handsome face was written with sincerity. You. At those words, Lu Wu's body was instantly creeped out. He stared at Yi Kuei, his eyes vaguely trembling. Yi Kuei's statement had already caused him to feel a chill. But what made Lu Wu feel even more creeped out was Yi Kuei's state when he opened his mouth to describe all this. Sincere, honest and breezy. Good as. If Yi Kuei was left to deal with all of this, he would really follow the way he said to keep everyone together. Lu Go turned his head slightly stiffly to look at the back of the Basho. Lord Basha. What kind of a being has been unearthed in 10 years? Ye boys. Not only Lu Wu, but even Basha suddenly stuttered. He stared at Yi Kuei, who was on the side, grinning a wide smile, and his drooping face couldn't help but twitch. It was good that, after a long period of contact, he was able to know Yi Kid's nature, and it was also good that Yi Kid had joined the authority at a very early age. Otherwise, Basha didn't even dare to think what kind of consequences would result from Yi Kid's character. The thoughts that had welled up in one's mind when one had once seen Yi Kid's brazen hands kill Wu Qi. I'm afraid that they might very well turn into reality. But, after a series of events, including confronting the bizarre revival at hand and the condition in which the gate appeared, Basha this moment suddenly felt that what Yi Kid said, it doesn't seem to be all bad. Chapter 204, The Death Knell of Doom. Okay, what are you talking about? Basha shook his head, putting the tedious thoughts behind him, and looked at Yi Kuei once again. And also whoever has a small idea in their heart, kill them. Yi Kid, you really dare to say that too? He laughed. I know you're very powerful now and have progressed rapidly, but to be able to serve as a nation against the existence of weirdness and evil spirits, where is the simplicity in that? Including our authority, which has some cards of its own. Basha spoke up, and kill all of them? Don't think so much, but there's one thing that you're right about. Yi Kid. He raised his head and looked at Yi Kuei seriously. Strength is the root of everything. Just like this time, if it wasn't for the fact that our authority suffered a gate incident and lost a lot of strength, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to use the name of not receiving the extension of the exchange to arrive in our China at the same time as if they had discussed it. Basho narrowed his eyes. But, isn't necessarily. Soon after, he laughed once more. Maybe, this time, it's really what Lu Wu said, and they just want to come to the exchange. It just so happens that we can take this one opportunity of them attending the exchange meeting to open up about the state of the gate, so that we can all think of a solution together. After all, with the fluctuations revealed by the gate, I'm afraid it's difficult to deal with it with just us. Huaxia. Basho waved his hand. In the meantime, with the three of them communicating while advancing, they soon reached their destination. In front of a rather solemn building, Here. Looking at the building in front of him, Overlord seemed to remember something, and a flash of remembrance flashed through his cloudy eyes. It's really been a long time since I've been back, Lord Basho. Lulu stood aside, respectfully bowed his head and spoke. The sword bearer is waiting for you inside. Yi kid, let's go. Upon hearing this, Basha turned his head to look at Yi Kuei and spoke with a smile. Let's take you to meet the authority's headquarters and how it's different from the authority in our Qin province. As he spoke, he took a step towards the building in front of him. Then we'll go in first. Yi Kuei turned his head, grinned a wide smile, and said goodbye to Lu Wu extremely politely. We'll see you again after we're done with our work. Good, good. Seeing this, Lu Wu's body lurched. Until now, it was also hard for him to connect the man in front of him, who looked white and clean, with a bright smile but with a bit of shyness, with the young man who had just described in a plain manner that he wanted to kill all the people with bad intentions. Perhaps 10 years of refining himself without distractions has ultimately prevented him from learning much. Lugo let out a soft breath. A reasonable explanation was found for Yi Kuei's performance just now. But the white, clean, courteous Kuei is so different from what I first thought he would be. Then, he looked at Yi Kuei's slender and upright figure and revealed a smile. I just don't know what the ability that Kuei ignites his spirituality and awakens is. It should not be related to the physical class, right? Suddenly, Lu Wu's eyes trembled as he remembered the scene just now when Yi Kuei directly ripped off the airplane's seatbelt and seat. Not so much, not so much. Lu Wu hurriedly shook his head. Kuei looks like a spirit-type awakened person at first glance. Otherwise, there's no way to induce the nameless box to move differently. In the meantime, Yi Kuei and Ba Xia had already stepped into the building in front of them. The exterior looks quite solemn building. The interior decoration is even more simple, emitting a metallic luster of the walls and the ground above. Without any decoration. Clean, neat, yet extremely depressing. In the center of the building's emptiness, there was a blood-colored clock that could be clearly seen no matter where it was located. On top of the dial is an oscillating hand that appears to be counting down in reverse. What's this? The moment he saw the seat clock, Yi Kuei's body trembled violently. The countdown was on, and it instantly brought back some not-so-pleasant memories. Yi Kuei hurriedly glanced at the system glow in front of him, and after realizing that he had more than enough life expectancy, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yi kid, are you alright? Seeing this, Ba Xia suspiciously looked at Yi Kuei. Yi kid's body twitched every now and then, and it looked kinda scary. It's okay, it's okay. Yi Kuei hurriedly waved his hand. It's good to be okay. Ba Xia nodded. He had gradually become immune to Yi kid's sudden strange behavior. As for it, is a seal. With that, Basho turned his head and looked deep into the giant, blood-colored seat clock at the center. Number 8-001. Name of the sealing object, the death bell of doom. How much did you say? And the moment he heard the words of the overlord, Yi Kuei suddenly widened his eyes. 8-001? It is an 8-level seal? Even though a majestic spiritual fluctuation was felt just now. However, Yi Kuei also did not expect at all that this huge blood-colored bell located in the center of the building would be an 8th-grade sealing object. This was the first time he had seen a seal of such a high grade. The Class 8 seal was just left alone in the center of the room. Yi Kuei turned his head to look at the doomsday death knell with tears of grief and drooling. Poor. It's so pitiful. I'll take it home now. With those words, he charged towards the doomsday death knell in front of him. Yi kid, stop it. Seeing this, Ba Xia's expression changed and hurriedly called out to Yi Kuei. What are you thinking? The doomsday death knell was placed here not because no one wanted it. And why is that? Yi Kuei reluctantly stopped his steps. He stared fondly at the seat clock at the back and spoke. Someone has to still put it here. How unsafe. Class 8 seals that won't be so easily lost. Overlord let out a bitter smile. As for the reason for placing the doomsday death knell here, it's actually quite simple. It's meant to be a wake-up call. He turned his head and looked once again at the centrally located seat clock. Warn all the celestial officials of the doom that may come at any moment. What do you mean? Yi Kuei suddenly froze. Although the doomsday death knell is a Class 8 seal, it is not overly dangerous, much less requiring a special method of sheltering, and even its abilities are extremely simple. Based on the authorities' century-long explorations, it has been judged to serve only one purpose. Basho held out his hand and pointed to the countdown above the dial. That is a reminder of the possible end of the world. Whenever there is an anomaly large enough to bring about a crisis for the entire world, the dials count down in turn, and it's not clear to us what happens when the dials go to zero. But imagine that the world had collapsed at that moment. He paused and spoke softly once more. And just in those 3 short months, the dial has been dialed twice. Twice? Listening to the words of the Basha, Yi Kuei froze, and a flash of curiosity flashed across his eyes. Chapter 205, Aggrieved Coffin Board. Yi Kuei cast his eyes once again towards the blood-colored seat bell in the center. The most conspicuous feature of the clock is its dial. The dial was covered with intricate lines, like countless tiny eyes, and it was not numbers that represented time, but twisted symbols, each one seeming to whisper an unknown secret. The pointer is composed of a translucent, flowing liquid-like substance, the pointer slightly trembling, as if the next moment, toggle jumping. The entire dial exudes an indescribable aura, both fascinating and frightening, just extremely. Fragrance. Coot dash. Yi Kuei didn't hold back and gulped once again. Halberd bearer. He licked his lips, no longer looking at the death knell of doom that had been tempting him, but instead turned his head to look at Basho. What were the two toggles you mentioned? The most recent one was when the gate appeared. Basha's attention was attracted by the doomsday death clock in front of him, and he didn't notice Yi Kuei's abnormality as he pointed at the dial of the seat clock. That time, the hands dialed a whole frame. Otherwise, the authority wouldn't have risked so much trying to explore and remove the gate when it first appeared. Basho sighed. The other time, roughly, would have been a month or two ago. After frowning in thought, he spoke. At that time, the authority detected a 7-level eerily dissipating aura fluctuation. And that time when the spiritual fluctuation appeared, the doomsday death knell actually jerked forward 2 frames. A complexity flashed across Basho's face. At that time, everyone was terrified to the extreme because of this situation. Up and down the authority, countless heavenly officials were dispatched, trying to investigate the situation. But alas, so far it's all come to nothing. He shook his head. The good thing is that the hands of the doomsday death knell, shortly after that event, recovered quickly again. Although the cause of the incident has not been clarified until now, the authority, as a whole, can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the cause of the fluctuation of the doomsday death knell, we hypothesize that there may be the influence of an indeterminate factor. Basho's eyes were fixed on the hands above the dial. Aside, Yi Kuei heard the words of the hegemony, but he suddenly froze. Indeterminate factor? No way. A month or two ago, the 7 class bizarrely died out. As if he had thought of something, he squinted furiously. The pointer flicks 2 squares and recovers. I didn't realize that you weren't lying to me. Yi Kuei reached out his hand and touched his newborn flesh and skin, grinning. With the 7 level of bizarre strength, dying can cause the death knell of doom to be dialed by 2 frames. There is an indeterminate factor, but the impact is greater than the gate. He smashed his mouth and couldn't stop exclaiming, worthy of being my treasure. It's unbeatable. It tastes great too. It's a shame I just don't have the chance to try it again. However, what Yi Kuei didn't know was that behind him, within that one dark space, the doll bear couldn't speak well when he was turned upside down. It lowered its head to the coffin board that was sitting underneath it, trembling uncontrollably, and a flash of bewilderment flashed through its bright eyes. I didn't say I was going to ride a big horse myself. Why did the coffin board start shaking? However, what Bear didn't know was how scared and aggravated coffin board was in his mind right now. It's a bit of a talent no less, but as a class 7 creepy, even if you wear it out, it's not enough to have the power to set the hands of the doomsday death clock in motion. Don't say 2 frames. It would be lucky if it could make the hand that represents the coming of the end of the world swing by half a frame. The countdown to the death knell of doom has nothing to do with coffin boards. Ye boys. Basya let out a long sigh and finally shifted his attention from the doomsday death knell to Yi Kuei. In just 3 months, there have been several shocking changes. Changes are frequent. Time is running out. We have a lot to do. There is still a lot to do. A flash of frustration flashed across his aged face. Something to eat. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei once again salivated and quietly glanced at the doomsday death knell, nodding his head deeply and replying, there are indeed many. Take heart, halberd bearer. He raised his head and patted his chest. When the time comes, none of them will be able to escape. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Basha laughed as he acknowledged, Yi kid, seeing that you have such ambition, I'm relieved. Go. With that, Basha took a step to the side. Let's go find Zhong Giant. I'm afraid he's already waiting impatiently. Yi Kuei hurriedly took a step to follow, and in keeping up with the bully, he glanced back at the doomsday death knell once more. Above the grotesquely twisted dial, the symbol representing the countdown to the end of the world was down to the last 6.5 frames. A few moments later, Basho pushed open the door to the office room located in the deepest part of the corridor. Bell Giant. He looked ahead to the man slumped at his desk. Hearing the voice coming from the doorway, Zhong Juzhong rubbed his eyes and looked up from the table full of papers. Basha? And, you're Kuei, right? His eyes swept over Basya as well as Yi Kuei at the back, revealing a smile. You guys are finally here. What? Been up all night again? Seeing this, Basho sighed. As I said, it's not true that the situation is critical. but it's even more important to take care of your health. You're not like us. Compared to the last time they met, Zhong Juzhong's unruffled face had emaciated quite a bit as far as the naked eye could see. At those words, Yi Kuei suddenly froze. He reacted when he heard Basho's words. All along, when referring to the Bell Giants, they were either directly addressed as sword bearers or, as in the case of Basha, by name. Bell Jumbo does not have a code name for the heavenly officials. This, Yi Kuei narrowed his eyes slightly. Pay attention to your body? As for the front, the Zhong giant shook his head decisively the instant he heard the words of the overlord. If I could die in exchange for peace in Huaxia, I would die right now. What is my body compared to what is happening over the land of China today? He snorted. You haven't changed a bit. Basho sighed. Things have just been a little too much lately. Related to the situation. Let's keep it short. The Zhong giant waved his hand and thunderously turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, directly inquiring, what were the items you saw located next to the door in the scarlet space where the Lady of Note Life was located? Chapter 206, Where is that door? Even though Zhong Wanshi had already read the relevant report from Xia, he had to hear the relevant information from Yi Kuei's own mouth. The existence of the gate was involved, and there could be no slacking off. It was supposed to be 3 things at the time. Yi Kuei pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to reply. Wind chimes, white parchment scrolls, and a bloodstained and scorched flag. 7-004, Dangerous Sound Liuli. 7-005, Dead Sea Scrolls. 8-002, Great Qin Blood Flag. Listening to Yi Kuei's description, Zhong Juzhong furrowed his brows. It really is like this. He paused and raised his stern eyes once more. What about the time? What was the approximate time you saw that door then? Time seems to have lost its definition after we were pulled into that scarlet space. Yi Kuei gave a beat as he shook his head. At that time, when we traveled to UAI Hospital, it was roughly around 2 o'clock at noon. 2 o'clock. The time is right too. Zhong Juzhong gently exhaled. What appeared in the scarlet space should be that door. And I'm afraid that the sudden movement of the door at that time was related to the Lady Note Life. And the Note Life lady comes from behind the door. His eyes twinkled for a moment, as if he had a guess. You guys monitored the gate's movements? Hearing the Zhong giant's words, Yi Kuei raised an eyebrow. Yes, after sealing the gate using a special method, in order to be able to monitor it better, the authorities shifted the gate not far from the headquarters by some means. That way even if there is any change in the gate, the authority will be able to respond at the first opportunity. The Bell Giant nodded. But soon, he shook his head. Who knows? We only realized after we shifted the door that after it came to the current place, it seemed to have taken root and could no longer move the slightest bit. Right near the authorities' headquarters? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei's eyes brightened even more. Exactly. Without caring about Yi Kuei's reaction, Zhong Juzhong once again opened his mouth and inquired. Also, about the state of the Lady of the Note Life that you mentioned, as well as that mysterious Mr. And then, he inquired in detail about the status of what was happening inside the Friendship Hospital, not sparing even a single detail. Yi Kuei did patiently answer one by one. As he spoke, however, he was slightly distracted, unable to stop his eyes from darting about as if he were calculating something. I am generally aware of the state of affairs at the door of the Friends Hospital. With that, after asking all the circumstances clearly, Zhong Wanshi nodded as he looked at Yi Kuei and smiled. The rest is about you. Me? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuei froze and instantly came back to his senses. What else is there about me? Caused the nameless box to move differently, appearing as never before. At the top of all the titles, the title Kuei. The Zhong giant stared at Yi Kuei, his eyes drifting for a moment. How exactly did you do all this? How? Yi Kuei's clear and handsome face flashed with a touch of incomprehension. Is this kind of thing difficult? Meet the nameless box and tell what you want. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sudden ringing of a phone. Hello? Zhong Juzhong frowned and picked up the phone that rang on the side. What? And after hearing the voice on the other side of the phone, he suddenly frowned and spoke. Okay, got it. I'll be right over. With that, Zhong Juzhong hung up the phone. As I recall, the Overlord is going to give you the opportunity to pick out the seal for his trip to the shelter, right? After he glanced at the beside Xia, he opened his mouth to ask Yi Kuei. Yeah. After waiting for half a day, he finally waited for the key. Yi Kuei instantly had the spirit. His eyes were glowing and he nodded his head repeatedly. I came to the capital with the halberd bearer, mainly because of this. Not really. At those words, Ba Shermo's face instantly darkened. Ha ha ha, let's do this. It just so happens that something has suddenly happened. You'll head to the shelter in a moment to pick out a seal. Zhong Wanshi didn't care. He waved his hand and smiled. We'll talk about the matter about the nameless box when the selection is done and we come back. What happened? Before Yi Kuei could speak, Ba Xia's voice rang out. He sat on the sidelines, as if he had guessed something, a flash of depth in his narrowed eyes. Something to do with the exchange? The bell giant turned his head to look at Basho and nodded. Fruity. Upon hearing this, Basha let out a cold laugh. Yi kid, just do as Zhong Giant said and go ahead and pick out the seal. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei. I won't accompany you to the shelter. I'll let Lu Wu take you there in a while. I'm going to take care of something with Zhong Juji. Ha! Seeing this, the Zhongwans were dumbfounded. Then let's go. However, with his knowledge of Basho, he didn't try to persuade him of anything, but after cleaning up the tabletop roughly, he stood up and prepared to leave. But just then, wait! Yi Kuei's voice sounded once again. What's wrong? Seeing this, both the Zhong Giant and Ba Xia turned their heads to look at Yi Kuei. Are there any requirements for picking a seal? Yi Kuei blinked and opened his mouth to inquire. Or do you mean that as long as it's a seal, you can just pick it? You should know that this authority that the Overlord has given you originally faced a host of authority halberd bearers. Upon hearing this, Zhong Juzhong smiled. So, any seal can be picked. But there is a prerequisite. No matter what seal you pick, you have to be able to withstand its negative effects. He shook his head. Of course, if you can't bear it, I'm afraid you won't be able to take the seal away. In that case, Yi Kuei's eyes were horribly bright, and his face was even more excited that he couldn't suppress it. There's no need to pick, and there's no need to send me to the shelter. I've already chosen. He licked his lips and grinned a wide smile. Where is that door? You guys just have Lu Wu send me there directly. After Yi Kuei's voice sounded, the office suddenly fell into a dead silence. Ryoko, what did you say? It was only then that the Zhong Giant's eyes looked slyly at Yi Kuei, who had anticipation written all over his face. What's wrong? Seeing this, Yi Kuei froze for a moment and inquired with a puzzled opening. What's the problem? Wasn't it you who said that the seals were picked at random? Do you see? Sealing things, items that are sealed up. Are they not sealing things? With both hands, he answered seriously. That door, is it sealed? Does it count as a seal? You can't keep your word as the sword-bearer of the authority's headquarters. Can you? Yi Kuei rounded his eyes and looked at the Zhong Giant in front of him. The bell giant fell silent once again. A moment later, he slowly turned his head and looked at Bashimo, who was standing in a stupor, and reached out a trembling hand to point at Yi Kuei. Chapter 207. The bell giant's lips, all of them, began to vaguely shiver. When he first came into contact with Yi Kuei, he was extremely favorably disposed towards this young man with extraordinary talent, clean and handsome looks, and a very refined spirit. Even, he could vaguely sense why Basho saw Yi Kuei as the future of the authority. But, it was only how long ago that Yi Kuei gave him such a big surprise. The condition of Kuei, how it was not quite the same as the one he had thought at the beginning. And after a moment of stagnation, Basho finally came to his senses. Yi boys. He turned his head to look at Yi Kuei, and his face darkened even more. What are you talking about? I let you choose the seal. What are you messing with? How did I mess up? At those words, Yi Kuei's eyes widened even more as he righteously said, it was you guys who said that the seals were randomly selected. We're talking about a shelter of randomly selected seals. Seeing that Yi Kuei was still insisting, Basho was even more stagnant as he glared at Yi Kuei and spoke anxiously. Who told you to choose the door? Don't you realize what the door represents and how dangerous it is? With a wave of his hand, Ba Xia said angrily, it is the cause of extinction. Don't you go on about that nonsense. It's because of the danger. That's why I'm picking the door. Yi Kuei licked his lips in aggravation, but he could also see that his idea of taking the door away from him was unlikely to materialize. What else is good to eat? Seals in the shelter. No. Next moment, as if Yi Kuei suddenly thought of something, he jerked his head up. Doesn't it mean that I can't choose the death knell of doom at the entrance either? What do you think? At those words, Basho finally couldn't stand it anymore and subconsciously slapped the table in front of him. Rumble. The desk instantly exploded, and all kinds of documents were like drifting snow, suddenly flying out in all directions. Beneath the papers flying in the sky, Zhong Juzhong took a deep breath as he struggled to control his emotions, and trembling, he turned his head to look at Basho. Please ask. Zhong Julian squeezed out a smile and opened his mouth to inquire. What exactly are you two doing here in my place? At those words, Basho stalled. Get a move on. I saw you answer the phone just now. Weren't things in a hurry? He hurriedly reached out his hand and pulled Zhong Juji toward the door. Something's wrong. We have to fix it quickly. Yi kid, stop irritating the Zhong Giant. As he walked towards the door, Basho turned to look at Yekel. Remember what I said. It's the seal from the shelter. Finish picking early and get out early. He waved his hand. Pick the one that suits you best. Before the words were out of his mouth, Basho had already left the messy office. dragging Jong Juji with him. This and that. Looking at the two's departing backs, Yikue skimmed his mouth. Still talking about randomly choosing? Two liars. But it was also clear to him that after Basho and Jong Juji left the office, there wasn't much he could do if he was any more reluctant. Forget it. Yikue shook his head and took a step out of the office. Let's go to the shelter first and take a look around. However, he had just left the office of the Zhong giant and re-entered the minimalist and empty hall covered in metallic luster when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. They just said they couldn't pick Deathstroke of Doom. Yikue slowly turned his head and looked towards the center of the hall. The twisted and huge blood-colored seat bell. Like, didn't say you couldn't taste it, right? He grinned an excited smile. Taste it. I should be fine if I taste it. After Yikue looked left and right to make sure that the surroundings were empty, his figure flashed, and he rushed directly towards the scarlet seat clock. It's so lonely to have such a big seal just sitting here empty. A few moments later, a slender figure sped out towards the outside of the solemn building. Kue? Luwu stood in the doorway, looking at Yikue who hurriedly ran out. He couldn't help but froze. What happened? Nothing. What could it be? Seeing this, Yikue stopped his steps and grinned as he opened his mouth to laugh. But soon, as if he remembered something, he looked at Luwu and opened his mouth to inquire. Did the halberd bearer give you all that? You're taking me to the shelter? I was waiting for you at the door for this very thing. Lugo nodded. That's just as well. It's not too late. Yikue waved his hand. Let's hurry up and get going. With those words, he took a quick step toward one side. The shelter is this way. Seeing this, Luwu was even more stunned as he extended his hand and pointed in the opposite direction. Tell me how you didn't say anything earlier. Yikue gave a dry laugh and hurriedly reversed his direction. Lugo was speechless. He could understand the impatience to head to the shelter to pick out a seal, but Kue seemed, well, a little too eager. You hold authority halberd bearer privileges, so there are no restrictions on traveling to the shelter to pick out a seal. Although he couldn't figure it out, Lugo followed quickly and opened his mouth to introduce himself. But the only point to note is, however, the words were not finished. Dang dash, dang dang dang. A mysterious and magnificent, profound and majestic bell sounded unexpectedly, and just in a short moment, it penetrated the entire authority. Death knell of doom. Luwu's body was creeped out and he turned around violently to look behind him. What happened? It's not just him. At this moment, all of the heavenly officials located at the authority's headquarters panicked and looked in the direction where the death knell of doom was located. The doomsday death knell had existed in the authority's headquarters for a long time, but they had never heard the sound of the clock. And even when the hand that once represented the end of the world had been set, the doomsday death knell had only been silent. Exactly. What's going on? Even the Basha and Zhong giant, who had just left the office not long ago, had their faces abruptly changed, and turned around in a panic to go back again. It was a good thing that inside the building, there were other specialized celestial officials in charge of standing by. In just a few moments, the relevant news had already been sent to Zhong Julian's cell phone. There is no difference in the death knell of doom. No toggling of the hands, no change in the dial. Zhong Juzhong stared at the message in his cell phone and frowned in disbelief. No difference? No different how the death knell of doom rings. Next moment, Zhong Juzhong's cell phone lit up again, and a new message appeared on top of the screen. Swordbearer, a new discovery has been made at the bell body of the death bell of doom. Located at the back of the side of the bell base, a series of clear teeth marks have appeared. It is not clear whether the teeth marks are necessarily related to the sound of the bell.